Chapter 1 Rebirth. I'm not willing. Not willing. If I can start over. If I can start over. Vision began to blur and the world fell into darkness. 1 year? 2 years? I don't know how many years, or maybe a moment, that feeling of being alive suddenly returned. Who? Yi Chen breathed greedily, voraciously, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Yi Chen froze, violently opened his eyes, and then sat up. Only Yi Chen, who sat up, still had some dizziness in his brain. This is white walls, wallpaper pasted roof, old wooden bed, wrecked ceiling fan, carved glass mirror, broken table chewed by rats. A strange and somewhat familiar feeling instantly appeared in my mind. This is the house I have rented for 3 years. Wait. After a short period of silence, Yi Chen stood on the ground in a flash, hurriedly walked to the table, and looked at the worn-out alarm clock on the table. March 5, 2036, 1800 hours. Yi Chen stared tightly at the alarm clock, and gradually, his body began to tremble, getting more and more powerful. Pangu. Flood. Yes, it was today, at 2000 hours p.m., the meteor from the sky rushed into the earth. It is today that the earth suddenly became hundreds of times bigger. It is today that the rules of heaven and earth have changed, and mankind has returned to the age of cold weapons. Today, the brain called Pangu appeared, the whole world was taken over by Pangu, and the so-called coins were unified into credits. It is today that the game that all creatures can enter, the Flood, officially opens. And the game begins with the Oriental Novice Zone, set in the Three Kingdoms. As long as you get the key things in the Novice area, after leaving the Novice area and formally entering the Flood, you are bound to be like a fish out of water. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Before he was reborn, Yi Chen was obscure and lived at the bottom, and even when he entered the game, he mixed miserably. Because Yi Chen was an orphan. How could a rootless floater, and how could it be so simple, mix with the wind? And in the game, Yi Chen was fighting alone, so how could he compare to those forces? At that time, Yi Chen didn't even know what the game Flood means. By the time Yi Chen realized the secret of everything, it was too late. At that time, the major forces are unbreakable, whether it is financial strength or strength, is not at all Yi Chen. This grassroots and the grassroots can be compared. Until one day, the real Yi Chen was buried in the mouth of a wolf demon and was reborn. In the dilapidated rented room. Yi Chen was silent for a while until the phone rang, which woke up Yi Chen, who was caught up in his thoughts. Taking out the antique-like cell phone from his pants pocket, Yi Chen glanced at it and casually pressed it off. The call was from the bar foreman. If it was according to the way it was in his last life, Yi Chen would have been given a good scolding after answering it, and then run to work upside down. This is the sadness of the little man, in order to live, to be exact, to live. Not to steal, not to rob, relying on their own hands, trying to live. And now, Yi Chen naturally will not answer. Soon, the world will usher in a huge change. Although, the rich are still rich, but, at that time, what is more called for is strength. Yes, strength. Soon after, this world would become a world where the strong would be honored. The law of the jungle of the weak and the strong, nakedly presented to the world. Whether it is the human race, or the upcoming demon race, or the witch race, without exception, practicing, is the law of the jungle. Yi Chen long exhaled, then put on his shoes, thought for a moment, and then went out. After getting on line 10, Yi Chen stood in the corner of the carriage. Like quite a few people, he stood quietly, like a stranger who hadn't integrated into this bustling city, and like a tired traveler. Only those eyes, as the subway drove by stop after stop, turned brighter and brighter. On the subway, men and women were discussing, the topics were many and varied, changing from one wave to another. Yi Chen was not interested in paying attention. Yi Chen was going to the forest park in the city. There was something that Yi Chen must get. Something that could call for Yi Chen's struggle to be shortened. In the city, the lights were red and the hustle and bustle was incomparable. On the highway, it was as congested as ever, with long headlights, like giant snakes, as far as the eye could see. The sound of cars honking, at times, reached the ears. On the street, the pedestrians coming and going, 99% of them are foreigners who are busy for life. The locals, who have houses and cars, don't need to go to work at all to fulfill their living needs, and there is still a surplus. Of course, this was only a part of the locals. There were still a lot of locals who still had to work hard, for the sake of life, and also for living. After getting off the subway, Yi Chen, like many passers-by, walked across the flyover and headed towards their respective destinations. Not long after, Yi Chen arrived outside the forest park. Looking at the already closed forest park, Yi Chen let out a long breath, and then walked to an unoccupied corner and scaled the wall to enter the forest park. The time had already reached 1930. At this point in time, the forest park had long been quiet. Yi Chen avoided a few waves of security guards, and then came to an artificial lake, sitting on a bench, looking at the blue rippling lake in front of him, quietly waiting up. The moment the clock pointed to 20 o'clock, the dark sky was instantly torn apart. Countless huge shooting stars shone in the sky. Yi Chen looked up to the sky and stood up with a tang. Here it comes. Chapter 2 Star Bead. Dense meteors with long tails rushed towards the earth one by one. Squeak. On the highway, the moving cars, one after another, made emergency brakes. Boom, boom, boom. The ones that braked slowly crashed into the car in front of them, tailgating cars, one after another, lined up in a long line. Pedestrians coincidentally stopped, one by one, dumbfounded to look at the beautiful shooting star like fireworks. After a short silence, countless screams burst out. Ah! The end of the world is coming. Paralyzed, ah, I'm still a virgin, ah. There were too many meteors, and if they hit the ground, the power would be equal to an unknown number of nuclear bombs. No matter how many, even if there is only one, the people here don't want to live. Inside the forest park, Yi Chen wasn't scared in the slightest, not only not scared but also excited. Because Yi Chen knew the secret of the meteors. These meteors were all energy crystals that were controlled by the intelligent brain Pangu. They wouldn't destroy the earth at all, nor would they crash into anyone. They would quickly disintegrate and turn into energy, transforming the earth. Even if they hit a person or the ground, there wouldn't be the slightest impact. It was strange, but it was all the result of Pangu's control. Pangu came with the meteor, and it arrived, just like the mythical Pangu, opening up the sky and changing the world. Just then, a meteor that kept getting smaller and smaller rushed towards the man-made lake in Forest Park. It was fast, originally half a soccer field large, and as it landed, it kept shrinking. Yi Chen's eyes shrunk violently, and then rushed towards the artificial lake. The meteors were all energy crystals, but there were also some other things wrapped inside the energy crystals. Just like impurities, it was everywhere. Inside this meteor that landed in the artificial lake, there was a bead. The star bead, that was its name. It was so strong that it made all creatures red in the face. It could automatically help the host absorb the free energy of the outside world after entering the game, achieving 100% synchronization between the game and reality. To put it simply, how strong you are in the game, how strong you are in reality. While other players, whether they were humans or demons or witches, even the most gifted ones, were only one half as strong in reality as they were in the game. There weren't many things that possessed this ability, and every single one of them could cause a bloody scramble. And the best of these things is this star pearl. The game reality is 100% synchronized. If he got the star pearl, even if he was as stupid as a pig, he could still dominate the world. Of course, the premise is that he can't rise, that's not much use. However, this does not prevent the star pearl from being powerful. The one who got the star pearl in his previous life was a member of the demon clan, a black fish that was deliberately placed in an artificial lake. It was so powerful that it called for suffocation, and its strength called for despair. And now that everything had just begun, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't miss the star pearl. Boo! The meteor crashed into the lake, tightly causing a layer of ripples on the surface of the lake. Just then, Yi Chen grabbed the apple-sized energy crystal. In just 2 breaths, the energy crystal turned into energy and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only an ancient bead. Star bead. Yi Chen tried to calm down before biting his index finger and dripping blood onto the star bead. This was the preliminary recognition of ownership. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not be able to use it at all. The drop of blood on the star bead was instantly absorbed by the star bead. Yi Chen's mind moved, and the star bead then flew towards Yi Chen's forehead, and just as soon as it touched, it disappeared. This was Yi Chen storing the star pearl in the sea of consciousness. Finally got it. Yi Chen let out a long breath, and then the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. The star pearl was the key. Without it, Yi Chen's path would be difficult. Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly froze, but it was his calf that felt something hit it. Looking down, it was a black fish the size of a baby's arm. Heaven-swallowing demon king? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, then bent down violently and grabbed this black fish that, originally, would turn into a heaven-swallowing demon king after 5 years. Clatter, clatter. The lake water kept splashing in all directions because of the black fish's struggle. Yi Chen, however, grabbed the black fish fiercely. In his previous life, because of it, Yi Chen had missed out on a lot of good things, and because of it, the chances for Yi Chen to be able to rise to power had disappeared again and again. Because it was the strongest heaven-swallowing demon king in this city. The strength was so strong that no one could defeat it. And now, it was just a black fish that Yi Chen could get killed with his hands. Yi Chen let out a long exhale, grasped the black fish in his right hand with a death grip, and walked towards the shore. After going to the shore, Yi Chen slammed the black fish hard onto the ground, and then kicked it down again and again. Boom! I told you to rob the old man. Boom! I told you to rob Lousy's chance. Boom! I told you to get it again. Yi Chen kicked down again and again, quickly stomping this future heaven-swallowing demon king. Right at this moment, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared out of nowhere. Fluctuations like the beating of a heart appeared one after another. It's coming. The earth is going to get bigger. And the flowers and trees are going to start growing like crazy. Chapter 3, Diamond Class Gaming Silo. Knock knock. Yi Chen stood motionless, quietly waiting for the earth to change. Knock knock. The inexplicable fluctuation continued. Beneath Yi Chen's feet, the crushed black fish that could have become the heaven-swallowing demon king arrived 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Yichen didn't move, and it was even more unlikely that the black fish that had been trampled to pieces would move. What moved was the earth, which changed again, and the earth became bigger again. Knock knock. Everything around Yichen kept getting farther and farther away. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Originally, such a huge change should have triggered a strong earthquake, which would then destroy everything. However, disaster did not strike, and the skyscrapers were intact as before. Only the places beyond the houses were changed, the roads were destroyed, revealing cut after cut of dirt road. Thud. The changes continued, though the momentum began to slow. Buzz. The low sound of the ancient bullhorn trumpet suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The flowers and trees in the forest park just then grew, and grew again as far as the naked eye could see. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. The plants were like chicken blood, growing like crazy, completely defying common sense. However, all of this, at the moment the wise brain Pangu descended, there was no such thing as common sense. Yichen looked at the ever-changing forest park, looked at the asphalt road that was constantly being stabbed by the grass and then decomposed, and let out a long breath. The rules of the world have also changed. At this time, guns have lost their utility, and nuclear bombs are also ineffective. The world has returned to the Cold Warrior era. Finishing talking to himself, Yichen took a step and left the forest park. On the street, there were shocked and inexplicable people everywhere, screaming, shouting, everywhere. The atmosphere of panic, shock, and fear was extremely strong. The unknown was the most terrifying. No one knew why there was such a change. It was against common sense and could not be explained. Yichen didn't pay attention and didn't stay, directly going to a large hotel far away from the zoo. The electricity had been destroyed, but soon, it would be restored. The power supply was the smart brain Pangu, and the power generation was a small thing that far exceeded Earth's technology. A palm-sized thing could meet the electricity needs of a city with a population of tens of millions. Only 3 days later, today's cities, be they bungalows or skyscrapers, would turn to dust. And the smart brain Pangea will build city after city, extremely fast, faster than you can imagine. If you want to live in the city, you can spend money to buy a house. The price is not high, basically you can afford it. Can't afford to buy is okay, can rent, if even rent can't afford to rent, that can only wait for death. Brain Pangu will not pity such a person at all. Because the flood is open, everywhere is opportunity, is the single choice of vice, medicine, mining and other unpromising occupation, can also earn the cost of renting a house. Of course, the house is not big, like a capsule house. Nevertheless, it's a place that people rush to. Because it was a safe zone. Even though it was safe for a pitiful 3 months. However, if one didn't live in the safe zone, outside, it would be very dangerous. To put it simply, the demon race was cannibalistic and very fond of eating, and in the eyes of the demon race, humans were a moving super tonic. When Pangu descended and the floodplain opened, the huge energy of heaven and earth would open up the spiritual wisdom of most of the streams of flying birds and beasts. That kind of existence, even if it is a docile rabbit, the nature has become extremely ferocious. In the past life, there are some people, by the ferocious rabbit, bit to pieces and then eaten. Because those people wanted to catch rabbits and eat some game. Unfortunately, the rabbits they caught were enlightened rabbits. Compared to human beings, birds and beasts, and even bugs, are all gifted, that is, sleeping, but also faster than human beings to become stronger. But all the existence of open orifices is not cultivation techniques, but also can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Humans, on the other hand, simply can't do it. In the end, those who wanted to eat wild game were unlucky and paid with their lives. The house that Yichen rented was in the suburbs, and that was the fundamental reason why Yichen didn't choose to go back. Along the way, when Yichen came to a row of bicycles sprayed with yellow paint, he stopped. A few minutes later, the neon lights in the city simultaneously lit up as if nothing had happened. Yichen took out his cell phone and scanned the code, a deposit of 300 credits and a usage fee of 1 credit per hour. Weird tips, in other people must have frozen, but Yichen was not the least bit surprised. At this moment, the brain Pangu took over the whole world, the money that people have, as a number of credit points. People, but whenever they used bank cards, cell phone, internet banking and such to make payments, it would all become like this. That's just for now too. In an hour or two, everyone will be given a wristwatch. The wristwatch comes from Pangu, powerful, represents identity, also can be used as a bank card, also can be used as a phone, and can even video chat. Of course, the most wristwatch is the most crucial place to log into the flood. Arriving at the 5-star hotel, Yichen directly walked into the elevator and went up to the 11th floor, and then came to the door of room 1101. Ding, the room door opened automatically. Yichen did not have a room card on him, but, at this moment, the whole world was taken over by Pangu, so there was no need for any room card. Yichen walked in without hesitation, while closing the door and glancing at the room's furnishings, the corner of his mouth then curled up. This is the place. The diamond-grade game warehouse belongs to me. A wristwatch could log into the game, but there were some other things around the world that could log into the flood. For humans, it was the playpen. The 5 levels of black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond were the levels of the game silo. Those who logged into the game using a game silo, besides getting a 5 to 15% bonus to the game's realistic abilities, had another crucial role: entering the game early. Watching Pangu open the heavens and obtaining different feats based on their respective enlightenment. When the clock was pointing at 2200 hours, a water tank-sized light cluster suddenly appeared at 11:01. Yi Chen, who had been waiting quietly, had both eyes snapped open. Diamond Grade Game Bin. Chapter 4, Pangu opens the heavens, the flood descends. The light clusters dispersed, and a game silo with a body glittering with diamond light appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Diamond Grade Game Warehouse, it was really diamond grade. Even if he knew that a diamond grade game silo would appear here, Yi Chen could hardly suppress his excitement at this moment. No one knew better than Yi Chen what it represented to enter the game in advance and watch Pangu Kai Tian. Especially using the diamond grade game warehouse, the first batch of beings to watch Pangu opening the heavens. Yi Chen looked at the diamond grade gaming silo, took a deep breath, and after exhaling it long and hard, he calmed down his mood, and then walked to the side of the gaming silo. Opening the lid, Yi Chen laid down flat in it. The moment Yi Chen laid down, the lid of the game pod automatically closed. Yi Chen's consciousness instantly appeared in a chaotic space. It was pitch black here, there was no time, no space, no sky, no earth, no smell, no sound, nothing, all there was boundless chaos. This was chaos, the chaos that gave birth to Pangu. Just then, a clicking sound came from the distance. Like an eggshell cracking. After a short silence, a giant stood up, his aura, wild, overbearing. This was Pangu. It was him. It must be him. Yi Chen was so far away from Pangu that he couldn't see Pangu's face at all, but Yi Chen knew that the giant in the distance, the giant that stood in the chaos and released his own aura recklessly, was Pangu. Pangu suddenly felt that the chaos was oppressive, and immediately let out a roar. Roar! Boom ka ka! Countless red thunderbolts flashed in the chaos, as if they were going to break through this screaming and depressing world. The chaos that originally had nothing in it, suddenly, smoke and dust rolled out, setting off one airwave after another. This was a roar from Pangu. Suddenly, Pangu raised his right hand, and an axe as black as ink flew in an instant. Chaos Supreme Treasure, Pangu Axe. Pangu, who was holding the Pangu Axe, raised the Pangu Axe high in the air. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later. Drink! After a loud shout, the Pangu Axe ruthlessly slashed at chaos. Rumble! The thunderous sound that resounded through the chaos rolled out, shocking Yi Chen and almost dissipating his soul. Right at this moment, a ball of light, and another ball of light appeared in the chaos. This was someone who had used a playpen, or some other device, and had entered the flood in advance. Yi Chen didn't even look at it, his 2 eyes tightly staring at Pangu, refusing to miss a single moment. At this moment, a light appeared from the chaos, and the chaos seemed to be split in two. However, soon after, the crack with the light suddenly began to coalesce. Humph! Pangu coldly grunted, swinging his Pangu axe once again and ruthlessly slashing it. It was still in the same position as just now, without the slightest deviation. Boom ka ka! Countless dense and thick red lightning bolts danced crazily. Chaos was once again split open by a large portion. Pangu frowned at this time and once again cleaved out an axe. Ka 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 ka! Chaos was split open. At this time, countless light masses appeared again. As for Yi Chen at this moment, he was drowsy. Couldn't sleep. Must not sleep. Must finish reading. Yi Chen was like a madman, forcing himself not to sleep, and his right hand pinched his thighs and legs to death. The sharp pain from his soul woke Yi Chen up from his drowsiness again and again. Pangu couldn't help but smile as he looked at the chaos that had been split apart. However, the chaos that had just been separated unexpectedly began to coalesce again. Pangu was instantly furious, and after a moment of silence, Pangu, with one step, stood in the middle of the two pieces of chaos. Head in the sky, feet on the ground. Pangu's body, also at this moment, kept getting bigger and bigger. Chaos was separated by Pangu's body. Time passes little by little, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Pangu's body was growing bigger all the time. The heaven and earth finally stabilized, while Pangu looked at the desolate world, and then looked up to the sky, coldly smiled, his body then fell. Pangu died, but his body transformed into all things. This is Pangu opening the sky. Yi Chen, who insisted on seeing the end, fell into a deep sleep after thinking about it. At the same time, all the living beings around the world that possess spiritual intelligence heard a sentence. The flood is officially opened, all living beings who have obtained a login device can enter. The floodplain was opened, and the first ones to enter were not people, but instead, the streams of birds and beasts. Because man is a complicated existence. The heavens and earth had changed drastically, and then out of nowhere, some kind of flood game had popped up, and it was also possible to log in directly by virtue of some kind of login device. The impact of all of this was too great, so great that almost everyone, at the first time, was not the first time to enter the game, but to discuss these changes, and what the flood was. This is another meteor, and the place becomes bigger, and the flowers and trees still grow like crazy, and now there is a flood game. This what the hell is going on? I called 110, but I can't call out off. The cell phone has no signal. Could this be the rhythm of the end of the world? But where are the zombies? Where are the monsters? Why is there nothing? The people who were discussing it were many, more than could be imagined. But soon, there were some people who tried to enter the flood game. It didn't take long for these people who entered the flood game. One by one, they logged out again and then logged in again with a disbelieving face. After trying again, they finally realized that this flood game, too realistic, is simply 100% simulation. And then, more and more people go home or go to the hotel and then rush into the game. The legendary consciousness to enter the game really appeared, no matter whether it is actively found or passively heard. Basically, more than 70% of the people, the first time they rushed into the flood. 5-star hotel. Yi Chen was still sleeping, but Yi Chen was the one who directly entered the game the moment the flood officially opened. When other people logged into the game, they were building a number and then choosing a birth location. The location was also the area of human activity. Yi Chen is different. The Yi Chen in the game, at the moment, is also in a state of slumber, but the location is at the top of the mountain. The top of a huge mountain that was 10,000 meters high. Roar! Aang! A roar that resounded through the mountains suddenly came out. Chapter 5 First World Announcement. A giant tiger that was 100 meters long and covered in black and white stripes suddenly appeared on the western side of the mountaintop. Its two eyes, as large as water tanks, stared ferociously at the east. The tiger's mouth slightly opened and growled in a low voice. In the next second, a giant snake that was 200 meters long, covered in black scales, and had a sarcoma growing on its head, appeared on the eastern side of the mountaintop. The huge and forked snake's letter was swallowed and spat out, and the two gloomy snake eyes stared at the giant tiger without showing any weakness. This big mountain was extremely steep and could be said to be straight up and down. Except for birds, there was basically no possibility of coming up. However, at this moment, there was a giant tiger coming up, as well as a huge black snake. Black snake up can use the snake good climbing explanation, but this giant tiger can also come up. Some call people surprised. But in fact, is so. A tiger and a snake, who did not move, each other tightly staring at each other. If you look closely, it is not difficult to find that they are staring at not only each other, but also the sleeping Yi Chen in the center of the mountaintop, as well as the strange small tree hanging beside Yi Chen, the red fruit. A little bit of time passed, and a strange fragrance suddenly drifted out from the mountaintop. The appearance of the strange fragrance immediately attracted the giant tiger and black snake to stir. The originally tense atmosphere instantly became even more tense. The confrontation could end at any time. When the more intense fragrance drifted into the air, the giant tiger, the black snake, simultaneously let out a sky-shaking roar before rushing towards each other. As for Yi Chen, who was lying on the ground, he was ignored by the tiger and the snake. Because Yi Chen was too weak. Both the giant tiger and the black snake could kill Yi Chen with one strike. The giant tiger, the black snake, began a fierce fight, rubble rolling and roaring. Roar! Aang! The two of them fought fiercely, but they coincidentally left the center of the mountaintop. They were afraid that the red fruit would be destroyed. Blood quickly appeared on the black snake's body. The giant tiger's claws were extremely sharp, and the tiger's teeth were even more ferocious. Although the black snake was at a disadvantage, but the giant tiger did not dare to get close at all, because it knew the result after being entangled by the black snake. At this moment, a more intense fragrance came. The giant tiger, the black snake, without exception, all became anxious. Because the fruit was about to ripen. Roar! Aang! After two earth-shattering roars, the fight between the giant tiger and the black snake began to escalate. Tiger hairs, snake scales, kept flying out. Right at this moment, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Ding! Player Yi Chen watched Pangu opening the sky and comprehended the 9 revolutions Xian Gong. Ding! Player Yi Chen watched Pangu Kai Tian and comprehended Divine Night Royal Thunder Decision. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen, watching Pangu Kai Tian, Fortune plus 100. After a short period of days, Yi Chen's two eyes snapped open. Ha ha ha! Crazy laughter rang out at once. Bitterness and sweetness had come to fruition. When the 9 revolutions Xian Gong was cultivated to its great completion, one could witness the Tao with force. The Divine Night Imperial Thunder Decree cultivated to its full completion could control heavenly punishment. No matter which one appeared, it would set off a bloody storm, not to mention the appearance of both at the same time. Of course, both cultivation techniques now had masters, and they belonged to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's laughter came to an abrupt end just then, as Yi Chen saw a huge tiger and a giant black snake. They stopped fighting, and their 2 pairs of eyes as big as water tanks, without exception, stared at Yi Chen. Cold Ice Tiger, the predecessor of the Black Jiao. Yi Chen instantly recognized the origin of these 2 huge beasts. These were level 100 wilderness bosses, catching up to the existence of famous historical generals. And Yi Chen was only level 1 at the moment, a tender newcomer. Right at this moment, an incomparably strong and exotic fragrance came. The tiger snake was instantly stimulated and made a move to pounce. Yi Chen instantly thought of something, his right hand slashed and pulled, and then grabbed a red fruit. Red sun fruit, yellow grade spirit medicine, must be taken within a quarter of an hour after picking it, otherwise it will be turned into ashes, boosting the chances of advancement by 30%. The tiger snake was staring at this with the aim of swallowing it and advancing. Yi Chen was also red-eyed. After all, this was an elixir that had entered the grade. As long as it was preserved with special techniques, when the strength reached a certain level, and eaten, it was possible to advance to the innate. Unfortunately, Yi Chen could only use this as bait and throw it out. It didn't matter if this was thrown, the giant tiger and black snake, which was about to go crazy, instantly rushed towards each other. Relentless tearing, grim strangulation. The giant tiger bit the black snake 7 inches with one mouth, and the tiger's claws swung madly. The black snake bit the giant tiger's neck, and its body simultaneously wrapped around the giant tiger in a deadly grip, and then tightened viciously. The black snake was highly poisonous. The giant tiger did not avoid the black snake's bite, and then his eyes revealed a more frantic gaze. A flash of white light, creak sound. Giant tiger will black snake 7 inches, hard bite down a section, and then a bite to the snake head. The black snake also went crazy at this time, because of the pain, but also because of the threat of death. The fangs of the black snake biting the giant tiger's neck, like it didn't want to die, injected the poison madly into the giant tiger's body, and then strangled the black tiger madly. The sound of crunch came out immediately. It was the sound of bones breaking. The giant tiger had its bones broken by the black snake, and the number of broken bones was still increasing. A click came out. The giant tiger had bitten off the black snake's head with a hard bite. The life force then quickly left the giant tiger black snake. On the side of Yi Chen saw here, eyebrows suddenly raised, waited for a while, casually picked up 2 stones, towards the giant tiger and black snake smashed over. The giant tiger and black snake were not dead, however, they didn't have the strength to move at all now. Yi Chen confirmed that the giant tiger and the black snake were hit by the stone, then he was relieved, and then started the business of picking up stones and throwing them. Time passed little by little. 1 hour later. The giant tiger black snake lost its life breath almost simultaneously. Right at this moment, a system announcement instantly rang in the minds of all living beings. Ding! Player Yi Chen first killed the level 100 Wilderness Big Boss Blue Crystal Tiger King, rewarded with 100,000 gold coins, 100,000 merits, and 100,000 reputation. Ding! Player Yi Chen killed level 100 Wilderness Big Boss Black Water Shin Snake, rewarding 50,000 gold coins, 50,000 merits, and 50,000 reputation. Chapter 6 Huge Harvest. Level 100? There's no mistake, I'm still killing rabbits and chickens here. What's the Yi Chen this killed a level 100 big boss? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Holy, idle, how many levels does this have to be? This garbage game still play a hammer, Nima, come up with cheating people, there is no god's reason That's right, strongly protest, the game should be fair. Just take back everything that Yi Chen got. Otherwise, I won't play anymore. What kind of game is this in the end? There is no truth emperor, course to explain All rich people you chat, send the world, a line on $100, no, is 100 credits I have plenty of money, the world will now recruit members, can fight in charge, not afraid of death, willing to dedicate to come, generous treatment. In the World Channel, there were those who said anything, there were those who said they would not play, there were those who advertised, there were those who envied, and there were those who abused. Yi Chen looked at it and stopped paying attention, no matter what was said, it was useless. Even if all these people don't play, Pangu doesn't care, the ones who regret it are them, it won't be Pangu. At the same time, the golden light that lit up Yi Chen's body again and again finally stopped. This was the light of an upgrade. Yi Chen, 3rd class Baron. Level, 50. Reputation, 150,000 increase attraction to historical figures. Merit, 150,000 the standard for title promotion, a 3rd class Baron needs 100,000 merit. Force, 80. Root and Bone, 80. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Feats, 9 turns of Xian Gong, Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision. Equipment, none. Money, 150,000 gold. While others were hacking chickens and killing dogs, trying to rush to level 5, Yi Chen had already reached level 50. While others were still agonizing over equipment in the gameplay, Yi Chen had already arrived in front of the 2 wilderness big bosses. Looking at the 2 large corpses in front of him, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and then he slapped towards the corpse of the Blackwater Xian snake. In the next second, the Blackwater Basilisk's corpse disappeared, revealing an item that shimmered with light. The moment he saw the item, Yi Chen's eyes shrunk violently. Village Building Order. It was at least a diamond-grade village building order. Otherwise, it wouldn't have flickered with light. Yi Chen couldn't wait to pick up the quaintly shaped plate on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen, obtaining the Village Building Order God Grade. Divine Grade Village Building Order. It really was a God Grade Village Building Order. The Village Building Order was an essential item to become a lord. Starting from black iron, they were black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and God Grade. The diamond-level village building order could be used directly in reality, and the god level was certainly even more problematic. As for the other levels, they require special markings. Village building order true. The meaning of the word true was something that no one could understand at first, and it wasn't until 3 months later that someone realized the secret, that it was an existence that could be directly used in the real world. Although the cost required to raise the village level was extremely high, many forces were still willing to invest all of it. Because after 3 months, the so-called safe zone would no longer have the attribute of safety. It was useless to build a base, or a city, with Earth's materials, even if the walls were built with 10-meter thick steel, or even alloy. Only with the use of the village building order, the villages constructed would possess a strong defense capability. I didn't expect that I would get a divine-grade village building order, so it seems that there is indeed a huge reward for crossing the level of the challenge. However, if I wasn't the first one to watch Pangu opening the sky and persisted until the end, I wouldn't have obtained the blessing plus 100, and without that blessing, I probably wouldn't have encountered the blue-eyed tiger king and the black water basilisk snake. Yi Chen long exhaled, his right hand once again slapped to the blue-eyed tiger king. The tiger king then disappeared, revealing an ancient and dark big gun. Yi Chen casually picked it up, and his arm instantly sank. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, obtaining the innate supreme treasure deicide lance remnant. What? Yi Chen couldn't help but freeze when he heard the system's prompt and hurriedly looked at the large gun in his hand. Godslayer lance remnant, innate treasure, damage due to Pangu's opening of the sky, fell to mortal dust, repair conditions unknown. Characteristics: 1. Shatters weapons with a grade lower than the God-slaying lance. The lower the grade, the greater the chance. After use, soulbound, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen. Yi Chen's 2 eyes snapped open. The Godslayer gun was an innate treasure, not some big cabbage. Even though it was in a crippled state, with a power of 1 billion, it was not something that could be compared to silver, gold or diamond equipment. Yi Chen didn't think twice and directly chose to use it. Chapter 7, The First Village of the Flooded Wasteland. Buzz. A trembling sound came from the god-slaying gun, and then it disappeared. At this time, Yi Chen made a move with his right hand, and the dark, thick, and domineering Godslayer gun instantly appeared in Yi Chen's hand. And the weight was surprisingly very handy. An innate supreme treasure is an innate supreme treasure, even though it is crippled. After Yi Chen finished thinking in a comfortable mood, he moved his mind, and the Godslayer gun instantly disappeared. Below, it's time to go find a place and establish a village. Yi Chen looked around and couldn't help but frown. Establishing a village was a prerequisite for becoming a lord. And becoming a lord, being able to participate in all kinds of large-scale missions, dominating secret realms, seizing resources, obtaining massive amounts of money items, and receiving all kinds of generous rewards, there were many benefits. Yi Chen, who had memories of his previous life, naturally wouldn't miss out on the profession of lord again. In his previous life, Yi Chen was a lone warrior, not even qualified to be cannon fodder. However, this was not important. What was important was that Yi Chen clearly knew that all powerful existences, without exception, were all lords. Even the demon race, the sorcerer race, were no exception. Wanting to live and live at ease, whether it was reality or a game, all needed strength, powerful strength. Strength enough to crush everything. Therefore, Yi Chen had to use the village building order, whether it was the game or reality, to build his own territory. And at this moment, in the flood game, the place where Yi Chen was not suitable to use the village building order at all. This was the top of a mountain, the top of a 10,000-meter high mountain. Not even villagers could be collected. How could the village be raised? Not to mention the massive amount of resources needed to build a village. Here, again, there were none. Could it only be suicide? Yi Chen walked around the edge of the mountaintop before frowning. It was straight up and down here, and there was simply no path for Yi Chen to take. No way. I'm now at level 50. Dying and dropping my level is not scary. What's scary is that it will drop items, the god-tier village building order. It must not be dropped. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mood was immediately upset. Only, this displeasure didn't last 3 seconds before it ended. Yi Chen suddenly beckoned his hand, and the Godslayer gun instantly appeared. Yi Chen then ruthlessly stabbed at the rock. Puff came out. The Godslayer lance easily and incomparably stabbed into the rock. Really? Yi Chen's mouth involuntarily twitched, and then came to the edge of the mountaintop. Taking a look at the sky with white clouds cascading over each other, Yi Chen let out a long exhale, and then jumped longitudinally, instantly leaping into the clouds. A breath later, the Godslayer gun was invoked by Yi Chen and stabbed into the rock wall. The rapidly falling body stopped instantly. After a moment's pause, the God-slaying lance instantly disappeared, while Yi Chen's body once again rapidly descended. Again and again, the God-slaying lance kept stabbing into the rock wall. When Yi Chen arrived at the bottom of the mountain, he was instantly relieved. There was no need to commit suicide, and the divine grade village building order was saved. As for other dangers, Yi Chen didn't think they would still exist. Since there was a level 100 blue crystal tiger king here and a level 100 black water basilisk, it was impossible for any wild beasts to exist nearby. As for bandits, mountain thieves and whatnot, they were even more unlikely to appear. When Yi Chen turned around to survey the surroundings and look for a way out of here, he was suddenly stunned. Only then did Yi Chen realize that this place was actually a valley. Just before he came down, he couldn't see the scenery under the white clouds because they were blocking him. When he came down, he didn't bother to watch it again because he had to be tense at all times so as not to miss and hang up. At this moment, Yi Chen finally saw clearly that here was actually a valley, a huge and incomparable valley. In the distance, the trees were all hundreds of meters of ancient trees. Nearby, flowers and grasses were everywhere, and butterflies and bees danced. The valley wasn't closed, there was a vertical canyon about 1,000 meters wide directly to the west that could leave the valley. Here, no one seems to have found it in the previous life. Yi Chen was silent for a moment before shaking his head and stopped thinking about these issues. However, the intention to leave was temporarily abandoned by Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked around in the valley, and before long, he saw a dozen springs. 5 were in the north, forming a huge lake with 5 fountains leaping out of the water. 3 were on the rock wall in the south, forming a small stream. 4 were on the rocky ledges of the winter hibernation, likewise forming a small stream. At the entrance and exit of the valley there was a small river, which came from the lakes in the valley as well as the small streams, and flowed directly out of the valley and into a large, rushing, splashing river outside the valley. Outside of the valley, the trees were sky-high and endless. This was a forest, one that did not know how big it was. Yi Chen picked one of the tallest big trees nearby and climbed up it to look into the distance. It didn't take long before Yi Chen laughed and laughed freely. Because the big river was flowing into the sea, Yi Chen saw the sea, an endless sea. The sea was rich in resources, and the land in the valley was extremely fertile, with springs, timber, and stone. Outside the valley was another endless forest. The resources needed to build a village here could all be found. Moreover, the valley was so big that it wouldn't have the slightest impact on upgrading the village in the future, even if it was eventually upgraded to a capital city. The canyon was sealed with a city wall, so at that time, no matter if it was a human or a demon, even if it was a sorcerer tribe, they wouldn't be able to easily attack in. Yi Chen had seen too many killings, too many attacks in his previous life, and the 3 races of witches, demons and humans had killed each other and attacked each other for years and years, never stopping. Therefore, Yi Chen preferred to build his base camp unbreakable. The valley that was discovered at this moment was simply like it was tailor-made for Yi Chen. Yi Chen returned to the valley without hesitation, and after choosing a place, he took out the village building order. Use. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for establishing a village, please name the village. Yi Chen was silent for a moment and then uttered 2 words. Reincarnation. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for establishing the Reincarnation village. In the next second, 3 thatched huts appeared where Yi Chen was standing, 1 large and 2 small. Right at this moment, a system announcement rang out in the minds of all living beings. Ding, player Yi Chen was the first to establish a village, hereby rewarding Reincarnation Village as the first village in the flood. Ding, player Yi Chen was the first to establish a village, hereby rewarding Reincarnation Village as the first village in the flood. Ding, player Yi Chen was the first to establish a village, and is hereby rewarding Reincarnation Village as the first village in the floodplains. Chapter 8, The Heavenly Divine Village Establishment Order. Another system announcement, and a system announcement that rang 3 times in a row, the entire floodplain, instantly boiled. Who can tell me if this one called Yi Chen is his real name? Who knows if it's a real name, but this dude is also powerful enough. How long has it been? The system announcements are all because of him. Brother Yi Chen, begging for a band, the Wheel family will warm the bed. Yi Chen, private message me, what is a village building order? How can I get a village building order? Heavy thanks. Boss Yi Chen, don't be so selfish, say it directly in the world channel, just 100 credits, after you say it, we each give you 100 credits. How can 100 work, at least 10,000, Yi Chen old brother quickly say as long as you say it, I will immediately transfer 10,000 credits to you. Yi Chen naturally saw what was going on in the world channel. One by one, they said something like 100 credits, 1,000 credits, or even 10,000 or 100,000 credits. Such content were starting to brush the screen. People all wanted to know about the news about the village building order. After all, with the real world changing drastically, and the flood game being so alternative, no matter who it was, they all wanted to know the news, no matter if it was about the flood game, or about the real world. To be able to be announced by the system over and over again, everyone understood one thing. Yi Chen held information that they didn't know, and they all wanted to know what that information was about. This also included those who were complacent after obtaining a game warehouse and entering the game early, being able to watch Pangu open the heavens and obtaining cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, Yi Chen directly chose to ignore it. Yi Chen wasn't a savior, much less a bad person, so how could he tell others what the village building order was for, or how to get it? Not to mention, in here, 99% of the people are crooks, all of them playing empty gloves. Yi Chen is even more unlikely to say. The world channel is in chaos. Yi Chen casually turned off the friend function, not ready to add any friends. Right at this moment, 3 light shadows appeared beside Yi Chen. The light dispersed and 2 men and 1 woman then appeared. A white-haired old man, a middle-aged man, and a young girl. After the three appeared, they were first confused for a moment before they saw Yi Chen and bowed in unison to pay their respects. Greetings, Lord. It was nice that the flood was a game, the degree of anthropomorphism was 100%. However, if you really treat this as a game, you will suffer a great loss. At least for the time being, other than some dead otaku, only Yi Chen would take these so-called NPCs in the world of the flooded wasteland seriously. This was because Yi Chen knew that the NPCs in the flood world were all real people, not virtualized by the system. You guys are here. Yi Chen glanced at the three and said gently. Yes, Lord. The three responded in unison. The three of them were the initial characters gifted by the system after establishing the village, assisting Yi Chen in building the territory. No matter who it was, as long as a village was established, the three would be gifted by the system. Only, the village building order had a grade, the higher the grade of the three people gifted by the system would be. For the subordinates, the player could easily view the information of the subordinates. In an instant, the information of the three appeared in Yi Chen's sight. Zhao Heng, SSS grade Divine Village Building Order raises the qualification of the territory's residents by 2 orders. Loyalty, 90. Politics, 92. Force, 52. Root and Bone, 68. Spirit, 82-inch. Zhao Mang SSS grade. Profession, Marshal General. Loyalty, 90. Force, 93. Politics, 20. Root and Bone, 82. Spirit, 81. Zhao USSS grade. Profession, Senior Physician. Loyalty, 90. Force, 40. Politics, 50. Root and Bone, 90. Spirit, 91. Seeing this, Yi Chen's 2 eyes shrunk violently. It was because of the three of them's grade, but also because of the three of them's attributes, and even more so because of the heaven-defying nature of the God-grade village building order. The attributes of the three of them were not worse than some historical figures, especially Zhao Mang, whose force value had actually reached 93 points. One had to know that only famous historical generals would have more than 90 attribute points. And Zhao Mang had actually reached 93 points. Of course, this is just about attributes. Compared to the famous historical generals, Zhao Mang is not only inferior in attribute points, but also in skills, art of war, and so on, all sorts of factors. Zhao Yu wasn't bad either, 2 attributes reached 90, not to mention that he was also a senior physician. Yi Chen looked at the attributes of the 3 people, looked and looked, the mood that is called a happy. Of course, what Yi Chen was even more happy about was the heaven-defying nature of the divine grade village building order. Surprisingly, it could raise the qualifications of the territory's residents, and it was of 2 orders. What this meant, at this moment, apart from the system, I'm afraid that only Yi Chen himself was clear about it. In every territory, the stragglers were refreshed every day, and they were the foundation of the territory. Planting, logging, mining, fish farming, boat building, farming, animal taming and so on, all cannot be separated from the stragglers. More importantly, the soldiers in the army have to be selected from them. The qualifications of the refreshed stragglers are usually D grade, and most of them are F grade or even worse. This also determined the initial ability of the soldiers, which was very weak. Whereas Yi Chen's territory used a divine grade village building order, no matter what grade the stragglers were, they could be upgraded by 2 ranks when they came in. This was the advantage, and it was a heavenly advantage. Whether it was building or armies, the key factor was still the people. Everyone else was rank F or D. When it came to Yi Chen, the worst would be rank C, and even rank B would appear. When others put out 10 soldiers, Yi Chen would only need 1 to sweep through the other's soldiers. Thinking about this, Yi Chen's mood became even more refreshed. Chapter 9, Zhao Yun's Family. Welcome the 3 of you to join the Reincarnation Village, Zhao Heng. From today onwards, you are the Vice Village Chief of the Reincarnation Village. Yi Chen looked at the old man and said without hesitation. Zhao Heng couldn't help but be stunned, where had he ever thought that Yi Chen would appoint him as the Vice Village Chief of the Reincarnation Village? The underlying strength of the Reincarnation Village was something he had sensed just as soon as he arrived. The Divine Grade Village Establishment Order was not something to be trifled with, not to mention the other functions. The attribute of raising the qualification by 2 steps was enough to tell Zhao Heng to stay in the Reincarnation Village with a dead heart. Because, even the Imperial City was only able to raise its residents by 1 rank. Zhao Heng pays his respects to Lord. Zhao Heng bowed and paid his respects with an incomparable excitement. Ding, Zhao Heng is moved inwardly, loyalty plus 10. Ding, Zhao Heng's loyalty reaches 100, advance to die-hard loyalty, never betray. Zhao Heng became the Vice Village Chief of Reincarnation Village, and it wasn't impossible that he might become a Vice Town Chief or even a Vice City Lord in the future. Moreover, this wasn't just any ordinary village, this was the Reincarnation Village, the Reincarnation Village built with the Divine Grade Village Building Order, so it wasn't surprising that Zhao Heng would be so excited. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, then looked at Zhao Mang and spoke. In the future, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Village will be under your command. In the Reincarnation Village, I'm not afraid of your ability, but I'm afraid of your lack of ability. The stronger the ability, the heavier the burden. But the prerequisite is to be loyal. No matter what you used to do, remember, from now on, you are a member of the Reincarnation Village, born as a member of the Reincarnation Village, and died as the soul of the Reincarnation Village. When Zhao Mang heard this, his eyes immediately flashed with a glimmer of light, and then he knelt down on one knee and shouted, Zhao Mang, pay respects to the Lord. Ding, Zhao Mang's worries are removed, loyalty plus 10. Ding, Zhao Mang's loyalty reaches 100, advance to die-hard loyalty, never betray. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Mang's force value was as high as 93 points. It was surprising that he would become a straggler. If it was someone else, he might not think about the reason for this. However, Yi Chen was different. Yi Chen had the memories of his previous life. A person like Zhao Mang, no matter where he was, he would be used, and even worse, he would be an officer, a centurion, or something like that, or even be appointed as a general, commanding an army. But now, he is a straggler. The specific reason, Yi Chen is not clear, but also cannot run out to be ostracized, offend the powerful and noble and so on. That's why Yi Chen chose to say that, and laid it out clearly, otherwise, Zhao Mang really wouldn't necessarily become a diehard. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yu at this time. What a beautiful chick. Yi Chen hadn't looked closely before, but now after looking closely, he couldn't help but stare, and then opened his mouth to say. Halfway through the words, Yi Chen hurriedly shut up. In ancient times, saying this to a woman was frivolous and could even be called molestation. Even if it was really beautiful, you couldn't say that. Ding, Zhao Yu loyalty 10. Ding, Zhao Yu loyalty 10. Ding, Zhao Yu loyalty 10. Yi Chen's face stiffened and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Nima, the mouth is cheap. Luckily it didn't drop again, and then it dropped. Senior physician ran away. Don't be rude. Zhao Hong realized at this time that Zhao Yu, surprisingly, showed a disgusted gaze towards Yi Chen and hurriedly opened his mouth to drink. Cough, 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 it's fine, it's me who is being mongrel. Yi Chen smiled a few times and waved his hand to show that it was alright. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something, these three subordinates in front of him, but they were all surnamed Zhao, and it seemed, they all knew each other. Zhao Heng's ability to detect words and colors was very strong. After discovering Yi Chen's doubt, he then opened his mouth and said, Lord, Zhao Mang is the son of the dog, Yu is the child of my elder brother's family, she also has an older brother, but at a very young age with the master into the mountains to learn the art, a while ago. Zhao Heng said here, paused for a moment, and then continued, a while ago, the canine son killed the eldest son of the Chanshanjinding. Wang County Magistrate, the old man, this is the only way to take the canine son and the rain child away from home. After Zhao Heng finished, he stopped speaking, and waited for Yi Chen to be sentenced without moving. Kill the son of the county magistrate. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect Zhao Mang's family to become vagabonds because of this. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability 10. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability 10, relationship changed to disgust. Nima. Yi Chen hurriedly looked at Zhao Heng and said in a deep voice, I have already said before, life is a person of the Reincarnation Village, death is the soul of the Reincarnation Village, not to mention that Zhao Mang killed the county magistrate's son, or even if he killed the emperor's son, he is still a person of the Reincarnation Village. My lord. Zhao Heng instantly burst into old tears, and Zhao Mang also clenched his fists in excitement. Zhao Mang vows to follow Lord. With a bang, Zhao Mang knelt down on one knee and shouted. Ding, Zhao Yu's loyalty plus 10. Ding, Zhao Yu's loyalty is plus 10. Ding, Zhao Yu loyalty plus 10. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability plus 10, relationship changed to normal. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability plus 10, relationship changed to friendly. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability plus 10. Nima finally is restored, I rely on, I'm easy, not just froze for a moment God, this little and I. Yi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Zhao Yu and spoke, in the future, the medical center in the Reincarnation Village will be presided over by you. Yes, Lord. Zhao Yu nodded and opened his mouth to respond. Yi Chen nodded, he didn't dare to continue to say anything to this little ninny, this was a little wildcat, not moving and blowing up her hair. Wait. I seem to have overlooked something. Yi Chen suddenly froze, and then thought. After a few breaths, Yi Chen fiercely looked at Zhao Heng. Lord? Zhao Heng froze and called out in confusion. You are from Changshanjinding? Yi Chen asked hurriedly. Yes, my lord, I am from Changshanjinding Zhaojia village. Zhao Heng nodded and responded, but the expression on his face became even more confused. Do you know Zhao Yun Zhao Zilong? Yi Chen asked with two glowing eyes. He is Yuer's brother, the old man's clan nephew, my lord, I don't know? Zhao Heng asked with a puzzled face. When Yi Chen heard this, he was immediately excited, and the gaze he looked at Zhao Heng Zhao Mang Zhao Yu also turned affectionate. Chapter 10 Novice Area. Zhao Yun was a superb historical general, if he could get Zhao Yun, it would naturally be like a tiger adding wings for Yi Chen. And now that Zhao Yun's family became villagers of the Reincarnation Village, Yi Chen's chances of gaining Zhao Yun's allegiance naturally increased greatly. Yi Chen was naturally in a happy mood. After all, having the allegiance of a famous historical general and not having a famous historical general, those were two different concepts. With a historical general, whether it was to send out troops to fight or use them to plunder, it would be much, much easier. After all, Yi Chen's goal was to loot all resources. At the initial stage of the flood game, each country was set up with a different game background by the wise brain Pangu. Taking the east, the game process here was the Three Kingdoms. This was a trial and a protection in disguise. It could be said that the place where all living beings stayed at the moment was the novice zone. Because the true flood world, one must reach the transformation realm to enter. And once you enter, life, only 10 times. After 10 times, one would completely die, whether it be the game or reality. Unless the strength is constantly rising, so that the upper limit of the number of deaths can be increased. The real flood world was very dangerous, and powerful existences abounded in it. Although the game world at the moment was a newbie zone, however, it was also a place to build a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the faster one would rise when entering the flood world. Although it was said to be a novice zone, however, there were just as many good things here. For example, Yi Chen had gotten the innate supreme treasure deicide gun before. There were also quite a few spirit medicines here. However, the spirit medicine was not that good to get. Each one was guarded by various ferocious guardian beasts, and it was easy to be targeted by various forces. For example, the red fruit on top of the mountain where Yi Chen had killed the blue-eyed tiger king and the black water basilisk. That was the elixir. The blue-eyed tiger king and the black water basilisk were eyeing it with the purpose of swallowing it and advancing. Unfortunately, the conditions at that time simply didn't allow Yi Chen to keep the red sun fruit for himself, so he could only use it as bait and throw it out. If Yi Chen fought alone, in the novice area, no matter how strong his ability was, it was impossible for him to surpass the mortal transformation realm. He could kill 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, but what about 100,000, what about 1,000,000? This was still just humans. Don't forget that there were also the witch and demon tribes, who were equally obsessed with elixirs. Therefore, Yi Chen not only had to become stronger himself, he also had to have his own forces that were strong enough to crush everything. Only then could Yi Chen gain enough benefits, whether it was the novice zone or the real flood world. That was why Yi Chen was so excited after learning that Jiayu was Jiao Yun's own sister. That was a superb historical general, and the innate realm didn't have anything to run for. Lord knows my brother? Jiayu couldn't help but stare when she saw Yi Chen's excitement before opening her mouth and asking. Of course I don't know, but I've heard from the side, your brother Jiao Yun, that's a remarkable character. Yi Chen returned to his senses and smiled a few times before saying seriously. Ding, Jiayu favorability plus 10. Yi Chen slightly froze, then smiled, looked at Zhao Mang and spoke, Mangzi, I'll give you a task. But at my lord's command, my subordinate swears to fulfill it to the death. Zhao Mang stood up with a swish and bellowed. Good. Yi Chen laughed, and then continued, within 1 hour, build 2 huts, can you do it? Ah. Zhao Mang was dumbfounded, but he didn't expect that the task Yi Chen gave him wasn't to go and kill the wild beasts near the Reincarnation village and clean up any bandits and mountain thieves that might exist. Puff, Zhao Yu couldn't help but laugh, but quickly covered her mouth and acted as if nothing had just happened. Calm down, there won't be any wild beasts or mountain bandits here anytime soon. Yi Chen glared at Zhao Mang before speaking. Yes, Lord. Zhao Mang once again froze when he heard this, and then responded with a low mood. When Yi Chen saw Zhao Mang's appearance, he shook his head helplessly and waved his right hand. The mountainous corpse of the blue-eyed tiger king appeared in the empty space next to him. This is... Zhao Hung couldn't help but fall back several steps the moment the blue crystal tiger king appeared, but was frightened. Zhao Mang, however, instantly blocked in front of Yi Chen's body, but in the next second, Zhao Mang's face stiffened. Shame on him, this tiger was dead. If I'm not mistaken, this is the blue-eyed tiger king, right? Zhao Yu glanced at Yi Chen with some surprise before opening his mouth and asking. That's right, it is indeed the blue-eyed tiger king. Yi Chen nodded his head and smiled. Can you give me the tiger bone? My lord? Zhao Yu asked with 2 glowing eyes after receiving a definite answer. No problem, I'll give you whatever you need, as long as I have it. Yi Chen spoke without hesitation. Thank you, Lord, this will give me a chance to advance to Zone Master. Zhao Yu said excitedly. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability plus 10. Chapter 11, the possibility of raising the nation to ascend to the floodplains. Ha! Yi Chen didn't expect this to increase favorability. The attribute of goodwill only existed for females. If Zhao Yu's goodwill towards Yi Chen reached 100, then if Yi Chen did anything to Zhao Yu wouldn't refuse and would feel sweet. It was a bit exaggerated, but that was the truth. If it really reached 100, even if Yi Chen said to Zhao Yu, sleep with me, but I won't marry you, Zhao Yu wouldn't refuse 100%. Of course Yi Chen wouldn't be so frustrated to sleep with someone and not want them. Still, the favorability had to be raised. After all, Zhao Yu had a brother named Zhao Yun. Of course, Zhao Yu herself was also beautiful beyond words, otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have hit this idea. Yi Chen waved his right hand, and the even more massive corpse of the black water basilisk appeared to the side. Let's see if it's useful, take it if it's useful. Yi Chen said in a good-natured and incomparable manner. Useful, useful. Zhao Yu was first stunned, then nodded his head ecstatically in response. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability plus 10. Gulp came, Zhao Hung heavily gulped down his saliva and then bowed in excitement and said. Congratulations Lord, since there is a blue-eyed tiger king here, as well as a black water shen snake, all of which were hunted down by Lord, the reincarnation village can be stabilized for at least a week. There's no need to worry about wild beasts ravaging the village, not to mention robbers and bandits plundering the village. Yi Chen smiled faintly before nodding. The stabilization for a week that Zhao Hung said was naturally clear to Yi Chen. In his previous life, after humans established villages, without exception, they all encountered attacks by wild beasts, plundering by mountain bandits and robbers, and there were countless cases where the village was directly exterminated. In a place like this with a wilderness big boss, these two situations would not appear at all in a short period of time, and only after the original breath belonging to the blue-eyed tiger king and the black water basilisk completely disappeared would wild beasts and mountain thieves and robbers appear. However, even if they appeared right now, Yi Chen wasn't worried because Reincarnation Village had a Jiaomang with a force value of 93 points. What mountain bandits and robbers were all floating clouds. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and build a house? You think the Lord really told you to build a house later? That's for recruiting stragglers as soon as possible. Zhao Hung found the time to kick Zhao Mang and opened his mouth to chide. Ha! I'll go right now. Zhao Mang was stunned, and then immediately rejoiced, and after saying that, he hurriedly ran off to get busy. Zhao Mang's strength really wasn't something to be reckoned with. The speed of getting the thatched huts was extremely fast, and although Zhao Hang wasn't too young, he was also very energetic. Soon, 2 huts that could accommodate 10 people were built. As for Yi Chen, he went straight to the biggest one. It was a 2-room thatched hut that belonged exclusively to Yi Chen. Inside the living room, a golden stone monument was erected there, flashing with golden light. This was the core of the Reincarnation Village. If it was shattered, the Reincarnation Village would be declared destroyed. Coming to the stone tablet, the attributes of the Reincarnation Village instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Reincarnation Village Divine Grade, First Level Village. Basic attributes: territorial stability plus 60, territorial resident satisfaction plus 60, territorial resources plus 500%, territorial agricultural production plus 500%, territorial fishery production plus 500%, territorial attraction to stragglers plus 300%, territorial resident qualification plus 2. Characteristic 1, Holy Land Territory Residence, Enlightenment increased by 50%. Characteristic 2, Blessed Land 1 grade of elixir appears randomly every month. Characteristic 3, Chi Luck automatically gather Chi Luck of heaven and earth, increase the cultivation speed of territory residents, increase the enlightenment of territory residents, increase with the territory map. Characteristic 4, Ascension gathering heaven and earth's Chi Luck, dominating all worlds, can raise the country to ascend to the floodplains. Territory resources. Stone, 100. Wood, 100. Iron, 0. Food, 100. Money, 0. Hiss. Yi Chen coldly drew a mouthful of cold air. The God-grade village building order, Yi Chen had known about it for a long time, knew how powerful it was, knew how heaven-defying it was. However, Yi Chen had never thought that the God-grade village building order would be so powerful and heaven-defying to this extent. The 2 points, territorial stability and resident satisfaction, constrained many people from upgrading their towns to cities. This was because in order to upgrade from a town to a city, both attributes had to reach 60. For Reincarnation Village, this is not a constraint at all. That is, if Yi Chen's management is no longer bad, the degree of stability and satisfaction will never be lower than 60. The attributes behind the Reincarnation Village were more powerful than one another. To develop a territory, resources are needed, and population is also needed. In the previous life, some people used the Gold Village building order, but that increase was only 50% at the highest. When it came to the Reincarnation Village here, the resources were in inverse 5 times, and the attractiveness of the stragglers reached 3 times. These two added up. It wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. At this moment, Brain Pangu hadn't opened up the exchange of credits with game currency yet. The reality was that even if one was rich, it was useless because one couldn't buy anything. This also constrained everyone's development. And here in the Reincarnation Village, although it was also a constraint, but don't forget that this place had a foundation that called to people's eyes. Moreover, Yi Chen himself was carrying 150,000 gold. And the characteristics of the Reincarnation Village were even stronger to the point of being mutated. Enhancement of enlightenment, destined to Reincarnation Village. Everyone advanced much easier than other villages, and there is also a terrible hidden attribute, for the attraction of talent will be greatly increased, even if it is the military generals and civil ministers, there is no exception. The Blessed Land is not to mention, the spiritual medicine, although there is only 1 plant per month, however, that is the spiritual medicine, not cabbage, that is the existence of the advancement of the innate can provide help. For Yi Chen, spiritual medicine, more is better. As for the chi, it might not seem like much, but once Yi Chen started to fight for the world, the more territory he struck down, the more heaven and earth chi gathered in the reincarnation village, which in turn could cause everyone's cultivation speed to increase, and their enlightenment would follow suit. The essence of this game is to become stronger. Therefore, the characteristic of chi luck, which seemed to be not good, was actually heavenly, and it was heavenly to the extent that it was outrageous. And the last characteristic was simply a supplement to the third one. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to only train a group of men and take them with him into the real flood world. After all, it was too dangerous there. After dying 10 times, one would be completely dead. And the appearance of this fourth characteristic gave Yi Chen a possibility. It was possible to take all of his subordinates and enter the flood world. Chapter 12, Blue-Eyed Tiger King's Tiger Cubs. Phew. Yi Chen looked at the golden village town stone monument and let out a long breath. I didn't expect that the divine grade village building order would be so heaven-defying. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen made a point towards the stone monument. The large golden stone monument slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. My lord, great joy, great joy. Zhao Heng's ecstatic voice suddenly came from outside. Yi Chen was slightly stunned before turning to look at Zhao Heng, who came to the door. My lord. Reincarnation Village has 60 new villagers. Zhao Heng bowed with an excited face at this moment and said, 60. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. The attribute of the Reincarnation Village was to increase the attractiveness of the stragglers by 3 times. The number of stragglers attracted by each village was not the same, with a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 20. For the Reincarnation Village, it was directly the highest number of 20, and then it was boosted 3 times to 60. Territory construction could not only require resources, but also population. The more the population, the faster one could do anything. Are there people with a skill in here? Yi Chen glanced at the distance, the stragglers who were shocked and inexplicably looking at the Black Crystal Tiger King as well as the Black Water Shin Snake, before looking at Zhao Heng and opening his mouth to ask. Yes, my lord, there is a senior brewer, as well as a senior blacksmith, an intermediate shipbuilder, and an intermediate beast tamer. Zhao Heng said with an excited face. If a territory wanted to grow, in addition to the population, it also needed various people with skills. Take blacksmiths for example. Without blacksmiths, there was no way to produce weapons and make defense equipment, and if you wanted to get this, you could only go and buy it. In peacetime, you may be able to buy them, but you will never be able to buy high-level weapons and defense equipment. In wartime, it's even worse, you can't even buy them, even the most trashy ones. In short, if you want to do a good job, you must first make good use of your weapons. If you don't lay a good foundation, you will be constrained in every way, and Yi Chen didn't want that. Go see them. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he marched towards the stragglers. One by one, the stragglers were wearing clothes with dozens of patches, their faces were dishwatery, and some of them were even unclothed. There were only 2 people who were still dressed decently, a half-aged woman and a middle-aged man with a dark face and bulging muscles. This is the village chief of our Reincarnation Village, and also your lord, Zhao Heng hurriedly shouted at the stragglers when Yi Chen stopped in his tracks. Greetings, lord. When the stragglers heard this, their original doubts about who Yi Chen was instantly disappeared, and one by one, they hurriedly bowed to greet him. Yi Chen smiled and nodded before speaking. There's no need to be so formal, I'm not a man-eating tiger. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the stragglers instantly relaxed. Originally, they were still worried that Yi Chen didn't like them and would drive them away. But now, it seemed as if the young lord in front of them wasn't that hard to talk to, and probably wouldn't drive them away, or else he wouldn't have spoken to them in a pleasant manner. Looking at the stragglers whose faces began to show expressions of excitement, Yi Chen smiled faintly and then said, From today onwards, you are officially a member of the Reincarnation Village. No matter what you did before, when you come here, you are a member of the Reincarnation Village, and here, you will start a new life. And it will get better and better. Thank you, Lord. When the stragglers heard this, they were relieved, and then one by one, they shouted excitedly. Yi Chen nodded and then looked at Zhao Heng. Seeing this, Zhao Heng hurriedly went forward and called over the senior brewer, senior blacksmith, intermediate shipbuilder, and intermediate beast tamer. Yi Chen said a few words one after the other, and made these 4 people talk with a lot of excitement. Because Yi Chen was the lord and they were villagers, Yi Chen speaking to them alone showed that he valued them. How could they not be excited? Scholar, agricultural, industrial and commercial, labor ranked 3rd, they were all in the class of labor. How high could their status be? Of course, if Yi Chen valued the technicians, others would value them as well. Only this degree of importance, there are high and low, the most important people, in fact, not many. Old Zhao, go and assign the tasks, those who should logging go to logging, those who should planting go to planting, right? First build the market, I'll be useful, then build the medical center and blacksmith store. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Heng at this time and opened his mouth to command. 3rd, level village, there were 3 building slots that didn't require drawings. Yi Chen didn't hesitate to choose the market, as well as the medical center and blacksmith store. The market was a place used for trading. Of course, it was not the same as the real ancient times. The market here was a little bit super technological. When you buy, you can get there immediately, but it's just a split second's effort. Yes, Lord. Zhao Heng bowed and replied, before taking the stragglers to the side and starting to assign tasks. My lord, the blue-eyed Tiger King and the black water Xian snake are too difficult to dissect. Zhao Mang came to Yi Chen's side at this time with a tangled face and opened his mouth. However, after Zhao Mang finished building the 2 huts, he ran to pack up the corpses of the 2 huge beasts. As a result, his ghost head knife was surprisingly ineffective and couldn't even break the skin. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile, and with a twist of his head, he happened to see Zhao Yu next to the 2 oversized beast corpses. Looking at Zhao Yu's expectant gaze, Yi Chen didn't hesitate to speak, go. After saying that, he came straight to Zhao Yu's side. Waiting anxiously, right? Yi Chen asked smilingly. Aha! Zhao Yu's face reddened for no reason, and then she answered in a low voice. Watch me. Yi Chen finished with a domineering and incomparable voice, and with a move of his right hand, the Godslayer lance instantly appeared. With one shot, he stabbed at the blue crystal Tiger King. A bared sound came out. The deicide lance effortlessly pierced through the blue-eyed Tiger King's stomach. Ha! A cry of surprise came out as Zhao Mang instantly arrived next to the blue-eyed Tiger King's stomach, his right ear close to the Tiger King's belly. Mangzi? Yi Chen asked with some doubt. Congratulations, Lord, if my humble servant heard it correctly, there should be a tiger son in the belly of this blue-eyed Tiger King. Zhao Mang looked at Yi Chen with great surprise at this time and bowed. What? Yi Chen was stunned when he heard this. In the next second, his face was frozen. Nima, the tiger cub of the blue-eyed Tiger King. Don't stab it to death. Chapter 13, Growing S-Class Spirit Beasts. The blue-eyed Tiger King was a wilderness big boss, a level 100 kind, and it was also a spirit beast. Its offspring must also be spirit beasts, and their qualifications wouldn't be any worse. Although spirit beasts were also a member of the demon race, they were a special existence. Being able to be tamed by humans, and after recognizing their masters, they would not betray them for the rest of their lives. The demon race was different. It was basically impossible for the demon race to be taken in, whether it was an adult or a newborn. Adult spirit beasts were unable to recognize their masters, but freshly born ones could. This was also the fundamental reason why Yi Chen was worried about stabbing that little tiger to death with a single shot. There weren't many people who obtained spirit beasts in their previous lives because the chances were too small and the success was too low. However, there were still people who had obtained spirit beasts. Those who had spirit beasts, without exception, were able to summon them out in the real world. And the strength of the summoned spirit beasts did not decrease in the slightest. With spirit beasts in the real world, an individual's safety would be greatly increased. Therefore, the price of spirit beasts was speculated to the heavens. The most trashy spirit beasts could be sold for a sky-high price of 1 billion credits. Now that there was a spirit beast in front of Yi Chen, and it was also a blue-eyed Tiger King's spirit beast, how could Yi Chen not be moved? Yi Chen hurriedly broke open the blue-eyed Tiger King's belly, carefully pulled the tiger skin open, and then touched the Tiger King's belly. Not long after, an ugly little tiger was carried out by Yi Chen. Ow! The moment the little tiger came out, it started to scream non-stop. Yi Chen hurriedly checked it, and after a while, he was relieved. The Godslayer gun did not stab the little tiger. It should be hungry. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at Zhao Mang and hurriedly instructed, Mangzi, go catch some female goats and come back, feed milk to this little guy. Yi Chen's words came to an abrupt end before he could finish. It wasn't that someone interrupted, but Yi Chen remembered something. It was impossible for even a rat to appear within a 100-mile radius of the Reincarnation village. This state would last until the blue-eyed Tiger King and also the black water basilisk's aura disappeared. My lord, a spirit beast isn't that difficult to raise, although it was just born, it can still eat meat though. Zhao Yu spoke up at this time. Can eat meat? Yi Chen was stunned and immediately rejoiced, then bit his index finger and dripped blood into the mouth of the little tiger. Of course, this was not Yi Chen feeding the little tiger with his own blood, but rather telling it to recognize its owner. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for obtaining the S-Class Spirit Beast, Yen Tiger. Yen Tiger, S-Grade Spirit Beast can grow. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this, not because of the S rank, but because of those 3 words at the end, growable. This was an extremely special attribute. This represented infinite possibilities. Even if it became a divine beast, it was not impossible. Inferno Tiger, S-Grade Spirit Beast growable. Skills, 1, Fireball 2. Fiery Fire 3. Tiger's Whistle 4 under seal 5 under seal. Owner, Yi Chen. This skill. Who is this little guy's old man? Could it be the white tiger? How is it even more powerful than its mother, the blue crystal white tiger? Yi Chen could not help but be stunned after reading all of the attributes of the Inferno Tiger, and looked at the Inferno Tiger with some incredulity. At this time, the Yen Tiger has opened the 2 tiger eyes of the bud, and then intimately rubbed his little head against Yi Chen's arm. At this instant, Yi Chen was touched. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yu and said with apologies, I'll prepare the body of the blue-eyed Tiger King and find a place to bury it. Lord, you're a good person. Zhao Yu didn't tell Yi Chen to continue, gave a sweet smile, and then opened her mouth. After saying that, she came to Yi Chen's side and reported the yin tiger. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability plus 10. Yi Chen slightly froze, and then nodded, came to the side of the blue-eyed Tiger King, and with a slap of his right hand, the blue-eyed Tiger King's huge corpse was instantly received by Yi Chen in the spatial parcel that every player would get. Lord, let me dig the pit. Zhao Heng spoke up at this time. Yi Chen didn't say anything and walked straight towards the distance. Woo, woo. The little tiger suddenly choked and seemed to have discovered something. Zhao Yu gently stroked the little tiger's head, and the little tiger quieted down a bit, but its eyes kept gazing at the direction Yi Chen left. The blue-eyed Tiger King was full of treasures. Not only could it raise the force, but it could also make all kinds of top-quality medicines. However, Yi Chen still chose to give up. Some things could be done, some could not. Yi Chen had his own bottom line. Since the tiger had become his own spirit animal, Yi Chen could not possibly go back to doing things like skinning the bones and eating the flesh. The blue-eyed Tiger King was buried in the valley, a place with beautiful scenery. Just as Yi Chen entered the reincarnation village with his front foot, the sound of a system announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations to player Wang San Xiao for establishing a village for the second time, hereby rewarding Sacred Hall Village as the second village of the flood. Ding, congratulations to player Knight 2 Beautiful for establishing a village for the third time, hereby rewarding Beauty Village as the third village of the flood. Chapter 14 The first to eat crabs. The announcement was repeated over and over again, but Yi Chen was frowning. In the previous life, the village only appeared on the third day of the game, while in this life, it even appeared on the first day. In the previous life, the second one to establish a village was from M, and the third one was from R. And now, the second and third had become Z countries. Yi Chen no longer cared about this. What Yi Chen cared about was that it had just started now, and the history that should have appeared in this life had deviated. Butterfly effect? Yi Chen was silent for a moment, and then exhaled a long breath. History had long deviated from its original track at the moment Yi Chen was reborn, and there was nothing worth thinking about. However, Yi Chen still had experience that others didn't know about, and this, even if history deviated, it wouldn't have any effect on Yi Chen. My lord, the market has been built. Zhao Hong came to Yi Chen's side at this time and bowed. Yi Chen nodded and went straight to the market. It was said to be a market, but it was actually an open space surrounded by a wooden fence, with a thatched hut in the center. Yi Chen came straight to the thatched hut and looked at the large screen hanging on the wall. This place was used for trading. The higher the market level, the better the things that could be bought. And at the moment, the goods hanging in the market were all sold by the natives in the game at quite high prices. Yi Chen scratched the large screen with his hand. The commodities on it, one after another, appeared. Grain 10,000, cost 1,000 gold. Stone 100000, spent 5,000 gold. Wood 100000, spent 10,000 gold. Iron ore 10,000, spent 2,000 gold. Architectural drawings, taverns, tailor stores, animal pens, private schools, grocery stores, spent 1,000 gold. Yi Chen was just about to prepare to end this purchase. Who would have thought that an item suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight? City wall true, building drawings, consume resources x100, used to generate city wall change size with demand, need to provide corresponding resources, after the wall is completed, 5 meters wide, 20 meters high, degree of defense level B can be upgraded, each of the 4 sides of the wall is 10 automatic archery towers, attacking power level B can be upgraded, priced at 100,000 gold. After seeing this architectural drawing, Yi Chen's 2 eyes shrunk violently. If it was someone else who saw this drawing, they would definitely curse. This is just a city wall drawing, even want 100,000 gold, absolutely want money, want crazy. Moreover, what the hell is consuming resources x100? However, the one who saw this thing was Yi Chen who was reborn. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen directly chose to buy it. The city wall construction drawings, which were originally worth only 10,000 gold, were bought by Yi Chen for 100,000 gold. Looking at the city wall in the parcel true, Yi Chen exhaled a long breath, the corner of his mouth then curled up, his heart was called a cool. At this moment, no one knew better than Yi Chen how valuable the architectural drawings with the word true were. This kind of drawing could be encountered once a month in the market. It could be a city wall true or a blacksmith store true. No matter which one it was, the price was 10 times more expensive than the price of the original drawing. What's more, once it was purchased, the next time it appeared, the price would be raised by 10 times. That is to say, the next time the city wall true appeared, its price would be 1 million gold. In that order, the next time it came out, it would be 10 million gold. In the previous life, there was nothing more valuable than the drawing of the city wall true. Every time it appeared, it would surely cause countless people to blush, and its highest price reached 1 billion gold. Then there was the wall true that was fought. But even if it was the city walls real obtained from killing monsters or capturing territories, the price wasn't lower than 800 million gold. After Brain Pangu opened the exchange, 1 gold coin was 1 credit. It could be imagined that at the end of the day, the cost of purchasing a city wall true had reached a terrifying level. Those who had this kind of financial strength were only a small portion of the population. Those who didn't have this kind of financial power, if they wanted to survive safely in the real world, they had to rely on those who owned the city. To be precise, it was those in the game who owned city walls true and used them. After all, in the real world, there were enlightened demonic beasts everywhere that were existences that liked to eat people and especially liked it. In the real world, when you use a village building order, you will automatically deduct 10 times the resources you originally needed. For example, you have the village building order true and want to use it in the real world. In the game, it costs 100 stones and 100 wood. In the real world, you need 1000 stones and 1000 wood. When the time comes, you don't need to worry about it in reality, you just need to develop the territory in the game. The only thing left to do is to prepare enough resources, so that when the game territory is raised, the territory in the real world is also raised. It was extremely convenient and quick. However, there was an unavoidable drawback to such a territory. That was that it did not have various functions. To be precise, there were no intelligent attack, intelligent defense, or intelligent production functions. In other words, a territory that only used the village building order true and not the city wall true did not have the ability to automatically attack demonic creatures that approached the territory. If you want to have the ability to attack, you can only rely on manpower. On the other hand, territories that used the wall true were completely intelligent. All creatures that approached the territory would be attacked without exception. Unless, the lord who owns the city wall true adds those who don't attack to the whitelist. Otherwise, whoever approaches, is attacked. If it's light, it might be injured and crippled, but if it's serious, it can be directly accounted for. If you want to have all kinds of intelligent functions, you can only use all kinds of architectural drawings with the word true in the game. And this is the fundamental reason why Yichen didn't hesitate to buy the city wall true after seeing it. To buy it now, it was only 100,000 gold, and at the back, it would be at least 800 million in existence. As for in reality, building a city wall with some kind of reinforced concrete, that was nothing but a joke. After 3 days, all the buildings in the world have turned into ashes, not to mention not being able to find cement. Even if you find it and build it, the defense, it's just a joke. That kind of wall, even the rat's teeth can't carry. 3 bites, 2 bites, to gnaw out a big hole, not much use at all. Chapter 15, The Underbelly of Reincarnation Village. Yichen actually didn't even think that the city wall really would come across now. In his previous life, the first person who bought this architectural drawing was a douchebag who spent money at the drop of a hat and dueled without saying a word. And that was still bought a week after the game opened, when the smart brain Pangu opened up the exchange business. At that time, that person seemed to show off his power in front of a beautiful woman and immediately spent 100,000 gold to buy this drawing. The specifics of the situation, Yichen was not clear, he had only heard it mentioned. And most of the people who knew about it were gnashing their teeth in envy and jealousy. After all, how could one not be envious and jealous when 100,000 gold coins bought something that could be sold for at least 800 million gold coins? At least most people were. Only in this life, the first person to eat crabs was changed to Yichen. Yichen's reality naturally didn't have much money, but now the richest person in the entire flood game was Yichen. With a whole 150,000 gold, he could naturally afford to buy it. Even if he spent 119,000 gold, that's still 31,000 gold. And in other people's hands, it's just a few silver, marvelous few gold. How to compare with Yichen? Yichen, 3rd class baron. Level, 50. Prestige, 150,000 boosts attraction to historical figures. Merit, 150,000 the standard for title promotion, a 3rd class baron needs 100,000 merit. Force, 80. Root and bone, 80. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Skills, 9 turns of Xiangong, Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision. Equipment, none. Money, 31,000 gold. Because of the discovery of the city wall true, Yichen made a point of rummaging through the market again. Unfortunately, there was nothing good left, so Yichen simply left the market. As for the limitations of using the city wall true in the game, it was neither big nor small. The reincarnation village could not be used at the moment, at least, not until the reincarnation village was upgraded to a reincarnation city. Yichen's purpose of buying so many materials at once was to quickly upgrade the level of the reincarnation village. This was just right, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yichen came outside, found Zhao Heng, and handed over the drawings and the resources together to Zhao Heng, who would allocate the manpower to construct the various buildings. Zhao Heng was indeed very old-fashioned in his work. Not only did he fulfill Yichen's commands, but he also specifically sent people to scout around for resources. My lord, the mines that have been explored today, there are 5 iron mines, the highest of which, the highest daily production can reach 100,000, the lowest is 50,000. As for the timber, stone, there are abundant reserves here, so they can be extracted locally, and the highest production can reach 100,000 per day. It's just that the manpower is a bit insufficient. After Zhao Heng finished allocating the manpower, he found Yichen and bowed. Not bad, I'm relieved to leave the reincarnation village to you. I'll need you to contribute more in the future. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction after hearing this amount. This reserve was really rich. To know other people's territories, not to mention whether there are iron mines or not, even if there are iron mines, that production to the top is just 1 or 2 million per day. Although all kinds of resources can be purchased, sometimes you can't even buy them if you want to, especially iron ore. Therefore, no one would mind the production of their own territory's resources. My humble servant is willing to lay down his life for my lord. Zhao Hong bowed with an excited face and responded. Right, how are the qualifications of all the stragglers this time? Yi Chen nodded smilingly before opening his mouth to ask. My lord, the qualifications of most of those stragglers are average, basically F grade, but because of the reincarnation village, they reached C grade. No matter what they do, they can basically learn it, and if they were to be turned into soldiers, they would also definitely be stronger than other villages. Zhao Hong was even more excited at this time. This excitement was inevitable because Zhao Hong also had a vested interest. The attributes of the reincarnation village were too heaven-defying. Joining the reincarnation village even raised the qualifications directly by 2 orders. In Zhao Heng's opinion, this was simply a miracle. Yi Chen naturally knew this and was happy in his heart, but it was past the time for excitement. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen opened his mouth and said, Tell Zhao Mang that he will pick the villagers and transfer them to soldiers, but there is a prerequisite, and that is that they must reach the A level. Yi Chen's meaning was simple and rough. That is, the soldiers of the reincarnation village had to be A rank, at the very least. To put it simply, the refreshed stragglers, before joining the reincarnation village, had to be at least C grade, and only such existences would be chosen and become soldiers. Yi Chen's decision, if it was known, it would definitely stun n number of people. At this moment, there weren't many village builders yet, but of course, there would soon be more. After all, the order to build a village was no longer a secret. However, there is one thing that no one can change. That was the qualifications of the stragglers that were refreshed in the territory. Basically, they were all F, and rarely appeared to be C ranked, and occasionally, B ranked existed. In other words, in other people's territories, if an army was established, then the rank of the soldiers would basically be F. Even if someone was ruthless and followed Yi Chen's example, then the highest would only be a C rank. When it came to Reincarnation Village here, because of the territory's attributes, the soldiers in the army were all A grade. These were soldiers that had crossed 2 ranks, and it was obvious at a glance who was strong and who was weak. Yes. My lord. Zhao Hong was slightly stunned, and then his eyes lit up as he bowed and responded, but then he thought of something else and hurriedly spoke, My lord, this army camp drawing. Chapter 16 Return to Reality. This doesn't need to worry, it hasn't been released in the market yet. When it's released, just buy it directly. Yi Chen said here, casually waved his hand, and a field of gold coins instantly appeared on the ground. Zhao Hong was dumbfounded, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to take out so many gold coins at once. This is 20,000 gold coins. You look at the lack of what building, the market came out, directly buy it. If there is a building drawing with the word true, or something else, I'll buy it. Not enough money, promptly inform me. Yi Chen pointed at the gold coins on the ground and ordered. Yes, lord. Hearing this, Zhao Hong hurriedly bowed and replied. Alright, I'll leave the construction of the reincarnation village to you, I'm going to leave for a while. Yi Chen nodded and said. Greetings, lord. Zhao Hong bowed and paid his respects. Yi Chen hummed, and then came outside the reincarnation village, dissecting the black water basilisk, and handing the Yen tiger over to Zhao Yu to take care of. Originally, it was impossible for Yen Hu to get close to anyone other than Yi Chen, however, Zhao Yu seemed to be born with a special charm. Yen Hu surprisingly did not resist Zhao Yu. This saved Yi Chen a lot of trouble. After explaining things, Yi Chen went back to the village chief's mansion, while closing the door and leaving the game with a thought. In the game world, 3 days were equal to 1 day in the real world. Yi Chen stayed in the game has been a day, the real world has passed 8 hours, and then not out of the line. To solve the physiological needs, the body will have problems. A burst of dizziness came. Yi Chen in the diamond game warehouse opened his eyes. The feeling of being out of this world flashed by, which was the inevitable reaction to leaving the game. Ding, the hatch of the diamond game warehouse opened as Yi Chen got up. Yi Chen twisted his waist and shook his neck after leaving the game warehouse. Crunch, crunch, several sounds came. A soothing feeling instantly came. Clenching his fists, feeling the surge of strength in his body, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. In general, the initial force was 10, very few people could reach around 20, while Yi Chen's force reached 80. The function of the Star Pearl was to synchronize the game reality 100%. At this moment, Yi Chen could announce without hesitation that I was the man standing at the top of the world. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't do that, and it would only be for a moment. If he wanted to stand at the top all the time, he can only keep getting stronger and stronger, so strong that all living beings would tremble. At that time, Yi Chen was truly strong. Pulling open the curtains, the sunlight outside shot into the room. As far as the eye could see, giant trees abounded in the sky. On the ground, 1-person tall weeds covered all the ground outside the asphalt road. In the distance, outside the skyscrapers, arm-thick creepers crawled all over. The air between heaven and earth was so fresh that it called out to people not to be in a good mood. This is the change brought about by the falling meteor. And this change continued until the ground was covered with plants. On the street, there were already quite a few people looking around, curiously touching and feeling this and that. Others had a look of fear on their faces. The world had changed too much for their fragile nerves to bear. There were even some people carrying kitchen knives, sticks, and other things to cautiously investigate. Unknown represents mystery, represents danger. Looking at everything outside the window, Yi-Chen didn't show the slightest expression, only that pair of eyes, with a thick light, seemed to see through everything. It won't take long for this short piece in front of him to be broken, from the failure of gunpowder, from the madness caused by the unknown, and also from the fear of death. Because of the impending rise of the demon race, and also because of the humans themselves. Yi-Chen never considered himself to be a good person. Even though Yi-Chen has a god-level village construction order, and the territory has the attribute of luck, the bigger the territory, the more luck will be gathered in heaven and earth, the faster the speed of cultivation, and Yi-Chen has changed his mind, determined to become an emperor, sweeping the world, and lifting up the country to ascend to the floodplains. Even so, Yi-Chen didn't plan to save anyone. Because Yi-Chen knew that there was no need. The real world had too much deceit, too much scheming, and too much betrayal. Sometimes, Yi-Chen preferred those NPCs in the game, at least, they wouldn't have too much nastiness. It's time to go eat something, stock up on enough food as soon as possible. This is only the first day, there are still 3 months and 2 days before the smart brain Pangu starts to provide the necessities of life, which can be purchased with credits. It's estimated that in a few more hours, people will start to go crazy, because of the food, because of the devil inside. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen let out a long breath, and then came to the side of the diamond game warehouse and pressed his right hand. After the starlight flashed, the diamond game warehouse instantly disappeared, and on Yi-Chen's finger, there was an extra ring that was covered in diamonds. This was a function that came with the playpen, and could be turned into a ring and taken away anytime, anywhere. However, there was a bad thing about this game warehouse, no matter who got it, they could use it. In the previous life, because of the game warehouse, there were numerous incidents of killing each other. Blood stained the rivers red, white bones spread all over the wilderness. And the reason for this was that no matter what level of game silo, it could better enhance strength. The greed and avarice within people's hearts, their deepest desires, were completely drawn out. Yi-Chen took a deep breath, and after exhaling it in a long breath, he left the house straight away. This just as soon as he opened the door, he heard a scream coming from him. "Get out of the way, or I'll call the police." Chapter 17 Tough Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen was slightly stunned, but it was the voice that had a bit of déjà vu feeling. Walking out of the room, the back of a woman wearing a white dress was instantly reflected into Yi-Chen's eyes. Her body was trembling violently, backing up step by step. She was uncertain, helpless, scared, and nervous. Not far away, 2 young men wearing black suits and sunglasses approached the woman step by step. From their clothing, it was not difficult to see that these 2 should be bodyguards or some other kind of existence. "Call the police? You report it instead, let's see if it's useful, ha ha." One person laughed wildly. At this time, the other man frowned as he saw Yi-Chen, who suddenly went out. The 2 men's footsteps instantly stopped, and the building was instantly quiet. The moment the woman saw that the 2 men weren't going to leave, and her heart just sighed in relief, one of the 2 men on the opposite side coldly said, "Scram, or else, get you killed." "Ah." The woman was startled, although she did not understand, but also hastily nodded her head and responded, "I'll leave, this will go." "Didn't say you." A man shouted angrily. The familiar voice came again, and although Yi-Chen did not see the woman's face, he confirmed the identity of the woman in front of him. Ranked second among the top 10 school beauties of XX College, Yi-Chen's female classmate of the same grade and major, Hu Xiaoye, who was prettier than those actresses and had the temperament to match. Why is she here? Could it be a room? Thinking of this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but frown. In Yi-Chen's memories, Hu Xiaoye was a lady of the house, a scholar, but now it seemed not to be that way. Is the filth hidden under the beautiful skin? If it was still his previous life, Yi-Chen, who hadn't experienced the flood, must have been a bit tasty in his heart. After all, this was the school flower, who had run out to open a room. However, Yi-Chen reborn, naturally will not make any waves, just feel a beautiful thing, was polluted, some pity. Hu Xiaoye also noticed the abnormality at this time, and turned around to take a look. "Yi-Chen?" Hu Xiaoye shouted in surprise. She naturally knew Yi-Chen, although Yi-Chen slept in class from time to time, and wore ground-up clothes that were washed white, she still knew Yi-Chen. Because she was the class president. "Damn, this asshole knows this." An angry curse came out, followed by an explosive shout. "Scrap him." 2 young men, in unison, rushed towards Yi-Chen, one of them even pulled out a dagger. "Yi-Chen, run!" Hu Xiaoye screamed in fear. While screaming, she ran towards Yi-Chen, and when she reached Yi-Chen's side, she was still ready to pull the stunned Yi-Chen to run with her. Yi-Chen looked at Hu Xiaoye with some surprise, but he didn't expect that Hu Xiaoye didn't leave him behind, but also took him with her to run for her life. Hu Xiaoye suddenly stopped her steps, because, surprisingly, she didn't pull Yi-Chen. "Run! They will kill us!" Hu Xiaoye screamed and shouted, continuing to pull Yi-Chen as she did so. However, Yi Chen at this time put his hand, which was being pulled by Hu Xiaoya, and pulled it out, glanced at Hu Xiaoya, and expressionlessly looked at the two young men who were immediately approaching. Damn, give me death. An explosive shout came out. The fastest running man was stimulated by Yi Chen's scornful eyes. His dagger did not hesitate to stab at Yi Chen's heart. Don't! Hu Xiaoya's scream came again. Yi Chen frowned, then grabbed the man's hand holding the dagger. Let go! The man froze, then angrily shouted. Yi Chen looked at the man in front of him with the same eyes as he looked at the man, and the man who froze on one side and stopped in his tracks. That man simply did not expect that such a swift stab would be caught so lightly by Yi Chen. One must know that they were all bodyguards who had received brutal training. Uing. The man jerked violently, however, he froze. Yi Chen's hand was like an iron hoop, it didn't move. Just then, the man's face suddenly turned red. Ah! A miserable scream instantly rang out. The one who screamed miserably wasn't Yi Chen, nor was it Hu Xiaoye, but this man who was caught by Yi Chen's right hand. Crunch, crunch came from several sounds. Yi Chen let go of his right hand, only to see that the man's originally good hand was squeezed hard together, 5 fingers, roots twisted, like a twist. Ow! A miserable howl came out from his mouth. It was a miserable one. Yi Chen suddenly moved at this time, and struck the miserable howling man's abdomen with a punch. A loud bang came out. The howling man was like hitting a speeding car, and then flew backward. He flew for 7 or 8 meters before falling heavily to the ground, and then there was no sound. The sound of thud came. The man who was still standing swallowed heavily. Big brother. We're wrong, spare us. He didn't hesitate to kneel on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Do not beg for mercy, cannot. He himself can easily get killed 7 or 8 people. That was put down by Yi Chen. A punch is even more fierce. Unusual 20 or 30 people simply cannot get close. But that person in the hands of Yi Chen, just like a small chicken cub, a fist on the waist. Such a person, how can he still have the courage to face? Yi Chen took a few steps to the man's body, and after expressionless, lifted his foot and kicked. A bang sound came out. The man kneeling on the ground was instantly kicked and flew backward, and then landed heavily without a sound. After glancing at Hu Xiaoya, Yi Chen shook his head with some regret, then walked into the elevator and left the hotel. Hu Xiaoya did not come back to her senses until Yi Chen left, and then remembered something. Her little face was suddenly red with anger, and she shouted shrilly. Yi Chen! You bastard! I'm not that kind of person. Chapter 18, The Law of the Jungle. Yi Chen had already reached the first floor at this time, so naturally he couldn't hear what Hu Xiaoya said. The front desk of the hotel was empty at the moment. The whole world was just like a dream, and it had turned upside down in one night. It would be the strangest thing if they would still fulfill their duties at the front desk. When he came to the front door of the 5-star hotel, one person highweeds appeared directly in front of Yi Chen's eyes. For this change, Yi Chen was not the slightest bit surprised, nor did he carefully watch out for anything. At this moment, those wild beasts, bugs, birds of prey and such were not that powerful. Although they were constantly getting stronger, and were improving faster than humans. But Yi Chen wasn't worried, because Yi Chen was stronger. Straight out of the gate, according to last night's memory, Yi Chen found the bicycle, swept the code, unlocked it, and pushed it onto the highway. In the entire city, only the highway had no weeds, so it was still possible to ride the bike at this moment. But 2 more days, this highway will also be stabbed by weeds in pieces, and then disappeared without a trace. The road was full of cars that were lying on their backs. These cars, already ruined, were sprawled across the road. But for Yi Chen, it wasn't an obstacle. The entire city, outside all the buildings, was crawling with armfuls of creepers. Even the streetlights, billboards, and wires, with little exception, were crawling with vines. The paradoxical feeling of being dilapidated, desolate, and yet full of life surfaced in everyone's heart from time to time. Of course, there was more panic. Because no one knew why it had become like this. The world had changed too much. The signposts disappeared, the roads were lined with man-high weeds, and if one wasn't familiar with the city, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find their destination at all. But this was not a difficult task for Yi Chen. It didn't take long before Yi Chen rode his bike to the entrance of a large supermarket. The supermarket at this moment had not been looted. Because of the huge change in the world, everything was so demonic that no one dared to risk their lives. One could only stay at home and wait in fear. Waiting for the rescue that might come, waiting for the explanation that might come, waiting for the speculation that they can't predict either. It was like this in the previous life, and there was no deviation in this life. Looking at the supermarket in front of him, Yi Chen felt nothing. If he were someone else, he would definitely take it like crazy and grab it like crazy. But Yi Chen wouldn't. Yi Chen wasn't going to steal anything or rob anything. Because Yi Chen knew that at this moment, the whole world was taken over by the intelligent brain Pangu. No matter how much you take or rob, the corresponding amount of credits will be deducted from your name and paid to the owner of the supermarket. If there aren't enough credits, you can take them too. But in the game, the gold coins you get will be automatically deducted until you pay off all the money you owe. In the previous life, there were quite a few people who, because they didn't know this, went crazy hoarding food. Those who had enough money, it was fine. Those who didn't have enough money, in the game, it was a miserable mix. What's worse, you might take a lot of food, but become someone else's dowry. This kind of thing happens from time to time. For this, Pangu will not care. To put it simply, from the moment the meteor fell, the laws of mankind lost their deterrent effect. From that moment on, the world reverted to the ancient law, the law of the jungle. The door of the supermarket was closed and still padlocked. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't wait for some supermarket employee to open the door. With a move of his right hand, the dark and thick, with a berserk aura, the deicide gun instantly appeared. Oh! Yi Chen casually stabbed at the lock on the supermarket gate. In an instant, the lock on the supermarket's main door was pierced by the god-slaying gun, which then turned into broken pieces. Retrieving the godslayer gun, Yi Chen pushed the door in. Although Yi Chen was not afraid of others seeing him with the deicide gun, he also knew that it was better to do more than less. Walking into the supermarket, Yi Chen went straight to the food area. 99 bags of rice, 99 barrels of bucket water, 99 bags of salt. These things, Yi Chen's right hand shot, one by one disappeared in thin air. This was an ability that everyone would possess, storage. Like the game, there were 10 parcels in reality. Each parcel could only hold one type of item, and the maximum number of copies was 99. Someone would soon discover this, and Yi Chen, being reborn, had known this not-so-secret for a long time. The difference with the game is that in the game, the things in the parcels may be randomly popped out, while in reality, they are directly all popped out. It is because of this reason, not long after the reality spawned a group of people who specialize in exploding people's packages. No matter what era, there will always be such a group of people who want to get something for nothing. Yi Chen took some more condiments, some vegetables, eggs, and then left the supermarket. Of course, the cost of these things was automatically deducted under Yi Chen's account when he received it in the package. As for the meat, Yi Chen was not going to take it. Want to eat meat? Go out and hunt some wild game is. That one is more nutritious than those meats in the supermarket now. When Yi Chen came to the outside of the supermarket, the city, which was still quite silent, started to become noisy. There were always bold people. When wave after wave of people, after exploring the bushes, there was nothing dangerous at all, they began to call out to their friends. Looking at the wave after wave of people on the street, Yi Chen sighed. Violence, it's going to start. Chapter 19 Fierce Beast Level Big Rat. Riding his bicycle, Yi Chen traveled towards the 5-star hotel. On the road, from time to time, he would see groups of pedestrians. In their hands, they were basically holding some weapons, such as kitchen knives and baseball bats. Occasionally, there would be a group of people with machetes and knives. These people were basically gangsters. Cars can't be driven, the roads are impassable, even if they are open. Cars can't be used, the rules of heaven and earth have changed. Yi Chen rode his bicycle, all the way forward. Gradually, the people he saw began to increase. Their purpose was actually food. Food was the most important thing for the people. No matter what era, it was always like this. No matter how developed and advanced society was, food was always a necessity for people. As the world changed drastically, people panicked and were afraid, but even so, they couldn't resist the threat of hunger. In this day and age, especially in the cities, the habit of storing food is long gone. People bought and ate on the spot, storing food for 2 or 3 days at most. Of course, those who cook for themselves will store some food with a long shelf life, such as rice and flour. Vegetables are not stored. And in the city, there are a lot of people who don't cook for themselves. The result of this is that they have to go out on the streets and get food. Even if the outside was full of unknowns, even if there could be dangers out there. What's wrong with this damn world? Who knows, just one night, this wheat has grown 1 person high. Look at those trees. If this is normal, a few hundred years won't necessarily be able to grow this big. You guys say, now this situation has something to do with that game? Meteor, mutation, game, there's really no connection. There is a connection, we can't do anything. Egg pain, don't say, that game is really good. High tech, say, have you guys used your cell phone to check the bank? You mean credits? Before in the game, I saw a group of people talking about credits. I specifically went to check, my money has all become credits. Could Earth have been kidnapped? Who knows, but this credits should be able to be used. What's going on, only God knows. The voices of the discussion gradually became smaller, and Yi Chen, who was riding a bicycle, gradually moved away from the group of people just now. At this moment, it seemed to be harmonious, but it wouldn't take long for this peace to be broken. Until people confirmed that the firearms were ineffective, the chaos would completely erupt and continue. Even if the wise brain Pangu began to provide living supplies, it would be of little use. At that time, people understood the world, understood the flood game, and new desires would appear and be more intense. Killing, fighting, and chaos would become a near-permanent theme. Because of the humans themselves, and because of the witch and demon clans. When Yi Chen rode his bicycle and arrived at the entrance of the 5-star hotel, a staggering figure ran out from the hotel. Who's Xiaoye? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and then his eyebrows were furrowed. Hu Xiaoye's white dress was stained with blood, her hair was scattered, and on her face, there was a strong sense of panic. Obviously, she had encountered something that called her extremely scared. Just when Yi Chen thought that Hu Xiaoye had encountered a violent gang, several squeaking sounds came over. Hearing this sound, Yi Chen's face suddenly changed, his body moved, and in the space of a few breaths, he arrived behind Hu Xiaoye, and with a move of his right hand, the god-slaying gun instantly appeared. Hu Xiaoye naturally also saw Yi Chen, but Yi Chen's speed was too fast. Before she could say anything, Yi Chen had already arrived behind her. After Hu Xiaoye was slightly stunned, she once again started to panic, and then screamed shrilly, "Yi Chen! Quickly run!" There's. Hu Xiaoye's words, just halfway through, came to an abrupt end. Because she saw the deicide gun in Yi Chen's hand. It wasn't that she recognized the god-slaying gun, but she was pretty sure that Yi Chen had just gone empty-handed and had nothing. Even though she was in a mess, scared and terrified, she was very sure that she didn't see anything. Yi Chen ignored Hu Xiaoye and stared tightly at the hotel lobby with both eyes. Just then, a giant rat the size of an adult golden hare appeared at the stairway of the hotel lobby. A beast-class rat. How could it be? Yi Chen instantly confirmed the strength of this giant big rat, fierce beast level. Enlightened, fierce beast, essence, demonic beast, goblin, was the division of strength of the demon race's miscellaneous soldiers. When it came to the goblins, they were considered to be true members of the demon race. One by one, they could change into a human being, of course, a human body beast head or something like that. Their bodies more or less retained some of the characteristics of the original body. For example, the beast head, the tail, the claws, and so on. Yi Chen. Run! Hu Xiaoye, who saw the big rat descending the stairs, let out a scream once again at this time. Chapter 20, Danger to be nipped in the cradle. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and then without looking back, he drank, "Shut up! Leave here if you don't want to die." Hu Xiaoye's heart was good, Yi Chen naturally heard it. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he wouldn't even say anything and run straight over. Beast-level rats weren't very scary, it was just that they moved fast, had a lot of strength, and their skin was a bit thicker. Of course this was for Yi Chen. If it was an ordinary person, it would be dangerous. If you can't match the strength and can't match the speed, there's basically only one thing that can happen to you, death, with very few exceptions. As for Yi Chen's call for Hu Xiaoye to leave, although the tone was worse, it was also to tell Hu Xiaoye not to hesitate and hurry up to leave. This was also for the sake of her safety. If Yi Chen's strength at this moment was converted into a demon race, then at this moment, Yi Chen's strength was similarly at the beast level. However, Yi Chen was not afraid, not to mention one, even if there came 10 fierce beasts, or even 20, Yi Chen was not afraid. Because Yi Chen possessed the Godslayer lance, although it was only the Godslayer lance remnant, it was also an innate treasure. Poke everyone to death, poke the beasts to death. However, at this moment, Yi Chen's brows were tightly locked and his face did not look very good. Rats are herd animals, usually family in nature. But after the meteor fall, any rats that were enlightened would spontaneously gather together. This was nothing, but once their strength increased and they had that sea of numbers, it would be dangerous. Even Yi Chen, who held the deicide gun, wasn't sure he could protect himself, let alone Hu Xiaoye's safety. As for escaping, or avoiding the enemy for the time being, Yi Chen had no such plans. Yi Chen didn't want to find out the reason why these rats appeared in the hotel. But Yi Chen knew that these rats were able to reach the beast level in just 8 hours, they must have gotten some treasure. Or swallowed something good, otherwise they wouldn't have reached the fierce beast level so quickly. Moreover, it was still a group of rats that had reached the fierce beast level. While plants grow like crazy in heaven and earth, there will also be some magical plants with energy. If it was only after swallowing such things that they reached the beast level, Yi Chen didn't care. Because it was useless to care, it was all eaten. What Yi Chen cared about was the treasures. The treasures that fell to the ground with the meteor, not many, but highly functional treasures. A more important point, in his previous life, in this city, there weren't any rat demons rising. Combined with the current situation, it wasn't hard to make a judgment. These beast-level big rats were definitely killed. Even Hu Xiaoye in Yi Chen's previous life was buried under the sharp teeth of these big rats. By whom they were killed, Yi Chen didn't care, Yi Chen only cared about the treasures. Once there were really treasures, Yi Chen did not want to miss them. Moreover, if these big rats were allowed to grow freely, it would be a not-so-small threat to Yi Chen, who was about to establish a territory. Ordinary rats would be fine, but the rat in front of him absolutely could not be kept. Otherwise, if it was allowed to develop and become a party of demon kings, and then lead the huge rats, the impact on the territory would be extremely destructive, so big that it would be terrifying. In his previous life, there were many territories that were destroyed by the overwhelmingly large rats, and this was still in the case where the rat clan did not have a demon king. Yi Chen didn't want to repeat the same mistake, and even more so, he didn't want to lend others a hand to exterminate the rats. The danger had to be snuffed out at the first opportunity. Squeak, squeak. Sharp and discreet rat cries came. The big rat that had descended the stairs saw Yi Chen, and his scarlet eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glow. Hu Xiaoye, who had originally planned to open her mouth because she had been chided by Yi Chen, was once again frightened and involuntarily retreated a step and stopped. Retreated again, and stopped again. Several times, she wanted to escape, wanted to run, but gave up. Her heart was conflicted at the moment, she wanted to hurry and escape. Those big rats were too terrifying, one mouth bite through a leg, even the bones didn't stop their sharp teeth. The people in the hotel, whether they were in the house or in the hallway, were all found by them. Then bitten to death, gnawed and devoured, leaving nothing behind. But Yi Chen unexpectedly did not leave, like a rock, standing at the door. Hu Xiaoya opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She realized that Yi Chen really had no intention of leaving. After a fierce heavenly battle, Hu Xiaoya clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. Then, it stood there. Only her hand grabbed the bicycle that Yi Chen had put aside. She didn't want to die, she really didn't want to die. But more than that, she didn't want to have her conscience condemned in the future and have nightmares day and night. Yi Chen had saved her once, this was the second time. She never thought that Yi Chen, the most inconspicuous person in the class with the worst food and clothes, would save her, and save her twice. In her opinion, Yi Chen was also in the way for her this time. Right at this moment, Yi Chen dragged the deicide gun and moved, his body rushing rapidly towards the big rat that was running wildly, ready to bite Yi Chen to death. There were no frills, no moves, Yi Chen simply raised his spear and stabbed. Puff came out. The big rat that rushed towards Yi Chen was instantly pierced through, and was then casually flung away by Yi Chen. Blood instantly spilled into the air. Squeak, squeak. The cries of large rats came over. One big rat after another appeared at the stairway. Ah! Hu Xiaoya's face instantly froze before she let out a scream. Chapter 21, Chopping Melon and Cutting Vegetables. Yi Chen frowned, but he did not expect that Hu Xiaoya did not leave. However, at this time, there was no need to care about Hu Xiaoya. Yi Chen diagonally lifted the deicide gun with one hand, his right foot violently stepped towards the ground, and the whole person instantly bounced towards the big rats at the stairway. Squeak, squeak. Furious, shrill cries instantly came out. Yi Chen's action stimulated the big rats. The three big rats jumped up violently and pounced ferociously towards Yi Chen. Rats were timid, but rats that were enlightened and still became fierce beasts were the exception. As a matter of fact, any flying bird or beast, after becoming enlightened, would become extremely ferocious. What's more, at this moment, the number of big rats was not one. Yi Chen's two eyes narrowed, and the deicide gun carried diagonally in his right hand instantly slashed. A dark light slashed through. Puff, puff, two sounds instantly came out. The three big rats that were pouncing on Yi Chen, the two that were the most forward, were instantly cut off by the god-slaying lance and died. At this moment, Yi Chen fiercely kicked out his right foot. With a bang, the third rat was kicked away by Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen also rushed forward and stabbed out with his god-slaying gun. With a pft sound, the god-slaying lance pierced through the third big rat. Yi Chen's right hand violently flung out, and the body of the big rat was instantly flung to the side, and then continued to charge forward. Yi Chen, who had memories of his previous life, naturally knew that he couldn't fight with the rats in the open. At least, not before having enough strength again. At this moment, a more suitable place was here at the stairs. Beast-level rats were comparable in size to an adult golden hare. In the stairs here, it was impossible for n large rats to attack together at the same time. This was also the reason why Yi Chen rushed towards the stairway. When Yi Chen arrived next to the stairway, he stopped. And at that moment, another big rat rushed down. Without hesitation, Yi Chen stabbed it with a shot, and the big rat died instantly before being flung to the side by Yi Chen. Another one showed its head, the deicide gun stabbed and flung once again, another beast-level rat hung up. One after another appeared, Yi Chen held the deicide lance and stabbed out again and again, ending the life of one fierce beast-level rat after another. 1, 2, after the rats' corpses piled up, no rats came out. Being enlightened didn't mean being smart, plus the fact that this rat group had each advanced into fierce beasts and devoured many people, each one was bursting with confidence. And this was one of the reasons why Yi Chen could easily get this group of beast-level rats killed. Outside the door of the hotel, Hu Xiaoya looked at Yi Chen, who was killing big, with an expression that was unbelievable. It wasn't that no one had wrestled with these super big rats before, some people even used fire axes as weapons. But it was useless, it was hard to cut these big rats, and even if they didn't kill them directly, but instead provoked them to retaliate even more ferociously. Now, Yi Chen lightly killed one after another, as simple as eating and drinking. Looking at the mountainous pile of dead rats, Hu Xiaoya gulped. She wasn't gulping, but was shocked because of Yi Chen's power. In Hu Xiaoya's eyes, Yi Chen was an ordinary person. But it was such an ordinary person who did something that no one else could do, killing so many big rats that were just like demons. Yi Chen frowned at this time, because Yi Chen didn't see the Rat King. The Rat King, unlike ordinary rats, had a unique mark. It would have a handful of white hair on its head, or golden hair, or red hair. What color it was not fixed. Hurry up and get out of here. Yi Chen looked back at Hu Xiaoya before saying in a deep voice. After saying that, Yi Chen carried the deicide gun and went up the stairs. Hu Xiaoya had just opened her mouth when Yi Chen left, and the words stopped at the edge of her mouth. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Xiaoye still didn't move. She didn't dare to go. A big rat appeared here. Who knows what will appear outside? But she also didn't dare to follow Yi Chen upstairs. Because Yi Chen's meaning was obvious. Here, there was still danger. Yi Chen naturally didn't care what Hu Xiaoye thought. At this moment, Yi Chen only had one thought: find that rat king as soon as possible and get it killed. As for the treasures that might exist, it couldn't be in the nest of this group of rats. If it was there, this group of rats wouldn't come out. If the group of rats came out, the rat king wouldn't stay in the lair. That wouldn't be safe. So, there was only one outcome: if there was a treasure, it could only be in the rat king. Humans had all possessed packages because of the game, as did the demon race and witch race. So Yi Chen had to find the rat king and get it killed, then he would know if there were any treasures. Tap tap. Yi Chen went up the stairs step by step. The deicide gun was always in a state of attack. Gradually, a stench wafted over. Yi Chen's two eyes snapped open. The rat king was nearby. The stench was unique to the rat king. It was strange, but it was the truth. This was from Yi Chen's memories from his previous life, and it was also because of his memories from his previous life that Yi Chen chose to go straight up the stairs to find the rat king. Otherwise, the hotel was so big and there were 2 staircases. How could Yi Chen alone find the rat king so easily? The hotel's main entrance. Hu Xiaoye looked around with a nervous face. She was afraid that any more big rats would come out all at once. Just at this moment, noisy sounds came over. It was the sound of people, the sound of many people rampantly discussing. Chapter 22 Earth Grade Treasure. I like the world now. Damn, those law and order guns are useless. Ha ha. He, brother Black, no one will dare to care what we do in the future. That's right, who dares to disobey? White knife and red knife out, can't get him dead. Let's go, today we will take this hotel. After this hotel is our base camp. A group of people walked out from the bushes at the entrance of the hotel, all carrying knives in their hands, some with bright red blood. Obviously, they had just hacked and killed someone. He, brother Black, there's a chick here. The person scouting in front said ecstatically at this time. Hu Xiaoye had originally turned her back to these people, and when she heard the voice, she turned to look over. So beautiful. One person exclaimed. Ha, old man is blessed. Go, arrest this chick, she will be your sister-in-law from now on. The man known as Brother Black waved his hand, and then shouted wildly. Hu Xiaoye's face changed when she heard this, and without hesitation, she turned around and ran towards the hotel. Damn it, how dare you run, give chase. Brother Black viciously spat while opening his mouth to drink. A group of punks chased into the hotel, and then each one of them drew a breath of cold air. This is a rat? How can it be? How can a rat be so big? Damn it, didn't they say that after the founding of the country, animals are not allowed to become fertilized? What's wrong with these big rats? Gudong, several sounds came, the hotel lobby instantly quieted down. Damn, who was so powerful, even killed so many big rats, said one person with some shock. Rats are rats, even bigger are still rats, so what's so strange about them being killed? Well, I'll get pumped up and give the old man the chick. Brother Black grunted before opening his mouth and drinking. Yes, big brother. A group of minions numbering in the hundreds chimed in unison. On the second floor of the hotel, room 202. Crunch, crunch. Discrete chewing sounds, one after another, came out from room 202. As soon as Yi Chen went up to the second floor, he ran towards 202 where the chewing sound came from. This kind of sound, Yi Chen in his previous life often heard. It was the sound of wild beasts chewing. Arriving at the door of 202, looking at the sticky blood that continuously flowed out from the floor, and smelling the mixed flavor of blood and stench in the air, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. This is the place. Yi Chen carried the Godslayer gun and walked directly into room 202, and as he entered, a giant big rat with twice the size of an adult golden hair was gnawing on the human corpse. And in the room, there were more than 20 corpses that were bitten alive. This is to prepare to advance into a demonic beast. No wonder, this Rat King didn't participate in the attack and didn't command his men to fight. At this time, the Rat King with a handful of red hair on its head stopped chewing and looked at Yi Chen. In its eyes, it revealed a displeased gaze before letting out a sharp to the extreme growl. Squeak! The human, this existence that once called it fearful, was now only worthy of being his food, yes, just food. And at this moment, this human in front of it, not only did it not fear him, it also revealed a strong killing aura. It felt the killing aura, so it was enraged. It wanted to give this food in front of it a bit of color, telling him to know what it meant to be a big rat standing on top of the world. Then, it stood up and looked ferociously at Yi Chen. Yi Chen moved at this moment, walking towards the Rat King step by step. Calm, composed, indifferent, and an icy killing intent. The Rat King's pair of eyes were instantly stimulated by Yi Chen to turn scarlet and then jumped and pounced on Yi Chen. Death! The deicide gun in Yi Chen's hand instantly stabbed out. A pfft sound came out. The deicide lance effortlessly pierced into the Rat King's head, piercing out from the Rat King's fat butt. The Rat King's eyes instantly showed surprise, disbelief, and then despair, before it died. A sudden sound of dang came out, only to see a piece of millstone-sized thing instantly fell off the Rat King's body. Yi Chen's eyes snapped open. Spirit Gathering Array Plate. The millstone-sized thing that fell from the Rat King was precisely the Spirit Gathering Formation Disc, something that could gather the energy of heaven and earth on its own. Such an existence was not only of great benefit to the territory, it was also of great help to realistic cultivation. No wonder this group of rats can be 8 hours to advance into a beast, do not know what level of gathering Spirit Array Disc is. After Yi Chen finished thinking, he casually flung his hand, and the body of the Rat King was flung to the side, and then he bent down and picked up the Spirit Gathering Array Disc. When Yi Chen saw the word Earth engraved on the Spirit Gathering Disc, he couldn't help but smile. I thought it was black iron, bronze, or something like that, amazingly gold or diamond. I didn't expect that it was actually Earth grade. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, yellow grade, Xian grade, Earth grade, and Heaven grade were some of the gradations of equipment. Above that was the stream of spiritual treasures, which the average person simply couldn't get, and most of them were in the flood world. Gathering Spirit Formation Plate Earth grade, autonomous gathering of heaven and earth energy to generate spirit stones, gathering range of 100 miles, spirit stones can generate 100 per day. Spirit stones are energy crystals that can be used for cultivation, and can also be used for production within the territory to support the operation of the attack and defense systems. At this moment, naturally, it could not be used, nor could it be used, or else it would attract the attention of all living beings. This is also something that can't be helped. The spirit gathering range of 100 miles, not to attract attention is also impossible. If he wanted to use it, he would have to wait until he could build a territory in reality, and only after he had a city wall. At that time, Yi Chen wouldn't worry about a demon race coming to hit the idea, and even, he was eager for the demon race to come. In reality, the demon race ate people, while people could also eat the demon race, and the benefits were not small. However, most of the time, the demon race was stronger, so the ones who were eaten were basically people. Yi Chen put away the Spirit Gathering Array Disc and then walked out of the 202. Just at this moment, a scream came. Yi Chen, there are hooligans. Chapter 23 Only Kill. Yi Chen saw the panicked Hu Xiaoye and also saw the punks who had just chased them up to the second floor, and his brows furrowed. There were quite a few of these punks, and they were still running up to the second floor. Of course, it was even more. Yi Chen was not afraid. Yi Chen frowned, not because the number of punks was high, but because he was a little upset in his heart. If this was an ordinary person, facing so many punks, 9 times out of 10, they would be crippled or even lose their lives. What's more, Yi Chen didn't have any relationship with Hu Xiaoye. The only relationship was just that of classmates, or the kind that he hadn't said a word about in school. But Hu Xiaoye came to Yi Chen for help. Yi Chen hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but the gangsters who had just experienced the chopping and killing were the first to blow up. Paralyzed, where did you find a big gun? Hurry up and send it over to me. Damn, hurry over, give the gun to Grandpa, then kowtow. Kowtow is not cheap for this kid. First blow. To the old man. Before this person finished his words, Yi Chen's 2 eyes snapped open and a cold light appeared. And at this time, Yi Chen's right foot violently stepped, and then his body rushed towards the punk sharply. Malagobis, still dare to. A punk had just said this, when the dark, thick and domineering deicide gun pierced into this punk's mouth with a single shot. Yi Chen's right hand shook. A bang sound came out. The head of this stabbed punk instantly exploded. Red and white sprayed everywhere. Shock was an attack technique that Yi Chen had obtained by chance in his previous life. It was only by relying on this technique that he was able to survive for 5 years in that cruel world. Now, shock was once again used by Yi Chen. After shattering the gangster's head with one shot, Yi Chen turned into a tiger and charged into the flock. The big black gun whistled with wind. When a gun smashed down, the head exploded. A gun picked out, intestines through the belly. A gun swung out, all the organs are martyrs. One after another, the gangsters were smashed to death by Yi Chen, stabbed to death, and picked off. The corpses instantly spread all over the ground. The gangsters at the back all stared blankly, their bodies involuntarily starting to tremble. When had they ever seen such a fierce person? No. In their opinion, they were ruthless and fierce enough to dare to kill. But what about this lord in front of them? Then they are still ruthless, still fierce. One shot either burst head, is to tie a hole, or is picked flying. Even if they are picked off, their stomachs are also the kind that are cut open. In a few breaths of time, more than 20 people fell to the ground, dying horribly. No wonder these gangsters were stunned. They were stunned, but Yi Chen didn't stop. If it was someone else, they might not dare to do so at this time. After all, the world mutation had just begun, and the idea that killing was against the law was still present in everyone's mind. However, Yi Chen knew that it wouldn't be long before killing would become the theme of this world. Man versus man versus demon, which versus man. Killing, bloodshed, and corpses and bones were the theme of the future. Yi Chen was reborn and was not at all concerned about this. Yi Chen was not a good person, much less a merciful one. In his previous life, Yi Chen had seen a lot of death and filth. Gradually, Yi Chen learned the way to solve problems. There was none, only killing. Hostility, kill. If you're insulting someone, kill them. Designed to frame, kill. This is the law of survival that Yi Chen learned in his previous life, the more violent law of the jungle. People are bullied, horses are ridden, not without reason. After the world has changed drastically, still using the previous morality to live, then the result will inevitably be a corpse. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Chen was simple, dry, and violent. The gangsters began to tremble, then chilled, and then, they were left with boundless fear. The gazes they looked at Yi Chen were filled with intense awe, intense fear. They saw death, they saw their future. A corpse lying on the ground with a mutilated body. Unattended, unseen, just a lonely corpse lying on the ground. I don't want to die. A scream came out from the mouth of a gangster, and then saw the gangster frantically escaping. One person ran, two people ran, followed closely by a group of people. The punks were deeply shocked by Yi Chen's ruthlessness, Yi Chen's ferocity. The image of one person after another being simply and roughly killed pierced deep into their souls. Their souls trembled. Black Brother, who was still in the hotel lobby, saw a group of juniors, who were panicked beyond measure, descending the stairs and running out, and immediately became furious, and then opened his mouth to drink. He paralyzed. All come back for what? Where is that chick? However, no one answered him. These gangsters who saw Yi Chen's ferocious side and were still alive, at this moment there was only one thought in their hearts. Screw Big Brother, screw the future of wanting chicks and having chicks. Lousy wants to live. As long as Lousy lives, Lousy will never do try it again. Black Brother looked at the little brothers, one after another toward the hotel outside the Wild Run, face suddenly black. If he had been in the past, he would have scolded them and even punished them for their disobedience. But now, there are hundreds of disobedient juniors, how to punish them? If he had a pistol, it would be good, but the pistol has become a piece of junk. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Brother Black's face was blue as he drank. Brother Black, no. It's not good, a voice with a strong panic came. Only to see a man with a pale face stumbling over. What's wrong? Black asked in a deep voice. There is a fierce man who killed more than 200 of our brothers. What? Black Brother was shocked to hear this, and then shouted in shock. Just at this moment, a dark gun head exposed from the stairway. The tip of the gun was dripping with blood. Chapter 24, The Decision to Build a Village. Black was at first just shocked, and then disbelief. How was it possible for someone, and one person at that, to kill over 200 people? This was something that was simply impossible in Brother Hay's opinion. At this time, Yi Chen walked out from the stairway expressionlessly. I don't want to die yet. Brother Black, take care. Brother Black's little brother stuttered and finished, pulled his legs and ran. Originally disbelieving Black Brother, Fudd swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The murderous aura, the intense murderous aura, strongly stimulated Brother Black's nerves. He had killed people, carrying a murder case, and had seen many outlaws, so he was very sensitive to the murderous aura. The killing aura that Yi Chen carried on his body was extremely strong, so strong that Brother Hay actually had the feeling of suffocation. Pang. Friend, maybe we have some misunderstanding. Black tried to calm down, but trying again could not help. However, he still opened his mouth. Are you their boss? Yi Chen opened his mouth and asked. Yes. Big Brother, there must be a misunderstanding. Brother Black nodded with a stiff neck and said. Nima, this killing aura, how many people must this have killed to have? Brother Black only had one thought at this moment. Nima, what is the old man doing running here for nothing? Yi Chen walked towards Brother Hay, while Brother Hay's entire body began to sway. He was scared, afraid that Yi Chen would get him killed. Yi Chen, who came in front of Brother Hay, glanced at Brother Hay, and then opened his mouth and said, Call your little brother back, go and do something for me, do it well, you can live, do it badly, die. A plop sound came out. Brother Black sat on the ground with his but he was scared, also because he heard that he didn't need to die, and then relaxed, his legs couldn't support his body. Yi Chen frowned at this time. Big Brother. I'll go call them right away. When Brother Hay saw Yi Chen frowning, he hurriedly stood up and said loudly. After saying that, he left the hotel in a hurry. Yi Chen didn't even look at Brother Hay and directly walked to the sofa in the hotel lobby and sat down. Yi Chen didn't get Black Brother's group of gangsters killed because Yi Chen wanted to tell them to do something and then officially establish the Reincarnation Village. Yi Chen had originally planned to wait for 3 months before using the village establishment order in reality. This was because the 3 months was the safe time set by the thinking brain Pangu. Yi Chen could use these 3 months to raise resources, and then in the real world, directly get Reincarnation City. Because in his previous life, there were quite a few people whose territories in the real world were occupied by others. Yi Chen didn't want this to happen to his own territory, so he planned to directly get the Reincarnation City and use the city walls true. That way, Yi Chen wouldn't be afraid of others hitting the Reincarnation City. When the city wall true was used, it had an automatic attacking arrow tower, and that power was not something that any person or demonic beast could resist. But Yi Chen didn't want to wait. Yi Chen wanted to establish the reincarnation village in the real world now. As for the reason, it was the spirit gathering array disc earthgrade that he had just obtained. This thing, the sooner you use it, the better, can automatically generate spirit stones every day. Spirit stones were a necessity for the future, important for people, and equally important for the production of the territory's offense and defense. As for building the territory now, it would be spied on by others. Yi Chen wasn't worried. As long as Yi Chen had strong enough strength, any spying would be useless. Yi Chen had this backbone and confidence. Because of the 100% synchronization of the Star Pearl, and also because of the spirit beast Yen Tiger in the Flood World. Both were indispensable. The Star Pearl could ensure that Yi Chen's strength would increase by leaps and bounds, while the spirit beast Yen Tiger could be summoned to the real world to guard Yi Chen while he was playing. As for the matter of there being more and more fierce beasts and even demonic beasts in the world soon, Yi Chen was equally not worried. As long as he established a territory in the real world, it was the same as the 3-month safe zone that Brain Pangu had gotten out, and there was also a 3-month safe time. As for Brother Hay's group of punks, whether they would come back or not, Yi Chen didn't care. If they didn't come back, the reincarnation village could still be established. It was just that Yi Chen needed to labor a bit. Ta, ta. The sound of high heels walking came over. It was Hu Xiaoye. She came downstairs. Yi Chen didn't bother to look at Hu Xiaoye, he just sat on the sofa and rested his eyes. Inside the hotel's lobby, beastly rats were all over the place, and at the stairway, blood was constantly flowing towards the lobby. The smell of blood was extremely strong. Yi Chen. Hu Xiaoye looked at Yi Chen with a complicated face and hesitated for a while before she opened her mouth to call out. Wherever you want to go, just go, no need to ask me. Yi Chen said without looking back. For Hu Xiaoye, Yi Chen didn't have any special feelings. Pretty was pretty, but she was not Yi Chen's woman. The two were classmates, yet they hadn't said a word before. Counting this time, Yi Chen had saved her 3 times, but Yi Chen didn't have any feelings just the same. It wasn't that Yi Chen was cold, but rather, Yi Chen didn't have the heart at the moment. The world has changed drastically, the rise of witches and demons, and human civil war, intrigue, betrayal, killing, bloody and cruel. This was Yi Chen's memory from his previous life. Therefore, Yi Chen was wary of anyone and would not easily trust anyone. Even if it was beautiful and unrivaled, Yi Chen wouldn't easily believe it, and even more so, he wouldn't go out of his way to curry favor because of it. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's brows suddenly frowned. The place Xiaoyu said on the phone, is it here? An anxious and violent roar came over just then. Chapter 25, a terrifying aura of killing. Xiaoyu? It came to find her? After Yi Chen slightly froze, he continued to close his eyes. It didn't matter if it was to find Hu Xiaoyu. Yi Chen did not intend to get acquainted, nor was he prepared to get close. Even though there were a lot of people who came and were obviously very powerful. At this moment, Yi Chen just wanted to rest and restore his body to its strongest state. If Hei's group of gangsters came back, Yi Chen would tell them to do something. If they didn't come back, Yi Chen would go by himself. Reincarnation Village, Yi Chen wasn't going to wait. The sooner it was established, the more spirit stones could be accumulated. This is a strategic material, the more the better. Hu Xiaoye naturally also heard the sound coming from the grass outside the hotel. Her face was immediately happy, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and shouted. Big brother! I'm here! It's Little Moon! Quickly! Hurry! A surprised roar came, followed by a series of running sounds. Ha! Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the neat footsteps. To be able to run at such a neat pace was basically something only the military or law and order could do. Not over the number of people is quite a lot, the law and order will not be so much. At this moment, there is no law and order bureau can do it, at the same time out so many law and order. This woman, the head is not small. Yi Chen just finished thinking. A group of soldiers rushed in, each hand carrying a bayonet rifle. Obviously, they already knew that the firearms were useless and could only mount bayonets and use them as weapons. Xiaoyu. The moment a stout man saw Hu Xiaoye, he was instantly overjoyed. Chief. A cry of alarm came, and all the soldiers instantly raised the rifles in their hands and looked around vigilantly. Because, the corpses of the big rats piled up like a small mountain in the hotel lobby were too noticeable. It's fine, stay alert. The burly man twisted his head to look around before speaking. As soon as his words landed, the soldiers instantly reacted. If something was wrong, there was no way Hu Xiaoye would still be standing here. One by one, they laughed a few times before going on guard. Soon, Yi Chen, who was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, was noticed by all the soldiers. However, no one bothered about Yi Chen, as one carried out their respective tasks and alerted. Xiaoyu, why is there blood on you? The stout man, at this time, noticed the spots of blood on Hu Xiaoye's body, and just as he opened his mouth, his nose suddenly moved, and then his face suddenly changed, and he drank in a deep voice. No! He smelled a strong smell of blood, a smell that couldn't possibly be emitted by the blood of one person. It was many people, so many that even he, who had seen blood before, couldn't help but frown. Big brother! Hu Xiaoye called out, and then looked at Yi Chen, and after a moment of silence, she whispered to the lanky man what had happened. The lanky man's face changed when he heard that the beast-level rats were crazily eating people. When he heard that Yi Chen had not only killed all the big rats, but also more than 200 people in order to save Hu Xiaoye, he was first surprised, and then his eyebrows twisted into a rope. He was grateful that Yi Chen had saved Hu Xiaoye, but Yi Chen had killed more than one person, more than 200 people. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was at that time. But soon, he began to dwell on it. A fierce man who could easily get more than 200 people killed, even he, the head of the group, had never seen it before. And now, with the guns ineffective, if he wanted to capture Yi Chen, he could only use force. But when he thought of what Hu Xiaoye said had happened, he had no bottom. But he was a soldier defending his country, and there was a murderer right in front of him, and a murderer who had killed over 200 people without mercy. To arrest was duty, yet dangerous. Not arresting was gratitude, yet dereliction of duty. Phew. Yi Chen, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, opened his eyes at this time and let out a long breath. Yi Chen, who had a force value of 80, had a strong body, and it didn't take a long time to rest over if he wanted to. Yi Chen got up, not even looking at Hu Xiaoye's two siblings, and marched straight towards the hotel's main entrance. Hu Xiaoye's brother gritted his teeth at this time and opened his mouth to drink. Stop. He chose duty and chose to catch Yi Chen, even though he knew that this choice would most likely bring terrible results to his soldiers. He still made the choice. As soon as his words hit the ground, the soldiers in the lobby hotel, in unison, aimed their bayonets at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't turn around, nor did he invoke the deicide gun, he just stopped in his tracks. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen opened his mouth and said, "Head Hu, there are times when your decisions will cause irreparable consequences, are you sure you want to do this?" When Head Hu heard this, his heart couldn't help but jolt. That's right, what Yi Chen said was exactly what he was worried about. In this mutated world, firearms had become useless and had no deterrent power. If you wanted to arrest someone, you could only rely on cold weapons and fisticuffs. And Yi Chen could easily kill more than 200 people, such a person definitely had extraordinary kung fu on him. Yi Chen sensed Head Hu's hesitation inside before continuing. The world in the future, the weak and the strong, the previous law, is useless, there will be more and more people who disregard the law, what they rely on, is only the fist in their hands, and this time, will be very fast, in the end, a reminder, don't mess around as a good person. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he continued to march towards the entrance of the hotel. The soldiers at this time, stood in a row in unison, blocking the entrance of the hotel gate, bayonets in their hands, aimed at Yi Chen. Head Hu was pondering over Yi Chen's words, and right at this moment, he suddenly froze, as he sensed a strong to extreme killing aura. Yi Chen, who was not far away, at this moment, seemed to have turned into a god of death in a sea of corpses and bones. Ice-cold, merciless, and undisguised killing aura instantly erupted. Get out of the way. Quickly. Quickly get out of the way. Without hesitation, Head Hu opened his mouth and drank. Head Hu, who had seen life and death, had never thought that someone could be so terrifying. That terrifying killing aura, Head Hu had never encountered it before. It wasn't a murderous aura that had been condensed by killing one person or 100 people, it was a murderous aura that had been condensed by killing countless people. It was overbearing and ruthless, calling for one's blood to freeze and one's heart to stop. From those soldiers who blocked Yi Chen, their bodies began to tremble and shake, it was obvious how terrifying Yi Chen's killing aura was. Head Hu was very sure that if he didn't give the order to get out of the way, then the result would be miserable, and they were the miserable party. Right at this moment, outside the hotel's main door, the soldiers who didn't enter the hotel suddenly opened their mouths and drank. Stand still. What people? Chapter 26 Spirit Spring. Military. Military. A nervous and frightened voice reached the hotel just then. After Yi Chen heard this voice, the corner of his mouth curled up, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Give me a miscellaneous." When Head Hu heard this, he directly opened his mouth and shouted, "Release." With a swish, the soldiers made way, both inside and outside the hotel. The soldiers had not wanted to block Yi Chen for a long time, the soldiers outside were better, they were far away. But those in the hotel, at that moment, were stimulated by Yi Chen's killing aura. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked out of the hotel without looking back. The grass outside the hotel had already been cleared out of the way by the soldiers. After Yi Chen appeared, Brother He led a group of juniors and bowed in unison and called out, "Big brother." They were truly convinced of Yi Chen. Before, Yi Chen killing them was as simple as cutting vegetables. They wouldn't dare to offend such a fierce man. Originally, Black's group of gangsters were all planning to run away, but then, Black thought clearly. This damn world turned into this, guns are useless, of course, whoever has the biggest fist, who is powerful. After he thought about it again and again, he still decided to follow Yi Chen's instructions. So, he caught up with his little brothers and after some explanation, they all followed him back. Little people had the wisdom of little people. The hotel encountered such a big rat, who knows what is outside. Now everywhere is a huge tree in the sky, a person high weeds, which if there is really any more fierce beast, that is not looking for death. They do not think that with the machete in their hands, they can be invincible. Therefore, they all came back, intending to follow Yi Chen, the absolute fierce man. Yi Chen came in front of Brother He and the others and glanced at the crowd before speaking, "Follow me." "Yes. Big brother." Brother He and the others answered in unison, and then followed Yi Chen to leave the entrance of the hotel. Inside the hotel. Phew. One long exhalation after another came out. Why is that guy so terrifying? He's simply not human. I feel, that person seems to have really killed a lot of people, that killing aura doesn't seem to be fake, it's impossible to fake it. Definitely can't fake it out, only when you kill someone and see blood will you have a murderous aura, pretending can't be faked out. My old squad leader used to kill a lot of drug dealers and terrorists at the border, he had a murderous aura on him, however, his murderous aura compared to that person is simply one earth and one sky, that person is too terrifying. This shouldn't be he dared to kill so many people, how could he not be arrested? I guess he should be a professional killer, or an international mercenary, otherwise, in the country, if he dared to do this, he would have been shot long ago. How many people does this have to have killed to be able to gather such a horrible killing aura? It's simply a pervert. Ahem, well, this matter is put to rest, now take a break. Head who raised his hand at this time, stopping his men from continuing to discuss Yi Chen, and then opened his mouth. Hu Xiaoye sighed as she looked at the doorway where Yi Chen's figure was long gone. In her heart, there was a bit of loss at the moment, a bit light, a bit thick, she couldn't tell what it was. When she was on the second floor of the hotel, Yi Chen glanced at her after killing the punks. At that time, she revealed a horrified, scared expression. And Yi Chen just frowned, but didn't say anything to her. There was no comfort, no explanation, and even looking at that glance, she looked a bit regretful. She didn't know why Yi Chen would be like this, why killing such a cruel and cold-blooded thing, in Yi Chen's hands, at his fingertips, without a care in the world. At that time, she was only deeply afraid, scared and panicked. And at this moment, she suddenly had a feeling that she had missed something. Unspeakable, but real in her heart, taking root. Forest Park. Yi Chen brought Black's group of gangsters with the tools he found on the road. There were quite a few people encountered on the road, however, those people avoided them from afar. No one dared to mess with this group, who were not good people at first glance. Not to mention that there were so many people, all carrying machetes. When people live, they can't avoid eating and drinking. On the way, Yi Chen told Brother Black and others to take some food in the supermarket. At this moment in the supermarket, there were already many people starting to loot. There were even fights and killings. Yi Chen didn't care about this, nor would he care about this. In the future, things more cruel and bloody than this would happen every day, and Yi Chen had long since become numb from watching it. Black's real name was Zhao Erei. Originally he planned to take over the whole supermarket, but at Yi Chen's request, he only took 3 days worth of food. At first, Zhao Erei and the others didn't understand, but after Yi Chen signaled them to check their accounts, their faces went black. How much was deducted for how much was taken? This was simply too godless for the former gangsters. However, they also admired Yi Chen. Others didn't realize it, but Yi Chen did, and that was different. Forest Park, in the previous life, was the territory of that black fish that was trampled by Yi Chen. And in this life, Yi Chen chose this place as his territory. Because here, there was something that made countless people red in the eyes and called for countless forces to want it for themselves, the spirit spring. The earth and sky changed drastically, changing not only the living beings, but also the earth, the air, and the sea. Above the earth, countless newborn plants appeared, and even more spiritual medicines that could accelerate cultivation appeared. Yi Chen wanted the medicines, but what Yi Chen wanted more was a spiritual spring. Spiritual springs were springs generated by heaven and earth that were rich in a large amount of spiritual chi. Having a spiritual spring meant that a spiritual field could be nurtured. With a spiritual field, one could mature in a very short period of time after planting crops, just like in the flood game. Of course, what Yi Chen valued was not growing food, but growing spirit medicine. Spiritual medicines that could only mature in 100 years would only take a month to mature after being planted in a spiritual field. This was the rule of heaven and earth that had changed after the meteorite fell and the wise brain Pangu descended. Therefore, the spirit springs were frantically fought over by all the major powers. Because, in the real world, strength is raised by as much as you can. And unlike the game, where the boost there, converted to reality, is going to be scaled down to the point of screaming eggheads. And the spirit medicine, the worst, can also improve the chance of people entering the innate realm, not to mention the better spirit medicine. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was, using the village building order to incorporate the spirit spring into one's territory where the spirit spring was located. This, then, was not something that anyone could do. Yi Chen was able to do it, and Yi Chen possessed a divine-grade village building order. Chapter 27, Realistic Use of the Divine-Grade Village Building Order. Yi Chen brought Zhao Erei and the other punks, and came straight to the place where he got the star pearl before. Here, it was already filled with giant trees in the sky, and around it, it was overgrown with weeds. Clean up all the trees here as well as the weeds. Yi Chen pointed to the edge of the lake while speaking. When Zhao Erei and the other punks heard this, each of them opened their mouths wide. Yi-Chen pointed to the place. At the moment, the big trees were in the sky, the weeds were overgrown, the whole primitive forest. How long would it take to get it clean? What's more, at this moment, those logging tools can't be used, purely rely on manpower that shall not die of exhaustion. At the time when a group of gangsters regretted following them, Yi-Chen's right hand made a move, and the deicide gun appeared instantly. This instantly scared Zhao Arai and the other gangsters to the bone. Just when they thought that Yi-Chen was going to slaughter a few people to teach them a lesson, Yi-Chen walked towards the forest. The Godslayer gun slashed across the ground with shot after shot. A large tree instantly fell to the ground. Not more than a few seconds later, there was another one. Gulp, gulp, gulp came a series of loud sounds. The gangsters swallowed heavily one by one. Black brother. Yi boss. Too fierce it. A punk looked at one big tree after another that fell to the ground with a dumbfounded face and stammered. It's hard. No wonder. Boss Yi is so powerful. A gangster remembered Yi-Chen cutting them like vegetables in the scene, said with palpitating heart. Boss Yi, how is it that once you make a move? A gangster spoke up at this time. Snap Zhao Arai fiercely smacked the face of this gangster and then said viciously. Malagobis, shut up, Yi bosses also you can say? Ah. I am wrong. The punk who was smacked first froze, and then was scared out of his wits and sat down on the ground with a plop. He was so scared because he had said Yi-Chen's secret. If Yi-Chen thought that he was trying to find out something and was angry with him, there was only one thing that could happen to him, and that was death. As for implicating others, he didn't care, but if he died, that wasn't something he wanted to see. Therefore, he was scared, his teeth chattered in fear, and his entire body shivered non-stop. You guys can do it too, if you played the flood game before. Yi-Chen's voice, at this time, came over. Zhao Arai was first stunned, and then he was ecstatic. The ecstasy was because he didn't have to worry about being implicated by that little brother, and even more so, because he knew a secret. Although this secret wasn't a big secret, Zhao Arai felt that it was a signal. As long as he could follow Yi-Chen, he could definitely know more secrets about this world than anyone else. Yi-Chen was too strong and mysterious. This was what Zhao Arai felt. Otherwise, Yi-Chen wouldn't have told them to come to the forest park and clean up the trees as well as the weeds. When the gangsters heard this, some were confused, some were smart, and the smart ones started experimenting directly, and then they were shouting. Because it was too amazing, because it had never been thought of. Yi-Chen did not care what these punks think, also do not care what they think. Originally, Yi-Chen did not want to reuse these people. Of course, the people who were dead set on being juniors, Yi-Chen would use. But these people, Yi-Chen didn't think that they had the determination to die as their little brother. Especially not after they learned all the secrets of the game. People's desires are endless, regardless of class, regardless of education, regardless of money. Everyone had desires, everyone wanted to become stronger, everyone wanted to have everything. However, most people don't think about the fact that there are times when ideas are just ideas. Yi-Chen told these punks to do something, also because Yi-Chen didn't want to be too troublesome. In reality, the same ability of parcels could be used, with a maximum of 99 of each item stored. Trees were good to collect, but weeds were not. It wasn't that weeds couldn't be collected, but if they were received in a parcel, they could only collect 99 roots, so it would be better to just carry them away, that way there would be more. And this was the reason why Yi-Chen called them to do something. As for the possible situation of the Reincarnation village leaking secrets, Yi-Chen wasn't worried at all. Because, this was not a hidden place and would soon be discovered. More so, because, no one had yet been able to approach the Reincarnation village by 1,000 meters without being discovered by Yen Hu. Time passed little by little, Yi-Chen got a large area of trees down until Yi-Chen stopped after he cleared a large enough area. The punks started to clear up the trees and weeds in the area at this time. Yi-Chen, on the other hand, sat on a bench next to the lake and rested his eyes. After the trees and weeds were cleaned up, half an hour had passed. Zhao Arai brought the gangsters to Yi-Chen's vicinity at this time and opened his mouth to call out, "Big brother, the work is done." Yi-Chen opened his eyes and glanced at Zhao Arai before getting up and walking towards the cleared open space. Arriving at the open space, Yi-Chen's mind moved, and a mechanical voice instantly sounded in Yi-Chen's mind. Ding, detected divine grade village building order, owner, Yi-Chen, already used in game, village name, reincarnation. Is it possible to use the divine grade village building order in reality? Use. Chapter 28, God Dog Era. A 7-colored light instantly appeared from the divine level village building order, and then disappeared. Right at this moment, a large, 2 small and 3 thatched huts appeared out of thin air beside Yi-Chen. When Zhao Arai and the other punks saw this, one of them couldn't help but rub their eyes. They were sure that just now here, just an empty space, but now, suddenly appeared a large 2 small 3 thatched cottages. Juggling is also impossible, that requires props. This is flat ground appeared, simply not juggling can be done. Could it be that Boss Yi put 3 huts in the package? Ha! Yeah, that must be it. Parcels can collect items. Look, there are just 3 thatched huts, it must be very easy to try to load them up. But what's Boss Yi packing 3 huts for? The gangsters' murmurs, Yi-Chen could hear them, but Yi-Chen wouldn't explain, nor was it necessary. There are quite a few secrets in the game, parcels don't count, this will soon be tested out by someone, but other than that, Yi-Chen won't say anything. What ecumenical, what for the sake of mankind, and then tell the secrets, that's all Che eggs. Yi-Chen would not do that. The reason was simple, the reborn Yi-Chen knew more and more clearly than anyone else about the greed and never-ending desires in people's hearts. The experience of his previous life had told Yi-Chen to see too much human ugliness. Yi-Chen was very sure that as long as he told the secrets of the game, the first territory to be occupied would be the Reincarnation Village. Yi-Chen was strong at the moment, but not strong enough to ignore 10,000 people, 100,000 people. Even if it was 100 people, if someone used a crossbow, Yi-Chen was just as likely to be killed. Even though the chances weren't great. Therefore, Yi-Chen wouldn't say anything. Glancing at the Reincarnation Village that belonged to him, to be precise, he glanced at the 3 huts. Yi-Chen turned around and walked towards Zhao Erei and the others. Big brother. When Zhao Erei and the other gangsters saw Yi-Chen coming over, they hurriedly opened their mouths and called out. Yi-Chen's ferocity hadn't passed for long, and it was inevitable that the gangsters were afraid. You guys can leave, as a reward for helping me out, to give you a heads up, 2 days later, go to the new development zone there. Yi-Chen looked at Zhao Erei and the other gangsters and said expressionlessly. When Zhao Erei and the other gangsters heard this, they froze in unison. This script was a bit wrong, in their consciousness, Yi-Chen called them to do something, it should be with the intention of accepting them as juniors. But as it turned out, it wasn't like that at all. Zhao Erei looked at Yi-Chen with some doubts, and was just about to open his mouth when he coldly shivered, and the words he wanted to say were instantly held back in his stomach. He saw a pair of emotionless eyes that were filled with indifference to life and an accustomedness to death. Zhao Erei had a feeling that as soon as he opened his mouth, the next second would be his death. Yes, big brother, we'll leave now. Zhao Erei tried to stabilize his suddenly violent heart and swallowed heavily before opening his mouth. Yi-Chen nodded, before turning around and walking towards the hut. Zhao Erei glanced at Yi-Chen's back and his face was cloudy. Originally, he had made up his mind to follow Yi-Chen, but now, Yi-Chen didn't accept them. This called Zhao Erei somewhat unacceptable, at least, he had been a party boss. However, he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction, and didn't even dare to make a sound. Because Yi-Chen was a god of killing, treating human life like grass, ferocious and tyrannical. He didn't want to die, so he had to leave. In the end, Zhao Erei left with the gangsters. After Yi-Chen returned to the hut, he moved his mind. A vortex dotted with starlight appeared out of nowhere, and then a small tiger with fiery red fur all over its body walked out from it. The moment it came out, it was stunned, and then ran to the side of Yi-Chen's pants leg and rubbed against it affectionately. Yi-Chen's icy expression, instantly dispersed, leaned down and stroked Yen Hu's little head, and spoke. I'll leave the safety to you, don't run around, just move around in the Reincarnation Village, don't attack people at will, if someone comes, tell me, if someone dares to attack you, kill him. Ow. The Yen tiger nodded its little head and let out a still tender roar. Yen Hu was a spirit beast, and a king among spirit beasts, born with skills and high intelligence, what Yi-Chen said, it naturally understood. Yi-Chen smiled faintly and patted Yen Hu's little head before pressing it towards the diamond ring he wore on his finger. The starlight flashed, the light dispersed, and the Diamond Grade Game Warehouse appeared in the room. Yi-Chen walked straight to the side of the Diamond Grade Gaming silo, opened the silo door, and laid down in it. When the game barn was covered, Yi-Chen once again came into the game. At this time, Yen Hu trotted over to the side of the Diamond Grade Game silo and curled up into a ball, falling into a deep sleep like a kitten. However, judging from its constantly twitching ears, it wasn't really sleeping, but was listening to the movements outside. Game World, Reincarnation Village, Village Chief's Mansion. A pillar of light suddenly appeared inside the bedroom of the village chief's mansion. The pillar of light dispersed and Yi-Chen opened his eyes. Ding, congratulations to player God Dog Era, the 10th to establish a village, hereby rewarding God Dog Village as the 10th village of the flood. Yi-Chen, who heard this system announcement, was stunned. God Dog Era? How could this asshole also build a village so quickly? Chapter 29, The Rapidly Developing Reincarnation Village. To say that the ones who gave Yi-Chen the deepest impression in his previous life, apart from those strong people, there were 2 others. One is a human 2-bit goods, buy at the drop of a hat, dry without saying a word. Speaking 2, doing 2, on the contrary, the luck is good to burst. The second is the God Dog Era. God Dog Era is not human, but a member of the demon race, and most of the demon race is different. After it became enlightened, it didn't leave its master, instead, it took itself as its master's husband. To put it in simpler terms, the Divine Dog Era enacted a love affair across races with its master, which could not be described. This is not the key is, God Dog Era is a breed dog. Regardless of whether it is a human or a demon race, but wherever it is looked at, it will snatch it and then drive it away the next day. Otherwise its owner, the young woman, will castrate him. Although Era is very strong and favors that young woman. These are still small things, the most shocking is that it hard on the demon clan Shishan Demon King's 1,000 gold. Until Yi Chen was reborn, the God Dog era was still being chased by countless demon clans. Of course, this did not mean that God Dog era was close to humans. He wasn't close to humans, except for his master. Except for those beautiful women, the others were either robbed or eaten by him. He also often hit the mulligans, both in the game and in reality, calling for defense. And all of this was told to him by that young woman owner of God Dog era. Plus, God Dog era's luck was equally as good, so he quickly rose to power and was so powerful that he called for a headache. Hate him, but can't kill him, want to design, but repeatedly failed. The World Channel, at this moment, began to boil because of this announcement of God Dog era. This dude is awesome, he even came up with such a name. Nima, laughing my ass off, there's someone else named this. Wang Wang Wang, era, good boy, eat back the you took. Humph, stupid humans, tremble, tremble, I am the king of era, the god dog that aspires to stand on top of the world. Say he is fat he's still chuan on, Nima, this has to be how comical. Sabo, really is a comical one. There is no heavenly reason, such a comical, even the 10th to build a village. Yi Chen glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it, it was useless to pay attention to it. The demon race was also able to build villages, but unlike humans, their villages produced beasts. On the battlefields in the future, one would often see armies composed of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pure beasts, and that would be the armies under the command of the demon race lords. Right now, Yi Chen had only one thing to do, to raise his strength as soon as possible. Because soon, the first historical plot would open. And the birds and beasts on Earth that were also players would start attacking all humans at that time. Whether it was the players or the natives in the game, they were all targets of their attacks. For them, human flesh and blood was the best trophy. The chaos in the game world would also be officially opened at that moment. The demon race, Yi Chen didn't care, because throughout the game world, the demon race was always the antithesis of the human race, and there were very few meetings that didn't result in bloodshed. So, it was useless to care, it was a long-term opponent. What Yi Chen cared about was the historical plot, the Yellow Turban Uprising. In his previous life, Yi Chen could only sneakily kill some yellow turbans, earn some points and merits, and fish out some pathetic pop-ups. Then, there was no more. In this life, Yi Chen didn't want to miss it again. Yi Chen let out a long breath and then left the village chief's mansion. Coming outside, Yi Chen could not help but stare. As far as the eye could see, there were busy Reincarnation Village villagers everywhere. Those carrying timber, pulling stones, transporting iron ore, carrying hose, came and went, it was very lively. Obviously, the villagers of Reincarnation Village had increased again. In addition to the busy villagers, there were also many more buildings in Reincarnation Village. Tavern, tailor store, animal pen, private school, grocery store, blacksmith store, medical center, all built out. There is also a large area in the distance of the barracks, the door has 2 elite soldiers are standing guard. Looking at the completely changed Reincarnation Village, Yi Chen was very satisfied. At this time, Yi Chen didn't think that others could develop faster than himself. After all, the brain Pangu had yet to open the money exchange business. In the game, at this moment, there was only one person who had the most money amongst the players, and that was Yi Chen. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Reincarnation Village would develop by leaps and bounds at this moment, and no one could surpass it. Greetings, Lord. Zhao Hong trotted over at this time, bowing and saluting. Yi Chen nodded and asked with a smile, "Where is Zhao Mang?" "My lord, my canine son is leading the newly selected soldiers in training in the barracks." Zhao Hong hurriedly spoke. "Not bad, training should not be slack, right? How many soldiers does Reincarnation Village have now?" Yi Chen smiled slightly and spoke. "My lord, so far, there are 12. Zhao Hong bowed and responded. 12 people, Yi Chen sighed, then continued, 12 people is 12 people, soldiers are more valuable in terms of precision than in terms of quantity. My lord is far-sighted, the Reincarnation Village will surely be world-famous. Zhao Hong said with a sincere face. It had only been a short while, and the Reincarnation Village was able to sift through 12 soldiers, all of which were also clear C ranks. To be precise, after the Reincarnation Village's additions, a clear A grade. If it was any other village, I'm afraid that they would only have F grade, and D grade would be considered good. Those villages were no match for the Reincarnation Village. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile, and was about to ask about something else when a cry of alarm suddenly came. "Little Tiger, where is Little Tiger?" The voice came from the medical center, and the one who spoke was none other than Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu rushed out of the medical center, ready to look for the spiritual beast Yin Tiger, but happened to see Yi Chen, and immediately shouted anxiously. "Lord, Little Tiger is missing." Chapter 30 Good Sense 100. Speaking, Zhao Yu unexpectedly choked up. Looking at Zhao Yu's eyes that brought on teardrops, Yi Chen hurriedly opened his mouth and explained, "Little Tiger went to my world to protect me." Yi Chen was a player, and for an existence like a player, the natives of this world automatically defaulted to people like Yi Chen is chosen. Zhao Yu was shocked when he heard this, and similarly stunned was Zhao Hong on the side. "Lord!" Zhao Yu stopped crying and hurriedly came to Yi Chen's side, calling out in shock. "Ding, Zhao Yu's loyalty has reached 100, advanced to die-hard loyalty." The system's prompt sounded, and Yi Chen couldn't help but stare. Right at this moment, Zhao Hong rushed towards the barracks in a hurry and shouted, "Mangzi! Hurry up and roll over!" A loud bang came. Zhao Mang, who was carrying a ghost head sword, instantly jumped out of the barracks, and the moment he landed, he fiercely stepped on the ground and rushed towards Zhao Heng's side. "Old Lord!" Zhao Mang originally wanted to call out to his old father, but when he saw Yi Chen, he was stunned. "My lord is in danger, quick, go to that world of my lord." Zhao Hong anxiously and incomparably drank. "Good. I'll," Zhao Mang said, and his face suddenly froze. "What are you still frozen for?" Zhao Hong went over and kicked Zhao Mang's buttocks. "Pops, I don't know how to get over there?" Zhao Mang's face was suffocatingly red, and he eventually came up with this sentence. When Zhao Hong heard this, his face froze. It wasn't strange for people in the game world to know that the player was in another world. It could also be reasoned in reverse: if the players could come to this world, was it possible for them to go to the player's world as well? Then, when the question was officially posed, the answer came out. They didn't know how to get there. Of course, there weren't many natives that had this thought. It was all existences with qualifications of S rank or above that had such thoughts. Looking at the three people with nervous faces, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. This was exactly the fundamental reason why Yi Chen preferred the people in this world. Once they became die-hard loyalists, then there would be no betrayal. Unlike the real world, die-hard loyalty would not appear at all. People always lived around interests, and perhaps, because of interests, the next second, a former best friend, brother, or even a woman, would give you a knife in the back. "Well, that world of mine, it's just a little dangerous. It's not to the time of life and death. Even if it is, I can't bring you guys over there now, because there are still key items missing. When there is a chance, I will bring you over there." Yi Chen retrieved his thoughts and said smilingly, "My lord, what is still missing? I will go and get it for my lord. Even if I give up this life of mine, I would not hesitate to do so." Without saying a word, Zhao Mang directly knelt down on one knee and drank in a deep voice. "That thing, it's not that good to get. If you want to help me, then work hard to train your troops and then conquer the four directions." Yi Chen exhaled a long breath, then heavily patted Zhao Mang's shoulder and spoke. "Yes, my lord." Zhao Mang was silent for a moment, then answered in a deep voice. "My lord, but," Zhao Hong said with a nervous face, and before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Yi Chen raising his hand. "Developing the reincarnation village properly, that's the biggest help to me." Yi Chen smiled faintly before speaking. "Yes, my lord. I will not hesitate to do so even if I am broken to pieces." Zhao Hong cupped his fists and bowed in response. "My lord, what can I do?" Zhao Yu asked somewhat anxiously at this time. She also wanted to help Yi Chen, but she didn't know what she could do for him. "Study your medical skills well. In the future, the generals of the reincarnation village, as well as the villagers, can all need you to save them." Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yu and said very gently. But, Zhao Yu was a little anxious. In her opinion, researching medical arts would not help Yi Chen at all. Because Yi Chen was in danger in the real world, medical arts couldn't help at all. "Alright, don't think too much. Medical arts are also useful, and it's very useful. Think about it. If Zhao Mang gets sick and there's an enemy outside, how will Zhao Mang lead his troops to war?" Yi Chen saw that Zhao Yu had the suspicion of drilling into the bull's eye and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "My lord, even if I am sick, I can still lead the troops to war." With a bang, Zhao Mang knelt down on one knee again and shouted, "Nima!" Yi Chen's face stiffened and glared at Zhao Mang without any good reason, while Zhao Hong directly gave Zhao Mang a kick in the buttocks at this time, pulling Zhao Mang and left. "Lord!" Just as soon as Zhao Yu opened his mouth, Yi Chen raised his hand and stopped Zhao Yu's words, and then opened his mouth. "Call big brother in the future, Lord shows too much rawness." Zhao Yu was stunned when she heard this, and then her face turned red, and at that exact moment, Yi Chen revealed an aggressive gaze. Zhao Yu took a look, her face became even redder, she turned around, covered her face and ran away. Ding, Zhao Yu favorability plus 10. Ding, Zhao Yu's favorability plus 10. Ding, Zhao Yu's favorability plus 10. Ding, Zhao Yu good sense reaches 100, advance to close. After Yi Chen heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, what Yi Chen wanted was to use this method to not ask Zhao Yu to continue to dwell on the issue of helping Yi Chen. But the result was greatly out of Yi Chen's expectation. This is considered to be a mindless willow to become a shade right. The relationship was so close and intimate that if Yi Chen pulled Zhao Yu to sleep right now, Zhao Yu wouldn't refuse and would be 100% obedient. Chapter 31: Sending out troops to purge. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Mistakenly hitting the right spot was just cool. Originally, Yi Chen was still having a headache on how to increase goodwill and how to raise loyalty. Now it's good, it's all full at once. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yu's back for a while, and then went straight to Zhao Heng's home. When Yi Chen arrived, Zhao Mang was being lectured by Zhao Hong. There was no way, Zhao Mang was too blind. Surprisingly, he didn't see that Yi Chen was trying to appease Zhao Yu's heart, and he even blurted out something about how he could lead an army and fight even if he was sick. "Lord?" Zhao Hong couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yi Chen arrive, and the broomstick that was smacking Zhao Mang was thrown aside by Zhao Heng's hand. Zhao Mang, on the other hand, stood to the side with a reddened face and lowered his head without speaking. There is no way, such a big man, but also by the old man with the broom whip buttocks, not blushing is strange. Yi Chen nodded smilingly, then looked at Zhao Mang and spoke, Zhao Mang, train the soldiers as soon as possible, after 5 days, to go out and clear the possible mountain bandit camps and roving bandit camps around the area, and by the way, also clean up the wild beasts. Because of the blue-eyed Tiger King and also the black water Shin snake, there wouldn't be any wild beasts around the Reincarnation village. Even the forces of roving bandits and mountain bandits would not appear. However, at the moment, they were all killed by Yi Chen, and could only bring 7 days of safety to the Reincarnation village. At the back, they would still be refreshed. If they weren't disposed of in time, it would be very threatening to the villagers working outside of the Reincarnation village. Zhao Mang was worried about not having a step to take, so when he heard this, he roared out without hesitation, yes. My humble servant vows to fulfill the mission to the death. After Zhao Mang finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Heng and opened his mouth to shout, Pops, the Lord has a mission, I'll go back to the barracks first. After saying that, without giving Zhao Heng a chance to speak, he took big steps and ran away. Lord! Zhao Heng's mouth corner twitched, and then helplessly looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth to call out. Cough cough, old Zhao, does the blacksmith of the Reincarnation village and the brewer have any specialties? I mean, do they have any unique crafts? Yi Chen coughed, not intending to continue on this issue of Zhao Heng's godson, and then opened his mouth to ask. Hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, Zhao Heng hurriedly opened his mouth and said, My lord, I have asked the 2 masters. The blacksmith had once been an apprentice in the imperial city, however, he didn't have any unique craft, and the winemaker likewise didn't. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. But this was not beyond Yi Chen's expectations. After all, the game would not directly give you a brewmaster or blacksmith with specialty skills. This is also not in a hurry, there is no can only go to get it. With specialties of the territory, it is the territory of the day into the gold. With money, more and more money, in order to develop the territory faster, whether it is the game or reality. And this was exactly why Yi Chen came over to ask Zhao Heng. Alright, I know, don't stop the construction of the Reincarnation village, and also, pay attention to the market often. If there are any good things, directly buy them, as long as they are helpful to the Reincarnation village. Yi Chen sighed, and then spoke. Yes, Lord. Zhao Heng bowed and answered. Yi Chen nodded, and then returned to the village chief's mansion. Yi Chen, 3rd class baron. Level, 50. Reputation, 150,000 increase attraction to historical figures. Merit, 150,000 the standard for title promotion, a 3rd class baron needs 100,000 merit. Force, 80. Root and bone, 80. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Feats, 9 turns of Xian Gong, Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision. Equipment, none. Money, 11,000 gold. The game wasn't just a game, Yi Chen clearly understood that, so Kung Fu couldn't be left behind. Only, when Yi Chen began to cultivate, his face suddenly darkened. The Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision was surprisingly not something that the current Yi Chen could cultivate. If he wanted to cultivate it, he had to at least enter the mortal transformation realm. However, soon after, Yi Chen smiled triumphantly. The 9 revolution Shin Gong could be cultivated right now. Moreover, as long as there were enough spirit medicines and sufficient spiritual qi, Yi Chen could completely and rapidly impact the innate, and then break through the mortal transformation realm and enter the flood. To put it simply, what difficulties existed in the mortal transformation realm, for Yi Chen who cultivated the 9 revolution Shin Gong, they did not exist at all. When the barrier to advancement appeared, it was broken by force, and this was the overbearing nature of the 9 revolution Shin Gong. However, when he thought of the pitiful elixir reserves in the novice area, Yi Chen's face suddenly turned black. Damn it, if it's not enough, then go and rob it. Thinking of this, Yi Chen began to cultivate the 9 revolution Xian Gong. Time passed day by day. After Yi Chen usually finished cultivating, he went to look for Zhao Yu, at first pulling the little hand and talking about love. Later on, he kissed his little face, and then later on, he touched up and down, and was close to breaking through that last layer. Yi Chen's life is dashing, but others in the game are in deep water and heat. Ding, Fengyun village has been captured by mountain bandits. Fengyun village has been removed from the flood world. Ding, Black Tiger village has been captured by roving bandits. Black Tiger village is delisted in the flood world. Announcements like this didn't stop from the moment they started ringing. It couldn't be helped that many people didn't know how to develop their territories. What's more, they didn't know that in the beginning, there would be streams of mountain bandits and robbers attacking the village. Carrying through, one could continue to exist. Carrying through, there was only destruction. 5 days later, in the mysterious valley, outside the village of Reincarnation, a large flag with the word Yi was fluttering in the wind. On top of the white horse, Yi Chen was wearing a bright light kai, holding a god-slaying gun, quietly looking at the 42 Reincarnation village soldiers standing straight in front of him. Each of them held a point steel gun, warfish scale armor, and carried an ox horn bow. In front of the soldier formation, there stood a military general wearing tiger head armor and holding a ghost head sword. With immediate effect, wipe out all forces around the Reincarnation Village, whether it's wild beasts, or bandits and mountain thieves. Can it be done? Yi Chen suddenly opened his mouth and drank. Can. The soldiers raised their point steel and guns in unison and chanted one after another. The number of people was small, but the aura was extremely strong. A solemn and murderous aura was also instantly emitted at this moment. Chapter 32: Attacking the Rogue Camp. At this moment, many villages were having headaches over the mountain bandits and robbers around their territories. They had paid a lot to defend themselves against the mountain bandits and robbers, and the soldiers they had recruited were 10 to 1. Some of them were even directly exterminated. The ones with strong capitals used their real-life credits to ask players to help them out, and they easily survived, but they also paid a lot of casualties. As for Reincarnation Village, not even the shadow of a mountain thief or robber had appeared. The entire village developed smoothly until now. At this moment, Reincarnation Village began to take the initiative to send out soldiers to clear out the mountain bandits and wild beasts that had just been refreshed around Reincarnation Village. Clearly ranked soldiers, clear armor, clear point steel, guns and ox horn bows. Although the number of people was not large, this configuration was enough to make people's jaws drop. You have to know that the soldiers under other Lord players are still using wooden guns, wooden bows, and some of them don't even have decent weapons. And the configuration of the Reincarnation Village at this moment, even compared to the regular army of the Great Han Empire, was no less impressive. These were all equipment that Yi Chen had purchased with his own money, costing 10,000 gold. If you want to do a good job, you must first make good use of your weapons, and when you go out to fight, if you can be equipped with good armor and good weapons, you naturally have to configure the best ones. At this point, Yi Chen was quite willing to give up. And Yi Chen's move also attracted the gratitude of the generals of Reincarnation Village, both in terms of loyalty and morale. Swish up. Of course, none of these equipment were produced by Reincarnation Village itself, otherwise it wouldn't have cost so much, but Yi Chen wasn't heartbroken. Looking at the Reincarnation Village soldiers who shouted loudly, Yi Chen's right hand fiercely raised the deicide gun, and then opened his mouth and drank. Depart. At this moment, the Reincarnation Village officially revealed its hideous fangs. Congratulations, Lord, on your triumphant return. Congratulations, Lord, on your triumphant return. One chorus after another came out in unison from the mouths of nearly 400 villagers. At this moment, there wasn't a single one of these Reincarnation Village villagers that wasn't excited. This was the Lord of Reincarnation Village, this was the soldiers of Reincarnation Village. Throughout the map of the Great Khan Empire, there had never been a village that could possess such a force. As villagers of Reincarnation Village, they were proud, and even more proud to be villagers of Reincarnation Village. Around the Reincarnation Village, wild beasts had already been refreshed, and there were quite a number of them. Even though the beasts had not appeared for 7 days because of the blue-eyed Tiger King and also the Black Water Basilisk, this was a test that a village had to go through. However, these numerous beasts were killed by the Reincarnation Village soldiers. When the surrounding wild beasts were cleared as they were, the soldiers of Reincarnation Village pointed towards the scouted campsite of the roving bandits. Reincarnation Village was located in a valley, with an endless forest outside, and such an environment created an excellent site for the roving bandit camp, and for the mountain bandits and robbers. This place was very different from the outside of the Lord player's territory surrounding. There were only 1 to 3 roving bandit camps or mountain fortresses. But here in Reincarnation Village, there were too many, with a total of 138 roving bandit camps plus mountain strongholds. This was not a small amount of pressure for Yi Chen, as these refreshed roving bandit camps and mountain strongholds of all sizes would attack the Reincarnation Village. Yi Chen didn't want to wait, so Yi Chen had to take the initiative. Otherwise, when the roving bandits, mountain bandits, and robbers in the forest came out as they did, then it would be a disaster for the Reincarnation Village. The forest outside of Reincarnation Village was named Reincarnation Forest by Yi Chen. Directly north of the Reincarnation Forest, there was a large mountain, 30 miles away from the Reincarnation Village. Here, there was a medium-sized camp of roving bandits, and the number of roving bandits was 500. On this day, a group of heavily armed soldiers arrived at the foot of the mountain. My lord, is it better to send someone to lure the roving bandits down the mountain and then break them individually? Zhao Meng came to Yi Chen at this time and asked. It's too time-consuming, Reincarnation Village can't afford to wait. Yi Chen said this and got down from his warhorse. My lord, the last general is willing to take the lead. Zhao Meng instantly realized Yi Chen's intentions, and without saying anything, he knelt down on one knee and bellowed. Your weapon is too poor, let's do it this way, you go with me. Yi Chen glanced at Zhao Meng before speaking. My lord. Never. Zhao Meng was shocked when he heard this. He guessed that Yi Chen was going to forcefully attack the roving bandit camp, but he didn't expect that Yi Chen was going to attack it himself, and he was also going to play the lead. Lord. Hearing this, the soldiers of Reincarnation Village all came back to their senses, kneeling down on one knee in unison and shouting. They also didn't want Yi Chen to risk his life. I'm also a martial general, there's nothing I can't do. What's more, you're all fighting for Reincarnation Village and for me. How can I not participate in the battle? It's settled, in a while, all of you will fight with spirit, try not to get hurt. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he made a move with his right hand, and the Godslayer gun appeared instantly. My lord! Zhao Mang still wanted to persuade again. Shut up, go, get rid of all the hidden sentries of this rogue camp, we'll touch up and then directly attack the rogue camp's base camp. Yi Chen glared at Zhao Mang before speaking. Lord is not attacking directly? Zhao Mang was dumbfounded before opening his mouth and asking. In the future, when there's a military division in the village, you need to learn more from the military division. Yi Chen gave Zhao Mang a blank stare without any good humor before opening his mouth. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Village, you looked at me, I looked at you, and one by one, they were trying hard to hold back from telling themselves to laugh out loud. Zhao Mang, however, instantly made a big red face before opening his mouth and drinking. Zhao Wu, Wang Er, you two assholes, go, get rid of all the hidden sentries. Yes. General. Zhao Wu, Wang Er opened their mouths in unison and responded, before drilling into the grass with their weapons. Not long after, Zhao Wu Wang Er, who was carrying some blood, returned. Seeing this, Yi Chen waved his Godslayer gun, and then opened his mouth and drank. Go up the mountain. Be careful, don't make any noise and don't attract the attention of the roving bandits. Yes, Lord. The soldiers responded in unison. Chapter 33 Destroying the Devil. Yi Chen, Zhao Mang, and a group of heavily armed soldiers from Reincarnation Village touched their way to the roving bandit camp. This place is not like the mountain fortress, has a fence for defense, here there is a big tent. Outside, there were groups of people drinking and eating meat, oblivious to the fact that Yi Chen and the others had already arrived here. After looking at the configuration of the roving bandit battalion, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, and then drank in a deep voice, kill. After Yi Chen finished speaking, his entire body fiercely stood up and rushed over, carrying the deicide lance. Kill the enemy with my lord. Zhao Mang was stunned for a moment before bursting into a shout. Zhao Mang thought that what Yi Chen said before meant that he told them to go kill the enemy, but now it seemed that it wasn't that at all. Kill. 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 The soldiers of the Reincarnation Village, one by one, had red eyes. Or had they ever thought that Yi Chen, the lord they followed, would be the first to fight and carry the most dangerous front row on his own? In their eyes, the lords were so high and mighty that they were willing to give an existence like them a good meal, not to mention being the first to die. And Yi Chen not only gave them good food, good clothes, and good use, but also led the troops. How could they not be moved? They were willing to follow such a lord, and even more willing to die for such a lord. Yi Chen didn't turn around, but clearly felt the belief that the generals of the Reincarnation Village behind him were ready to die. After a slight stun, he opened his mouth and bellowed, kill! 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 The soldiers of the Reincarnation Villages, one by one, their eyes began to spit fire. They couldn't wait to catch up with Yi Chen immediately, however, they were not as fast as Yi Chen. At this moment, Zhao Mang suddenly jumped and directly jumped to Yi Chen's side, and then pounced towards the shocked bandits. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Scream after scream came, and the roving bandits of the roving bandit battalion were terrified one after another. When they saw the Reincarnation Village soldiers rushing out from behind the rocks, each with a red light in their eyes, they were even more frightened. Great Han Regular Army! Great Han Regular Army! This shout didn't matter. The roving bandits who had originally been yelled at by the leader to pick up their weapons and fight back instantly exploded. One by one, they fled in all directions in fear. Puff, puff. The deicide gun began to harvest the lives of the roving bandits. The invulnerable regicide gun, at this moment, showed its terrifying side. The roving bandits who didn't wear armor were stabbed through with a single shot, and the roving bandits who wore armor were similarly stabbed through with a single shot, effortlessly. The bandits who ran into Yi Chen were out of luck. They died if they grazed, and died if they touched. Soon, Yi Chen's Ming Huan Kai was dyed red with blood. After each shot was swung out, it would inevitably splash a piece of blood. Zhao Mang was originally escorting Yi Chen, but after watching for a while, he realized that no stragglers were able to harm Yi Chen at all. At the end, he started to slaughter the bandits like crazy. Yi Chen and Zhao Mang's frenzied killing spree soon caused the bandits to collapse. And at this time, the heavily armed soldiers of the Reincarnation Village opened their fangs. One after another, the roving bandits were killed, with cries, screams, and pleas for mercy. However, in a matter of tea, the camp of 500 stray bandits was actually flattened by Yi Chen with dozens of people. The gusty wind blew, lifting up the strong bloody gas on the mountaintop. Yi Chen looked at the kneeling, terrified roving bandits, his brows could not help but frown. Killing prisoners, this was not desirable in ancient times. After engaging in battle, it was rare to kill prisoners. My lord? Zhao Mang waited on the side for Yi Chen's decision. To kill or not to kill, Zhao Mang didn't care. As long as Yi Chen's order was given, he would execute it without hesitation. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment, then looked at the roving bandits kneeling on the ground and drank in a deep voice. You are sinners, now I'm giving you the opportunity to pay for your sins. Fight for my reincarnation village. If you didn't die, then you will become a member of reincarnation village. If you dare to escape or even betray, then there is only one thing that will happen to him, death. Willing, we are willing. Hearing this, one after another of the roving bandits chose to subordinate Yi Chen without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for capturing the medium-sized roving bandit camp, rewarding him with 1000 merits. Take your weapons, bring the useful ones and throw away the useless ones, then set off. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth before opening his mouth and drinking. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the roving bandits froze in unison, and then each of them were ecstatic. Originally, they thought that Yi Chen would tell them to participate in the battle with their bare hands, but now it seemed that it wasn't so. The loyalty of these surrendered rogues instantly rose a notch. It was because of good feelings and because of envy. Good feelings because Yi Chen allowed them to have weapons, envy because of the armored weapons of the generals of the reincarnation village. A reincarnation village with such soldiers could be imagined how powerful it was, and they were naturally willing to join such a village and live a good life. One by one, the roving bandits were careful to pick up their weapons, fearing that they would cause some misunderstanding and then be killed. Yi Chen didn't bother about these surrendered bandits and walked straight to the leader's tent of the bandit camp. As soon as he entered the tent, Yi Chen saw 3 large boxes. Yi Chen went straight to the side of the boxes and then opened them. After seeing the contents of the boxes, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. The 3 big boxes were filled with gold coins. After Yi Chen put everything away, the system's prompts followed. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for obtaining 78,921 gold. Attacking a city and plundering a place was a great reward. The richer and more powerful the place, the more the reward was. Attacking roving bandit camps and attacking mountain fortresses were equally rewarding. Only, the roving bandit camp was relatively the least harvested. And this roving bandit camp was somewhat rich beyond words. Yi Chen looked at the increased gold coins with some doubts. This harvest seems to have been raised 10 times compared to the normal harvest. Yes, this is compensation, because the mountain fortresses here in Reincarnation Village, the roving bandit camps, are too many. When he thought of this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and then he walked out of the tent, led his men down the mountain, and traveled towards a roving bandit camp 10 miles to the east. Chapter 34, Ruthless Reaping. The second roving bandit camp was likewise a medium-sized camp, with 120 more people than the one just now. Yi Chen led the soldiers of Reincarnation Village and a group of surrendered roving bandits, and soon arrived near this medium-sized camp. This roving bandit camp didn't choose a high mountain, valley, or something like that to set up camp, but instead set up camp on the spot in the middle of the forest. Lord, the terrain here is a bit open, and although there are trees to cover it, it's hard for the previous ploy to work. After Zhao Mang went ahead and explored, he hurriedly came to Yi Chen's side and spoke. It doesn't matter, aren't there stray bandits here that have just been recruited, how simple. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and then he opened his mouth and said. Zhao Mang froze when he heard this, and then his eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, My lord is brilliant. Yi Chen laughed, and then spoke. Less ass kissing, go, select 20 smart roving bandits, instruct them, don't tell them to show their cracks, I reckon, their weapons will be down. Tell them not to resist, just do as requested, and try to spread out the rogues who will come, so that it will be beneficial for us to kill them. By the way, tell those surrendered roving bandits, do a good job. When the bandit eradication mission is over, the reward will be based on merit. Reincarnation Village has fields and money. As long as they get credit, Reincarnation Village won't erase a single cent of their merit. Yes, Lord. Zhao Mang answered in a low voice before running off to convey Yi Chen's order. Not long after, the roving bandits who surrendered to the Reincarnation Village exploded into bursts of low cries. The reason was simple, Yi Chen's words about having fields and money stimulated them. Whether one was a soldier fighting a war or a roving bandit looting a house, the most basic purpose was actually the same, to live a good life. Land in ancient times is the people's life, the root, Yi Chen said so naturally, is to give them fields. This alone is enough to stimulate them, not to mention money. No one does not want to live a peaceful life. Now the opportunity is in front of us. As long as the fight, survive, completely can return to the reincarnation of the village, live a happy life. Of course, there were also people who liked to honor their ancestors, but Yi Chen also said that they would be rewarded on merit and would not treat them poorly. Therefore, after Zhao Mang had spoken for no more than a tea time, these surrendered rogues acted one by one. Soon, the 2 surrendered bandits were cowering as they marched towards the bandits' camp. Not long after, a group of 40 bandits came. If the roving bandits who surrendered under false pretenses were 30, then the ones who came were bound to be 60. This was a rule that an idle person had figured out in his previous life. Yi Chen had brought a total of 40 soldiers with him on this trip, which was why he chose 20 roving bandits to surrender under false pretenses. The result was not what Yi Chen expected. The number of rogues that came was 40, and the weapons of the surrendered rogues were all surrendered. Just as the surrendered bandits started to go up one by one to discard their weapons, Yi Chen, who was hiding behind a big tree not far away, waved his right hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 40 arrows flew out rapidly and hit the bandits who were vigilantly looking at the surrendered bandits. One by one, these rogue bandits were hit by arrows and fell to the ground, quickly dying. Yi Chen then looked at the surrendered roving bandits on one side and opened his mouth to command. Come out 40 people, the strong and healthy ones are prioritized, follow 20 of them and go to the roving bandit camp. Remember, keep your head down, don't look around. When you get to the roving bandit camp, it's best if you're not suspected. If you're suspected, shout loudly. The Great Han Army is calling, run away, then run towards the roving bandit camp. Do you hear me clearly? Hear me clearly, Lord. The surrendered rogues opened their mouths in unison and responded. After the roving bandits finished speaking, 60 people stood out, far exceeding the 40 that Yi Chen had requested. This was also because of the rewards Yi Chen had said, otherwise these surrendered rogue bandits wouldn't have been so proactive. In the end, Yi Chen selected 40 people who were still quite fit and strong, each with a weapon, and lowered their heads, while then following the 20 surrendered rogue bandits with bare hands towards the medium-sized rogue bandit camp in front of them. Yi Chen, on the other hand, led Zhao Mang and the soldiers from the Reincarnation village, bending down and quietly following them, groping towards the roving bandit camp. There were high and low alertness of the bandits, and the bandit camp in front of them was obviously not very high. It was only when the surrendered stragglers arrived at the camp that they realized that the 40 stragglers were a bit off. Raise your heads. A rogue bandit opened his mouth and shouted. Just then, the surrendered stragglers, one by one, revealed an expression of horror that was beyond compare, and then shouted in unison, run, the Great Han Army is hitting us. Kill. Yi Chen stood up at this time and shouted, taking the lead and rushing towards the camp of the roving bandits. Kill. 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 The soldiers of the Reincarnation village shouted in unison, and then followed Yi Chen's footsteps and rushed towards the roving bandit camp. At this moment, it was actually very easy to stop Yi Chen and the others. But the reason why roving bandits were roving bandits was because they didn't have superior military strength, and they were even more afraid of encountering the Great Han Army. So when the roving bandits who surrendered to the Reincarnation village, one by one, shouted, one by one, they all panicked, and at this moment, Yi Chen led his troops to suddenly appear, and even more so, the roving bandits were scared out of their wits. The terrain here was still quite open, however, when they realized that only a part of the people who came were here. Yi Chen's deicide gun started to reap the rewards. And Zhao Mang followed suit and started the slaughter mode. What followed were the soldiers of Reincarnation village wearing armor and holding points, steel, and guns. Blood instantly dyed the rogue camp red. The surrendered roving bandits also followed at this moment, raising their weapons and attacking the roving bandits here. Yi Chen was transformed into an arrowhead at this moment, and wherever he passed, dead bodies were everywhere. Right behind him was Zhao Mang, sweeping up the stray bandits left behind for Yi Chen. Quickly surround them, they are few in number. The leader of the roving bandit battalion camp shouted angrily at this time. However, it was useless. Yi Chen, Zhao Mang's existence was the sharp blade that broke the last line of defense in the hearts of the roving bandits. During this period of time, a brave martial general could greatly influence the situation on the battlefield. Not to mention, not one, but 2 generals had come. Martial generals that these roving bandits were simply unable to fight against. The roving bandits here did not have a single enemy in front of Yi Chen. With a swing of a gun, limbs and broken arms flew about, and heads rolled all over the ground from time to time. Blood stained Yi Chen's armor, the corpses of his enemies, and the earth. Chapter 35 Reincarnation Village gains 2 levels in a row. Run quickly. That madman is rushing over. Don't block my way. Get out of my way. Have mercy. The roving bandits were chilled by the kill, each one of them screamed, cried, and begged for mercy. Yi Chen was charging furiously. Wherever there were more people, Yi Chen went there, killing the roving bandits and making them cry. The sharpness of the deicide gun was unstoppable. Block him. Block him. Whoever can block him. A reward of 10,000 taels of gold. A scream came out, instantly catching Yi Chen's attention. After stabbing through 2 fleeing rogues with a single shot, Yi Chen directly turned left and charged towards a group of rogues who were obviously better dressed. The one screaming for someone to block Yi Chen was, without a doubt, the big chief of the roving bandit battalion, and Yi Chen naturally wouldn't let him go. The shouting of the big chief instantly drew countless rough breathing sounds. Money moved people's hearts, however, right at this moment, Yi Chen swept out with a shot. Snort, snort, snort. A few rogues who took a few steps forward had their arms broken off, their stomachs slashed open, and their intestines flowed all over the place. Yi Chen was also at this moment, rushing to the roving bandits who had just moved on, with his god-slaying lance, flying up and down, dancing wildly from side to side. Miserable screams once again rang out. No! I don't want to die. Spare my life. One rogue instantly extinguished the idea of wanting to obtain 10,000 taels of gold and plopped down on his knees. 1 knelt down and surrendered, 2 knelt down and surrendered, more and more roving bandits knelt down and surrendered. Yi Chen was out of the way and came straight to the big leader of the roving bandit battalion. No! Don't kill me. I surrender. the big leader shouted in extreme terror. However, Yi Chen's deicide lance stabbed into his mouth without hesitation and then pierced the head of this roving bandit battalion's great leader through and through. Yi Chen would not kill captives indiscriminately, but this big leader had to die. Because he was hostile to Yi Chen. He was afraid because he didn't want to die, and once he got the chance, he would probably bring no small disaster to the reincarnation village. Yi Chen would not let this unstable factor exist. The killing ended because of the death of the rogue battalion's big leader. In just a short while, the number of rogues who died in Yi Chen's hands exceeded 200 people. Zhao Mang had similarly killed quite a few, 180 people. It wasn't that Zhao Mang was weaker than Yi Chen at the moment, but his weapon wasn't as strong as Yi Chen's. After all, he was a martial general whose force had passed 90. It was a pity that he didn't have the corresponding gongfu, otherwise, he would definitely become a king-level martial general, and his abilities would skyrocket. Zhao Mang was the first martial general to follow Yi Chen, and although his qualifications were not said to be excellent, he was deathly loyal to Yi Chen, so Yi Chen naturally would not leave Zhao Mang alone. When there was an opportunity in the future, Yi Chen would not hesitate to mold Zhao Mang into a title general, king level, emperor level, and saint level. Looking at the dead bodies of the roving bandits on the ground, Yi Chen exhaled a long breath before opening his mouth and drinking. Clean up the battlefield, bury the bodies on the spot. Yes, Lord. The surrendered rogues roared with excitement one by one. Not a single one of them died, and at most, they suffered some minor injuries. The reason was simple: Yi Chen was too ferocious, and there was also an equally ferocious Zhao Mang. The two killed the roving bandits and cried out to their parents. How could they still have the heart to fight back? Yi Chen went straight to the tent of the big leader of the roving bandit battalion. Seeing the 4 boxes placed in the tent, Yi Chen was in a really good mood. The crisis in the reincarnation village had been raised tenfold, but the harvest after winning had also been raised tenfold. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for capturing the medium-sized rogue camp, rewarded with 1000 merits. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Chen skimmed his lips. The merit was too little. But the good thing was that at this moment, it wasn't that easy for others to get merit honors. Yi Chen walked straight to the chest and received the gold in the chest into his parcel. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for obtaining 123,211 gold. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction before walking out of the tent. Just at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, Reincarnation Village has met the requirements for upgrading to a second-level village. Reincarnation Village Vice Village Chief Zhao Hang is requesting for instructions whether to upgrade? Ha! The buildings were all built? When Yi Chen left Reincarnation Village and went out to fight bandits, he instructed Vice Village Chief Zhao Hang. Once all the buildings were constructed, he would start upgrading the level of the village. This was because there was an extremely important secret involved. Territory upgrades seemingly had no special requirements, but in reality, they were not. However, any lord who built all the territory buildings and then upgraded the territory would obtain a special drawing for each large span. Take this moment's Reincarnation Village for example, that is, the village is upgraded to a town, and when the upgrade is successful, a special drawing will be obtained. The drawings were randomized, but without exception, they were all very powerful, and some were even unique in their existence. Yi Chen had been reborn and naturally wouldn't miss this. Village upgrades were not that easy. At this moment, no one had upgraded their village to level 2, let alone level 3 or 3. Yi Chen had already purchased enough resources in the market before, so there was no such thing as not having enough resources for the construction of the Reincarnation Village. The only thing that restricted the upgrading of the Reincarnation Village was the population. There was no restriction on first-level villages. Second-level villages had a population of 500, and third-level villages, a population of 1,000. Originally, the population of the Reincarnation Village was not enough, but when Yi Chen attacked the rogue camps, many of the rogues surrendered and joined the Reincarnation Village, which instantly solved the population problem for the Reincarnation Village. Yi Chen smiled slightly, then opened his mouth and drank. Upgrade. Ding, congratulations, Reincarnation Village has been upgraded to a level 2 village. Ding, Reincarnation Village has met the requirements for upgrading to a third-level village. Reincarnation Village's Vice Village Chief Zhao Hang asks for instructions. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations to Reincarnation Village for being upgraded to a third-level village. As the system prompt sounded, the Reincarnation Village within the mysterious valley changed. It occupied a larger area, and the buildings became refined. To completely change, it would need to be upgraded to at least a small town, and this moment was not far away. Chapter 36 Giant Cottage. After Yi Chen heard the system's prompt, he let out a long breath, and then led the Reincarnation Village's soldiers as well as the surrendered roving bandits, traveling towards the next stronghold. Time passed little by little, and the camps of the rogue bandits in the Reincarnation Forest were overrun one by one. The amount of money Yi Chen had gained was increasing rapidly, and the merits were also increasing rapidly. More and more were the roving bandits who surrendered and then joined the Reincarnation Village. 3 days later, Yi Chen's team grew to 5,000 people. And at this time, Yi Chen locked his eyes on the large and small mountain fortresses. Unlike the roving bandit camps, the mountain fortresses had fences, high walls, and the fiercer ones even had city walls. And this was the fundamental reason why Yi Chen did not choose the mountain fortress at first. However, at this moment, Yi Chen started working on attacking the mountain fortress. Green Wolf Mountain, Green Wolf Walled City. The whole walled city totaled 11,321 people, belonging to the giant walled city, and all the strong men within it. At this moment, the robbers and thieves of the Green Wolf Walled City were all eating meat and drinking wine. Because they had robbed a caravan one incense stick ago, robbing countless gold and silver treasures, as well as 200 carts of fine wine. This was a big deal, and the Green Wolf Walled City's owner did not stint on rewarding his subordinates, and the whole walled city rejoiced together. Walled City Master, is it possible to leave some people for defense? The ones stationed at our fortress gate are a bit less. The Green Wolf Walled City's military division looked at the juniors who were drinking freely, and couldn't help but frown before looking at the Green Wolf Walled City's master and persuading him. Fear what, this place can have what to come. Brothers go out to rob a house have to run a long way, not to mention, who the hell ate the bear heart leopard gall, dare to come to attack the Green Wolf Walled City? Don't worry, alright, come on, the military division, the two of us go away. The Green Wolf Walled City lord laughed, and then raised his cup and shouted. The military division was slightly stunned, and then nodded his head quite agreeably. Yes, he was too careful. This place where there was no village in front of him, it would be hard for anyone to touch over. The foot of Green Wolf Mountain. Mangzi, is the medicine enough? Yi Chen looked at the high Green Wolf Mountain and asked without looking back. Don't worry, Lord, this medicine is enough for them to sleep for 3 days. Zhao Mang hemmed and hawed at this time, and then spoke. Very good. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. The Green Wolf Walled City was the only giant mountain fortress in the Reincarnation Forest, and it was also the strongest mountain fortress. Yi Chen didn't go to attack the small mountain fortress and instead attacked the giant mountain fortress, not because he was looking for abuse, but when he attacked a roving bandit camp not long ago, he seized an extremely large amount of monk sweat pill. With this, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't miss it and directly chose to attack the Green Wolf Walled City. This was because 4 days later, the bandits in the middle of the Reincarnation Forest would attack the Reincarnation Village, and the one leading the charge would definitely be the Green Wolf Walled City. Therefore, Yi Chen decided to directly attack the Green Wolf Village. If he took down the Green Wolf Walled City, then the upcoming crisis of the Reincarnation Village would not be broken. After an incense stick of time, Yi Chen raised his deicide lance and pointed it towards the Green Wolf Walled City. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the Reincarnation Village shouted in unison, and then followed Yi Chen, charging towards the Green Wolf Walled City. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to arrive under the 10-meter-high walls of the Green Wolf Walled City with his soldiers. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarmed roars came out from the mouths of the mountain bandits on the city wall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh came from a number of sounds. The 10 or so mountain thieves who were in charge of guarding the city wall just now were all killed by the bow and arrow without exception. Yi Chen glanced at the city wall and then walked towards the still closed city gate. Arriving in front of the city gate, Yi Chen raised his right hand to the god-slaying lance and made a vicious stroke. A sound of baird came out. Like a rag being torn apart, the city gate bolts that were inserted into the city gate were instantly sliced open. Yi Chen then kicked out. A creaking sound came out. The city gate was kicked open. Tie them all up. If you resist, kill without pardon. Yi Chen smiled when he saw the mountain bandits and robbers that had fallen all over the place, and then he opened his mouth and drank. Yes. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Village responded excitedly one by one. To follow such a lord to fight, it was just cool. This was the thought of all the Reincarnation Village soldiers, no matter if they were the roving bandits who surrendered over, or the original Reincarnation Village soldiers, they all thought this way. The soldiers began to work, tying up the mountain bandits of Green Wolf Walled City one by one. It was even stronger than tying a wild boar. Even if they woke up, they wouldn't be able to break free. Yi Chen went straight to the Green Wolf Walled City, the hall with the gathering hall. Once he entered the hall, Yi Chen was happy. The Green Wolf Walled City's lord had put up a Guyu palsy and was looking at Yi Chen with 2 angry eyes. Good strength, but unfortunately, I don't like your eyes. Yi Chen looked at the Green Wolf Walled City lord and said indifferently. You insidious and cunning scum, dare to fight with me squarely. The Green Wolf Walled City lord used all his strength and roared in anger. Since ancient times, a king is made or a bandit is lost. What's more, you were already a bandit. Yi Chen said here, both eyes narrowed, and then said, since you want to be fair, then I'll give you a fair chance. My lord. No way. Zhao Mang, who had just entered the hall, was instantly startled and hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. Chapter 37 Ho Tian vs. Innate. Yi Chen raised his hand to stop Zhao Mang from continuing, before opening his mouth and drinking, give him the antidote. Zhao Mang hesitated for a moment, but finally went forward to relieve the Green Wolf Walled City's lord of the effects of the monkey sweat pill. Yi Chen did not even look at the Green Wolf Walled City lord and walked straight out of the hall. When he came outside, Yi Chen made a move with his right hand, and the Godslayer gun instantly appeared, and then quietly waited for the Green Wolf-Walled City Lord to come out. Not long after, wearing dark armor and carrying a large gun, the Lord of the Green Wolf-Walled City walked out with a sinister face. Green Wolf Villager Master, Wolf Green King Grade Martial General. Rank, 93. Force, 91. Root and Bone, 60. Spirit, 80. Fortune, Hidden. Technique, Mountain Shaking Technique King Grade, Thunder Shocking Gun Technique King Grade. Equipment, Black Cloud Armor Xian Level, Thundering Gun Xian Level. There is a barrier between 90 and 91, crossing it will lead to the advancement of the innate. Wolf Green, the Lord of the Green Wolf-Walled City, had reached 91 in force, so there was no doubt that he was a martial general of the innate realm. Moreover, he also possessed the supporting king-grade feats, and was a title martial general, a proper king-grade martial general. The might of a king-grade martial general was simply not something that could be compared to an ordinary martial general. Even if it was Zhao Mang, he wouldn't be able to win against the Green Wolf-Walled City's lord at this moment. The result of the fight between the two would most likely be that Zhao Mang would be beheaded on the spot by Wolf Green. And Yi Chen's strength was even lower than Zhao Mang's at the moment. Yi Chen, second-class Baron. Level, 90. Reputation, 150,000 boosts attraction to historical figures. Merit, 220,000. Force, 90. Root and Bone, 80. Spirit, 100. Fortune, Hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong Chaos, Divine Night Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant Innate Treasure, Bright Light Armor Silver. Money, 315,800 gold. I will kill you. Will definitely kill you. Wolf Ching, the Green Wolf-Walled Village Lord, looked viciously at Yi Chen and said through gritted teeth. He was the lord of the Green Wolf-Walled City, with more than 10,000 mountain bandits and robbers under his command. He was powerful, but now, the whole walled city mountain bandits and robbers were tied up as if they were dumplings. He is just a bare-knuckle commander at the moment. He hates. He wants revenge. Even if there are 5,000 pairs of eyes staring at him, even if he won, the end is likely to die. He still wanted revenge. Cut the crap. Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes, and the Godslayer gun stabbed out without hesitation. A simple, brutal, fancy-free shot that was swift and incomparable stab towards Wolf Green. Good coming. Wolf Ching roared with a hideous face, and then swung out with a gun. Dang. The spear that Yi Chen stabbed at Wolf Ching was swiftly slapped away. Suffer death. An explosive shout came out from Wolf Ching's mouth, only to see the thunderstorm lance he was holding stabbing at Yi Chen's heart in a smooth manner. Yi Chen's right hand was tingling, and when he saw the stabbing shot, his eyes instantly condensed and his right foot violently withdrew, while his body tilted to the side, dodging Wolf Ching's shot in an instant. And at that moment, a triumphant smile appeared on Wolf Ching's face. That smile, it was hideous. Suffer death. Wolf Ching's attack was unceasing, and the thunder gun instantly slapped towards Yi Chen. Lord! Zhao Mang was instantly startled. However, right at this moment, a swift shot flashed by, the tip of the gun pointing straight at Wolf Ching's heart. Wolf Ching, who was still wearing a hideous smile, suddenly changed his face. He didn't expect Yi Chen to react so quickly, and he had to give up the shot that he had slapped at Yi Chen and jumped back vertically. I didn't expect that at your young age, you are so experienced. Wolf Ching looked at Yi Chen with some gravity and said in a deep voice. There's more you didn't expect. Yi Chen said expressionlessly. And at this moment, Yi Chen began to concentrate and start brewing his next attack. Joke. You haven't even reached the innate, and you're still talking so loudly. Today, I'll tell you to see clearly that all people are ants if they don't enter the innate. Hearing this, Wolf Ching laughed up to the sky before opening his mouth and drinking. In the next second, Wolf Ching raised the thunder gun, and a powerful might instantly condensed on his body, and then pressed towards Yi Chen. Zhao Mang's face changed wildly when he saw this, however, when he wanted to remind Yi Chen, he instantly put his open mouth and closed it again. This was because Yi Chen stayed at the moment, something was not quite right, as if he was brewing something. It could be seen from Yi Chen's eyes, which were filled with a merciless, icy cold light, while Yi Chen was at the moment fully concentrating on the front. Wolf Green's innate pressure descended instantly, and Yi Chen's face changed without changing. When Wolf Green's thunder gun began to take on a greenish glow, a faint aura began to appear on Yi Chen's body. As soon as this aura appeared, it kept getting stronger and stronger. Damn it! Wolf Ching's face changed drastically when he felt the aura coming from Yi Chen's body. Zhao Mang, however, was ecstatic. Die! Wolf Ching didn't want to wait any longer and stabbed Yi Chen with a spear. Wild winds rose and thunder rolled. Kill! Yi Chen's aura also coalesced at the apex at this moment, his eyes snapped open, and the plain and unadorned spear stabbed out in an instant. The tip of the Godslayer lance, at this moment, suddenly appeared with a dark glow that seemed to devour everything. Ding! The tips of the two great spears clashed together. Wolf Green froze, and right at this moment, the thunderstorm gun turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. And at that moment, the deicide gun continued to stab at Wolf Ching. Wolf Qing sensed the threat of death and snapped back to his senses, his face then changed. It was too late. A plit sound came out. The Godslayer gun instantly pierced through the black cloud armor and then pierced through Wolf Qing's heart. Chapter 38 God of Guns Yi Chen. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for comprehending the basic gun art divine grade. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to kill a king-level martial general, special reward for 1 lottery draw. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for advancing to the innate, chaotic feat 9 turns of Xiangong detected, chaotic feat divine knight royal thunder decision, conditions met, player Yi Chen advances to king-level martial general. It finally succeeded. After Yi Chen heard a series of system prompts, both of his eyes immediately released a brilliant light. Yi Chen's previous strength wasn't even as good as Zhao Mang's, yet he insisted on fighting with Wolf Green as a general. The purpose was actually very simple. Yi Chen didn't want his strength to slowly increase anymore. The 9 revolutions Xiangong was able to ignore the realm barriers when realms were raised. However, this required time, and Yi Chen didn't want to wait. There was another way for realm barriers to break apart from breaking on their own, to break through in battle. And Wolf Green, without a doubt, was Yi Chen's stepping stone to advance. Win, advance to innate, lose, drop 10 levels in rank and lower his status in the hearts of the Reincarnation Village generals. However, Yi Chen won the bet. Not only did he advance to the innate level, he also comprehended the gun technique on his own. Cultivation techniques, Yi Chen was not lacking. 9 revolutions Xiangong, divine knight royal thunder decision, which one is put into the flood world, is a resounding cultivation method, and it is still the top of the line. Yi Chen wouldn't know skills, even if skills appeared on the market. Yi Chen didn't bother to learn them. The purpose was for this moment to comprehend on his own. Now, as expected, the moment he comprehended it, it was a divine grade. The levels of feats, starting from the lower grade, were in order. Lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, ultimate grade, king grade, emperor grade, imperial grade, saint grade, and god grade. This was the martial arts of the mortal world, and there were more afterward, but that was only after going to the flood world. The divine level was the ultimate in mortal martial arts. Legend had it that every god-level martial art had a chance of advancing into an innate martial art. However, in Yi Chen's previous life, not a single person had ever obtained a divine grade technique. But at this moment, Yi Chen had obtained it. Yi Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief at this, when a series of world announcements instantly rang out. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to comprehend a god-level skill, hereby rewarding him with the title of Gun God. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to comprehend a god-level technique, rewarding him with +5 innate attribute points. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to comprehend a god-level technique, rewarding him with +5 innate attribute points. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to become a king-grade martial general, hereby rewarding innate attribute +3. The world channel was instantly in an uproar. Boss Yi Chen 66666. Boss Yi Chen, take a little brother or not? I, Yi Liangchen, would like to be Boss Yi Chen's little brother. Boss Yi Chen, I can warm the bed and fold the quilt, I'm begging for a belt. Gun God, this seal is awesome, when can I get such a title too? What's the use of innate attributes? Please explain. Brother Yi Chen, can you turn on the friend switch? I have something urgent to discuss. Yi Chen, come to my hegemony alliance, as long as you're willing to come, I'll give you vice alliance leader. Come to my flying tiger village. I'll give you vice mayor. You can pull it off, they're the #1 village in the floodplains, and they'll give you a vice village head? Did you grow up with a calcium deficiency? Boss Yi Chen, come out and say something, where are you? I'm going to find you. The world channel kept brushing the screen, and the illusory screen in front of Yi Chen kept scrolling. Yi Chen glanced at it and casually closed the world channel. Lord Wan Shang. 10,000 victories. After a short period of silence, earth-shattering roars resounded within the Green Wolf Wall. The soldiers of Reincarnation Village, one by one, raised their weapons high and shouted loudly again and again. They were excited, they were shocked, and they felt incomparably honored. It was because their lord, Yi Chen, had killed a king-level martial general of the innate realm at the latter-day realm. Wan Shang! Wan Shang! The cries of shouts rose in waves. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and then he withdrew his god-slaying lance. A plop sound came as Wolf Qing's body fell to the ground. Several items appeared next to Wolf Green's body. Yi Chen glanced at them and straightaway picked up a glowing ball of light before throwing it to Zhao Mang. My lord! When Zhao Mang saw the ball of light that Yi Chen threw over, his entire body immediately trembled and shook. It wasn't fear, it wasn't anger, but excitement. Martial General Soul Wolf Green, after using it, you can receive the original Martial General's lifelong learning. What Yi Chen had given Zhao Mang was precisely the soul of Martial General, and when Zhao Mang used it, he would automatically receive all of Wolf Green's abilities, including Wolf Green's feats. To put it simply, once Zhao Mang used the Martial General's Soul Wolf Green, then Zhao Mang would directly advance to a king-grade Martial General. Don't want it? Don't, then I'll put it away. Yi Chen glared at Zhao Mang before speaking. Want. Without saying anything, Zhao Mang opened his mouth and swallowed it. In the next second, a ball of light appeared on Zhao Mang's body. Yi Chen glanced at Zhao Mang, who was like a big light bulb, and smiled slightly before picking up the few remaining items on the ground. Chapter 39 Copper Bird Terrace. Mountain Shaking Skill King Grade, True. Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Thunder Shocking Gun Xian Grade, True. After looking at the three items, Yi Chen could not help but stare. Previously, Yi Chen had directly poked the thrilling thunder gun into powder with a single shot, and the Black Cloud armor had also stabbed a hole in it with a single shot. It was possible for the two pieces of equipment to burst out, but it would be reduced by one level due to the damage. Right, the first kill, the reward will be raised by one level. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do just now. He was fully focused on the battle and couldn't care about any equipment at all. The mountain shaking skill is a piece of trash in front of the 9-turn Xian Gong. It can be sold, but only after people discover the secret of the word true. The thrilling thunder gun is also a piece of crap in front of the god-slaying gun. It's also goods to be sold. The black cloud armor, although the level is just about right, can't be of much use after entering the floodlands, but it can be used in reality, and can be used for a while. Yi Chen mumbled to himself and directly chose to equip the black cloud armor, while the mountain shaking skill King Grade, True, and the thunder gun Xian Grade, True, were put away by Yi Chen. Only then did Yi Chen look at his attribute panel. Yi Chen, second class Baron. Title, Gun God Characteristics, using a gun-type weapon, attack power x2, accuracy x2, enlightenment plus 100, King Grade Martial General. Level, 91. Reputation, 150,000 boosts attraction to historical figures. Merit, 220,000. Force, 91. Root and Bone, 80. Spirit, 100. Fortune, Hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xian Gong Chaos, Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant Innate Treasure, Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Money, 315,800 gold. Innate Attribute Points, 8. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then stared tightly at an attribute in the attribute panel and muttered. No one has ever been rewarded with an innate attribute in my previous life, and when I heard the attribute points, I myself defaulted to an acquired attribute, but I didn't expect that it was really an innate attribute. Innate attributes were special in that they could continue to raise attributes that could not be raised. For example, root bones. Root bones determined a person's natural talent, the speed of cultivation, and the height that could be reached. If you wanted to raise your root bone, one was to utilize heavenly materials and treasures, and the other was innate attribute points. Yi Chen's root bone was only 80, while in the flood world, any person who casually draws one out is an innate body, or even stronger. So after Yi Chen confirmed that it was really the innate attribute points, the whole person from head to feet, that is called a comfort. Even though the floodplains were full of elixirs, there weren't that many heavenly herbs to enhance the roots and bones. Therefore, Yi Chen valued the innate attributes, and then without hesitation, he put 8 innate attribute points on the root bone as much as he wanted. The root bone instantly changed from 80 to 88. An unspeakable feeling emanated from Yi Chen's body, a sense of relief that went straight to the depths of his soul. Of course, the usefulness of innate attribute points wasn't just this, it could also be used to break through realm barriers. For example, the innate to metamorphosis realm barrier. At that time, the force value attribute point reached 100 and could not be raised any further. However, as soon as the innate attribute points were added, it was a direct breakthrough, and one would then advance into the metamorphosis realm. Once you enter the metamorphosis realm, you can directly ascend to the flood. In the flood, opportunities everywhere, but also crisis, death 10 times will be completely dead, whether it is the game or reality. The terror in the flood wasteland, Yi Chen is not afraid. Even if you really enter the flood wasteland, you can also mix up. But Yi Chen didn't want to go now. The reasons were not complicated. One of the reasons was because of the divine grade village building order. It could continuously gather chi luck as the territory expanded, and even more so, it could realize the ascension of the nation. Once Yi Chen succeeded in establishing his own empire and lifting his country to ascend to the flood, then Yi Chen could play a very big game. Robbing the heavenly merit. Seize the flood wasteland's chi luck. Another reason why Yi Chen didn't want to go to the flood wilderness right now was the innate attributes. The flood wasteland was full of elixirs, and those that boosted cultivation abounded, but the only thing that didn't have many innate attributes was those that boosted the roots and bones. So Yi Chen didn't want to miss the opportunity to enhance his root bones. And this time, the system reward gave Yi Chen a wake-up call. As a novice area of the Three Kingdoms, there were countless benefits as well, and many of them, and innate attribute points were one of them. Yi Chen once again glanced at the root bone attribute, the corner of his mouth curled up, and then looked at the large carousel that had been hovering by his side. This was a system reward lottery. There was only one chance, whether it was good or bad, it all depended on luck. Yi Chen glanced at the carousel, and then raised his hand to point. The carousel began to rotate faster and faster. Stop! The big carousel then slowed down for it, and then slowed down again. The moment the carousel stopped, an architectural drawing appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed it, and then Yi Chen froze on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen for obtaining the SSS grade architectural drawing, Copper Sparrow Terrace. Bronze Sparrow Terrace Unique, SSS grade. Basic attributes: Territory's fortune is permanently increased by 10%. Territory fortune plus 100, stability plus 10, prosperity plus 10. Special attributes: 1. Song and dance. Greatly increase the people's heart, greatly increase the refreshing speed of stragglers, use once a month, the time limit is 3 days. Requires 4 beauty queens. 2. Stopping the war. Quell the war, duration of 3 days, any attack is invalid, used once a month. Requires 8 beauties. 3. War song. Greatly increase the force of all generals in the territory, used once a month. Requires 16 beauties. 4. Resurrection. Against the sky to take life, will be dead people resurrection, once a month to use. Requires 81 beauties. Construction requirements: gold Nanmu x 100,000, yellow pearwood x 100,000, rosewood x 100,000, fine gold x 100,000, fine iron x 100,000, fine copper x 100,000, white jade x 1,000, jadeite x 1,000, pearl x 100,000, onyx x 100,000, gemstone x 100,000, crystal x 100,000. Remarks: unusual women are invalid to move in. The more beauty queens there are, the stronger the characteristics. After reading the introduction of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. No matter which one of the several characteristics of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, it was extremely helpful to the Reincarnation Village and to Yi Chen. The seemingly useless stopper also had an extremely important role. If Yi Chen was not in the Reincarnation Village, and the Reincarnation Village was being attacked, once the stopper came out, a 3-day truce would be enough to free up time for Yi Chen to return to the Reincarnation Village. This is to force me to collect all the beauties in the world: Diaochan, big and small Qiao, Kaiwenji. How many beauties in those small worlds will all be collected into the copper bird platform? Yi Chen looked at the copper bird platform drawings, murmured. Chapter 40: Secret Room. Roar. A roar suddenly came, and Yi Chen's thoughts were instantly interrupted. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen, Reincarnation Village Marshal General Zhao Mang, advanced to King Grade Marshal General. Yi Chen turned to look, only to see the aura on Zhao Mang's body rising again and again. When Zhao Mang's aura rose to its apex, his head was full of long hair, which was windless. This process lasted for a full 3 minutes, and then Zhao Mang's aura was seen slowly falling back down until it returned to normal. The end will thank the Lord for the gift, the end will swear here, but where the Lord refers, will be the end of the blade. Even if it is a mountain of swords and fire, the end will also be willing to break through alone. No complaints. Zhao Mang opened his eyes and with a bang, he knelt down on one knee and shouted. Sense it carefully, and also, wake up these mountain bandits. Yi Chen smiled faintly before speaking. Yes. My lord. Zhao Mang replied heavily. At this moment, Zhao Mang was so excited that it was hard not to be excited. A king-grade martial general seemed simple, but without king-grade feats, it was simply impossible to achieve. Zhao Mang dreamed of becoming a king-grade martial general, but unfortunately, merit laws had always been an untold secret of each family. Wanting to become a king-grade martial general was basically a dream. And today, Yi Chen gave him a chance to become a king-grade martial general in one leap, so how could he not be excited? Yi Chen nodded, and then went straight to the gathering hall of the Green Wolf-walled city. After arriving at the hall, Yi Chen made a move with his right hand and the Godslayer gun appeared instantly. After glancing at the cornerstone of the cottage inside the gathering hall, Yi Chen then stabbed out with his spear. Puff! A sound came from the Green Wolf-walled city's cottage cornerstone like tofu, which was instantly pierced through by the God-slaying lance. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen for capturing the Green Wolf-walled city, hereby rewarding 500,000 merits and 200,000 reputation. Ding! Green Wolf-walled city is a giant mountain fortress, please choose one. Occupy 2. Destroy 3. Loot. Plunder. Yi Chen chose the third option without hesitation. Occupy. In the middle of this reincarnation forest, there was no significance for Yi Chen. As for destroying, the Green Wolf-walled city would be gone from now on. This was good for the Reincarnation Village, but in the long run, it wasn't good. Without the Green Wolf-walled village, the Reincarnation Village would be without a practice point. At the moment, the yellow turbans hadn't risen and there wasn't much fighting, so Yi Chen didn't want to miss out on such an excellent place to practice. After the looting, the supplies here would be robbed 8 to 9 times, and only buildings would be left behind. And after Yi Chen left, this place would still be refreshed with mountain bandits and robbers, and would even be refreshed with cottage lords every once in a while. It would be foolish to leave such a good practice spot and not practice. Soldiers with high qualifications but not high levels will be just as helpless when they encounter powerful soldiers. Therefore, it is necessary to practice. Ding! Player Yi Chen chose to plunder the Green Wolf-walled city. Supplies are being counted. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, he obtained 1 million grain, 238, 1281 taels of gold, x 3102, 331 taels of silver, x copper coins, 100 boxes of jewelry, cavalry battalion drawing x1, heavy cavalry battalion drawing x1, school ground x1, bright light armor drawing x1, pointed steel, guns drawing x1, oxhorn bow drawing x1, secret chamber drawing x1, granary drawing x1. The system's prompt ended, and Yi Chen's two eyes snapped. This harvest is big. Boosting 10 times is really cool enough. Wait. Yi Chen suddenly thought of something, and then looked at the drawings stacked together in the package. Not long after, the secret room drawings was taken out by Yi Chen. The moment he saw the secret room drawings, Yi Chen walked towards the front yard without hesitation. Arriving at the front yard, Yi Chen looked at the captives who had already awakened, most of them, and opened his mouth to ask, "Who knows where the secret room of this mountain fortress is?" The awakened mountain bandits and robbers, you looked at me and I looked at you, with confused faces. No one knows? Yi Chen's face sank, then he opened his mouth and drank. Little people know. A weak voice came out. He was the military division of the Green Wolf Walled City, and his entire person looked weak, even with a bit of a pussy flavor. Lead the way. Yi Chen glanced at the Green Wolf Walled Village's military division before speaking. Yes. The Green Wolf Walled Village's military division was very weak and tried to get up several times, but failed. At this time, 2 soldiers from the Reincarnation Village stepped forward and set this military division on its feet before marching towards the location he had mentioned. Yi Chen then followed behind. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to arrive at the backyard of the Green Wolf Walled City, where there was a wigwam, and next to the wigwam, there was a giant wolf carved in stone. My lord, this is the place. The claws of this stone wolf can be pressed down. Press it down and the door to the secret room will open. Without waiting for Yi Chen to open his mouth, the military division of the Green Wolf Walled City hurriedly spoke. Hearing this, the 2 soldiers from the Reincarnation Village were this ready to press the switch of the secret room down. Yi Chen's brow was a frown, and then he spoke, "Wait, tell this military division to press it." As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the 2 soldiers from the Reincarnation Village stopped at once, while the Green Wolf Walled Village's military division, his face instantly changed wildly. What a big dog's guts! Yi Chen shouted explosively, and without any hesitation, he invoked the deicide lance. Chapter 41: The Treasure in the Secret Chamber. All go to hell. When the Green Wolf Walled Army Master saw this, a hideous expression appeared on his face, screaming and roaring as he finished, heading towards the stone wolf statue, madly rushing towards it. Seek death. Yi Chen's eyes stared, and his deicide gun was thrown out without hesitation. Puff came, the Godslayer lance instantly pierced through the back waist of the Green Wolf Walled City's military division, and then hardened on the ground. The Green Wolf Walled City's military division screamed madly. Because of the pain, because of the madness. You are very heartfelt, but it is a pity. Yi Chen looked at the Green Wolf Walled Army Master, who was like a madman, and said indifferently, "I hate you. Why did you kill my lover? If you don't kill him, I will persuade him to surrender. It's you, it's all you, I will kill you. Kill you." The Green Wolf Walled Army Master stared at Yi Chen with red eyes and roared shrilly. Your lover? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and then his face froze. Nima, lousy only killed that walled city master in this Green Wolf Walled City. What kind of is this? Say it, where is the secret room? I will let you be buried together, otherwise, both of you will be cut up and fed to the dogs. Yi Chen looked at this Green Wolf Walled City's military division with a somewhat mushy look before opening his mouth and drinking. You! The Green Wolf Walled Village military master still wanted to show off, but soon, he fell silent. A moment later, the Green Wolf Walled City military master opened his mouth and asked, "What you promised will really be done? Say." Yi Chen frowned and drank in a cold voice. The Green Wolf Walled Army Master gritted his teeth, then pointed to the fake mountain and spoke, there is a palm-sized stone wolf statue, pull it up, and the door to the secret room will open." Hearing this, Yi Chen walked straight over, grabbed the hilt of the Godslayer gun, and with a shock, he instantly shattered the 5 organs of the Green Wolf Walled City's military division. True or false, it didn't matter. If it was false, this military division was bound to not tell the truth, then Yi Chen could only carpet search the Green Wolf Walled City. However, Yi Chen had a feeling that this Green Wolf Walled City's military division was telling the truth. From his eyes, it was easy to see that this person had a true love for the Walled City Lord who had died. Retrieving the deicide gun, Yi Chen looked towards the 2 palpitating Reincarnation Village soldiers and ordered, "Be careful." "Yes. Lord." The 2 men answered in unison, and then carefully went to the wigwam, and after finding the palm-sized stone wolf, they pulled hard. A crunching sound came out. A downward passage appeared in the open space in front of the wigwam. Go, bury him and the Green Wolf Walled City Lord together. Yi Chen was relieved when he saw the passageway appear, and then opened his mouth to command. "Yes. Lord." The 2 Reincarnation Village soldiers bowed and replied, before carrying the body of the Green Wolf Walled Village's military master and leaving the place. Yi Chen, on the other hand, walked straight to the entrance of the secret room. The passageway wasn't dim because there were night pearl after night pearl the size of a baby's fist hanging on the walls. These night pearls were all superb, and any one of them taken out was enough to sell for a sky-high price of 100,000 taels of gold. Along the way, Yi Chen counted the number of night pearls here, and there were as many as 36 of them. Coming to the secret room, a night pearl the size of an adult man's fist instantly reflected into Yi Chen's eyes. The moment he saw this huge night pearl, both of Yi Chen's eyes snapped open, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. That thing, it's done. Yi Chen finished excitedly, then looked at the items stored in the secret room. A drawing, a token, and an ancient pill bottle were all placed on the stone table inside the secret room. Yi Chen picked up the 3 items and after checking them one by one, he let out a long breath. 100 Flowers Brewing Recipe, Unique. Characteristics, one of the top 10 famous wines of the flood. Special Army Corps Transfer Order, Unique Unnamed. Characteristics, Unlimited Advancement. Limited number of people, 10,000. Yang Returning Pill, resurrects those who have died for no more than 3 days. 3 items, the value of any one of them far exceeded the value of the previous looting of the Green Wolf Wall. 100 Flowers Brewing Recipe, could become the specialty of Reincarnation Village, and it was a top-notch specialty. Even if it went into the Floodlands, it was still in short supply, and it could bring endless wealth to each end. The specialized Legion Transfer Token was equally powerful, as it had the property of unlimited advancement. In other words, Yi Chen could form a special legion of 10,000 people, and the legion's rank could be continuously raised from F grade, even if it surpassed SSS grade. With a ranked legion, the battle power was more than 30% stronger than a normal army, and the higher the rank, the stronger the battle power. The higher the rank, the stronger the battle power. For example, the White Horse Boxers, the Advanced Battalion, the Trap Battalion, and so on, as recorded in history. These legions are special existences, unique, irreplaceable. And Yi Chen had now obtained the Special Legion Transfer Order, which meant that Yi Chen could instantly obtain an F-ranked Special Legion with infinite possibilities as long as he gathered enough people. As for the Yang Returning Pill, it was equally heaven-defying. A person could not come back from the dead, while the Yang Returning Pill could bring the dead back to life. Possessing the Yang Returning Pill, it didn't matter even if Yi Chen killed himself and hung up, he could still be resurrected with full blood and blue when he died, with no loss. The mountain fortress basically won't appear secret room, at best it's a warehouse. If there is no that secret room drawing, I really might have overlooked the existence of the secret room. Sure enough, the first kill plus boosting the rewards by 10 times, it's just not the same. Yi Chen mumbled to himself as he finished speaking, then collected the 3 items before leaving the secret room. When he left the secret room, Yi Chen didn't forget to snap the night pearls on the wall, one by one. Especially the night pearl that was as big as an adult's fist. Yi Chen was going to use it for one thing that could call for Yi Chen's faster rise. Chapter 42 Reincarnation Legion. Reincarnation Forest, Green Wolf Walled City. The mountain bandits and robbers who had been bundled into dumplings all awoke. The mountain bandits who woke up chose to surrender without hesitation, without a single exception. Small people had the wisdom of small people, if they didn't surrender they would definitely die, no one wanted to die. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't reject the surrender of the mountain bandits and robbers, because no matter if they were mountain bandits or robbers, their qualifications would be at the worst at D level. And their common qualification was C grade. Some of the B grade ones would also appear, but they were few. These 10,000 or so mountain bandits and robbers could have at least 70% of them possessing C-grade qualifications, and all of these people could be directly transformed into soldiers of the Reincarnation Village. Yi Chen wanted to rise quickly, and the more soldiers he had under him, the better naturally. My lord, is this to be used as the Reincarnation Village's practice point? Zhao Mang came to Yi Chen's side at this time and asked. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded his head smilingly and said. But lord, there are still many mountain fortresses in the Reincarnation Forest that have not been captured. In that case, I'm afraid that the Green Wolf Fortress will become a great hidden danger, which will not be favorable to the Reincarnation Village. Hearing this, Zhao Mang hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. You still want to follow me to attack the mountain fortresses? Yi Chen laughed out loud before opening his mouth and asking. What does the lord mean is that? The last general is practicing here? Zhao Mang was stunned, then asked in a shocked voice. Of course. Yi Chen nodded and said. It cannot be. My lord, the Reincarnation Forest Giant Mountain Fortress is only this Green Wolf Fortress one, but there are no less than 5 other large mountain fortresses. Each large mountain fortress has at least 5,000 people. Zhao Mang had just said here when Yi Chen raised his hand to stop him. 5,000 people is nothing to be shocked about. Don't forget, I'm an inhuman. What's more, choo-choo 5,000 people in a large mountain fortress. Do you think that your lord I'll put it in my heart? Yi Chen looked at Zhao Mang and asked very seriously. Zhao Mang's admonition was naturally because he was afraid that Yi Chen would be in some kind of danger, and Yi Chen naturally knew this. However, Yi Chen didn't want to wait, and Yi Chen didn't have the slightest idea of worrying about attacking large mountain fortresses. Since he had the Special Legion Transfer Order, he naturally had to use it right away, and moreover, he had to quickly level up the Legion. In the Three Kingdoms period, a big fist was the hard truth. Whether it was for the sake of raking in the benefits in the historical plot, or for the sake of raising the country to soar, Yi Chen had to have a strong force, a strong power. To put it simply, the bigger the fist, the better, the harder the better, whoever disobeys him to death, and everything will be solved. Zhao Mang opened his mouth and wanted to persuade again, but when the words came to his mouth, he put them back. After struggling for a while, Zhao Mang then opened his mouth and said, "Please be more careful, Lord, or else, even if I die 10,000 deaths, I will not be able to absolve myself of the blame." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, heavily patted Zhao Mang's shoulder and spoke. "I'm going to take away 10,000 men, the rest are for you to take, practice well, this is the task given to you. My lord. I only need 1,000 men, no, 100 men is enough." Once Zhao Mang heard that Yi Chen would only bring 10,000 men, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said. Yi Chen glared at Zhao Mang before speaking, "When I say 10,000 people, there is naturally a reason for 10,000 people, go, select 10,000 C-grade qualification people for me." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he took out the Special Army Corps transfer order. The moment Zhao Mang saw the Special Legion transfer order, he was violently dumbfounded and then shouted in ecstasy. "Congratulations, Lord! Congratulations, Lord! With this, your lordship will definitely be able to sweep the world and unify it. Less flattering, go, get me all the people." Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before opening his mouth to chide. "Last general will immediately go and prepare them for Lord." Zhao Mang finished with a face full of happiness and ran out. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before walking to the schoolyard of the Green Wolf-walled city and waiting quietly. Soon, 10,000 people gathered in the middle of the schoolyard as one. Yi Chen stood on top of the high platform, looking at the black pressurized group of people below. His heart was somewhat relieved. Because, these were all Yi Chen's soldiers, and all of them were originally C-grade qualifications, and were upgraded to A-grade soldiers by the attributes of the Reincarnation Village. The 10,000 people under the stage all knew what was coming, and there wasn't a single one of these people that wasn't excited. Originally, after their surrender was accepted by Yi Chen, they were excited because their qualifications were raised by 2 levels. And now, they had encountered a heavenly opportunity. Becoming a member of the Special Army Corps. This was a supreme honor, no one was not excited, no one was not crazy. "Are you willing to fight for me?" Yi Chen raised the Special Army Corps transfer token and opened his mouth to drink. "Willing. Are you willing to fight for reincarnation?" Yi Chen once again droned. "May. Are you willing to fight for the future?" Yi Chen burst out and shouted. "Willing. We vow to follow our Lord to the death. Fight for the Lord. Fight for reincarnation. Fight for the future." A loud cry resounded continuously, shattering the sky. Yi Chen raised his hand, and the voices on the stage came to an abrupt end. "Remember today's words, you fight for me, you fight for reincarnation, the blood can dry up, but the will, never allow to sink. Live as a reincarnation person, die as a reincarnation soul." After Yi Chen finished speaking, his right hand pinched the Special Army transfer order. A 7-colored light instantly surfaced, and then enveloped all the soldiers in the schoolyard. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for using the Specialized Legion transfer order, please name the legion. Reincarnation. Yi Chen opened his mouth without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for forming the Special Legion, Reincarnation. As soon as the system's prompt ended, the 10,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion on the schoolyard opened their eyes in unison. Swish! The sound of a neatly organized single knee kneeling instantly rang out. "Greetings, Lord!" The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison. A solemn, majestic, and iron-blooded aura began to emerge, and then it grew thicker and stronger. Chapter 43, Aggression is like fire, immovable as a mountain. Ding, congratulations to the Reincarnation Legion for comprehending the Legion technique, immovable as a mountain. Ding, congratulations to the Reincarnation Legion for comprehending the Legion technique, aggression like fire. Reincarnation Legion Unique, Specialized Legion. Grade, F. Number, 10,000. Legion Skill, Aggression like fire, immovable like a mountain. Aggression like fire, when attacking the enemy, it is like a prairie fire, unstoppable. Immovable as a mountain, when the Legion is stationed, it is like a mountain that cannot be shaken. As soon as the system's prompt ended, Yi Chen was stunned, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. I didn't expect that the Reincarnation Legion was first created, and it came up to comprehend 2 Legion techniques, and they are top-notch Legion techniques. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at the Reincarnation Legion on the stage and was even more filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, the system's world announcement sounded, instantly. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to establish a special legion, the Reincarnation Legion, hereby rewarding him with 1 million prestige. With the system announcement, the entire world channel was once again clamoring. Shake a big grass. Great God Yi Chen, you're too good, it's only been a short while, another world announcement. Brother Yi Chen, Luan Jia is going to warm the nest for you. Yi Chen, for the sake of humanity, tell the secrets you know. As soon as this message appeared, the world channel instantly cleared the screen, and 3 seconds later, countless messages popped up. Yes, Yi-chan, tell what you know. There are a lot of ferocious beasts out there right now. They bite when they see people, they don't even wait to die when they bite, they just start eating. Yi-chan, if you still have humanity, tell all the secrets you know. Yi-chan. You can't continue to be selfish. Can you bear to watch countless people die miserably? Yes, those beasts are getting more and more ferocious, more and more powerful, and each one of them is too smart for words. Tell the secrets. Yi-chen, the Wind and Cloud Alliance is solemnly inviting you. As long as you are willing to come, the conditions are as you wish, money if you want it, women if you want them. Yi-chen, on behalf of Mordor, I'm granting you the position of honorary Sure Chief, and solemnly inviting you to attend the confidential meeting. On behalf of the capital city, The world channel was chaotic, many used great justice and even threats to tell Yi-chan to reveal the secrets of the game. Some even directly invited Yi-chan to join a certain power. However, no matter how much they said, shouted, threatened, spoke of righteousness and public morality, Yi-chan just didn't say a word. Because Yi-chan simply didn't turn the world channel on, and even turned off the friend function. Loyang. Still haven't added Yi-chan? This asshole turned off the friend function, how can I add him? Countless people hadn't given up on trying to contact Yi-chan, however, the result was to call them depressed and even stormed out. Yi-chan had closed the world channel to clear the air, and even more so, he knew early on that there would be countless people contacting him. Yi-chan understood better than anyone else that these people were actually doing it for themselves, no matter what excuse they used. The world had changed drastically, and people had discovered the secret that the game could enhance their strength at this moment, and no matter which, they were desperate to know more. Some even preferred to take Yi-chan under their control, whether it was a personal power or a large power. Their calculations were loud, but unfortunately, Yi-chan had seen through everything long ago. Reincarnation Forest, Green Wolf Walled City. When the aura of the Reincarnation Legion reached its peak, Yi-chan waved his right hand before opening his mouth and drinking. Depart. Squash the bandits. Kill. 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 10,000 people drank in unison, and then followed Yi-chan as he left the Green Wolf Walled City with great vigor. At this moment, the Reincarnation Legion officially ascended to the world stage, and its hideous fangs began to present themselves to the world. Zhao Mang watched Yi-chan leave with the Reincarnation Legion before sighing with a tangled face. He wanted to follow, but unfortunately, he couldn't. General, we'll camp here, or? A recently promoted 1,000 husbandman opened his mouth at this time and asked. Station 1,000 people in each of the 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north. The rest will be in the middle of the mountain fortress. If any bandits show up, they will be directly hanged. Zhao Mang instantly returned to his senses upon hearing his subordinate's inquiry, and then opened his mouth to drink. Yes. General. The 1,000 husbandmen replied loudly. Zhao Mang nodded and suddenly remembered something, slapped his head and hurriedly ordered. That's right, tell people to take those seized weapons and transport them back to Reincarnation Village, and have the deputy village chief put them on the market at a price that's just 1 silver lower than others. Yes. General. The 1,000 husband chief led the order, and then hurriedly ran to arrange manpower to transport the weapons harvested from the bandit eradication in Reincarnation Village to Reincarnation Village. The grade of the weapons was not high, but for the player market at this moment, it was just enough to satisfy everyone's needs. As long as this batch of weapons was sold, Reincarnation Village would definitely make another big profit. Yi-chan wasn't here. If he was here, he would definitely praise Zhao Mang. Because Yi-chan was thinking about this and that, he forgot about the fact that even trash weapons could be sold for money. Chapter 44: A Force to be Reckoned with. Reincarnation Forest. After the Reincarnation Legion descended from the mountain, they began to march in a hurry, and soon turned on the overbearing mode. Yi-chan was a king-level martial general, and even had the innate supreme treasure of the Godslayer lance. Even the dilapidated, mountain fortress gates couldn't stop Yi-chan's footsteps. Under Yi-chan's leadership, the Reincarnation Legion attacked the fortresses along the way. Small cottages were broken in a single blow. Medium-sized mountain fortresses, broken in a single blow. Large cottage, same thing, broken in a single blow. Yi-chan is very domineering, rampage, break the gate, regicide under the gun, there is no enemy. Even the lords of the major mountain strongholds couldn't last more than a single move under Yi-chan's hand. The Reincarnation Legion was equally domineering. They were cold-blooded, merciless, and attacked swiftly, taking away the lives of countless bandits, killing the mountain bandits and robbers, crying out for help. Killing all the way through, killing the sky and the earth, the sun and the moon. Wherever the Reincarnation army passed, corpses were everywhere. Blood stained the mountains. Wailing, resounding throughout the forest. For every mountain fortress that was captured, Yi-chan would not hesitate at all and directly chose to destroy it. Because of the practice, and even more so because, in 2 more days, it would be time for the mountain bandits and robbers to attack the Reincarnation Village. A day later, Yi-chan captured 36 mountain strongholds, harvested countless resources, and captured more than 10,000 people. Those captives, Yi-chan just told them to follow and carry the collected weapons and other miscellaneous things. Yi-chan didn't bother with these captives, but these captives, not one of them ran, one by one, they followed with their heart and soul. Even if they fell behind, they would desperately catch up and continue to follow. Yi Chen was too terrifying. The fortress door made of thick rolling logs was like tofu, destroyed with a single shot. And any mountain bandits and robbers that stood in Yi Chen's way, even the walled city lord, was stabbed to death with a single shot. The reincarnation army led by Yi Chen was equally terrifying, and it wasn't that the bandits had never seen the regular army of the Han Empire. But those regular army compared to the reincarnation army is simply a small thing. The equipment of the reincarnation army is no different from that of the bandits, but when they kill someone, it is as simple as cutting wheat. Swiftly and simply. The captives, no one dared to run, much less run. To be able to follow a lord like Yi Chen and become a villager of the reincarnation village, they felt excited from the bottom of their hearts. Because reincarnation village was strong enough. The lord was domineering enough. Moreover, by joining the reincarnation village, there were fields to plant and food to eat. 2 days later, Yi Chen led the reincarnation legion to capture 42 mountain strongholds. On this day, the reincarnation legion was also promoted to an E-class special legion. Just as Yi Chen was preparing to march and return to reincarnation village for defense, countless mountain bandits appeared in the distance. They were slowly approaching the reincarnation army that had just finished fighting. The reincarnation army was already tired after a day of fighting, but at this instant, they raised their weapons in unison. Just waiting for Yi Chen's order, they would not hesitate to go into battle to kill the enemy. Don. T. Misunderstand. Lord. The villain is here to surrender. A terrified shout instantly came over. Yi Chen frowned slightly, and at this moment, the person who had just shouted, turned around and rushed at the mountain bandits and robbers and shouted. All kneel down. Quickly kneel down. Hands up. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and knelt down, raising his hands high, signaling that he didn't have any weapons with him. At this moment, a group after a group of mountain bandits and robbers knelt to the ground, raising their hands high. Seeing this, Yi Chen could not help but stare. This was here to surrender? Yi Chen really didn't know that such a situation would occur. No one had ever encountered mountain bandits actively surrendering in his previous life. But these mountain bandits and robbers, they really didn't have any weapons on them. Fake surrendering would be asking for death. After a few breaths, Yi Chen discovered something unusual. These mountain bandits and robbers who were kneeling on the ground were all scared, and many of them were terrified. Only then did Yi Chen react to something. The mountain bandits and robbers had been killed and chilled, which led to the bizarre event of the collective coming down. As for the reason, it was very simple. Yi Chen was fighting a blitzkrieg. It was impossible to leave no one behind. If a few people casually ran away, the news of the reincarnation legion would be passed on to other cottages. And that was the fundamental reason why the remaining 20 or so cottages, collectively, came to surrender. They were scared and chilled. Thinking of this, Yi Chen walked towards the mountain bandits and robbers kneeling on the ground. The reincarnation legion was in an unruly formation, steadily following behind Yi Chen. Each and every one of them, without exception, held up their respective weapons. Once there was any abnormal situation, the reincarnation legion would be the first to kill all the mountain bandits and robbers. As for the captives who had surrendered earlier, each and every one of them positively and incomparably stared at the mountain bandits and robbers kneeling on the ground. They hadn't done anything but follow behind the reincarnation legion, carrying the collected weapons. They desperately wanted to prove their loyalty, to prove that they were the people of the reincarnation village, and that they had joined the reincarnation village with all their heart. Lord, I really came to surrender. The one who shouted before, realizing that Yi Chen didn't open his mouth, his forehead instantly hung in cold sweat before he shouted in panic. All the lords of large cottages, stand up. Yi Chen glanced at this person before looking at the black pressurized mountain bandits and robbers and opened his mouth to drink. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the three men immediately shivered. Chapter 45 Returning to Reincarnation Village. My lord, spare my life, my lord, spare my life. The three large cottage lords cowed their heads as if they were pounding garlic, shouting with faces full of terror. Shut up. Yi Chen frowned, then droned in a deep voice. The three cottage lords coldly shivered and then shut up in unison, looking at Yi Chen with a panicked face, waiting for the following. Where is your cottage? Yi Chen glanced at the three and opened his mouth to ask. When the three heard this, they were stunned, before reacting that Yi Chen was not trying to kill them. Lord, I am willing to lead the way. A walled city lord hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. Lord, I am also willing to lead the way. The other two scrambled to shout. Yi Chen nodded, then turned to look at the reincarnation legion behind him and opened his mouth to drink. Split out 6,000 people, and for each large mountain fortress, station 2,000 people each. Yes. My lord. A neatly harmonized and loud shout came out instantly. In the next second, the reincarnation legion walked out 6,000 people from left to right, and then quickly split into three. During this time, no one was clamoring or scrambling, it was neat and organized. This now made the mountain bandits and robbers who came to surrender feel more pressure. This is what is called discipline, this is what is called a regular army. In fact, they didn't know that even the regular army wouldn't react so fast, much less walk in an unruly formation. This was a trait only possessed by the Special Army. The Reincarnation Legion is a special legion, the only, irreplaceable, special legion that can be infinitely advanced. Yi Chen decided so, naturally, to leave those 3 large mountain fortresses behind. The purpose was simple, to practice. Depart. Yi Chen waved his right hand. The 3 large mountain fortress owners hurriedly got up at this time and trotted out to lead the way for the 3 teams that the Reincarnation Legion had split up. Yi Chen looked at the remaining mountain bandits and robbers at this time and spoke, "There's no need for your mountain strongholds to exist. I am willing to lead the way, Lord, this way is the Black Dog Walled City. My lord. 5 miles west of here is the Jackal Walled City." The mountain bandits and robbers who surrendered scrambled to make a statement. It was a hilarious one. "Shut up!" Yi Chen angrily shouted and then continued, "Go to the closest cottage to here first. Come out and lead the way." As soon as Yi Chen's words landed on the ground, a small cottage owner hurriedly came out and led the way for Yi Chen. What Yi Chen wanted to do was to destroy these cottages. There was no need to keep these mountain fortresses, otherwise the reincarnation forest would be in chaos, and it wouldn't be good for the reincarnation village. The cottages, one by one, were destroyed. Yi Chen's harvest kept increasing, the money became more, the merits became more, and countless resources were also harvested. It was only until the last mountain fortress was destroyed that Yi Chen returned to the reincarnation village with his people. "Welcome back to the village, Lord." As soon as Yi Chen entered the valley, an incomparable roar of excitement instantly came out. "Greet the Lord's return to the village." A unanimous shout followed. One could only see Zhao Hong, Zhao Yu, and a group of villagers from the reincarnation village looking at Yi Chen with excited faces. In their hands, they were all still carrying farming tools. Seeing this, Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and in the next second, a stream of warmth appeared in Yi Chen's heart. Whether it was Zhao Hong, or Zhao Yu, or the villagers of the reincarnation village, they, all of them, were aware of the upcoming crisis in the reincarnation village. And at this moment, the soldiers were out, and there were no soldiers stationed in the reincarnation village. They spontaneously picked up the farming tools in their hands and spontaneously came to the entrance of the valley. Their purpose was simple, to protect reincarnation village. To protect this land that gave them peace and happiness. More so, to guard Yi Chen's foundation. Quiet, very quiet. The entire valley became extremely quiet at this moment, and people were all watching Yi Chen. A wisp of breeze blew past, blowing up a strand of long hair on Yi Chen's forehead. Until then, Yi Chen only exhaled a long breath. In the real world, there were too many tricks, too many conspiracies and betrayals. At this moment, in the reincarnation village, on Yi Chen's territory, there was such a group of people who were 100% loyal to Yi Chen. They were even willing to give their lives for the sake of just keeping Yi Chen's territory. It was a very simple and childish idea, but it was the most precious. For Yi Chen, this was what Yi Chen wanted. Looking at the crowd of villagers of the reincarnation village, Yi Chen smiled faintly before opening his mouth and drinking. Effective immediately, the land of reincarnation village will be privatized, and the tax will be changed from 40% to 10%. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, everyone froze, and then, excitedly, yelled in unison, "Long live Lord! Long live!" Originally, they were all stragglers, and they were content with a full meal. The reincarnation village had taken them in, not telling them to starve, and they could live in peace. And now, Yi Chen had given them land, and more importantly, the tax that should have been 40% had become 10%. How could the villagers not be excited? How could they not be excited? One must know that people in this era were extremely obsessed with land. Those who were excited were not only the original residents of the reincarnation village, but also the mountain bandits who had surrendered. Yi Chen's promise was equally applicable to them. Whether they became soldiers or put down their weapons to become farmers, they could all live a good life in Reincarnation Village without worrying about food or clothing. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen, Reincarnation Village Stability plus 20. Chapter 46 Bountiful Harvest. Yi Chen ignored the system's prompts and walked straight to Zhao Yu. Looking at Zhao Yu, who had a rigid face, yet eyes full of tenderness, Yi Chen's heart was touched again and again. Zhao Yu was a woman, not strong in force, but for the sake of Yi Chen, she willingly came to the entrance of the valley to fend off the mountain bandits that might come at any time. For Yi Chen, she chose to ignore her own life. Despite the fact that because of the element of die-hard loyalty, however, the tenderness in her 2 eyes could not fool Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen tried to stabilize his mood before gently embracing Zhao Yu into his arms and said in a low voice, "It's the greatest fortune of my life to have met you." When Zhao Yu heard this, her face couldn't help but blush. Although her relationship with Yi Chen was already known to the villagers of Reincarnation Village, there were many villagers here watching. How could Zhao Yu not be shy? All go back to work. Seeing this, Zhao Hong hurriedly kicked this and shooed that. The villagers of Reincarnation Village naturally didn't dare to disturb Yi Chen, and one by one, they hurriedly left. The soldiers who had followed Yi Chen back also left in unison. Soon, the two of them, Yi Chen and Zhao Yu, were left at the entrance of the valley. "Big brother, you're not hurt, right?" Zhao Yu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly looked up to ask. No, there aren't many people in this world who can injure me, and there will be fewer and fewer in the future as well. In the end, no one will be able to injure me. Yi Chen touched Zhao Yu's hair and said smilingly. No is good, no is good, Zhao Yu heard here, suddenly relieved, and then re-snuggled in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen hugged Zhao Yu, and for a while he was overwhelmed with emotions. If he hadn't been reborn, Yi Chen really might have treated Zhao Yu as a piece of data and not invested in his feelings. As a matter of fact, this world was not made up of data, it was a real world with flesh and blood and a soul. Yi Chen's thoughts drifted further and further away, and he couldn't help but hug Zhao Yu in his arms tighter. After a while, Yi Chen gradually came back to his senses, and then solemnly said, Don't be so stupid in the future, even if the reincarnation village can't be saved, you can't be okay, remember my words, this is not a discussion, this is an order. Zhao Yu heard Yi Chen's tone was extremely stern, she couldn't help but be stunned, then her heart warmed up and she gently answered, She naturally heard Yi Chen's concern for her, his love for her. A flavor called happiness flowed continuously in Zhao Yu's heart. Yi Chen was relieved when he heard Zhao Yu's promise, and then hugged Zhao Yu and came to sit by the creek. At this moment, Yi Chen only wanted to hold Zhao Yu and stay quietly. Because he was touched, and even more so because of this rare leisure. Looking at the slowly flowing river, bathed in the setting sun, Yi Chen's heart was extraordinarily quiet. Time passed little by little. When the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared, Yi Chen exhaled a long breath and said softly, Let's go back. Zhao Yu answered softly. Yi Chen smiled faintly before getting up and holding Zhao Yu's hand as he traveled towards the reincarnation village. Now that he had just started, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't be complacent, much less get carried away. Moreover, right away, the intelligent brain Pangu would open the game currency exchange business, and at that time, the major powers would rise rapidly, and Yi Chen didn't have that much time to waste. Yi Chen, 3rd class Viscount. Title, Gun God Characteristics, using a gun-type weapon, attack power x2, accuracy x2, gnosis plus 100, king grade martial general. Level, 95. Reputation, 1,350,000 boosts attraction to historical figures. Merit, 890,000. Force, 92. Root and bone, 88. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong Chaos, Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Skills, Basic Gun Technique Divine. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant and a Treasure, Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Money, 18.62 million gold. Items, Mountain Shaking Skill King Grade, True, Thundering Lance Xian Grade, True, Night Pearl Extreme X36, Night Pearl Perfect X1, Copper Sparrow Terrace Drawing, SSS Grade, Potion of Returning Yangdan X1, 100 Cases of Jewelry, Cavalry Battalion Drawing X1, Heavy Cavalry Battalion Drawing X1, School Ground X1, Bright Light Armor Drawing X1, Pointed Steel, Lance Drawing X1, Oxhorn Bow Drawing X1, The Secret Chamber Drawing X1, Granary Drawing X1, 100 Flowers Brew Recipe X1. After returning to the reincarnation village, Yi Chen directly called Zhao Hong, the deputy village head, and handed over the drawings obtained from the bandits, except for the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, as much as he could to Zhao Hang. The large amount of resources seized was also stuffed to Zhao Hong in a brainwave, and he was the one to distribute these drawings and recipes. The huge resources, numerous drawings and formulas, and abundant money brought infinite possibilities to the reincarnation village. While others were still using wooden spears that couldn't even reach the grade, Reincarnation Village was already able to build silver grade weapons and armor on their own. Others still didn't know what a specialty product was, while the Reincarnation Village possessed the 100 Flowers Brew, one of the top 10 famous wines of the flood. Yi Chen hadn't gotten offline for a long time, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had advanced to an innate martial general and his need for food was no longer so strong, Yi Chen would have gotten offline a long time ago. After explaining things, Yi Chen returned to the village chief's mansion, and then chose to go offline. Who knows, as soon as he got offline, the sound of crunch came to his ears. Chapter 47 Safe Zone. With a squeak, the diamond-grade gaming silo automatically opened, and the crunching sound instantly disappeared. Yi Chen got up from the diamond-grade gaming silo, and then he was stunned. Only to see a tiger with fiery red fur and a body 2 meters long, staring at Yi Chen with 2 large tiger eyes. This was Yen Tiger. Yi Chen quickly reacted. This mighty red-furred tiger in front of him was none other than his own spirit beast, the Yen Tiger. Why is it so big? As soon as Yi Chen's doubts appeared, he saw a small pile of bright stones on the ground. That was a spirit stone. The spirit gathering formation disc Earthgrade automatically generates spirit stones every day. And this was the fundamental reason why Yen Hu had become bigger in just 2 days. Yen Hu stared at the 2 big, watery tiger eyes with a face that didn't know anything. If it wasn't for the tiny crumbs of spirit stones on the ground, and if it wasn't for knowing the amount of spirit stones generated by the spirit gathering array disc Earthgrade every day, Yi Chen really wouldn't have believed it. You little fellow, too greedy. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before leaving the diamond-grade game silo. At this time, Yen Hu hurriedly ran to the side of Yi Chen's legs and rubbed his big head against Yi Chen's pants leg with a pampered and cute look. Obviously, this fellow was worried that Yi Chen was blaming it. In the future, you're not allowed to eat so much, live within your means, don't eat too much, look at your stomach. Yi Chen glared at Yan Hu before speaking. Yi Chen naturally didn't care about such a small amount of spirit stones. Yan Hu was Yi Chen's spirit beast, naturally the stronger the better. However, the energy contained in this spirit stone was really not small. This yen tiger had eaten a little too much, its stomach had been enlarged, and it was propped up by the energy. One carelessness, there is a possibility of explosion, then, want to live are difficult. Yan Hu looked down at its distended stomach and nodded vigorously. Yi Chen smiled faintly and stroked Yan Hu's head before leaving the hut. The air outside was very fresh, very different from the previous kind of air that was muddy and mixed with various flavors. This was brought about by the falling meteor. The world had changed, and people were caught off guard. At this moment, from the time of the meteor fall, has been 3 days. Looking at the skyscrapers in the distance, Yi Chen let out a long breath. It's going to start. The breeze blew by, blowing the hair on Yi Chen's forehead and also the buildings in the distance. The reinforced concrete buildings, at this moment, seemed to have instantly gone through hundreds of years and then turned rotten. Countless amounts of dust began to flutter with the breeze. Layer after layer, the buildings that were once there, no matter how tall or short they were, continuously turned into dust, drifted away, and disappeared. At this moment, it wasn't just the city that changed, but the entire world. Some people were terrified, some people screamed, some people shouted. At this moment, people's hearts became even more confused. The unknown is the most terrifying, because the unknown is afraid, because the unknown is crazy. How the world changes, there is a rule that always exists. The weak are strong. At this moment, the powerful have begun to gang up, and the evil have begun to release their inner demons. Women's screams, children's cries, men's anger as well as madness, played out scene by scene all over the world. After a few moments of tea, the once reinforced concrete buildings were no longer visible, and the highways on the ground had turned into dirt roads. As far as the eye could see, there were huge trees in the sky, and the ground was overgrown with weeds. Desolate, primitive, yet full of vitality, is the world at this moment. However, the smell of human panic in the air was getting stronger and stronger. Yi Chen was silent for a moment and looked towards the new development area in the southwest. There, a very sci-fi building was situated. That was the city built by Brain Pangu, and it was also the safe zone belonging to humans for the next 3 months. After that, safety would not be there, and killing would officially open at that moment. The demon race, the human race, and soon the mysterious witch race. The flavor of death would become stronger and stronger, so thick that it would call for people to tremble and go crazy. Who? Yi Chen long exhaled, and then conveniently, simply get some food, did not continue to rest, straight back to the diamond-level game warehouse. Here is the Reincarnation Village, the reality of the Reincarnation Village, only 3 huts of the Reincarnation Village. However, here, it also had the attribute of a safe zone. Therefore, Yi Chen was not worried about the wild beasts, or ferocious beasts around that wanted to beat the autumn wind. As for the threat from humans, Yi Chen was even less worried. With the innate realm and king-level martial arts generals, Yi Chen wasn't worried about how many people came. Yi Chen only had one thought at the moment. Keep getting stronger. Strong enough to be feared. Strong enough to cause despair. Game World, Reincarnation Village, Village Chief's Mansion. A pillar of light suddenly appeared, the light dispersed, and Yi Chen appeared here. Looking at the spotless bedroom, Yi Chen smiled slightly before walking out. Who knew that as soon as Yi Chen walked out this door, he saw Zhao Hong, who was standing outside the door, anxiously walking around. What happened? Yi Chen frowned slightly before opening his mouth and asking. My lord, the villagers who went out to explore the road saw Wuhan cavalry in the forest. Zhao Hong saw Yi Chen come out and hurriedly bowed and said. Chapter 48 Wuhan Cavalry. Wuhan Cavalry? Yi Chen frowned once again. Cavalry had no advantage at all in the middle of the forest, but the Wuhan cavalry had come to the Reincarnation Forest, so Yi Chen was naturally puzzled. How many people are there? Where is the location? Yi Chen thought for a while, then looked at Zhao Hong and asked. My lord, the Wuhan cavalry has at least 10,000 people, and one person has 2 riders. The location is at the northern fringe of the Reincarnation Forest. Zhao Hong hurriedly bowed and answered. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The delivery of war horses had come. They are coming straight to the Reincarnation Valley? Yi Chen suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Yes, lord, the direction they are traveling is exactly the Reincarnation Valley. Zhao Hong nodded his head very heavily in response. Straight to the Reincarnation Valley, Yi Chen's brows suddenly furrowed. At least 10,000 people, and one person with 2 riders came to the Reincarnation Forest. It was simply impossible that they came for a vacation. They must have some purpose for coming here. The mountain fortress was nothing worth attacking by the Wuhan cavalry. Looting was their code of conduct. And since the Reincarnation Village hadn't been discovered yet, it was even more unlikely that the Wuhan cavalry would know about it. Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly remembered something, and then looked up. The 10,000-meter high mountain that towered into the clouds instantly reflected into Yi Chen's eyes. A few days ago, at the top of that high mountain, Yi Chen had killed 2 wilderness big bosses. Their target should be the blue-eyed Tiger King, or the Black Water Basilisk. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up before he looked at Zhao Hong and opened his mouth to ask, "How long is it expected to take for the Wuhan cavalry to reach the Reincarnation Valley?" "My lord, based on the introduction from the scouting villagers, my subordinate judges that it will take at most another half an hour for the Wuhan cavalry to arrive at the Reincarnation Valley." Zhao Hong hurriedly opened his mouth and responded, "Half an hour is enough." Yi Chen's 2 eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. "My lord, is it possible to send people to the 4 mountain fortresses?" Zhao Hong remembered something at this time and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. "Time is running out, the 4 practice points, the closest one will take 2 hours. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "My lord, I deserve to die. If I had sent someone to the 4 practice points in advance to convey the message, perhaps. Zhao Hong knelt on the ground with a plop, old tears streaming down his face, shouting with a face of self-blame. "There's no harm, this has nothing to do with you, it's just that if you send someone, it's too late." Yi Chen hurriedly helped Zhao Hong up, and then continued. "But Chuchu's 10,000 plus Wuhan cavalrymen, coming to the Reincarnation Forest, that's their own way of seeking death. Call the soldiers to gather at the schoolyard, in addition, recall all the villagers of Reincarnation Village, and do not go out until the Wuhan cavalry is resolved." "Yes, my lord." Zhao Hong wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and hurriedly bowed in response before hurriedly leaving the place to convey Yi Chen's orders. "Wuhan cavalry." Yi Chen's 2 eyes flashed with a brilliant light before he marched towards the schoolyard. Arriving at the school grounds, Yi Chen climbed onto the high platform, and a swish sound immediately came out. "See you, lord." Tens of thousands of soldiers knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. They were basically all surrendered mountain bandits and robbers, even the predecessor of the Reincarnation Legion was no exception. However, these people not only had their temperament and image completely transformed at this moment, even their loyalty had not been discounted in the slightest. Looking at the tens of thousands of soldiers, Yi Chen's expression was serious as he raised his right hand in vain. Swish! Tens of thousands of soldiers rose in unison. As I said before, when it comes to rewarding merit, Reincarnation Village has land and money. When Yi Chen said this, tens of thousands of soldiers brightened up in unison. Just as countless soldiers were looking forward to it, Yi Chen spoke again. "However, a villager has just detected a cavalry force, and in another half an hour, they will arrive at the Reincarnation Valley." As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, countless soldiers first froze, and then one by one, their anger instantly erupted out. It was not towards Yi Chen, but towards the stream of cavalry in Yi Chen's mouth. Seeing that this was about to be beneficial, being able to share money in fields, money was secondary, the key was the fields. Yi Chen had promised privatization. With this, and then marry a housewife, pass on the family, live in peace and happiness, such a life is good. However, some ungrateful cavalry came here to disrupt their imagined life. How could the soldiers not be angry? Looking at the tens of thousands of soldiers under the stage without the slightest fear, Yi Chen had a more profound knowledge of the God-tier village building order's anticlimax. Territorial stability plus 60, territorial resident satisfaction plus 60, it didn't seem to be of much use, but it had a role that couldn't be ignored. However, all Reincarnation Village villagers, even those who had just joined, would spontaneously treat Reincarnation Village as their home. Otherwise, this mountain bandits and robbers that had just been collected would definitely have people turn against them or even run away after hearing that there were cavalry coming. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction before opening his mouth and drinking. "This place is Liaoxi of Yuzhou, there are Wuhan and Xianbei in the north, and Xiongnu in the west, we are all Han people, but the foreign tribes of the foreign countries often plunder the borders, and pillage the Han people's wealth, and women." Saying this, Yi Chen paused for a moment, while the tens of thousands of soldiers on the stage began to breathe heavier. What Yi Chen said was true, they all knew about it. No one had thought about it before, because they were mountain bandits and robbers. And at this moment, they became a member of the Reincarnation Village and had to think about this. If, for example, the foreigners of the fans came and snatched everything they were about to have, what were they going to do? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. No one wanted their things to be taken away. "Tell me, are you willing to accompany me to the battlefield to kill the enemy?" Yi Chen's eyes stared and he opened his mouth to drink. "Willing. Willing. Willing." Tens of thousands of soldiers burst out in unison. Yi Chen made a move with his right hand, and the Godslayer lance instantly appeared, and the black cloud armor followed and covered Yi Chen's body. Swish! Tens of thousands of soldiers clenched the weapons in their hands in unison. A stern, merciless aura instantly began to emerge, and then climbed up. The moment the aura climbed to the apex, Yi Chen waved his right hand, and then opened his mouth and drank. "Those who commit my reincarnation, kill! 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 Kill!" Tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, and a bloody murderous aura instantly erupted, with the Reincarnation Legion being the strongest among them. "Depart! After Yi Chen finished speaking, he straightly went down from the high platform and then mounted the warhorse prepared by Zhao Hong and marched towards the entrance of the Reincarnation Valley. Behind him, tens of thousands of reincarnation soldiers with weapons in their hands followed step by step. A stern, cold, and forward-looking aura began to condense, and then grew thicker and thicker. Chapter 49, Ambush. When Yi Chen walked out of the schoolyard with his soldiers, the villagers of Reincarnation Village had long been standing outside waiting one by one. They all had hoes in their hands, axes for logging, and mining hoes for digging. They knew about the news of the arrival of the Wuhan cavalry, and even more so, they knew that their lord Yi Chen, which had just returned, was immediately leading his troops out to defend against foreign enemies. Congratulations to Lord's flag victory. Wish Lord Yi Chen a victory. Congratulations to Lord Yi on your victory. The villagers of Reincarnation Village bowed and shouted in unison after seeing Yi Chen. They were grateful to Yi Chen for giving them a stable life. But they were just farmers, and all they could do was to wait quietly in the Reincarnation Village, waiting for Yi Chen's triumph. If, however, the Reincarnation Village was attacked by the enemy, then they wouldn't hesitate to pick up the hoes in their hands and fight to their last breath. They had done so before, even though such a thing didn't happen. But it was undeniable that they had such determination. Yi Chen glanced at the rustic villagers and nodded, before continuing on his way. Tens of thousands of soldiers followed Yi Chen in great numbers, heading towards the entrance of the valley. After Yi Chen left the Reincarnation Valley with his soldiers, a beautiful figure walked out from behind a tree. Looking at the departing army from afar, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and whispered, "Be sure to be careful." Outside the valley, Yi Chen rode on his horse and looked at the endless reincarnation forest, and was silent for a moment before turning around and drinking. Reincarnation Legion, stay put, the rest of you, go up the trees. Wait for the Wuhan cavalry to arrive as they are, then attack. Pay attention, try to shoot the cavalry without injuring the warhorses. Yes, my lord. A unanimous shout came. Tens of thousands of reincarnation soldiers then rushed towards the trees in front of them, and then one by one, they climbed onto the trees to hide themselves. Behind their backs, they all carried bows and arrows, arrow pouches. The trees in the reincarnation forest were tall, thick, with lush branches and leaves. Hiding 3 or 5 people was no problem at all. The weapons captured from the previous attack on the mountain fortress were all thrown to the market, and Yi Chen even obtained more than 200,000 taels of gold for this. However, although Yi Chen needed money, he wouldn't do anything that would exhaust the pond. In this era, it was not true that there were soldiers in the hands, but there also had to be weapons. Therefore, every surrendered mountain bandit had a bow and arrow, an arrow pouch, and enough arrows on them, in addition to a wooden gun. Although, these bows, arrows, and arrows were not high-grade weapons, but it was enough to deal with the Wuhan cavalry. Wuhan was a nomadic people, and they were rich in warhorses, but this was not important. What was important was that they lacked iron, they didn't have smelting techniques, much less such talents, and there wouldn't be many cavalrymen in armor at all. The reincarnation forest, on the other hand, was filled with gigantic trees, and cavalry could not even start a charge here. Cavalry that couldn't charge were just waste, and couldn't be used. Therefore, Yi Chen wasn't worried about any Wuhan cavalry at all. Moreover, Yi Chen was already determined to eat this group of Wuhan cavalry. Snatch their warhorses. Warhorses were strategic materials in the Three Kingdoms period, and a lord with cavalry was a powerful lord. Whether it's mobility or attacking ability, cavalry is second to none. Of course, cavalry was constrained by the terrain and could only be powerful in open areas. However, Yi Chen's cavalry was a must-have whether he was going on a northern expedition or participating in the upcoming historical plot. Having the cavalry battalion drawing and the heavy cavalry drawing alone could only convert soldiers into cavalry, or heavy cavalry. Without a warhorse, could a cavalryman still be a cavalryman? Obviously it couldn't. Therefore, Yi Chen wanted to take down the Wuhan cavalrymen who came to the reincarnation forest, and to be precise, take down the warhorses in their hands. Yi Chen stood before the 4,000 reincarnation legions, gazing ahead with a serious and cold expression. Behind him, the 4,000 reincarnation legions, holding their long spears, did not move like mountains. On the trees, the reincarnation village soldiers, holding their bows and strings, stood at attention. As the wind blew, the leaves of the trees rustled, but other than that, not a single sound came out. Time passed little by little. When the sound of the warhorses snort and the sound of people's discussion came, Yi Chen's eyes snapped open. Here it comes. Yi Chen raised his right hand, and the tens of thousands of well-hidden reincarnation village soldiers in the trees drew their bows in unison, aiming at the ground. Swish! The 4,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion angled their long guns in unison. Soon, the sound of discussion from the Wuhan cavalry came over. What the hell is this place? How come there are so many trees? How do I know? But I guess a place with that big tiger must be extraordinary. Chief Stepto has gone through a lot of trouble for Qiuli Zhu Shanyu. Nonsense, Chief Stepton is Qiuli Zhu Shanyu's subordinate son, so naturally he has to please Qiuli Zhu Shanyu. If Chief Stepton can become the single lord, then we will be happy, we will have women and cattle and sheep. Ah, that's right, Chief Stepton is invincible and treats us well. With him around, we can naturally live a good life. When we get that tiger killed, this time when we go back, we must ask Chief Stepto to take us to plunder the Han people for a while. That's a must. TSK, think about those little pussy skins of the Han people. That's called a fine skin and tender flesh. When Yichen heard this, his eyes narrowed, and then a cold light flashed. Right at this moment, a few Wuhan cavalrymen appeared in Yichen's line of sight with their war horses. Kill! Yichen waved his right hand, while then bursting into a shout. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows were instantly shot from the trees towards the Wuhan cavalrymen who were dumbfounded. They came here to kill the blue-eyed Tiger King. This endless forest originally should not have people. There are just some mountain bandits. They are not afraid of mountain bandits. No mountain bandits dare to hit them. They are the Wuhan people, a people who grew up on horseback, brave and fearless. They were all soldiers. Everyone was good at fighting. When the mountain bandits and robbers came, they could easily kill them. And now, 4,000 extremely imposing troops appeared in front of them, and there were countless arrows shooting at them from the trees. Poo poo poo. The sound of arrows entering flesh rose and fell. Piece after piece of Wuhan cavalrymen were hit by the arrows, and flowers of blood floated up on them one by one. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Countless cries of alarm came out from the mouths of the Wuhan cavalry. Chapter 50, The Great General of the Wuhan. The Wuhan cavalrymen panicked and dodged. The arrows shot down from the trees. However, more of them were directly killed by the arrows. Those who weren't directly shot to death were also lying on the ground, wailing and struggling miserably. They had never imagined that here, they would be ambushed. Or that so many people were ambushed. Stop! Quickly stop! Shouting came. However, it was a Wuhan general in armor, who shouted loudly while slapping away the arrows that were shot at him. However, the arrows didn't stop and still kept shooting down from the trees. Who the hell are you guys? We are Qiu Li Jushan Yu's men. Not Xianbei or Huns. Anxious cries once again came from the mouth of the Wuhan general. The Wuhan were under the control of the Han Empire. However, they were often involved in plundering Han people. Yichen knew this, but Yichen was not worried, and even more so, he would not be merciful because of this. Aren't you afraid that Qiu Li Jushan Yu will report to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Han Dynasty, and sue you for brutally killing the Han people? Seeing that the attack still hadn't stopped, the Wuhan general couldn't help but shout angrily. Great Han people? Yichen disdainfully skimmed his mouth. This was the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty where the foreign tribes of the Fans often attacked and plundered the Han people. The fact that the foreign tribes of the Fans Bang, who had never really submitted, would say that they were also the children of the Han Dynasty, called Yichen disdainful. These words, used to fool those corrupt scholars of this period, might be feasible. But for Yichen, this is a joke. Not my kind, their hearts will be different, in this period, staged in the fullest. The foreign races of the foreign countries had never stopped attacking the Han Empire. Even when they failed, they would surrender, then build up their strength and turn around to fight again. It's useless to reason with such people. It's all about fists, weapons, and blood. Only when you beat them and make them cry, kill them and make their blood stain the grassland, will they really be honest. When the Wuhan general realized that the attacks had not stopped, he almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood in anger. The Wuhan cavalry he had brought with him amounted to 15,000 people, so many people, so little time, and they had been killed. I surrender! Surrender! A Wuhan cavalryman broke down and cried on his knees. Swish swish swish. A dozen arrows shot at this Wuhan cavalryman in unison. Killing even if you surrender, are you guys still talking about morality? A Wuhan cavalryman roared in grief and anger at this time. Begging for mercy, surviving, and then waiting for an opportunity to come back for revenge, this was the choice of the foreigners of the Fans when they were weak. This kind of tactic had always been tried and true, and at this moment, they were horrified to realize that that kind of routine was useless. The Wuhan cavalrymen who were all prepared to follow and surrender, one by one, were really scared. This was the rhythm of killing them all. Bastard! Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Despicable Han people! An explosive shout came instantly. Only to see General Wu's two eyes reddened as he looked towards Yichen. When Yichen heard this, both eyes narrowed and his right hand was then raised, the attack then stopped. But if there is any movement, kill! A cold drinking voice then came out from Yichen's mouth. As soon as Yichen's words landed on the ground, patches of sounds of pulling bowstrings immediately rang out. Underground, the Wuhan cavalrymen who had been killed and chilled, one by one did not dare to move. Originally, they were still thinking of finding a chance to escape. No matter what, they had to find a place where they could hide from the attack. But now, they didn't dare to move. They didn't dare to move at all. Their eyes looked at the Wuhan general in unison, their eyes full of expectation. They were looking forward to the fact that their general could defeat Yichen and capture him. That way, they would be able to live. Moreover, they thought that their general could do it. Because their general was a Wuhan warrior. Yichen clearly had the advantage, but he still agreed to a single fight. Was he really stupid? No. During this period, fighting generals was the mainstream, and a general who didn't dare to take on a battle would definitely lose his majesty in the hearts of the soldiers. Yi Chen is a lord, but Yi Chen is still a general who leads soldiers into battle. More importantly, the 9 Revolution Xian Gong also did not allow Yi Chen to retreat. The chaotic technique 9 Revolution Xian Gong was originally a combat technique, so if one were to shy away from battle, even if it was to avoid battle, it would seriously affect Yi Chen's state of mind. Yi Chen did not allow the slightest flaw in his state of mind. Otherwise, if Yi Chen entered the flood in the future, his cultivation would definitely never be able to improve after reaching a certain level. This was something Yi Chen never wanted to see. Moreover, Yi Chen himself was a king-grade martial general in the innate realm, and the Wuhan generals, likewise. Yi Chen simply had no reason, and could not help but go one-on-one. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking us? The Wuhan great general took advantage of the fact that the attack had stopped and drank with a face full of iron. Yi Chen coldly glanced at the Wuhan great general, his right-hand deicide lance flung in the air, changing from an upright and held grip to a diagonal lift, before he opened his mouth and drank. I am the Lord of Reincarnation Village, the third-class Viscount of the Great Han Empire, Yi Chen. Lord of Reincarnation Village? Damn it! Why did you attack us? We didn't attack your village. The Wuhan general was stunned when he heard Yi Chen's words, and then roared angrily. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but thump. He knew whether the Han Empire was strong or not, but he knew one thing more. In the Han Empire, there is no such thing as a village chief with such a strong military force. Chapter 51, Stabbing to Death with a Single Shot. The Wuhan general was speculating wildly in his heart. He wanted to confirm Yi Chen's true identity. Was it a general from Yuzhou, or was it a general specially sent by the Great Han Empire? This concerned the future of the Wuhan clan. After all, at this moment, Yi Chen was going to destroy them anyhow. He had to send this news back to his chief, Stepton, and to Wuhan Shan Yiqiu Liju. Less nonsense, come and fight. Yi Chen lifted his god-slaying lance with his right hand and pointed it at the Wuhan general from afar. I am the Wuhan general. The Wuhan general was provoked by Yi Chen. He was furious, and then opened his mouth to drink. I'm not interested in memorizing the names of dead people. Yi Chen sneered coldly before opening his mouth and drinking. The Wuhan general looked at Yi Chen with a blue face. He still wanted to stall for time and ask Yi Chen about his real identity. However, when he saw the contempt in Yi Chen's eyes, he couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Yi Chen's gaze was simply like looking at an ant. The Wuhan general was the king-level military general of Wuhan, so how had he ever been treated with such contempt? Kill! The Wuhan great general raised the wolf toothstick in his hand and charged madly towards Yi Chen. This was the reincarnation forest, where there was a tree at 3 to 5 paces, so it was impossible to ride a horse. Therefore, he rushed towards Yi Chen on foot. He wanted to teach Yi Chen a hard lesson and then catch him. As long as he caught Yi Chen, no matter if it was Yi Chen's identity or the safety of him and his men, all problems would be solved. He was a Wuhan warrior who had fought countless battles and thought he was stronger than this Han general in front of him. Ow ow ow. The Wuhan cavalrymen, seeing the Wuhan general striking, even forgot about the threat of death and shouted loudly one by one. They were cheering. The Wuhan great general was a warrior, a powerful and unrivaled warrior, a hero who could carry them alive. Suffer death. Yi Chen's eyes condensed, his roiling murderous aura violently erupted, his right foot fiercely stepped towards the ground before rushing towards the Wuhan great general. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and a gust of killing aura rose up to the sky. 2 breaths later, Yi Chen and the Wuhan general rushed together. The moment they were about to make contact, the dark and thick Godslayer lance swiftly stabbed at the Wuhan general. Simple, brutal, no frills. The Wuhan general, who was full of energy, was immediately startled, and hurriedly gave up the idea of smashing Yi Chen with his wolf toothstick, and then waved his wolf toothstick to smash the deicide lance. The Wuhan general had a feeling that if it wasn't for his countless conquests and extremely fast reaction, at this moment, he would instantly become a corpse. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would be so domineering, and the spear was too rough. A loud bang instantly rang out. The sound of weapons colliding stimulated the Wuhan general's face to twitch. Right at this moment, a feeling of death instantly descended. The Wuhan general's eyes fiercely shrunk, and then shrunk again. He saw the deicide lance, the unrelenting deicide lance, which wasn't even smashed by him, and didn't even deflect. Puff came. The dark regicide lance stabbed through the heart of the Wuhan general, the tip of the lance peeking out from his back. Wan Shang! Wan Shang! Wan Shang! Earth-shattering roars rang out from the mouths of the Reincarnation Village soldiers. And the Wuhan cavalrymen had their mouths wide open one by one, their faces full of disbelief. Their general, surprisingly, had died so cleanly and crisply in a single shot. You? What kind of shooting skill are you doing? The Wuhan general looked down at the deicide gun that pierced through his heart and asked with eyes full of unwillingness. Basic spear technique. Yi Chen finished indifferently, his right hand jerked, and the god-slaying lance instantly retracted. Bared. Blood instantly spurted out crazily from the heart of the Wuhan general. You! The Wuhan general's eyes glared, and then with a strong unwillingness, he fell to the ground and died. He still thought that Yi Chen was humiliating him until he died. But the truth was, what Yi Chen had used was really a basic spear technique, but it was a divine-level basic spear technique. If he also knew that Yi Chen was the one who obtained the title of God of Guns, he would understand even more why reality was so cruel. Gun God Unique, using a gun-type weapon, attack power x2, accuracy x2, enlightenment plus 100. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance. Right at this moment, the world announcement suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen, killing Wuhan King-level military general Manhwa, rewarded with 1 million merits. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen, killing Wuhan King-level military general Manhwa, rewarding him with 1 million merits. 3 announcements in a row, instantly triggering the world channel. Yi Chen, it's Yi Chen again. Nima, is he a relative of the system? I can't even beat a mountain thief right now. To think that someone can kill a Wuhan King-level military general, my god, what level is that? You guys didn't realize? A Wuhan King-level military general is worth 1 million merit honors. Che, merit honors have no use, can be eaten? Merit honors are very important to Lord class players, otherwise, with less than a title, you can't upgrade your territory at all. High price for Yi Chen's territory coordinates. Interested parties please contact Blood Rose. Acquiring Yi Chen's territory coordinates at a high price. Interested parties please contact Hegemony Unrivaled. High price for Yi Chen's territory coordinates. I know where Yi Chen is. Yuzhou. It must be in Yuzhou. And Mergence Prefecture is also a possibility. The world channel was bustling, yet Yi Chen didn't pay attention to it, and even if he saw it, he would choose to ignore it. This was because after the world announcement rang out, the general location of the Reincarnation Village was destined to be guessed. However, it was difficult to pinpoint it. With a boing sound, 3 items appeared next to the body of the Wuhan general. A glowing sphere, a wolf toothstick, and a book. Yi Chen put the 3 items away before looking at the still remaining Wuhan cavalry. Kill! The cold command rang out instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows instantly poured down, killing the Wuhan cavalrymen that were still alive as they were. Yi Chen was not prepared to accept the surrender of these Wuhan cavalrymen, at least, not until the Reincarnation Village had a strong military force. Because fusion was difficult, and forcing fusion would have great hidden dangers, Yi Chen did not want such a situation to occur in his territory. Moreover, these people could not be told to go back alive. The reason was simple, Yi Chen still wanted to shade another wave of Wuhan cavalry. Robbing their warhorses. Chapter 52 Bed Crossbow. On the ground, the corpses of the Wuhan cavalrymen lay strewn about, with several or even a dozen arrows sticking out of their bodies. Their faces wore panic, bewilderment, and despair. Blood stained the ground beneath their feet, and the scent of blood began to waft through the reincarnation forest. The Wuhan cavalry was completely annihilated, leaving a field of warhorses snorting in place. This was a great victory because Yi Chen had occupied the timing, location, and people. It was hard not to win. Looking at the dead corpses all over the place and the countless warhorses that kept snorting, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up before he opened his mouth and drank. Clean up the battlefield, bury the corpses on the spot, warhorses, heal the injured, kill the crippled, and transport the rest back to Reincarnation Village. Once Yi Chen's order was given, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Village responded in unison, yes. My lord. At this moment, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Village were excited beyond words. It was because they had fought a great victory under Yi Chen's leadership, without a single death or injury, and had completely annihilated 15,000 people. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Village had never thought that there could be a war without death. The gazes they looked at Yi Chen changed from their previous respect to fervent admiration. Stabbing a king-level martial general to death with a single shot and leading them to a complete victory over the Wuhan cavalry. Following such a lord, they were proud and excited from the bottom of their hearts. The Reincarnation Village soldiers on the trees came down as one, carrying out Yi Chen's orders. Burying the corpses and gathering the warhorses. Once an incense stick of time passed, the battlefield was cleaned up. At this time, a soldier came to Yi Chen and bowed, "My lord. We found an unreadable weapon." An unreadable weapon? Yi Chen was slightly stunned. "Yes, my lord, that item has a strange style and is a bit big." The soldier hurriedly responded. "Take me there." Yi Chen couldn't think of what the weapon the soldier was talking about for a while. "Yes." After the soldier finished speaking, he turned around and marched towards the distance. Yi Chen followed with doubts, and only after walking for some time did he see a group of soldiers curiously surveying a molded object. "Lord!" When the soldiers saw Yi Chen coming over, they opened their mouths in unison and called out. Yi Chen nodded, and then looked at the thing that had a dark body and was called a weapon by the soldiers. This was bed crossbow. Surprisingly, it was a bed crossbow. The extremely long range and powerful bed crossbow. How could Wuhan have a bed crossbow? Yi Chen frowned slightly, but soon, Yi Chen gave up thinking about this question. How there, with Yi Chen has nothing to do, Yi Chen only want to know this bed crossbow, Wuhan cavalry brought how much? Because no matter how many bed crossbows they brought, at this moment, these bed crossbows were all surnamed Yi. Bed crossbows are controlled products, easily unobtainable, even in the regular army of the Han Empire, it is very difficult to see. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't give up on these bed crossbows, as many as there were, Yi Chen would want as many as he could get. The more bed crossbows there were, the more favorable it would be for the Reincarnation Village. Soon the first historical plot of the Three Kingdoms, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, would begin. With countless bed crossbows, Reincarnation Village would be a hedgehog with thorns, no one would be able to get a bite. For Yi Chen, this would allow him to leave the Reincarnation Village with more peace of mind, and reap the benefits of the Yellow Turban Rebellion with peace of mind. Go! Look at what those warbacks are carrying, if there's still this. Yi Chen hurriedly looked at the surrounding soldiers and opened his mouth to command. Yes. My lord. The soldiers froze in unison before hastily bowing and responding. They didn't expect Yi Chen to pay so much attention to this thing, and from Yi Chen's attitude, they could tell that it was precious. The soldiers had already reached the point of near blind worship for Yi Chen, so naturally, one by one, they ran to check it out in a positive and incomparable manner. This was not because of orders, but rather a willingness to work for Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, all the Reincarnation Village soldiers followed suit and checked the warhorses. Not long after, a soldier hurriedly ran to Yi Chen's side and said loudly, Lord! Half of those warhorses are carrying this kind of weapon, and the other half are carrying very thick, very large and very long arrows. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. These Wuhan cavalrymen, they were really good people, greatly good people. The thought that the Reincarnation Village possessed 15,000 bed crossbows at this moment made Yi Chen's mood extraordinarily happy. Good. Pass the order, bring everything, and the warhorses, back to Reincarnation Village without missing a single item. Yi Chen shouted loudly with both eyes glowing. Yes. My lord. The soldier led the order, and then hurriedly ran to convey the order. Soon, the army began to move, returning to the Reincarnation Village with more than 20,000 warhorses and a large amount of loot. Reincarnation Valley, entrance. As soon as Yi Chen entered, he saw a beautiful figure. It was Zhao Yu, who was waiting for Yi Chen's return at the entrance of the valley. It was the hardest thing to bear the grace of a beauty, although Zhao Yu hadn't done anything that was gracious to Yi Chen, but her love for Yi Chen was something that Yi Chen could clearly feel. Yi Chen let out a long breath and then galloped on his horse. Zhao Yu looked at Yi Chen, who was galloping on his horse, and couldn't help but smile. She wasn't the least bit scared by the galloping of the warhorse. When the warhorse skimmed past Zhao Yu, Yi Chen leaned down, and with a right hand, he picked Zhao Yu up by the waist and put her in front of him. Let's go back together. Chapter 53 Reincarnation Village with Strong Roots. Reincarnation Village. When Yi Chen returned, the originally taut faces of the villagers of the Reincarnation Village instantly bloomed into smiles. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts, happy for Yi Chen, happy for the Reincarnation Village. Congratulations on the Lord's triumphant return. Congratulations on the Lord's triumphant return. Congratulations on the Lord's triumphant return. The villagers shouted loudly one after another, excited expressions appearing on everyone's faces. Yi Chen waved his hand smilingly, instantly drawing even greater cheers. Wan Shang! Wan Shang! Yi Chen smiled faintly before dismounting and leading the warhorse towards the village chief's mansion. Zhao Hong, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, followed behind Yi Chen with a smile on his face. He knew that Yi Chen definitely had a lot of things to order him to do. The villagers didn't bother Yi Chen, they knew that Yi Chen, as the Lord, had a lot of things to do. Yi Chen left the entrance of the village and returned to the village chief's mansion, and at that moment, the villagers of Reincarnation Village exclaimed one by one. My god, that is a war horse? Good. Many war horses. This has to be tens of thousands of war horses, right? Hiss. I know that Lord went to fend off the Wuhan cavalry for the Reincarnation Village, but I didn't expect that the Wuhan cavalry was surprisingly so many. Don't even look at who our Lord is. Lord is the strongest. Mom, Lord is so powerful. When I grow up, I also want to be a soldier and snatch many big horses for Lord. Stone is the best, remember, without the Lord, we wouldn't have the life we have now. It's only because the Lord took us in that our family can survive. Aha! Stone remembered. Stone will definitely repay Lord and follow Lord forever. The villagers looked at the soldiers of the Reincarnation Village that returned victoriously in the distance, and looked at the swarms of warhorses that numbered more than 20,000, and each of them couldn't contain themselves with excitement. Reincarnation Village was Yi Chen's territory, they were Yi Chen's territory residents. The stronger the Reincarnation Village was, the brighter their future would be. And at this moment, Yi Chen proved it with facts. It had only been a short while, Yi Chen had not only won the battle, but also snatched back more than 20,000 warhorses. Only someone who was powerful and unrivaled could do this. And Yi Chen, their lord, had done it. Reincarnation Village, Village Chief's Mansion. After returning here, Yichen carried Zhao Yu off the warhorse before bringing Zhao Yu and also Zhao Heng into the living room. After Yichen sat down on the chair, Zhao Yu directly went to the bedroom. Zhao Yu was a woman and couldn't get involved in politics, she knew that clearly, so she made her choice without waiting for Yichen to speak. Yichen couldn't help but stare when he saw Zhao Yu go directly to the bedroom before reacting that Zhao Yu was avoiding something. Although Yichen didn't care, but he still had to take into account the feelings of the people in this world. It was nothing now, and when there were more subordinates in the future, this kind of thing was even more important to avoid. After all, this world is the real world, everyone has everyone's thinking. Moreover, all kinds of concepts are even more deeply rooted and can't be changed just by saying so. At this time, Zhao Heng bowed with an excited face and said, "Congratulations, Lord, congratulations, Lord. Your Lordship's great victory this time, with more than 20,000 war horses captured, the Reincarnation Village will surely rise strongly and dominate the Yu state." Yichen smiled faintly, then opened his mouth and asked, "The drawing formulas given to you have all been distributed?" "My lord, they have all been distributed. The cavalry battalion, the heavy cavalry battalion have all been constructed, the bright light armor, the point steel, the gun, and the oxhorn bow have also begun to be built. It's the 100-flower brew that still needs some time." Zhao Heng bowed and responded. "Any difficulties?" Yichen nodded and then asked. "My lord, the bowstring needed for the oxhorn bow is not available in the Reincarnation Village and needs to be purchased in the market, and the 100-flower brew, the grade seems to be very high, not like mortal wine, and that female brewer is still trying to delve into it." Zhao Heng opened his mouth and explained. "Bowstrings are purchased in large quantities, so don't worry about not having enough money, and the role of archers on the battlefield can't be ignored. Moreover, siege and defense all need to be used as well as arrows need to be stored in large quantities." Yichen said here, paused for a moment, and then continued. "The 100 Flowers brew is indeed not something from the mortal world, and brewing it is indeed a bit difficult. In this way, tell that winemaker to try to scale down the ingredients in it, and even after scaling it down, that wine will be more than 100 times stronger than the fine wines of the mortal world." Hearing this, Zhao Heng was stunned, and then bowed in ecstasy and worshipped, "Congratulations, Lord! Congratulations, Lord! For the Reincarnation Village to have this divine item, it will definitely grow by leaps and bounds, the residents will live in peace and happiness, and the army will be invincible." Yichen laughed, then opened his mouth and asked, "Have all the buildings been constructed? Are there no missing buildings?" "My lord, all the buildings in the Reincarnation Village are complete, and there are many more buildings that shouldn't be present in the village," Zhao Heng said with a happy face. The buildings of the village were those basic buildings, and the extra ones, such as the cavalry battalion and the heavy cavalry battalion. Hearing this, Yichen nodded with satisfaction. Counting the time, smart brain Pangu will open the exchange business today. It's also time to upgrade the territory. Chapter 54, A Resounding Slap. As soon as Yichen finished thinking, the world announcement sound instantly rang out. Ding, the world transformation is complete, the exchange business is officially open, the game reality exchange ratio is 1:1. The world announcement sounded 3 times in a row, and the entire world instantly exploded. Old me finally knows what's going on with the world remodeling. The houses have all turned gray, the highway has turned into a dirt road, and it's also full of weeds, a whole primitive forest. This is world transformation? Nima pussy, give me back my house. I spent $10 million to buy the house. Your 10 million counts a hair. I bought 10 suites, each set is worth tens of millions of dollars. Nima, all gone. Compensate me for the house. Ha ha, money to buy a house and huck and drop is not turned into gray ash. Ha ha, laugh at the father. Go to Nima, scum pussy, garbage. World channel, buy a house with can't afford to buy a house, mocking each other tirade up. Some people are venting their dissatisfaction in their hearts, crazy abuse of the damn world, damn game, damn unfair. And at this time, there was a group of people that acted quickly. Quickly. Damn him, exchange gold coins for me. Old me wants to exchange 10 million gold coins. Go. Buy me, everything, I want to be the first to upgrade to town this time. Damn Reincarnation Village, this time I'll see how you can run wild, the first in the flood is mine. Damn, with money, I'm going to buy. Lousy will rush to be number 1 in the world. I'll be the king of the world. Rich people were suppressed before, having money here was simply useless. Now it was good, once the game exchange business was opened, they all went crazy. It was no longer a secret that the stronger the game, the stronger the reality. Therefore, everyone is willing to invest, crazy investment. Especially with the world changing callously, everyone desperately wanted to have a strong power. Reincarnation Village. Yichen's 2 eyes narrowed, his figure then moved, instantly leaving the village headman's mansion, and came to the market. Yichen, who arrived at the market, without saying anything, directly started to frantically buy. Stones, iron ore, timber, food, crazy purchases. The Reincarnation Village needed resources, and the real Reincarnation Village needed even more, because the real Reincarnation Village needed up to 10 times more resources than in the game. After Yichen had purchased all the resources in the market, he had only spent 8 million taels of gold. Looking at the empty market, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up before returning to the village headman's mansion. Yi Chen left the market, while throughout the Great Han Empire, people jumping and cursing appeared one after another. Which asshole is this? Why are your hands so fast? Bastard asshole. Don't tell me to know whose hands are so fast. Damn, these assholes' hands are too fast. Did they stay in the market all this time? There were indeed a lot of people who hadn't died after the world changed drastically, but had survived until now and found the safe city built by Brain Pangu. There were also a lot of rich people, tycoons, and big tycoons among them. They had a lot of wealth before the meteor crash, and now, their wealth has not been taken away from them, and they can still use it. These people, excitedly, wanted to rise up, to dominate in the game, to become stronger in reality, and some even wanted to become the king of the world. However, at this moment, an unforgiving slap was thrown into these people's faces all at once. It was heavy. It was very loud. Nima, those resources hanging in the market, both indigenous and player, had been swept away without even a bit of dregs left. This was breaking their roots. Of course, this state could only last for a few days. But it was these few days that made the many ambitious people feel as if they had swallowed a disgusting fly, or the kind that had to be swallowed. Reincarnation Village, Village Chief's Mansion. Yi Chen returned to the living room, and with a thought, the cornerstone of the Reincarnation Village, the golden stone tablet slowly rose from the ground. Looking at the distinctive and unique golden stone monument, Yi Chen smiled slightly before pressing his right hand onto the golden stone monument. With a thought, the system's voice then sounded. Ding, Reincarnation Village 3, Level Village, fulfills the basic conditions. Detecting the number of buildings. The number of buildings meets the standard. Detecting title. Reincarnation Village Lord Yi Chen, Imperial First Class Viscount, title up to standard. Ding, Reincarnation Village fulfills all conditions. Does it upgrade Reincarnation Village? Upgrade. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the entire Reincarnation Village instantly changed in style. The thatched huts turned into brick and wooden houses, and the fences outside turned into brick walls. The houses became bigger and more beautiful, the streets also became wider at this moment, and the road surface also changed from a dirt road to a masonry road. Even more intuitively, the Reincarnation Village covered an area that expanded by 100 times. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, Reincarnation Village has been upgraded to Reincarnation Town. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, meeting the special conditions, obtaining the special architectural drawing, the recruitment hall. Hearing this, Yi Chen's two eyes snapped open. Sure enough, there is this. Chapter 55, The Demon Race That Will Soon Appear. The Reincarnation Village could have been upgraded to a town a long time ago, and Yi Chen had gone through a lot of trouble and had been pressurizing the Reincarnation Village not to upgrade for the purpose of this special drawing. For territory upgrades, there was a hidden setting. If all the basic buildings in the territory were constructed and then the territory was upgraded, every time there was a major upgrade, special drawings would be obtained. For example, at this moment, if the Reincarnation Village upgraded to Reincarnation Town, it obtained the special drawing, the recruitment hall. If Reincarnation Town was then upgraded to Reincarnation City, it would still obtain special drawings. This kind of hidden setting with bug attributes, at this moment, no one knew about it except Yi Chen. The moment Yi Chen opened the exchange business in the smart brain Pangu, he swept away the resources in the market, aiming to be the first to upgrade to the town. The reason was that only the first lord to obtain the hidden reward would be able to obtain the drawing with the unique attribute. The drawings after that, although also some special, but that kind of special drawings, you can use money to buy, can attack the city to get. Therefore, that was not very rare, and Yi Chen could not see it. Of course, this point only applies to villages. When you reach the town, and then want to upgrade, even if it's a small town to a medium town, you have to build all the buildings before you can continue to upgrade. And at that time, one missed out on the game's hidden setting, the reward of special drawings. Just as Yi Chen picked up the recruitment hall drawings, the world announcement sound rang out. Ding, the first person in Reincarnation Village upgraded to a town, hereby rewarding Reincarnation Town as the #1 town in the world, rewarding 1 million taels of gold, and increasing the population refreshment speed of Reincarnation Town by 10 times for 3 days. Ding, the first person in Reincarnation Village to be upgraded to a town, hereby rewarding Reincarnation Town as the #1 town in the world, rewarding 1 million taels of gold, and increasing the population refreshment speed of Reincarnation Town by 10 times, lasting for 3 days. As soon as the world announcement came out, the world channel, which had just been frequently swiping the screen, instantly cleared up. 3 seconds later, the world channel instantly erupted. Yi Chen, you're my brother, can you tell me if this is your real name? Boss Yi Chen, little brother sincerely wants to hang out with you, take little brother. In this world, I only serve Boss Yi Chen, Nima, this is simply a change, Alas, people are more angry than people, I have to say, this person, Yi Chen, is a powerful mess. Nonsense, have any of you made a world announcement as soon as you started the game? Have any of you been refreshing the world announcement? No right, let me tell you guys, Yi Chen is my cousin. If you want to mix well, hurry up and mail me 100,000 gold. I can reveal some secrets to you guys. The statute of limitations is only 1 hour. You bad guy, when did my brother have you as a cousin? Don't believe him everyone, my brother Yi Chen doesn't have a cousin. My brother just told me, if you want to know the secrets of the game, you can contact me, 1,000 gold for one question, boy for boy. The world channel was bustling, and a group of people who were posing as Yi Chen's relatives and wooing under the guise of Yi Chen suddenly appeared. Just as the crowd was talking, those former powers chose to remain silent, no one opened their mouths. And just then, unusual content appeared on the world channel. Ow ow ow. Human trash, your era master is here, quickly come kneel. Roar roar. Human trash, your grandpa pig is here, come kneel quickly. Meow. Of the human race. Well, little cuties of the human race. Here's your black cat granny, come and kneel. Grass mud horse, dog day stupid pig, dog day black cat, you dare to be your era grandpa's elders? When your era grandpa gets offline, he'll immediately go and moonlight you too. Rubbish, you just play with your mistress. When you come, your grandpa pig must let you know what is called chrysanthemum flowers bloom. Yo, era, with your 3 inches, you also dare to look for trouble with Lao Mistress. Come on, Lao Mistress will let you know what it means to be the first eunuch of the demon clan. The world channel instantly cleared down, no one shouted anymore, they all stared blankly at these alternative contents on the world channel. It was only after a while that someone shouted again on the world channel. Nima? Did I read it right? Someone called themselves that? And the ing human race? Demon race? I didn't read it right. What's going on here? It's not possible that all 3 of them are mentally ill, right? Definitely the little cutie who ran out of the mental hospital. This Nima, there's no cure for brain damage. TSK, still ing demon race, why don't you say you're? In the world channel, many people began to satirize these 3 existences that had suddenly emerged and called themselves the demon race. However, there were people who took this seriously, and one frowned in contemplation, and some even met to discuss those 3 existences. Yi Chen didn't open the world channel, so he naturally didn't know about this. However, this was not important. What was important was that even without opening the world channel, Yi Chen knew that the demon race was about to appear. Whether it was in the game or in reality. In reality, because of the existence of the safe zone, the demon race couldn't do anything about the human race, but they did sneak around the safe zone from time to time, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. In the game, the Yellow Turban Rebellion will open in no time, and the demon race will also come out at that moment, sweeping the world. Chapter 56, Recruitment Hall. Reincarnation Town, Mayor's Mansion. Yi Chen, who heard the world announcement, smiled slightly before looking at the recruitment pavilion drawing in his hand. Recruitment pavilion unique, after the construction is completed, it can be used once a month, and each time one person appears, they will automatically join the territory. 80% chance of an average historical figure appearing. 60% chance of a third-rate historical figure appearing. 30% chance of appearing as a second-rate historical figure. 10% chance of appearing as a first-rate historical figure. Super first-class historical figures have a 1% chance of appearing. Special characters have a 0.01% chance of appearing. After reading the introduction of the recruitment hall, Yi Chen's eyes snapped open. I didn't expect the recruitment hall to be so heaven-defying. Indeed, it is counterintuitive. After the appearance of a historical character, it automatically joins the Reincarnation Town, just such a simple attribute, saving Yi Chen the trouble of recruiting. To know the historical characters, and his powerful historical characters, want to recruit that conditions one more than one difficult. Now, as long as Reincarnation Town constructed the recruitment hall, it would be the same as Reincarnation Town having a historical figure appear every month. And it was a historical figure that directly joined Reincarnation Town. Even if it was an unimpressive historical figure, it had a huge effect on the newly upgraded Reincarnation Town. In addition to construction, the territory also needed management. In terms of management, Yi Chen was the lord, and his men currently only consisted of Zhao Heng Zhao Mang and his father and son. At this moment, Reincarnation Town had nearly 50,000 soldiers, and relying on Yi Chen and Zhao Mang and Zhao Heng to manage them alone, there would not be a situation at the moment. However, when Reincarnation Town was upgraded to a medium town and a large town, problems would gradually appear. And when Reincarnation Town was upgraded to Reincarnation City, problems would erupt. So Yi Chen was quite eager for historical figures at the moment. A more important point, because of the gathering of chi and lifting of the nation to soar characteristic of the god-tier village building order, Yi Chen was destined to walk on the path of the emperor. And if he wanted this path to be smoother, historical figures could not be missing in any case. Without loyal subordinates, Yi Chen's path of the emperor could not go on at all. Now, with the recruitment hall, a historical figure would appear in Reincarnation Town every month, which instantly eased Yi Chen's upcoming dilemma. As for choosing realistic humans as henchmen, the reborn Yi Chen would not do so at all. There was too much uncertainty in real people, especially after the huge change in the world. Betrayal, conspiracies abounded. Yi Chen didn't want to be plucked away from the peach by someone else instead after he had fought his way to the top. Who? Yi Chen let out a long breath before handing the recruitment pavilion only to Zhao Hang. Add more manpower. The recruitment pavilion must be constructed as soon as possible. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, Zhao Hang hurriedly bowed and responded, "Yes, my lord. My subordinate will immediately send people to build the recruitment hall." Yi Chen nodded, and Zhao Hang took the recruitment pavilion only and hurriedly left the town mayor's mansion. At this time, Yi Chen looked towards the cornerstone of Reincarnation Town, the Golden Stone Monument. In the next second, the attributes of the Reincarnation Town appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Reincarnation Town Divine Grade, small town, the first town in the world, attraction to historical figures increased by 10%. Basic attributes, territorial stability plus 60, territorial resident satisfaction plus 60, territorial resources plus 500%, territorial agricultural production plus 500%, territorial fishery production plus 500%, territorial attraction to stragglers plus 300%, territorial residence qualification plus 2. Characteristic 1, Holy Land Territory Residence, enlightenment increased by 50%. Characteristic 2, Blessed Land, 1 grade of elixir appears randomly every month. Characteristic 3, Chi Luck automatically gather Chi Luck of heaven and earth, increase the cultivation speed of territory residents, increase the enlightenment of territory residents, increase with the territory map. Characteristic 4, Ascension gathering heaven and earth's Chi Luck, dominating all worlds, can raise the country to ascend to the floodplains. Territory resources: stone, timber, iron, grain, money, 2.92 million gold. Attractiveness to historical figures increased by 10%. Yi Chen was slightly stunned before nodding in satisfaction. Boosting by 10% might not seem like a big deal, but in fact, many times it would have an effect that could not be ignored. Big brother, congratulations. Zhao Yu's voice rang out at this moment. However, it was Zhao Yu who heard Zhao Hang leave, and that was when she walked out from the bedroom. When Yi Chen heard Zhao Yu's voice, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned around, walked to Zhao Yu's side, gently held Zhao Yu in his arms, and opened his mouth to ask, "Reincarnation Village has turned into Reincarnation Town, go around?" Zhao Yu's face flushed and she answered softly. Yi Chen laughed out loud, and then pulled Zhao Yu's hand and walked towards the outside. At this moment, the town mayor's mansion had turned from the previous thatched hut into a large 2-in, 2-out mansion. The front yard had a compartment in the east and west, and in the center was a living room that covered a huge area. In the backyard, there was a small 2-story building with a side room in the east and west. There is a corridor between the front and backyards, and above the corridor, there is a pavilion and a platform in each of the east and west. The building as a whole was ancient, the only thing it lacked was some less life. Because there were no flowers or plants here, much less servants. Bringing Zhao Yu, he left the town mayor's mansion and came to the street. Yi Chen could not help but stare. Chapter 57, The Overbearing Yi Chen. The streets of Reincarnation Town were decorated with lights and festive atmosphere. The townspeople, no matter male or female, or young or old, without exception, were all wearing new clothes, their faces beaming with joy. They joked, discussed, what parents, what children naughty, and occasionally laughed. 3 or 5 groups, 4 or 5 a group, not to say courteous, but also very harmonious. This is... Yi Chen was a little surprised to finish his thought. One by one, the townspeople discovered Yi Chen and hollered and surrounded him. "Congratulations, Lord! Reincarnation Village has been upgraded to Reincarnation Town. Congratulations, Lord! Reincarnation Village has been upgraded to Reincarnation Town. Congratulations, Lord! Reincarnation Village has been upgraded to Reincarnation Town." Shout after shout rang out, and it was not until then that Yi Chen reacted to what was going on. Instead, the townspeople were spontaneously celebrating the upgrade of Reincarnation Village to Reincarnation Town. In an instant, Yi Chen's heart warmed. There was only one prerequisite for such a situation to occur, and that was that the townspeople regarded Reincarnation Town as their roots. Otherwise, there would never be a spontaneous celebration. Thinking of this, Yi Chen smiled faintly and spoke. "Today is the big day of the establishment of Reincarnation Town. All of you are the cornerstones of Reincarnation Town. With you guys around, there is Reincarnation Town today. I announce that the whole town will revel for one day. All expenses are free. Your lordship is mighty. Lords are mighty. Your lordship is awesome." The townspeople were first stunned, and then they all shouted out in excitement. The townspeople were not excited because Yi Chen said that the spending was comprehensive, but because of the word cornerstone that Yi Chen said. 1,000 words were no more than the word recognition. Yi Chen recognized the efforts of the townspeople, recognized everything that the townspeople had paid for from the establishment of the village until now. Although what Yi Chen said was exaggerated because many things were gotten by Yi Chen. But there was one thing that Yi Chen did not exaggerate. Whether it was a village, a town, or a city, or even an empire, none of them could ignore the power of the people. The people were the cornerstone of the territory or even the empire, and only with enough people would all sorts of possibilities arise. The power of an empire had to do with the top combatants, but at the same time, it also had to do with the people. Soldiers and generals came from the people, officials came from the people. Without the people, even the most powerful empire was rootless. Yichen brought Zhao Yu, and with the townspeople lively for a while, then ran to the lake in the Reincarnation Valley to have a two-person world. Looking at the sky with the clouds rolling in, blowing the breeze from the lake, smelling the fragrance of the flowers in the air as well as the ethereal scent from Zhao Yu, Yichen stretched out his waist for a long time. Xiao Yu, you know, I never thought I could have everything today. This was all fought down by Big Brother himself. I believe that Big Brother will achieve more in the future. Zhao Yu looked at Yichen, who was resting on her leg, and smiled sweetly. Yichen was slightly stunned, and then fell silent. There were some words that Yichen couldn't say out, even if it was Zhao Yu. Because Yichen had come back to life, this was a heavenly secret, not a single word could be said. Big Brother? Zhao Yu saw that Yichen didn't say anything and froze, thinking that what he said Yichen didn't like to hear. He couldn't help but call out in worry. Don't call Big Brother, call me by my name. Our relationship, calling Big Brother is a bit unwarranted. Yichen exhaled a long breath, and then smiled and said, emotions are only for a moment. Yichen still has a long way to go, naturally he will not be confused. Yichen. Zhao Yu was slightly stunned and called out with some hesitation. It wasn't that she couldn't say it, but she couldn't get used to it for a while, such a big change before and after Yichen. Just thought of something, don't think too much, you're right, everything now is what I fought for. In the future, my achievements will be higher. And I will stand higher. Yichen said here, an incomparably overbearing confidence instantly surged out wildly, as if he wanted to poke through the sky. I believe in you, you can definitely do it. Zhao Yu looked at the domineering Yichen, and for a moment, she couldn't help but be infatuated, and only after a while, did she nod her head heavily and say, ha 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 ha. Yichen laughed wildly up to the sky, laughing in a domineering manner, laughing freely. Yichen laughed for a while, directly got up, Zhao Yu hugged over, ruthlessly kissed. After a long time, Yichen then let go of his mouth, and then looked at Zhao Yu, whose face was scarlet and red, and said seriously and incomparably, no matter what position I can reach in the future, you will always be my first woman. As soon as Yichen's domineering and straightforward words landed, Zhao Yu was first stunned, and then her face instantly turned incomparably red with shame, and she turned her head sideways, not daring to look at Yichen, and even more so, not daring to answer. In the future, you'll live at my place, it's settled. Yichen raised his eyebrows, and then said in a domineering manner. After saying that, he directly picked up Zhao Yu and marched towards the town mayor's mansion. Only halfway, Yichen still put Zhao Yu down. Yichen could not care about those manners, but Yichen could not care about Zhao Yu's feelings. Arriving at the entrance of Reincarnation Town, Yichen couldn't help but stop. He only saw thousands of stragglers appearing here, and Zhao Heng was leading people to register the stragglers at the city gates. Chapter 58. A man with a stout shape. This is... After Yichen was slightly stunned, he instantly remembered the previous world announcement. Reincarnation Town is the #1 town in the world, rewarding a tenfold increase in the refreshing speed of the stragglers for 3 days. Boosting the refreshing speed of the stragglers by 10 times, coupled with the attribute of the divine level village building order itself increasing the refreshing speed of the stragglers by 3 times, that was a full 30 times. In town level territories, 100-200 stragglers were refreshed every day. When it came to Reincarnation Town, it was directly the maximum. After stacking the attributes, the number of displaced persons refreshed directly reached a terrifying 6,000. This was still 1 day, but the system rewarded it with 3 days. After 3 days, the population of Reincarnation Town directly increased by 18,000 people. Thinking about this, Yichen couldn't help but smile. The population of the territory, naturally the more the better, this was a huge boost to the development of the territory. The refreshed stragglers, looking at the huge Reincarnation Town, there were those who were terrified, and those who were scared. There were all sorts of things in life, but when put on the stragglers, they could be summarized as confused, worried, and scared. They are stragglers, and when they come to Reincarnation Town, they may be rejected, may be driven away, and may even be taken to do hard labor. This was what they feared, and what many stragglers feared. Right at this moment, Zhao Heng, who was at the entrance of the town, saw Yichen and hurriedly put down his quill and ran to Yichen, bowing and worshipping. Greetings, Lord. Yichen smiled faintly, then spoke, call some more people, register them, in addition, send some more people to cook more meals, these will be the townspeople of Reincarnation Town, we can't ask them to endure starvation, children and elderly people are prioritized for resettlement. Yes. My lord. Hearing this, Zhao Heng hurriedly bowed and responded. The stragglers on the side, naturally heard Yichen's words, and knew what the lord in Zhao Heng's mouth meant, and one by one, they all froze in unison. Like Yichen, a lord who was so nice to talk to, they had never really encountered it before. What did they hear? The townspeople of Reincarnation Town. They were all townspeople of Reincarnation Town, and they also cooked for them, and also settled the old people and children in advance. After a short period of silence, the stragglers knelt down one by one and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Lord, Lord! Thank you, Lord, Lord!" The voices were not neat, very mixed and chaotic, but everyone was desperately shouting. It didn't matter if they were men, women, or old people and children. Each and every one of them had a look of gratitude on their faces, and amongst the gratitude, there was a strong mixture of excitement and celebration. They were grateful to Yi Chen for treating them as human beings, for giving them food and clothing, and even more grateful to Yi Chen for taking care of children and old people without labor. They were excited because they were accepted, they could become townspeople of Reincarnation Town, and didn't have to worry about being driven away, scolded and beaten, or even taken to hard labor. They were glad that they had come to Reincarnation Town, otherwise, they didn't know what kind of situation they would have encountered. There were too many of them, a full 6,000 people. These people, put anywhere, would have been refused entry into the town. They would even be driven away. Because that's what many officials did, and often. Those officials didn't allow their jurisdictions to have stragglers. And now, they were at ease. Listening to the incomparable cries of gratitude from the stragglers, Yi Chen secretly sighed before looking at Zhao Hong and opening his mouth to command. After registering and making a list, remember to build houses as soon as possible. With so many more people coming all at once, it's easy to catch a cold when you sleep in the open ground at night. Yes, Lord. Zhao Hong answered with a smile on his face. Yi Chen nodded, and then continued. After you're done here, take someone to measure the fields. Each household will be given 5 acres of fields per person based on their population. The soldiers of Reincarnation Town, in addition to each person getting a fixed 5 acres, the fields will be divided according to rank. General soldiers can get an additional 5 acres of fields, the captain of the army can get 10 acres, the centurion, 100 acres, and the captain of 1,000 acres. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, Zhao Hang immediately froze, because Yi Chen's rewards were simply too rich to be true. Right at this moment, Yi Chen looked at Zhao Hong and said smilingly, "You have been following the busy schedule since the establishment of the reincarnation village, and your merits are not small. In addition to the 5 acres of fixed fields, you will be rewarded with another 1,000 acres. This. Lord, what can I do?" Zhao Hong was first stunned, and then hurriedly bowed and shouted. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Chen. "These are actually already very few. I still expect you to make a greater contribution to Reincarnation Town. Tell me, can you do it?" Yi Chen's slightly serious words instantly caused Zhao Hong to forget about his excuses and directly set his expression straight, bowing once again and shouting, "My humble servant can do it." "Very good." Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, "If Zhao Mang, for the time being, 10,000 mu, in the future, depending on his performance, if he performs well, the reward will increase. If he does not perform well, I will punish him severely. The other generals will be the same. If that brat dares to not perform well, without the Lord's intervention, I will directly break his dog's legs." Hearing this, Zhao Hong immediately took a stand, and it was a righteous statement. When Yi Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, before turning his head and not looking at Zhao Hang. Zhao Yu on one side, at this time, directly lowered his head, that was called helpless. Zhao Hong was first stunned, and then smiled a few times and opened his mouth to say, This. Humble servant. Humble servant first went to be busy." Zhao Hong finished speaking and hurriedly left the place. But it was he who reacted to how wrong what he just said was. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, then looked at Zhao Yu and spoke, let's go back." Zhao Yu was about to open her mouth when a silhouette suddenly rushed out from among the stragglers. Yi Chen pulled Zhao Yu behind him, and with a move of his right hand, the Godslayer gun instantly appeared before pointing straight at the person who suddenly rushed over. A berserk-killing aura instantly appeared from Yi Chen's body. Surprisingly, someone dared to rush over directly and scared Zhao Yu, which called Yi Chen very annoyed. Moreover, the speed at which this person came out was just too fast, at least in existence of the innate realm. Therefore, Yi Chen's killing aura exploded out without reservation. Just as Yi Chen was about to finish this person off with a single shot, some embarrassed words suddenly came from the mouth of the person who rushed out. "Don. T misunderstand. Me. I want to ask you something." Until this time, Yi Chen realized that the person who rushed out did not have the slightest killing aura on his body. Only, this person was too ugly. To describe this person with one word, it was a lanky shape. Even the face is long and stout, that is what existence, the judge of the hell, the little ghosts see him are beautiful men. Yi Chen did not have the slightest disgust, just strange, how can there be such an ugly person in this world? Chapter 59 Chenlu Dianwei. At this time, the stragglers hula surrounded up, a gnashing of teeth and looked at the stout-looking man. There is a word, will be eaten alive this man's momentum. Stout-looking man, this time more embarrassed, he touched the back of his head, looked at the stragglers, with his gentle words said, "Don't misunderstand me, I really don't have any malice, I just want to ask Lord one thing." Yi Chen saw the stragglers come over and surrounded the stout-looking man, his heart could not help but warm up, and with a thought, the Godslayer gun was withdrawn, and then he exhaled, looked at the stout-looking man and opened his mouth to ask. "What is it you want to ask? What you said about being a soldier and dividing the fields, is that true or false?" The stout-looking man, at this time, looked at Yi Chen and asked bluntly. "You piker! How dare you use this kind of tone?" Zhao Heng's words filled with anger rang out at once. Yi Chen raised his hand to stop Zhao Hong from continuing to open his mouth, and then looked at this astonishingly long man and nodded his head. What I said is true. Moreover, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. In the reincarnation territory, the tax will always be 10%, the same as in a harvest year, and will also be reduced depending on the situation in a disaster year. Yi Chen said here, and saw that the stout-shaped man froze for a moment, and then continued. So, now can you tell me what you want to do by asking me this? To be a soldier? Don't tell me that you're soldier material, you're not. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed on the ground, the man's anger rubbed upwards, and his body's aura also climbed higher and higher. Yi Chen's words had seriously irritated him. How he listened to them was to look down on him, thinking that he was not even as good as a piece of trash. The surrounding stragglers were scared because of the man's raging aura, and one by one, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Immediately, however, they surrounded them again, brazenly surrounding the lanky-shaped man once again. Because they remembered what Yi Chen said again. The tax would always be 10%, and it would be reduced in disaster years, and there were also generous rewards for being a soldier. The people of this era valued land more than their lives. And Yi Chen's promise had undoubtedly won their hearts. They didn't want their lord to be harmed in the slightest. That way, they wouldn't know what their lives would become. Therefore, despite their fear, they still surrounded them, brazen and gnashing their teeth. Because the stout-looking man's aura was getting more and more violent, almost like a ferocious beast from the barbaric wilderness, the stragglers had to embolden themselves. Just as the stout-looking man, with both eyes full of blood, was about to explode, Yi Chen suddenly smiled and opened his mouth to ask. Your force is good, why do you only think about being a soldier and don't want to be a general? Ha! When the man heard this, his aura instantly dissipated, and then he looked at Yi Chen dumbfounded. The stragglers were also stunned, and originally, a doubt flashed through their minds. That is, the man in front of them was a fierce man at first glance, so why did the Lord say that he was not a soldier's material? But now, the stragglers all reacted to the fact that Yi Chen was not being sarcastic about this ugly man, but rather wondering why the man did not want to become a general. One by one, the stragglers instantly relaxed, because the man with a sturdy form, at the moment, had a dumbfounded face, and his body's furious aura was completely absent. Obviously, he had misunderstood Yi Chen just like them. What? Don't want to come to me as a general? Yi Chen glared at the man without any good humor before opening his mouth and asking. Me, can I? The man touched the back of his head and asked, somewhat at a loss for words. You think you're bad? You despise yourself that much? Yi Chen's eyes stared and he drank in a deep voice. Nah. I didn't belittle myself. I joined the army, but no one called me a general, so they called me a small soldier. They still think I can eat. The stout-shaped man immediately said loudly, but when he said it later, his voice was small again. When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately froze. This shouldn't be The innate realm is not a big cabbage, it is everywhere. Wait. If it wasn't for this, I really wouldn't have met this guy. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but turn the corner of his mouth, and then opened his mouth. If you have the talent to lead an army, I will let you lead the army to fight. If you have only force, then I will ask you to be my personal guard. Now, tell me your choice. I'll be a personal guard. The stout-shaped man spoke without hesitation. Yi Chen was once again stunned after hearing the man's words, and his heart could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. What Yi Chen was in urgent need of right now was military generals to lead troops in fight, not personal guards. However, disappointment was disappointment. Yi Chen naturally would not reveal that even a personal guard could be brought to the battlefield. Moreover, from the man's aura that had just erupted, Yi Chen was certain that the man was very strong. Then, tell me your name. Yi Chen nodded before speaking. Dian Wei. The stout-shaped man answered loudly. Yi Chen nodded, and then he was stunned, and hurriedly looked at the man and opened his mouth. What did you say your name was? Dian Wei. When Dian Wei heard this, his face suddenly changed and hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Your name is Dian Wei? Chan Lu Jiwu person? Yi Chen hurriedly opened his mouth and asked with an eager face. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from Dian Wei's body. His gaze towards Yi Chen also changed as if he was a stranger, and he became more and more wary. When Yi Chen saw this, he was stunned, and then remembered something about Dian Wei's past. History recorded that Dian Wei had killed officials before becoming a great hero, and later followed Cao Cao with loyalty, and his force ranked in the top 3 during the Three Kingdoms period. The ranking of military generals had always been controversial, but this was not important. What was important was that Yi Chen knew why Dian Wei was suddenly a different person before and after. Thinking about this, Yi Chen immediately determined the identity of the man in front of him. It was the one recorded in history, Chen Lu Dian Wei. Heaven helped me. After Yi Chen finished his thought, he ignored Dian Wei's vigilant gaze and directly spoke. There is one thing I need to make clear to you. Dian Wei looked at Yi Chen and nodded his head expressionlessly, waiting for Yi Chen to follow. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen had given some goodwill to Dian Wei before, Dian Wei was afraid that he would have run away long ago, or even stormed out to kill someone. Reincarnation Town is not something you can enter if you want to, nor is it something you can quit if you want to. I don't care who you were or what you did in the past, as long as you join Reincarnation Town, then, you're a person of Reincarnation Town, in life, and in death. Yi-Chen said here, both eyes narrowed, then said, I am most disgusted with betrayal, but anyone who betrays, even if it is the end of the world, to death. When Dianwei heard this, he slightly froze, and then looked at Yi-Chen with both eyes tightly. After a while, Dianwei withdrew his vigilant gaze, and then with a plop, he kneeled down on one knee and shouted, Shenlu Dianwei, pay my respects to the Lord. Chapter 60 World Shock. Ding, Super First Class Historical Marshal General, Dianwei, wants to recognize you as his master, do you accept? The system's prompt sounded in Yi-Chan's mind instantly. Nima, what's the point of asking? Accept. Ding, congratulations to player Yi-Chen for obtaining the allegiance of Super First Class Marshal General, Dianwei. As the system's prompt ended, the world announcement instantly rang out. Ding, congratulations to player Yi-Chen for being the first to obtain the allegiance of the Super First Class Historical Marshal General, Dianwei, rewarding player Yi-Chen with plus 5 million prestige and 10 million taels of gold. Ding, congratulations to player Yi-Chen for being the first to obtain the allegiance of Super First Class Historical Marshal General, Dianwei, rewarding player Yi-Chen with prestige plus 5 million and 10 million taels of gold. The moment the world announcement rang out, the world channel exploded. Yi-Chen. It's Yi-Chen again. There's no heaven. I heard something. That's Dianwei. Dianwei. Dianwei ranks second in the Three Kingdoms in terms of force value. He's absolutely awesome. Bull. My Zhao Yun is ranked second. Zhao Yun is number 1. He's number 1. Nima, why, I haven't even seen a single historical figure, but now someone has directly gained the allegiance of a superb historical general, and it's ING Dianwei. You bunch of scum, how can you understand the greatness of Boss Yi-Chen? I'm Yi-Chen's cousin's nephew. If you want the game's secret book, find me quickly, only the first 10 are for sale, 1 million gold each. Yi-Chen. The exchange business is open, credits can be exchanged for gold. 1 billion credits. As long as you're willing to transfer Dianwei. I'll give you 1 billion credits. 2 billion. Yi-Chen, transfer Dianwei to me. I'll give you 2 billion credits. 10 billion. Yi-Chen, as long as you're willing to transfer Dianwei, I'll give you 10 billion credits. Yi-Chen, I'm ordering you now, contribute Dianwei, for the sake of the people, this is what you must do. Yi-Chen, give me Dianwei, I'll give you the rank of Major General. The World Channel said everything, and more than that, it was the people who were hitting on Dianwei's idea. Unfortunately, Yi-Chen didn't open the World Channel at all, and even if he did, he wouldn't take care of these people. Right at this moment, the World Channel suddenly came out with a sentence, and then the World Channel cleared up. Who is Dianwei? Is his meat good to eat? Tell Era Grandpa. Also, where is that like Yi-Chen? Whoever tells this grandpa will be worry-free in reality. 3 seconds later, the World Channel once again had alien language appear. Grandpa Pig can also guarantee you guys to be worry-free in reality. Just tell your Grandpa Pygmy about that Yi-Chen kid. Grandpa Pig wants the exact location. Grandma Cat here, I'm interested in that Yi-Chen. Whoever can tell Grandma Catney his news, I can likewise guarantee his safety in the real world. Your mother. Dog day dead pig, stinky cat. Wait. If you Era Masters don't get you 2 mother heirs killed, Era Masters are the ones you 2 raised. Era. Stupid dog Era. Grass. You 2 wait. The World Channel was quiet again, and after a while, it only returned to lively. Why do I have a feeling that these 3 psychopaths aren't psychopaths? Blindly compare what? What are these 3 if not psychopaths? Nima, don't forget, we're living in a safe zone now. Yes, although there are quite a few long thieving beasts outside, but they simply can't come in and be struck by lightning. Ignore those 3 what for, at a glance it's just pretending. Brain damage is a disease, it has to be cured, the medicine can't be stopped. People began to satirize those 3 deviants, and you said one thing and I said another, so lively. However, there was also a portion of people who stopped participating in the World Channel's speeches. Among them, there were some who began to look squarely at those 3 deviants and began to study them. This was because those 3 deviants had once called themselves the demon race, and in Eastern mythology, the demon race existed. If they were said to be psychopaths, there were people who thought so at first. But the fact that these 3 exotics had once again shouted in the World Channel had caused many people to be skeptical, as well as some unbelievable speculations. The demon race, perhaps, had really appeared. After all, the changes in the real world just couldn't be explained by science. Had anyone ever thought that firearms would one day fail? No. Even if there was, it was only the fantasy of a small group of people. But as it turned out, firearms really did fail. Whoever thought that the world would change in just a few days? Whoever thought that steel-reinforced concrete buildings would suddenly become rotten? Who would have thought that animals, which were once animals, would become violent, huge, bloodthirsty, and stronger? As it turned out, everything impossible happened. So, it's not impossible for a demon race to really appear. And this point of view began to be accepted by some people, and began to try to explore those beasts outside the safe zone. Among those who no longer paid attention to the World Channel, other than the group that probed the authenticity of the demon race, the rest, more than a few, were unwavering in continuing to fight Yi Chen's idea. They kept sending more people to investigate in the real world, in their respective safe zones, hoping to find the first to Yi Chen. Even in the game world, they didn't give up. Compared to before, they are even more crazy towards the game to invest heavy money by Yi Chen's news to find out everything about Yi Chen. Before Yi Chen made world announcement after world announcement, many people wanted to find Yi Chen. Now that Yi Chen had collected Dianwei, it was even more eye-catching. All of them wanted to find Yi Chen, and among them, especially the major forces were the most desperate and invested the most. Many forces even sent a lot of people to Yuzhou and Bingzhou to find out the exact location of the Reincarnation Town. Yi Chen did not know about this matter. Even if he did, Yi Chen did not care. Because this was something that would happen sooner or later, Yi Chen had already anticipated it. This kind of thing hadn't happened much in his previous life, and even without the memories of his previous life, Yi Chen was able to surmise it. As long as interest was involved, it would call for madness, and the greater the interest, the more maddening it could be. Yi Chen had created countless world announcements, and now he had even gained the allegiance of the superb historical marshal general, Dianwei. It was already obvious that Yi Chen was the prophet in everyone's eyes. Finding Yi Chen, contacting Yi Chen, buying the secrets of the game, buying Dianwei. Even taking control of Yi Chen and robbing him of everything was what many people were thinking inside at the moment. However, these people had no idea what kind of existence Yi Chen's Reincarnation Town was. Much less do they know what the innate realm, king-level military generals, and superb historical military generals represent. Chapter 61, The Sealed and Still Powerful Dianwei. Reincarnation Town, City Gate. After hearing the world announcement, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. But he didn't expect to receive a super first-class historical military general, but it even came with 5 million reputation and 10 million taels of gold. Looking at Dianwei, who was still kneeling on one knee, Yi Chen smiled a few times and came straight to Dianwei's body, helping him up. From now on, you will be my personal guard commander. Yi Chen looked at Dianwei and said happily, Lord, then I have 5 acres of fields? After getting up, Dianwei came up with this sentence, and immediately heard Yi Chen freeze. Is 5 mu too much? Then I can ask for 4 mu, and I can barely fill my stomach. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't answer, Dianwei scratched his head and opened his mouth. Bastard! Laozi's personal guard commander is worth 5 mu of fields? When Yi Chen heard this, his face darkened, then he glared at Dianwei and opened his mouth to drink. Then how much is it worth? I haven't even made a merit yet, having 5 mu is good. Dianwei said with some uncertainty. Yi Chen couldn't hold back any longer by Dianwei's words and laughed out helplessly. Shaking his head, Yi Chen set his face straight before saying in a deep voice. 5 mu? The townspeople of Reincarnation Town, 1 person counts as 1 person, they will all be allocated 5 acres of land. You are the commander of Laozi's personal guards, that is, if you were given 1,000 gold monthly salary and 10,000 acres of good land, Laozi would feel that I have shortchanged you. Ah? Dianwei was dumbfounded, and then wave after wave of warmth appeared in his heart. Although Yi Chen's words were rough, and Dianwei was not too savvy, he could hear the meaning in Yi Chen's words. He didn't expect Yi Chen to value him so much. The ancients valued righteousness and promises, and when Yi Chen said it, Dianwei thought it was true. Moreover, Dianwei didn't think that what Yi Chen said was false. So he was touched and his heart was warm. He had force, he knew it himself, but he had mixed with the army, but he was never reused. He killed an officer for his friend, and had to leave his hometown and make a living all over the place, but he could never settle down. Today, he came to Reincarnation Town and met Yi Chen, a lord who ignored his past and still valued him exceptionally. Dianwei took a deep breath, exhaled long and hard, and gave Yi Chen a serious look before kneeling down heavily on one knee. The sound of bang then rang out. Dianwei swears to follow the Lord to the death. If this oath is violated, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Dianwei raised his right hand, put up 3 fingers, and roared loudly. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, Dianwei has advanced to deadly loyalty. Dianwei, Super First Class Historical Marshal General Saint Grade Marshal General. Qualification, SSS Grade Sealed. Loyalty, Die Hard. Force, 99 Great Perfection of Innate Realm. Root and Bone, 97. Spirit, 91. Fortune, Hidden. Technique, Xian Tian Technique Remnant Holy Grade. Skill, 9 Spectre's Halberd Technique Remnant Holy Grade. Equipment, none. Yi Chen was slightly stunned before ecstatically helping Dianwei up. The fact that the qualifications were sealed and still reached the SSS level meant that Dianwei's qualifications were impressive. For one's own men, and die-hard men at that, the more bullish the qualification was, the better it was naturally. No need to swear, I believe you. Yi Chen looked at Dianwei's ugly and shocking face and said seriously. Dianwei was about to open his mouth, but suddenly his face changed, and just then, a muffled thunder came. The sound was very loud, and the source of the sound was none other than Dianwei. My lord, I am hungry. Dianwei realized that Yi Chen froze for a moment and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Go! Let's go and have a drink. Yi Chen laughed and patted Dianwei's shoulder before opening his mouth. Lord, just prepare some buns and heads for me, I've eaten a bit too much. Dianwei was slightly stunned, but he did not expect Yi Chen to be so approachable. He could not help but feel a warmth in his heart, and then opened his mouth to say. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded, shook his head helplessly, and then said, Dianwei, do you really think that your lord is a miser? Even the stomach of his own men are not allowed to eat enough? Not. Lord, I really eat too much, said Dianwei hurriedly shaking his head. You eat too much? Where can it be more? Today you are eating 10,000 gold, I won't frown. Yi Chen glared at Dianwei and looked at Zhao Yu after he finished speaking. Before Yi Chen could say anything, Zhao Yu was smiling. Business is important, I'll go home first. Yi Chen nodded, then looked at Dianwei and spoke, still not following. Today I want to see how much you can eat. My lord. I am really eating too much. Dianwei scratched the back of his head with some embarrassment, and after saying that, he followed Yi Chen towards the Reincarnation Town. After passing through the city gates and arriving at the tavern, Yi Chen waved his hand. Good wine and good food are all served up, and also, instruct the kitchen to continue to do it, and serve it up as soon as it's done, and if I didn't say stop, don't stop. The owner of the tavern naturally recognized Yi Chen, and to put it mildly, it was the first time Yi Chen had come here to eat. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would be so domineering as soon as he entered the door, scaring the tavern owner with a cold shiver? He thought that he had done something wrong and offended Yi Chen, and that Yi Chen had come to pick a fight. Just when the tavern boss was out of his mind, Yi Chen realized that there was some ambiguity in what he had just said. Moreover, the tavern owner was too scared to move from where he was standing, so he couldn't help but cough and continued. Today, Reincarnation Town has a new member of the overwhelmingly fierce warrior with a super large appetite. Quickly go and prepare. Hearing this, the tavern owner breathed a sigh of relief, his face immediately followed by a smile, before bowing and worshipping. Lord, I will immediately go and prepare. Yi Chen nodded, then looked at Dianwei and asked with some doubt. Dianwei, why are all your feet crippled? Dianwei's attribute panel clearly indicated crippled, but even the crippled ones were still saint-level gong methods. This was what Yi Chen was curious about. If it was a complete gongfu, it would be at least god level. It was even possible to surpass the divine grade and become an innate merit law. Lord, I don't know, this is something I learned in a cave when I went up the mountain to fight a tiger. At that time, I was directly passed out and woke up knowing it. Dianwei scratched the back of his head and opened his mouth. Good fortune. Yi Chen was slightly stunned and couldn't help but smile, and then proceeded to ask, what about your weapon? My family is poor, I can't afford to buy weapons. When I'm in the army, I can still play around. When I leave the army, I don't have any weapons. Dianwei said with some depression. No weapon? Yi Chen was dumbfounded, but he had never thought that Dianwei had no weapon. History records, he was using an iron halberd, and it was still a pair. Dianwei nodded and spoke, yes, lord. Wait. Yi Chen remembered that when he killed the Wuhan general before, he got a wolf tooth stick and couldn't help but open his mouth. After saying that, Yi Chen moved his mind and the wolf tooth rod instantly appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Wolf tooth cudgel Shen grade, the entire body is made of Xian iron. Due to the overly shoddy building technique, the grade is lowered by 1 level. Take it, use it first. If it doesn't work well, go to the blacksmith store and melt it down to rebuild the weapon you want. Yi Chen said as he handed the wolf tooth rod to Dianwei. Many thanks, lord. Dianwei looked at the wolf tooth rod with 2 glowing eyes and said in ecstasy. This time, Dianwei didn't push and took it without hesitation. Martial generals, for weapons, all have a kind of fervor that cannot be concealed. Dianwei is a martial general, and is a superb historical martial general. He is even more not an exception. He could still tell if a weapon was good or bad, and, as Yi Chen had even allowed him to melt and recast the wolf tooth rod, how could Dianwei not be excited? Chapter 62 Eating atrociously, Dianwei. When Dianwei was getting excited, the wine and food were served. Gudong. Looking at the table of colorful and flavorful wine and food, Dianwei heavily swallowed his saliva. Eat. Let go and eat. Yi Chen laughed out loud, and then opened his mouth. Lord, get some more steamed buns, head, or you won't be able to fill your stomach. Dianwei nodded heavily, then spoke. Bring some steamed buns. Yi Chen ordered the tavern owner who was standing next to him waiting for his orders. Yes. Lord. Coming right away. The tavern owner hurriedly bowed and replied before running away. Not long after, a large basin of steamed buns was brought up by the store assistant. When Dianwei saw it, he picked it up and ate it without saying a word. At first, Yi Chen didn't see anything, but soon, Yi Chen's eyes snapped shut. He only saw that Dianwei was holding a steamed bun in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand, 1 mouthful of steamed bun, 1 mouthful of food. Click, click, click a few times, a sandbag-sized steamed bun, head is gone, a plate of exquisite small dishes are also gone. If anything, this had already brought Yi Chen no small amount of surprise. When he started to let go, and then ate furiously, he startled Yi Chen. Big steamed buns, a bite, a plate of vegetables, directly into the mouth, and then thud sound, directly swallowed. Yi Chen did not believe it, rubbed his eyes, and then looked at Dianwei again. In the next second, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth involuntarily twitched. It really was swallowing. A large steamed bun, head, and a plate of dishes were just swallowed by Dianwei in one bite. However, in a moment's time, a table of steamed buns and dishes were all wiped out by Dianwei. Yi Chen then looked at the tavern owner, who was stunned by Dianwei's eating style, and ordered, "Quickly go and prepare as much as you can." "Yes. Yes. Lord." After hearing Yi Chen's words, the tavern owner instantly came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed in response before running off to prepare the meal with a shocked face. "Well, how much more can we eat?" Yi Chen looked at Dianwei with a curious face and opened his mouth to ask. "Another 7 or 8 tables will be almost enough." Dianwei smiled sarcastically and rubbed the back of his head before opening his mouth. Just when Yi Chen thought that Dian would be able to eat 7 or 8 more such quantities, he would be full, Dianwei continued to say without any surprise. "Half full will do, that way I also have the strength to protect my lord." Yi Chen was stunned when he heard this and looked at Dianwei with a disbelieving face. This guy, Dianwei, was simply a human-sized monster. How big of a stomach must this be? "Lord, isn't it too much? Why don't we just tell them all to serve steamed buns?" Dianwei looked at Yi Chen's shocked face and couldn't help but inquire in a small voice. "Not much, as much as you can eat, just eat as much as you can. Since your lord I said it, I will definitely tell you to eat enough, and eat enough every day in the future as well." Yi Chen came back to his senses and shook his head, before saying with certainty and incomparably, "Well, then I'll continue to eat?" Dianwei nodded and opened his mouth to ask. "Eat, must eat. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to protect your lord me, and you are not allowed to be hungry in the future, do you hear me?" Yi Chen blared at Dianwei before opening his mouth. "Well, I know, in the future I will eat enough." Dianwei nodded and said in a naive voice. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Soon, the tavern owner brought up the meal. The thoroughly liberalized Dianwei once again displayed an overbearing appetite. What windswept clouds to describe Dianwei's eating appearance, that was an insult to Dianwei. The way he ate was just like his looks, shocking the world and crying to the gods. A table of dishes, a large basin of buns, heads, 3 times, but breathed a few times, then, gone. Dianwei's eating frenzy was soon discovered by the townspeople of Reincarnation Town, each one standing curiously at a distance to watch. This strong man, is simply the king of big stomach. Big appetite king can't compare to him. Look, how much has he eaten? This is the 12th time. I think, our lord, picked up the treasure. This strong man, surely the strength is infinite. That's right, don't look at who our lord is, his old man's vision can be poor? That's right, I see that this strong man, with his extraordinary looks and stomach capable of swallowing the heavens, in the battlefield someday, he will definitely be invincible. That's right, our Reincarnation Town, under Lord's leadership, will definitely get better and stronger, and will be happier and happier. This strong man is eating too much. Only our lord can afford to feed. If this is my son, I can't feed him even if I die of exhaustion. Being able to eat is a service, this is what is called a capable person. Otherwise, how could he be recognized by the Lord of Lords and taken in as a commander? Oops, talking about pro guards, my family's boy also do not know Lord what. How is your family's kid's talent? Seems to be D rank. Grade D? Don't even think about it, Lord's army, to get in, it's at least A grade. The townspeople were talking a lot and quickly took the topic off course, but no one was mocking Dianwei. And when Dianwei was eating, the townspeople's murmurings also reached his ears. Good guy, this guy ate even more recklessly. It wasn't until Dianwei finished the 18th table that he stopped. Yi Chen laughed, and then put the wine cup he was holding towards his mouth, tilted his head, and drank it all in one go. Lord, I'm full. When Dianwei heard Yi Chen's laughter, he couldn't help but touch the back of his head with some embarrassment and spoke. It's good if you are full, go, take you to meet the future Pro Guard Legion. Yi Chen patted Dianwei's shoulder before opening his mouth. The Pro Guard Legion that Yi Chen said was naturally the Reincarnation Legion. The Reincarnation Legion had the characteristic of unlimited advancement, which Yi Chen could command, but now that he had Dianwei, Yi Chen planned to give the Reincarnation Legion to Dianwei. Any of the super first-class historical generals had hidden characteristics that could make the legions more powerful and the armies more dominant. Dianwei was a super first-class historical general, but naturally, Yi Chen wouldn't really treat Dianwei as his own personal guard commander. It was just a name, and in the end, Yi Chen would still have to bring Dianwei to the battlefield. Only the battlefield was the home of a general. A general lives and dies for the battlefield. The riches, honor and glory all come from the battlefield. Chapter 63, The Importance of Historical Civilization. Reincarnation Town, School Ground. When Yi Chen brought Dianwei to the entrance of the schoolyard, the Reincarnation Legion was in the middle of their daily drills. When Yi Chen walked into the schoolyard, the Reincarnation Legion quickly stopped one by one. A swish sound came out. 4,000 Reincarnation Legionnaires knelt down on one knee in unison and shouted, "Greetings to the Lord." Yi Chen nodded, and then walked onto the high platform. Dianwei, on the other hand, stood below the high platform, before the Reincarnation Legion. Today, I came here for two things. Yi Chen looked at each and every sweaty soldier of the Reincarnation Legion and nodded with satisfaction before speaking. The stage was silent, no one opened their mouths, quietly waiting for Yi Chen's next words. Yi Chen didn't take any stand, paused for a moment, put up a finger, and then said, "First thing, the Reincarnation Legion will officially become my personal guard legion from today." As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion, one by one, fiercely widened their eyes. Excitement, leaps of joy, appeared in the eyes of every Reincarnation Legion soldier. They loved following their lord Yi Chen to fight. It was because Yi Chen was their lord, and even more so, the founder of the Reincarnation Legion, and at the same time, Yi Chen was the idol of their hearts. Yi Chen's domineering, cold fighting style had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the soldiers of the Reincarnation Army. Now that they heard Yi Chen himself say that the Reincarnation Legion would officially become a pro-guard legion from today, they were naturally happy in their hearts. Because of this, they could continue to follow their lord onto the battlefield. To create splendor, to make legends. And this, too, was what every Reincarnation Legion soldier thought in their hearts. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion were all very excited, but none of them opened their mouths, and only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the entire schoolyard. When Yi Chen saw this, he smiled slightly, then he raised his second finger and opened his mouth. Second thing, the commander of the Reincarnation Legion will be Chen Lu Dianwei. When the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion heard this, they all froze in unison, but they didn't expect that the Reincarnation Legion had come to have a commander, or someone they hadn't seen or even heard of. However, very quickly, all the soldiers' gazes looked towards the front of the military formation, Dianwei. This was because Dianwei had followed Yi Chen to the schoolyard. Dianwei. Yi Chen looked towards Dianwei at this time and shouted, "My general is here." With a bang, Dianwei knelt down on one knee and then loudly answered. As soon as Dianwei's words landed on the ground, on the school ground, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion froze in unison. This was because Dianwei's voice was simply too loud, just like thunder. From today onwards, the Reincarnation Legion is under your command. Do you have the confidence to make the Reincarnation Legion an invincible legion? Yi Chen's eyes stared while he opened his mouth and drank. Dianwei's right fist hammered towards his chest, and a loud bang instantly resounded throughout the entire schoolyard. "I have confidence." Without hesitation, Dianwei opened his mouth and droned. "Very well. The Reincarnation Legion will be handed over to you. Your task is to drill them ruthlessly for me, but if you have any needs, feel free to look for the Deputy Mayor Zhao Heng. I have only one request." Yi Chen said here and paused, glancing at the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion under the stage before continuing. "As long as you don't die, feel free to fold. But those who flinch will be expelled from the Reincarnation Legion. I will lead the way." Dianwei answered loudly. Yi Chen nodded, then walked off the high platform and left the schoolyard. Soldier training. Apart from killing, there was also training. Killing and slaying could rapidly increase the rank of the soldiers and raise the apparent strength. Training, on the other hand, could lay the soldier's foundation firmly, and a qualitative change would occur over time. Once the tipping point is reached, the soldier will improve his qualifications and even break through the realm. This, on the other hand, was something that killing could not do. If you wanted a soldier to be truly strong, one of the two was indispensable. Yi Chen could also train soldiers, but Yi Chen didn't have that much time to do so. Now that he had Dianwei, Yi Chen could naturally be the boss. Moreover, having Dianwei train the Reincarnation Army would make the soldiers stronger even faster. This was not something that could be compared to soldiers training on their own. Coming to the brick and stone paved street, looking at the townspeople coming and going in the distance, Yi Chen's mood was really good. It was because of having a superb historical martial general to follow, and also because of this Reincarnation Town that was full of vitality. Lord, this is the big carrot that my family grew, bring some back for you to eat." A greeting with some tenderness suddenly came. Yi Chen was slightly stunned before looking towards the alley next to him. However, it was a little boy who was carrying a backpack home, and his backpack was filled with watery daikon radishes. Obviously, he had just returned from the field and was about to go home when he saw Yi Chen. "Take one for me, one is enough for me, how about it?" Yi Chen smiled faintly before speaking. Originally, Yi Chen wanted to refuse, but when Yi Chen saw the little boy's expectant expression, he gave up his previous thoughts again. Lord, this is big, here you go with this." The little boy nodded his head with an excited face and said, after saying that, he took out a very large radish from the basket and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it and smilingly touched the little boy's head before speaking. "You gave me a gift, then I'll give you a gift too, how about it?" "Really? Really?" When the little boy heard this, he was instantly excited, and then stammered and asked, "Of course it's true, my gift is that you can mention a wish and I'll help you realize it, how about it?" Yi Chen haha laughed, and then opened his mouth and asked, Then, Lord, can I learn to recognize words?" the little boy asked with a nervous face. When Yi Chen heard this, he froze. Yet Yi Chen remembered something that he had overlooked. Nima. The private school was constructed, but there were still no scholars to teach. No, we must get some scholars or something back as soon as possible. Scholars seem to be of little use and can only enlighten the children. But the key place is in the enlightenment. The population of the territory, the stragglers are one of the major sources, the other is the offspring of the residents. The newborns in the territory, unlike adults, their qualifications are basically fixed, but can be changed. And the method of change was in the enlightenment. The more powerful the person who enlightened the newborn, the more powerful the newborn's qualifications would be. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's two eyes flashed. The scholarly showman was too bad. No, go directly to those historical figures. Loyang. Ingchuan. Chapter 64 The Importance of Official Positions. Lord. Not okay? The little boy asked extremely carefully at this time. He saw that Yi Chen froze in place, and thought that the request he made was very difficult for Yi Chen, so he couldn't help but get nervous all of a sudden. After all, books, in this era, not everyone could read, to bunch repair, but also to see if the teacher would accept it or not. Moreover, want to read, at least there must be a teacher, and now, the reincarnation of the town, a teacher or not. Yi Chen was interrupted by the little boy's words, but did not get angry. Historical civil officials are more difficult to deal with than historical military generals. Don't look at them, they don't have much force, but each one of them is proud of their bones. Spineless historical ministers, very few, and not what Yi Chen wanted. Yi Chen exhaled a long breath, then smiled, rubbed the little boy's head and spoke. Of course you can, it's just that it will take a little bit of time. When I invite the teaching teacher here, you can go to school. Great. Thank you, Lord. The little boy excitedly opened his mouth and shouted. Go home quickly, by the way, thank you for the radish. Yi Chen smiled faintly while shaking the radish in his hand. Well, if Lord likes to eat it, just send anyone, and I'll also get Lord the biggest and best radish. The little boy nodded and said seriously and incomparably. Send someone. After Yi Chen heard these two words, he couldn't help but stare, and then he smiled. This little guy is reminding me, thatched cottage into a mansion, the back will also become a mansion, the further back, the bigger the place, it is necessary to find some servants. Thinking of this, Yi Chen nodded and spoke. Good, when I want to eat, I will send someone to find you. Well, Lord, I'm going home. The little boy said with a happy face. Yi Chen nodded, and the little boy then bowed to Yi Chen before marching happily towards home. Looking at the little boy's happy face, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, before letting out a long breath. Historical civil ministers. Want to collect them, the difficulty is really not generally small. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at his attribute panel. Yi Chen, First Class Viscount. Title, God of Guns. Characteristics, using gun-type weapons, attack power x2, accuracy x2, gnosis plus 100, king grade martial general. Level, 95. Reputation, 6.35 million. Merit, 2.39 million. Force, 92. Root and Bone, 88. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong Chaos, Divine Night Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Skills, Basic Gun Technique Divine. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant Innate Treasure, Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Money, 20.62 million gold. Items, Mountain Shaking Technique King Grade, True, Thundering Lance Xian Grade, True, Night Pearl Extreme X36, Night Pearl Perfect X1, Copper Bird Platform Drawing, SSS Grade, Yang Returning Pill X1, 100 cases of jewelry, Soul of a Martial General King Grade 10-1, Barbarian Bull Decision King Grade 10-1. Imperial First Class Viscount, the title is average, the attraction to the historical civil ministers is not strong, the general is not very difficult. Only, those first class, super first class existences, not so easy. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly froze, and then once again looked at the item column in the attribute panel. Night Pearl Perfect, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, worth a fortune. Night Pearl Extreme, rare treasure, not many in existence. Seeing these two items, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth suddenly curled up, and then his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Attracting historical clerics was nothing more than official position, prestige, and power. In terms of power, Reincarnation Town was the #1 town in the world, and its reputation spread far and wide. Although Reincarnation Town was still not as good as those natives in this world, Reincarnation Town had started with a divine-level village building order and had deep roots. Yi Chen also swept through the market when resources were at their cheapest, obtaining a large amount of resources, so it wasn't difficult for Reincarnation Town to rise. A more important point was that once the Reincarnation territory rose, it would definitely shock the world. The reason was simple, even the capital city of the Great Han Empire was only diamond grade. Yi Chen's Reincarnation territory, on the other hand, was the only one of its kind, God grade. In terms of reputation, Yi Chen's reputation had reached 6.35 million, although it was not yet known by the whole world, it had reached the level of fame spreading to Yuzhou. And now, what Yi Chen lacked the most was official positions. Without an official position, even if the territory develops greatly, it's still just a nobleman and can't reach the stage. And with official positions, the attraction for historical literati would be greatly increased. Of course, the benefits of official positions were more than just boosting the attraction to historical figures. It would also enable Yi Chen to lead his troops into battle in name only. At the moment, although the Han Empire was rotten, it was still there after all. If one were to lead an expedition without the appropriate official position, not only would there be a huge limit on the number of troops, but one would also be immediately labeled as a rebel. In this era, such a reputation, Yi Chen does not want. This is extremely unfavorable to the future development. Moreover, with Dong Zhuo, the big man who carried the banner of the rebels, Yi Chen wasn't worried at all that no one was going to harm the imperial family of the Han dynasty. With that fatty around, it would be hard for the great Han Empire not to fall. Of course, he was not the main cause, yet he was also the key to start the era of the Three Kingdoms. Lord! Lord! Zhao Heng's voice suddenly came over. Chapter 65, Yingchuan Gui Jia. When Yi Chen heard Zhao Heng's voice, he couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Heng should still be registering the stragglers at the city gates at this moment, but now he ran over. Obviously there was something important. What is it? Yi Chen asked with some doubt. The Wuhan cavalry had just been completely annihilated not long ago. It was impossible that there were still Wuhan cavalry. The mountain bandits and robbers in the reincarnation forest had been cleared out again, and the wild beasts had been cleaned up, so there were only some small animals left, as well as tame herbivores, so there couldn't be any danger. My lord! The recruitment hall has been constructed. Zhao Heng came in front of Yi Chen and bowed with a smiling face. Ha? So fast? Yi Chen was slightly stunned before opening his mouth to ask. Originally, Yi Chen thought that the recruitment hall would not be completed until tomorrow, but he didn't expect that it hadn't even been a few hours yet, and it was finished. Yes, my lord, I saw that my lord places great importance on the recruitment hall, so he especially deployed additional manpower, and also instructed the craftsmen to speed up, and the construction has now been completed. Zhao Heng bowed and said. Zhao Heng was the vice mayor of the town and was deathly loyal to Yi Chen. Anything Yi Chen saw fit to do, he would do his best to accomplish it. Go! Go and take a look. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he spoke. My lord, this way please. Zhao Heng said with a happy face, and after saying that, he led the way for Yi Chen in front. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to arrive at the entrance of the ancient-styled recruitment hall. After glancing at the recruitment hall, Yi Chen walked straight in. The hall of the recruitment hall was very large, there were no tables and chairs inside, and there weren't many people here, making it seem very empty. However, Yi Chen did not care about this, and directly looked towards the center of the hall of the recruitment hall, where a stone tablet half a person high was placed. The monument was currently shrouded by a mysterious aura, giving people a feeling of not belonging to the mortal world. Yi Chen came straight to the side of the monument, and the word recruitment of virtue immediately followed into Yi Chen's eyes. The strong and powerful word recruitment of virtue that was constantly emitting golden light, coupled with the mysterious aura shrouding the stone monument, caused Yi Chen to raise his eyebrows. This is the key to the recruitment hall. Thinking of this, Yi Chen pressed his right hand towards the stone monument, and the system's prompting sound then sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding, the energy of the recruitment stone tablet is full. Does it start recruiting? Start. Yi Chen made his choice without hesitation. Ding, recruitment of sages begins. With the system's prompt, the recruitment stone monument instantly blazed with golden light, and a mysterious aura violently erupted. Yi Chen couldn't help but close his eyes. When the light dispersed, Yi Chen opened his eyes, and at that moment, there was an additional young man inside the recruitment hall. He was wearing a green-colored long shirt, his hair was tied together haphazardly with a grass rope, and he was holding half a pot of turbid wine. Where is this place? Why do I have a very intimate feeling of wanting to stay here? The young man suddenly said with some surprise. Yi Chen did not recognize the identity of the young man in front of him, but Yi Chen knew that those recruited by the recruitment hall were bound to be historical figures. Looking at the man's dress, it was obvious that he was a historical civil official, he just didn't know which level of existence he was. Ha? You are? When the young man saw Yi Chen, he couldn't help but be stunned before opening his mouth and asking. This is Reincarnation Town. I am the Reincarnation Town mayor, the first-class viscount of the Great Han Empire, Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly before opening his mouth. The young man was even more confused when he heard this. Obviously, he hadn't heard of Yi Chen's name, but soon, he shook his head before bowing and said, My name is Yingchuan Guofengxiao, I have met Viscount Yi Chen. Yi Chen's Viscount title was much better than the town mayor's false name, so the young man naturally addressed Yi Chen with Viscount. After Yi Chen heard the young man's name, he was first stunned because there was a familiar feeling, and then he was dumbfounded. Viscount Yi Chen, recognize me? Gui Jia couldn't help but ask in confusion after seeing Yi Chen's expression. Yingchuan Gui Jia? Guofengxiao? Yi Chen did not answer and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. It is exactly me. Dare I ask, Lord Viscount, where did you hear my name from? Gui Jia was even stranger and asked with a curious face. Cough cough, your great name, but no one knows that no one knows ah. Yi Chen smiled a few times, and then opened his mouth. At the same time, Yi Chen's heart was instantly running through 10,000 grass mud horses. Nima. Originally, joining the recruitment hall said that joining the Reincarnation Town is not recognizing the owner. However, it is also good. Come to the Reincarnation Town, do not want to run, dare to run, legs broken. Guijia's eyes, at this time, suddenly flashed a strange and unpredictable light, and then his face as a change, but immediately returned to normal, and then bowed without hesitation to worship. Wu Jia pays his respects to the Lord. Yi Chen was dumbfounded, but he did not expect this Wu Jia to recognize the Lord so simply, somewhat outrageous. Right at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, super first-class historical literati, Wu Jia, wants to recognize you as his master, do you accept? Although he did not understand what the reason was, Yi Chen would not hesitate on this. Accept. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, he has gained the allegiance of superb historical literati, Wu Jia. Chapter 66, Yi Chen Who Cheats. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Chen was still a bit like falling into a dream. Originally, Wu Jia was supposed to join Reincarnation Town, to be precise, live in Reincarnation Town, not recognize Yi Chen. However, the reality was giving Yi Chen a big joke. Wu Jia did not hesitate to recognize the master. Yi Chen was prepared to think about how to ask Wu Jia to recognize his master before, but this time, there was no need. Lord, but doubt Wu Jia is so dry. Wu Jia smiled faintly at this moment, while taking a sip of the turbid wine in his hand. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded before speaking. Jia is afraid of being broken by the Lord's leg. Wu Jia swallowed the wine with a gulp and then sighed in a long voice. Yi Chen heard here, suddenly a stunned, and then face cannot help but a stiff, sardonic smile. That what? Go, drink to go. Right at this moment, the world announcement instantly rang. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to obtain the allegiance of the superb historical literati, Wu Jia, hereby rewarding player Yi Chen with plus 5 million prestige and 10 million taels of gold. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to obtain the allegiance of super first-class historical military general, Wu Jia, hereby rewarding player Yi Chen with prestige plus 5 million and 10 million taels of gold. The moment the world announcement rang out, the World Channel, which had just recovered not long ago, clamored once again. ING lifted the table. Can we still call people to play happily? This Yi Chen is definitely cheating. That's right. Yi Chen is definitely cheating. Damn, how long has it been? Just received a Dianwei, this again Guofeng Xiao in the bag. Damn it, I'm not convinced. Damn, I don't believe Yi Chen has such good luck. Damn, I want to complain. If no one cares, I won't play this game anymore. Grandpa really don't believe that you won't play this game. You're awesome one. From now on don't come up. As long as you dare to stick to it for a year. No, as long as you dare to stick to it for a month. I'll live stream and eat. You powerful. That noisy to not play the brother. Immediately offline to win to see. A month and then come up. We want to see live eat. You paralyzed. I just vent. Do you really think I'm like you? Not to play. Comic, then you blind then a few it. People read is right and wrong. Yi Chen boss is great. You do not serve? If you don't want to serve, you have to serve. Wu Jia, superb historical literati, yes, there's also Dianwei. Yi Chen is digging into Cao Cao's corner. You guys, if Cao Cao found out, would he be so pissed off that he'd take his 7-star treasure sword and chop Yi Chen? Nima, we'd have to find Yi Chen, let's not even talk about Cao Cao. If I knew where Yi Chen was, I'd go too. You're going to chop him? What do you think? You think Dianwei is a vegetarian? Wu Jia is just for show? I'm going to worship the mountain. You also do not say, even if you find Yi Chen, it is estimated that not many people dare to hit his idea. Do not forget, Yi Chen is a king-level martial arts general, that is the innate realm, the reality of Yi Chen. I do not know what degree of power. Che, afraid of hair, strength is not 100% synchronized, you are powerful, reality must also be discounted. I do not believe that those big powers do not hit Yi Chen's idea. On the World Channel, the noisy ones are basically individual players, and the big and small forces, surprisingly consistent, no one opened their mouths again. Only the seemingly calm world had an additional undercurrent. There were those pointing at Yi Chen, and there were also those pointing at the major towns in the game world. The ones pointing at Yi Chen were simple, to confirm the location of Yi Chen's territory. The ones pointing to the major towns were targeting the historically recorded military generals and civil officials. Yi Chen had consecutively collected 2 superb historical figures, severely irritating the major powers. If Yi Chen could do it, they could do the same. Therefore, they began to act. They wanted to take the historical military generals and historical civil ministers under their control. Unfortunately, a lot of times, a lot of things tend to be a bit too taken for granted. However, it so happened that many people did not recognize this. Reincarnation Town, Recruitment Hall. Wu Jia, who heard Yi Chen say that he wanted to drink, both of his eyes suddenly lit up, and then opened his mouth and said, "My lord, Jia is alcohol-free, but Jia only likes to drink fine wine." Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and could not help but look at the half-pot of cloudy wine held in Wu Jia's hand. My lord, this is a top-quality fine wine. Don't look at his unpleasant outside, but the flavor is actually extremely unique. Guo Jia saw Yi Chen's eyes, and without changing his face, he drank the wine in one gulp and then said with a face full of intoxication, "If I didn't smell the flavor of the watered-down wine, I really believed it." The corner of Yi Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and then opened his mouth and said, "Feng Shao, the wine of Reincarnation Town, after you drink it, you will never think about the wine outside again." Really? Guo Jia was slightly stunned, and then asked with two glowing eyes, "Feng Shao doesn't believe it?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, "Then Jia really needs to taste it." When Gui Jia heard this, he immediately laughed excitedly. However, that kind of fine wine is extraordinary at the time, and it can't be brewed for the time being. Even so, the fine wine brewed now is not comparable to those so-called fine wines outside. Yi Chen laughed, and then opened his mouth. Gui Jia was stunned and asked with some doubts, unable to brew, "Wouldn't it be something that is not of this earth?" Yi Chen smiled and nodded as he spoke, "Indeed. My lord. Jia wants to taste some of this fine wine now." Hearing this, Gui Jia swallowed his saliva with a gulp and then hurriedly spoke. "Go!" Yi Chen laughed, and then brought Gui Jia to the tavern. As soon as he entered, Yi Chen directly instructed the tavern owner, "Go, bring over those failures of brewing." "Yes. Lord. The tavern owner hurriedly bowed and replied, and then ran to bring over the wine that was produced from the failure of brewing the 100 flowers brew. There wasn't much wine, only one jug. However, before lifting the lid, the thick fragrance of the wine flew out from it, refreshing the heart, and both Yi Chen and Gui Jia couldn't help but take a deep breath. "My lord! Is this fine wine really a failed product?" Gui Jia closed his eyes in intoxication for a while before he opened his eyes and asked in excitement. Chapter 67 Ghost God Gui Jia. Indeed, this is still too short a time. In time, this wine will be better than the current one. Yi Chen nodded smilingly and said, "Jia really looks forward to that day." Gui Jia finished, directly picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for Yi Chen, before filling it up for himself. "Lord, please." After Gui Jia finished speaking, he tilted his neck and drank it in one gulp. Yi Chen smiled faintly before following suit and drinking it down. Gui Jia, who finished drinking, after a while, then exhaled, then looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth to ask, "Lord, why don't you suspect Jia?" "Doubt? Suspect what?" Yi Chen was slightly stunned, before opening his mouth and asking, "Doubt that Jia is trying to save his life by falsely agreeing and then waiting for an opportunity to leave Reincarnation Town and leave Lord." Gui Jia looked at Yi Chen's eyes and asked very seriously. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile before speaking. "If doubt was useful, then I would be the lord of the world right now." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he poured himself a glass of wine before continuing. "I valued you because I have known about you for a long time, so when I learned that you were Yingchuan Guojia Feng Shao, I was ecstatic. At that moment, I had thought that if you didn't follow me, I would break your legs or even kill you." As Yi Chen said this, a furious and incomparable killing aura instantly appeared. Gui Jia, however, his face did not change at all, and even poured himself a cup of wine and slowly savored it. Yi Chen's murderous aura appeared fast and disappeared fast, and in the instant the murderous aura disappeared, a domineering aura instantly surged out. "Feng Shao, my path, I won't allow anyone to block it, even the demon race, the sorcerer race, the same can't be done. I also don't think that there is anyone that can stop me from moving forward." Yi Chen paused for a moment, then looked at Gui Jia and continued. "You can choose again, stay, I need your loyalty, leave, I will let you leave unharmed." A gulp sound came out. Gui Jia drank the wine in the cup in one go. Yi Chen did not speak again, his aura as steady as a rock. Gui Jia did not say a word, closing his eyes as if he was intoxicated by the wine. A little bit of time passed. Gui Jia suddenly opened his eyes and a smile followed on his face. "This wine is really delicious, ah." Gui Jia finished with emotion, and then got up, solemnly and incomparably bowed and said, "Yingchuan Guojia Feng Shao, swear to follow my lord to the death." Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for passing the test. The superb historical literati, Ghost God Gui Jia officially recognizes his master. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, Gui Jia loyalty plus 100, advanced to Die Hard loyalty. Yi Chen was relieved when he heard this. Nima, sure enough, a superb historical literati is not so good to get. This one is not good, the person will run away. Fortunately didn't run away. Thinking of this, Yi Chen hurriedly looked at Gui Jia's attribute panel. Gui Jia, superb historical literary minister. Characteristics, great wisdom like a demon, scheming like a ghost. Qualification, SSS grade sealed. Loyalty, Die Hard. Force, 30. Root and Bone, 90. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Technique, Ghost God Technique Remnant Holy Grade. Skills, Eye of the Ghost God, Chi Looking Technique. Equipment, none. Eye of the Ghost God. Gui Jia Ziri gaze before was using the Eye of the Ghost God, wasn't it? This Eye of the Ghost God wouldn't be the mind-reading skill, right? Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at Gui Jia with some egg pain. Gui Jia looked at Yi Chen's strange gaze and couldn't help but be stunned before opening his mouth and asking, "Lord? Is there something wrong with Jia? Your ghost god's eye has the function of reading minds? Yi Chen asked with some curiosity. My lord is worried that Jia has the ability to read minds and probe into my lord's secrets? Gui Jia was slightly stunned before asking with a smile. Yi Chen's face stiffened, although Yi Chen did not want to admit it, but what Gui Jia said was the truth. Nima, having a henchman who could read minds, how disturbing it must be. Even though this subordinate was 100% loyal, it was still disturbing. At this time, Gui Jia laughed, and then opened his mouth to explain. My lord, the eye of the demon god does not have the ability to read minds, but it can detect danger in advance. Gui Jia said here, picked up the wine pot, gulp, 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 and finished it in one gulp, before he said with a grimace on his face. Jia did not expect the lord at that time, even wanted to break Jia's legs. Lord, Jia, very hurt ah. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh a few times, and then opened his mouth and said, this fine wine, I'll give you a pot every day. 3 pots. Gui Jia hurriedly raised 3 fingers and spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, his face suddenly stiffened. However, he reacted to the fact that Gui Jia was deliberately selling himself short, and his purpose was actually to drink more wine. Thinking of this, Yi Chen glared at Gui Jia without any good humor, and then opened his mouth and said, 3 pots can be, but recently can only drink a pot. Want 3 pots, wait for the 100 flowers brew to be developed half successfully before, at that time will not hurt the body, but also good for the body. Gui Jia died young in the historical records. Yi Chen didn't want Gui Jia to make his body worse because of drinking. As for Gui Jia's condition, Yi Chen didn't have any good solutions for a while. He can only find a way to get the legendary elixir, or find the god Dr. Huatua. Gui Jia's disease can really be cured. Of course, even if Gui Jia really hung up, Yi Chen wasn't worried because Yi Chen still had the pill of returning yang in his hands. Good. My lord, this matter is a deal ah. Hearing this, Gui Jia's eyes lit up and he hurriedly opened his mouth. No problem, Yi Chen nodded with a crying smile. Chapter 68, Gui Jia offers strategies. The 100 Flowers Brew was one of the top 10 famous wines of the floodplains, which was not a part of the mortal world, but was accidentally obtained by Yi Chen. Although it is still not brewed successfully, but it is the quality of this failed 100 Flowers Brew, but also not those so-called fine wine outside can be compared to. What's more, Gui Jia himself was an alcoholic, making it even harder to resist the charm of the 100 Flowers Brew. Yi Chen was naturally aware of this, so he wasn't too surprised that Gui Jia was behaving like this. Gui Jia was happy because Yi Chen promised to give the wine to drink, but suddenly he was stunned, and after regaining his senses, he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, My lord, are you interested in seeking an official position? Ha? How did Feng Xiao know? Yi Chen asked with some surprise. Yi Chen was very sure that he hadn't said anything, but Gui Jia even said Yi Chen's intention to get an official position all of a sudden, which called Yi Chen very puzzled. Of course, more than that, he had a clearer perception of Gui Jia's power. Cannot be powerful, this just met, not long yet. Yi Chen did not say anything. Gui Jia saw Yi Chen's thoughts. My lord, but are you going to Loyang? Gui Jia heard this, his face suddenly changed, did not answer Yi Chen, but instead opened his mouth somewhat anxiously and asked. Gui Jia could tell that I'm going to Loyang? Sure enough. Superb historical figures? Each one is not simple. But why is Gui Jia so anxious? Could it be that the trip to Loyang? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but sink, and then he opened his mouth. Originally I planned to go to Loyang before, but as a result, Feng Xiao came and didn't go. Before Yi Chen could finish this, Gui Jia hurriedly bowed and said, Your lordship. This trip to Loyang is a blessing and a curse for the lord. I hope the lord will think twice. When Yi Chen heard this, his heart sank once again. Since Gui Jia had recognized his lord and had even become a die-hard loyalist, he could never be aimless, much less make false claims and intentionally show off anything. Can Feng Xiao see where the danger is coming from? Yi Chen was silent for a moment, and then opened his mouth to ask. My lord, must we go to Loyang? Gui Jia glanced at Yi Chen's head at this time and opened his mouth to ask. Yes, must go, there is no time to wait, the official position, I must get my hands on it, otherwise, it will disrupt my plan. Yi Chen nodded heavily. Loyang, Yi Chen must go, official position, Yi Chen must also get his hands on it. This was Yi Chen's key step against the upcoming Yellow Turban Rebellion. He couldn't not go, even if it was dangerous, he had to go. Can Lord Gong tell Jia about the plan to go to Loyang? Gui Jia was silent for a moment, and then opened his mouth to ask. Hearing this, Yi Chen did not hesitate to tell the plan. If it was someone else, Yi Chen wouldn't say anything because it involved eunuchs, but Gui Jia was different. He had already recognized Yi Chen and was 100% loyal. After Gui Jia listened to Yi Chen's plan, he walked back and forth for a while before stopping, and then looked at Yi Chen and spoke. Lord, the merit of eliminating bandits, it's hard to hide the world's long mouth, because Lord has already buried those bandits, and now I'm afraid that they've already rotted, even if there's a bandit leader among them who's wanted by the imperial court, at this moment, even if we dig up the body, we won't be able to recognize them. The merit of eliminating bandits. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, but he was not sure how Gui Jia suddenly brought up the merit of eliminating bandits. However, Gui Jia's words did give Yi Chen a wake-up call. Feng Xiao, before you came, I destroyed 15,000 Wuhan cavalry, is this credit enough? Yi Chen looked at Gui Jia and asked. When Gui Jia heard this, he was stunned and looked at Yi Chen with some shock and opened his mouth to ask, Lord destroyed 15,000 Wuhan cavalry? Yi Chen nodded and opened his mouth. Indeed, I set up an ambush in the middle of the forest and wiped out all 15,000 cavalry. This matter is accomplished. Gui Jia heard this, his eyes lit up, and then said with immense surprise, and after that, he opened his mouth and asked. Lord knows that besides the dead eunuch in Loyang, there is another person who has more power? You mean Great General He Jin? Yi Chen was slightly stunned before he opened his mouth and asked. Gui Jia shook his head, then raised his finger and pointed up. You mean? Yi Chen saw Gui Jia's gesture and immediately reacted to who Gui Jia was talking about. Gui Jia nodded, and then spoke. Precisely, Lord, if this matter is operated properly, perhaps Lord won't have any losses. Quickly tell me. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyes lit up before he spoke. Gui Jia looked around and realized that no one was there, before he whispered the plan. After hearing Gui Jia's plan, Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned and then laughed wildly up to the sky. Feng Xiao, with your help, why worry that the great cause will not be accomplished? Lord, this matter needs to step by step. 10,000 shall not make a single mistake, otherwise. Gui Jia smiled bitterly, and then said solemnly. This matter will be accomplished. Yi Chen two eyes flashed a brilliant light, and then opened his mouth. It's just that we will have to lose some war horses. I hope that Lord will not blame you, Jia. Gui Jia bowed and said with a helpless face. Ha ha ha. It's just war horses, besides, it's not all of them. Moreover, the war horses will soon be available, and there will be a lot of them. Yi Chen laughed, and then opened his mouth. Chapter 69 Calculating Wuhan. Why does Lord have this to say? Gui Jia heard this and couldn't help but stare before opening his mouth to ask. Yi Chen laughed a little while then opened his mouth and said. The Valley of Reincarnation is surrounded by mountains, and on top of the highest peak there is the wilderness big boss, the Blue-Eyed Tiger King, but the Blue-Eyed Tiger King has already been killed by me, and the Wuhan cavalry's target is exactly it. From the words of the Wuhan cavalry, one thing can be confirmed. They came here because their leader Stepton is going to give Wuhan monarch Zhou Liju a birthday celebration, and the birthday gift is that Blue-Eyed Tiger King. After Gui Jia heard Yi Chen's explanation, he thought for a while before speaking. My lord, this matter still needs to be arranged in detail, otherwise, I'm afraid the Wuhan cavalry won't come back, and even if they do, they won't ride into the reincarnation forest. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and then reacted to Gui Jia's meaning, and then opened his mouth and asked. Feng Xiao is saying that they will send people to scout? Gui Jia nodded and spoke. If Reincarnation Town is scouted by the Wuhan people, then, they will definitely come in force due to revenge, only, at that time, they will not use their war horses anymore, and they will even burn the reincarnation forest. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile before speaking. This is something that I have considered. Originally, I was planning to come and kill as many scouts as possible, so that the Wuhan side would think that the Blue-Eyed Tiger King was too ferocious and kill all the Wuhan cavalry, and in turn, send more cavalry to come here. Gui Jia was slightly stunned, but he did not expect Yi Chen to have thought of a countermeasure long ago. Touching his chin which still had no beard, Gui Jia suddenly bowed to Yi Chen in a decent manner and said. My lord is so eloquent, he should be a human lord. Less flattering. Yi Chen cried and laughed as he glared at Gui Jia, and then continued. Feng Xiao should have a better way, right? Quickly tell me. Gui Jia smiled and got up, and then opened his mouth and asked, Lord, have you ever heard the saying, money moves people's hearts? Money moves people's hearts? Yi Chen couldn't help but stare, and then asked in confusion. Feng Xiao was saying that using money to lure the Wuhan people? Yes and no. Gui Jia smiled slightly and spoke. Feng Xiao, I think that when you and I met, I had the right idea, and now I think that is even more correct. Yi Chen glared at Gui Jia before sighing long and loud. Superb historical civil servants all love to pretend, Gui Jia was no exception, but this pretending posture was a bit high, causing Yi Chen a bit of egg pain. Of course, Yi Chen was just joking with Gui Jia, this was harmless. When Gui Jia heard this, his face stiffened, and then he opened his mouth and said, Lord is still thinking of breaking Jia's legs off, this is not what a good lord should do, no, can't even think about it. Speak up. Yi Chen glared at Gui Jia and said in tears. Gui Jia laughed a few times, then set his face straight, then opened his mouth and asked, since the Blue-Eyed Tiger King has been killed by the Lord, is the tiger skin still there? The Blue-Eyed Tiger King has been buried by me in the Valley of Reincarnation, as its offspring, became my spirit beast. Yi Chen was slightly stunned before speaking. When Gui Jia heard this, his eyes lit up fiercely before he opened his mouth and said, this matter is accomplished. Yi Chen was first stunned, and then his eyes lit up before he opened his mouth and asked. Feng Xiao was saying, using the Blue-Eyed Tiger King with a large amount of money to deceive the Wuhan scouts, and then lured the Wuhan cavalry to come in force? Exactly. Gui Jia nodded vigorously before continuing. My lord, in this way, we can avoid any leakage when beheading the Wuhan scouts. Wei Jia said here and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Jia is not saying that Lord Gong's plan is not feasible. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before speaking. I'm not a headstrong person, what I thought before was indeed a bit negligent. The reincarnation forest is too big, and it's really impossible to judge how many Wuhan scouts came in. If we fail to kill all of them, and there is a leakage, the Wuhan will definitely know about the Reincarnation Valley and the Reincarnation Town, and at that time, the Reincarnation Forest will definitely be burned to the ground, and the Reincarnation Town will be in danger as well. Gui Jia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then spoke. To be able to follow my lord, Jia's great fortune. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and then opened his mouth. Don't kiss ass, hurry up and say, how to operate specifically. Wei Jia nodded smilingly, and then opened his mouth and said, in this matter, you need to dig out the body of the blue-eyed tiger king, place it at the mouth of the valley, and disguise it as a sleeping illusion. My lord's spirit animal is the descendant of the blue-eyed tiger king. Then, by it hiding beside the blue-eyed tiger king, letting out a few tiger whistles, the Wuhan scouts will not dare to come forward to investigate. In this way, the fact that the blue-eyed tiger king is dead will not be discovered. Only, Lord still needs to take out a large amount of gold, silver and jewels, place them on the ground, preferably spread all over, and then get some corpses of Wuhan cavalry to make it a bit more gruesome. In this way, it will be accomplished. Good. Leave this matter to Feng Xiao. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyes lit up, and then he spoke. Chapter 70. What can you do to me? When Gui Jia heard this, he instantly stood up straight, and then bowed respectfully and unquestionably and responded, your humble servant, follow your orders. Yi Chen nodded, then opened his mouth and asked, Feng Xiao, with your expectation, how long will it take for Stepto to send his scouts? Gui Jia stroked his beardless chin and thought for a moment before speaking. My lord, this is the western part of Liaoxi and Yuzhou, and the north is the area where the Wuhan clan operates, but the roads are rugged, and it will take at least a day for the Wuhan scouts to come over. It is expected that in 2 more days, Steppington will send scouts on the road, and when the scouts come to the Wheeling Forest to explore the news and then return, it is another 2 days, so counting, waiting for Steppington to send cavalry to come, at least need 5 days. 5 days is enough time. You prepare first, I go to Loyang first, when I come back, I will start to deal with the Wuhan cavalry. Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes, and then spoke. Gui Jia nodded, then bowed, and said, my lord, when you go to Loyang, you still need to be careful with everything, step by step. Although the plan is good, but many times, often the sky does not meet people's wishes. Although the blood chi that surrounds you has been removed, there is still a little bit of it that surrounds you. Jia could not tell where the danger was coming from. However, I can conclude that wherever you go, blood will flow. Although you are brave, you must not kill recklessly. This will affect your fortune and bring you incalculable calamities. At least with the current foundation of the Lord, it is still unable to fight against it or even obliterate it. When Yi Chen heard this, he could not help but be stunned, but he did not expect Gui Jia to say this. Immediately, however, Yi Chen's brows were furrowed. Wherever it goes, blood flows into the river. Yi Chen repeated in a low voice. A moment later, a monstrous murderous aura instantly surged out crazily. In this instant, Yi Chen determined exactly where the danger that Gui Jia was talking about came from. Player. The danger that Gui Jia was talking about was precisely from players. Only with the existence of the same players as Yi Chen, Gui Jia was unable to accurately make a judgment. It was also because of them that Gui Jia said that wherever Yi Chen went, blood flowed. Because players were in this world, recklessly. Because this was a newbie zone. Because the only punishment for death here was a level drop. The so-called punishment of death was irrelevant, no one was afraid of it. Gui Jia's words had clearly told Yi Chen that it was the players who would hit Yi Chen, and it was many, many players. Although Gui Jia couldn't speculate, Yi Chen could. Similar worlds in his previous life happened all the time. Someone obtained something good, and immediately there were people chasing after them and looting them. When someone obtained a historical figure to follow, the same large number of forces would appear, coercing and snatching the historical figure. Even though historical figures could not be snatched successfully just by snatching them, this could not stop those forces at all. In this life, as soon as Yi Chen's game started, he made the first world announcement, and the whole world remembered Yi Chen. Then it didn't take long. Yi Chen was the first to build a village, the first to advance to a king-level martial arts general, the first to kill a Wuhan general, the first to upgrade to a reincarnation town, the first to receive a superb historical martial arts general, Dian Wei, and the first to receive a superb historical civil servant, Wei Jia. For any of these, world announcements appeared, and Yi Chen's name was known all over the world. In the early days of this game, many people didn't even know how to play the game, while Yi Chen created one near-mythic legend after another. No one didn't think that Yi Chen had mastered the secrets of the game, no one wasn't jealous of Yi Chen, no one wasn't jealous of Yi Chen. Especially in this world of mutation, playing a game could still call for a realistic body to become powerful, no one would not want to find Yi Chen and ask for the secret. However, these were still the minority, more wanted to seize Yi Chen and control him. And this is what Yi Chen has always disliked, but has long since seen through, belonging to human greed, belonging to the deepest desires of the human heart. It seems that already a lot of people are starting to hit my idea, although I don't know who it is. However, this is not important. What is important is, no matter who it is, no matter what his identity is, dare to come to find me trouble. Kill. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's body erupted with a murderous aura that boiled up with a boom and then shot up into the clouds. Wild, overbearing, mixed with contempt of the world's aura, followed by the rise. Lord. Wei Jia sensed Yi Chen's berserk-killing aura, also sensed Yi Chen's determination, could not help but be startled, and then opened his mouth to call out. Yi Chen retrieved his thoughts, then looked at Gui Jia and laughed wildly up to the sky. If I cower just because of the possible dangers, then I don't deserve to be your lord. Saying this, Yi Chen's eyes condensed, then he opened his mouth and droned, I would like to see what those demons and monsters can do to me. Boom. The aura on Yi Chen's body instantly exploded as he drank. An aura that screamed for people to not dare to look directly at him appeared on Yi Chen's body without a sound, and then grew thicker and thicker. That aura was overbearing, wild, yet mixed with the aura of a king. Chapter 71 Heavenly Jealousy. Gui Jia was looking at Yi Chen. Originally he wanted to persuade Yi Chen for a while, but he suddenly froze and then froze. What is going on? Why? Who? Yi Chen let out a long breath, and the breath on his body then disappeared. Feng Xiao, what's wrong? Yi Chen saw Gui Jia's face of incredulity and asked with some doubt. Gui Jia heard Yi Chen's inquiry and then came back to his senses, and then said in surprise. Lord is really extraordinary. At this moment, the fortune on Lord Jia can't even see through it. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard this. It doesn't matter if you can't see through it or not, the key thing is that you found out in advance about the dangers I might encounter. My lord, Jia is ashamed that he can't solve the problems for my lord. Gui Jia sighed before bowing and saying. Feng Xiao has already done a very good job. If there is no Feng Xiao, I'm afraid that I'm still in the dark. Maybe only when I encounter it, I can react, but that time is too late. But now. Yi Chen said here, both eyes narrowed, a cold light flashed. Not Gui Jia reminded, Yi Chen really might have overlooked the possible dangers from players during the trip to Loyang. Now, however, Yi Chen was wary in his heart. Lord still needs to be more careful. Gui Jia sighed while bowing and said. Yi Chen nodded, then smiled and spoke, Go around, pick a place you like so that the craftsman can build you a house. My lord, the place, Jia has already chosen it. Gui Jia's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he spoke. Ha? Where did you pick? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, before opening his mouth and asking. My lord, how about Jia's house is built right opposite the tavern? Gui Jia asked with an excited face. Hearing this, Yi Chen cried and laughed as he glanced at Gui Jia before opening his mouth. Feng Xiao is really good at choosing a place. This place will be downtown in the future. Is Feng Xiao sure he wants to choose here? You like it here, I can understand, but what about your wife? She may not necessarily like it here, right? No matter, if she dares to talk too much, Jia hires her, not to mention that Jia is not married yet, so there is even less to worry about. Gui Jia said with a careless face. After Yi Chen heard Gui Jia's explanation, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then he laughed and opened his mouth. What Feng Xiao said, I'm afraid that the latter half of the sentence is from the bottom of his heart. Ahem. Jia said every word is true. When Gui Jia heard this, he immediately laughed a few times before he opened his mouth. Yi Chen glared at Gui Jia before speaking. This place will be a downtown in the future. There are too many pedestrians coming and going. It's not suitable for living, so choose another place. As for you want to drink, what I said before counts. When half of the 100 flowers are successfully developed, you can drink 3 pots every day. But, Feng Xiao, I ugly words in front, you dare to drink more, I really will break your legs. In fact, Yi Chen knew what Gui Jia was thinking when he chose to build a house opposite the tavern. After drinking the 100-flower brew every day, he would buy some if he could, and drink as much as he could. There was no way around it, who made Gui Jia an alcoholic. When Gui Jia heard this, his face stiffened and he looked at Yi Chen with a grudging face. Feng Xiao, I'm doing this for your own good, your body, I think you yourself should know better. Before I completely cure you, it's forbidden to drink more. Yi Chen sighed, then looked at Gui Jia and said in a serious and incomparable manner. When Gui Jia heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then recovered his normal expression and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. Lord, Jia's disease is heavenly jealousy, not medicine and stone can cure, and... Yi Chen frowned, directly raised his hand to interrupt Gui Jia's words, and droned in a deep voice, when I say it can be cured, it can be cured. No one can take my subordinate's life from me, even if it is heaven. Nor can it. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he made a move with his right hand, and the Yang returning Dan appeared instantly. This is... Gui Jia slightly stunned, and then both eyes violently shrunk, shocked beyond words. Returning Yang Dan, this is the last way. If I really can't find a way to cure you, I won't watch you die. That is, if you die, I can pull you back. Yi Chen said seriously and incomparably. Jia can follow my lord, I have no regrets in this life. Gui Jia's body involuntarily trembled and moved at this time, and then said loudly. Yi Chen smiled faintly, but right at this moment, Gui Jia opened his mouth and said. My lord, the returning Yang Dan functions to bring back the dead, but even if Jia dies and takes the returning Yang Dan to resurrect, the heavenly jealousy will still follow Jia, so don't waste this Dan on Jia. What are you saying? After you are resurrected, the heavenly jealousy will still follow you? Yi Chen's face changed when he heard this, and then he asked in a deep voice. Indeed, the heavenly jealousy is not something that can be violated by human power, and even though Jia is heavenly, he can't think of any way to break it. Wei Jia sighed and said somewhat despondently. Impossible. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly diffusion is 49, and when one of them is vanished, nothing can be solved without a solution. Yi Chen frowned, then said in a deep voice. Chapter 72 Wei Ji is shocked. My lord, this reasoning, Jia also knows, however, human power is always unable to go against heaven. Wei Jia was silent for a moment and then opened his mouth. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard Wei Jia's deadpan words. Wei Jia was Yi Chen's subordinate and was a superb historical civil servant, and more importantly, Wei Jia was deathly loyal to Yi Chen. Yi Chen naturally did not want Wei Jia to really die. Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up fiercely, then he looked at Wei Jia and opened his mouth to ask. Feng Xiao, if, say, you fly up with me, the heavenly jealousy should disappear, right? Lord is saying to ascend to the upper world? Leaving this heaven and earth? Wei Jia was slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth to ask. Exactly. When Yi Chen heard this, the bottom of his heart grew even bigger. Ascending to the upper realm, leaving this side of heaven and earth, heavenly jealousy naturally can't affect Jia, but Lord, the road to ascension has long been cut off. What's more? If Lord can ascend, he can't take Jia along with him. Wei Jia sighed, and then opened his mouth. Sure enough it can. This is good. Yi Chen's two eyes fiercely lit up, and then laughed wildly to the sky. Ha ha. Lord? Wei Jia was slightly stunned, then opened his mouth and asked. Yi Chen took a deep breath, and after exhaling it long and hard, he looked at Wei Jia and said freely. Feng Xiao, the path of ascension is not cut off. Taking you to ascend is equally possible. Not only will I take you to ascend, I will also take all of my subordinates, all of my people, to ascend together. Wei Jia heard this, could not help but be dumbfounded, and then opened his mouth and said. Impossible ah. Lord, even if the ascension road, the Lord knows how to continue, but cannot take so many people together ascension ah. Feng Xiao doesn't believe me? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. Lord, Jia. Wei Jia said here, suddenly remembered something, the whole person suddenly froze, and then said in a shocked voice. God. God level. God level village building order. The only piece of God-grade village building order in heaven and earth is in the hands of Lord. Obviously, Wei Jia knew about the divine level village building order and the characteristics of the divine level village building order. Gathering chi and lifting the country to soar. Yi Chen nodded smilingly before speaking. Feng Xiao was right, the Reincarnation Town was precisely constructed by the divine grade village building order. When Wei Jia heard this, he swallowed his saliva with a gulp and then shouted with glowing eyes. Congratulations, Lord! Congratulations, Your Excellency! With this divine object, the great cause can be accomplished. Your lordship should be the lord of men. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiao, you can't be lazy anymore, share my worries more often. Yi Chen laughed, and then spoke. Lord, how could Jia dare to be lazy? Wei Jia hurriedly opened his mouth and said. Drink less. Yi Chen glared at Wei Jia before opening his mouth. Ahem, this. Jia, try to. Wei Jia's face stiffened, then smiled sarcastically and said. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, and then opened his mouth. Let's go, and find the next deputy mayor Zhao Hong, he will arrange manpower for you to build a residence. My lord, some small matter, Jia can go there by himself, my lord can deal with other things. Wei Jia said smilingly. Alright, right, when you see Zhao Hong, remember to tell him to get me some maids over and arrange for a few more cooks. Yi Chen nodded, and then spoke. I don't know if Lord has any requirements on the appearance of the maids? Wei Jia was slightly stunned, then opened his mouth and asked. Can't be ugly. Yi Chen opened his mouth without hesitation. My lord, this matter is covered by Jia. Wei Jia's eyes lit up when he heard this, then he opened his mouth and said. Yi Chen had just nodded his head when he realized that something was wrong. Wei Jia, these eyes are not quite right ah. This is seeking, I'm looking for a concubine? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's face stiffened, and he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Don't mess around, unusual women, your lord can't look at them. Wei Jia was stunned when he heard this. Your lord wants a beautiful woman, he will only take it upon himself to go after and snatch. Cough. In a word, maids of honor are only used to do odd jobs, don't think too much. Yi Chen glared at Wei Jia, and then opened his mouth. But, Jia observes Lord, Peach Blossom luck is strong, and Lord is mentioning maids of honor to Jia at this moment, isn't it to choose beautiful concubines? Hearing this, Wei Jia once again froze and asked in confusion. Of course not. Yi Chen sighed, and then opened his mouth to say, and after that, he was stunned. Wait. Peach Blossom luck is thick. Xiao Yu? Or maybe Luo Yang? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's two eyes lit up violently. Calculating the time, at this time, Sable Cicada should have appeared in Loyang. Can't wait, tomorrow we will move to Loyang. If Wang Yun, that old man, takes Diao-chan as his daughter, it will be difficult to get Diao-chan again. Wei Jiao was ready to open his mouth, but found that Yi Chen was staring blankly, so he stayed to the side and waited quietly. At this time, Yi Chen returned to his senses, exhaled a long breath, and then looked at Wei Jia, said freely, "Feng Xiao, it's fortunate that you reminded me, or else I would have forgotten something extremely important." Chapter 73 Departure. Wei Jia naturally couldn't understand what Yi Chen was saying. Even if Wei Jia was as wise as a demon and as resourceful as a ghost, he couldn't probe what Yi Chen was thinking inside. Looking at the dumbfounded Wei Jia, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile and continued. "Feng Xiao don't need to think much, this is my personal matter. As for the maids of honor, you only need to find some women who are dexterous and have a pleasant look." Hearing this, Wei Jia immediately nodded, before bowing and responding, "Yes. My lord, Zhao will go find the vice mayor of the town." "Well, go." Yi Chen smiled faintly and spoke. Wei Jia bowed again to bid farewell before leaving the place and going to find Zhao Heng. Yi Chen let out a long breath before turning around and traveling towards the town mayor's mansion. The large town mayor's mansion was empty at the moment, and coupled with the sunset's embellishments, it appeared a bit cold. However, this could not be helped. Reincarnation Town had just been upgraded, it had not been long, and nothing had been prepared in terms of furniture. Arriving at the back of the house, as soon as Yi Chen walked into the living room, he saw Zhao Yu sitting on a chair, resting her cheeks and staring blankly. And at this time, Zhao Yu also saw Yi Chen, her eyes instantly lit up before she excitedly stood up. But when she opened her mouth, she suddenly didn't know what to say. After holding her tongue for a while, her face suddenly turned red, and then she fiercely opened her mouth and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" It wasn't that Zhao Yu was unfamiliar with Yi Chen or angry that she didn't know what to say. Rather, apart from being excited because Yi Chen had returned, Zhao Yu also had a strong nervousness. Couldn't she not be nervous? Yi Chen had said before that Zhao Yu would be Yi Chen's first woman, and that she would have to live here from now on. It would be strange if Zhao Yu wasn't shy and nervous. Looking at Zhao Yu, who was nervous and slightly shy mixed with excitement, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, and then walked forward and held Zhao Yu in his arms, saying softly, "Not yet, but, for dinner I want to eat." Yi Chen said here, lowered his head and gently kissed Zhao Yu, and then continued, "You." Zhao Yu's entire body instantly crisped up, and then leaned on Yi Chen powerlessly. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and then picked Zhao Yu up and marched towards the bedroom. The next day, as soon as the day dawned, Yi Chen glanced at the blushing Zhao Yu in his arms, and couldn't help but smile, before softly saying, "Today, don't go to the medical center, just rest at home." Zhao Yu's little face at this moment turned even redder, and she hurriedly pulled over the quilt and covered her face, while then softly answered, "Aha." The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and then he got up. At this time, Zhao Yu hurriedly lifted the quilt away, and opened her mouth to say, "I'll serve husband to get dressed." Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and then he smiled, raised his hand and scraped Zhao Yu's small nose, and spoke. "There's not so much to talk about, even if you serve me to dress, it's not today, your task today is to have a good rest." "This," Zhao Yu said with some hesitation. "Nothing this and that, this is an order." Yi Chen glared at Zhao Yu before saying in a domineering manner, Zhao Yu was stunned, then sweetly answered, "The maids should be here today, so if there are any chores in the future, just ask them to do them." Yi Chen smiled faintly before speaking. "Husband is leaving Reincarnation Town?" Zhao Yu just nodded, but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly looked at Yi Chen and opened her mouth to ask. It wasn't that Zhao Yu wanted to interfere with Yi Chen or anything, she wouldn't interfere and couldn't interfere, it wasn't something she should do and she wouldn't do it. It was only that Zhao Yu had just become a human woman, and was immediately left alone again, so there was inevitably some loss in her heart. "Well, there are some things, have to leave for a few days, we'll be back in a few days." Yi Chen apologized and glanced at Zhao Yu before speaking. "Husband, concubine will wait for your return." After Zhao Yu saw Yi Chen's gaze, her heart couldn't help but warm up before she leaned into Yi Chen's arms and said softly, "Rest more, I will come back as soon as possible." Yi Chen kissed Zhao Yu after he finished speaking, and then he put the robe on his body, and after putting it on, he left the bedroom. Yi Chen still had a lot of things to do, so naturally, he wouldn't indulge in the gentle land. Of course, the exception was when resting. Arriving at the front yard, Yi Chen just opened the gate, and then he was stunned. He only saw Denwei, Wei Jia, and 1,000 heavily armed soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion standing outside the door in a staggered manner. Swish! The sound of a neatly organized single knee kneeling instantly rang out. "See you, Lord!" Denwei and the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison. Yi Chen suddenly smiled, then looked at Wei Jia, who bowed to the side and opened his mouth to ask, "Are they all ready?" "My lord, it's all ready, my lord can depart at any time," Wei Jia said with a smiling face. Yi Chen nodded, then looked at Denwei and the 1,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion and opened his mouth to drink, "Depart." Chapter 74 Mysterious Cavalry. Here! A unanimous shout instantly rang out. Dianwei then got up and led 1,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion and marched towards the entrance of Reincarnation Town. Yi Chen then looked at Gui Jia and spoke, Fengxiao, Reincarnation Town is in your hands. Jia will definitely bow and die. Gui Jia's face was straightened, then bowed, and said. Yi Chen glanced at Gui Jia, patted Gui Jia's shoulder, stopped talking, turned around and marched towards the city gates. Yuzhou, Yangla County, outskirts. A group of players were being chased by thousands of mountain thieves who were fleeing playfully, and they were all hanging their heads in shame. It was a miserable situation. Damn him, who said that this mountain fortress is a small mountain fortress? Grass. I don't know which asshole said that. I still want to take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but the fish didn't touch it, but it caused a lot of trouble. Damn, these mountain bandits are too bullying. Damn, down the mountain, still keep chasing. Are they not afraid to draw out the officials and soldiers of Yangla County? Nima, do you expect those soldiers? It's good if they don't run away in fear. Bastard, think of something, damn it, if we can't run away again, we'll all lose levels today. An asshole just killed the concubine of that walled city lord, otherwise, we wouldn't have been chased all the way here. Damn, when I'm safe, I'll find that bastard, killing a cockamamie concubine, even if it's not enough to explode something good, it's not even a hair, and it's even ing angered that walled city lord. Just as these players were fleeing and cursing, the sound of urgent, rapid hoofbeats came from the distance. The sound came from far and near, but in a few seconds, the fork in the road in the distance that was covered by trees, instantly rushed out a man riding a white warhorse. The man was dressed in black armor, his long hair flying in the wind, his cloak grinning behind him, his face stalwart, his gaze cold. Just a second after the man appeared, a man riding a yellow, colorful warhorse appeared right after him. He was tiger-backed and extremely sturdy, with 2 iron halberds hanging from his back, yet his looks were shocking to the world and crying to the gods. Originally expressionless, his ferocious light appeared after seeing the players in front of him. The appearance of the two of them didn't cause much attention from the mountain bandits and also the players, merely glancing at them. Those who should chase and kill continued to chase and kill, and those who should flee continued to flee. However, right at this moment, a sound like thunder turned from low to high, getting louder and louder. Rumble. This was the sound that could only appear when countless warhorses galloped. Just as the mountain bandits froze one by one and the players were wondering. 1,000-man cavalry regiment, with 3 riders per person, stepped through the rolling smoke and dust, swiftly appearing in everyone's line of sight. This is cavalry. It really is cavalry. When did Yangla County have such powerful cavalry? My day, I didn't see it wrong, those cavalrymen are wearing bright light armor. Nima, silver-grade bright light armor. Quickly look. What those cavalrymen are carrying in their hands, are they point steel guns? Hiss. That's really a point steel gun, a silver-grade point steel gun. Are these cavalrymen really from Yangla County? Even the Imperial Forest Army doesn't seem to have this configuration, right? Who cares if it's not? Can't you see those mountain bandits are dumbfounded? Ha ha ha, Nima, now we can finally get some air. Right, quick. Let's go over there, just tell these cavalry that those are mountain bandits, then they're dead. We'll be saved too. As soon as this person's words landed, the players here all excitedly ran over to the path that the cavalry must take, and one by one, they let go of their voices and yelled. My lord! My lord! There are mountain bandits here. They're all mountain bandits. There are mountain bandits here, General, come and fight the bandits, there will be great merit. General, the bandits are attacking Yangla County. The players shouted whatever they wanted, but the purpose was the same, telling the cavalry to kill the mountain bandits that were chasing them, while they followed to fish in the water to reap the benefits. In their opinion, this cavalry is NPC, and NPC are all very stupid, can use not to use that is not stupid. If they are a little more careful, they will find that the ordinary cavalry which 1 person 3 riders, which do not play the flag. But this cavalry is just 1 person with 3 riders and no flag, such a weird and obvious characteristic, but no one realized it. Lord? With eyes full of ferocity, Dianwei glanced at the players in the distance before opening his mouth to call out. Originally, when Dianwei saw the player, he did not come up with murderous intent. It was only that just last night, Jia had told Dianwei about the source of the danger of Yi Chen's trip to Loyang. The already loyal and righteous Dianwei was instantly enraged upon hearing this news. And that was the reason why as soon as he saw the player, Dianwei's killing intent rose. Those who stand in the way, kill. Yi Chen said coldly. Yi Chen had been reborn, and Yi Chen knew in his heart what the players in front of him were fighting for. But knowing what he knew, Yi Chen had no spare time to dilly-dally with them, much less to help these players kill any mountain bandits. Yes. Dianwei answered in a deep voice, then turned his head and droned, pass the order. Those who stand in the way, kill. Chapter 75 As You Wish. In the next second, the cavalrymen in the front row shouted in unison, those who block the road, kill. Pass on the Lord's order. Those who block the road, kill. 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 1,000 Reincarnation legions shouted in unison, their voices instantly reaching the ears of the players in the distance. Did I hear you right? These cavalrymen want to kill us? Nima, so overbearing, is there any mistake? They are the army of the Han Empire. They're government soldiers. Paralyzed, they don't think we're bandits, do they? Impossible, we all said that those over there are mountain bandits, how could they think that? They definitely didn't treat us as mountain bandits, didn't you hear them say, those who block the road, kill? Malagobi, I still don't believe it today, in the mountain bandits, I was angry, but I encountered the official soldiers here and still be angry? If he dares to kill me, I'll sue him. Right. Damn, this NPC also he ing overturned the sky, if it is not the old man low level, have to dry dead if you cannot. Damn, I still don't believe it, NPC dares to kill players indiscriminately. Right, let's just stand here and see if they dare to kill. Rumble. The thunderous sound of the horse's hooves grew louder and louder. Yi Chen, who was galloping his horse, looked at the players who were still blocking and refusing to leave, his brows couldn't help but frown, and then his gaze turned cold. Right hand a move, regicide gun instantly appeared in the hand, feet a clip horsebelly, the horse issued a loud nose, instantly accelerated, towards the front rushed. Seeing this, Dianwei instantly drew out 2 iron halberds from his back and angrily shouted, kill! Swish! The Reincarnation Legion raised their point steel and spears diagonally in unison, and a murderous aura instantly surged forth. Kill! 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 The loud shouts instantly rang out in unison, and the Reincarnation Legion then began to charge. Rumble! The war horses began to gallop, and the originally smoky ground instantly flew up in a cloud of dust. They've started charging. They're really going to kill us. A player's 2 eyes froze violently before he shouted in shock. Fear a chicken, I don't believe they dare to kill us, don't forget, they are just NPCs. Besides, we are not criminals, what is there to be afraid of? Right, what's there to be afraid of? If we're killed by NPCs, damn it, we'll go to the magistrate to ask for compensation. I heard that someone was jealous of the magistrate's son in a greenhouse and was killed by the magistrate's son, then the magistrate compensated him with a village building order. This is true? I thought it was fake. It's true, that because of this all of a sudden Hare sold a full 5 million it. Then still afraid of Hare, just stand here, if they really dare to kill, that's better, turn back to find the county magistrate for compensation. Yes, just stand here, damn, this time to get rich. After the players heard the exact news, one by one, their eyes turned red, and those who were still a bit hesitant before, one by one, they stood firmly in place. And this was exactly the behavior of players that Yi Chen had seen numb in his previous life. In order to benefit, they dare to do anything, because in the novice area, the punishment for death is merely a level drop. Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he looked at the increasing number of players in front of him with glowing eyes. What the players wanted, Yi Chen naturally knew well. The so-called compensation was not something that everyone could get. Any of the galloping cavalry regiments had military orders and would not stop at all because someone was in the way. Players who dared to get in the way would 100% be killed and would be imprisoned after resurrection. What's more, Yi Chen was not an NPC, so these players' wishful thinking was destined to fall flat. Rumble! The war horses were galloping, and the Reincarnation Legion was charging, accelerating again, and going forward. Once the tea time passed, Yi Chen arrived before the group of players, and his right-hand deicide lance stabbed out without hesitation. Puff came out. A player who was blocking Yi Chen's warhorse was instantly stabbed through, before being thrown into the air by Yi Chen and smashed into the players in the distance. Boom! A player was hit hard by the galloping warhorse. Boom! Another person was knocked away by the warhorse. And Yi Chen's deicide lance also turned on its stabbing mode at this moment. Lance after lance, simply and roughly stabbing player after player to death. Next to Yi Chen, Duanwei, his 2 halberds whistled in the wind, and player after player was smashed into the air. Behind, the reincarnation of the army followed Yi Chen, but wherever the players appear in front of the reincarnation of the army, point steel, gun mercilessly stabbed out, stopping not stop. Players who wanted to gain benefits and blocked Yi Chen's path were stabbed to death in pieces, knocked away, and then trampled to death by the warhorses. Rumble! The warhorses were still galloping, charging in a stance that hadn't changed in the slightest. In just a few breaths of time, the Reincarnation Legion had sliced thousands of players, hard, into 2 parts, leaving behind a field of dead bodies. Rumble! The warhorses were still galloping. Just when the remaining players thought that the Reincarnation Legion would return and continue to charge, the Reincarnation Legion did not return again, but instead galloped towards Yangla County. Chapter 76, Borrowing a Road. This was the wilderness. Originally there was no road, but a road paved with blood and corpses appeared. On both sides of the road were players who were stunned by the Reincarnation Legion's charge. They had never seen a cavalry charge before, and this time, not only had they seen it, they had also hardened themselves against it. But just this once, they realized that a cavalry charge was really terrifying. Looking at the mutilated corpses on the ground, the players were dumbfounded and gulped up saliva one by one. After a short period of shock, the players on both sides of the road came back to their senses, and then one by one, their faces changed as they rushed in the direction that the Reincarnation Legion had departed from, cursing profusely. Come back, Nima, don't go. Come back quickly. Damn it, I'm a mountain bandit. Grass. Come back and kill me. Paralyzed, aren't you soldiers? Come back, my ass. Damn it, my compensation, it just flew away. Damn, if I also have a warhorse is good. Don't blindly compare, the warhorse money is not necessarily buy, that is a strategic material. Just as these players with evil intentions were hanging their heads in despair, the dead players, one by one, rushed out from the resurrection point with unrivaled excitement. Damn, it really doesn't feel good to be ed to death by cavalry, but this time, I must make that county magistrate compensate me properly. Haha, if we find the magistrate and get the compensation, we'll be rich. This must be, who told those NPCs to be so stupid, to actually dare to kill us, this is giving us benefits for nothing. That's right, those cavalrymen are elite cavalrymen, their origins must not be small, killed by them, the county magistrate must compensate us. Quickly go to the county office, look for the magistrate. These resurrected players, one by one, ran towards the county office in a hurry. At the entrance of the county government office, as soon as the players arrived, the two magistrates on duty drew their swords in unison and aimed them at the players, while then angrily shouting, "Daring! How dare you charge the county courthouse?" These players seemed to have gotten used to the modus operandi of the county magistrates, and they were not the least bit afraid, much less panicked. At this time, one person walked out and bowed. "Brotherly, we're here to ask for compensation from the county magistrate. Some elite cavalrymen knew that we were good citizens and made a move to kill us." "What?" The magistrate known as Brotherly was shocked when he heard this, and then opened his mouth to drink. When the crowd of players saw this, each of them immediately revealed an excited gaze. From the surprised expression of this magistrately, it was easy to see that the matter they were going to compensate for was about 8 or 9 times better. "Brotherly, those elite cavalrymen know that we are the people of Yangla County, but they still intentionally killed us. Brotherly, you have to do it for us." The player who opened his mouth before, the corner of his mouth curled up before he opened his mouth to explain. The two yamen looked at each other and then turned towards the county office and shouted, "Come on people, quick! There's work to be done." As soon as the two yamen's words landed, the players froze in unison. They thought that the magistrates were bold enough to go and capture that cavalry regiment, and if they did, what more compensation would they need? As for whether the magistrates were looking for death, they didn't care, they were just NPCs. Just as they were about to open their mouths, a group of magistrates rushed out. One of them just stopped and asked with an excited face, "Where? Who are we arresting?" "It's these people, they dared to get in the way of the cavalry regiment. I'm afraid they're Finpong spies. Arrest them all and Lord Magistrate will surely reward them heavily." As soon as the words of the magistrate surnamedly landed, these resurrected players were dumbfounded. "Nima, the script is not right. Unfortunately, no matter how dumbfounded they were, it was useless. The magistrates directly rushed up and arrested them one by one. No matter how much they shouted, it was useless. Yangla County, outside the city gates. The speeding Reincarnation Legion began to slow down, and stopped when it reached 500 meters away from the city gates. Yichen looked at the city gates that had just been closed, and with a lift of his right hand, he swayed towards the city gates. At that moment, a soldier of the Reincarnation Legion directly left the group, and then marched towards the city gate with his horse. "Stop! Who are you people? Why are you attacking Yangla County?" A furious roar with a slight tremor immediately came from the city walls. And at that moment, a dozen or so bows were exposed from the city wall, with arrows aimed at the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion who came under the city wall. The Reincarnation Legion's soldiers glanced at those bows and arrows, and without the slightest bit of fear, they took a deep breath before opening their mouths and drinking. The first-class Viscount of the Great Han Empire, the mayor of Reincarnation Town, Lord Yichen, is going to borrow a route to Loyang to present a treasure for His Majesty. As soon as the Reincarnation Legionnaires' words landed on the ground, the bows and arrows that were still exposed on the city wall were quickly put back one by one. And at that moment, a man dressed as a centurion stood up from the city wall and looked towards the Reincarnation Legion soldiers below the city wall. Originally wanting to open his mouth, both of his eyes fiercely shrunk, and then he subconsciously looked at the cloth armor he was wearing. A moment later, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. There was no harm without comparison, he was a centurion, but his equipment was surprisingly only a piece of cloth armor. Then look at the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion under the city wall. Not only were they riding warhorses, they were also wearing silver-level bright light armor and holding silver-level point steel guns. The damage after this comparison was just too great, and it was only after a while that the centurion opened his mouth and asked, "Since you are Viscount Yichen, why are you bringing so many soldiers and horses?" "Bastard! Lord Yichen is a first-class Viscount of the Empire. What's wrong with bringing 1,000 soldiers and horses?" The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion instantly became furious before opening their mouths and shouting, "Can we wait for General Gongsun Zan to return before we borrow the road?" The centurion was silent for a moment before opening his mouth and asking, "Delaying His Majesty from getting the treasure, such a grave offense, can you bear it?" The Reincarnation Legion soldier, both eyes narrowed, before he droned in a deep voice, The centurion gritted his teeth, and after a moment, he turned around and droned, "Quickly open the city gates. Viscount Yi Chen is going to borrow the path of Yang Lu and offer the treasure for his majesty." As soon as the centurion's words landed, the city gates slowly opened with a creak. "Enter the city." Yi Chen waved his right hand, then opened his mouth and drank. Chapter 77 Confrontation. The Reincarnation Legion, 1 person and 3 riders, slowly followed behind Yi Chen and marched towards the city gate. When Yi Chen led the Reincarnation Legion into the county town of Yangla County, there were already quite a few players who noticed Yi Chen. However, when the city gates were closed, it was forbidden for anyone to approach the city walls, so the words of the centurion on the city walls were not heard by any players. "Is this a new NPC? It's not here to replace Gong Sun Zan, is it?" "Nima, but no, if Gong Sun Zan isn't here, how else can I take him in?" "Pull yourself together, it's broad daylight, don't keep talking in your sleep." "Grass, you don't believe me? Old me will definitely be able to take Gong Sun Zan under my wing. I'll be damned if I believe you." "Damn, you're not good at history, are you? Gong Sun Zan was a vassal in history, do you think he would recognize you as his master?" "I know why this guy said he wants to subdue Gong Sun Zan. The smotherer is trying to end it all in one pot. If he subdues Gong Sun Zan, Yuzhou will be his." "Grass. You don't have a small mouth, you want to rob my Zhao Yun, don't go out of the city, if you go out of the city, I'll kill you." "Right, get this killed, kill him to level 0. The players' discussion sounds, curses, one after another reached Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen, who was originally expressionless, suddenly frowned. Gong Sun Zan. Counting the time, Gong Sun Zan's rise to power is just a few years away. Time is still coming, Yuzhou can only belong to me. Thinking of this, Yi Chen narrowed both eyes and then returned to normal. Yi Chen didn't think about Zhao Yun because there was absolutely no need to think about this. Zhao Yun was Yi Chen's great uncle, and this was finalized. After Zhao Yun completed his studies and descended from the mountain, the first thing he did was inevitably go to look for his own sister, Zhao Yu, who had left Shangshanjinding. And there was only one outcome to this: Zhao Yun would definitely come to Reincarnation Town. Once Zhao Yun arrived at Lunar Town, Yi Chen would not let Zhao Yun leave. What's more, Yi Chen knew about Zhao Yun's strategy. And what Yi Chen did shortly afterward, besides being beneficial to Reincarnation Town, was also extremely helpful in taking in Zhao Yun. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't have to worry about Zhao Yun's belonging at all. The center of the county town of Yangla County. When Yi Chen arrived here with the Reincarnation Legion, a huge array disc appeared in Yi Chen's sight. This was the teleportation array, and through it, one could travel to any city that had a teleportation array. Only if you teleported to Loyang, you couldn't enter Loyang directly, you could only teleport to the outskirts of Loyang. Because Loyang is the imperial city, casually can ask people to teleport over, but the Han Emperor, not every day are not sleeping well. The cost of each teleportation array ranges from 1 gold to 100 gold. If it is a warhorse, the price is tripled. Yi Chen looked at the teleportation array in front of him, waved his right hand, and then opened his mouth and drank. Teleportation, Loyang. Here. The Reincarnation Legion answered in unison, and then one by one, they rode onto the teleportation array. The light of the teleportation array lit up one after another. The Reincarnation Legion began to teleport. The players within the county town of Yangla County stood one by one in the distance, dumbfounded. "Nima, an NPC is an NPC, how much teleportation fee is this? I just heard that young general say something like Loyang? That teleportation fee is directly 100 gold 1 person and 3 horses. 1,000 gold This has to be 1,000 people, right? There must be 1,000 people, which means that this teleportation alone is 1,000,000 gold? Salty carrots, don't you know they're NPCs? They don't have to pay at all. Forgot about this. Alas, if only I had this much money, I'd wait offline, order a big meal from that laborious brain, and have a beautiful meal. If I had this much money, I would go on that little for 3 days and 3 nights, damn it, I just don't have any money." While the players were discussing one by one, the Reincarnation Legion finished teleporting, and Yi Chen, at that moment, brought Dianwei onto the teleportation array. The light flashed, and then disappeared. 50 miles south of Loyang, the teleportation array. After Yi Chen came out from the teleportation array, he couldn't help but stare, and then his brows were furrowed. He only saw the Reincarnation Legion, which was confronting a cavalry that numbered 500. The other party only had 500 people, their equipment and horses were not as good as the Reincarnation Legion, but they all held their heads and chests high and were not afraid in the slightest. At this time, a centurion of the Reincarnation Legion hurriedly came to Yi Chen's side and bowed. "My lord, these people claim to be great General He Jin's family generals, and are coming to receive the war horses. Also." Hearing this, Yi Chen narrowed both eyes, before asking in a deep voice, "How else?" "Also want our armor and weapons, and said that if we don't give it, we will be told that we can't return to Yuzhou, and we will also put the lord in jail." The centurion clenched his teeth, and then opened his mouth. Just at that moment, a loud, flaunting cry came over. "Have you guys thought about it yet? Ha? That kid, you're that Yi Chen? Hurry up and call these trash family generals of yours and hand over your armor and weapons so that this general can say something good or bad for you in front of the great general and get you a position. Chapter 78 Kill the Thief. When Yi Chen heard this, both of his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a brilliant light flashed by. Dian Wei beside Yi Chen, his eyes widened angrily, and his murderous aura continued to rise. However, Dian Wei did not move, nor did he open his mouth. If a player who was familiar with history saw Dian Wei's state at this moment, he could immediately react that things were not right. The saying that the Lord insults the subject and the subject dies was not something that was said casually. Dian Wei had always been loyal and righteous, and was also loyal to Yi Chen, but at this moment, Dian Wei didn't open his mouth. Not only did he not open his mouth, he didn't even move. It was obvious that Dian Wei had been ordered not to act without authorization. Unfortunately, except for Yi Chen, who was a player, all the others here were natives of this world. None of Yi Jin's family generals recognized Dian Wei, much less knew how strong he was. Otherwise, they would definitely be skeptical. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion, each one of them had a blue face, and a murderous aura kept appearing on their bodies. However, they didn't move because they were worried that once they acted, they would bring calamity to Yi Chen. They were repressing and raging. Yell, see, this group of bumpkins want to kill us? Disdainful words came from among Yi Jin's family generals. Ha ha ha. Bunch of trash, don't even look at where this place is. It's what the Zhonglang generals see us, that also have to obediently greet, just with them, also dare to make a move? TSK, this what labor Yi Chen, oh yes, or first class viscounted, good high title ah. Ha ha ha. Crazy jeers, one after another, came from Yi Jin's family generals. Yi Chen then looked at the centurion beside him and opened his mouth to ask, you're afraid of bringing disaster to me? Afraid that I will be planted and framed by He Jin and then imprisoned? Yes, my lord. The centurion clenched his fists and said with a suppressed face. Then do you know what crime it is for a piker to insult a noble? Yi Chen nodded, then opened his mouth and asked. A light punishment of caning, a heavy punishment of exile for 1,000 miles, or even execution by beheading. The centurion was slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth and said. Then do you know, where are your soldiers? Whose soldiers are you? And what kind of existence are you? Yi Chen then looked at the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion and opened his mouth to drink. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed on the ground, the centurion stood up straight with a swish and loudly responded. We are the soldiers of Reincarnation Town. It's the Lord's soldiers. We are the Reincarnation Legion. Swish. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion stood straight in unison, gripped the point steel and guns in their hands, and shouted in unison. We are the soldiers of Reincarnation Town. It's the Lord's soldiers. We are the Reincarnation Legion. Very well. Remember your identities, remember your honor. You and others have killed countless thieves, how can you tolerate petty insults? Yi Chen nodded, and then opened his mouth to drink. Kill. 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 The Reincarnation Legion raised their steel and spears in unison and shouted angrily. In the distance, He Jin's family generals, one by one, were startled. They had felt the killing aura before, but they weren't afraid. Because, they were Great General He Jin's family generals, as long as they were military generals, no one would not flatter Great General He Jin. Moreover, they didn't believe that the Reincarnation Legion would dare to attack them at the foot of the Son of Heaven. Therefore, they were emboldened. However, at this moment, the Reincarnation Legion's murderous aura that erupted once again was too thick, so thick that it called out to them a feeling of suffocation. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's eyes widened, and with a move of his right hand, the Godslayer lance instantly appeared, and then he opened his mouth and drank. We offer the treasure for your majesty, but there are scum claiming to be General He Jin's family generals, wanting to seize the treasure. This action is no different from rebellion. We are going to purge the rebels for your majesty today, and level the spirits and monsters for your majesty. When Yi Chen said this, the Godslayer's spear pointed at He Jin's family generals from afar, and then he opened his mouth and drank. Kill the thieves. Kill. 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, mounted their horses in unison, and raised, pointing their steel spears, aiming at He Jin's household generals. Dian Wei drew his iron halberd with his right hand, and his feet violently clamped the horse's belly. Sigh, the warhorse neighs. For your majesty, kill the thieves. With an explosive shout, Dian Wei waved the iron halberd in his hand and rushed towards He Jin's family generals first. Kill. 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 The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and then desperately urged their warhorses, following Dian Wei to start charging playfully. They had previously suppressed and held back, each one of them suffocating very hard, and at this moment, when they exploded, they instantly went berserk. They wanted to kill these scums who dared to insult their lord and their Reincarnation Legion. Using the blood of these scum, they would wash away the shame for their lord, and for the Reincarnation Legion as well. A strong and then furious killing aura instantly erupted. Before He Jin's family generals could recover from the intense killing aura that the Reincarnation Legion had just created, the Reincarnation Legion started charging. You. We are Great General He Jin's family generals. You guys dare to kill us? A terrified scream suddenly rang out. Stop! Quickly stop! This is a misunderstanding. We're not rebels. A man explained in a terrified and incomparable manner. If you don't stop, the great general will surely punish you and have your entire family beheaded. Quickly stop! We don't want the war horses, and we don't want your armor and weapons. We are here to greet you. Just to joke with you, quick stop. He Jin's family generals were really panicked at this moment. They didn't expect that Yi Chen really dared to order them to be killed, and the Reincarnation Legion really dared to attack them. The Reincarnation Legion's cold and merciless yet intense and furious killing aura wasn't faked in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Jin's family generals unanimously felt the threat of death. They all wanted to tell the Reincarnation Legion to stop. They didn't want to die, they still wanted to live, they still wanted to continue living in a dignified manner. However, no matter what Yi Jin's house generals said, Dian Wei did not stop, and the Reincarnation Legion behind him likewise did not stop. Run! These bastards are really going to kill us! A man shouted shrilly. Run, go back and report to the great general, the rebel Yi Chen has rebelled. A person roared in horror. Up until this point, there were still people thinking about threatening Yi Chen and threatening the Reincarnation Legion. Wanting to make Yi Chen withdraw his orders, wanting to tell the Reincarnation Legion to end their charge. The reason was simple, this man was smart, he was also a cavalryman and knew the terror of a cavalryman after charging. He didn't expect the time it took for the Reincarnation Legion to go from standing still to launching a charge to be so short. Now, he can only hope that Yi Chen would have something to worry about, that the Reincarnation Legion would have something to worry about, and then terminate the charge. Chapter 79, A Bright and Straightforward Excuse. As long as the Reincarnation Legion terminated their charge, he could run away and return to Loyang. At that time, he could find trouble with Yi Chen and settle old scores with new ones. Yi Jin wouldn't let Yi Chen off the hook either, that much he confirmed. There had been some explosive military generals, but in the end, they were still cleaned up by Yi Jin, and in the end, those who died died, and those who were demoted were demoted. As long as he was given a chance to live, he was convinced that Yi Chen would be punished severely. Rumble. The horse's hooves stamped on the ground, charging sharply without the slightest intention of stopping. Yi Jin's family generals, one by one, panicked and turned their horses, frantically waving their horsewhips, wanting to immediately leave this place and avoid the Reincarnation Legion. However, at this time, the Reincarnation Legion arrived. Dian Wei took the lead, the iron halberd in his hand smashed into Yi Jin's household generals without mercy, and a halberd smashed one man's head. Blood and brains instantly shot out, splashing everywhere. The horse continued to gallop towards the front, one after another of Yi Jin's generals were split apart by Dian Wei's swinging of his iron halberd the moment he skipped past them. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion formally contacted Yi Jin's family generals, pointing their steel spears stabbing out without mercy, and then stopping without stopping, continuing to charge forward. But in the space of a breath, more than 200 people were mercilessly cut down on the spot by the Reincarnation Legion. Rumble. The war horses were still galloping, their iron hooves treading on the ground, their sound shaking the sky. The Reincarnation Legion, which had sliced a hole through Yi Jin's family generals, under the leadership of Dian Wei, turned their horses' heads with unabated speed and made a change of direction before charging at Yi Jin's family generals once again. No! Don't kill me! I didn't do it on purpose. Viscount Yi Chen Lord, the little one has no eyes, you spare me. A man suddenly looked at Yi Chen and cried out in horror. Lord Viscount, small person has eyes but not recognize in detail, spare small person swears to the sky, will never tell what happened today. My lord, my villain is willing to surrender, willing to follow my lord, spare my villain. Yi Jin's family generals instantly collapsed. Where had they ever thought that this group of cavalrymen equipped with silver-grade equipment were so fierce that it didn't take 3 seconds to launch a charge? They hadn't even thought that the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion, killing people, were not soft, and with just one charge, they had hung up half of their men. Seeing that the second charge was about to come, they couldn't run away, and they couldn't fight, so how could they not be afraid? Yi Chen ignored Yi Jin's generals, in Yi Chen's eyes, they were all dead men. Looking at these collapsed Yi Jin's generals, Yi Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Sure enough, Feng Xiao is right. As long as you send someone to spread the news of the treasure offering in Loyang first, it will definitely attract Yi Jin's attention. And then in through the marketplace, the news that there are still war horses in the offerings will be spread out, Yi Jin will certainly make a move to seize it. After all, that is 2,000 Wuhan horses, not on the list of offerings, by Yi Jin is not moved. This time, it is considered to be bad with Yi Jin. The plan is completed 1/3, and the following is not too difficult. Rumble. The Reincarnation Legion once again rushed towards Yi Jin's family generals, this time, directly decapitated Yi Jin's family generals as if they were all dead, not a single one was left behind. When Yi Chen saw this, he let out a long breath and then looked at Dian Wei and spoke. Clean up the battlefield, leave the corpses behind, take away the rest that are useful, and then travel 10 miles west and set up camp. Yes. My lord. Dian Wei bowed and answered. Yi Chen nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something, then rushed to Dian Wei and said, "Remember, whoever dares to approach or attack you, kill without pardon. Afterwards, just shrug it off as, the thieves want to rob the treasures that were offered to His Majesty. I will follow your orders." When Dian Wei heard this, his eyes lit up before he loudly answered. As a military general, what he liked the most was what Yi Chen said. "You come to hit me, I will get you killed, no matter who you are." Yi Chen slightly smiled, his feet clamped the belly of the warhorse then let out a long neigh, and then galloped towards Loyang. Yi Chen instructed Dian Wei, there was no other way. Dian Wei didn't know how to play any mind games. In case a player found out about Dian Wei and the Reincarnation Legion, they would definitely try to confirm the identity of Dian Wei and the Reincarnation Legion. This was not the key was that there were still patrolling cavalry near Loyang, and each of these cavalrymen were equally blind. Moreover, He Jin would most likely look for Yi Chen's trouble after learning that his family's general had been killed. That's why Yi Chen had to be instructed in advance, so that when Dian Wei encountered anything, he could let go of it. As for the reason, it was very simple, to stop the thieves from grabbing the treasures that were being offered to His Majesty. Saying 1,000 words, this reason is $1,000,000. The Han Empire hasn't fallen yet, and although the Emperor won't live for a few years, he's still alive after all. There's no need to say anything, just say that for the sake of the Emperor, no matter how Yi Jin plants evidence, it's useless. Of course, this cannot be used as a gold medal. Yi Chen has to go to Loyang to do something else. After doing it, then Yi Jin will be even less to be feared, and moreover, Yi Chen will not have to get into trouble. Chapter 80, Auction Fiasco. Luoyang, the entrance to the city. After Yi Chen arrived here, he dismounted and entered the city on foot. There were extremely many players here, each wearing unorthodox equipment, going in and out in groups of 3 or 5, 7 or 8. Most of them were players who went to collect bandit missions and went out to kill mountain bandits. There are also some dealers who collect various items from players at low prices and sell them at high prices. After the initial shock and confusion, there was now a significant portion of players who had begun to understand this game world. Before Meteor Fall, games were nothing more than people's pastime, with various types and styles of play. After the fall of the meteor, the game became the only. Here, the money earned can be used in reality. Here, the more powerful you are, the more powerful you will be in reality. In the changing world, there are crises everywhere, and people desperately want to improve their strength. Therefore, more and more people began to frantically level up, frantically fight for money, frantically fight for equipment, and frantically improve their strength. However, where there were people, there were fights. For the sake of leveling, for the sake of exploding items, killings were everywhere. However, in the middle of the city in the game, the players were honest. If they weren't honest, they would be arrested and sent to jail, and if they killed someone, they would be beheaded. On the main street, there were extremely many pedestrians, both players and natives. Yi Chen's appearance did not attract the attention of the natives, but many players noticed Yi Chen. Because there were NPCs in the game for temporary missions, and Yi Chen's dress and attire looked like an NPC in every way. The players got excited and ran to the NPC, trying to strike up a conversation and get a quest. Unfortunately, the players suddenly realized that this NPC was so cold that it was impossible to talk to him. No matter how they talked, the NPC just ignored them. You lie in. After Yi Chen arrived here, he was about to enter the door and stay there first. Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something, then turned to look at the group of players who had not yet given up and spoke. Tomorrow at noon, I will hold an auction here. The items to be auctioned will be king-grade techniques, Xian-grade weapons, in addition to acquiring spirit medicines at a price of 10,000 gold to start. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed on the ground, the players were stunned in unison, and then WoW boiled over. What did I hear? A king-level technique? Xian-level weapons? I said that this NPC isn't talking, so it turns out that he's only going to pay attention to us after arriving at the inn. Nima, this NPC is awesome. The best thing sold in the store is bronze-level equipment. Silver can't even be seen. He actually has Xian-level weapons here. Xian-level counts for a hair. Didn't hear king-level feats. That is the king-level technique. Listen to people say, without this, you are even to 100 level also don't want to force over 90. Rely. The highest leveled feats that are popping out right now are the absolute best. King-level feats haven't appeared at all. Just as the players were having a heated discussion, Yi Chen entered the Yuelayan, asked for a heavenly character, and went to rest. Because at night, Yi Chen still had things to do. Right at this moment, a group of people came on the street, all wearing armor, domineeringly driving away the players at the entrance of the hotel. That NPC you said is staying at this inn? He's going to auction off king-level techniques as well as Xian-level weapons? A man in a brocade robe walked out at this time, looking towards the players waiting respectfully on the side, and opened his mouth to ask. Yes, young Wang, this is the place. That NPC lives in Tianzia number 1. The player said with a fawning face. Very good. The man in the brocade robe nodded with satisfaction before casually tossing that player a purple gold coin. Thank you, young king, for the reward. The player caught the purple gold coin with a surprised look on his face and thanked him repeatedly. Purple gold coins were a higher level of money than gold, which was the currency that was made after Pangu opened the currency exchange. 1 purple gold coin equals 10,000 gold. Wang Xiao then looked behind him at a man with a fierce face, who without saying a word, walked towards the players around him who refused to leave. Arriving in front of the players, the vicious and incomparable man spat disdainfully before opening his mouth and drinking. All ing, give me a good listen. Don't wanna die, listen well, is don't wanna die. Whether it's reality or the game. All ing, shut your mouths to the old man, and no one should spread the news here. Hear that. The surrounding players who refused to leave, when they heard this, one by one, their faces suddenly changed, and many of them gritted their teeth and turned around to leave the place. And then more and more players left this place. However, right at this moment, a message appeared on the world channel. Loyang, you alien, a mysterious NPC has appeared, auctioning off a king-level technique at noon tomorrow, as well as a Shin-level weapon. Don't ask me who I am, I'm a living lightning rod. The world channel, which was originally quite calm, instantly exploded. Surprisingly, there is an NPC auctioning off a king-level technique? And also auctioning Shin-level weapons? Nima, I want it too. Who can lend me some money? When I buy it, I'll bring you guys to practice and fight equipment and explode the technique. Seeking sponsorship, I'm Wuhan from the west with 1 sword, level 85, who can lend me money to buy the king-level feats. I'll sell my life to him for 3 years. King-level technique, you think it's cabbage? Now just ing popped up, so a book so many people want, will give you? In fact, the key is still this king-level merit lock can call the force value to break through 90, reach 91 points, enter the innate realm. This is related to the reality of the strength, who will give this to the people. Grass. Lousy also want, unfortunately, lousy have no money. Mother, we, a bunch of assholes, can only watch from the sidelines. I'm afraid those big powers have already begun to act. As the world channel twittered, Loyang's teleportation array, time and time again, lit up. Player after player appeared, and then headed straight to Loyang. Loyang, you alien. Wang Xiao looked at the players around him with an ironic expression on his face, and at this moment, the vicious man from before roared with a scowl on his face. Malagobes, ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, right? Old son's words you don't believe, right? Wait, a moment offline, I go door to door, find you, get you all dead, who ing don't want to live. A young man, at this time suddenly stood out, and then angrily cursed. You paralyzed, you come to find the old man, see if you find it, is not just a lot of people, pretend you paralyzed big-tail wolf, the reality is not in a city, the old man is really not afraid, tell you, just now the message, it is your father sent, how to drop, come to bite. Chapter 81 Zhang Jin. Dog thing, you give lousy weight, reality is not in a city, you are awesome? Let me tell you, if I tell you to not be able to mix in the game, you're just as screwed in reality. Hearing this, the fierce-looking man's face instantly turned ironclad, and then opened his mouth to drink. Che, you ing eat too much, Woyang old man can't mix down, there are other places, the world is so big, where can't mix. Youth finished then spit, viciously raised a middle finger. Lao Zi. The vicious-looking man was instantly infuriated, just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by that Wang Xiao. Enough, let's go. After Wang Xiao finished speaking, he left the Yuelian with a group of his men. The surrounding players were all relieved, and then left in 2s and 3s. However, as they left, one by one, they couldn't help but glance at the youth, before shaking their heads helplessly. What kind of expression do you guys have? The youth was dumbfounded before opening his mouth to ask. A word of advice, run far away before it's too late, the world is huge, but there's a ing teleportation array. A player was somewhat unable to bear it, then stopped and opened his mouth. The young man's face stiffened, swallowed half a day, could not say a word. You lion, 2nd floor, Tianzia number 1. Yi Chen sat next to the window and watched the scene that had just happened on the street, without even the slightest ripple appearing within his heart. The small episode on the street was just a microcosm of this world, there was oppression, there was resistance. But in the end, the ones who could survive and mix well were often the ones who were powerful. Powerful individuals were hard to come by in the novice zone. The ones who could mingle and do well were always those lord-class players. Individuals could only fight monsters and follow the plot to mix up some equipment and feats. Wanting to be powerful, or pretending to be a bully, as the youth before, often ends up being beaten. How the youth's future would be, Yi Chen didn't care, and wouldn't be moved because, the youth sent out the news of the auction in the world channel. He does not send, the same people will spread out, but it is just a little bit later in time. Like that Wang Xiao was so pretentious, he would be hated by many people, and if they could trip him up, they wouldn't fail to do so. If you don't send it out now, you can send it out through other means. Therefore, the news of the auction could not be stopped. Looking at the sky, Yi Chen casually closed the window, and then began to cultivate the 9 revolutions Xian Gong. Strength can not only rely on fighting monsters and upgrading to improve, but also rely on cultivation, can also rely on swallowing spiritual medicine. This is also the reason why Yi Chen chose to buy pills during the auction. In the newbie zone, there really weren't many elixirs, but at least there were some. Although the strength of the players was generally not strong at the moment, the number of players was really quite a lot. When there were more people, there was a possibility of people who hit the big time and got good things. Such existences, Yi Chen had seen some in his previous life. And it was these people that Yi Chen was aiming for. Anything else, except for some treasures, were all trash to Yi Chen. Feats: 9 Revolution Xian Gong, Divine Lantern Royal Thunder Decision, both were the top chaos grade feats. Weapons: the God Slayer Lance Remnant, was an innate treasure. What Yi Chen lacked now was various treasures as well as elixirs. Of course, as soon as the Yellow Turban Rebellion broke out in the near future, Yi Chen would have the opportunity to rapidly increase his strength. Right now, there was no experience in killing any mountain bandits or anything like that. While Yi Chen was practicing in the inn, Loyang City was bustling with activity. The entire Three Kingdoms newbie zone, but all the players with money, without exception, ran to Loyang. The targets were the 2 pieces of trash that Yi Chen was going to auction off, the Mountain Shaking Skill King grade, true, and the Thunder Gun Shin grade, true. The secrets hidden in the true items were not known by anyone at this moment. However, at most one more day, in reality, someone would casually invoke a long sword because of a fight. That long sword was a true weapon. The level was very low, but it also exposed the secret of the word true. In this life, when the game first started, Yi Chen had originally planned to be a backstabber for once. However, with the development of his power, Yi Chen lost his mind. With this kind of effort, it would be better to attack the city and plunder the land. The stronger the force, the more money you can make from fighting, the more money you can make than being a thief. Moreover, even if Yi Chen were to become a dumping ground, he wouldn't be able to receive any high-level real items. Even if he did, it would be Yi Chen's own. Therefore, there was no need to be a backstabber. It was more suitable for Yi Chen to directly reveal his secrets. Time passed little by little. When the bright moon hung in the sky, Yi Chen opened his eyes. It's time. Yi Chen exhaled a long breath and then changed into a brocade robe. After getting dressed, he came to the north side of the window, opened the window and took a look, and then jumped down. This was a residential hutong, not facing the street, plus it was nighttime, so no one appeared here. Yi Chen landed without a sound, left without a sound, and then traveled towards a mansion in his memory. An hour later, Yi Chen walked out from the Zhang mansion, the corner of his mouth curled up, before returning to the Yulai Inn. Zhang mansion. The Grand Eunuch Zhang Jin was lying on a recliner, holding a night pearl the size of a baby's fist with an obsessed face. On the table next to him, there was a plate, and on the plate, there were 35 other night pearls of the same size. The bedroom that should have been dim was unexpectedly as bright as day at this moment. Righteous Father, that kid Yi Chen sent Righteous Father such a strange treasure. Could it be that he has ulterior motives? A young man walked in at this moment, looking at the night pearl in Zhang Jin's hand and said with a skeptical expression. Plot? But it's just an honored person. What kind of scheme can there be? Even if there is, it's just for the sake of official position. Zhang Jin said in a sharp voice. But, my son heard from his men that this Yi Chen, during the daytime today, killed He Jin, that old piker's 500 cavalrymen, and Righteous Father is going to take this matter for him? The young man frowned and asked. Stupid. Zhang Jin pointedly cursed, before getting up to look at the young man and continued. How can a miscellaneous family not protect someone who can kill that He Jin's pipsqueak's 500 cavalry? Besides, do you think that just without the miscellaneous family, that Yi Chen can be framed by He Jin? Don't forget, the news that he came to Loyang to present a treasure for His Majesty has already spread to everyone. Chapter 82, The Miserable Framer. When the young man heard this, his face changed and he hurriedly spoke. But, Righteous Father, this person Yi Chen is known to everyone as a white-eyed wolf, villain, scum, doing all the bad things, doing all the evil things. In case he bites back at Righteous Father at that time, then. Pa! Zhang Jin fiercely slapped the young man, and then pointedly drank. The miscellaneous family does not have you as a righteous son from today. You are limited to 1 hour to get out of Loyang. Otherwise, don't blame the miscellaneous family for not showing mercy. Righteous Father. The young man covered his smacked face and couldn't help but froze before shouting in shock. Come on, people. Zhang Jin shouted angrily. Righteous Father, I will leave Loyang right away. The young man was startled and hurriedly opened his mouth, and after saying that, he hurriedly left Zhang Jin's residence. Zhang Jin looked at the young man's back and said coldly. Stupid bastard. If it wasn't for the fact that you have been honoring my family for 3 days, my family would definitely call for your head to fall to the ground. Surprisingly, in front of the face of the miscellaneous family to say what bad things to do, evil things to do, really do not know how to write the word death. On the main street. After the young man came out from Zhang Jin's residence, his face suddenly turned that called an iron green. What the heck, dead eunuch, Lao Zi gave you so much money, but even said flip-flop. The young man finished glancing back at Zhang Jin's mansion, his face became even more ugly. Grass. Originally wanted to get the king-level martial arts from this dead eunuch, he damn surprisingly failed because of one sentence. The young man said here, a hideous expression appeared on his face all of a sudden. Yi Chen. It's all Yi Chen. Damn him, if it wasn't him, I wouldn't have been kicked out, and I would have definitely gotten my hands on the king grade technique. As he finished viciously, a sinister and fierce light flashed in his eyes. Since Lousy didn't lean into you, then you don't want to be good either. Now so many people are looking for you. If I don't sell you at a good price, I'll be too sorry for you. The young man made an instant decision, and then sent out a sentence on the world channel. I have Yi Chen's exact location at this moment. If you want to know, one price, 1 million taels of gold, no second price. As soon as this sentence appeared, the world channel instantly exploded. Where is Yi Chen? Speak up quickly. Yeah, speak up. Where is boss Yi Chen? I'm determined to follow him. Nima, why do I feel like this is a fraud? Recently, there are quite a few people posing as Yi Chen's relatives, waving around and deceiving a lot of people at the time. Definitely a liar, Nima. So many forces can't find Yi Chen. He knows nothing. That's right, everyone don't be cheated by him. It's not easy to earn money. Finally came to this S-pocket. That's what a cry can't come. The world channel was very lively, but basically they all called the young man to tell Yi Chen's exact location now. Either that or they said that the young man was a liar. There really wasn't a single person who believed him. On the streets of Loyang, the young man looked at the world channel with a blue face. It had been a while, but all of them were scolding him or telling him to tell Yi Chen's address, but none of them believed him, and there was no one who even added him as a friend. Malgobis, surprisingly don't believe me. The young man was furious and jumped straight to his feet. A moment later, he once again sent a sentence in the world channel. Old me is Mordor Zhao Ritian. Lousy not only knows where Yi Chen is, but also saw him. Believe Lousy, spend money to buy news, one price, 10 million taels of gold. As soon as the young man's words appeared in the world channel instantly cleared the screen. However, 3 seconds later, a bunch of people started cursing the young man again. 1. Identification complete. Comic 1, firm over. Stupid than 1, firm over. Zhao Riten looked at the world channel's constant screen of abuse and was so angry that his entire body shook. Right at this moment, a queue for a friend request sounded out one after another. Zhao Ritian froze slightly before the corners of his mouth curled up, and one by one, he clicked accept. Just as Zhao Riten waited for those who added his friends, spoke to him, and then one person gave him 10 million taels of gold to buy Yi Chen's message, one after another prompt sounded right after the other. Ding, your close friend, Luo Badao, has severed his friendship with you due to his distaste for you. Ding, your close friend Blood Rose, due to loathing you, cuts you off. Ding, your best friend. One prompt after another, causing Zhao Ritian to freeze again and again. This Nima, it shouldn't be didn't they add me as a friend in order to buy Yi Chen's news? When Zhao Ritian said this, he suddenly remembered something, and then his face froze. I day your grandpa's, the original Add Lousy friend, is in order to see Lousy's current position. After Zhao Ritian finished speaking, he ran to the world channel and cursed. You shameless bastards, adding me as a friend just to see where I am. Hurry up and give me 10 million taels of gold, heck, or else I'll find Zhang Jin to clean you up. As soon as Zhao Ritian's words appeared in the world channel, the world instantly quieted down, then the number of people who added Zhao Ritian's friends increased. Zhao Ritian, who was furious, was instantly blown up by the series of system prompts. Once again, he spent money to curse in the world channel. Rubbish people, still want to get something for nothing? Still want to add Lousy's friend? Let me tell you, none of you want to know Yi Chen's location. As soon as Zhao Ritian's words landed, a message instantly appeared within the world channel. So, Yi Chen is in Loyang. Zhao Ritian was slightly stunned before realizing that the person who sent the message was actually a friend he had curiously added when he first entered the game. I'll you up. Zhao Ritian was instantly infuriated and spat out 3 liters of blood. Right at this moment, the sound of urgent, rapid footsteps suddenly rang out. Only to see a group of eunuchs wearing gold-level equipment rushing out from Zhang Jin's mansion. Zhao Ritian was about to continue his tirade on the world channel and continue venting, but at this instant, he remembered something. Zhang Jin had told him to leave Luoyang within an hour. Thinking of this, Zhao Ritian's entire body became bad. Not caring about continuing to grind, he turned around and ran towards Luoyang's teleportation array. A whoosh sound came. An arrow instantly hit Zhao Ritian before passing through his heart. Right at this moment, a world announcement instantly rang out. Ding, player Zhao Ritian conspired to cause chaos, 10 evils are unforgivable, and has now been beheaded by Zhang Changshi. Chapter 83, Storm in the Court. As soon as the world announcement appeared, the world channel instantly cleared the screen. 3 seconds later, the world channel was once again lively. Before I seem to have heard him say, called Zhang Jin to clean up those who added his friends and did not give money? Nima, laughed my ass off, just thought how powerful he is, befriended the grand eunuch Zhang Jin. Originally, this is a pretender. This is being ed into, haha. Also Nima looking for Zhang Jin, this is good, being ed by Zhang Jin. Serves him right, told him to pretend, but then again, Yi Chen the fierce man, how did he run to Luoyang? This who knows, if it wasn't for the fact that the money on my body isn't generous, I would have immediately teleported to Luoyang to see the honorable face of Yi Chen's great god. What are you guys talking about? I just went online and Yi Chen data is in Luoyang? Yi Chen is in Luoyang, exactly where, it's not clear yet. I'm going to Luoyang right now to meet this fierce man. Grass can finally call Lousy to know Yi-Chen nowhere. Damn, this time Lousy want to ask him face to face. Why hide the secret of the game not to say? Change you know the secret, you will say? Are you a ing traitor to Yi-Chen? Nima, I'm speaking on the matter. You ing think all the 4 C's are your mom. The content of the World Channel, at the back, directly shifted to Yi-Chen, and the bickering was unbelievable. Yi-Chen didn't open the World Channel, so he didn't know anything about what was happening in the World Channel. However, that system announcement called for Yi-Chen, who had returned to the Yuelayan, to freeze for a moment. Zhao Ritian? Yi-Chen thought and thought, but he could never remember such a character in his previous life. How could he have been killed by Zhang Jin, and was even convicted of plotting to cause chaos? Yi-Chen thought and thought, but couldn't make out a clue, so he just didn't think about it and continued to cultivate the 9 revolutions Xian Gong. What Yi-Chen didn't know was that this Zhao Ritian was actually a tragic character with bad luck. In his previous life, Zhao Ritian had exhausted his family's wealth without being able to obtain a king-level technique from Zhang Jin, and was eventually annihilated in the dust of history by later generations. In this lifetime, because he was jealous of Yi-Chen's various world announcements, Zhao Ritian gave Yi-Chen a bad name. However, he didn't know that in this world, there was another attribute that couldn't be seen or touched. Shi luck. Yi-Chen came back to life, and his own luck was abundant, and the only piece of God-grade village building order between heaven and earth was also obtained and used by Yi-Chen to build reincarnation. The reincarnation territory autonomously gathered heaven and earth's chi, and this chi belonged to Yi-Chen. Therefore, Zhao Ritian's tragedy, because of his selfishness, because of his greed and avarice, was advanced by at least a year. Yi-Chen naturally wasn't clear about this, but it didn't matter if he knew or not, a garbage-like existence wasn't worth Yi-Chen's brain. The next day, before dawn, Yi-Chen quietly left the inn and came to wait quietly outside the imperial city. The imperial palace of the Great Han Empire, the morning court was held as usual. Emperor Lu Hong of the Han Dynasty, dressed in imperial robes, sat on top of his chair with a godless face. He played too crazy last night, and also called 5 concubines to sleep in a row. At this moment, he can come to the court, but also to go through the motions, to show his wisdom. Otherwise, Lu Hong will not come to the court at all. Lu Hong yawned and waved his hand at Zhang Jin in boredom. Zhang Jin nodded with a fawning face, and then stepped forward, puffed out his chest and looked at the court full of civil and military personnel, and pointedly shouted, "Have this book to present, without this book, retire from the court." "Minister, there is a book to present." Great General He Jin stood out with an angry face and bowed. "Speak." Lu Hong glanced at He Jin and couldn't help but stare before speaking. He Jin bowed, and then shouted impassionedly, "Your Majesty! Yi-Chen, the mayor of Reincarnation Town, beheaded 5,000 of the Han cavalry outside of Loyang City yesterday. This son has committed a crime and has no regard for the law of the land. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to capture this evil thief and behead his entire family in order to revitalize the dynasty." Lu Hong heard here, suddenly stunned, and then furious. "Such a rebellious son, why report to me, directly kill?" Lu Hong said here, suddenly froze, and then looked at Zhang Jin doubtfully, opened his mouth. "Yi-Chen? How come I seem to have heard this name from somewhere?" "Your Majesty, Yi-Chen is the one who fought more than 100,000 bandits and killed 15,000 Wuhan cavalry, the first-class viscount of the Han Empire, the one who is rumored to be presenting a treasure for your Majesty in Loyang these days." Zhang Jin said with a fawning face. "Ha? It's him? I remember, he is going to offer me a treasure and came to Loyang, but why did he behead 5,000 Han cavalrymen?" When Lu Hong heard this, his eyes lit up, and then he asked with a puzzled face. Coming to Loyang to offer a treasure, but also killing 5,000 great Han cavalrymen, something so obviously wrong. Even if Lu Hong is dim, he also feels very incredible. "Your Majesty, the slave girl has a sentence that I don't know if I should say." Zhang Jin bowed before speaking. After saying that, Zhang Jin carefully glanced at Yi Jin before revealing an exaggerated to the extreme look of fear, and "Speak! With me here, who dares to bully you?" Lu Hong was furious when he saw how scared Zhang Jin was, and then opened his mouth to drink. He Jin on top of the courtroom, his face instantly turned incomparably blue, viciously looking at Zhang Jin, with an appearance of wanting to eat Zhang Jin alive. Zhang Jin lightly glanced at Yi Jin, and then bowed to Lu Hong with a respectful face and opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, the slave girl heard from someone that Viscount Yi-Chen, who traveled a long distance with a lot of hard work, escorted the treasures to Loyang, but someone sent out his family generals to snatch the treasures. And Viscount Yi-Chen was loyal to your Majesty. Even though he was in crisis and could be killed at any time, he still fought back and eventually killed those family generals and protected the treasure for your Majesty." As soon as Zhang Zhang's words landed on the ground, Lu Hong instantly became furious and slapped his hand on the chair. "Pa! He Jin! You tell me why you want to rob my treasures." Lu Hong's face was blue as he roared at He Jin. "Your Majesty! I didn't send anyone to rob your Majesty's treasures." He Jin was startled and hurriedly bowed. Although he had the intention to rob the treasures, he didn't dare to send people, but also to rob the war horses. But how can this be said? Saying it would be the same as slapping his own face. People Yi Chen came to Loyang to offer the treasure, you sent people to rob the warhorse, was beheaded the family general sent, but also went to the court to make false accusations? You are a great general, do you still want to lose face? At this moment, He Jin was more uncomfortable than eating a dead fly, but he couldn't continue to defend himself, before he said that Yi Chen had killed 5,000 cavalrymen. There was already an element of exaggeration, now well, by Zhang Jin, it was useless for He Jin to explain any further. Asshole, if it wasn't for Afe's face, I would have lynched you to death. Lu Hong roared angrily. Cold sweat instantly hangs on He Jin's face and he hurriedly bows and explains. Your Majesty, I'm guilty, I didn't react until now, I was hoodwinked by my subordinates, I didn't even know Yi Chen before, much less that Yi Chen came to offer the treasure. Nor did I know that my subordinates went out to fight Yi Chen's idea, but Your Majesty, the micro-minister now understands that they must have gone out for the warhorse Yi Chen brought with him, after all, they are all heartfelt people, for the sake of Your Majesty, for the sake of the Great Han, they want to get their hands on Yi Chen's warhorse so that they can go into battle and kill the enemy in return for Your Majesty's service. I implore Your Majesty to think twice. A military general stepped out and bowed. I implore Your Majesty to think twice, the great general does not know about this, and those 5,000 cavalrymen, who are there for the warhorse, are there for the sake of the Great Han, for the sake of Your Majesty, and are not robbing the treasures that are being offered to Your Majesty. Wang Yin stepped out at this time and bowed. Chapter 84 Offering Treasure. Enough! Lu Hong stormed out. After a while, Lu Hong said with an iron face, Great General He Jin, not strict in the imperial court, fined for 3 years and 10,000 purple gold coins. He Jin's face stiffened when he heard this. 1 purple gold coin is 10,000 gold, this is 100 million gold at once, although it is said that He Jin can take it out, but this amount is too much. Don't tell me that you don't have it, if you dare to say a word, I will send someone to copy your house. Lu Hong said coldly at this time. The micro-minister. Micro-minister will find a way to get together. He Jin was shocked and hurriedly bowed and responded. Lu Hong heard this, coldly snorted, opened his mouth and drank. 3 days, I will only give you 3 days, if you can't see it, you'll be waiting to be copied out of the house. I obey the decree. He Jin hurriedly bowed and responded. Father Jin, has that kid Yi Chen arrived in Loyang? Why hasn't he come to see me yet? Lu Hong didn't even look at Yi Jin, he directly looked at Zhang Jin and asked with an eager face. Your Majesty, Viscount Yi Chen doesn't have an official position, so if he wants to come to see Your Majesty, he can only wait for Your Majesty to summon him. Zhang Jin said with a smiling bow. At this moment, Zhang Jin was in an extremely good mood. Especially when he saw Yi Jin's shocked and angry look but didn't dare to say anything, Zhang Jin was in a good mood. Therefore, putting in a good word for Yi Chen also said just the right thing. Official position? By the way, Yi Chen, this son is the one who fought more than 100,000 bandits, and also killed 15,000 Wuhan cavalry, which can be called the pillar of the country, why don't I see someone report it? Lu Hong slightly froze, then opened his mouth and asked. Your Majesty, perhaps the generals on the Yuzhou side don't want Viscount Yi Chen to venture out and don't want to be compared to Viscount Yi Chen, whether this is the case or not, the slave girl is not sure, please forgive me, Your Majesty. Zhang Jin said with a look of regret. The actual situation, Zhang Jin naturally refused to say. Because any official who wants to be promoted has to go through his hands, you have high merit? You don't give enough benefits and want to become an official? Dream on. Daring. Who is in charge of Reincarnation Town? Lu Hong angrily shouted. Your Majesty, the slave girl checked last night, it seems to be Gongsun Zan. Zhang Jin said at this time in an uncharacteristically light manner. Gongsun Zan? Which one is Gongsun Zan again? Whoever he is, pass the decree. Gongsun Zan's virtue is poor and he is jealous of the virtuous, relegate him to the common people. Lu Hong spoke without thinking. Your Majesty. No. Lu Ji suddenly stood out and shouted. Why? Lu Hong asked angrily. Your Majesty, General Gongsun Zan is a military general and does not have the authority to manage the Reincarnation Town, not to mention the fact that at this moment, it is the time of the Wuhan rebellion, and Gongsun Zan is leading the troops to go out to quell the rebellion, and if he is hastily demoted, the borders will surely be destabilized. Lu Ji bowed before speaking. Your Majesty, Viscount Yi Chen's bravery is exceptional, 15,000 cavalry said to be wiped out completely, and the slave girl heard that Viscount Yi Chen decimated 15,000 Wuhan cavalry, and didn't even hurt a single soldier or a single pawn. Ask anyone who can do this. Zhang Jin glanced at Lu Ji before speaking. With the help of the terrain, it can be done, although I can't confirm the situation at that time, I'm sure that Viscount Yi Chen must have used the advantage of the terrain, otherwise, it's impossible for Duan to not injure a single soldier. Lu Ji unwillingly opened his mouth to explain. All shut up for me. Let Father Yu say, is Yi Chen really brave and capable of sweeping away the rebels for me? Lu Hong angrily shouted, then looked at Zhang Jin and opened his mouth to ask. This. Zhang Jin was also hard to stop for a while, say it can, in case Yi Chen didn't do it, then he would lose face. If he said no, what he said before was equal to hitting his own face. After a quick turn of mind, Zhang Jin clenched his teeth and said with certainty, the slave servant feels that this son can do better than Gongsun Zan. In an instant, many people in the court full of civil and military personnel revealed a look of contempt. Nima, what words have been given to you? Why don't you just say whether you can or not? Zhang Jin naturally saw the gazes of the entire court, but his face did not change at all. Lu Hong nodded his head in satisfaction at this time, and then spoke, "Call Yi Chen to me, I want to see the treasures he brought to me." "Yes, your majesty." Zhang Jin bowed and replied, then looked towards the entrance of the courtroom and shouted in a shrill voice, "Declare Viscount Yi Chen of Wuhan Town, enter the hall." The eunuch on duty at the doorway bowed, and then hurriedly ran towards the outside of the palace. The entrance of the imperial city. A creaking sound came. Yi Chen also let out his breath at this moment before looking towards the city gate. A eunuch hurriedly ran out, and after seeing Yi Chen, he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you Viscount Yi Chen of Reincarnation Town?" Yi Chen nodded and spoke, "Precisely." Although this was the second time he heard a eunuch speak, Yi Chen still felt that it was still a bit awkward. "Quickly follow me into the palace, His Majesty has summoned us." After the eunuch finished speaking, he hurriedly led Yi Chen towards the palace. The palace hall. After Yi Chen followed the eunuch here, he walked into the grand hall alone. When Yi Chen arrived at the grand hall, the court full of artifacts all looked over. There were hateful ones, expressionless ones, curious ones, and then there was no more. When Yi Chen saw this, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The ploy has succeeded. No need to worry about any stigma. Thinking of this, Yi Chen bowed and saluted. "Yi Chen, greetings to His Majesty. Long live, 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 long live." What a pillar of talent! After Lu Hong saw Yi Chen's young appearance, he couldn't help but stare before speaking. "Viscount Yi Chen, where is His Majesty's treasure? Quickly present it." Zhang Jin looked at Yi Chen at this time and opened his mouth. "Here it is." Yi Chen smiled faintly before opening his mouth. After that, with a move of his right hand, a sandalwood box instantly appeared in Yi Chen's hand. "Quickly! Quickly present it!" When Lu Hong saw the sandalwood box in Yi Chen's hand, he instantly brightened up before opening his mouth and shouting. Zhang Jin smiled fawningly, and then hurriedly walked down the steps and came in front of Yi Chen, taking the sandalwood box from Yi Chen's hands. In order to prevent any danger, Zhang Jin opened it first and checked it. At this instant, the hall, which was still somewhat dim, instantly lit up like day, and a feeling that called for comfort instantly rose from everyone's hearts. Zhang Jin smiled slightly after seeing the box's huge night pearl that was the size of an adult male's fist, but he quickly returned to normal. After glancing at Yi Chen, Zhang Jin expressionlessly carried the sandalwood box up the steps before handing it over to Lu Hong. Chapter 85 General Pingbei. One by one, the civil and military personnel of the entire dynasty at this moment turned their eyes towards the box in Lu Hong's hands. The curious ones were more than 80%, while the rest were shocked. Even the ministers who had foul tempers and were always straightforward were no exception. Because the moment Zhang Jin opened the box, not only did it instantly illuminate the hall, but also everyone felt very comfortable. Lu Hong took the sandalwood box and directly opened it. In the next second, Lu Hong froze. The whole dynasty also froze. The pearl of the night is not no one has seen, although rare, but is not what much of a treasure. And sandalwood box in the night pearl just revealed the tip of the iceberg. It shows it's extraordinary. Ordinary night pearl, broad daylight, simply cannot see what, can only wait for the night. But this pearl of night, not only big, but also in broad daylight still luminous, but also will be a little dim hall to shine bright as day. However, its light is not blinding in the slightest. Not only that, within the great hall, the moment the sandalwood box was opened, the sense of comfort that had disappeared because of the cover of the box, reappeared. Good. 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 Lu Hong looked at the huge and incomparable night pearl in the sandalwood box with glowing eyes and said 3 good words in a row. At this moment, Lu Hong was incomparably excited, because such a treasure, he really had never seen before. This is not important, the important thing is, such a treasure, not only big, daytime can also be luminous, but also gave Lu Hong a kind of body comfort feeling. As the emperor, Lu Hong what mountain delicacies have not eaten, what tonic supplements have not eaten, but even so, he still had a feeling that the body was emptied. And at this moment, Lu Hong actually felt that his energy was slowly recovering. Ha 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 ha. Such a heaven and earth wonder, when it is owned by me. Lu Hong picked up the huge night pearl at this moment, while roaring with excitement. Your Majesty, why does the slave girl feel that this item can prolong life? Zhang Jin glanced at Yi Chen at this time, and then said to Lu Hong with a shocked face. Indeed, I also have such a feeling. Lu Hong nodded his head excitedly and said. Lu Hong said here, then looked at Yi Chen. Originally to Yi Chen is not very cordial Lu Hong, this moment, how to look at Yi Chen how I, just opened his mouth want to give Yi Chen a big official, but in an instant, Lu Hong heartache. Because of the seal, he will have no money to earn, but Yi Chen gave him such a good treasure, he can't not seal. After thinking for a moment, Lu Hong opened his mouth and said. Yi Chen, you offered me such heaven and earth wonders, you deserve a lot of credit, plus you fought more than 100,000 bandits and wiped out 15,000 Wuhan cavalry, you say, what official position you want, I shall give it to you. Your Majesty, everything in this world belongs to Your Majesty. Yi Chen doesn't dare to take the credit, but let Your Majesty make the decision. Yi Chen bowed and spoke. Good. What a good everything under the sky belongs to me. Yi Chen, your words, they are deep in my heart. I will appoint you as General Jinwei today. Lu Hong was slightly stunned, and then laughed openly. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Originally, Yi Chen thought that he would at most be appointed a partial general or something like that, but he did not expect to come up and give a General Jinwei. Although General Jinwei is a miscellaneous general, but at least it is also a 4th grade official, not a partial general that 5th grade official position can be compared to. Just as Yi Chen was about to give his thanks, a loud cry suddenly came out. Your Majesty must not. Yi Chen frowned and looked out of the corner of his eye, but Yi Jin stood out with an ugly face and opened his mouth to stop Lu Hong from sealing the reward. Why not? Lu Hong was happy. When a person suddenly appeared to add to the trouble, his mood was naturally bad. Your Majesty, although Yi Chen is a nobleman, he has no experience as an officer, plus he is young. If he is hastily appointed as General Jinwei, the generals in the army are afraid that they will not be convinced. Yi Jin said with a sincere face. Your Majesty, generals in the army go into battle to kill the enemy and have military achievements before being promoted. The humble minister somewhat does not quite understand. Generals in the army, when do they need experience as an officer? Lu Shi frowned and glanced at Yi Jin, before standing out and bowing. What General Lu said is very true. The slave girl is also very strange. This army generals, when do they need experience as an officer? Isn't it just a matter of being able to lead an army into battle? Zhang Jin's 2 eyes flashed, and then looked at Lu Hong with a puzzled face and opened his mouth. When Yi Jin heard this, his face changed again and again, and his body trembled and shook violently because of his anger. Yi Jin, you get the hell out of here. Go home and face the wall for half a month. In addition, you are limited to handing over 50,000 purple gold coins within a day. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for me to plunge your home and exterminate your clan. Lu Hong stood up with a tang and then angrily shouted. Your Majesty! Rest your anger. When Great General said being an official, he did not mean a civil official, but a military official. Wang Yin stood out at this time and shouted. Your Majesty! What the Micro-Chen said was about the military officials, Your Majesty. The Micro-Chen really didn't mean anything else. Yi Jin heard this and hurriedly bowed and shouted. Okay, you said it's a military official, then I ask you. Yi Chen led the troops into battle, eliminated more than 100,000 bandits, annihilated 15,000 Wuhan cavalry, and the soldiers and generals were unharmed. How can this be explained? Does he have any experience? Can he be a general? Lu Hong droned with an ironclad face. Can. Your Majesty, Yi Chen can be a general. I am just worried that Yi Chen is too young and will easily develop arrogance, Your Majesty. Yi Jin hurriedly spoke. Enough. You get out of here. Tonight, if you can't get 100,000 purple gold coins, you'll kill yourself for me. Hearing this, Lu Hong became even more angry and without hesitation, he opened his mouth and drank. Your Majesty, Yi Jin's face stiffened, shouted in horror. Don't talk too much, I don't want to hear another word from you. If you dare to say one more word, the fine will be raised 10 times. Lu Hong angrily shouted. When Yi Jin heard this, his entire person instantly aged 10 years. Nima, that's 100,000 purple gold coins. When converted, it's 1 billion gold. Let him take it out at night. How can he take it out? However, he didn't dare to speak, bowed, and then staggered out of the hall. Yi Chen looked at the departing Yi Jin and narrowed his eyes. This Yi Jin, this time is offended ruthlessly, but it doesn't matter, he can't jump for long, and he can't get in my way. Thinking of this, Yi Chen glanced at the white-haired Wang Yun again, and both eyes flashed a cold light, and then returned to normal. Lu Hong glanced at Yi Jin in disgust before opening his mouth and drinking. Pass on the decree. Viscount of the Great Han Empire, Yi Chen, with great military achievements and merits to the state, is hereby appointed as the 3rd grade Pingbei General. Chapter 86, World Shock. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, with his great military achievements, he is now promoted to General Pingbei of the Great Han Empire, with an official title of 3rd rank. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, with his great military achievements, he is now promoted to General Pingbei of the Great Han Empire, with an official title of 3rd grade. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, with great military achievements, he is now promoted to General Pingbei of the Great Han Empire, with an official title of 3rd grade. The world announcement was silent for a night and rang out once again. This time, the world announcement was different. Like a drop of water in a frying pan, the world channel instantly exploded. Boss Yi Chen is awesome. Boss Yi Chen is mighty and domineering. Boss Yi Chen is unrivaled. Ha ha ha. No, my cousin's awesome. Tell you guys, my cousin Yi Chen, there's something even more awesome that hasn't been shown. Scums, quickly come to kneel to worship my cousin Yi Chen, that is called first class powerful. You do not obey, cannot. A bunch of idiots. What does Yi Chen have to do with you guys? That's my own brother. I'll ask my brother to take me to Wang Yun's house to see Diochan. Damn, you bunch of scum, can you not be such a runt? Yi Chen has nothing to do with you? Comedians, all roll home and go to bed. Don't even know what to say. Didn't see the Ping Bei general. This is the real genuine third-grade military officer. I don't know what to say. Is anyone getting an official position right now? No, right? Then why did Yi Chen become a genuine third-grade Ping Bei general? Nima, what military achievements did Yi Chen make? It's not fair. Can you play a fair game? That's right, but also don't want to call people to play happily. Is the third grade, a moment is the third grade. Damn, must give an explanation. Do not give me an explanation. I do not play this game. Right. Must give us an explanation. No explanation, we won't play. Don't play +1. Not playing plus 10,086. I think I see? Not playing? You think anyone cares? Don't forget what this damn world has become, and don't forget that everything in reality is supplied by that brain, and you're not playing? You want to laugh old man to death so you can inherit the property? Ignore these what to do, said not to play, is nothing but want to call the wise brain out to explain, and then want to point out what compensation and so on. Unfortunately, brainwashed is a disease, there is no medicine to cure yet. Wisdom brain if pay attention to this is good. Unfortunately, wisdom brain does not care about this, but then again, Yi Chen came to Loyang, is for this positive third grade Ping Bei general, right? Right now, I just want to know how Yi Chen obtained this positive third grade Ping Bei general. I also want to know, grass, when you become an official, you can have unlimited stormtroop. Leading troops out of the house is not afraid of being labeled as a rebel. Unlimited fart, you to be an official just randomly mob. Retard, there are limits. Yi Chen. I'm XXX, I'm now officially informing you to come to me at the Loyang Yin. If you don't come, you'll suffer the consequences. Yi Chen, the Hegemony Alliance sincerely invites you to join. The position of the Alliance leader is open for grabs. As long as you're willing to come, what do you want, right? The game barn? No. As long as you're willing to come, the game barn of the Hegemony Alliance, it's yours. Scarlet Romance invites Brother Yi Chen to join us. We have schoolgirls, models, stars, everything. As long as Brother Yi Chen is willing to come, you are our boss. Iron Blood Heroes Group, we sincerely invite Brother Yi Chen to join. As long as you're willing to come, you can talk about anything. The World Channel was bustling beyond words. There were those who posed as Yi Chen's relatives to pretend to be a pussy. There were those who were envious and jealous. There were those who did not care about the loss to pull in with all their might. And more than that, there were those who threatened Yi Chen explicitly and implicitly. Because Yi Chen's body was still in the real world, it was inevitable to be discovered. And this was exactly the base for some forces to directly threaten Yi Chen. However, these forces didn't know that Yi Chen wasn't even in the safe city built by smart brain Pangu, which only had a 3-month statute of limitations. Luoyang, Imperial Palace. Yi Chen's 2 eyes snapped open when he heard the system's prompt. The positive third rank. Where did Yi Chen think that the official that Lu Hong had appointed was not the previously mentioned 4th rank miscellaneous general, General Jinwei? Rather, it was a full 3rd rank 1 step higher, Ping Bei general. The 3rd rank, the maximum number of soldiers is there, the number of 300,000. But for Yi Chen, it was enough. Moreover, with this official position, Yi Chen doesn't have to take care of Gong Sun, who hasn't risen yet, in Yuzhou. Originally, Yi Chen was still planning to shade Gong Sun, but now, even if Gong Sun succeeded in quelling the rebellion according to history and became an official Zhonglong general, it didn't have the slightest effect on Yi Chen. Because that is a 4th grade general, not even a 4th grade general. Not to mention comparing it to Yi Chen's Ping Bei general who was of the 3rd rank. General Ping Bei, still not thanking you for your grace na. Zhang Jian looked at Yi Chen with both eyes glowing, shouting with a smile on his face. General Ping Bei, Yi Chen, thank your majesty for the reward. Long live the emperor, long live 10,000 years old. Yi Chen returned to his senses and hurriedly bowed towards Lu Hong with incomparable excitement. General Ping Bei, Yuzhou, I will leave it to you. You have to remember, you must put the rebels to death for me. I will give you the power to act cheaply. Lu Hong laughed, and then opened his mouth. Lu Hong was satisfied with Yi Chen's excitement. Originally, Lu Hong was planning to give Yi Chen a 4th grade miscellaneous general, but after being exasperated by He Jin, Lu Hong also came to be angry. Coupled with the heaven and earth wonders that Yi Chen had sent was extremely satisfied, so he directly gave Yi Chen a 3rd grade Ping Bei general. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyes lit up violently. Acting cheaply, this wasn't a big reward, but for Yi Chen, the gold content of this thing was 10%. With this, Yi Chen would be able to send out troops at will without having to discuss with anyone, as long as it was under the banner of pacifying the rebellion. Thinking of this, Yi Chen hurriedly bowed and said, the humble minister obeys the decree. Good. I'll give you 3 months, make sure to wipe out the Yuzhou rebels. Lu Hong nodded with satisfaction before speaking. As soon as Lu Hong's words landed on the ground, the entire dynasty of civil and military personnel froze in unison, and then looked at Yi Chen with more unusual flavors in their gazes. Chapter 87 Acquiring Spirit Medicine. Yi Chen naturally discovered the unusual eyes of the dynasty's civil and military personnel, and there was no need to guess what they wanted Yi Chen to guess. 3 months to quell the rebellion, this is simply impossible. Of course, this was the idea of the whole dynasty. However, for Yi Chen, to pacify the rebellion, it was very simple. Yi Chen is not a native of this world, he is a player, a reborn player. At this moment, he has nearly 50,000 soldiers, among which there is the only special legion that can be infinitely advanced, the Reincarnation Legion. If you want war horses, you have war horses. If you want a general, there is the first-class historical general, Dian Wei. If you want a military advisor, there is Gui Jia, a first-rate historical civil servant. More importantly, the town of Reincarnation, there is also a bed crossbow of 15,000 huge, attacking the city. This thing is even more formidable than a stone thrower. Even without this, Yi Chen still had a way to attack the town and sweep away the rebels. 3 months, that was enough time. This was also the limit for obtaining the Pingbei General. If Yi Chen failed to complete it, his official position would be withdrawn, and there was a possibility that he would be punished or even imprisoned for questioning. Yi Chen knew all this, but Yi Chen was not afraid. Obey the decree. Yi Chen nodded solemnly before bowing and answering. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Lu Hong could not help but laugh out loud when he saw that Yi Chen did not even make any conditions. Your Majesty, I still have to pacify the rebellion, time is running out, so I will leave here. Yi Chen bowed again before speaking. Go, General Pingbei, remember, 3 months, I want to hear the news. Lu Hong nodded before speaking. Lu Hong stood beside Zhang Jin at this moment, with a tangled face. Originally he thought that he could pull together a member of the military general, but now it seems that this time, it is very likely to move a stone to stone his own feet. 3 months unless the gods come down, how else to sweep away the rebels in such a short period of time? Yi Chen naturally saw Zhang Jin's tangled and incomparable expression, but Yi Chen didn't show anything. For Zhang Jin, the big eunuch, especially on top of the courtroom, even eye contact was not allowed. Otherwise, being seen to be something, then everything Yi Chen had done before would be in vain. Thinking of this, Yi Chen bowed to Lu Hong. Before speaking, the humble servant excuses himself. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he walked out of the grand hall. At this moment, all the civil and military personnel in the court shook their heads helplessly. At this moment, even those historical military generals, such as Lu Ji, were not optimistic about Yi Chen. 3 months to pacify the rebellion in Yuzhou was harder than climbing up to heaven. Luoyang, Uli. The main street was packed with people. There were the leaders of various small forces, and countless players who were curious to see what was going on. After all, an auction was about to be held here, and the auction items were king-grade techniques and Xian-grade weapons. At this moment, the leaders of all the major powers, one by one, were sitting in the hall, quietly waiting for that NPC from Tianzia number 1 to come out and conduct the auction. Only this topic of conversation was surprisingly consistent. The content was clearly Yi Chen. I don't know this Yi Chen, where is he now? No one has even seen his appearance. Even if he comes face to face, he won't necessarily be able to recognize him. You guys don't hit Yi Chen's idea, Yi Chen, our Yen Huang base wants it. Che, still playing breeze with your former identity? I'm telling you guys, don't even think about it. In this world nowadays, whoever has the biggest fist can talk. Just as these power leaders were talking to each other, a cry of alarm rang out. It's that NPC. How did he come back from outside? As soon as these words landed, everyone looked towards Yi Chen, and then one by one, they made way so that Yi Chen could pass. Yi Chen ignored all the gazes and walked straight to the counter of the Yulian, threw a gold coin to the store assistant, and then borrowed the counter over. Before the auction, I would like to ask, do you all have any spirit medicines for sale? Yi Chen glanced at the player leaders in the hall before rushing to the door and asking. Spirit medicine? I do have one, how much do you charge? Say it first, I won't sell it if it's less, it's something I've piled up with great difficulty with human lives. A person looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth to ask. 100,000 gold to start, look at your spirit medicine, then calculate the price. Yi Chen's eyes lit up before he opened his mouth. Good, look, how much can this spiritual medicine be worth? 200,000 gold. Yi Chen glanced at it before opening his mouth. Good. Sold to you. After this person finished speaking, he squeezed through the crowd and came into the store, handing over the spirit medicine. Yi Chen casually took it, and then took 20 purple gold coins and put them on the table. The man's eyes lit up before he took the 20 purple gold coins into his hands. He was the leader of a small force, and this elixir was also obtained by chance, so he was naturally happy to earn 200,000 gold coins for nothing. Yi Chen didn't care how this person got this elixir. After people discovered the benefits of the elixir, the price would whoosh up. It was this elixir that Yi Chen had priced at 200,000 gold that would soon rise to 20 million gold. A single spirit medicine is worth 200,000? This Nima, get rich. I regret it, I saw a herb on a cliff before, that must be an elixir. I have a plant here, see how much it's worth. A person squeezed through the crowd and came to Yi Chen, taking out a spirit medicine and handing it over to Yi Chen. After Yi Chen received it, he glanced at it and spoke, 500,000 gold. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he casually took out 50 purple gold coins and placed them on the counter. Me. I have some here too. A person with 2 glowing eyes finished and rushed to the store, while taking out the spirit medicine and handing it over to Yi Chen. 1 million gold. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows while speaking, and after that, he took out 100 purple gold coins and put them on the counter. I have it here. I have it here too. One by one, the players on the sidelines were instantly stimulated, and one by one, they sold the elixirs in their hands to Yi Chen. Yi Chen came and went until after spending 20 million gold, no one opened their mouths anymore, and only then did Yi Chen stop the acquisition. The collection wasn't much, only 32 plants, but the value hidden in this was far more than 1 billion gold. Moreover, these 32 spirit medicines were enough to help Yi Chen break through the king level and advance to the emperor level. And this was exactly the purpose of Yi Chen's acquisition of spiritual pills, to quickly raise his force. Chapter 88 Auction. This gentleman, I would like to ask you a question, I don't know if it's possible? An inquiry suddenly rang out just as Yi Chen was preparing to auction off those 2 pieces of trash. Yi Chen frowned before looking at the person who spoke. A middle-aged man, wearing a brocade robe and a Chaotian crown. At first glance, he thought that he was a native of this world. However, the aura exuding from his body was very different from the natives of this world. This was a person who wanted to pretend to be a native so that he could blend in with the natives of this world. His idea was very good, but unfortunately, it was doomed. Drawing a tiger was not a good idea. The natives of this world, with regards to players, it was all about one look. It was useless to pretend to be more like them. Moreover, even if a player is considered by the natives of this world to be one of their own, it is impossible for him to receive any favorable treatment. What should be, is still the same, want to get the task, or explore the news and so on. The final result, there is only one, waste of effort. Of course, pretending to be more like Yi Chen, not as much as Yi Chen pretending to be. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to be seen as an NPC by them until now. Of course, if Yi Chen hadn't advanced to the innate stage, he would have been seen as well. Because that kind of Yi Chen presented himself with a head of inch hair. No one in this world had any inch hair. However, after advancing to the innate, Yi Chen's hair became longer. Thinking of this, Yi Chen asked expressionlessly, "What do you want to ask?" "I would like to know, sir, why do you want to acquire spiritual pills? Is it possible to tell? If Mr. is willing to tell me, there will be heavy thanks." The middle-aged man followed the example of the ancients and arched his hand before speaking. As soon as the middle-aged man's words landed, all the players looked at Yi Chen, each with eyes full of anticipation. They all wanted to know why Yi Chen, the NPC, wanted to buy spiritual medicine. As for those who had sold the elixir to Yi Chen, they suddenly had the feeling that they had been duped. However, no one opened their mouths, waiting for Yi Chen's answer. "Make dishes to eat." Yi Chen glanced at the middle-aged man before saying indifferently. Yi Chen naturally lied. What was the spiritual medicine for? How could Yi Chen tell others? It was possible for spirit medicine to appear in the market. Of course, these spirit medicines were all hung up by players. Is Mr. amusing me? The middle-aged man frowned before opening his mouth and asking. Yi Chen, however, didn't answer the middle-aged man, didn't even look at him, and directly opened his mouth and said, "Now start the auction." When the leaders of the various forces in the hall of the ULIN heard this, one by one, they instantly came into the spirit. What were spirit pills for, although they were curious and wanted to know the secrets of spirit pills? But the items being auctioned this time were much more important to them. Especially that king-level gongfu, many rich tycoons, many generals, commanders, and the like, all wanted it. This was because with a king-level technique, one could break through the Hotian, advance to the innate, and become a king-level martial artist. And the strength in the game could be transformed to reality. Just this point alone spurred everyone on. Therefore, they valued that king-grade technique even more. As for the weapon, it wasn't that important, or at least it wasn't that appealing compared to the king-level technique. Yi Chen glanced at the leaders of the various forces in the hall and then said, "Before the auction, I need to tell you guys something." As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, all the leaders of the forces, as well as the players watching on the street, each of them froze for a moment. They didn't know what Yi Chen was going to tell them, and said it so solemnly. Just at the moment when all the people were watching, Yi Chen opened his mouth and said, "The weapons and techniques that are being auctioned this time all have the word true. Do you guys know the meaning that the word true carries?" The leaders of the major powers in the hall couldn't help but freeze for a moment when they heard this. They naturally did not know the meaning that the word true equipment represented. Therefore, they were all at a loss, but soon, one by one, they revealed expressions of eggheads. And at that moment, the players on the street, one by one, shouted. They didn't care about offending the NPCs, because they didn't have the money to participate in the auction, and came here just to spectate. Holy! This NPC is also too good at torturing people, just say it directly, and still sell it. What's the use of the word true? Not just one more word? Who knows, but I feel that this true word equipment won't be that simple. Yi Chen saw that the secret was almost sold before he opened his mouth and said, "True word equipment belongs to special items. Not only can it be used in this world, that is, when it comes to your world, it can be used just as well, such as weapons. If you have a true word weapon, when it comes to your world, and you want to use it, it will come at your beck and call." As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, both in the hall of the ULI Inn and outside on the street, it instantly turned silent. The players looked at me, I looked at you, each dumbfounded and full of shock. It would be strange not to be shocked, this secret, no one had discovered it yet. Sir, are you saying that the items you're going to auction are all items with the word true? A player leader hurriedly opened his mouth at this time and asked. Yi Chen nodded his head before speaking. The secret of the true character equipment, you already know, so the following is the start of the first items auction. As Yi Chen said this, he made a move with his right hand, and the Thrilling Thunder Gun Shin Grade, True instantly appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Thrilling Thunder Gun Shin Grade, True, Sharpness 80, enhances the user's speed by 30% and strength by 30%. Attached skill, Thrilling Thunder Strike. Yi Chen said this, glanced at the player leaders in the hall, and continued. Thrilling Thunder Strike can be activated instantly, and after it is activated, it summons a thunderbolt out of thin air to attack the enemy. Starting price, 10 purple gold coins. Once Yi Chen's words landed, the scene was quiet. After a few breaths, the player leaders, one by one, began to breathe heavier, and their gazes towards the thrilling thunder gun began to turn eager. 100 purple gold coins. I want it. I'll take it. 200 purple gold coins. 300 purple gold coins. 350 purple gold coins. The leaders of the various player forces, one by one, began to bid frantically for the Thunderbolt gun. The reason was simple, the Thunder gun was a weapon with the word true, and it was Shin grade. A more important point, the attributes of the Thrilling Thunder gun were too powerful. It increased the user's speed by 30%, strength by 30%, and the accompanying skill, Thrilling Thunder Strike. If this had the Thrilling Thunder gun Shin grade, true, the increase in strength in reality would be more than a little bit. For the leaders of these player forces, the stronger they were, the more they could protect their own safety and defend their own interests. Therefore, the leaders of the various player forces began to bid fiercely for the Thunderbolt gun Shin grade, true. No one didn't want to become stronger, no one didn't want to be awesome. Chapter 89 Intense Bidding. 2,000 purple gold coins. A roar came out, and the hall of the ULIN was instantly silenced. The person who had shouted the price finished shouting, and seeing that no one in the hall spoke anymore, he couldn't help but turn the corner of his mouth. 2,000 purple gold coins converted to 20 million gold, turned into credits was 20 million. Rich as rich was, one had to consider whether spending this 20 million was worth it. Obviously, this person who had come up and ed his way to 20,000 purple gold coins thought to himself that his opening price had shocked others, otherwise he wouldn't have shown a smile. And this was the usual trick he used to use when he used to participate in auctions. And it was tried and true, because of his status and because of his ambition to win. Just then, a disdainful voice came out. 3,000 purple gold coins. Grass. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? The young man who had shouted 2,000 purple gold coins was instantly furious. Yo, isn't this Huang Xiao? How is the director his old man? A flirtatious reply came out from the mouth of the young man who had bid 3,000 purple gold coins. Lu San, so it's you. You want to compete with me? Huang Xiao's face turned blue as he shouted angrily. Why can't I? You still think this is the old days? Even if your father has 10,000 men, what can you do? You are powerful, you bring people to my place. If you dare to come, I'll call out to your father. If you don't dare to come, you'll call out to my father. How about it? Lu San asked with a disdainful face. You. Huang Xiao was instantly choked. The world had changed drastically, the land had turned into a primitive forest, and there were ferocious beasts everywhere, some of which were beyond people's knowledge. Not only were they huge, they were also exceptionally ferocious, and some even had scales comparable to steel. There was no shortage of people in every safe zone who wanted to go out and see the outside world, or even hunt. However, these people who went out were mercilessly torn into pieces, and then there wasn't even any dregs left. Then after that, the former soldiers, the law and order also began to try to explore the outside world, because of research, because of orders. Any number of reasons, but the result was the same. They also left the safe zone and went on various missions. However, the results remained the same. Soon enough, people discovered the fact that called for everyone's horror. Human cold weapons, such as crossbows and arrows, such as simple iron guns, or sharp alloy knives, using this to deal with the wild beasts outside, had no effect at all. In most cases, it could only break the skin, and the flesh wouldn't be able to penetrate at all. Even more horrifyingly, there were some special existences that couldn't even break the skin. Because of this, people were becoming more and more alarmed and scared of the world outside the safe zone. And this was the fundamental reason why Huang Xiao was choking. As powerful as he was, and as many men as he had, he could only play around in the safe zone he was in, not daring to leave the safe zone at all. The leaders of the various forces in the hall, one by one, looked at Huang Xiao oddly. That look, how do you look at it, is like looking at the eyes. Huang Xiao was immediately irritated, he had never been looked at so much. However, at this time, the bidding began to intensify once again. 3,100 purple gold coins. 3,200 purple gold coins. 5,000 purple gold coins. 10,000 purple gold coins. A man droned out in a deep voice. 20,000 purple gold coins. All of you sell me face. If something happens in the future, Mr. Foam will help you with all his strength. The middle-aged man who had opened his mouth earlier to ask Yi-Chen about the usefulness of the elixir said with a calm face. He had been silent for a long time before, and had not been bidding, and now, he came up and opened a high price. It was because he had an intuition that the weapon that could be invoked in this reality was not simple. Even, he had a suspicion that with this weapon, it would be able to cause damage to the beasts outside, easily. And this was also the reason why he came up and offered an extremely high price. The world outside was just too terrifying, and without something that could cause damage to the wild beasts, no one had any doubt in their heart. The leaders of the player forces in the hall of the ULIN, you looked at me, I looked at you, and then shut up in unison and stopped bidding. In their opinion, a Xian grade weapon with a price of 20,000 purple gold coins was already at the end of its rope, so there was no need to fight over it. Even if they fought over it, it would be more money, and also offend that middle-aged man with the surname Foam, it would not be worth the loss. The players watching on the street, after hearing the offer of 20,000 purple gold coins, froze in unison, and then clamored. 20,000 purple gold coins, this translates to 200 million credits, a piece of equipment, even if it's Xian grade, it's not worth this much, right? Yes, this is also too exaggerated, it's not like taking it will turn into Superman. Rich people are rich people, damn, how come I don't have money? Yi-Chen listened to the discussion outside and raised his eyebrows, then looked at the leaders of the major powers in the hall and said indifferently. Seeing that everyone still has some doubts about the true equipment, then I'm telling everyone a secret that I didn't tell before. As soon as Yi-Chen's words landed, the leaders of the crowd of player forces froze in unison, and then each of them looked at Yi-Chen oddly. Nima, who doubted it? No one doubted it at all, you told it yourself. This was what the player leaders had in their hearts, of course, no one would say it, nor did they dare to say it. It was because the King grade technique hadn't been auctioned yet, and also because they were eager to know the other secret of the true equipment. Yi-Chen picked up the Thunder gun Xian grade, true at this time, flexed his fingers and flicked it, and a crunching sound of dang followed. Sharpness, I've talked about it before, do you guys know the meaning that this sharpness represents? Yi-Chen's inquiry piqued the curiosity of the various player force leaders, and even the players who were spectating on the street quieted down. Yi-Chen glanced at the players before continuing. With sharpness, you can break the defense, whether it's a beasts or a ferocious beasts, with a sharpness of more than 50, you can break the defense of the demonic beasts, and I'm referring to the ones in your world. As soon as Yi-Chen's words landed, all the players let out a breath of cold air in unison. It was because the information contained in Yi-Chen's words was just too big. Quiet, very quiet, whether it was the Walai Inn or the street, it was terrifyingly quiet. Not a single person opened their mouths to speak at this moment. It was only after a long while that a leader of a player force, with a respectful face, asked, Sir, may I ask if the demonic beasts you mentioned, are you referring to the demon race? Yi-Chen nodded and said indifferently, exactly. There was nothing to hide about this, in half a month at most, the entire world would confirm the existence of the demon race. And right now, a part of the people had already confirmed the existence of the demon race. However, because of selfishness, because of interests, they didn't publicize this to the public. Hiss. The sound of pouring cold air instantly rose and fell. This news was too shocking. Could it not be shocking? Nima, the legendary demon race had actually appeared. And also in the real world. Chapter 90, Profiteering. I suddenly remembered something, those three brainwashed people, calling themselves what God Dog Era, what Grandpa Pig, Grandma Cat, couldn't be the demon race, right? Nima, it really could be, they can even speak in the world, what kind of existence is that? It should be demonic beasts. I even scolded them severely that day. Damn, didn't they say that after the founding of the country, animals are not allowed to become essence? Why are there so many goblins coming out now? The players on the street, you said one thing and I said another, the contents were all about the demon race without exception. You lie in. The leaders of the various player forces, you looked at me, I looked at you, and all saw an imperative look in each other's eyes. Humph. Neatly harmonized cold grunts came out from their mouths. The next second. 30,000 purple gold coins. 50,000 purple gold coins. 51,000 purple gold coins. 52,000 purple gold coins. 100,000 purple gold coins. The middle-aged man surnamed Fengtung stood up and shouted angrily. He, who had been pretending to be cultured, could no longer hold back at this moment. He hated these people who snatched the weapon from him, of course, he hated Yi-Chen even more. Nima, a good secret, you hide it is not good, have to say it, this is good, all come to grab with him. He hated it in his heart, but he really didn't dare to say it, nor did he dare to glare at Yi-Chen, and could only vent his anger on a group of player power leaders. 1 billion credits now. Nima, this price, sounds really exciting. Yeah, I could only watch it on TV before, but now I'm seeing it with my own eyes. The onlookers on the street were discussing, while the ones in the Ualayan, those chiefs were frowning one by one. They were calculating the gains and losses should they continue to fight. Once the tea time passed, these chieftains shut up in unison and stopped bidding. When Yi Chen saw this, the corner of his mouth curled up before he opened his mouth. Thunder Gun Xian grade, true, 100,000 purple gold coins for the first time. The leaders of the major player forces continued to be silent, and the middle-aged man surnamed Feng's breathing began to intensify. Thrilling Thunder Gun Xian grade, true, currently the only Xian grade true weapon, 100,000 purple gold coins for the second time. Several player power leaders began to struggle, and the middle-aged man surnamed Feng clenched his fists. Thunder Gun Xian grade, true. Yi Chen had just said this when a player power leader directly got up and opened his mouth to shout. 100,100 purple gold coins. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows while looking at the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. 200,000 purple gold coins. The middle-aged man surnamed Feng roared with a blue face. Alright, old Feng, you're great, I'll let you have it. The leader of the player force who had shouted earlier said in a manner. You damned bastard. I can't spare you. The middle-aged man surnamed Feng was infuriated and roared angrily. Old Feng, how can you not spare me? Take that what's-his-name Thunder gun and come to my place to find me? Don't tease, do you have the guts to do that? I. The man surnamed Feng's body began to shiver at this moment. Obviously, he was really pissed off. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth, then spoke. Thunder Gun Xian grade, true, 200,000 purple gold coins for the first time. No one opened their mouths. Thrilling Thunder Gun Xian grade, true, 200,000 purple gold coins for the second time. Still no one spoke. Thrilling Thunder Gun Xian grade, true, 200,000 purple gold coins for the third time. Yi Chen said this and then looked at the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. The middle-aged man surnamed Feng took a deep breath, and after exhaling it in a long breath, he came to the counter, and with a wave of his hand, 2 large boxes appeared on the counter. Yi Chen glanced at them, and with a grab of his right hand, the 2 boxes instantly disappeared. After glancing at the 200,000 purple gold coins that had increased in his parcel, Yi Chen nodded, and then handed the Thunder gun to the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. After receiving it, the middle-aged man surnamed Feng directly chose to bind it, and after taking the thrilling gun back into his body, the man surnamed Feng looked at Yi Chen and said hoarsely. Sir, please wait for a moment, these are counted as compensation. After he finished speaking, he took out 10,000 purple gold coins and placed them on the counter before choosing to go offline. Yi Chen collected the 10,000 purple gold coins and then closed his eyes. Sir, hurry up and auction the king grade feats, right? At this time, a player leader persuaded with a respectful face. Yes sir, hurry up and auction, we still have things to do, don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. Hurry up and auction, sir, as long as you auction now, one of us will give you 1,000 purple gold coins. How? Inside the Wuhan, the leaders of the major player forces opened their mouths one by one to persuade Yi Chen to continue the auction. Unfortunately, Yi Chen ignored them. What a joke! How could Yi Chen start the auction without waiting for that Feng man? With him around, the auction for the king level technique would only be more intense. This guy had already been really irritated by the other player power leaders, especially the one who had just deliberately raised the price. After a person lost his composure, he would often get carried away and even make stupid decisions. And this, for Yi Chen, more was better. The more Yi Chen earned. The first true Xian level weapon that was sold in his previous life was only 10,000 purple gold coins. And Yi Chen was now selling it for 200,000 purple gold coins. The profiteering in this, only Yi Chen himself knew, so Yi Chen was very happy at the moment. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the players had just learned the secret of the true equipment. However, this was also something Yi Chen did on purpose, so Yi Chen made a profit, a big profit. Of course, rich people rarely lost their minds, but Yi Chen was more convinced of one thing. That was, after the middle-aged man with the surname Feng went offline to test the Thunderbolt gun, he would turn out to want the king grade feat technique, mountain shaking skill, more than anyone else. Because the king level technique, mountain shaking skill, also carried the word true. After learning the mountain shaking skill king grade, true, in reality, one could cultivate it just as well. To put it simply, the mountain shaking technique king grade, true was a technique that could be used in reality. This was much more practical than directly using any fists, feet, or weapons to fight blindly. Chapter 91 10 Billionaires. A little bit of time passed, and the various player force leaders gave up their move to continue persuading Yi Chen. Because they realized that Yi Chen, this NPC was as shrewd as a ghost, and wasn't easy to fool. Nima, after raising the price to 10,000 purple gold coins per person, Yi Chen, this damned NPC, still didn't start the auction of the king level technique. 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man surnamed Feng suddenly appeared in the Wuhan. When he came online again, his face was full of surprise instead of anger. Obviously, he had gone to test the Thunderbolt gun, and the results, surprisingly good, were so good that they exceeded his expectations. Sir, a small token of appreciation. When the middle-aged man surnamed Feng said this, he once again took out 10,000 purple gold coins and put them on the counter without hesitation. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and directly took away 10,000 purple gold coins before looking at the various player power leaders in the hall of the Yuelai Inn and said indifferently, "Now start auctioning the last item." As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the crowd of player power leaders all perked up in unison. This king grade technique was the item they valued the most. It was related to breaking through the realm barrier and advancing to the innate. No one would not value it. Yi Chen made a move with his right hand at this moment, and the mountain shaking technique king grade, true then appeared in his hand. Earlier, I mentioned the characteristics of true items, and this mountain shaking skill king grade, true is also a true item. The moment Yi Chen's words landed, they instantly drew a crowd of shocked gasps. What this NPC is saying means, does it mean that true character techniques can be brought to reality just as well and then used? Definitely, Nima, didn't he say before that all true items can be brought to reality, and that the feats are for practicing, so they can definitely be used in reality? Holy! Doesn't this mean that after learning this king-level Gongfu, it will become even more powerful in reality? Definitely. Nima, I also want a king-level technique with the word true. Damn, why don't I have any money? The players on the street looked at the mountain-shaking skill king grade, true in Yi Chen's hand with red eyes and eager faces. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a city, they would have started to grab it. At the Yuelai Inn, the leaders of the various player forces in the hall, at this moment, without exception, all of them looked at the mountain-shaking skill king grade, true in Yi Chen's hand with glowing eyes. Sir, I would like to confirm one thing, is this true technique really usable in our world? A player power leader tried to stabilize his agitation before looking at Yi Chen and asking. As soon as his words landed, everyone quieted down. At this moment, they wanted to hear the exact answer from Yi Chen, an NPC. Before, it was all their speculation, although subconsciously, they thought that the truth was like that. But now, everyone wanted to hear the exact answer. Yi Chen smiled slightly, then nodded and spoke, "That's right, the true technique can be used in your world just as well." Wow! The players instantly boiled over. In that case, the feats don't matter the level, if they carry the word true, they can be used in reality. How come I haven't typed a true character feat? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up as he listened to the players' heated discussions, and then he looked at the leaders of the various player forces in the hall and opened his mouth. Mountain shaking technique king grade, true, after using it, you can condense your innate true chi and advance to the innate realm. Characteristics, enhances the strength of the physical body, divided into 9 layers, each layer, enhances the strength by 10%. Yi Chen said here, paused for a moment, and then continued. Now start bidding, starting price 100,000 purple gold coins. The price Yi Chen said was actually exactly the price of the first true king level technique in his previous life. Yi Chen wasn't worried about not being able to sell it. In order to maximize the price of the item, Yi Chen had told the secret of the true word item a few days in advance. This gave these player power leaders a good boost. The king grade feats were already related to advancing into the innate. Not to mention, the true Gongfu could also be used in the real world. When the two were added together, it would be strange if they didn't buy it. 200,000 purple gold coins. A man opened his mouth without hesitation and drank. 300,000 purple gold coins. 310,000 purple gold coins. 320,000 purple gold coins. The leaders of the various player forces, bidding on each other's prices, one by one. That was called crazy. Right at this moment, the Zhengni man surnamed Feng, who had been waiting for half a day, did not hesitate to open his mouth and drink. 1 million purple gold coins. As soon as his words landed, the faces of the other player force leaders changed in unison one by one. Surnamed Feng, aren't you afraid of eating ugly to hold up? The person who had previously messed with the man surnamed Feng said with a gloomy face. If you have money, bid. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be here. Understand? The man surnamed Feng coldly looked at that person, and then spoke. Wait for me. In reality, I can't do anything about it. In the game, you don't want to be good. When I go back, put all the troops and horses, I'm going to take down your garbage territory and flatten your broken village. The man roared with a fierce face. I'll wait for you. The man surnamed Feng said coldly. Yi Chen lightly glanced at the top 2 men. What would they do, even if they died together, even if they both hung up in reality? Yi Chen didn't care. Knock knock. Yi Chen knocked on the counter, and then looked at the leaders of the player forces in the hall, and asked, is there any bidding? As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the hall instantly fell silent. Quiet, very quiet. The leaders of the player forces present, one by one, had their fists clenched, and no one opened their mouths. Obviously, the price of 1 million purple gold coins offered by the man surnamed Feng had seriously exceeded their budget. But on the other hand, they also wanted the mountain-shaking skill king grade, true very much. At this instant, all of them were caught between a dilemma. If they wanted it, they would have to pay more money. If they didn't want it, they would have to pay more money. If they didn't want it, they would have to pay more money. If they didn't want it, they would have to pay more money. If they wanted it, they would have to pay more money. Yi Chen waited for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and then spoke. Mountain shaking skill king grade, true, 1 million purple gold coins for the first time. No one answered. Mountain shaking skill king grade, true, 1 million purple gold coins for the second time. Still no one answered, but the faces of the player force leaders present, one by one, turned more and more ugly. Mountain shaking skill king grade, true, 1 million purple gold coins for the third time. Yi Chen said this and looked at the man surnamed Feng. Sir, I will pay immediately. The man surnamed Feng was also quick. After saying this, he went straight to the counter and took purple gold coins out one box after another. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and then he began to collect box after box of purple gold coins. After collecting 10 boxes of purple gold coins, Yi Chen glanced at the 1 million purple gold coins added to his parcel and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart was very happy. An impromptu decision of auctioning trash had now brought Yi Chen a huge amount of wealth. Yi Chen's wealth instantly surpassed 10 billion credits and reached 12.2 billion. Chapter 92 Shocked Players. With this money, you can buy those precious materials. It wouldn't be difficult for the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to be built. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mood became even more relaxed, and then handed the mountain shaking skill king grade, true to the man surnamed Feng. After receiving it, the man surnamed Feng chose to learn it without hesitation. A ball of light instantly rose up and then flew towards the Feng man's head. A few seconds later, the man surnamed Feng violently opened his eyes, and then looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. Ha! Sure enough, there is a clear cultivation method. As soon as his words landed, the players watching on the street, one by one, their eyes became even redder. Nima, it's true, there's a clear cultivation method, it can definitely be used in reality. Why did you learn so fast? It's better to learn slower, so that I'll have a chance to explode him. Nima, you don't look at what he is, you dare to explode him, you're not afraid of being chased down to level 0? Afraid of hair, if I got a king level martial art, being chased down to level 0 would be just as awesome. Didn't see people learn it. The players on the street were all very red-eyed, but unfortunately there was nothing they could do about it. Who told the man with the surname Feng to use the mountain shaking skill king grade, true on the spot. You lie inside the hall. Who? A series of exhalations rang out, and the leaders of the major player forces all returned to normal at this time. Things had been finalized, and it was useless to think anymore. No one had expected the man surnamed Feng to be willing to spend such a large amount of money to buy a king-level technique and a Xin-level weapon. The auction was over, so Yi Chen naturally would not continue to stay here and walked straight towards the second floor. Sir, please stay. A shout came over just then. Yi Chen stopped his steps and turned his head to look, but it was a young man. I've always had a doubt, I'd like to ask Mr. to solve it. The young man saw Yi Chen stop his steps and then spoke. One question, 10 spirit medicines. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows before speaking. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the young man's face changed. Yi Chen disdainfully skimmed his mouth before going up the stairs again. I also want to ask a question. A middle-aged man with a majestic face suddenly opened his mouth, and after saying that, he took out 10 spirit medicines and gestured at Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, then nonchalantly walked to the middle-aged man and took away the 10 spirit pills. Our world, it's impossible for the people of this world to know the specifics, while Mr. knows. If I'm not wrong, Mr. is a player, right? The middle-aged man stared closely at Yi Chen's eyes, and only after a while did he open his mouth to ask. As soon as the middle-aged man's words landed, some of the surrounding leaders of the player forces quietly waited for the answer. Others were stunned, and then came to a realization. Although the NPCs of this world knew that the players came from other worlds, they did not know the specifics of the player's world. As soon as they thought of this, those leaders of the player forces who had just reacted, without exception, their faces changed. Nima, together with the old man, this is being played like a monkey. Yi Chen gave this middle-aged man a playful glance before speaking. I am Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't plan to continue hiding anything. The reason was simple, although Yi Chen was pretending to be like a native of this world. But Yi Chen wasn't at all, so there were quite a few cracks, and as long as someone was a little bit more careful, they would be able to find something wrong with Yi Chen. And for this middle-aged man to ask Yi Chen this much, it was already obvious that he had already confirmed in his heart that Yi Chen was the player. He didn't ask before because there was still an auction. Now that the auction was over, it was impossible for him not to ask. When he asked Yi Chen if he was a player, he was actually suspecting that Yi Chen was the legendary great god. Only the legendary one could get the king-level techniques and Xian-level weapons that no one else had. Only that great god knew many secrets that others didn't know. Yi Chen naturally saw what the middle-aged man had in mind. As for continuing to hide, there was no need to do so. It's no big deal to admit it generously. Continuing to act crazy instead showed that Yi Chen had no bottom. What? Are you really Yi Chen? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned before asking in shock. Even though he had guessed Yi Chen's identity, he couldn't confirm it yet. Originally, he thought that Yi Chen would deny it, and then he had specially prepared a set of words to continue to set Yi Chen up. But who would have thought, Nima, people Yi Chen didn't have the intention to hide at all, and admitted it in a big way. This was really a bit beyond his expectations. Well, you heard it right, I am Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows while speaking. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the onlooker players on the street who hadn't left yet instantly clamored. Holy! I said, how could there be an NPC that actively auctions equipment? I was wondering before. Naya, it turns out that the NPC is Great God Yi Chen. Holy! I've been coming to Loyang for a day just to see Great God Yi Chen. I didn't realize that I've been kept in the dark. A great god is a great god. Look at this. When Boss Yi Chen makes a move, it's casually a king grade technique, a Shen grade weapon, and they're all true items. Boss Yi Chen. Take a little brother? I'm willing to be your little brother. Boss Yi Chen. I'm your fan, give me an autograph. Also, I can do anything. Just as a group of onlookers were excitedly shouting, a discordant voice came over. Holy, Yi Chen, you're finally willing to come out. Now while everyone is here, explain to us why you're hiding the game's secrets and not telling them. As soon as this person's words landed, the players who were still discussing heatedly, one by one, instantly quieted down. Yi Chen twisted his head to look, and the moment he saw the person who shouted, Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes before opening his mouth and asking, Are you? Chapter 93 Gorgeous Middle Finger. You scolded me? The fierce-looking man's face suddenly changed, and then he asked in a deep voice. It's obvious, do you want me to say it again? Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before speaking. You have ing balls. You'd better not come out in Loyang, or else, I'll let you know that the person who goes on the bulletin every day to pretend to be a pussy is just as likely to be beaten into. The vicious-looking man looked at Yi Chen with a fierce face before opening his mouth to roar. When Yi Chen heard this, both of his eyes narrowed and a strong killing aura instantly appeared. Right at this moment, a chorus came out. What the hell are you pretending here? Hurry up and get the hell out. Only to see a young man, with a domineering face, walk out, towards the buttocks of the vicious-looking man, and viciously kick him. The vicious-looking man instantly fell into dog. He was on the ground, but he instantly got up and roared angrily, and halfway through his words, his pupils violently shrunk. Lu Xiao. Is you ah? The fierce-looking man was startled when he saw the young man's appearance, and then stammered. With a disdainful face, Lu Xiao chided at the vicious-looking man. Scram! Don't even look at who this is. Have you eaten your bear's heart and leopard's gall? Dare to look for Yi Chen's trouble? I'll give you 10 minutes to get the hell out of Loyang. Don't ask me to see you again, or else you'll go to hell. You know which world I'm talking about. I'll leave, said the vicious-looking man, hurriedly turning around and burrowing into the crowd while leaving the place. Yi Chen, it's good to meet you after a long time. Introduce me, I'm Lu. Lu Xiao looked at Yi Chen at this time and said with an eager face. Only before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Yi Chen. Finished acting? Yi Chen glanced at Xiao Lu and asked indifferently. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, Lu Xiao's face stiffened, and then he smiled sarcastically and asked, Yi Chen, how come I can't understand what you're saying? I've seen a sentence, want to know what it is? Yi Chen smiled playfully before opening his mouth and asking. What is it? Lu Xiao tried to put on a smiling face before opening his mouth to ask. Never argue with a pure because he will pull your IQ to the same level as his and then use his years of rich experience as a to defeat you. Yi Chen finished indifferently, and without looking at this Lu Xiao, he turned around and marched towards the second floor of the inn. Lu Xiao looked at Yi Chen's back, his face was red and green for a while. It was an ugly sight. I didn't react until now, Nima, just now that is jumping out to act Definitely didn't listen to Yi Chen Big God said it, don't argue with a pure argument, people Yi Chen Big God are straight and white said, acted out or not, he still don't admit it, laugh at the father. It turns out that this kid is trying to get close to God Yi Chen, is trying to call God Yi Chen touched, and even grateful, and then call God Yi Chen to follow him to mix Nima, this play really slippery. This setup is very insidious, but great God Yi Chen is too powerful, a glance to see out, and then someone into it. Nima, I have to say, I've just been tricked too, that acting is too real. The crowd of onlookers, you a word and I a word, said that hilarious. Yi Chen. You wait for me. Lu Xiao's face became more and more ugly as he listened to the quotes from the surrounding players, and then he roared at Yi Chen with a scowl on his face. Yi Chen stopped his footsteps, raised his right hand without looking back, then made a fist, then after that, raised a middle finger. But, ha. Nima laughed my ass off. The crowd of onlookers, one by one, instantly burst into laughter. Grass. Lu Xiao couldn't stay any longer, viciously cursed, turned around and left. You a lie in. Yi Chen, since you're here, now, I'll inform you of something. The leader of a player force spoke at this time. Notification? Yi Chen disdainfully skimmed his mouth and continued up the stairs. Yi Chen. The leader of the player force that was ignored, his face suddenly changed before he angrily shouted. However, Yi Chen ignored it and continued up the stairs. Yi Chen. How dare you? Stop right there. The angry shouts came again. However, Yi Chen still didn't stop, going up the stairs step by step. But halfway up, again without looking back, he gave the leader of that player force a magnificent middle finger. Damn him. The leader of this player power, his face froze, before he cursed angrily. Comrade Yi Chen, please wait. A sigh suddenly rang out. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, but still didn't stop. Comrade Yi Chen. You have to remember that you are an Easterner, a member of this country. Don't forget the greater self because of your own selfish interests. These words were said in an impassioned and righteous manner. Yi Chen heard this and let out a long sigh. Just when everyone thought that Yi Chen was going to stop and come back to discuss about the secrets of the game world or join a certain power, Yi Chen slowly raised his right hand. That magical right hand slowly made a fist and then slowly popped out a middle finger. Chapter 94 Yi Chen's Base. Yi Chen's magnificent middle finger, which was erected again and again, instantly triggered the onlookers on the street. Boss Yi Chen is just awesome. See? Those two talking, they're both on the news a lot. What are they called? I forget, but that's not important. What's important is that Boss Yi Chen is too handsome. Wife, I now finally understand one thing, this world really changed. Nonsense, outside is full of primitive forests. Playing games can also enhance the strength of reality. This is still not called change? What he said is that the world now, everything is based on the fist to speak. I don't understand, is Boss Yi Chen not in the safe city where these people are? Why do you look at Boss Yi Chen without a care in the world? Doesn't that make sense? Don't forget, Yi Chen is in the innate realm. Do you know what innate realm is? Although I don't know either, I know that one must be very powerful. Being powerful can't stop the number of people. You lie in. Yi Chen went up to the second floor and went straight back to Tianzia number 1 while closing the door. As for the leaders of those player forces downstairs, Yi Chen was lazy. What they were thinking, how could Yi Chen not be clear about it? Any power would not purely befriend Yi Chen. All they wanted was to draw in, utilize, suppress, and control. No matter how nicely and grandly they spoke, they couldn't run out of two words, interests. Yi Chen had seen too much of this in his previous life. Therefore, Yi Chen would not pay any attention to these people. For Yi Chen, no matter what methods they used, as long as they got in Yi Chen's way, they were enemies. When dealing with enemies, Yi Chen would only choose one solution, blast them to slag. In the hall on the first floor, the leaders of the group of player forces, each one of them had an unpleasant look on their faces. None of them had expected that Yi Chen would be so bad to talk to. What's more, they didn't expect that Yi Chen wouldn't scare anyone. Damn, when I get offline, I'll look for this bastard in the safe city. As long as I find him for me, I'll pull out his skin. A player power leader spat viciously while saying sinisterly. His appearance has been memorized. In this world, no matter who logs in, the appearance won't change. When I get offline, I'll go look for him as well. As long as I find him, I'll have a good talk with him. You guys are busy, I still have things to do. Farewell. After a player power leader finished speaking, he left the inn in a hurry. I'll also withdraw first. We'll gather again sometime in the future. Another person left. Soon, one player power leader after another left the inn. They were going offline to investigate the safe city they were in, and in their opinion, it was impossible for Yi Chen to survive outside the safe zone alone. This was because it was too dangerous and crisis-ridden outside. Now that they had memorized Yi Chen's appearance, it would be simple to find him again. Unfortunately, they still didn't understand that since Yi Chen dared to be so tough, he naturally had the backbone to be tough. The players who were onlookers on the street naturally saw everything in the inn and heard the conversation of those player power leaders. One by one, you looked at me and I looked at you, shaking their heads helplessly. Alas, the powerful character who created countless world announcements is about to be screwed just for pretending. Being screwed is still good, but I'm afraid that I won't even be able to save my life. Honestly, I quite admire Yi Chen, hard-topping the leaders of those forces. It's a pity. After all, the reality is still flesh and blood. The good dog still can't stand the wolves. Not to mention, Yi Chen is just a person. He has to face the various forces. This is simply no play. The players were sighing and lamenting because Yi Chen was still a person in the real world. Even if he was in the innate realm, he couldn't be strong enough to ignore numbers. At least, 99% of the players on the street thought that it would be hard for Yi Chen to escape this. You lion, Tianzia number 1. Yi Chen couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth as he listened to the comments from the players on the street. What other people thought was other people's freedom. Yi Chen wouldn't interfere and there was no need for that. Even if Yi Chen was really in a safe city, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if everyone in a safe city came to find Yi Chen in trouble, Yi Chen put it in his heart. The innate supreme treasure deicide lance, no one could defend against it. 9 Revolutions Xian Gong, a chaos level technique, cultivated to great completion, using force to prove the Tao, the fleshly body was unrivaled. At this moment, Yi Chen was naked, giving others knives to slash and arrows to shoot, and wouldn't be harmed in any way. This was the hegemony of the 9 Revolutions Xian Gong, the fleshly body was peerless. This was still just the beginning of cultivation. The later it got, the tougher Yi Chen's fleshly body became. Those player power leaders, who had never seen or heard of them in their previous lives. It should be an existence that is quickly eliminated. However, these people can't find me in reality, they should be looking for me from the game. The crisis Guo Jia said is probably coming. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's 2 eyes flashed a cold light. Right at this moment, the world announcement suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Shin Wansan for being the second to become a king-level military general, special reward for innate attributes +2. Chapter 95 King Grade Martial General. Another king-level martial general. What's going on? I remember that the one who bought that king-grade martial art isn't his surname Feng? It seems like the game name he used is also his real name? Who knows, I don't know. Without a king-level technique, you can't advance to the innate realm. He's become a king-level martial general. Doesn't that mean he has a king-level technique? This shouldn't be Nima, isn't it Yi Chen who has king-level techniques? Could it be that this Shin Wansan is another powerful character? Absolutely. Holy. It turns out that there are still a lot of powerful people out there. Just as players continued to discuss in the World Channel, the world announcement rang out once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Shiman Daeganran for being the third to become a king-level martial general, hereby rewarding him with +1 innate attribute. Another one? What's going on? 2 more came out at once. How do I know, Nima, today is not April Fool's Day. However, before the player's shock passed, the world announcement started ringing again, and it was a series of them. Ding! Congratulations to player Qin Yan for becoming the 4th king-grade martial general. Ding! Congratulations to player Li Mubai for becoming a king-ranked martial general in the 5th place. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Baishan's 10th position to become a king-ranked martial general. Ding! Congratulations to player God Dog Era, the first to advance into a demonic beast, special reward of innate attributes +3. After the last world announcement appeared, the entire world channel instantly cleared the screen. 3 seconds later, the silent world channel exploded once again. What Yi Chen said is true, this world, as well as our world, all ING have demon races. Nima, no wonder this era speaks so otherworldly. I thought he was coming. This era won't be a husky, and then now become refined? Absolutely, that is a demonic beast. Will it be very strong? Just as people were discussing, very discordant content emerged from the world channel. Era Great King, the magic power is boundless. Roar roar roar. Era Great King, mighty in the world. Hissing. Era Great King, unifying the world. Ha ha ha. Tremble, tremble, slags, want to live, send your human beauties to your Era Great Master me. Right, where's that what's his name Yi Chen? Hurry up and come over, Master Era is going to teach you what it means to be powerful. The world channel, which was briefly silent, once again exploded. This damn world, why are all the animals becoming refined? Damn, looking at this era is unpleasant, boss Yi Chen, see, hurry up and come out, get this dead. Yes, Yi Chen boss, you are a human how can you tell the demon to be so rampant, get rid of era this. Castrate him. Must castrate him. Malagobis, still want to rob a woman, really don't know how to write the word death. You a lie in. Yi Chen was slightly stunned when he heard the series of world announcements, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. Those people who also got the game warehouse and watched Pangu Kaitian by fluke finally started to appear. Yi Chen didn't feel any pressure because a group of people had advanced into the innate and become king-level martial artists. Even more so, he didn't feel the slightest bit threatened by the fact that God Dog Era had advanced into a demonic beast. For Yi Chen, it was inevitable that these people, or beasts, would create these world announcements at this moment today. Although Yi Chen had changed some history due to his rebirth, there were still some history that had not been changed by Yi Chen. For example, these people who had watched Pangu's opening of the heavens, they had likewise obtained cultivation techniques. Although, it wasn't as good as the chaos grade cultivation technique that Yi Chen had gotten from watching Pangu Kai Tian in its entirety. However, it was also much more advanced than those king grade, emperor grade, and other cultivation techniques in the novice zone. The cultivation techniques needed for realm advancement were not an obstacle for them. As long as the level was reached, even if they didn't eat spiritual pills, they could still advance to innate through cultivation. And now, they caught up with Yi Chen's realm at this moment. However, it was still difficult for them to surpass Yi Chen. At this moment, only Yi Chen knew the secret of the spirit medicine. Moreover, the hegemony of the 9 revolutions Xian Gong was not comparable to those cultivation techniques they had comprehended. What's more, Yi Chen had the reincarnation territory constructed by the divine grade village building order, the only one, and it was heaven-defying. Therefore, Yi Chen had no waves in his heart. They have advanced to the innate realm, so it's about time. Thinking of this, Yi Chen made a move with his right hand, and an elixir appeared in Yi Chen's hand out of thin air. After glancing at it, Yi Chen directly put the spirit medicine into his mouth, chewed it, and then swallowed it. A huge amount of energy instantly erupted, and at that moment, the 9 revolutions Xian Gong began to devour it crazily. Soon, the energy contained in the spiritual medicine was devoured. Yi Chen felt it and smiled faintly, while then once again recruited a spiritual medicine, chewed it and swallowed it. 3 plants, 4 plants. Until the 36th spirit medicine was swallowed by Yi Chen's eyes snapped open. Right at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen for advancing to a royal grade martial general. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile before his face froze. Nima, 36 strains before advancing to a royal grade martial general. 9 Revolution Xiangong is really changed, morbid. However, I like it. Chapter 96, the second thing of the Loyang trip. The 9 Revolution Xiangong was a chaos level technique, one of the strongest techniques in the floodplains. For Yi Chen, it was a superb user of devouring energy. It had only just reached the innate realm, but he needed so many elixirs to raise his force value a little. If it were anyone else, they would have already advanced to the Imperial level, or even the Emperor level. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had only just become an Imperial level martial artist. The reason for this was that after the 9 revolutions Xiangong devoured the 36 spirit medicines, not only did it purify and enhance the innate true qi in Yi Chen's body, it also strengthened Yi Chen's physical body by a fraction. This was something that other techniques did not possess, and it was also the place where the 9 revolutions Xiangong was strong. When Yi Chen's cultivation realm became higher and higher in the future, Yi Chen's physical body would be strong to an extremely terrifying situation. And this was the reason for Yi Chen's surprise. Just as Yi Chen's eyes were glowing and he was surprised because of the 9 revolutions Xiangong's change, the world announcement rang out once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to advance to a royal grade martial general, hereby rewarding innate attribute +3. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to advance into an imperial grade martial general, hereby rewarding innate attributes +3. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to advance into an imperial grade martial general, special reward for innate attribute +3. After the world announcement rang out for but a second, the world channel instantly boiled over. See that? Yi Chen has advanced into an imperial grade martial general. Nima, this is simply a variation, Indeed it's a change, state of mind, other people just advanced to a king level martial general, and Yi Chen has become a royal level martial general. Boss Yi Chen is just awesome. Boss Yi Chen, I'm your loyal fan, take me as your little brother. Ha ha ha. Era that where, come out, see, your grandpa Yi Chen, advanced to the imperial level martial general. That's right, era big, quickly roll out, kneel down and kowtow, or your grandpa Yi Chen will cut your dog whip. Convinced you guys, what's the point of Yi Chen's advancement? Don't forget that the leaders of those forces have already gone offline to look for Yi Chen. Nima, almost forgot about this. Alas. It's a pity, it's useless to advance. What others said on the world channel, Yi Chen couldn't see it all because Yi Chen's world channel was always closed. Even if he saw it, Yi Chen wouldn't pay attention to it, there was absolutely no need for that. You lie in. Yi Chen let out a long breath, and then without hesitation, he put the 3 innate attribute points that he had just gained onto the root bone. The root and bone attribute instantly changed from 88 points to 91 points. An unspeakable sense of relief instantly came from Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows before looking at his attribute panel. Yi Chen, First Class Viscount General Pingbei. Title, Gun God Characteristics, using a gun-type weapon, attack power x2, accuracy x2, enlightenment +100, Imperial Grade Martial General. Level, 95. Reputation, 6,350,000 increase attraction to historical figures. Merit, 2.39 million. Force, 93. The force value of an Emperor-level military general is 93, 94, 95. The force value of an Emperor-level military general is 96, 97, 98, and the force value of a Saint-level military general is 99, 100. Root and Bone, 91. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong Chaos, Divine Night Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Skills, Basic Gun Technique Divine. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant Innate Treasure, Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Money, 1,220,000 purple gold coins. Items, Bronze Bird Table Drawing, SSS Grade, Yang Returning Pill X1, 100 boxes of jewelry, Soul of Martial General King Grade 10-1, Beast Taming Technique Divine Grade. After seeing his attributes, Yi Chen could not help but smile. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chen had just been happy for a while when he suddenly froze, and then he looked at his item bar. Beast Taming Art Divine Grade. Beast Taming Technique Divine Grade was one of the 3 items Yi Chen obtained after he killed the Wuhan King level military general. At that time, Yi Chen didn't pay much attention to it after realizing that it was the Beast Taming Technique. This was because Yi Chen himself couldn't use this at all. It was just useless for upgrading, and it was for the territory's Beast Tamer to use. Now that he saw it again, Yi Chen was suddenly reminded of his previous life, when he heard a message by chance. Above the sea, there were countless islands, and on some special islands, there existed savage beasts. Savage beasts, huge, ferocious and aggressive, with thick scales on their body surface, difficult to injure with swords, extremely difficult to tame. At the thought of this, Yi Chen's eyes shrunk violently. Extremely difficult to tame does not mean that it cannot be tamed. Want to tame the savage beast, must have the divine level beast taming art. And this was something that no lord player in his previous life possessed such a talent. Divine level tamer, divine level beast taming art, you can't have one without the other. Fortunately, this is just advanced, the mind runs far beyond the usual, otherwise, it is really possible to forget this news. Thinking of this, Yi Chen could not help but let out a long breath. This is also something that cannot be helped, this news, is Yi Chen listening to others chat, heard. It was just an extremely small fragment in Yi Chen's memory, and it was difficult to cause Yi Chen to pay attention to it. Now, however, Yi Chen was treating this as something important. The savage beasts were an excellent choice for heavy cavalry, and Yi Chen didn't want to miss it. Savage beast. Yi Chen smiled faintly before invoking the spirit medicine and continued to devour it. Spirit medicine, Yi Chen did not mind too much. Moreover, according to the perversity of the 9 revolutions Xin Gong, at the same realm, Yi Chen needed several times or even a dozen times more spirit medicine than others. For Yi Chen, naturally, more spirit medicine was better. After the 42 spirit medicines were eaten up by Yi Chen got up and went to the window, looking out. The players on the street had dispersed quite a bit, but there were still many people staying on the street, talking about this and that. Yi Chen frowned, and then changed his clothes, came to the window on the north side, opened the window, looked out, and after realizing that no one was there, jumped down. It was Yi Chen's first time to come to Loyang in this life, but he hadn't been here much in his previous life, not to mention that he hadn't shopped much. Therefore, Yi Chen was extremely familiar with the terrain of Loyang. After 7 twists and turns, Yi Chen avoided the players on the streets and came to the residential area of the officials that countless players wanted to get close to, but could not. This place was inhabited by officials of the Han Dynasty, what with He Jin, Lu Ji, Kaiyong, Wang Yun and so on. The players all wanted to get close to this place and then contact these historical figures so as to gain some benefits or even convenience. Unfortunately, no one could get close. As soon as they got close, they would be repelled, and would even be caught in the dungeon and locked up for a month. As for the unlucky player who had hitched a ride on Grand Eunuch Zhang Jin's line and was killed off by him, it was also because Zhang Jin was out and he happened to come across him, and then spent a heavy amount of money before he was able to enter. However, he could only go to Zhang Jin's mansion, and when he went to someone else's, he would still be driven away and even arrested. The reason was simple, he was a player and had no official position. Yi Chen was the general of Pingbei of the Great Han Empire, a real and genuine third-grade military official. Yi Chen's arrival didn't cause the city cavalry to be wary in the slightest, but instead, they all came running to respectfully greet him. After Yi Chen responded one by one, he directly walked towards Wang Yun's residence. Yi Chen's purpose was very simple, it was the Diaochan who was about to appear. And this, too, was the second thing Yi Chen had to do when he came to Loyang. Chapter 97 Sable Cicada. Diaochan was a supreme beauty during the Three Kingdoms period, and even more so, she was one of the 4 great beauties in the history of Z. Her name has been passed down to this day. Whether it was for the upcoming construction of the Copper Bird Terrace or for Yi Chen himself, Yi Chen did not want to miss such a peerless beauty. The approximate time of Diaochan's appearance was this afternoon, and she appeared in Loyang as a straggler. This point, in Yi Chen's previous life, had been widely rumored. It was precisely because Yi Chen knew this that he did not leave Loyang after the auction. As he traveled along, the people coming and going on the streets were all the natives of this world, and players were not visible in the slightest. This is the residential area of the officials, players can't enter at all, they can only watch from afar. Unless one obtains an official position in the Han Empire, unfortunately, right now, for the entire group of players, only Yi Chen has obtained an official position. It was still the Pingbei general of the 3rd grade. Arriving outside Wang Yun's residence, Yi Chen glanced at the tall courtyard gate and walked straight to the tea house diagonally across the street. He ordered a pot of tea and drank it while waiting. Time passed little by little, Yi Chen drank 3 pots of tea, and the setting sun in the sky was about to sink. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler, leading 10 patchy, dirty stray girls appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. Seeing this, Yi Chen's 2 eyes snapped open. Here it comes. Thinking of this, Yi Chen directly got up and marched towards that steward. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? The middle-aged man was furious when he realized that Yi Chen not only walked straight over, but also directly blocked his way. He was Wang Yun's housekeeper, and this was still the entrance to Wang Yun's residence. Nima, there was someone who had eaten bear heart and leopard gall running to block the way. The middle-aged man originally intended to swear, but when he saw Yi Chen's appearance, and the strong aura of superiority emanating from his body, the words came to his mouth and he directly changed his words. General Pingbei of Yuzhou, Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at the butler, and then said indifferently. What? The housekeeper was instantly shocked when he heard this. Although a military official was not worth much, but an Mfet's positive 3rd rank would be another story. After the butler was shocked for a moment, he hurriedly bowed and worshipped. Wang Lin pays his respects to General Pingbei. Just now I didn't know your identity, I have offended you a lot, please forgive me. His attitude was put very low, because he was worried that if he brought unnecessary trouble to Wang Yun, then he would be punished very badly. Yi Chen didn't even look at this butler and directly looked at the 10 stray girls. When Yi Chen's eyes saw the 6th straggler maiden, both eyes lit up violently. It was her. General? When the housekeeper Wang Lin saw that Yi Chen ignored him but went to look at the stray girl he bought and prepared to bring to Wang Yun's mansion as a maid, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then called out in confusion. I want one from you, I wonder if it's possible. Yi Chen looked at Wang Lin at this time and opened his mouth to ask. Want a person? General, but you want the stragglers behind me? The butler was slightly stunned before opening his mouth and asking. Exactly. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he took a purple gold coin and threw it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin saw a flash of purple golden light and subconsciously caught it, and in the next second, Wang Lin was stunned. Hiss. Wang Lin coldly drew a mouthful of cold air. Because Yi Chen's hand was too generous, the moment he gave it was a purple gold coin, which was 10,000 gold. He had only spent 10 taels of silver to buy these stray maidens. In his opinion, Yi Chen was trying to be an ingrate. Nima, but it's just the young girls, why spend so much money? Even if you know, even if you like, you don't have to spend so much money. Of course, Wang Lin thought in his heart, but will not say out, he is not willing to do that money out of the stupid thing. In fact, Yi Chen did so because of the strategy summarized by a certain idol player in his previous life. According to what that player had circulated, if you wanted to change the plot, you could try to bribe the NPCs, but the offer couldn't be less than 1,000 gold. The higher it was, the easier it was to succeed. And Yi Chen was playing the idea of Sable Cicada. Without Sable Cicada, the historical plot, there would be a break. It naturally belongs to changing the historical plot, that's why Yi Chen's bid was a purple gold coin. If it wasn't enough, Yi Chen would continue to smash money. Many thanks, General, many thanks, General. Wang Lin excitedly bowed and thanked him before continuing. Whoever the General looks at, that's her service, General, this is the deed of sale. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he handed over 10 deeds of sale to Yi Chen. After Yi Chen casually received them, he flipped through them until a person's name on the 6th page appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight, and only then did he stop. Ren Hongchang, female, 16 years old, place of origin, Lintao. That's right, Sable's name at one time was Ren Hongchang. Thinking of this, Yi Chen then walked towards the 6th among the stray maidens. General. General, the young girl called out somewhat nervously. Her voice was graceful and ethereal, like heavenly music, and Yi Chen could not help but freeze when he heard it. After returning to his senses, Yi Chen looked at the young girl and asked with a smile, Are you Ren Hongchang? Yes. Yes, General. Ren Hongchang answered in a low voice. Hearing the affirmative answer, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, before exhaling a long breath and speaking, Come with me. Yes, General. Ren Hongchang was slightly stunned before answering in a low voice. At this moment, Ren Hongchang had not yet turned into the historical Diaochan, as she had not yet been accepted as a righteous daughter by Wang Yun. Yi Chen this was also a direct intercept and, otherwise, when Ren Hongchang was accepted by Wang Yun as a righteous daughter and turned into Sable Cicada, then if he wanted to get Sable Cicada, the difficulty would skyrocket. Although, Yi Chen wasn't afraid of anything difficult or not, but why bother with trouble when you can solve it simply? Yi Chen smiled faintly, then brought Ren Hongchang and traveled towards Loyang's teleportation array. Right at this moment, there was suddenly an additional rebuke on the world channel. Yi Chen. You shrunken head turtle. How dare you leave Loyang without a word? Come back here if you have the guts. Yi Chen. I'm warning you, you'd better come back quickly and honestly hand over the secrets of the game, hand over Dianwei, Guijia, and hand over Reincarnation Town, or else, when I confirm the location of Reincarnation Town, I'll definitely step on Reincarnation Town. Yi Chen. It's still too late for you to regret. Suddenly appearing on the world channel, a series of contents targeting Yi Chen instantly caught the attention of other players. What's going on here? How come I can't read it? Look at their signatures, they're all leaders of various forces, it's obvious, they didn't find Yi Chen, this is to threaten him. No way, could Yi Chen be in some nook or cranny? Or in some safe city that doesn't have many people? I feel like it should be in a safe city with not many people. Don't forget that Yi Chen knows a lot of the game's secrets, and it's nothing strange to know where there are few or even no people in a safe city in reality. Holy, this is a good show, nigga, no wonder Yi Chen dared to harden himself against the leaders of those forces. The world channel was buzzing, but Yi Chen didn't know about this. At this moment, Yi Chen had already brought Ren Hongchang to the Luoyang's teleportation array. However, the moment Yi Chen stepped onto the teleportation array, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, Ren Hongchang is the key character of the Three Kingdoms novice area, Sable Cicada, must player Yi Chen take Ren Hongchang? Chapter 98, The Belonging of Sable Cicada. Yi Chen's face changed when he heard the system's prompt. Damn, I said how to be so smooth, originally, waiting here. Cannot leave Luoyang. Could it be a regional mission? No. It is a special mission. General? When Ren Hongchang saw that Yi Chen's face did not look right, he could not help but call out softly. When Yi Chen heard Ren Hongchang's inquiry, he instantly returned to his senses before speaking, It's fine. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he did not hesitate to choose, yes. Sable Cicada, it was simply impossible for Yi Chen to give up. This had nothing to do with men and women, nor was it about love and affection. It was about the special attributes of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, whether it could appear or not. Bronze Sparrow Terrace Unique, SSS Grade. Basic Attribute, Territory's Fortune is permanently increased by 10%. Territory Fortune plus 100, Stability plus 10, Prosperity plus 10. Special Attributes, 1. Song and Dance. Greatly increase the people's heart, greatly increase the refreshing speed of stragglers, use once a month, the time limit is 3 days. Requires 4 beauty queens. 2. Stopping the war. Quell the war, duration of 3 days, any attack is invalid, used once a month. Requires 8 beauties. 3. War Song. Greatly increase the force of all generals in the territory, used once a month. Requires 16 beauties. 4. Resurrection. Against the sky to take life, will be dead people resurrection, once a month to use. Requires 81 beauty queens. Note, unusual women stay invalid, the more beauty queens, the stronger the characteristics. In the novice area, the Bronze Sparrow Terrace's enchantment of the territory is already very powerful. If in the future, the country would ascend and enter the flood, the Copper Sparrow Terrace at that time would have an even stronger effect on the territory. After all, the flood world was too dangerous, and there were as many powerful existences there as there were people. If the Copper Bird platform could utilize its full attributes, at that time, once a subordinate died in battle, he or she could be resurrected. When they went out to fight, they could also increase their force, and when foreign enemies came, they could also ignore attacks. If you want to utilize the abilities of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, you need Meiji. And there weren't many beauties that could be recognized by the thinking brain Pangu. Therefore, it was simply impossible for Yi Chen to give up Diaochan, or any of the beauties that could be recognized by the wise brain Pangu, as well. As for what happened after snatching, or finding those beauties, Yi Chen didn't think about it that much. The moment Yi Chen chose yes, the world announcement instantly rang out. Ding, player Yi Chen insisted on changing the historical plot, triggering a special mission, the belonging of the Sable Cicada, which all players can participate in. Successfully preventing player Yi Chen from taking away Sable Cicada, all participating players will receive a reward of 10,000 gold coins, no punishment for death. Those who kill player Yi Chen will be rewarded with Yang Returning Pill X1, King Grade Martial Arts X1, and Innate Attribute Points X1. The moment the world announcement rang out, the entire world went silent. 3 seconds later, the world channel instantly boiled over. Yi Chen is trying to rob Sable Cicada? Nima, no wonder he came to Loyang. I thought he only came here to become an official, Nima, and to rob Sable Cicada? Is there any justice in heaven? Still the old man Sable Cicada. Sable Cicada is mine. Yi Chen. It's still too late for you to regret. As long as you hand over Reincarnation Town, hand over Dianwei, hand over Guijia, then I can keep you safe. Fart. This abacus is so damn loud, handing over this and that, and also guaranteeing Yi Chen to be fine. Doesn't that mean that Diao Cicada will have to be handed over in the end as well? That's right, people can't be so shameless. Damn it, who can tell me where Yi Chen is? 10,000 gold coins. Nima, you don't even lose a level when you die, what's there to fear? Ha, here comes the chance to make money. As the world channel winded up discussing, Yi Chen, who was standing in the teleportation array, narrowed both his eyes. So that's how it is. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, triggered the special mission, Sable Cicada's belonging, successfully returned to Reincarnation Town, end of mission. Success, reward innate attribute points X2, Yang returning Dan X2, lottery X1, Ren Honchang lifts the seal and recognizes the owner. Failure, randomly deduct 5 innate attribute points, Ren Honchang dies. Yi Chen took a deep breath and after exhaling it in a long breath, he directly looked at the teleportation array. Sure enough, the teleportation function from Loyang to other places is closed. Kill out of Loyang? Thinking of this, Yi Chen's 2 eyes flashed a cold aura, then he looked at Ren Honchang and spoke, "Follow me." "Yes, General." Ren Honchang realized that something was not quite right, but he still nodded and opened his mouth to respond. Yi Chen let out a long breath before leading Ren Honchang out of the transmission array. The teleportation array that Yi Chen was in at the moment was in the official's residential area, and no player could reach here yet. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have to enter combat immediately. Going all the way around, Yi Chen came to the backyard of the inn where the warhorse was stored, and led the warhorse while coming to the alley. Yi Chen got on the horse straight away. While reaching out, he pulled Ren Honchang onto the horse. "Hold me tight," Yi Chen said without looking back, and after saying that, his feet clipped the horse's belly. Sigh. The warhorse instantly snorted, and then opened its hooves and began to run. If it was usual, Yi Chen naturally would not ride a horse at a gallop in Loyang. However, it was fine now. Once the special mission was triggered, the natives of Loyang would all return to their homes. Even those who were doing business would stop doing business. At this moment, throughout Loyang, those who showed their faces, without exception, were all players. This was exactly the reason why Yi Chen sped on his horse. Loyang, on the street leading to the city gate. A galloping warhorse suddenly appeared, and then disregarded the players who were still roaming the streets, and charged straight through. On the street, there were many players, each looking for Yi Chen. The sudden appearance of a warhorse, or a galloping warhorse, startled many people. One by one, they flew towards the sides of the street to hide. Looking for death, having a warhorse is amazing, wearing armor is awesome, heck. A player who was almost hit by the warhorse rushed in the direction the warhorse left and cursed angrily. Damn, really, what kind of people are there, also not afraid of being caught, even dare to ride a horse in Loyang, but also run wild. This should be a historical military general, right? Look at the armor he is wearing, how to look at it is not like the general equipment. Strange, how can there be a beggar behind him? Is that a beggar? How do I look at that as a woman? How do I feel something is wrong? Nima, those NPCs are gone, how did this one come out? Just then, an ecstatic roar rang out. That's Yi Chen. Chapter 99, a hegemonic strike. So the one on horseback is Yi Chen. A person recognized Yi Chen. So that's Yi Chen. Another person recognized Yi Chen. Haha, I finally saw Yi Chen. More and more players recognized Yi Chen, and after a few seconds, countless players opened their mouths and yelled. Quickly! Quickly stop Yi Chen! That one on horseback is Yi Chen! Crazy roars constantly resounded in the streets of Loyang. It was filled with thick lust and desire, full of madness. Those who kill Yi Chen will be rewarded with returning Yang Dan X1, King Grade Technique X1, and Innate Attribute Points X1. The returning Yang Dan, the Innate Attribute Points, did not stimulate the player much. But this King Grade technique, it was different, no one was willing to give it up. Just this morning, a King level technique was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 10 billion credits. Just ask, how many people would ignore this huge amount of wealth? And now, Yi Chen had triggered a special mission, so as long as they killed Yi Chen, they would be able to get the King level merit law. Even if this King level technique didn't carry the word true, it was still an existence of high value, and it could even help players advance to the innate. Yi Chen was powerful, but Yi Chen was only one person, and this was the game world. As long as one participated in this quest, one would receive 10,000 gold, and moreover, death was without penalty. How could it not cause a sensation among the players? How could it not cause the players to go crazy? At this moment, players throughout the Three Kingdoms novice area were looking for Yi Chen. The special mission restricted Yi Chen from using the teleportation array, but not other players. Loyang teleportation array, the light of teleportation, hadn't stopped from the moment the special mission opened. The players in Loyang at the moment had instantly jumped from the original several million to tens of millions. And this number was still rising crazily. Their target was Yi Chen. And at this moment, Yi Chen appeared. Yi Chen, stop it for me. Be a good boy and dismount to die. A loud roar rang out from in front of Yi Chen. With this roar, countless players madly surged towards Yi Chen. Their eyes were filled with intense greed and avarice. On their faces, deep desire was written. Both of Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and his berserk-killing aura instantly rose to the sky. Boom! The overbearing and wild aura also burst out at this moment. At this instant, the players who were rushing towards Yi Chen, one by one couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They were shocked by Yi Chen's strong and overbearing aura, as well as the extremely strong and berserk-killing aura. Da-day-day. The warhorse was still galloping through the streets of Loyang. Crowds of people were crowded in front of them, and behind them, there was a vast expanse of people. The entire Loyang street, except for Yi Chen's side, front and back, everywhere was filled with people, and one could not see the edge at a glance. At this moment, Yi Chen made a move with his right hand, and the dark and thick deicide gun instantly appeared in Yi Chen's right hand. Those who block me, die. After an explosive shout, Yi Chen continued to gallop his horse, not stopping. While the Godslayer gun was swung out towards the front without any mercy in this instant. Buzz. The tip of the God-slaying lance trembled. Woo! Dark light instantly flew out from the tip of the God-slaying gun before tearing the air mercilessly apart. In the blink of an eye, the dark light transformed into a 10-meter-long airblade that chopped at the players blocking the front. Bear. A series of sounds of rags being torn apart rang out in pieces the moment the airblade touched the players. Woo. Dozens of heads, with blank faces, flew into the sky. Plop. Pieces of corpses that had been sliced in two fell to the ground right after them. Bear. Blood began to gush, reflecting the sky red and then coloring the earth. The frantic players, in this instant, were killed by Yi Chen in hundreds with a single strike, and the road in front of them instantly emptied out. Da-day. The warhorses were still galloping. The players who had originally planned to go forward, without exception, all froze in place. Yi Chen's strong and domineering strike was reflected into all the players' minds in this instant. Powerful, domineering, ferocious. This feeling rose up in the hearts of the players almost simultaneously. What is going on here? Why can Yi Chen kill so many people? At once, one person heavily swallowed his saliva and shouted in shock. Yes. Nima, if this is the case, then how can we complete the mission? We can't even get close, said one person with a tangled face. This is the innate realm. Yes, it must be. This is the innate realm. A person suddenly remembered something and roared with an excited face. Doesn't that mean that when I reach the innate realm, I can also be like Yi Chen? A person heard this and said with two glowing eyes. Day. The war horse was still galloping. Kill him. Kill Yi Chen. If we kill him, we'll get the king grade technique. Killing him will allow us to advance to the innate level as well. A loud roar violently rang out from the crowd. This loud roar was like a fuse that once again ignited an even more intense greed, avarice, and a desire so strong that it was suffocating within the players. Wow! The players rushed towards Yi Chen once again. Chapter 100, Fearless and Fearless. Money moved people's hearts, interests mesmerized people's eyes. The desire for a king-level technique and witnessing the power of the innate realm with their own eyes already stimulated the players. Adding the fact that someone was intentionally yelling, it further stimulated the players. Everyone wanted to kill Yi Chen and get the one-step-to-heaven king-level technique. The players were madly rushing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the endless players in front of him, watched their madness, and narrowed his eyes. The deicide lance, which was tightly gripped in his right hand, was swung out again without any mercy. The air blade reappeared, and the limbs and heads once again flew into the air in pieces. The corpses that were torn into two pieces fell to the ground with a plop, plop. Yi Chen's path forward was once again empty. Day. The war horse was galloping. It stepped over a field of mutilated corpses, splattering flowers of blood. Blood, staining the hooves of the horses, stained the bodies of the players. The strong smell of blood slowly appeared, and then became thicker and stronger. Yi Chen's two eyes were ice cold, his eyes were like knives, and his right hand, the deicide gun, swung out again and again. The innate true chi in his body was released again and again. The chi blades continuously tore through the air, emptying all the players they came into contact with. The overbearing, merciless, cold-blooded, kill everything, wild aura once again shocked the many players. They began to hesitate. They began to doubt if they could succeed. Don't be afraid. Dying is not really dying. This is a game. Kill him. Whoever can kill him will get a king-level technique. Don't be afraid. He can't stay like this forever. Go on, we can't tell him to leave Loyang. Otherwise, where to chase him? Go. Quickly go on. Block Yi Chen. As long as we block Yi Chen, there will be a chance to kill him. King-level technique, one step to heaven. Several roars resounded through the crowd once again. This was someone coaxing and stimulating others. These people wanted to tell others to go forward and die. Although it was childish, the effect it had was surprisingly good. Many players who were hesitant at first, after the roars rang out, their hearts, which had originally cooled down a bit, were once again ignited. Damn! Brace the bold, starve the timid. Go! Right! Yi Chen is even more powerful, so what? This is a game, there's no punishment for dying, what's there to be afraid of? Charge! Kill Yi Chen! Snatch Sable Cicada! The players went crazy once again, fearlessly rushing towards Yi Chen. Day. The war horses were still galloping, and their speed hadn't decreased in the slightest. Yi Chen's originally icy gaze turned even colder at this moment. Yi Chen had been reborn and knew all about the greed and avarice of the players. And now, the players' greed was once again displayed in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Although, this was the game, it was normal to fight and kill in the game. But this game was not simple, it involved reality. The stronger the game, the stronger the reality. And this further amplified the greed and avarice of human nature. No one doesn't want to become stronger, no one doesn't want to be in reality, where they can crush everything. And now, the fact that death was not even a punishment further stimulated all the players. Yi Chen didn't hate any of them, because there was no need to. For Yi Chen, these people in front of him were all enemies. Yi Chen would only choose one way to deal with the enemy, kill. Whether it was the game world or the real world, Yi Chen would choose this way and would not hesitate. Because Yi Chen knows that after the meteor fall, the human nature is despicable, the human nature is dirty, the human nature is nasty. What he had seen and heard in his previous life was vivid in his mind. If the real world, Yi Chen has a diamond-level game warehouse, has a god-level village building order, but also built the Reincarnation village, there are still spiritual springs in the territory, there is the matter of gathering spirit array disc, if people know. Then Yi Chen would be attacked in reality just like at this moment, and by many, many people. Yi Chen knew these clearly, understood these, and saw through these. Therefore, Yi Chen's choice, from the moment after he was reborn, was already determined and would never change. No matter who it was, but whoever was an enemy, there was only one word, kill. Kill. Yi Chen shouted explosively and instantly swung out his right-hand deicide gun. Buzz. The tip of the gun trembled. Buzz. The air blade tore through the air. Bear. Pieces of heads, limbs and arms flew into the sky. Day. The war horses galloped. On the street heading to the southern city gate of Loyang, the players blocking Yi Chen were cleared by Yi Chen one after another. Yi Chen's horse was constantly approaching towards the south city gate. After the Godslayer lance was swung out for the 200th time, the huge south city gate of Loyang appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. 1,000 meters, the southern city gate of Loyang was still a whole 1,000 meters away from Yi Chen. On this road, players had densely packed to the extent that people were crowding each other. Looking at the countless, glowing-eyed players that kept rushing in, Yi Chen's face did not have a trace of movement. At this moment, the innate true qi in Yi Chen's body was already depleted. He was unable to continue utilizing his innate true qi to kill the enemies in pieces. But even so, Yi Chen still did not move. On Yi Chen's face, not a single trace of panic could be seen, much less a single trace of fear. Da-day-day, da-day-day. The war horse was still galloping. The gusty wind blew by, swirling up strands of blood. The remnant of the sun was like blood, reflecting the red side of Yi Chen's rigid and cold face. Behind Yi Chen, corpses that had been sliced to pieces spread all over the long street. On the ground, blood began to converge and then slowly flowed. Looking at the players who were getting closer and closer, both of Yi Chen's eyes snapped open before he burst out and shouted, "Kill!" Chapter 101, Punishment from Yi Chen. Yi Chen's right hand's deicide gun, without hesitation, stabbed at the oncoming player. Simple, brutal, and without any frills. The moment it touched the first player, the tip of the gun turned into countless residual shadows and burst out. Poo poo poo. A series of loud sounds came out. Player after player was stabbed with a large hole on the spot before being knocked away by the galloping warhorse. However, there were too many players, too densely packed, and the galloping warhorses were, finally, blocked. Just then, an ecstatic roar came out. Hurry! Yi Chen doesn't have a big move anymore. The warhorse has also stopped. Get on! Kill him! Kill him! This yell undoubtedly gave all the players a shot of chicken blood. Ha ha ha! The king grade technique is mine. Yi Chen suffer death. Ha ha ha! I told you to act tough, you act tough again. Aren't you able to fight? Go on, keep amplifying your moves. The players mocked Yi Chen crazily and recklessly. In their opinion, Yi Chen, who had no innate true qi and was unable to unleash his big moves, was doomed for the end. Yi Chen would end up becoming a stepping stone for one of them. And the players present, who were close to Yi Chen, all thought that they would become that person. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and the deicide gun continued to dance. Simple, brutal moves were used again and again. After each shot, at least 3 to 5 people, and as many as a dozen people were instantly killed in seconds. De. The warhorse moved forward step by step. Yi Chen's deicide lance was constantly harvesting the lives of one piece of player after another. Time passed little by little, and the players besieging Yi Chen gradually realized. Without his innate true qi, Yi Chen was equally terrifying. Anyone who approached within 2 meters of Yi Chen, without exception, was killed by the deicide gun. Some were even picked off by Yi Chen. For 1,000 meters of road, Yi Chen had already traveled 100 meters, not only unharmed, but also decapitated all the players who tried to get close as well. Just how much time had passed, thousands of players had been chopped up by Yi Chen on the spot, while Yi Chen couldn't even see the slightest hint of fatigue. Right at this moment, a cry of alarm came. Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gun has a problem. His cry of alarm immediately drew the attention of many players. Right at this moment, Yi Chen swung out his gun, instantly decapitating 5 players. And those 5 players who raised their weapons to block Yi Chen's attack, not only did their weapons instantly turn into powder, even the armor on their bodies were no exception. All of them turned into powder. At this instant, the sound of sucking in cold air rang out in pieces. Godslayer Lance Remnant, innate treasure, damage due to Pangu opening the sky, fell to mortal dust, repair conditions unknown. Characteristics: 1. Shatters weapons with a grade lower than the God-slaying lance, the lower the grade, the greater the chance. After use, soulbound, cannot be dropped, cannot be traded, cannot be stolen. None of the equipment that players were using right now could compare to Yi Chen's Godslayer lance, and being shattered was an inevitable result. Previously, the killing was too intense, Yi Chen's strikes were too fast, no one noticed the anomaly. Noticed but instantly killed in seconds, wanted to shout, already hung up. Want to resurrect, under normal circumstances, can be resurrected immediately. But now, it was during a special mission, and if you wanted to be revived, you had to wait for at least an hour. Those players who were at the back of the queue were even more unable to see the specifics in front of them. And now, countless players were chilled to death by Yi Chen and began to cower. Then, there were those who realized that there was something wrong with Yi Chen's deicide lance. But after they confirmed the eccentricity of the Godslayer lance, each and every one of them were stunned. Nima, the equipment on his body, when touched by the deicide gun, it shattered, and when rubbed, it also shattered. It was equipment that had been bought with great difficulty, and it just shattered. The emotions of heartache and worry began to appear in the hearts of more and more players. Nima, it was hard to save up money to buy a weapon, bought an armor, is it easy for me? Nima, this shot down, weapon shattered, armor shattered, then how much money to lose? Poorly equipped players do not have much to think about, anyway, there are 10,000 gold compensation. But the players with good equipment wanted to cry their hearts out. Ta. The warhorse strolled forward. Wow. The players who originally wanted to hit Yi Chen's idea in front of them actively retreated. Nima, if you don't retreat, you'll be killed, but your equipment will be destroyed. They didn't think that Yi Chen would be kind enough to leave them their equipment. Grass. Get on. Don't be afraid. Yi Chen doesn't have the strength. A loud roar came from the crowd. Yeah, go on. Kill Yi Chen, king level technique don't wait, go on. Another person started to shout. Go on Nima go on, dog day, why don't you go on? Roars of anger came out from the mouths of the players at the front. Mayor Gobi, Yi Chen's gun can shatter equipment, if you want to go on you guys go on. They really didn't dare to go on, it was best if they could kill Yi Chen, but once they failed, the loss, it would be huge. Previously fearless, because not afraid of losses, because the world announcement also said, death without punishment. But the actual situation is, the system does not punish, but Yi Chen punishment Nima, a punishment is a piece of equipment. The equipment can't be put back, it says it's in a combat state. A cry of alarm just at this time, suddenly rang out. Grass. All the damn dodge away, whoever you guys love to get on. A player at the very front, roared viciously, and as he did so, he turned around, wanting to burrow into the crowd. As for what rewards, pull back quickly, at least now cannot fight hard against Yi Chen. If there is a hardtop Yi Chen, then he can try and see if there is a chance. However, his thoughts were good, but the reality was very cruel. Not only did he fail to enter the crowd, he was also pushed out by the crowd. There was a sound of bared. This player suddenly realized that his sight was wrong, he was flying, higher and higher. The people who were just beside him also flew up. Then, his head turned, and he saw the ground, the headless body, and the equipment that had turned into powder on the headless body. In that instant, his eyes snapped open. That is the old man's equipment. Shattered. Day. Yi Chen rode on top of the warhorse and kept moving forward. The players who were blocking Yi Chen in front of them kept trying to retreat, they were afraid that their equipment would be shattered by Yi Chen's deicide gun. However, no matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't retreat. There were too many people, so many that it was impossible to move backward. Yi Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest, not shocked, not angry, only icy cold. Lance after lance was swung out, mercilessly decimating the players who started to retreat. No matter who it was, the players who were in the way were all targets for Yi Chen to kill. Even if they had started to get scared. Even if they had started to retreat. And at this time, the large group of players behind Yi Chen had already chased after them. They were numerous and endless. However, the players at the very front were always hanging behind Yi Chen, and no one went forward. Because, they also heard the cries of alarm from those players who were blocking Yi Chen's body. What's more, they saw the bare, naked corpses on the ground that covered a street. They were very smart, there was no need for them to go up when someone was holding Yi Chen back, they just needed to wait patiently. If this nymphette went up, in case their own equipment also shattered, then how unprofitable. They all planned to wait for Yi Chen to exhaust his strength before attacking him. However, they, who were at the back, overlooked one thing: Yi Chen didn't come to Loyang by himself. Chapter 102 Arrival of Jianwei. Da-day. The warhorse was moving forward at a slow pace. Yi Chen's right hand's deicide lance, shot after shot, continued to take away the lives of more and more players. Accompanying the players' corpses floating in the air were the equipment on each of them. The remnant's sun was like blood, and the guns captured souls and shattered them. Yi Chen, who stood in the midst of the remnants of the sun, was not sad, not happy, not shocked, not angry, with only cold killing intent in his eyes. Mercilessly harvesting the lives of more and more players. Blood was flowing, and the players who were greedy beyond measure before began to retreat and regret. Boss Yi Chen, I was wrong, let me go, I shouldn't have gotten carried away, let me go. Boss Yi Chen, I really didn't mean it, I just came to see you, really, believe me, I was pushed over by them. Boss Yi Chen, I just came to visit Loyang, don't kill me. Explanation after explanation rang out from the mouths of the players in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen naturally heard what they said and understood what they meant. Afraid, timid, regretful, but what does this have to do with me? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and the Godslayer gun was swung out again without stopping at all. Blood was flying, and corpses fell to the ground in pieces. No one could stand up to the sharpness of the God-slaying lance, no one could get within 2 meters of Yi Chen. Yi Chen! Are you really going to do things so desperately? A furious roar suddenly rang out. I'm doing it absolutely? Yi Chen was slightly stunned before he laughed, and as he laughed, it turned into a wild laugh up to the sky. Yi Chen was laughing at the greed and avarice of human nature, at the meanness of human nature. These players who retreated, the price of the equipment on their bodies exceeded 10,000 gold, but participating in the special mission only gave 10,000 gold. The loss outweighed the gain, was what was on everyone's mind at this moment. So they retreated, they regretted, and they begged for forgiveness. There were even some who wanted to put on a show and scare Yi Chen. Would Yi Chen be afraid? Of course not. However, here, Yi Chen couldn't continue to stay. He had to leave Loyang as soon as possible and join up with Dian Wei and the Reincarnation Legion. Yi Chen was very sure that many forces had already begun to act, and the players in Loyang at the moment were nothing more than individual players. They had no territories, much less armies. For Yi Chen, such individual players were not on his mind. Yi Chen himself alone could kill these people until they cried out. Not to mention, Yi Chen also had an army, a Reincarnation Legion, and even a superb historical martial general, Dian Wei. Those forces that hadn't appeared yet were the biggest obstacle to this special mission. After laughing for a while, Yi Chen then looked at the players in front of him and spoke. Don't say I won't give you guys a chance. 3 minutes, I'll only give you 3 minutes. Retreat or stay, decide as soon as possible. Yi Chen preferred to waste 3 minutes of time, but also to tell these players to retreat. Killing all the way out would take much more than 3 minutes. After Yi Chen finished speaking, the Godslayer gun was lifted upside down, and he looked at the players in front of him expressionlessly. As for the endless players behind him, Yi Chen didn't even look at them, because those people were still far away from Yi Chen. Who? The players in front of Yi Chen, at this time, each one of them let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to worry about heavy losses, at least not for a while. The players behind them, on the other hand, hesitated for a while because Yi Chen was still a little distance away from them. The players further back, however, didn't care. In their opinion, they could do whatever they wanted, and if they ran anyway, they could definitely run away. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound like thunder suddenly came from the south city gate of Loyang. Rumble. Thunder? A person looked up in confusion. The sky was cloudless. It seems like I've heard this sound somewhere. One person looked behind him after a slight blink. In the next second, both of his eyes fiercely shrunk before he cried out in shock. Cavalry. It's cavalry. They are charging. How dare they charge towards Loyang? Yi Chen naturally also heard the sound of the cavalry charging, and riding on his warhorse, Yi Chen looked even farther. When Yi Chen's eyes looked outside the southern gate of Loyang, and then he was stunned. Dian Wei. How did he come? Could it be that Gui Jia ordered it? Yes, it must be Gui Jia who ordered it. I didn't tell Dian Wei about this. This guy is how to calculate that during the special mission, Loyang's guards will not attack anyone who touches their side. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen, who couldn't figure it out, couldn't help but smile. To be able to accept Gui Jia really is earning a lot. Lord Gong. Dian Wei has come. A heaven-shaking roar suddenly rang out, and then it directly traveled into the southern city gates of Loyang, reaching the ears of countless players. Dian Wei. That ugly, earth-shattering, sobbing man is Dian Wei. Grass. Who can tell me? Why does Yi Chen have cavalry? I'd like to know why those cavalrymen are dressed better than me. Get the hell out of here, can't you see that Boss Yi Chen's men are coming? A roar came out from the mouth of a player in front of Yi Chen. Wow. The players in front of Yi Chen instantly dispersed towards both sides of the street. No one dared to continue blocking in front, even those players who were indifferent before. Dian Wei was leading the Reincarnation Legion, but he was charging straight over. If they continued to stand in the way, there was only one way to end up, being mercilessly killed on the spot. At this moment, those players behind Yi Chen were all dumbfounded, with shocked faces, plus helplessness. They still want to wait for Yi Chen's strength to be exhausted. This is good. Yi Chen's hands came down. Also our cavalry, the leader is even a superb historical military general, Dian Wei. Chapter 103 White Tiger Battle Formation. Rumble. The warhorses charged, their iron hooves stepping on the ground and rolling up smoke and dust. Dian Wei was at the head of the horse, behind him was the Reincarnation Legion, his lance was raised diagonally, and his tyrannical murderous aura shot up into the sky. Dian Wei hated these players who blocked his lord Yi Chen's path. He hated that he couldn't be the first to show up at Yi Chen's side to protect his lord Yi Chen. The Reincarnation Legion hated these players who dared to hit their lord Yi Chen with their ideas. Killing aura, a furious and incomparable killing aura, unabashedly released. They wanted to kill all the players who hurt, even those who wanted to hurt their lord Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the Reincarnation Legion that was getting closer and closer, and a warmth couldn't help but rise in his heart. This is my soldier. This is my general. No one understood better than Yi Chen that the natives of this world were, in fact, all living, breathing people with flesh and blood and souls. Therefore, Yi Chen was very happy and relieved. The warhorses were galloping, and a strong killing aura began to coalesce and recoalesce over the Reincarnation Legion. Once the time of tea passed, a heaven-shaking tiger's roar suddenly rang out from the middle of the sky. Roar! What did I hear? A tiger's roar? What's going on? I heard it too, Naya. How big of a tiger does it have to be to make a roar like that? Look at the sky, what's that thing? It's coming and going. This is the clouds in the game? And with constantly changing shapes, huh? The players, one by one, were surprised and disgusted because of the abnormalities in the sky. Yi Chen similarly heard the tiger's whistle, and after a slight stare, he looked up to the sky. There, a ball of gas that appeared and disappeared was constantly changing shape. Ha! Could it be the innate battle formation? How is it possible? Yi Chen was in disbelief. But the air mass that was changing in the sky in front of him clearly told Yi Chen that all of this was true. Battle formations generally came from leading military generals, but there was also a kind of battle formation that didn't belong to leading military generals. That was the innate battle formation. Innate battle formations required chance and comprehension to have a chance of appearing. In Yi Chen's previous life, if he hadn't stumbled upon legions that used innate battle formations after entering the flood, at this moment, one would really be as confused as others. And now, the Reincarnation Legion had actually encountered the chance to comprehend the innate battle formation in the Three Kingdoms novice area, which gave Yi Chen a heavenly surprise at this moment. Surprisingly, it really is an innate battle formation. Yi Chen's eyes snapped open, and he looked with a face of ecstasy at the air mass that appeared and disappeared in the sky. That air mass was precisely the sign that the innate battle formation was about to form. What could it be? Yi Chen looked at the sky tightly, not moving a muscle. Why? Do I suddenly have a feeling as if it's dangerous? A player looked at the ever-approaching Reincarnation Legion, gulped, swallowed a mouthful of saliva before speaking. I also have this kind of feeling. In the end, what's going on? This is obviously a game. Why I will not be able to help but hair shaking. Me too. Nima, what the hell is going on? Like if I die this time, I'll really die. Grass. No way, I thought I was the only one who had this feeling. I thought it was an illusion. No. It can't be that. After being killed by those cavalry, it will really die, right? One by one, the players discussed with some panic. They all felt that things were not quite right. It was clearly a game, but it really called them to feel the feeling of death. That feeling, it wasn't death in the game, but in reality. They felt that if they died this time, they would really die. It was ridiculous and bull, but how could that feeling be thrown away? It couldn't be thrown away. Not only could it not be thrown out, it was also in their hearts, constantly taking root. Whatever, I'm going to go offline to hide for a while, damn, evil. One person finished speaking and was about to go offline. However, in the next second, his face suddenly changed. Unable to go offline. Why? Why can't I get offline? And what the hell is the innate battle formation? Why is it locking onto me? As soon as his words landed on the ground, another player tried to go offline, and then his face changed with a swish. I have also been locked by the ascendant battle formation. Grass. I want to go offline off. Me too. Nima, what the hell is this innate battle formation? Who can tell me what the innate battle formation is? Why can you tell me not to get offline? More and more players tried to get offline, but the result was invariably that they were in the locked state of the innate battle formation and could not get offline. No. It can't be. It can't be because. It's because of those cavalry. A player suddenly thought of something and looked towards the ever-approaching Reincarnation Legion with a horrified face, before saying in a trembling voice. Right at this moment, the sound of a tiger's roar that shook heaven and earth resounded once again. Roar! In the sky, the air mass that appeared and disappeared suddenly ceased to be hidden, and not only did it cease to be hidden, it also began to stretch and stretch again. A few seconds later, an incomparably huge white tiger appeared in the sky. Although it was still somewhat illusory, it was still able to give a glimpse of its appearance. Yi Chen, who had been staring at the sky, had both eyes light up violently the moment he saw the white tiger. An innate battle formation, one of the 4 elephants, the white tiger battle formation. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, the Reincarnation Legion has comprehended the innate battle formation, the white tiger battle formation. Chapter 10 for the terror of the white tiger battle formation. What is that? That. How come the clouds have turned into tigers? A cry of alarm suddenly came. Why does that tiger give me a horrible feeling? I have a feeling of suffocating. I also have this feeling too, like I'm going to die. Why? Isn't this a game? I can't seem to move. I can't seem to move. What's going on? What's going on? Someone help me. I can't move either, damn it, move for me. One by one, the players discovered the abnormality in the sky, saw the white tiger condensed by the killing chi, and felt the tyrannical and merciless killing chi of the white tiger. Even more, they felt a more realistic death. Absurd, unbelievable, this was a game, it was simply impossible to really die, however, this was the truth. At this moment, the white tiger appeared, and the death that the players felt was even thicker and stronger than before. Rumble. The war horses galloped, and the earth trembled. Right at this moment, the white tiger that had coalesced in the sky suddenly began to descend, and then wrapped the entire Reincarnation Legion as well as Dianwei in it. In the next second, the Reincarnation Legion was gone. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was an incomparably huge white tiger, which was ferocious, overbearing, merciless, and tyrannical. It charged furiously towards the southern city gates of Loyang. Its unrivaled, world-defying aura was instantly displayed before everyone's eyes. Roar! The earth-shattering tiger's roar came out violently. The white tiger, which was already extremely fast, instantly accelerated. I am going to die. Don't! I don't want to die. A person looked at the berserk white tiger, coldly shivered, and then screamed shrilly. I don't want to die. Ah. Why? Why? This is the game. It's the game. Why do I feel like I'll actually die? The players knew that it was a game, and in their minds, dying wasn't really dying. They had all died many times and were simply fine. However, at this moment, a fear from the depths of his soul unexpectedly arose in his heart. A player suddenly remembered something and hurriedly rushed at Yi Chen and shouted in a trembling voice. Don't! Don't kill us! Boss Yi Chen! We got out of the way. Ah. He had a feeling that if he was killed by this white tiger, maybe he would really die. That tyrannical to the extreme killing aura, like the cold wind of the nine hells, scraped him, and his soul began to tremble and shudder. At this moment, those who had this feeling were not only him. Those players at the city gates, without exception, all had this seemingly absurd, but real feeling. Their souls were trembling, and in fear. They felt that if they were killed, they would really die, the kind that would completely die. Boss Yi Chen, I got out of the way. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have had bad thoughts. Please let me go. Yi Chen God, big brother, I was wrong. Spare me. Ah. Boss Yi Chen, I won't dare to go against you again, I swear. As long as you let me go, I promise, from now on, I will only look up to you. Player after player started begging for mercy. They were truly afraid. The fear that came from the depths of their souls was indescribable, but truly appeared in their hearts. Yi Chen looked at the huge white tiger that was about to reach the city gates, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Reincarnation Legion Unique, Specialized Legion. Grade, S. Number of people, 10,000. Legion Battle Formation, White Tiger Battle Formation, Innate Battle Formation. Legion Skill, Aggression like fire, immovable like a mountain. Aggression like fire, when attacking the enemy, it is like a prairie fire, unstoppable. Immovable as a mountain, when the Legion is stationed, like a mountain, it cannot be shaken. I didn't expect an innate battle formation to directly raise the rank of the Reincarnation Legion to S. At this moment, the Reincarnation Legion soldiers are still not high in rank, and the various skills have not yet been mastered through. As long as the Reincarnation Legion experiences some more great battles, the SS grade, or even the SSS grade is easily attainable. Even before entering the flood, it is not impossible to directly advance to the innate Legion. The innate battle formation is really powerful. In this way, the plan will go even smoother. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked towards the players who were terrified and then crying for mercy. They were fearing death because they felt death, real death. In fact, they were right in thinking that they would really die if they were decapitated by the White Tiger battle formation. However, they would have 10 chances to die 10 times. Just as after entering the flood world, everyone would have 10 chances to die. After dying 10 times, the soul would completely perish. Even though they wouldn't really die after being killed, they could continue to die 9 more times. However, as a punishment for death, a coma of 3 to 5 days was inevitable. If their will was too weak to withstand the impact of the White Tiger battle formation, they might even become idiots. After all, the White Tiger battle formation belonged to the innate battle formation and was born with the property of attacking the soul. The White Tiger battle formation has just appeared in the world and needs blood to sacrifice the formation. Since the Reincarnation Legion is here and you all won't leave, you can't blame me. Thinking of this, Yi Chen smiled coldly. These people, mouthing off about being wrong and saying to leave, Yi Chen also gave them 3 minutes. Although, Dian Wei arrived soon with the Reincarnation Legion, but they still had a chance to leave. As a result, still no one left. The purpose, it was obvious, they still had a chance in their hearts, in case they had a chance to kill Yi Chen. Chapter 105 Sweeping Away. Roar! The heaven-shattering tiger's roar resounded once again. The huge white tiger charged hard into the southern city gates of Loyang, leaping violently before jumping down heavily. Boom! The earth began to tremble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless air-breaking sounds followed. Only the players near the southern city gate of Loyang were seen flying up in pieces. In mid-air, their bodies fragmented before splattering out a sky full of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of players were killed in seconds. The tyrannical to the extreme aura of the white tiger also became more prevalent and intense at this moment. Roar! A heaven-shattering roar once again resounded, as the white tiger that the Reincarnation Legion had transformed into raised its head and headed towards the front, charging fiercely. A white stream of light instantly appeared, and then swept past countless players. Boom boom boom. Countless explosive sounds rang out. Only to see that where the stream of light passed through, players without exception, all disappeared, and what was left behind was only the ever-churning blood mist. One strike from the white tiger, instantly securing more than 100,000 seconds. Swish! The stream of light stilled, the white tiger dispersed, and Dianwei and the Reincarnation Legion appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Hiss! Hiss! Pieces of sounds of sucking in cold air came out from the mouths of the endless players behind Yichen. This is too terrifying. How can this still be played? Nima, instantly securing over 100,000 people at once. This Nima, how many people are not enough to kill? I just want to know now, how did that tiger appear and why is it gone now? It must be Yichen's cavalry that changed, it's not obvious. Why can a cavalryman turn into a big tiger? Nima, I've never even heard of it. This Nima, who knows? I guess only those lord players know it. Nima, this task can't be done. When those players behind Yichen were discussing one by one in shock, Dianwei and 1,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion dismounted their horses in unison. Swish! 1,001 people neatly kneeled on one knee. Your lordship. Dianwei came too late and caused the lord to be in danger. Please punish the lord. Dianwei shouted out with a face of regret. Please punish lord. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison. Yichen smiled faintly before speaking. There's no harm, you guys came just in time. Besides, it's just a bunch of mole crickets, they're not in the way. My lord, those people? Dianwei slightly froze, then nodded, then looked behind Yichen and asked. Although it was said to be an inquiry, the undisguised murderous aura of Dianwei was enough to show what was in his heart at the moment. Dianwei wanted to kill those who dared to hit his lord Yichen's idea. Whether it was Dianwei or the Reincarnation Legion, there was a killing intent within his heart at the moment, a killing intent against those players. It was very thick, very intense. Yichen wasn't some saint, these players had come to target themselves, and still want to be some kind of rotten good guy and let them go? How is it possible? Yichen glanced at Dianwei and then at the Reincarnation Legion, before opening his mouth and drinking, kill. Yes. When Dianwei heard this, he answered loudly without hesitation before turning over and mounting his horse. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion followed suit and rolled onto their horses. The lord has an order. Kill. Dianwei raised the iron halberd in his hand and bellowed explosively. Kill. 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 The Reincarnation Legion all raised their point steel and spears diagonally in unison, and shouted loudly. Killing intent instantly soared wildly, and then coalesced over the Reincarnation Legion. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have a very dangerous feeling? Me too. Nima, this is a game, why do I have this feeling? Could it be that those killed people at the city gates are telling the truth? We will really hang up? No way, weren't they scared? Just now didn't we laugh at them to come, how is it possible? But, heck, why do I have the feeling that I'm going to hang up now? I there also have what the hell is going on? Why does it feel like dying? Grass. I'm locked. Me too. Not called offline. What's going on here? Those players behind Yichen felt the danger belonging to death. From the initial disbelief, they gradually looked to be skeptical, and then, their souls began to tremble. Previously, the Reincarnation Legion locked those players at the city gates, they didn't have any special feeling, and even laughed at those people. And now that the Reincarnation Legion had locked onto them, they finally realized what it really meant for those players at the city gates to be alarmed, scared, and even begging for mercy. Right at this moment, the white tiger that had just disappeared steeply reappeared, and then enveloped Dianwei as well as the Reincarnation Legion. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar resounded violently. In the next second, the white tiger pounced, and then turned into a stream of light rushing towards those players behind Yichen. Boom, boom, boom. Intense bursts of sound rang out in pieces, and wherever the stream of light passed, blood mist rolled over. A second later, the stream of light stopped abruptly, and the white tiger appeared 1,000 meters away. Roar! Roaring again, the white tiger then transformed into streams of light once again, pouncing on the group of players who were terrified and even kept begging for mercy. Once, twice, 3 times, until after the 12th time, the white tiger finally stopped. At this moment, on the entire street leading to the southern city gate of Loyang, apart from Yichen, there was not a single player. Millions of players, in a few breaths of time, were just swept away. A thick mist of blood filled the entire street before drifting into the distance with the wind. Chapter 106 Players Shock. This is too terrifying. This has to be millions of people. One photo, millions of people, just like that? Not even a chance to resist, so dead? Nima, is this cavalry? This is a human flesh reaper no, this is simply a super weapon wink dry death of millions of people. Yichen horrible even if, how this underling's also so horrible, a moment on the millions of people, this Nima how to complete that what mission, grass. Still thinking of completing that special mission? You don't want to see what's going on now, who can get close to Yichen? I couldn't before, and now that Dianwei is here with his troops, so don't even think about it. Damn it, whoever of you wants to find Yichen to complete the mission goes, I'm not staying here. I'm not staying here either, what those people shouted might be true, damn, it's too evil, I'll withdraw first. A guide who lives across the street from me, just now in that group of people who were dried into a blood mist, I'll go offline to see him, is he dead? In the distance, the players who didn't manage to rush to the street were all dumbfounded and looked at the empty street, discussing with a shocked face. In no time, these players went offline and escaped. No one dared to continue staying here. Death in the game was nothing to be afraid of, it wasn't like it would hurt. But those players who were killed by the Reincarnation Legion using the White Tiger battle formation, their pleas for mercy and cries before they died really scared everyone who saw that scene. If it was one person, 2 people, or even 100 people, it could be explained by making a play. But that was millions of people. Could Yi Chen, even more powerful, talk millions of people who had hit Yi Chen's idea to put on a show? Simply impossible. Therefore, these players, an inexplicable panic appeared in their hearts. Therefore, these players, without hesitation, gave up to complete any special tasks. Although the rewards were good, they had to have the life to enjoy them. The street where Loyang went towards the South City Gate, and further away, there were countless unknown players. They saw the White Tiger, but they didn't know about the scene that happened on the street of the South City Gate. And now, countless people began to flee from there, suddenly causing them to freeze. Just then, the World Channel came alive. The people who were killed by Yi Chen's cavalry are really in trouble. I really don't want to admit it, but I have to say, those people who were killed by the White Tiger, there's one who lives right next door to me, and he's become an idiot, crazy. I have one here too, he's across the street, he's in a coma, can't wake him up no matter how much he screams, but he's not in the game. Oh. Yi Chen boss, please, save my boyfriend to wake up, as long as you can save him, whatever you ask me to do is fine. Are you guys being funny? This is the game. Nima, being killed and still reality happens? They tease old man? That's it, the game is just a game, dead will be resurrected, what is there to worry about? I suspect, you guys are Yi Chen hired drag. I also feel so, this is too fake, killed in the game, coma in reality? And turned into an idiot? This is the funniest joke I've heard these days. They didn't lie. Really? I'm in the safe city of Magic City, there is a person in building B2102, he became crazy He just went online not long ago, he was killed by that White Tiger, then he went offline, now he became crazy, don't believe me, you can come over to take a look, as long as it's in the safe city of Mordor, you can come and take a look. I also have it here, share with me, that buddy, Naya, now really comatose, just in the capital safe city, building C1812. I don't believe it, I'm in Magic City, I'll go check it out. I don't believe it either, I'm in the capital, I'll go take a look too. In the World Channel, it was chaotic, however that content, at that time, stunned the entire Three Kingdoms novice area, all the players who saw this content. Being killed will be unconscious, will become an idiot? How horrible must this be? For a while, countless players who were going to come to Luoyang and wanted to kill Yi Chen to obtain the special mission rewards stopped in their tracks. Even, many people directly went offline and went to their respective cities to look at those who were popped out, or fell unconscious, or turned into idiots. Luoyang, on the South City Gate Street. Dianwei led the Reincarnation Legion and cleared the entire street of players, and originally, he was planning to continue chasing and killing those players who escaped. However, he was called back by Yi Chen, and then returned to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen didn't want to continue wasting time on these individual players. Telling Dianwei to kill millions of players was for the sake of sacrificing the formation and for deterrence. Yi Chen didn't have much time to spend here with them to grind their trails. It was important to know that 5 days later, a large number of Wuhan cavalry might appear in Reincarnation Town. There was no way to ride the teleportation array, so they could only ride all the way back to Reincarnation Town. Otherwise, Yi Chen simply wouldn't let go of these players who dared to hit him. Yi Chen looked at the emptied Luoyang street and disdainfully skimmed his mouth before looking at Ren Hongchang behind him. From the moment the special mission opened, Ren Hongchang had been holding Yi Chen's waist. Originally, Yi Chen thought that Ren Hongchang would be scared out of his wits. But that was not the case. She wasn't scared because of Yi Chen's domineering and merciless beheading of players, nor was she alarmed by the limbs and broken arms that flew everywhere, nor did she scream because of the splattered blood. Although she was a bit nervous, she was surprisingly quiet, and just stayed quietly behind Yi Chen without saying a word until now. Sure enough. Even if it is sealed, it is still extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yi Chen smiled slightly, then spoke, hold me tight, there will be a fight in a while, don't fall. Yes, General. Ren Hongchang nodded, then softly answered. Yi Chen let out a long breath, then looked towards the southern city gate of Luoyang and opened his mouth to drink. Let's go. Yes. The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison before urging their warhorses to follow Yi Chen closely, charging towards the south of Luoyang. Chapter 107 Prelude to the Great Battle. East of Luoyang City, 50 miles, teleportation array. The teleportation array, which had always been lit up ever since the special mission opened, suddenly went out. A few minutes later, the teleportation array suddenly lit up again. And then, countless soldiers were seen, continuously walking out from within the teleportation array. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The number of soldiers continued to increase and soon reached 1 million. Their equipment was varied, and some of them were even holding wooden guns. However, from the aura exuding from them, it could be clearly judged that they were soldiers belonging to the Lord players. After all the soldiers had finished teleporting and stood individually, a group of people walked out from the teleportation array. If Yi Chen was here, he would immediately recognize that these people were the group of player force leaders who had participated in the auction at the Loyang Uli Inn. Is Yi Chen sure he will pass through here? A person frowned and asked. Not long ago, someone had seen that cavalry in Yangli County. Now we can confirm that Yi Chen's Reincarnation Town is in Yuzhou. Now, Yi Chen can no longer use the teleportation array, and this is the place he must pass through to return to Yuzhou. A person nodded, and then spoke. This time, we must leave him behind. Not only must we kill him, but we must also arrest him and torture him severely. I don't believe he won't tell the secrets of the game. A man said viciously. What about the things those people in the world say? What if they're true? Also, Yi Chen's cavalry isn't easy to deal with. It said that it has just incarnated as a white tiger and killed millions of players. One person frowned and opened his mouth to ask. So what? With that strong attack ability, it's impossible that there's no limit. Don't forget, we're not unprepared. As long as Yi Chen shows up, we'll fire all arrows and shoot him to death. A person said with a disdainful skim. Yeah, what's there to worry about? But a mole, thinking that he has grasped a little secret of the game, he flaunts his power and is invincible. This time, if we don't teach him a good lesson, he really thinks he's invincible. A person nodded and said with approval. Then, after killing him, how will the rewarded king great feats be divided? A person remembered something and opened his mouth to ask. Of course, it's whoever leads the most soldiers. A man opened his mouth without hesitation. Bull, you're the one who has brought more soldiers here. Is it hard to believe that you can kill Yi Chen if we don't contribute? A person's two eyes widened as he angrily shouted. All shut up. A cold snort came out, and the scene instantly quieted down. Yi Chen hasn't even arrived yet, and you guys are already starting infighting. Do you still want to succeed in killing him? A middle-aged man with white hair over half of his body shouted in a cold voice. Then what do you say? A man asked. It's simple, draw lots, whoever catches it is the one who gets it, the others share the credits equally. Any comments? The middle-aged man spoke without hesitation. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and then nodded in unison. Very well, tell your archers to take their positions. As soon as Yi Chen arrives and gets into range, fire all arrows. Kill him. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Good. The crowd nodded their heads in unison and replied, before turning around and going to convey the order. Rumble. War horses galloped and the earth trembled. After a cavalry rushed out from the southern city gate of Loyang, it directly turned and went all the way to the east before changing direction and rushing towards Chaogai in the northeast. Yi Chen, who was at the head of the horse, suddenly frowned, before turning his head and shouting at Dianwei, who was galloping beside him. Dianwei passed down the order to change the weapons to ox-horn bows. Yes, Lord. Dianwei answered loudly, and then turned back to drink. The Lord has ordered. Weapons changed to ox-horn bows. The cavalrymen in the front row of the Reincarnation Legion, hearing this, directly turned their heads and shouted, by order of the Lord. Weapons changed to ox-horn bows. The Lord has ordered. Weapons changed to ox-horn bows. After a few breaths, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion all inserted their point steel and guns, and then took out their ox-horn bows from their backs and continued to gallop. My lord, is there an enemy? Dianwei looked at Yi Chen at this time and opened his mouth to ask. Well, some crumbs, they didn't show up in Loyang City. If I'm not wrong, they're already waiting for us ahead. Yi Chen nodded, and then opened his mouth. My lord, I'll come, my lord, go to the back. When Dianwei heard this, he didn't hesitate to open his mouth and said. No need, not to mention that I'm wearing armor. Even if I'm not wearing armor, unusual swords and knives won't be able to hurt me a hair. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and then opened his mouth. Yi Chen naturally had Yi Chen's reasoning for saying so. 9 Revolutions Shin Gong was a chaos-level technique. Even if Yi Chen had only practiced a little bit of it now, it could not hide the strength of Yi Chen's physical body. What's more, in this Three Kingdoms novice area, there were no powerful weapons at all. If one wanted to injure Yi Chen at this moment, one would need at least an earth-level weapon to do so. If Yi Chen's realm had risen again, then an earth-level weapon wouldn't be able to injure Yi Chen. My lord, the Reincarnation Legion still has the White Tiger battle formation. There is no need for my lord to charge forward. When Dianwei heard this, he was in a hurry. He didn't want Yi Chen to take any risks. Even if Yi Chen's physical body was strong, he couldn't. In case there was a mistake, then his sin would be huge. How long can the White Tiger battle formation last? Yi Chen glared at Dianwei before opening his mouth and asking. This. Dianwei instantly didn't know what to say. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before opening his mouth and saying. The Reincarnation Legion was founded by me. Do you think your lord doesn't know the capabilities of the Reincarnation Legion? That White Tiger battle formation, if you use it for a maximum of 3 more times, the entire Reincarnation Legion will instantly become weakened and reduced to less than 30% of its strength, and the duration will be at least 3 days. My lord. I'm not afraid of death, and no one in the Reincarnation Legion is afraid of death. Dianwei said loudly. Yi Chen glared at Dianwei before opening his mouth and drinking. Shut up. It's good to not be afraid of death, so if you go into battle and dare to kill the enemy, you won't be afraid even if you encounter 100 times 10,000 times as many enemies, but why do you still have to be brave when you can obviously avoid danger? Remember, in the future, without my order, the number of attacks of the White Tiger battle formation must be reserved for 3 times, otherwise, military justice will be served. Yes, my lord. Dianwei naively rubbed the back of his head before opening his mouth to respond. Rumble. The warhorses were galloping, all the way towards Chaogao. When the afterglow of the setting sun waved over the earth, an endless sea of people appeared in front of Yi Chen's group. Those were soldiers, boundless soldiers, soldiers belonging to the Lord players. Still really waiting for me here. Yi Chen looked at the endless soldiers in the distance, both eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. Chapter 108 Cavalry. It wasn't that Yi Chen hadn't thought about taking a detour, but that would delay the return to Reincarnation Town. Once he made a detour, Yi Chen would have to spend at least half a day more. Half a day's time might not seem like much, but often, even a minute could determine the success or failure of a matter. Therefore, Yi Chen did not want to make a detour. If you don't make a detour, you will be blocked. Yi Chen thought about it, but Yi Chen didn't fear it. At this moment, it hadn't been long since the game had opened. Yi Chen didn't think that others could be better than him, no matter if they were soldiers or generals. Looking at the endless millions of allied troops, Yi Chen coldly grunted, then opened his mouth and drank. 500 meters, turn to the northwest, ride and shoot. Lord has an order. At 500 meters, turn northwest, mounted shooting. Dianwei's head wouldn't even explode as he bellowed. With this sound, the entire Reincarnation Legion's soldiers heard it. Yes, my lord. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and then gripped the ox-horn bows in their hands and continued to follow behind Yi Chen as they sped towards the million allied troops. Million allied army position. Coming. Yi Chen is coming. Quickly. Tell the archers to get ready. A leader of a player force roared with both eyes. Quickly. Pass the order to prepare for the attack. As soon as Yi Chen enters range, fire all arrows. A person roared loudly in excitement. Soon, the group of player power leaders men ran off to pass the order. I didn't expect that Yi Chen would really dare to come over after seeing us. A man looked at Yi Chen, who kept rushing over, and said with disdain. Ha, I've said it all, this person is too arrogant. This is great, today we'll give him a lesson on what it means to be a bowman with an open hand. A man hemmed and hawed while speaking. Ah, I can't wait to see, Yi Chen's shocked and then fearful face. A man laughed maniacally. But 1,000 cavalry, so what if he has a big move? I really don't believe that his big move can be released indefinitely. Moreover, even if he has a big move, how can he hold up to the shooting of our 100,000 bowmen? A person said with a confident face. Rumble. The warhorse galloped and rolled up the sky with smoke and dust. Yi Chen took the lead on his horse, and when he was 500 meters away from the 1 million allied troops, he violently pulled the reins, and the warhorse instantly traveled in the northwest direction. Behind them, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion, at this moment, followed Yi Chen's movements in unison, turning towards the northwest. Ride and shoot. After a loud shout from Dianwei, a series of whoosh 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 sounds immediately followed. 1,000 arrows were instantly shot towards the million allied army's bowmen. The million allied army position. How did Yi Chen change direction? He's not going to run, is he? A leader of a player force was startled when he saw Yi Chen change direction, and then opened his mouth to shout. Damn, trying to run? Quickly. Order the army to block him. A man shouted angrily. No. Yi Chen's cavalry is shooting arrows. A man froze when he saw the cavalry's movements, and then opened his mouth to shout. Shooting arrows from that far away? This Yi Chen wouldn't be scared silly, right? A person was slightly stunned before opening his mouth and laughing. The effective range of the bow and arrow is just 100 meters, and the good point is just 200 meters, and you want to shoot us from that far away? What do you think? A person said with a face of ridicule. Just at this time, the speeding arrows arrived at the position of the million allied forces, and then directly stuck into the position of the bowman. Poo poo poo, a series of sounds of arrows hitting the human body rang out. Ah! Ah! A large number of miserable howls followed. Only to see the bowman position instantly shot down by a full more than 500 people. The others, without exception, were those who hadn't been shot to the vitals, but, basically, it was unlikely that they would want to fight again. Looking at that tragic situation of the bowman's position, the leaders of the many player forces, one by one, changed their faces. Damn it, how is that possible? 500 meters, that's a full 500 meters away from us here. Why is there still killing power? A leader of a player force roared in shock with a disbelieving face. How can it shoot so far? Said one person dumbfounded. Those cavalry's bows, the grade must not be low. One person suddenly remembered something, and then said with a grimace. Damn, what can we do? They are all cavalry, if this doesn't come over, we won't be able to catch up with them even if we chase after them. When a person heard this, his face suddenly changed, and then said in a tangled and incomparable manner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1,000 arrows flew in again just then. Damn, still coming. The leader of a player force roared with a grimace. Poo poo poo. Another 1,000 soldiers were hit by the arrows. Ah! New screams of misery followed. Quickly think of a way. At this rate, how many bowmen must be lost? How else can we kill Yichen? A leader of a player force, after seeing that a large portion of the slain archers belonged to his soldiers, his face immediately darkened before roaring angrily. Tell the sword and shield soldiers to move forward and the bowmen to retreat to the very back. Consume those cavalry's arrows. A middle-aged man frowned before opening his mouth and drinking. Right, heck, why did I forget about the sword and shield soldiers? With them around, there's no need to worry about being killed by the arrows. At the very least, there will be no loss of bowmen. A leader of a player force was slightly stunned, and then shouted in surprise. Quickly! Go pass the order to tell the bowmen to fall back and the swords and shields to come forward. One after another, the leaders of the player forces began to give orders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another wave of arrows flew towards the bowmen who hadn't retreated yet, instantly killing 500 to 600 in seconds, and the rest of the bowmen were directly shot into serious injuries. By the time the orders of the various player force leaders reached their respective troops, their archers were shot at twice more. The bowmen that were killed were only a few thousand, which was not much compared to the huge 100,000 bowman troops. Yichen, who was leading the Reincarnation Legion towards the northwest, had been paying attention to the movements of the 1 million allied troops. Bowmen retreating? Yichen disdainfully skimmed his mouth. In front of strong strength, any ploy was ineffective, and equipment was also strength. Thinking of this, Yichen spoke, turn back and parry. After Yichen finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly continued, don't shout. But it was Dianwei's loud voice, it was really too big, which if he told Dianwei to shout, then it would not call the other side to know. Once the other side heard, there is a defense, the effect of the attack will naturally be greatly reduced. Dianwei was about to pass the order, but could not help but freeze, and then rushed behind the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion, and shouted in a low voice. The Lord has an order. Turn back and parry. The Lord has ordered. Turn back and parry. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion in the front row were obviously very resourceful and followed Dianwei's example, passing down the order. Lord Gong has an order. Turn back and parry. Soon, all the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion received the order. Rumble. The warhorse galloped, and suddenly, Yichen turned his horse's head and charged towards the Million Allied Army. Million Allied Army position. Ah, this Yichen kid is still too tender. See, he couldn't hold back when he saw that we pulled back our archers and brought our swords and shields forward. The leader of a player force suddenly laughed triumphantly. He, this kid, he's dead this time. A person said with great approval. Right at this moment, Yichen, who had originally rushed towards the millions of allied forces, steeply turned after moving forward for 300 meters, and then sped towards the southeast. And the Reincarnation Legion behind Yichen also turned at that moment and sped towards the southeast. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of arrows breaking through the air sounded again. Damn, with the sword and shield soldiers in front, even if they were shot, the ones who died would be the sword and shield soldiers. This time I'll see how you can kill my bowman. A player leader who had been killed by almost all of his men's archers was slightly stunned before cursing angrily. No! Quickly look, that arrow! A player leader's face suddenly changed, before he raised his head to look at the sky. Grass! This asshole, even playing parry. A player leader froze slightly before breaking into a fit of cursing. Poo poo poo. Ah! A new round of screams resounded once again. Quickly think of something. At this rate, aren't our archers going to die out? A man was stunned, and then roared in alarm. Damn, I don't believe that bastard is carrying a lot of arrows. A man roared with a grimace after seeing that his men were among the bowmen who died in this wave. Don't forget, that bastard soldiers, 3 riders per man, what if those warhorses are carrying arrows? A man asked in a deep voice. As soon as this person's words landed, the faces of the leaders of the player forces present all changed. They all held bowmen in high regard. Because bowmen stood far away, shot far away, and killed the enemy in battle, they didn't have to worry about damage at all. As long as they opened their bows and shot arrows, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, they all didn't want the bowmen to have any losses. Of course, this was what these people had in mind. And in fact, the destructive power of the bowmen was, indeed, great, but it was not absolute. On the battlefield, there were no invincible professions, only generals who would fight or not. Just as these player force leaders, angry, worried and trying to figure out what to do, the attacks from the Reincarnation Legion, the cavalry parries, never stopped. Shot after shot, taking away the lives of one bowman after another, and then, the screams, growing. An atmosphere of panic began to rise in the hearts of the millions of allied soldiers. The leaders of these player forces, on the other hand, didn't feel a thing. In their eyes, this million allied forces are NPCs, death on death, no big deal, at best, meet pain, because each soldier are spending money to train out. Wait. A little longer, said a dignified middle-aged man with a gloomy face as he glanced at the bowman position that was constantly being shot. The bowmen couldn't retreat any further. If they retreated any further, they wouldn't be a threat to Yi Chen, and such a result was something he couldn't afford. Because once Yi Chen had no threat from the bowmen, then the cavalry could start charging without any fear. Once the cavalry starts charging, then the million allied troops will be instantly sliced through, and it will be difficult to block Yi Chen again. Chapter 109 Charge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Reincarnation Legion's arrows continuously flew towards the million allied positions, taking away the lives of one bowman after another. After the Reincarnation Legion shot 7 or 8 times, it turned once again, and then parried again. Again and again, it was repeated, taking away the lives of countless bowmen over and over again. The screams amongst the millions of allied troops continued to ring out more and more. Grass! This has been shot, how many times? A player leader roared with an iron face. Can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, the archers will all be shot out. A person shouted angrily. What then? You're telling me that the whole army is attacking now? That's the cavalry. Cavalry. Us here, we're the only ones with war horses, those soldiers, they're all infantry. A man shouted with an angry face. Take the soldiers to block him. I don't believe that a cavalry charge can ignore a human wall. A man said viciously. The middle-aged man's face was cloudy at the moment for a while before he spoke. There is a river in the northwest and mountains in the southeast. Since Yi Chen plans to go back to Yuzhou from here, then it's impossible for him to take a detour. Send people to form a human wall at the narrowest place. The rest of the soldiers, all of them, don't worry about the number of soldiers we lose. As long as we kill Yi Chen, afterward, we will share the losses together. Good. The leaders of the group of player forces glanced at each other before answering in unison. In the next second, they began to convey their orders. Rumble. The warhorses were galloping, and the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion were constantly parrying towards the millions of allied forces. Right at this moment, Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes. My lord! They've moved. At this moment, Dian Wei suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Yi Chen nodded, then opened his mouth and drank. Prepare to charge. Lord Gong has an order. Prepare to charge. When Dian Wei heard this, he turned his head and roared loudly. After roaring, he directly drew out 2 iron halberds from behind him and looked at the million allied troops with a fierce face. Yes. My lord. The Reincarnation Legion answered in unison, and then put the ox horn bow away, and re-picked up, pointing the steel, and the guns. A swish sound came. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion neatly raised their point steel guns at an angle. Yi Chen made a move with his right hand, and the deicide lance instantly appeared in his hand, pointing towards the millions of allied troops, and then opened his mouth and droned, charge. Kill. 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 Loud shouts in unison instantly rang out. Yi Chen clipped his horse's belly with both feet and charged towards the million allied troops. Dian Wei followed at every step, guarding Yi Chen's side. Behind him, the Reincarnation Legion had 3 horses per person, galloping along. Rumble. The speed of the Reincarnation Legion that started charging rose again and again, and a strong killing aura then began to erupt. Millions of allied army positions. Yi Chen is here. They're charging. A leader of a player force shouted out when he saw this. I was worried about him running away. It's even better that he's here. Block him. A man yelled out. Attack. All of you. A player leader yelled at his soldiers. An endless allied army began to move, charging towards the Reincarnation Legion. Yi Chen looked at the seemingly endless soldiers and smiled coldly as he raised his regicide lance diagonally in his right hand and violently swung it out towards the front. Kill. After an explosive shout, Yi Chen charged into the sea of soldiers with a head start. Instantly, pieces and pieces of soldiers were picked off by Yi Chen, stabbed to death, knocked off by the galloping warhorse, and even worse, had their bodies smashed hard by Yi Chen. Kill. Dian Wei let out a roar as his pair of iron halberds flew up and down, smashing the heads of one soldier after another. Kill. 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, pointing their steel and spears, stabbing out in an instant, striking, and leaving without stopping for good. In the space of a breath, a blood road several hundred meters long appeared behind Yi Chen. Rumble. The Reincarnation Legion was charging, right behind Yi Chen, going forward and never stopping. Piece after piece of allied forces were cleared out, and the Reincarnation Legion was still moving forward. Soon, the Reincarnation Legion charged into the depths of the allied forces. The gap that had just been rushed open began to close. The endless allied soldiers began to surround the Reincarnation Legion. Ha ha, surrounded, surrounded. As long as we use a human wall, we'll definitely be able to stop the cavalry. This time I want to see how Yi Chen will run. A player leader shouted in ecstasy after seeing Yi Chen, who was caught in the allied army's siege. Damn, it's not easy. Fortunately, Yi Chen is stupid enough to actually dare to charge hard. Wait and kill him, arrest him at the resurrection point and put him in the jail. I'll see how he can still run wild. A person let out a long breath before speaking. Damn, if it wasn't for the fact that none of our territories can create a rejecting horse, otherwise, we wouldn't have to lose so many soldiers. A person sighed before speaking. As long as we can kill Yi Chen, these losses are nothing. The key is, after catching him, torture out the secrets of the game that he knows, and it's best to ask for his real-life address as well, so that he'll be honest. A person smiled faintly before speaking. Well, indeed, the key is his location in reality. As long as we catch Yi Chen in reality, all problems solved. A person nodded with great approval before opening his mouth. Just when the leaders of the various player forces thought that they were winning, a hint of an unusual aura began to appear among the soldiers of the allied forces. If these player leaders were to be a bit more serious, they would have realized that the soldiers that they had brought with them, at this moment, their morale was rapidly decreasing. Even though, at this moment, there were still 800,000 to 900,000 soldiers, however, the morale was decreasing and the fighting spirit was rapidly dissipating. Rumble. Yi Chen led the Reincarnation Legion in a non-stop charge, and with his right hand's deicide lance, he brutally reaped the lives of the enemy soldiers. Any soldier that appeared in front of Yi Chen, without exception, would die with a single blow. Those who were stabbed to death were still left with a whole body, and those who were smashed to death had their heads torn apart. Overbearing, ferocious, invincible, was the true portrayal of Yi Chen at this moment, and also what countless allied soldiers thought in their hearts. As for the Dian Wei beside Yi Chen, the same wasn't bad, and it could even be said that it was even more brutal than Yi Chen. Because of Dian Wei's double iron halberd, when he met the enemy soldiers, it was just one word: smash. Smash the enemy soldier's head burst, smash the enemy soldier's body scattered, there is no one can die in one piece. Yi Chen, Dian Wei, two people quickly stained with blood, mapped in the sun, like a ghost. Calling for fear, calling for chills, calling for panic. No one can block, no one can stop, is the moment all the allied soldiers for Yi Chen Dian Wei two people's view. The morale of the allied army dropped again and again as the Reincarnation army charged. As Yi Chen continued to kill the enemy soldiers in front of him, suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. It was because Yi Chen sensed that an unusual aura had appeared in the allied soldiers. The morale dropped so fast. What have those people done that the heavens are angry about? As soon as the doubt appeared, Yi Chen immediately reacted that all of this was caused by those player leaders themselves. Because of the inaction of those player leaders, because of their coldness, because of their not treating their soldiers as human beings. Even more so, because of the Reincarnation Legion's hegemony. Thinking of this, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, then opened his mouth and droned, passed the order down, chisel through, and then return and continue chiseling through. Take the morale of these enemy soldiers and beat it out of them. Chapter 110 Chiseling Through. The Lord has ordered. Chisel through. After hearing Yi Chen's order, Dian Wei smashed a soldier's head with a halberd, while then bursting into a shout. Kill! The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and then coincidentally began to frantically urge their warhorses, and the momentum of the charge became even more ferocious. Rumble! The warhorses galloped, the earth trembled, and the long spears were like forests, pointing directly at the allied soldiers. If one were to watch from the sky, they would see a shocking scene. The Reincarnation Legion seemed to have turned into a giant hammer at this moment, and all the enemy soldiers in front of them were sent flying as if they were counted, either backwards or to the sides. But wherever the Reincarnation Legion passed, people were constantly flying up and up again. Unstoppable and unstoppable was the true portrayal of the Reincarnation army at this moment. Yi Chen was in the lead, domineering, wild and wild. Dian Wei was right behind him, ferocious and brutal. The Reincarnation Legion followed closely behind, forward again, flying again. What's going on? Where's the human wall? Why didn't the human wall appear? A leader of a player force was furious when he saw that the soldiers didn't follow the previous order to form a human wall. Damn, strange, why don't these soldiers listen? I clearly told them to form a human wall to block Yi Chen's cavalry after the whole army attacked. A man said with a frown and an annoyed face. Go past the order again and order those soldiers that they must form a human wall. The middle-aged man droned in a deep voice. Damn it, I'll go past the order. If these bastards dare not form a human wall, I'll turn around and skin them. A man said viciously and ran off to pass on the order. The others also followed at this time and ran to pass on orders, ordering the soldiers they brought with them that they must form a human wall to block the Reincarnation Legion's charge. Not long after, the battlefield underwent some changes. At this moment, the Reincarnation Legion had already charged into the center of the Allied army's large force. And right at this moment, soldiers began to gather at the back of the millions of Allied troops, and soon people were crowded together from person to person. And the location where they appeared was exactly the path that Yi Chen had to pass through to advance. The human wall had already taken shape, and it was getting wider and thicker. After Yi Chen saw the wall of people, his eyes snapped open and a brilliant light flashed. Just what I wanted. Originally, I was wondering how to demoralize these Allied soldiers as soon as possible. Now, the opportunity has come. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's deicide lance gripped tightly in his right hand tightened violently, and then shook. Buzz. Air bursts sounded instantly, and a dark light appeared instantly, before turning into an airblade towards the wall of people in front, sweeping straight towards them. Poo poo poo. A series of loud sounds came from the human wall, which was instantly sliced through. The true chi in Yi Chen's body was still starting to recover, although it had not returned to the state of its heyday, but using it a dozen or 20 times was not a problem at all. At this time, next to Yi Chen's Dianwei, his eyes widened angrily, his right hand iron halberd to the back, and then took out a small iron halberd from the horse's back, sound, threw out. Poo poo poo. A series of loud sounds followed. Only to see the human wall composed of allied soldiers instantly being smashed through thousands of meters by a tiny iron halberd. A casual strike from Dianwei instantly killed thousands of enemy soldiers. Woo! Woo! In the blink of an eye, Dianwei threw out dozens of tiny iron halberds, smashing the congested human wall in front of him into pieces. Rumble! The Reincarnation Legion followed Yi Chen and also behind Dianwei, instantly rushing into the human wall that had been sliced through an opening. Boom boom boom! Pieces and pieces of enemy soldiers were once again sent flying. The human wall, in the space of a breath, was broken by the Reincarnation Legion before charging forward once again. Ahead was a relatively narrow passage, with a rushing river on the left and a towering mountain on the right. And in the center was a dense wall of people. They were the ones that the player force leaders had arranged here, the last barrier. Looking at the even more congested wall of people than before, Yi Chen narrowed both eyes, and his right-hand deicide gun was violently raised, pointing remotely at the endless wall of people. White Tiger battle formation. Kill! 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 Sky-shattering shouts of killing instantly resounded. In the next second, an extremely intense killing aura instantly appeared over the Reincarnation Legion before condensing. Roar! After the sky-shattering roar, a huge white tiger appeared in the sky above and then crashed to the ground, enveloping Yi Chen, Dianwei, along with the Reincarnation Legion. The aura of tyranny, ruthlessness, and killing everything then appeared on the white tiger. That white tiger. Wasn't it said that there was a limit to his great move? How can he still use it? Why didn't he use it just now? A player leader's face changed when he saw this, and then he shouted in shock. Damn, it's bad. If he breaks through the human wall here, how else are we going to kill Yi Chen? A man roared with a chagrined face. Damn it! One after another, the leaders of the player forces clenched their fists and cursed with an unwilling face. Roar! The earth-shattering roar resounded once again, and in the next second, the white tiger pounced towards the wall of people in front of him, and after a few steps, it turned into a stream of light that flashed by. This time, the power of the white tiger's strike had clearly increased by at least 2 times. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions rang out, and a 2,000-meter-long road shrouded in blood mist appeared on the not-so-broad road. Ha! Yi Chen, whose body was revealed as the white tiger disappeared, could not help but stare. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to use the white tiger battle formation once, and then he would use force to cut through the wall of people. But as a result, after one strike of the white tiger battle formation, the human wall was cleared. What's going on here? The white tiger battle formation was just more Yi Chen than when it was in Loyang, but its power had increased by at least 2 times. Does Lord have innate treasures? At this time, Dianwei also discovered the abnormality of the white tiger battle formation and opened his mouth to ask after a slight stare. Dianwei's inquiry instantly gave Yi Chen a reminder, and then he looked at the god-slaying lance in his hand. The innate supreme treasure Godslayer lance. I didn't expect this, but it also has a bonus to the Legion battle formation. Congratulations, Lord! Congratulate the Lord! I knew that the Lord is not immortal, and that he has an innate treasure in his possession. When Dianwei saw this, he immediately said with excitement. Yi Chen smiled faintly, then raised his deicide lance and opened his mouth to drink, steer, chisel through. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion each excitedly raised the steel, guns in their hands and roared loudly. They were excited because, under the leadership of their Lord Yi Chen, they had chiseled through 1,000,000 allied troops. This originally impossible thing had actually appeared, and had even succeeded perfectly, and they had even not damaged a single person. Bastard! Bastard! They really broke through the human wall. What should we do now? A leader of a player force looked at the Reincarnation Legion in the distance and asked with an ironic face. Damn it, there's still a chance. Since that bastard wants to go back to Yuzhou and can't use the teleportation array, let's continue to block him in front. I don't believe that he can be so lucky time and time again. A person gritted his teeth and said. Damn it, am I blind? Yi Chen is back again? A person suddenly froze, then incredulously rubbed his eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Only to see that the Reincarnation Legion, which was originally supposed to have left, had turned their horses around and returned to the battlefield once again under Yi Chen's leadership. Chapter 111, Surrender Without Killing. Bastard! This damned bastard. Too unselfish. After seeing Yi Chen really return to the battlefield, the leader of a player force roared with a blue face. This bastard is looking down on us, he must be looking down on us, did you guys see that? This asshole, with 1,000 cavalry, just came back. A person's face reddened and shouted shrilly. Kill him. Must kill him. This asshole. A person's body glowed and trembled with anger as he roared. Don't care about that Sable Cicada, kill even that together when you have the chance. It's not likely that Yi Chen will still cower because of Sable Cicada. A person suddenly remembered something and then opened his mouth to shout. Right. Forget about Sable Cicada, just kill him. That is, if you can't obtain a king-level technique, you can't tell Yi Chen this to live. Not only must we kill him, reality must kill him as well. A man roared with great approval. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he looked at the distant Yi Chen who was riding a warhorse and was covered in black armor, and then he droned in a deep voice. Pass the order. The entire army will attack, whoever dares to retreat will be beheaded. Order the archers, as long as Yi Chen enters range, attack immediately, don't care about anything, just attack. As soon as the middle-aged man's words landed, the scene then fell silent. After a few breaths, the leader of a player force stood out and roared viciously. Good. Let's do it like this. Damn it, isn't it just losing some soldiers? It's not much money, I can afford to lose such a small amount of money. If I don't kill this bastard Yi Chen, I can't swallow the breath in my heart. Let's do it. Damn it, I don't believe that this Yi Chen will still be safe and sound this time. A man clenched his fists and drank in a deep voice. Good. Soon, the million allied soldiers received the order to attack Yi Chen with all their might, and those who retreated would be beheaded. As for the bowman troops, they also received the order, as long as Yi Chen was in range, don't care about anything, just attack. The other soldiers were fine, they didn't know, but the bowman unit, they were instantly in an uproar. Don't care about anything, just attack. What did it mean? How could they not understand? For a while, these bowmen looked at me and I looked at you, and each of their faces didn't look too good. What they were attacking was most likely their robes, their friends from the same village, or even relatives from the same village. How could they let this happen? Originally, their morale had already begun to fall, and at this moment, their morale was even more swish. All of this, the leaders of those player forces standing far away, did not know at all. In their eyes, these soldiers were NPCs, nothing more than a piece of data. They didn't even look at these soldiers as human beings. Rumble. 3,000 warhorses, galloping above the earth, the charge then opened. Accelerating again. The galloping Reincarnation Legion quickly contacted the millions of allied troops, and then easily tore an opening. Chiseling through. A road whistled past, lifting up countless corpses. Yi Chen, who was in the lead, had his deicide lance flying up and down, without a single enemy, killing the enemy soldiers' hearts and guts. Protecting Yi Chen's bodyside of Dianwei, double halberd wild dance, whistling again and again, smashed the enemy soldiers' cry wolf howling. Behind them followed the Reincarnation Legion, cold, ruthless, point steel, guns deadly, wantonly reaping the lives of enemy soldiers. A path intertwined with blood and corpses once again appeared on top of the battlefield. No one could block it, no one dared to stop it. The morale of the 1 million allied troops decreased rapidly and then fell to a low point, with no morale at all. What's going on? Why is Yi Chen's cavalry more powerful? A player leader who saw the changes in the battlefield suddenly changed his face before shouting in shock. No, it's not that Yi Chen is more powerful, it's our soldiers. Heck, are they scared? A person's face sank, and then opened his mouth. How could it be? They are NPCs, shouldn't they follow our orders? Why would they be scared and, moreover, not even dare to block? A person said in a shocked voice. Damn it! Quickly tell those archers to shoot, quick! When one person saw that the soldiers blocking Yi Chen's charging path kept retreating and even started to run away, he was shocked and hurriedly opened his mouth to roar. It's too late, the middle-aged man who had been paying attention to the battlefield, sighed long and hard at this time, before opening his mouth. Late what late, quickly order otherwise, the soldiers we brought will all be killed by Yi Chen. One man drank with an iron face. The middle-aged man didn't bother with the player leader who said that he would order the attack, his two eyes stared tightly at the battlefield, before muttering to himself. This game is not what we think, here. Maybe it is. Real. Or rather, the simulation is very real. Including human nature, including psychology, including everything in reality. Or everything in ancient times. Damn you, what the hell are you talking about? Don't think you are a general, I am afraid of you, tell you, now, immediately. Immediately. Order the archers to attack. And all of you, give the ING order. Order. The player who was ignored roared with a scowl on his face. Yes, give the order, damn it, whatever is real or not, all I know is that if I don't give the order, all my soldiers will die in vain. A man returned to his senses and hurriedly nodded his head in response. I'll give the order, damn it, die all, it's fine, I only want Yi Chen to die. A man roared viciously. Just as the leaders of the various player forces were preparing to order the bowmen to attack, Yi Chen on top of the battlefield, looking at the demoralized enemy soldiers, the corner of his mouth curled up, before he opened his mouth and drank. Shout together for me, surrender without killing. Those who resist will be executed. Surrender without killing. The Reincarnation Legion didn't hesitate to comply with Yi Chen's order, and one by one, they shouted in unison. Those who resist will be executed. Surrender without killing. Those who resist will be executed. The Reincarnation Legion slogans then rang out in the middle of the battlefield. At this moment, on top of the battlefield, there were still more than 800,000 soldiers, and the ones who shouted for them to surrender were only 1,000. This matter, which seemed impossible to succeed in any way, unexpectedly took a perverse turn after the slogan of surrender and don't kill rang out. Poof, poof, poof. Pieces and pieces of soldiers dropped their weapons and then knelt down to surrender. Surrender and don't kill. Those who resist will be executed. The loud shouts of the Reincarnation Legion constantly resounded in the middle of the battlefield. More and more enemy soldiers knelt down and surrendered, even the bowmen, who were treated as treasures, were no exception. Grass. Who can tell me why this is happening? Our soldiers, just like this, were beaten by Yi Chen with 1,000 men and surrendered? A player leader, with a disbelieving face, roared. I damn well want to know, how many soldiers is this? 800,000, at least 800,000. How the hell was he intimidated by 1,000 men? A man shouted with a grimace. These ing assholes. Assholes. Garbage. How dare they surrender so easily? A man roared angrily. We lack generals to lead our troops. Without generals to lead our troops, they are nothing but a bunch of rabble. Also, in the future, don't treat them as NPCs, these soldiers have their own minds. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and then opened his mouth. As soon as the middle-aged man's words landed, the crowd of annoyed player leaders froze in unison. Obviously, they hadn't been able to understand what the middle-aged man meant by what he said for a moment. Chapter 112 on Million People. Da-day, da-day. The warhorse slowly marched forward. Yi Chen looked at the battlefield, the endless kneeling and surrendering soldiers. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. These people are really good people. Sending me this much population, although the C-grade qualifications in here are probably less than 1/10, but at least there must be 50,000. Reincarnation Town can have another 50,000 soldiers. Thinking about this, Yi Chen's mood got better. Dian Wei. Yi Chen then looked towards the leaders of the player forces standing together in the distance and then opened his mouth to call out. Last general is here. Dian Wei answered loudly. Go, kill those people. Yi Chen's right-hand regicide lance pointed at those player leaders in the distance, and then opened his mouth. Yes. Both of Dian Wei's eyes snapped open before he loudly answered, and after he finished speaking, a single rider rushed towards the place where the player leaders were. Bastard! This Yi Chen is looking down on us again. Surprisingly, he sent a single person over. A player leader was furious when he saw this. Damn, really think we're made of mud, get this asshole. A man shouted angrily. Kill this bastard and we'll go again. One person shouted. Just as the players were discussing how to kill Dian Wei was getting closer and closer. After Dian Wei's long, shockingly ugly face appeared in everyone's line of sight, these people's faces changed in unison. Not good. That's Dian Wei. I knew that bastard Yi Chen would resort to deception. Run. Don't go, thieves. Look at the halberd. Seeing that the player leaders, without even saying hello, rode their horses and ran away, Dian Wei was furious and then opened his mouth to shout. After Dian Wei shouted, he grabbed a small iron halberd, whoosh whoosh whoosh, and threw it out. A series of loud sounds came out. Only to see that the fleeing player leaders, without exception, had their bodies smashed by Dian Wei. In the middle of the battlefield, Yi Chen looked at the endless surrendered soldiers and was silent for a moment before he let his true chi and opened his mouth to drink. No matter who you all belonged to before. From this moment onwards, you are residents of Reincarnation Town, and when you return to Reincarnation Town, you will be divided into fields and houses according to your head. The fields belong to private property, and the tax is only 10%. Yi Chen's words were straightforward, simple, and brutal. However, as soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the soldiers, who were originally demoralized and completely unaware of what the future held for them, froze in unison one by one, and then stared with wide eyes. Lord, are you telling the truth? A soldier asked with an excited face. Of course, I am a first-class Viscount of the Great Han Empire, the official Pingbei General, and the Lord of Reincarnation Town. Do you think I will swindle you? Yi Chen opened his mouth in a domineering and incomparable manner and drank. No, Lord, I didn't say Lord swindle little. This soldier was startled and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Yi Chen waved his hand, then once again lucked his true chi and opened his mouth to drink. Remember, when you become a resident of Reincarnation Town, you have to be loyal to Reincarnation Town. Only by being loyal will you have everything I promised. The fields will still be private property, and the tax will always be 10%, no increase or decrease. Yi Chen's voice once again spread across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire battlefield quieted down, and then the heavy breathing gradually became louder and louder. Countless soldiers, at this moment, were as excited as if they had shot chicken blood in their hearts. They couldn't believe that Yi Chen would be so committed. However, the official position of General Pingbei of the Great Han Empire gave them enough confidence, and they were pretty sure that what Yi Chen said was true. Greetings, Lord. Long live Lord. A cacophonous and chaotic cry resounded continuously on the battlefield, straight vibrating the sky. Yi Chen looked at the fervor, excitement, and thrill on the faces of the surrendered soldiers on the battlefield, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Population: million people. The key to the territory from town level to city level. Now, this is enough. Thinking of this, Yi Chen exhaled a long breath, then lucked his true chi and opened his mouth and drank. Clean up the battlefield, save the wounded, those who are willing to surrender, take good care of them, those who are not willing to surrender. Yi Chen said here and smiled slightly before speaking, take good care of them as well, then let them leave on their own. Yes. Lord, Lord. Countless loud shouts rang out in pieces at this moment. The soldiers who surrendered then began to move. At this moment, Dianwei rode to Yi Chen's side and opened his mouth to shout, Lord. The mission is complete. Yi Chen smiled faintly before speaking, Dianwei, I'll give you a task. When Dianwei heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, My lord, what is the mission? Feel free to give it to me, I promise to complete it. Very well. Yi Chen nodded smilingly, and then continued. These descended soldiers, it's up to you to bring them back to Reincarnation Town. It's... Dianwei just agreed, and then he was stunned. Where did he think that Yi Chen was actually telling him to take these descended soldiers and return to Reincarnation Town? These people are very important. If they can be brought back to Reincarnation Town, then it won't take too long to wait for Reincarnation Town to be upgraded to Reincarnation City. Yi Chen smiled faintly before speaking. When Dianwei heard this, he immediately struggled. He wanted to continue to follow Yi Chen and protect him, however, he couldn't disobey Yi Chen's orders. Yi Chen looked at the entangled Dianwei, his heart couldn't help but warm up. What was in Dianwei's heart, Yi Chen naturally knew clearly. It wasn't that he wanted to follow his side and protect himself. However, Yi Chen really doesn't need protection. This special mission, Yi Chen was going to have to bring Sable Cicada back to Reincarnation Town as soon as possible, so Yi Chen couldn't take these more than 800,000 descended soldiers with him on the road. They didn't have war horses, and relying purely on their feet, it was impossible for them to keep up with the war horses. And returning to Reincarnation Town was somewhat dangerous. Yi Chen would have to face interceptions from players. Only, when he was in Loyang, Yi Chen had never been afraid of facing the overwhelming number of players alone. Now with the Reincarnation Legion following him, he would be even less afraid. Especially, after a night's rest, the Reincarnation Legion's innate battle formation and White Tiger battle formation could be used again. Yi Chen's bottom line was even stronger. That was why Yi Chen decided to ask Duanwei to lead the descending troops and return to Reincarnation Town. Don't worry, in this world, at the moment, the inhuman that can injure me does not exist yet. Dianwei, make sure to bring all of these descended soldiers back to the Reincarnation Town. This is an order. Yi Chen saw that Dianwei was still struggling, and shook his head helplessly before speaking. Yes, Lord. Dianwei opened his mouth with a tangled face and responded. Chapter 113 Destroy. Yi Chen smiled slightly before speaking, pass the order down, set up camp in the same place, and leave early tomorrow morning. Yes. My lord. Dianwei nodded, then opened his mouth to respond, and after that, he went to convey Yi Chen's order. At this moment, the sky was already dotted with stars, and the bright moon in the sky had quietly risen. Under the moonlight, Yi Chen's armor, blood-stained. A breeze blew, curling Yi Chen's long forehead hair, revealing those domineering and heart-stopping eyes. How many more people will intercept me tomorrow? Thinking of this, Yi Chen casually opened the long-closed world channel. It's true. I just went offline to check again, and that person who was killed in Loyang is really unconscious, and he's still unconscious to this day. Boss Yi Chen, please tell me, will my boyfriend wake up? Seriously, why are so many people begging Yi Chen, Nima, I just got online, can someone explain this to me? Great God Yi Chen triggered a special mission. A group of people went to besiege Great God Yi Chen, and what happened? Those who were killed fell into a coma, and those who turned into idiots turned into idiots. Nima, I'm watching a joke? How is that possible? This is just a game. It's a game, yes, but those who were killed, almost all of them were confirmed to be really comatose, and some of them really turned into idiots. I just heard the news and thought that the chance to get rich had come. Naya, should it be so horrible? Still getting rich, you are not seeing that scene in Loyang. Yi Chen is too scary, killing blood his cavalry, even more scary, will turn into a big tiger 3 times, clear millions of people. Oh my god, then who dares to go to Yi Chen's trouble? Isn't that looking for trouble? Whoever likes to go, I'm not going anyway. I'm not going either, Naya, I don't want to go into a coma or even become an idiot after being killed. Yi Chen is too hateful like this, it's completely anti-human. Yeah, even if you kill someone in a coma, it's better to kill them and turn them into an idiot. Who can blame this? Others went to fight Yi Chen can't stand there and ask others to kill him. Looking at the World Channel's heated discussion, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile after a slight stare. So it seems, tomorrow, maybe there will be less trouble. However, when Yi Chen thought of this, he frowned and was silent for a moment, and then in the World Channel, he sent out his first sentence since entering the game. Anyone can come to me to do the task, but be prepared to be killed, and also, Lord Player, no matter who, block my way, meet the village to level the village, meet the town to break the town. As soon as Yi Chen's words appeared in the world channel instantly fell silent. 3 seconds later. This is what Yi Chen said. I saw the signature. Nima, these words are really overbearing, leveling villages when encountering villages and breaking towns when encountering towns. This is set against those lord players. Ha, you say that, I suddenly remembered something. Those lord players have soldiers. They can completely call their soldiers to attack Yi Chen. I regret it. How did I start not being a lord? Nima, to be a lord you have to have a village building order. Can you get it? Ha ha ha, Yi Chen. My 1000 chance town, waiting for you to break it. Savage town, waiting for you to break it. What do I see? Blowing awesome, how so many? Nima, the world announcement can only be Yi Chen's Reincarnation Town, other towns are still missing. Right at this moment, the world announcement suddenly rang out. Ding, the second position of Sacred Hall Village is upgraded to a town, hereby rewarding Sacred Hall Town as the second town in the world, rewarding 500,000 taels of gold, and increasing the population refreshment speed of Sacred Hall Town by 5 times, lasting for 3 days. Ding, the third position of Beauty Village is upgraded to a town, hereby rewarding Beauty Town as the third town in the world, rewarding 100,000 taels of gold, and the population refreshment speed of Beauty Town is increased by 2 times, lasting for 3 days. After Yi Chen heard the world announcement, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Sure enough, there are some histories that still haven't changed, and these strong people from the past life are about to surface. Thinking of this, Yi Chen narrowed both eyes and a cold light flashed. Those people, they still really think that a small town door and a low courtyard wall can stop me. It's best not to find me trouble, or else. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Chen directly took Ren Hongchang and led 1,000 reincarnation legions, and sped towards Shandong County. Dian Wei, on the other hand, led more than 800,000 descended soldiers, toward the Reincarnation Town on foot. Along the way, Yi Chen encountered many players, wave after wave. After these players saw that it was Yi Chen from afar, they all avoided, no one dared to come forward. Yi Chen's shouting in the World Channel last night had played a role. Those players who publicized the scene in Loyang played an even more crucial role. People, after all, were afraid of death and loss. Even if they were unconscious, it was even possible to become an idiot, no one dared to go up and try. However, while individual players didn't dare to look for Yi Chen's trouble, the Lord players didn't give up. 1000 Chance Town, which had just been upgraded last night, had also rushed to build a low city wall overnight. When it was said to be a city wall, it was actually just a meter or two higher than the courtyard wall. Truly counting, it wasn't a city wall at all. However, it was this that gave 1000 Chance Town's lord player, Wang Qianji, powerful courage. Therefore, he brought his bowman and ambushed Yi Chen. However, the result was out of Wang Qianji's expectation. The arrows that were shot were all swept away by Yi Chen with a single shot. And then, he was whisked away like a dog by Yi Chen and fled back to 1000 Chance Town. In 1000 Chance Town, on the low city wall, Wang Qianji looked at Yi Chen who was riding on his horse with a smug face. Ha ha, dumbfounded, do you know what this is? Wang Qianji said with a smug look at Yi Chen, and even patted the city wall after he finished speaking. I'm telling you, this is the city wall. I want to see how you cavalry attack the city. Wang Qianji said and laughed wildly. Have you read a book? Yi Chen sighed before opening his mouth and asking. What book? Wang Qianji asked in an uncertain manner. How's practiced? I suggest you go and take a look. Yi Chen said indifferently. Damn him, shoot me. Shoot this to death. Wang Qianji was first stunned, and then suddenly became furious and yelled at the archers on the city wall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. Hundreds of arrows shot at Yi Chen in unison. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, and with his right hand, the Godslayer gun, he gently swung it a few times, and the arrows were stopped as they were. I'd like to see how many times you can stop them. When Wang Qianji saw Yi Chen lightly sweeping away the arrows, his face turned ugly before he opened his mouth and drank. There's no time to dilly-dally with you. Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes before opening his mouth and drinking. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion raised their guns in unison and shouted. Sigh! Yi Chen's feet clipped the horse's abdomen, and the warhorse instantly rushed towards 1000 Chance Town. The Reincarnation Legion also instantly launched a charge at this moment. Haha, this nigga, it turns out, Yi Chen, who was talked about how powerful he was, is a dumbass. Haha, lousy, this is a city wall. You also dare to charge with cavalry? Wang Qianji laughed maniacally. However, right at this moment, a loud bang came. Boom! Only to see that the sturdy incomparable city gate of Qianji Town instantly burst open, and Yi Chen, at this moment, also charged into Qianji Town with his horse. What? What? Wang Qianji turned to look at the rush into the town of Yi Chen, two eyes suddenly stunned, and then shocked voice added. Those who resist, kill without pardon. Yi Chen shouted explosively, before charging towards the town mayor's mansion with his horse. Wang Qianji was first stunned, then his face suddenly changed greatly, and he hurriedly shouted at Yi Chen, Boss Yi Chen, don't go, have a word, have a word. However, Yi Chen went straight to the town mayor's mansion. The mayor's mansion of Thousand Chance Town had quite a few maids, and after Yi Chen arrived, each one of them screamed shrilly in fear. Yi Chen didn't bother with these maids. He directly looked at the stone monument in the middle of the hall, coldly smiled, and with his right hand, he fiercely stabbed the Godslayer gun. With a bang, the cornerstone of the Thousand Chance Town instantly shattered. Originally, this thing was something that even a king-level martial arts general would have to chop for a long time. However, Yi Chen was holding the innate supreme treasure deicide gun, a gun over. It would be strange if it didn't shatter. Right at this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Yi Chen's ears. Congratulations to player Yi Chen, captured Thousand Chance Town, please choose 1. Occupy 2. Destroy 3. Loot. Destroy. Chapter 114 Player's Shock. Yi Chen chose the second item without hesitation. Ding, player Yi Chen chose to destroy Thousand Machines Town, supplies are being counted. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, he has obtained 9,820,000 grain, 29,120 purple gold coins x 29,120, gold x 152,568 tails, copper coins x, stone x 18,231, iron ore x 10, 2019, and wood x 293,981. With the end of the system prompt, the large Thousand Chance Town blasted into a cloud of dust. Wang Qianji, who was running wildly towards the town mayor's mansion, was stunned and looked at the Thousand Chance Town, which had turned into ruins, with a face of disbelief, before letting out a miserable wail. No! No! This is not real. It's not real. Ah! At this moment, Wang Qianji's entire being was collapsing. After all the hard work and exhaustion of huge sums of money, he finally caught up with the second wave of upgrading his territory, and honorably became a town-level lord player. This has not yet waited for him to show off his ambition. Thousand Machines Town turned into ruins. This cruel reality stimulated him. He fell to his knees with a plop, his face full of disbelief, his mouth full of nonsense. Right at this moment, a world announcement suddenly sounded. Ding, Thousand Chance Town was destroyed by General Yi Chen of the Great Han Empire's Pingbei. Thousand Chance Town is removed from the Flood World. Ding, Thousand Chance Town was destroyed by General Yi Chen of the Great Han Empire's Pingbei. Thousand Chance Town is removed from the Flood World. Ding, Thousand Chance Town was destroyed by General Yi Chen of the Great Han Empire's Pingbei, and Thousand Chance Town was removed from the Flood World. The world channel instantly quieted down because of this announcement, and then boom burst into life. What did I see? Thousand Chance Town? Nima, last night, a group of lords upgraded their territories from villages to towns, and this one was destroyed right here? You're missing the point. The point is, the one who destroyed Thousand Chance Town was Yi Chen. My day, Yi Chen is so ferocious, but I saw that what's his name Sanctuary Town has a city wall. What city wall? That's called a city wall, that's a tall courtyard wall, okay? City wall or courtyard wall, the point is, didn't Yi Chen bring cavalry? Since when can cavalry attack a city? Cavalry is also a soldier, don't forget, Yi Chen's cavalry is ferocious, killing millions of people in a few breaths. Boss Yi Chen is awesome, Boss Yi Chen is mighty, Boss Yi Chen, kill all those lord players, ha? Right, kill all those lord players and destroy all their territories, that way, no one will dare to bully us. Yi Chen, Beauty Town is willing to ally with Reincarnation Town, see, please contact me. Yi Chen, Sacred Hall Town is willing to ally with Reincarnation Town, see, please contact me. Attention everyone, yesterday, with millions of soldiers, we have beaten Yi Chen to extreme exhaustion. Those who want to kill Yi Chen, don't miss the chance. Yes, if you want to kill Yi Chen, you need to strike as soon as possible, kill him, and the king level technique will be at your fingertips. Yi Chen doesn't have much strength to fight anymore. Those who want to kill Yi Chen, hurry up, don't give Yi Chen a chance to recover. Yi Chen had opened the world channel last night and hadn't closed it yet. The words on the world channel at the moment were all seen by Yi Chen. Seeing the back, Yi Chen's two eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. The words in the back encouraging the players came from those player power leaders yesterday, very childish, many people could see it. Only that, those words could also influence some people who wanted to take a risk and take their lives by fire. They who were originally hesitant might come to find Yi Chen's trouble after seeing those words on the world channel. Or even wait for an opportunity to kill Yi Chen and obtain the rewards of the special mission. Trouble would continue to exist though. There won't be that many. Sacred Hall Town, Beauty Town. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, then he looked at the following Reincarnation Legion and opened his mouth to drink. Depart. Yes, Lord. The Reincarnation Legion answered in unison, and then followed Yi Chen as he sped towards Shandong County. Yi Chen. You bastard. You compensate me for Qianji Town, compensate me for Qianji Town. Wang Qianji returned to his senses after hearing the sound of warhorses galloping, and then shouted at the dashingly departing Reincarnation Legion. Shouting, Wang Qianji cried with a sadness that was called a broken liver. Thousand Chance Town, his heart and soul, was just gone, turned into a field of ruins. The townspeople who once belonged to him, one by one, were bewildered, and then left in twos and threes. His soldiers, one by one, also followed and left the place. Not long after, only Wang Qianji was left in the ruins of Qianji town, and he cried bitterly as he lost his mind. He regretted it, but it was useless to regret it. Thousand Chance Town's fate was sealed the moment he attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen led the Reincarnation Legion and galloped on his horse, traveling all the way through smoke and dust rolling. There were quite a few players in the Three Kingdoms novice area, and it barely took long for someone to spot Yi Chen's trail. However, no one dared to go forward. Because Yi Chen's Reincarnation Legion was too overbearing, that huge white tiger, after one strike, millions of people were killed in seconds. After being killed, they were either unconscious or turned into idiots. On the World Channel, although there were quite a few people who said they didn't believe it, however, no one dared to look for Yi Chen to confirm the truth of this matter. Instead of going into a coma or even becoming an idiot, it would be better to honestly fight monsters to upgrade and explode equipment. Chapter 115 Arrival in Yuzhou. Yi Chen's path forward was free from the harassment of individual players because of the White Tiger battle formation's terrifying intimidation. As for the Lord players, most of them calmed down and gave up their plans to target Yi Chen because of that previous world announcement of Thousand Machines Town being destroyed. Yi Chen's hegemony and the Reincarnation Legion's strength had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although it couldn't completely overwhelm most of the players, within a short period of time, no one dared to take action against Yi Chen anymore. This included the leaders of the major forces that had launched attacks against Yi Chen but suffered heavy losses. At this moment, they were all starting to become unstable internally, and they didn't have the time, energy, or strength to launch another attack on Yi Chen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have posted those contents that clearly belonged to villainous behavior in the World Channel. Even though 99% of the players, because of Yi Chen's strong and domineering behavior, gave up the special mission, Sable Cicada's belonging. However, the last thing the world lacked was desperate people. Yi Chen, who was speeding all the way towards the northeastern state of Yu, wouldn't take long to encounter one, or even two or three, Lord players who wanted to try out the power of the Reincarnation Legion. In order to deal with Yi Chen's Reincarnation army, these Lord players did everything they could. What horse traps, what rolling logs, messy rocks. Various items were utilized by them, but the results were surprisingly consistent and ineffective. The Reincarnation Legion had 3 riders per person, and although they lost some horses, the Reincarnation Legion was unharmed. For Yi Chen, the loss of war horses was no big deal. As long as the Reincarnation Legion didn't lose any more war horses, Yi Chen didn't care. However, this also caused Yi Chen's anger. However, none of the towns that struck out could withstand the sharpness of Yi Chen's Godslayer lance. The town gate was broken with a single strike, and the town's cornerstone, shattered with a single shot. All the Lord players who attacked Yi Chen, their territories, without exception, were destroyed by Yi Chen without mercy, snatching away a large amount of resources. World announcements, every once in a while, would pop up. Ding, Black Cloud Town was destroyed by General Yi Chen of the Great Han Empire's Pingbei. Black Cloud Town is removed from the Flood World. Ding, Feiyan Town was destroyed by General Yi Chen of the Great Han Empire Pingbei. Feiyan Town is removed from the Flood World. At the back, once Yi Chen was attacked or encountered danger, he directly utilized the White Tiger battle formation. One town after another was instantly destroyed by Yi Chen, snatching away countless resources. On the 3rd day, Yi Chen arrived at Guangping County and then traveled straight towards the river. At this time, the Lord players who dared to find trouble with Yi Chen were finally gone. A continuous stream of Lord players had their towns destroyed by Yi Chen, and every single one of them would be on the world announcement. Each world announcement refreshed the players' perception of Yi Chen. It was too ferocious. On the 4th day, Yi Chen arrived at Jiangwu, entered the boundary of Yuzhou at noon, and in the afternoon, arrived at Beiping County. This place belonged to Yuzhou, and in a few more hours, Yi Chen would be able to return to Reincarnation Town and end the special mission. However, in Beiping County, countless players appeared. They, without exception, were all riding war horses, in groups of 3 or 5, 4 or 5, each scattered. Looking at the players that were nearly roaming the mountains, Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes. This is to follow me and explore the exact location of Reincarnation Town. Good idea. Accelerate. Yi Chen drank without looking back, and then his feet clipped the horse's belly and galloped towards Liaoxi. Rumble. The earth began to tremble as the war horses galloped. The Reincarnation Legion all began to accelerate, following Yi Chen as they galloped towards western Liaoning. The players who came here and were ready to follow Yi Chen saw this, and one by one, they didn't hesitate to shoot their horses in pursuit. Yi Chen, who was galloping, glanced back and smiled coldly. Time passed little by little. When Yi Chen galloped his horse for an incense stick of time, he suddenly opened his mouth and drank. Turn around. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he directly began to turn around, and the Reincarnation Legion behind him also followed Yi Chen's turn at this time. Yi Chen turned. He's not going to kill us, is he? Bad, we've been tricked. Spread out. One cry of alarm after another kept ringing out. Yi Chen looked at the players who had reacted, and a cold light flashed across both of his eyes before he burst out and shouted, White Tiger battle formation. Kill. 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and an extremely intense killing aura appeared in an instant and then converged towards the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a huge white tiger appeared in the sky and then descended, enveloping Yi Chen along with the Reincarnation Legion. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came out from the white tiger's mouth. In the next second, the white tiger leapt forward before turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the players who had gathered together because they were chasing after Yi Chen. No! Don't! Boss Yi Chen, I was wrong, I won't dare anymore. No! I don't want to become an idiot. Please, Boss Yi Chen, spare me. A sound of terrified pleas for mercy kept ringing out. However, it was too late. Streams of light flashed by in the space of a breath. Boom, boom, boom. A series of body bursts rang out. Only those players who tried to track, along with their warhorses, without exception, all turned into blood mist. Chapter 116. Arriving at Reincarnation. Yi Chen turned his horse's head, looked at the blood mist in front of him, and smiled coldly. Still really think that just tracking, I will not make a move. Thinking of this, Yi Chen went on the world channel and sent out a sentence. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to track, please continue, be good. The moment Yi Chen's words appeared, the entire world channel instantly exploded. Boss Yi Chen has spoken again. Looking at this meaning, it seems like someone is going to find Boss Yi Chen's trouble again? It's obvious, someone was trying to follow Boss Yi Chen, only to be seen and killed by Boss Yi Chen. Why do I feel that the ones that were killed seem like they'll go into a coma, or turn into idiots? It's very likely, the meaning of warning in Yi Chen's grand myth is very strong, so I guess that's it. The world channel was buzzing, and after a few minutes of buzzing, another group of people let out an exclamation. I just saw the message and immediately went offline, and sure enough, someone has passed out again. I also went offline straight away. In this safe city I live in, there are several more crazy people. Ha, I told you, these people are also powerful, they are really not afraid to die, they even followed Boss Yi Chen. It's nothing to be in a coma, if they become idiots, that's even worse than dying, right? Definitely but, turning into idiots, they can't feel hard anymore. Rumble. The warhorses galloped and gradually raised rolling smoke. Yi Chen led the Reincarnation Legion straight to western Liaoning. Passing through Yangla County, not a single silhouette of players that should have been seen everywhere was seen. After Yi Chen was slightly stunned, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This is afraid of. Yangla County, Yi Chen once appeared. There is a group of players who do not know how to die. Yi Chen is an NPC, to let the NPC killed, so as to find the county magistrate for compensation. As a result, all were arrested into the prison. Originally, no one knew Yi Chen's identity, much less the Reincarnation Legion. However, after Yi Chen entered Loyang and set off a bloody storm, the players in Yangla County then knew something. The NPC general at the time was Yi Chen, and the NPC army was the Reincarnation Legion. Yi Chen's name, Yi Chen's dominance, and Yi Chen's demonic nature were rumored by the players. Plus so many people in the world, discussing those players who had been killed in the game and then fell unconscious or even turned into idiots. Where else would the players in Yangla County dare to hit Yi Chen? Not long ago, when Yi Chen killed another group of players who were stalking him, the swipes in the world channel undoubtedly told everyone one thing. Someone else had been killed by Yi Chen in the game, passed out in reality, and some had turned into idiots. This instantly scared the players of Yangla County. Even more, no one dared to hit Yi Chen's idea. Not only do not dare, but also afraid of being misunderstood by Yi Chen, one by one, all ran back to Yangla County to stay honestly. As for the player forces of the Three Kingdoms novice distinction, they were collectively silent and didn't send anyone to follow Yi Chen. They knew Yi Chen's bottom line after one trial, and no one was willing to go back for another trial. The loss would be more than worth it. If you wanted to explore the location of the Reincarnation Town, there was no need to do it in front of Yi Chen, it was fine to do it in private. Glancing at the Yangla County not far away, Yi Chen opened his mouth and drank. Accelerate. Yes. My lord. The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison. Rumble. The warhorses galloped and rushed into the fork in the road on the outskirts of Yangla County before disappearing. Reincarnation Forest. When Yi Chen rode into the boundary of the Reincarnation Forest, he sent his men to scout around and confirmed that no one was following him before he led his men into the Reincarnation Forest. Reincarnation Valley. When Yi Chen aged here, he saw the immense and incomparable body of the blue-eyed Tiger King at a glance. Even though it had been dead for a long time, the blue-eyed Tiger King's body still hadn't decayed. At this moment, there were already thousands of Reincarnation Town's townspeople who were busy carrying the blue-eyed Tiger King. This is a successful ploy? It should be a success. Yi Chen frowned slightly and thought with some uncertainty. At this moment, it had been 4 whole days since Yi Chen left Reincarnation Town. And when Gui Jia gave Yi Chen his advice, he mentioned using the roar of the Yin Tiger to confuse the Wuhan scouts who were going to come here to find out the truth. However, because of the delay of the special mission, Yi Chen was not able to come back at the first time. Therefore, the Yin Tiger couldn't be summoned back to the game from reality by Yi Chen. And this was also the reason why Yi Chen wasn't too sure if the ploy to confuse the Wuhan scouts had succeeded. It should have succeeded. It's impossible for such a small problem to be difficult for Gui Jia. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Gui Jia was a superb historical literati, such a little problem, in his eyes, was not a problem at all. Right at this moment, a villager suddenly saw Yi Chen, and after a slight stare, he immediately shouted out in excitement. Lord Lord, it's Lord Lord. Lord Lord has returned. Wow. The townspeople carrying the blue-eyed Tiger King's corpse stopped their work in unison and looked towards Yi Chen, who had returned on horseback, and each of them instantly revealed a joyful expression. In the next second, thousands of townspeople bowed in unison and worshipped, "Welcome Lord Lord's triumphant return. Welcome General Pingbei's triumphant return." Chapter 117 Lifting the Seal. Yi Chen looked at the incomparably excited townspeople and nodded with a slight nod, before sailing into the Reincarnation Valley with his horse. Reincarnation Town, town entrance. Yi Chen had just arrived here and saw a large number of townspeople already waiting here. However, the valley echoed loudly, and the townspeople heard the shouts of the townspeople carrying the blue-eyed Tiger King at the entrance of the valley, and one by one, they ran out to greet Yi Chen. "Greetings, Lord, on your triumphant return." Gui Jia, who was in the front row, bowed and paid his respects with a smile on his face. "Greetings, Lord, returning in triumph." Zhao Heng bowed in obeisance with an excited face. "Greetings, Lord Lord, on your triumphant return." The townspeople of Reincarnation Town shouted in unison. Yi Chen nodded smilingly before looking at Zhao Yu, who stayed by Zhao Heng's side with an excited face. Zhao Yun's sister, name modified. The two of them had a pair of gazes, and in an instant, Yi Chen read Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yu also read Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not open his mouth, neither did Zhao Yu. At this moment, 1,000 words could not withstand a simple hug. Yi Chen let out a long breath, and then rode forward to Zhao Yu's side, directly leaned down, pulled Zhao Yu onto the horse, and hugged her in his arms. "Let's go back," Yi Chen gently said, then rode his horse into Reincarnation Town. The moment Yi Chen rode his horse into Reincarnation Town, the system's prompt sounded. "Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, he has successfully returned to Reincarnation Town, the special task, Sable Cicada's belonging, is completed." "Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, gained innate attribute points x2, Yang returning Dan x2, lucky draw x1, Ren Hongchang lifted the seal and recognized the master." Right at this moment, a red light suddenly rose from Ren Hongchang, who was sitting behind Yi Chen, and then a bit of ethereal fragrance was transmitted into Yi Chen's nostrils. When the red light dispersed, Ren Hongchang, who was wearing a patch and was covered in filth, was gone. In front of Yi Chen, a woman wearing a white 100-water skirt, lined with a light pink brocade-wrapped chest appeared. She was 28 years old, with a slender figure, exuding the sweet fragrance of orchid grass, and was elegant without losing her femininity and charm. The first feeling she gave Yi Chen was beauty. The second feeling is that the beauty is not eat earthly fire. The third feeling was beauty to the extreme. The woman opened her eyes at this time and looked at Yi Chen, and after a slight stare, she said crisply, "Daochan, pay respects to the Lord." Right at this moment, the system prompt once again sounded. "Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for obtaining the allegiance of historical beauty Daochan." When Yi Chen heard this, his eyebrows could not help but raise. "Daochan finally belongs to me." As soon as Yi Chen finished his thoughts, the world announcement then rang out. "Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to obtain the allegiance of the superb historical beauty, Sable Cicada, hereby rewarding player Yi Chen with plus 5 million prestige and 10 million taels of gold." "Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the first to obtain the allegiance of the super first-class historical beauty, Daochan, hereby rewarding player Yi Chen with plus 5 million in prestige and 10 million taels of gold." The moment the world announcement rang out, the world channel then exploded. There is no heavenly reason. Daochan The four great beauties ranked first. Daochan, so gone. I don't want to say envy, I don't want to say jealousy, but still, I can't help but say it. Nima, Yi Chen, you scum. Give me back my Sable Cicada. Although it was expected, but now when I heard this world announcement, there is still an inexplicable pain in my heart. My Sable Cicada, just like that, it was snatched away. Boss Yi Chen, begging to receive a little brother. I'm willing to be a little brother, not asking for money, just asking to be able to see Sable Cicada every day. Congratulations to Pingbei General Yi Chen, successfully capturing the heart of a beautiful woman. Sacred Hall Town once again sincerely invites Pingbei General Yi Chen to discuss an alliance. Congratulations to Pingbei General Yi Chen, successfully capturing the hearts of the beautiful. Beauty Town once again sincerely invites Pingbei General Yi Chen to discuss the matter of alliance. Congratulations to Pingbei General Yi Chen, on behalf of the new Yanhuan Alliance, I sincerely invite Pingbei General Yi Chen to participate in the first Yanhuan conference. The world channels were constantly refreshed, and one by one, they were seen by Yi Chen, but Yi Chen chose to ignore them all. There were benefits to forming an alliance, but there were also many disadvantages, so it was better not to form an alliance. As for the Yanhuan conference, it had appeared in his previous life, but it was quickly forgotten, and Yi Chen was even less concerned about it. Right at this moment, an obviously alternative content appeared in the world channel. Did Laozi miss any exciting content? Who is Sable Cicada? From what you guys are saying, it seems like a great beauty? Taken in by that what's his name laborer Yi-Chen? This Nima, what a waste, but Master Era doesn't mind. Tell you Master Era, where is Yi-Chen? You paralyzing Era, you scumbag, you wait for me, you dare to sneak attack your pig grandpa, I tell you, this is not over. Era you bastard, you dare to force yourself on your cat grandma, wait for me, if I don't castrate you, I'll never be a cat. Grass. You two trash, what are you pretending? Tell you, if you pretend again, your Era grandpa won't be so simple to clean you up. Oh yeah, little wildcat, I didn't expect you to be a chick, don't worry, in the future, your Era grandpa will take good care of you. Seeing this, Yi-Chen narrowed both eyes. Surprisingly dare to hit the idea of Lao Zi, this dog is really tired of living. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen's two eyes flashed a cold light. Chapter 118 Sable Cicada. Counting the time, in a few more months, the demon race's miscellaneous soldiers will appear. By then, the newbie area of the demon race will be connected to the human race. In reality, that dog is not in this city. The game can also be, as long as encountered that dog, in the game with the white tiger battle formation to kill him 10 times, the reality will be the same death. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen coldly smiled, then looked at Sable Cicada and opened his mouth to ask, still remember what happened before? It was Yi-Chen who froze for a moment when he realized that Sable Cicada opened her eyes, and there was some doubt in her heart, which made her ask. Sable Cicada nodded, and then spoke, yes, Lord. Yi-Chen looked at the extremely beautiful Sable Cicada, and was silent for a moment, then said in a domineering and incomparable manner. Whether you remember or not in the past, it doesn't matter, Ren Hongchang is you, Sable Cicada is also you, from today onwards, you are Sable Cicada that only belongs to me. Sable Cicada was slightly stunned, but she did not expect Yi-Chen to be so domineering and direct. Yes, Lord, Sable Cicada only belongs to Lord alone from now on. Sable Cicada smiled sweetly after returning to her senses. Ding, Sable Cicada favoritism plus 100, advanced to close. Ding, Daochan loyalty plus 100, advanced to deadly loyalty. 2 prompts, right at this moment, sounded in Yi-Chen's ears. After hearing the system's prompts, Yi-Chen could not help but stare. It's so easy to get full value. A woman's mind, men seldom guess through, put into Yi-Chen, there is no exception. When Yi-Chen found Daochan, she was still Ren Hongchang, a stray girl only. And Yi-Chen is the Hall of the Han Empire's main third-grade Pingbei general, the Empire's first-class viscount, the reincarnation of the town lord, identity than her noble 10,000 times, but also spared no expense to buy her. At that time, Ren Hongchang had understood that she was destined to become Yi-Chen's concubine. She was very happy and pleased, only privately, she felt that she was not worthy of Yi-Chen. Then after that, Yi-Chen took her away from Loyang and killed her all the way back to Reincarnation Town. And now Ren Hongchang, who had lifted the seal, became Sable, but the memories were exactly the same. Whether it was Ren Hongchang or Sable Cicada, there had long been Yi-Chen in her heart, and the former Ren Hongchang felt unworthy of Yi-Chen. The current Sable Cicada, on the other hand, had put down her previous baggage. Otherwise, Yi-Chen would really have to put in some more effort to brush up his favorability and loyalty. Yi-Chen thought for a moment and couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it, and then looked at Sable Cicada, nodded, and opened his mouth. Go around in Reincarnation Town, see where you like, and when the time comes, build you a house and live there first. Does the Lord mean that the house to be built is Sable Cicada's temporary residence? Sable Cicada was slightly stunned, then opened her mouth to ask. Well, soon, I will build the Copper Sparrow Terrace, and you will go there after the construction of the Copper Sparrow Terrace is completed. Yi-Chen nodded before speaking. But at your lord's command, however, Lord, is it possible for Sable Cicada to live at your lord's place? Sable Cicada doesn't like living alone too much. Sable Cicada nodded and opened her mouth to respond. When Yi-Chen heard this, his heart couldn't help but jolt. The words that were so overbearing just now were due to a momentary lapse of concentration and the possessiveness in his heart bubbling up. Who told Daochan to be too beautiful? But now, Yi-Chen came back to his senses, and naturally realized that Xiaoyu in his arms, her entire body froze. Sister, can Sable Cicada stay at Lord's place? Sable Cicada looked at Xiaoyu at this time and asked politely. Xiaoyu glanced at Sable Cicada before turning her head to look at Yi-Chen. You decide. Yi-Chen smiled a few times before speaking. Xiaoyu gave Yi-Chen a grudging look before looking at Sable Cicada and said with a smile, of course. Yi-Chen was relieved when he heard this. Nima, this is only 2 women are like this if you snatch all the beautiful women recognized by wise brain Pangu. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen coldly shivered, and then the feeling of displeasure bubbled up. Nima, also against the sky, who dares to make trouble, the family law to serve, wait. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen's body's domineering breath instantly emerged. The 2 women, who were originally still in a bit of a tit-for-tat, froze in unison. Right at this moment, Yi-Chen rode his warhorse towards the front, passing by Sable Cicada's side, and pulled Sable Cicada to the back with one hand. Go back. After Yi-Chen finished his domineering words, he galloped his horse and soon arrived at the town mayor's mansion. After Yi-Chen helped Sable Cicada off the horse, he helped Xiaoyu down as well. Only, when he put Zhao Yu on the ground, Yi Chen quietly whispered in Zhao Yu's ear. Take Sable Cicada for a spin and a chat, you're the boss, you have to have the temperament of a boss. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. As a matter of fact, during this period of time, which man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines, it was the average small landlord who had a large number of wives and concubines. Not to mention someone like Yi Chen, who was a lord, a nobleman, and a Pingbei general of the Great Han Empire of the 3rd grade. Zhao Yu wasn't jealous or angry, but she was a little less adapted and a little worried. She wasn't too comfortable with Yi Chen having a new woman so soon, and she was also worried that Yi Chen would not favor her in the future, or even not want her anymore. This was because Sable Cicada's threatening nature was just too great. As a woman, Zhao Yu was jealous of Sable Cicada's beauty, so one could imagine how bumpy Zhao Yu's heart was the moment Sable Cicada appeared. And now, Yi Chen's words had vanquished the worries in Zhao Yu's heart. Because Yi Chen's meaning was obvious, Zhao Yu would be the big house. Aha! Zhao Yu nodded happily before opening her mouth to respond. Yi Chen gave Zhao Yu a kiss before turning around and going to the living room in the front yard. Yi Chen still had important things to do, so naturally, he wouldn't waste his time on male and female affairs. Chapter 119 The Strategy of Fire Attack. Reincarnation Town, Mayor's Mansion, Front Yard Living Room. As soon as Yi Chen arrived at the door, he saw Gui Jia and Zhao Hong sitting in the living room. Originally, he was thinking of sending someone to call them over, but he didn't expect to come directly. Lord! Gui Jia, Zhao Hong saw Yi Chen who entered the door and hurriedly got up and bowed to pay their respects. Yi Chen nodded smilingly, and then directly walked into the living room, after sitting in the main seat, looked at Gui Jia, opened his mouth and asked. Feng Xiao, is there any break in the matter of the Wuhan scouts? My lord, the Wuhan scouts didn't find anything unusual. After they saw the blue-eyed Tiger King's corpse from afar, they didn't dare to stay and went straight back. Gui Jia smiled slightly before speaking. So smooth? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then opened his mouth and asked. Jia also did not expect those scouts to be so timid. Originally Jia saw that the lord did not come back, but also specially asked people to go out and catch a tiger back. I did not think it was useless. Gui Jia nodded with some amusement, and then opened his mouth to say. So, tomorrow the Wuhan cavalry will come here? Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, before opening his mouth and asking. Yes, my lord, tomorrow the Wuhan cavalry will enter the reincarnation forest, and it is expected that there will be 50,000 cavalry, or even more. Gui Jia nodded with certainty before opening his mouth. The more the better, so that Reincarnation Town can form cavalry, and the usual rebellion can be pacified as soon as possible. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile after hearing Gui Jia's affirmative answer. Lord wants to pacify the usual rebellion? Gui Jia froze and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Well, His Majesty gave me 3 months to pacify the usual rebellion, otherwise, how could this general of Pingbei fall on me? Yi Chen nodded and spoke. When Gui Jia heard this, he frowned. Seeing Gui Jia frowning, Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned before opening his mouth and asking, Does Feng Xiao know something difficult? Does Lord know who started the rebellion in Yuzhou? Gui Jia looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth to ask. If I remember correctly, it should be Zhang Chun? Yi Chen looked at Gui Jia with some surprise before speaking. What my lord said is not bad, however, my lord, although Zhang Chun is not a scary person, but he has already captured the right Beiping County, and there are Wuhan and other foreign tribes acting as tigers for the tiger. My lord wants to pacify the rebellion in 3 months. It is not very easy. Gui Jia nodded, and then spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, how could he not understand Gui Jia's meaning? Right Beiping County's city walls were extremely high and the gates were thick, so the difficulty of trying to break through the city was really not small. Moreover, Zhang Chun has millions of soldiers, all of them are regular army, extremely strong, want to capture the right Beiping County, beheading Zhang Chun, the difficulty is even greater. This is not only Zhang Chun, there are also other foreigners who are in rebellion with Zhang Chun, such as Qiu Liju of Wuhan. This was another difficult problem. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, and then looked at Gui Jia and opened his mouth to ask, Has Feng Xiao ever heard of a bed crossbow? Bed crossbow? Lord has this sharp weapon? Gui Jia was first stunned, and then his eyes lit up and he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Chen nodded, then spoke. A while ago, the 15,000 Wuhan cavalrymen that were strangled brought me 15,000 bed crossbows. With this, it won't be too difficult to take down right Beiping County. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations, Lord. Jia didn't expect Lord to have this powerful weapon. As long as a little arrangement is made, right Beiping County is within reach. Gui Jia heard this and spoke excitedly. What plans does Feng Xiao have? Yi Chen laughed, and then opened his mouth to ask. Fire attack. Gui Jia opened his mouth without thinking. Fire attack? Yi Chen was slightly stunned before his eyes lit up. Bow and arrow cannot shoot into the city wall, shoot in also not far, but bed crossbow is not the same, as long as the bed crossbow's special thick arrow slightly modified, is a huge rocket. To the city wall, want to shoot to the city pool, simply do not too easy. I rely on. I also thought to try to see if I can directly break open the city gate, if not, then use the bed crossbow to suppress the rebels on the city wall, and then forcefully attack. Wei Jia, this is good, directly to a fire attack. What an insidious plan. However, I like it. Thinking of this, Yichen laughed wildly to the sky, and then got up and came to Gui Jia's side, patted Gui Jia's shoulder, and said earnestly and incomparably, with Feng Zhao's help, why worry that the great cause will not be accomplished? Lord, although the plan is feasible, however, this move is harmful to the sky and also ask the Lord to try to burn the city wall first. Gui Jia hesitated for a moment before speaking. When Yichen heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then fell silent. The meaning of what Gui Jia said was clear and understood by Yichen. Once the fire attack was used, it would set the entire Right Beiping city on fire, and inside the city, besides the rebels, there were also the people. Fire and water had no mercy, no matter if it was the people or the rebels, they could all be burned to death. Achieving hegemony and ignoring the lives and deaths of the people, the lords in history, all do this. What should I do? This world is not composed of data yet. Yichen was silent for a while, then looked at Gui Jia and asked, if I choose to directly fire the Right Beiping city, what will Feng Zhao do? Jia is willing to implement this plan for Lord. Gui Jia bowed without hesitation and said. When Yichen heard this, he could not help but laugh wildly to the sky. Gui Jia was worried that Yichen would carry the reputation of brutality and lose the hearts of the people greatly, which would be very undesirable for Yichen's hegemony in the future. Yichen naturally knew this, and it was precisely because he knew this that Yichen lamented and laughed maniacally. Die-hard loyalty was die-hard loyalty, everything was considered for Yichen. That's why Yichen laughed out happily. In this world, who else could obtain a die-hard loyalist henchman? There might be in the future, but there were definitely not many, and right now, Yichen had die-hard loyal henchmen. Yichen laughed for a while before he stopped, and then spoke. 3 months seems like a long time, but I don't want to wait too long. After resolving tomorrow's Wuhan cavalry, Right Beiping city must be taken within 10 days. Yichen's meaning was actually very simple. First, use Gui Jia's method of burning the city walls to try to attack Right Beiping city. If it doesn't work, then use another ploy and try again. If it doesn't work yet, in 10 days at most, the Right Beiping city will be burned by fire. Yichen did not want to affect his own official position because of the so-called benevolence, the so-called people's heart. Once General Ping Bei's official position was withdrawn, then, it would affect Yichen's plans in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. A series of effects would cause Yichen's plans to be completely disrupted. This was something Yichen absolutely did not want to see. Therefore, Yichen finally made the decision to only give Right Beiping city 10 days. If he couldn't take it in 10 days, Yichen would directly use a fire attack to burn Right Beiping city and then go north. Chapter 120 Muddy Underpinnings. My lord harbors a benevolent heart and has the style of a king. Jia has the honor of following my lord. It is indeed a blessing of 3 lifetimes. After Gui Jia heard Yichen's decision, he bowed and worshipped with a happy face. The fact that Yichen could adopt Gui Jia's opinion showed that Yichen was not a headstrong person. And Yichen's decision also showed that Yichen was not an indecisive person either. Only if he wasn't headstrong could he listen to his subordinates' advice, and only if he wasn't indecisive could he lead his subordinates to create a monumental foundation. And this was exactly why Gui Jia was happy. Hearing Gui Jia's words full of emotion, Yichen couldn't help but smile, before opening his mouth and asking, Feng Zhao, the Wuhan cavalry will arrive tomorrow, have you made any arrangements? My lord, Jia has sinned, please punish my lord. Hearing this, Gui Jia suddenly bowed and said, guilty? Feng Zhao is joking with me? When Yichen heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly before opening his mouth and asking, my lord, Jia has gone AWOL and ordered Zhao Mang to destroy several mountain fortresses in the Reincarnation Forest that were used as practice points, please punish me, my lord. Gui Jia bowed again and said, destroying the practice points. Yichen was stunned before reacting to Gui Jia's meaning. This was for the Wuhan cavalry that was coming tomorrow, leveling out all possible dangers yet. Yichen hadn't returned before, and Gui Jia simply couldn't determine the time of Yichen's return. Leading an army in battle without a military general naturally wouldn't work. In the entire Reincarnation Town, there was currently only one king-level military general, Zhao Mang. In order to deal with the Wuhan cavalry coming tomorrow, Zhao Mang would have to be transferred back to Reincarnation Town. In the Reincarnation Forest, there were many trees, most of which were huge trees. Although Reincarnation Town had the advantage of terrain, even Gui Jia could not confirm the number of Wuhan cavalry. If there were too many, the Reincarnation Town soldiers practicing at the practice point would have to be used. By the time it was discovered that there were too many Wuhan cavalry, it would be too late to use the soldiers practicing. So the soldiers would have to be moved back in advance as well. But the practice point was going to refresh the mountain bandits. Even though the mountain bandits were nothing more than a bunch of dirtbags, they couldn't be ignored. Especially since they were familiar with forest combat, if they came to Reincarnation Town to join in the fun, it would be a lot of fun. In a war, in order to win, one must be prepared for everything. Even if it was impossible to do so, one should try to be as good as possible. That's why Gui Jia asked Zhao Mang to destroy the practice points and return to Reincarnation Town early with his troops. The practice point is gone. Not afraid of no place to practice in the future, you stay to pacify the rebellion, the northern expedition of Wuhan. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the entire Han Empire, everywhere is in deep water. Thinking of this, Yi Chen could not help but smile, and then opened his mouth and said, Feng Xiao did the right thing, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Tomorrow the Wuhan cavalry arrives, in case of any mistakes, the consequences are unimaginable. Lord Gong does not blame Jia, Jia is relieved. Gui Jia got up and said smilingly. When Yi Chen saw Gui Jia's smiling appearance, he could not help but stare. Nima, Gui Jia, this is to know that I will not blame him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before looking at Zhao Heng. When Zhao Heng saw Yi Chen looking over, he didn't wait for Yi Chen to open his mouth to ask, he hurriedly bowed and said, My lord, all the stragglers in Reincarnation Town have been properly settled, the soldiers have also been assigned houses, and the fields have been measured one by one according to what my lord said. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded his head in satisfaction, then opened his mouth and asked, Among those stragglers, are there any special craftsmen? Special artisans? Zhao Heng was slightly stunned before he opened his mouth and asked, I don't know what your lordship means by special. For example, artisans who have mastered the skills of a sovereign. Yi Chen smiled slightly before speaking. When Zhao Heng heard this, he was once again stunned before bowing and saying, My lord, there is no such artisan among the stragglers, but when the reincarnation village was just established, an intermediate-level beast tamer came, and because he had to take care of the nearly 20,000 warhorses in the reincarnation valley, he has now advanced and become a patriarch-level beast tamer. Ha! When Yi Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it has advanced and become a patriarch-level beast tamer. Thinking of this, Yi Chen instantly smiled, and then with a move of his right hand, a book appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Beast Taming Technique Divine Grade. After using it, automatically master the Divine Grade Beast Taming Technique and advance in occupation to Divine Grade Beast Tamer. Requirement: Patriarch Level Beast Tamer. Yi Chen had just asked Zhao Heng, and hadn't held much hope. After all, a Patriarch Level craftsman wasn't that good at appearing. Zhao Heng's answer, this really gave Yi Chen a not small accident, but Yi Chen is very like this kind of accident. When he was in Loyang, Yi Chen had the idea of taming the savage beasts. Only by taming the savage beasts could he form a special heavy cavalry unit. And to tame the savage beasts, there had to be a divine tamer. Now that Reincarnation Town had a patriarch level beast tamer, as long as the beast taming technique divine level was used, a divine level beast tamer who had mastered the divine level beast taming technique would immediately appear in Reincarnation Town. And there wouldn't be much of an obstacle to Yi Chen's idea of forming a special heavy cavalry. As long as the exact location of the savage beast was found, all problems would be solved. A powerful and desperate heavy cavalry unit would then be presented to the world. This is a divine grade beast taming technique. Give this to the beast tamer who advanced to the grandmaster grade. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he handed the beast taming technique God grade to Zhao Heng. God grade. Zhao Heng couldn't help but be stunned after hearing Yi Chen's words, before bowing and worshipping in ecstasy. Congratulations Lord, Reincarnation Town can start taming rare birds and beasts from now on. This is another specialty. Zhao Heng was also right, rare birds and exotic beasts were just as much a specialty product, and could bring a lot of money to Wheeling Town. Of course, this was not comparable to a specialty product like the 100 Flower Brew. The 100 Flower Brew was unique, while the Divine Beast Tamer was not. However, as far as the Three Kingdoms newbie zone was concerned, the Divine Beast Tamer that was about to appear in Reincarnation Town was the only Divine Beast Tamer in the town. Yi Chen smiled faintly before asking, how are the buildings in Reincarnation Town being constructed? My lord, all the buildings have been constructed, just waiting for my lord to upgrade Reincarnation Town. Zhao Heng bowed before speaking. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bravado rise in his heart. At this moment, in the entire Three Kingdoms novice area, there was simply not a single territory that could compare to Reincarnation Town. Even more so, there wasn't a single territory that had a stronger heritage than Reincarnation Town. Brain Pangu was the one who opened up the exchange business, and those rich lord players were no longer worried about the funds for the construction of their territories. However, they had to worry about resources. The resources hanging in the market were only a small portion of the scattered resources hung out by players, the rest were hung in the market by indigenous merchants. Right now, all the lord players, basically, were not short of money, what they were short of were resources. Therefore, on the market, there was a strange lack of resources, and when they appeared, it was a group of people fighting for them. Village-level territories were not so bad, but when it came to town-level territories, the resources consumed were tenfold, dozens of times higher. That's why all the other lord players were in pain at the moment. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was not only not worried about funds, but even resources. Because Yi Chen had previously swept away the resources in the market, and on his way back to Reincarnation Town from Loyang, he had plundered a large amount of resources. And this was the root of Yi Chen's bottom line. With more money, more resources, and more population, territory upgrades couldn't trap Yi Chen at all. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at Zhao Heng and said smilingly, tough on you. I'm ashamed of my humble position, I'm already old, so I can only do some trivial and small things for my lord. Zhao Heng's heart warmed, and then spoke. Old age. This is to take the initiative to give way. Because Gui Jia is too capable. When Yi Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but secretly sigh before speaking. Your age can't be considered old. In the future, Reincarnation Town will still need more trouble from you. My humble servant will definitely bow and die to the best of my ability. Zhao Heng was slightly stunned before bowing and responding. Gui Jia shook his head helplessly at this time. Yi Chen saw Gui Jia's movements and glared at him before rushing at Zhao Heng, who was still bowing. Come over together, it's time for Reincarnation Town to upgrade. Chapter 121, The First City Under Heaven. Yes, Lord. Gui Jia Zhao Heng bowed and answered in unison before following Yi Chen to the center of the hall. Arriving at the center of the living room, Yi Chen moved his mind, and the Reincarnation Town cornerstone, the golden stone monument, slowly rose from the ground. Looking at the distinctive and unique golden stone tablet, Yi Chen smiled slightly before pressing his right hand onto the golden stone tablet. With a thought, the system's voice then sounded. Detecting population number. Population number is up to standard. Detecting the number of buildings. The number of buildings reaches the standard. Detecting the title. Yi Chen, Lord of Reincarnation Town, First Class Viscount of the Empire, the title is up to standard. Ding, Reincarnation Town fulfills all the conditions. Does it upgrade Reincarnation Town? Upgrade. Ding, Reincarnation Town is upgraded to the second level. Continue. Ding, Reincarnation Town is upgraded to level 3. Continue. Detecting the population of Reincarnation Town. Population 1,280,000, population number up to standard. Detecting the number of buildings. The number of buildings has reached the standard. Detecting title. Lord Yi Chen of Reincarnation Town, Imperial First Class Viscount, title up to standard. Detecting wall drawings. There are already wall building drawings, city wall true. Detecting resources. Resources up to standard. Ding, Reincarnation Town meets all the conditions. Is it upgraded to Reincarnation City? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, Reincarnation Town is upgraded to Reincarnation City. Buzz. Reincarnation Town instantly changed drastically as the system's prompt ended. The already large Reincarnation Town had instantly expanded 100 times. Those low brick walls at the outermost part of the town were gone, replaced by majestic and tall walls. The originally wide streets, at this moment, instantly expanded 5 times. The brick and stone pavement turned into a flat and thick rocky pavement, and the original brick and wooden houses became bigger and more exquisite. Reincarnation City, City Lord's Mansion. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations, Lord. Gui Jia and Zhao Heng, at this time, bowed and paid their respects with happy faces. Yi Chen listened to the two men's congratulations and looked at the city lord's mansion that had instantly expanded tenfold. His mood was soothing. One step ahead, otherwise, there wouldn't be today's Reincarnation City. Yi Chen had just thought of this when the world announcement instantly rang out. Ding, Reincarnation Town is the first to be upgraded to a city, hereby rewarding Reincarnation City as the first city in the world, rewarding 1,000 purple gold coins, and increasing the population refresh rate of Reincarnation City by 100 times, lasting for 3 days. Ding, the first person in Reincarnation Town upgraded to a city, hereby rewarding Reincarnation Town as the #1 city in the world, rewarding purple gold coins 1,000, and increasing the population refresh rate of Reincarnation Town by 100 times, lasting for 3 days. Ding, the first person in Reincarnation Town upgraded to a city, hereby rewarding Reincarnation City as the #1 city in the world, rewarding purple gold coins 1,000, and increasing the population refreshing speed of Reincarnation City by 100 times, lasting for 3 days. The moment the world announcement rang out, the entire world fell silent, and no one even spoke on the world channel. After a full 10 seconds, the world channel this time, someone spoke, and after that, it instantly exploded. Should we be so exaggerated? Other people have just upgraded to town, Yi Chen even upgraded to city? Nima, there's no heavenly reason, why are all the benefits given to Yi Chen? Nima, boss Yi Chen is so powerful and domineering, no one can beat him. Scums, come and worship quickly. Ah, boss Yi Chen is just awesome, you guys have to obey even if you don't. See? Reincarnation City, the #1 city in the world. There aren't many lords who haven't even arrived in the town yet. Boss Yi Chen is directly in the city. I'm really convinced of boss Yi Chen now. I am Yi Chen's cousin, pro-cousin. My cousin told me that I can sell the secret of quickly upgrading the territory. Want 1 million gold, the price is cheap. Hurry up and chat privately, only to the first 10 people off. When did my cousin Yi Chen have a cousin? He only has one cousin, and that's me. Now, I'm looking for a husband. People have to be handsome, have money, but also have strength, up to the standard. Hurry to find me. The number of people is not limited. Nima, dead dinosaurs, I've seen you, long as a flower but also as a flower, but also Nima Yi Chen cousin, why don't you go to death? Sacred Hall Town congratulates Pingbei General Yi Chen, upgrading Reincarnation City. At the same time, I implore General Yi Chen to discuss the alliance. Beauty Town congratulates General Yi Chen of Pingbay for upgrading Reincarnation City. At the same time, I implore General Yi Chen to discuss the alliance. Yanhuang Alliance congratulates General Yi Chen of Pingbay for upgrading Reincarnation City. At the same time, solemnly invites General Yi Chen to participate in the first Yanhuang conference. Reincarnation City, City Lord's Mansion. Yi Chen took a glance at the assorted contents in the World Channel and stopped paying attention. Whether it was envy or jealousy, even if it was hatred or compliments, it had nothing to do with Yi Chen. There was only one thing that Yi Chen wanted to do: keep getting stronger, so strong that people would fear him, so strong that people would despair. Right at this moment, the system's prompt sounded, once again. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, meeting the special conditions, obtaining the special architectural drawing, Soul Suppression Monument. Hearing this, Yi Chen's two eyes snapped open. I didn't expect it to be this. Chapter 122 Heavenly Price 100 Flowers Brew. Soul Suppressing Tablet Unique, suppresses all evil spirits with negative intentions, residual souls. The introduction was simple, but Yi Chen knew that it was not simple. In this era, war was an eternal topic, and when there was war, there was inevitably death. After a person's death, the soul was originally supposed to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, those who died in war often could not enter reincarnation. Their souls would either dissipate over time, or they would haunt the people who killed them. Worst of all, souls that died in battle but had nowhere to return to might gather together and form ghost domains. These things, even Yi Chen was powerless at the moment. Yi Chen had the 9 revolutions Shen-gong to protect his body, and the ghosts and monsters didn't dare to get close to Yi Chen, or they would be burned to death by Yi Chen's yang qi. But the soldiers under Yi Chen could not get rid of this intrusion from the soul side. A short period of time was nothing, but a long period of time, the soldiers' lifespan would be severely shortened to the point that they would pass away early. And the reason for that was the evil spirits of those enemies that were decapitated during the war. They would haunt those soldiers who decapitated them. And once Reincarnation City constructed the soul-suppressing monument, then these negative influences from the evil thoughts of the remnant souls would not exist. Looking at the introduction of the soul-suppressing monument, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up before he picked up the soul-suppressing monument drawing and handed it to Zhao Heng. Build this out as soon as possible. After Zhao Heng received the soul-suppressing monument drawing, he was slightly stunned, and then his eyes lit up, and he excitedly bowed and responded, "Yes. My lord, humble servant, I will order people to speed up the construction of the soul-suppressing monument." Obviously, Zhao Heng also knew the role of the soul-suppressing monument, or else he wouldn't be so excited. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations, Lord Gong. Not only has Reincarnation Town been upgraded to Reincarnation City, but your lordship has also obtained the soul-suppressing monument, so it can be considered a double blessing. Congratulations. Wu Jia couldn't help but smile when he heard this, before bowing and paying his respects. Yi Chen nodded smilingly, and then spoke, "Indeed, today's joyous events continue, it's only right that." When Yi Chen's words reached here, he suddenly froze, and then looked at Gui Jia and opened his mouth to ask, "Feng Xiao, are you craving for wine again?" "Those who know me, Lord." Gui Jia unabashedly laughed. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before looking at Zhao Heng and opening his mouth to ask, "100 flower brew, how is the brewing going?" "My lord, the 100 flower brew was half successfully developed yesterday." Wei Jia didn't wait for Zhao Heng to open his mouth and grabbed the opportunity to say, "Ha? So fast?" Yi Chen heard this and asked with some surprise, "My lord, among the stragglers who arrived today, there are 12 brewmasters. Among them, there are 5 high-level brewmasters and 7 intermediate brewmasters, and my humble servant arranged all of them to develop the 100 flower brewing. That's why there is such a speed," Zhao Heng said with a smiling bow. When Yi Chen heard this, his 2 eyes couldn't help but light up, and then he laughed. Very good. In this way, the 100 flowers brew has almost reached the top level of the mortal world, and continuing to develop it won't improve it much. Speaking here, Yi Chen thought for a moment, then continued. 100 flower brew does not take the low-end route, only the high-end route. However, this wine, Reincarnation City is not involved in the sale of. Send out the news, should be able to attract a lot of merchants. My lord, merchants seek profit, is it not too appropriate to give them the 100 flower brew, which is not of the mortal world, to sell? Zhao Heng was slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth and said. Yi Chen naturally knew what Zhao Heng meant. By merchants taking over, the 100 flower brew would inevitably be speculated to an extremely high price, even so high as to be unimaginable. While Reincarnation Town would not be able to obtain all the profits, it would be the same as handing over the benefits to others. But the lord needs the merchant to do something? And the matter is important? Wei Jia looked at Yi Chen with some doubts at this time and opened his mouth to ask. Yi Chen smiled slightly, then nodded and opened his mouth. Feng Xiao is right, merchants are profit-seeking, but they have a lot of treasures in their hands that can't be bought in the market, as well as a multitude of fine resources, and I need these things in their hands. My lord, this is not necessary to release the right to sell 100 flower brew to those merchants, just take the 100 flower brew and exchange it with them. Zhao Hang said with some doubt after a slight stare. Zhao Hang was bent on looking out for Yi Chen, not wanting to share a portion of the profits that 100 Flower Brew could create to the merchants for nothing. This was something Yi Chen could naturally see, and after a slight smile, he spoke. The world is bustling, all for the sake of profit. 100 Flowers Brew can firmly ensnare these merchants. Reincarnation City can't possibly stop there, and then after that, the development of the territory, the amount of resources needed is massive. I don't want to rely on the resources within the territory, slowly develop and build slowly, so the resources in the hands of those merchants must try their best to get them over here. Without a certain amount of benefits, they won't release the resources in their hands as much as they should. Yi Chen had one more sentence that he didn't say. It wasn't the right time yet. At this moment, although the Great Han Empire was rotten, the Great Han was still the Great Han, and the situation of the three kingdoms had not yet appeared. Yi Chen could only use formal means to purchase the needed resources. Otherwise, where to use so much trouble? However, that was the only way Yi Chen would choose if he couldn't buy them. As for the benefits of the 100 Flower Brew, when the Great Han Empire was overthrown, relying on Reincarnation City alone to sell it would be a lot of trouble. Because at that time, it was chaotic, and every power had their own territory. There was little need for the 100 Flower Brew to be sold in Yi Chen's own territory. But if he went to sell it in someone else's territory, 9 times out of 10, he would be robbed of all the profits. This was also the reason why Yi Chen was looking for merchants to cooperate with. However, this point, Yi Chen would not speak out, as it was still the Han Empire. So that's how it is. Your lordship is far-sighted. It's a great honor for my humble servant to be able to follow your lordship. After Zhao Hong was slightly stunned, he came to a sudden realization, and then bowed and paid his respects. Yi Chen laughed, then spoke. Put out the news of 100 Flower Brew as soon as possible. When that time comes, it will surely attract a lot of merchants. I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, 1 pot of 100 Flower Brew, 1 purple gold coin, not a single penny less. When Zhao Hong heard this, he was stunned, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to set such a high price. After returning to his senses, Zhao Hong hurriedly bowed and responded, your humble servant will follow your orders. A pot of 100 Flower Brew, 1 purple gold coin, that was 10,000 gold. Originally, Zhao Hong thought that Yi Chen would set the price at 100 gold, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to directly set it at the heavenly price of 10,000 gold. This was 100 times higher than what Zhao Hong had in mind. As for whether the merchants would buy it, Zhao Hong felt that they definitely would. Because the 100 Flowers Brew, it doesn't belong to the mortal world, that unique taste, the unparalleled flavor in the world, no matter who smells it and tastes it, they won't be able to forget it. Chapter 123 The Two Worlds Stone. Jia has already seen those merchants, meet pain, but clenched their teeth, desperately buying. Wei Jia laughed while speaking. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, then spoke, as long as they taste a mouthful of 100 Flower Brew, it's impossible for them to not buy it. What the Lord said is extremely true. Wei Jia couldn't help but laugh. Yi Chen laughed, and then his right hand then pressed on the golden stone tablet. Reincarnation City Divine Grade, small city, the first city in the world, attraction to historical figures increased by 20%. Basic attributes, territorial stability plus 60, territorial residence satisfaction plus 60, territorial resources plus 500%, territorial agricultural production plus 500%, territorial fisheries production plus 500%, territorial attraction to stragglers plus 300%, territorial residence qualifications plus 2. Characteristic 1, Holy Land Territory Residence, Enlightenment increased by 50%. Characteristic 2, Blessed Land 1 grade of elixir appears randomly every month. Characteristic 3, Chi Luck automatically gather Chi Luck of heaven and earth, increase the cultivation speed of territory residents, increase the enlightenment of territory residents, increase with the territory map. Characteristic 4, Ascension gathering heaven and earth's Chi Luck, dominating all worlds, can raise the country to ascend to the floodplains. Territory resources. Stone. Timber. Iron. Grain, money, 1.92 million gold. The first city in the world has increased its attraction to historical figures by 20%. Not bad, not bad, the stronger the attraction the better. Looking at the additional attributes of the world's first city, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile before opening his mouth and drinking. Today is the big day of the establishment of Reincarnation City. I announce that the whole city will revel for 1 day. Spending is completely free. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed on the ground, the sky above Reincarnation City then resounded with Yi Chen putting on an overbearing and majestic voice. Today is the big day of the establishment of Reincarnation City. I announce that the whole city will be in a carnival for 1 day. All expenses are free. The voice was loud and clear, instantly spreading throughout the city. At this moment, the residents of Reincarnation City, who were in the midst of the transformation of Reincarnation Town into Reincarnation City, all came out onto the streets and celebrated in high spirits. As soon as Yi Chen's words rang out, the whole city boiled up. Lord is mighty. Long live Lord Yi Chen. Lord, the world is invincible. The residents of Reincarnation City, both men and women, young and old, raised their heads towards the sky and shouted slogan after slogan. They cheered one after another, their excitement and thrill showing on their faces. It was because they were the residents of the first city under heaven, because their lord was Yi Chen, and even more so because their lives were good now, and they would be even better in the future. They were proud of their identity. Reincarnation City, City Lord's Mansion. Lord, if there is nothing else, Jiao will leave first. Wei Jia looked at Yi Chen smilingly at this time and spoke. You're thinking of drinking. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before speaking. My lord, Jia is responding to my lord's call to participate in the revelry. Wei Jia instantly put on a you've wronged me look before speaking. It's strange to believe you. Yi Chen couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth and then continued, drinking is fine, remember, don't overdo it. When Gui Jia heard this, he immediately straightened his face and then bowed and said, Jia can follow the Lord, this life has no regrets. Yi Chen naturally heard Gui Jia's words were touched, smilingly nodded, and then spoke, still need to drink less. Hearing this, Gui Jia's face stiffened, smiled a few times, and then opened his mouth and said, My lord, Jia will leave first. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before waving his hand. Gui Jia saw this and then bowed before leaving the city lord's mansion in a hurry. My lord, humble servant also excuses himself. Zhao Hong looked at Yi Chen at this time and bowed with a smile on his face. The soul-suppressing monument should be constructed as early as possible, and the news of the 100-flower brew should be delivered as soon as possible. Yi Chen said this and then took out the drawings of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace and handed them to Zhao Hong, and then continued. When those merchants come, take the materials on this as conditions, and whoever doesn't agree, ask him to leave Reincarnation City and never cooperate in the future. After Zhao Hong received the Copper Bird Terrace drawing, he bowed and responded, Yes. My lord. Your humble servant will leave. Yi Chen nodded, and when Zhao Hong saw this, he then turned around and left the city lord's mansion. Yi Chen looked at the large living room of the city lord's mansion, his eyebrows could not help but raise, and then with a wave of his right hand, the golden stone tablet slowly sank into the ground without a trace. The attribution of Sable Cicada is complete, got 2 innate attribute points. After Yi Chen finished thinking, he then looked at his attributes, and then without hesitation, he put 2 innate attribute points, pointing to the root bone. Yi Chen, First Class Viscount General Pingbei, Lord of Reincarnation City. Title, God of Guns. Characteristics, using gun-type weapons, attack power x2, accuracy x2, enlightenment plus 100, Imperial Grade Marshal General. Level, 95. Reputation, 11,350,000. Increase attraction to historical figures. Merit, 2.39 million. Force, 95. The force value of an emperor-level military general is 93, 94, 95. The force value of an emperor-level military general is 96, 97, 98, and the force value of a saint-level military general is 99, 100. Root and Bone, 93. Spirit, 100. Fortune, Hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong Chaos, Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Skills, Basic Gun Technique Divine. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant Innate Treasure, Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Money, 1,222,000 purple gold coins. Items, Potion of Returning Sun X3, 100 boxes of jewelry, Soul of Martial General King Grade 10-1. Lucky Draw, 1 time. Lucky Draw. Almost forgot about this. Thinking of this, Yi Chen didn't hesitate to tap towards the lucky draw. Instantly, a huge carousel appeared in front of Yi Chen. The 9 items on it, there were 3 architectural drawings, 1 innate technique, 2 special legion transfer orders, 2 innate spiritual treasures, and the last one was surprisingly just a stone. The things in this lottery are all good, but what the hell is this stone? Yi Chen was a little puzzled and looked at the stone, but after looking at it for half a day he froze and couldn't see the origin of the stone. Strange. Yi Chen couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it, and then pressed towards the start button. The lottery began. The huge roulette wheel then began to rotate faster and faster and faster. Stop. Yi Chen didn't want to continue waiting and directly shouted stop. The speed of the carousel then began to decrease, and then decrease again. When the needle of the carousel slowly pointed towards the innate spiritual treasure and then stopped, Yi Chen's eyes lit up violently. Good opportunity. However, right at this moment, the needle that had already stopped rotating suddenly shook that much and then stopped. Yi Chen looked at the pointer that was originally pointing at the innate spiritual treasure, but at this moment, it was actually pointing at the stone of unknown origin, and his face immediately froze. Nima. Right at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, obtaining the 2 Realms Stone X1. 2 Realms Stone. Yi Chen was dumbfounded, and then both his eyes snapped open. Surprisingly, it was this. Chapter 224 Eve of War. 2 Realms Stone, function to travel between 2 realms, please do not use it recklessly. The introduction was extremely simple, but Yi Chen was excited. In his previous life, Yi Chen had seen someone bring a character from the game to the real world. Nima, that mutant-like strength, envied a lot of people at that time. It would have been fine if it was just a character from the 3 Kingdoms newbie zone, but that person brought a character from the Flood. Although it is not so powerful that it crushes everything, but also called that person to become a party hegemony. At first, Yi Chen's men, Zhao Mang, Zhao Hang, Zhao Yu, had said that they would go to the real world to protect Yi Chen. And Yi Chen had also said that something crucial was missing. That thing was the Two Realms Stone. With the Two Realms Stone, it was possible to bring the men to the real world. Therefore, Yi Chen was excited when he saw the Two Realms Stone. Not only could the Two Realms Stone be used by people in the game world, it could also be used by people in reality. The do not use indiscriminately was a warning to players. Because by choosing to use the Two Realms Stone yourself, you could enter the game world in your physical body. The result of that would be a 100% increase in strength. However, there were gains and losses. If a physical body entered the game world, if it died, the soul would be dispersed, completely dead, with no chance of resurrection. Yi Chen had someone do this in his previous life, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds, but he was quickly hung up and then completely died. Nima, fortunately there is an introduction. Otherwise, I really didn't have the chance to throw away this Two Realms Stone as a broken stone. The Two Worlds Stone has who to take to the real world. When Yi Chen thought of this, a person's name instantly surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. Dian Wei. The real world is more dangerous than the Three Kingdoms novice area at this moment. There are no soldiers there and absolute force is needed. Therefore, Zhao Yu, Dao Chan, Zhao Heng, and Gui Jiao were all unsuitable. Although Gui Jiao was a historical figure, or a superb historical civil servant, but now he was a War 5 scum, to the real world, his role was not. The role of Gui Jiao in the real world is not great. Zhao Yu Diaochan is even more unthinkable, although the two women are beautiful, but beautiful cannot kill demonic beasts, cannot kill the enemy with bad intentions. Zhao Hang is even more unsuitable, he has no force, and he is an old man, so it would be better to bring him with Zhao Yu or Sable Cicada. As for Zhao Mang, although he was at the innate realm and had become a king-level martial general, but compared to Dian Wei's saint-level military general, he was still a lot worse. This guy, Dian Wei, I don't know when he will return to Reincarnation City. Thinking of this, Yi Chen let out a long breath before traveling towards the back of the mansion. The large city lord's mansion turned into 3 entrances and 3 exits, covering an area that had expanded tenfold. The home decorations that had already been set up originally were not enough again. Although the maids had found some, they were equally insufficient for the current city lord's mansion. However, Yi Chen was aware of all this, but would not care about it, and would just leave it to Zhao Yu to work on it. Arriving at the back of the mansion, Yi Chen didn't bother to look at the extra few small buildings, and went directly to the main mansion. As soon as he arrived at the living room, Yi Chen heard Zhao Yu and Diao Chan's cheerful laughter. Obviously, the two girls had started to make up at some point. Yi Chen could remember the pinpoint eyes of the two women when they first met. Husband. Zhao Yu saw Yi Chen and hurriedly got up, calling out happily. Lord. Sable Cicada was slightly stunned before calling out with a smile. Yi Chen nodded and was about to speak, but suddenly saw the silver hairpin inserted in Zhao Yu's hair, and after a slight stare, he couldn't help but slap his forehead in chagrin. Too many things recently, neglected you, wait. Yi Chen apologetically glanced at Zhao Yu, and then with a move of his right hand, 100 boxes of jewelry appeared in the living room. Luckily the living room was big enough, otherwise it really wouldn't fit. Zhao Yu looked at the 100 extra boxes that suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but be stunned, before looking at Yi Chen and asking suspiciously, Husband, what is this? Open it and see if you like it. Yi Chen said smilingly, not telling Zhao Yu what exactly was inside the boxes. Zhao Yu nodded, and then went forward and curiously opened a box. The moment the lid of the box was open, the entire living room instantly lit up. Ah! These are? Zhao Yu was stunned before looking at Yi Chen and asking. Yi Chen nodded smilingly before speaking, all of them are for you, do you like them? Like it. Zhao Yu nodded vigorously and said with a happy face. A woman's resistance to jewelry was almost zero, and this was exactly the same whether it was ancient or modern times. It's good if you like it. Yi Chen said smilingly. Lord, Sable Cicada also does not have much jewelry, Sable Cicada said at this time some aggrieved. Sister come over and pick a box. When Zhao Yu heard this, she immediately looked at Sable Cicada and opened her mouth. Thank you sister. Sable Cicada instantly smiled happily before running over to pick out jewelry. Yi Chen looked at the two women who had ulterior motives, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. As long as there was harmony, it was fine to play a little mind, it was nothing. In fact, Yi Chen could not see the meaning of Zhao Yu's declaration of sovereignty and Sable Cicada's compliance. No to know, but cannot say it, this is a woman's mind, Yi Chen will not get involved in this. The next day, at dawn, Yi Chen woke up early, looked at the sleeping Diaochan in his arms, could not help but smile, and then got up and dressed, left the back of the house. Last night, Zhao Yu hard Sable Cicada stayed, then, Sable Cicada became Yi Chen's second woman. Yi Chen for the two women you modest I let the trick, see clearly, also understand, however, Yi Chen still did not say broken. This kind of thing, Yi Chen preferred the rare confusion. City Lord's mansion, front yard, living room. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, he saw Gui Jia and Zhao Mang who were already waiting here. Greetings Lord. Gui Jia and Zhao Mang saw Yi Chen enter the house and bowed in unison to pay their respects. It's been a hard time for you. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, then looked at Zhao Mang and spoke. This is the duty of the last general. The last general is not hardworking. Zhao Mang's heart warmed up before he spoke. Yi Chen patted Zhao Mang's shoulder, then opened his mouth and asked, Already? My lord, already, ready to go at any time. Zhao Mang nodded his head and responded. Very good. This time, we will let those Wuhan cavalrymen, all of them, be buried in the reincarnation forest. Yi Chen's two eyes snapped open and a cold light flashed. Sorry for not uploading it until now. Originally, I should have passed it on at 11 o'clock or so, but because the plug board got into the water and tripped the circuit breaker, the sad thing is that I didn't save it, but fortunately, the computer didn't burn out. Chapter 125 Going on an Expedition. The last general is willing to be the vanguard. When Zhao Mang heard this, he kneeled down on one knee with a bang, and then bellowed. Good. Yi Chen laughed before speaking. My lord, the auspicious time has arrived. Guo Jia looked at the color of the sky at this time, while then bowed and said. In ancient times, when marching to war, they would often choose an auspicious time to march, and Gui Jia said that it was exactly the time to march. Yi Chen nodded before speaking, let's go. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned around and marched towards the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Gui Jia Zhao Mang followed closely behind. There were servants in the city lord's mansion, and when Yi Chen wanted to go out, the servants had already prepared the war horses for Yi Chen. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't need to worry about these trivial matters at all. Reincarnation City, City Gate. Long spears like forests, armor like mirrors, 45,000 Reincarnation City soldiers, quietly standing here, not saying a word, not moving. A solemn and murderous aura constantly echoed in the sky. After Yi Chen arrived here on his warhorse, the 45,000 Reincarnation City soldiers instantly knelt down on one knee, and then drank loudly in unison. See you, Lord. 45,000 people, their movements were neatly organized and their voices were synchronized, and the blood of the people of Reincarnation City watching from afar was boiling. Yi Chen looked at the soldiers in front of him and nodded with satisfaction, then lucked his innate true qi and spoke. Today, the Wuhan cavalry will once again violate my reincarnation, and the number will be at least 50,000, and will even reach 100,000, or even more. When Yi Chen said this, both eyes snapped open, and then he opened his mouth and drank. All of you are soldiers of my reincarnation, do you have the courage to fight with them? Battle! 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 45,000 reincarnation soldiers raised their lances in unison and shouted. Battle intent instantly rose. Yi Chen made a move with his right hand, and the Godslayer lance instantly appeared, and then opened his mouth and droned. All of you are my reincarnation soldiers, do you have the vigor to kill all the incoming enemies? Kill! 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 The reincarnation soldiers raised their lances in their hands and shouted in unison. A strong killing aura instantly appeared, and then it grew thicker and stronger. Yi Chen looked at the 45,000 reincarnation soldiers whose morale was rising, nodded with satisfaction, then opened his mouth and droned, depart. Swish! The 45,000 reincarnation soldiers changed direction in unison before traveling towards the mouth of the valley. Seeing this, Yi Chen clipped his horse's belly with both feet. Sigh! The neighing of the horses instantly resounded, and then rushed towards the entrance of the valley. Behind him, Gui Jia and Zhao Mang also followed Yi Chen with their horses at this moment, charging towards the entrance of the valley. Congratulations, Lord, on your triumphant return. Congratulations to Lord Ye's triumphant return. Congratulations, Lord, on your triumphant return. The people of Reincarnation City bowed in unison at this time. They had gotten the news early in the morning and came to the city gates before dawn. No matter if they were men or women, young or old, they all came. Because they were grateful to Yi Chen for giving them everything today. Without Yi Chen, they were still stragglers and didn't even know when they would starve to death. It was Yi Chen who gave them everything today and a stable life. They were thankful from the bottom of their hearts, and then expressed with their actions, their love for reincarnation, and their loyalty to their Lord Yi Chen. Outside the Reincarnation Valley, the Reincarnation Forest. Yi Chen looked at the endless Reincarnation Forest in front of him and raised his eyebrows, before speaking, I wonder how many Wuhan cavalry will come this time. My lord, 50,000 is definitely there. The Wuhan scouts have been tricked and brought back false news, and if Steppington wants to kill the Blue-Eyed Tiger King, he must send more troops, and 50,000 is the bottom line. Gui Jia on the side, smilingly said. 50,000 cavalry, 50,000 warhorses, maybe 100,000 warhorses is also possible. Yi Chen said here, cannot help but smile, and then went on to ask. Feng Xiao, what do you say this time, will Stepton come? My lord, this is something that Jia cannot judge, but Jia can conclude that if Stepton arrives, the number of Wuhan cavalry will be at least 200,000, and if such a situation really occurs, then please do not pay attention to the trees in the Reincarnation Forest. Gui Jia was slightly stunned before speaking. Don't care about the trees? Feng Xiao was saying set fire to the forest? Yi Chen was slightly stunned before he opened his mouth and asked. Gui Jia nodded, then opened his mouth and said. Exactly, my lord, if the Wuhan cavalry reaches 200,000, the number of people has a great advantage, and the Wuhan clan is full of soldiers, their archery skills are not bad, even if they set up an ambush, they will not be able to annihilate the 200,000 cavalry in the first place. If the Wuhan cavalry cannot be annihilated in the first place, the Reincarnation soldiers will be counterattacked, and retreating to Reincarnation City is not desirable. Is Feng Xiao saying that if 200,000 Wuhan cavalry really came, the Reincarnation soldiers would be heavily attacked by the Wuhan cavalry, or even wiped out completely? If they retreat to Reincarnation City, they will become a turtle in a jar again? Yi Chen was slightly stunned before he opened his mouth and asked. Gui Jia nodded, then opened his mouth and said, Indeed, please don't blame the Lord, Jia did not tell the Lord about this yesterday. Feng Xiao really thinks that your lord I am small-minded ah? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then opened his mouth and laughed. Gui Jia did not tell Yi Chen about the fact that the Wuhan cavalry exceeded 200,000, but he actually wanted to tell Yi Chen to have a good night's rest. This was something that Yi Chen could still see, or else Gui Jia wouldn't have directly thought of all the ploys to set the forest on fire. Chapter 126 A Powerful Faith. Jia naturally wouldn't think that your lordship is small-minded, otherwise, Jia would have reported this matter to your lordship yesterday. However, your lordship, this matter really needs to be taken with great care. When Gui Jia heard this, he instantly smiled, and then opened his mouth. To be able to follow a lord like Yi Chen, Gui Jia that was called a peace of mind, otherwise Gui Jia would have already spoken carefully. What Feng Xiao said is very true, but Feng Xiao, are you sure that Stepto will come? Yi Chen nodded, and then opened his mouth to ask. The Wuhan cavalry that committed my reincarnation, the chances of the number reaching 100,000 is more than 50%, the chances of 200,000 is more than 30%, once the number of cavalry reaches 200,000, Steppington will definitely come, although the chances are not big, but it is not small either, therefore, it is necessary to take precautions in advance. Gui Jia nodded, and then spoke. Does Feng Xiao know the White Tiger battle formation? Yi Chen smiled slightly, then opened his mouth and asked. White Tiger battle formation? Gui Jia froze when he heard this, before opening his mouth and asking. As soon as Gui Jia finished speaking, he remembered something, and then he was stunned and asked in shock. My lord is saying that the innate legion battle formation, the White Tiger battle formation? Well, when we were in Loyang, those 1,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion comprehended the White Tiger battle formation. Yi Chen nodded, and then spoke. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations to the Lord. If your lordship has this battle formation, why worry about the great cause? Gui Jia was overjoyed when he heard this, and then bowed and paid his respects. Yi Chen laughed, then opened his mouth and asked, Feng Xiao, do we still need to set the forest on fire now? Need. Gui Jia nodded before speaking. This is also needed? When Yi Chen heard this, he was stunned, and then opened his mouth and asked. My lord, White Tiger battle formation, although there is no restriction on infantry cavalry, but this reincarnation forest, not only does it have an effect on the Wuhan cavalry, it is on the White Tiger battle formation, it is just as much of an effect. Gui Jia sighed, and then spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, his face froze. Nima, how did I forget about this? Gui Jia is indeed right, White Tiger battle formation is not everything, there are obstacles, it is indeed not good to use. It's not that it can't be used, but after using it, the power will be greatly reduced. At least, in the current Three Kingdoms novice area, the power after this discount, really not small. It's like a pistol is very powerful and can take down a person with one shot, but if there is a tree in front of that person, it's not necessarily the case. If you enter the flood, it is a birdshot for a cannon, you are hiding behind a tree is useless, a cannon blast to death. Because at that time, the overall strength of the reincarnation army would take a qualitative leap. Feng Xiao, I feel that my decision, when you and I met on the first day, was really right. Yi Chen let out a long sigh, and then said seriously and incomparably. When Gui Jia heard this, his face stiffened, and then spoke, Lord wants to break Jia's leg again, this is not what a good lord should do, no, can't even think about it, absolutely can't think about it. Hearing this, Zhao Mang on the side hurriedly turned his face away, from his constantly shaking shoulders it was easy to see that this guy was holding it in again, otherwise he would have laughed out immediately. Yi Chen blared at Gui Jia while laughing. Gui Jia had strongly recommended Yi Chen to set the forest on fire, in fact, in order to avoid the reincarnation soldiers from being attacked and having a large number of casualties. Although war horses were good, they were not as important as their own soldiers. Once the number of Wuhan cavalry reached 200,000, the reincarnation soldiers would definitely suffer casualties. Yi Chen naturally saw what Gui Jia had in mind, otherwise he wouldn't have joked with Gui Jia. Yi Chen laughed for a while, then raised his hand and sensed the phoenix direction, realizing that his side was at the windward end, he couldn't help but look at Gui Jia and opened his mouth to ask, Feng Xiao, you still know how to read the weather? Lord, this is a small way, Jia knows a little, at the moment the wind is small, another half an hour, there will be a gale, at that time the fire together, the Wuhan cavalry want to run are difficult. Gui Jia nodded, and then opened his mouth. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile, and then opened his mouth and said, Water and fire together, easily extinguished. The Wuhan warhorse must also be torched. This plan also need to be used without authorization. For Yi Chen, the role of the warhorse is extremely important, it is necessary to get. Otherwise, Yi Chen will 100% choose fire attack, a fire to burn the Wuhan cavalry, simpler and more convenient. Wei Jia nodded, and then spoke. What the Lord said is very true. Before, Jia did not know that the Lord had the White Tiger battle formation, and only then did he formulate the policy of arson and burning the forest. Now it seems that if the ambush strategy can't wipe out the Wuhan cavalry, it's not unfeasible for the Lord to retreat to the Valley of Reincarnation. At that time, we only need to attract the Wuhan cavalry to attack, and then break it in one blow. Yi Chen smiled slightly, then looked towards the Reincarnation forest and spoke. When marching and fighting, casualties are unavoidable. However, even if Stepton himself comes, the Wuhan cavalry is 200,000, so what's the harm? The cavalry that can't charge is like a tiger without claws and teeth. What's there to be afraid of? Lord is to break it by force? Wei Jia heard here, his face suddenly changed, hurriedly asked. Wei Jia did not realize that Yi Chen did not use fire attack, and did not intend to retreat after setting up an ambush, but to use force to break it. Feng Shao trust me? Yi Chen laughed, and then asked. Jia naturally believes in Lord, but, Lord, in this way, the casualties of the soldiers. Wei Jia bowed, and then opened his mouth. Retreat also need time, the situation is not possible still hard on, that is reckless, such as if you choose to retreat, the Reincarnation Legion can retreat unharmed, but those soldiers who set up ambushes. Yi Chen said here, turned his head to look at the 10,000 Reincarnation Legions behind him and opened his mouth to drink. Do you have the confidence to annihilate the incoming enemy with me? When the 10,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion heard this, they raised their long guns in their hands in unison and let out their voices. Kill! 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 At this moment, the 10,000 soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion, without exception, all revealed a powerful confidence. Chu Wuhan cavalry, let alone 100,000, even 200,000, a million, so what? How could they scare them? How could they scare them? They were the Reincarnation Legion, the only special legion in heaven and earth that had the ability to advance infinitely. They were going to follow their Lord Yi Chen, decapitating all enemies and stepping on all forces. They firmly believed that their Lord, Yi Chen, would lead them to invincible battles and invincible attacks. Chapter 127 Setting an Ambush. Wei Jia looked at the Reincarnation Legion whose momentum was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Even though Wei Jia was as wise as a demon and as resourceful as a ghost, he had never seen a legion whose aura was so strong and whose beliefs were so firm. The Reincarnation Legion even has a military soul. How long has this been? Reincarnation from the establishment of the village to now is only more than a month. Wei Jia muttered here, and then looked at Yi Chen, bowed and worshipped. My lord loves his soldiers like a son, practices like a god, and has great fortune. When he is the lord of man, Jia can follow my lord. It is indeed a blessing of 3 lifetimes. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile, and then spoke. Feng Shao, don't be self-effacing. With your help, reincarnation can only be stronger. Jia would like to bow and die to the best of my ability. Wei Jia bowed again and paid his respects. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, but Feng Shao is going to work with all his might and stop drinking? Ha! My lord, the weather is nice today. Wei Jia suddenly looked up to the sky and said with a surprised face. I knew it. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth involuntarily twitched, then he looked at Zhao Mang and spoke. Zhao Mang, make 30,000 people up the tree, ambush on both sides of the road that the Wuhan cavalry must pass through, wait for the Wuhan cavalry to enter the ambush circle as it were, and then attack again. You personally lead 5,000 people, ambush in the rear, break the path of the Wuhan cavalry's backward retreat. Zhao Mang heard here, can't help but froze, but did not want to be the vanguard, did not as, to go to the back to break the enemy's path of retreat. How? Pioneer you still want to be? When Yi Chen saw Zhao Mang froze, he couldn't help but smile, and then opened his mouth to ask. Zhao Mang came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt down on one knee and loudly responded, I wouldn't dare. The Reincarnation Legion can only be 100% powerful if the Lord leads it. There will be plenty of opportunities for pioneers in the future. Not long after that, we have to go to Right North Ping to pacify the rebellion, and after pacifying the rebellion, we still have to go on a northern expedition. Yi Chen laughed, and then spoke. The last general will go and prepare. When Zhao Mang heard this, both of his eyes lit up fiercely, and then he loudly answered. Yi Chen nodded, and Zhao Mang then got up and went to convey Yi Chen's order. Not long after, Zhao Mang left the place with 35,000 reincarnation soldiers. The 30,000 soldiers had gone up the trees and ambushed on both sides of the Wuhan cavalry's path after all. Zhao Mang, on the other hand, took the other 5,000 reincarnation soldiers and plunged headlong into the depths of the reincarnation forest. They needed to stay hidden, at least until the war started. They couldn't be exposed, otherwise breaking the Wuhan cavalry's retreat would be like alerting a snake. Time passed little by little. The reincarnation forest gradually picked up a gale, blowing the leaves rustling. Yi Chen, at this time, has already gotten down from the warhorse, right hand holding the god-slaying spear on the ground, both eyes looking ahead. Behind him, 10,000 reincarnation legions, immobile as mountains, stood in strict formation. Sigh. The sound of countless warhorses rattling noses suddenly came over. Although the sound was still very soft, it could already be heard. It was coming. Yi Chen's eyes snapped open and a cold light flashed. The sound of the warhorses' rattling nose gradually became clearer, and the voices of the Wuhan cavalrymen's discussion followed. I didn't realize that the tiger in that valley was still guarding a large pile of treasure. This time, Chief Stepto himself will definitely be able to slaughter that tiger. Ha, that's right, Chief Stepton is the most powerful warrior of our Wuhan. The Choo-Choo beast is just a beast, it's not a handful. It's a pity that all the bed crossbows bought from the eunuchs of the Han Empire were lost, otherwise, we would have had an easy time this time. Alas, Manhwa is also really disgracing our Wuhan clan. With 15,000 men and a bed crossbow, he didn't kill that tiger. Manhwa is a waste, the men he brought with him are also wastes. If it wasn't for his insistence on bringing a bed crossbow, how could we still be bullied by those Shin Bei bastards? It doesn't matter, tigers eat meat, they don't eat weapons. When we kill that tiger, those bed crossbows will be back again. Damn, when we kill that tiger and get back the bed crossbows, we must teach those Shin Bei bastards a good lesson. Definitely, Chief Stepton won't let the Shin Bei clan go, they bullied us so hard. When we get back the bed crossbows, we'll tell those scumbags from Shin Bei to see what is meant by the bed crossbows of the Great Han Empire, and make sure to frighten them into crying out for help. Ha ha ha. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyebrows shot up, and then he looked at Gui Jia beside him. Gui Jia nodded and said softly, Steppington is here. Stepton's arrival also meant that the incoming Wuhan cavalry this time was at least 200,000 in number. Yi Chen naturally knew this, but Yi Chen did not have the slightest fear, nor did he have any panic. The deicide lance in his hand was directly lifted diagonally, and his two eyes coldly looked ahead. Swish! The Reincarnation Legion then set up their attack formation, just waiting for Yi Chen's order. They would not hesitate to go into battle and kill the enemy. The sounds of the Wuhan cavalry became clearer and clearer, and then their figures appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. At the same time, the person at the front of the Wuhan cavalry that came to the reincarnation forest also saw Yi Chen. Kill! Yi Chen lucked up his true chi before bursting into a shout. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows broke through the air and instantly rang out. The reincarnation soldiers who had been waiting for a long time and were ambushed on both sides of the path that the Wuhan cavalry had to pass through, all bent their bows and arrows to shoot at the Wuhan cavalry. Chapter 128 The Furious Wuhan Leader. Poo poo poo. The sound of arrows hitting the body rang out in pieces. Plop, plop. The sound of bodies falling to the ground followed in pieces. The Wuhan cavalry, in an instant, were dumbfounded. However, while they were dumbfounded, the 30,000 ambushed reincarnation soldiers were not dumbfounded, bending their bows and arrows and continuously shooting at the Wuhan cavalry. There were too many enemies, and they had to seize the time to effectively shoot down enough Wuhan cavalry. The more they shot, the more the balance of the war would tilt towards the reincarnation side. After a few breaths, patches of miserable howls, screams, and roars continuously came out from the mouths of the Wuhan cavalry. Ah! Me! My leg was shot, save me! My buttocks were shot, these bastards, Who the is attacking us? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Pieces and pieces of Wuhan cavalry kept falling to the ground, but in just a few breaths, the Wuhan cavalry had fallen in battle by more than 70,000 people. Sons, don't panic, kill the ambushers in the trees for me, kill them and we'll be safe. A furious shout suddenly rang out from the middle of the Wuhan cavalry. The originally panicked Wuhan cavalrymen seemed to have instantly gained a powerful courage. One by one, they drew out their respective bows and arrows, which were ready to counterattack. When Yi Chen saw this, both of his eyes snapped open, and then he burst out and shouted, White Tiger battle formation. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison. The extremely intense killing aura instantly converged into a ball, and a white tiger that was even larger and clearer than Loyang instantly appeared above the reincarnation forest. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar instantly resounded through the earth. A murderous intent that was brutal to the extreme violently erupted, growing thicker and stronger. That tyrannical killing intent called out chills all over one's body, and one's soul began to tremble and shudder. One by one, the Wuhan cavalrymen who were originally going to attack the reincarnation soldiers suddenly froze, and then looked up to the sky in unison. In the next second, the Wuhan cavalrymen exploded, and one by one, they screamed in terror. What is that? A tiger. Why would a tiger fly? This can't be that tiger in the valley. Everlasting sky, is this a tiger? Why can it fly and why is it so tyrannical? I feel death. Just at this moment, the giant white tiger in the sky suddenly landed, and then enveloped Yi Chen and 10,000 reincarnation legions inside. Roar! A tyrannical tiger roar with a strong killing intent sounded once again. And then the white tiger was seen transforming into a stream of light and flashing away. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions instantly rang out. 100-meter-long open area instantly appeared. The Wuhan cavalry there were gone, the trees were gone, and the warhorses had disappeared, leaving behind only a thick mist of blood and countless tiny wood shavings that fluttered in the wind. With one strike from the white tiger, within 100 meters, all living beings are destroyed. And at this time, the reincarnation soldiers who were ambushed in the trees had already taken advantage of the Wuhan cavalrymen's shock and confusion to attack another 5 or 6 waves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky was still filled with arrows shooting at the Wuhan cavalry. Miserable howls and screams resounded through the reincarnation forest. Just because of the use of the white tiger battle formation, the reincarnation ambush had taken the lives of more than 50,000 more Wuhan cavalry. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wuhan cavalry had already passed the start of being completely unsuspecting, this number would have inevitably risen by a factor of 2, or even more. At this time, the white tiger dissipated, and Yi Chen and 10,000 reincarnation legions instantly appeared. Sure enough, after the white tiger battle formation was affected by the trees, the power was only 1/20th of the. However, it was enough, creating more time for the ambush troops to attack, and also saving the time to contact the Wuhan cavalry. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's right-hand regicide lance pointed towards the Wuhan cavalrymen who were fearful and then dumbfounded, while then bursting into a shout. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and then followed Yi Chen as he charged towards the Wuhan cavalry. Great! Regular army of the Great Han Empire. It's the regular army of the Great Han Empire. A cry of alarm suddenly came out from the mouth of a Wuhan cavalryman. Puff came out, and this Wuhan cavalryman who shouted was instantly stabbed through by Yi Chen with a spear and then thrown into the air. Blood then splashed into the air, splashing the surrounding trees red. Yi Chen did not even look at it and continued to charge forward. Any Wuhan cavalry that appeared within 2 meters of his side, without exception, were all killed by Yi Chen's spear. The other Wuhan cavalry were killed without mercy by the Reincarnation Legion that followed Yi Chen. Regardless of whether those Wuhan cavalrymen fled or counterattacked, none of them managed to last more than a breath. Yi Chen's speed was fast, and the speed of the Reincarnation Legion was equally not slow. Yi Chen was tyrannical and merciless. The Reincarnation Legion was just as decisive and unforgiving. It's the regular army of the Great Han. Chief. It's the regular army of the Great Han Empire. We've been ambushed by the Great Han Army. Chief. Save me. I don't want to die. Spies, there must be spies who have leaked our whereabouts. Attack. Damn it. What are you running for? The Wuhan cavalrymen, who were originally scared by the ambush and then by the white tiger that came out of the white tiger battle formation, were now being killed by Yi Chen with the Reincarnation Legion in a frenzy. The Wuhan cavalry at the front directly collapsed. How could they still have any courage to resist? They screamed and cried, fleeing towards the back in a playful manner. Despicable and shameless Han people. Hu Chair. Go and kill that despicable Han general for me. All attack for me. Kill those in the trees. Whoever dares to retreat, kill without pardon. A roar of extreme anger suddenly rang out. This angry roar was obviously angry to the extreme, and his voice brought with it the flavor of exhaustion. It could be imagined how loud he was using his voice to shout. Yi Chen, who was frantically decimating the Wuhan cavalry, smiled coldly before opening his mouth and drinking, White Tiger battle formation. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison. Extremely intense killing intent once again converged, and then a huge and incomparable white tiger formed in the sky. Roar! The sky-shattering roar appeared once again, and then the white tiger landed on the ground, enveloping Yi Chen as well as the Reincarnation Legion. The tyrannical and merciless killing intent once again soared wildly, and then turned into a stream of light that flashed away. Boom boom boom. A series of bursting sounds followed. Chapter 129 Hu Chair. The road of 100 meters was once again empty, leaving behind only a thick mist of blood all the way, mixed with tiny tree dust. The appearance of the white tiger once again startled the countless Wuhan cavalrymen, causing the movement that was originally going to attack the Reincarnation ambush to be interrupted once again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot at the Wuhan cavalry piece by piece. Poo poo poo. Miserable howls, screams, once again rang out in pieces. Despicable Han general, shameless. An explosive shout came out. Only to see a man, bare-chested and wearing animal skins, carrying an immense and incomparable hammer, charging over. Quick! Quickly counterattack! Give me a counterattack. Whoever dares to retreat, kill without pardon. Whoever dares not to counterattack, their wives and children will be relegated to slavery, and their cattle and sheep will be confiscated. A furious roar followed. This was the roar from Studin, who was in the center of the Wuhan cavalry force, and was now like a madman with bloodshot eyes. He came to the Reincarnation Forest with full confidence, to kill the Blue-Eyed Tiger King, to recover the 15,000-bed crossbows, and to snatch the treasure guarded by the Blue-Eyed Tiger King. Now, he was ambushed by a shameless Han general. What he couldn't believe is that his soldiers and generals were mercilessly killed, not to mention that they didn't even reach a single hair of the enemy. How could he not be furious? How could he not be mad? As soon as Stepton's voice landed, the remaining Wuhan cavalrymen, all of their faces changed wildly. Stepton's threat spoke to their pain, and that was exactly what these Wuhan cavalrymen were worried about. Being killed, they were afraid of; their wives and children being relegated to slavery, they were also afraid of; and their cattle and sheep being confiscated, they were even more afraid of. In the next second, the Wuhan cavalrymen, one by one, howled wolfishly as they drew their bows and arrows and began to counterattack. They didn't want to lose their useful wealth, women, and even more so, they didn't want to escape back and still be executed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows kept flying in the air, some from the reincarnation ambushers and some from the counterattacking Wuhan cavalry. Both sides went back and forth as arrows kept flying back and forth. Body after body kept appearing. Among the corpses, very few were reincarnation ambushers, but most of them were Wuhan cavalry. Because the reincarnation ambushers were well equipped and hiding in the trees, it was extremely difficult to aim. The Wuhan cavalry are under the trees, with a wide line of sight, so they can hide from the arrows on this side, but not the arrows on the other side. At the front of the Wuhan cavalry, Yi Chen disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Idiot, if not set up an ambush, lousy soldiers will not have to die on a large number of. Yi Chen naturally heard Stepton's roar, but Yi Chen didn't bother to respond to Stepton. If you're mad, you're mad, but if you're mad, you're mad, and if you're mad, you're mad, and if you're mad, you're mad. After Yi Chen finished his thought, he looked towards the man who had rushed to the front and frowned. At first glance, he is not stout, but carrying a large hammer, but really not light. Obviously, his strength was immense, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use such a heavy weapon. Ha! Just Steppington shouted him what came. Yi Chen suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but stare. Right at this moment, a wild roar like that of a wild beast came from this man's mouth. I am Hu Chaer, vile Han General, dare to fight with me. Kill! 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 Loud shouts filled with tyrannical killing intent instantly rang out from the mouths of the soldiers of the Reincarnation Legion. This man in front of them, who looked like a foreigner from a foreign country, dared to insult their lord. How could the Reincarnation Legion not be angry? Hu Chaer. You are Hu Chaer? Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes before opening his mouth and asking. Exactly, despicable Han General, dare to inform your name. Hu Chaer's two eyes fiercely glared, and then opened his mouth and growled. Hu Chaer. Damn, the original is Hu Chaer. Didn't he follow Zhang Xiu? How come he is now with Stepton? This asshole is the culprit in the history who stole the halberd of Dian Wei and also assassinated him, making him die in the battle in Zhang Xiu's rebellion. Although Dian Wei is now following me, this history. The bastard must die. Thinking of this, Yi Chen pointed his right-hand regicide gun at Hu Chaer and coldly drank. General Ping Bei of the Great Han Empire, first-class Viscount, Yi Chen. General Ping Bei? Hu Chaer froze when he heard Yi Chen's words. Obviously, he didn't expect that the one who ambushed them was the Ping Bei general. Chief. It's not good. The Great Han Empire has sent a Ping Bei general of the third grade to attack us. A scream suddenly came out from the mouth of a small leader of the Wuhan cavalry. It didn't matter if he shouted, the face of Stepton, who was attacking the reincarnation ambushers hiding in the trees, suddenly changed. How is it possible? Wasn't Gongsun Zan sent by that asshole emperor of the Great Han Empire? How come a General Ping Bei has popped up now? Right at this moment, a man dressed as a small chieftain shouted at Studden with a nervous face. Chieftain, General Ping Bei is a full third rank in the Great Han Empire, and can lead an army of at least 300,000 men, so we'd better retreat first, right? Yes, Chief, just this one ambush alone, we were killed more than half of our men, the rest of us, we don't want to fight at all, it's better to hurry back. Another Wuhan junior chief opened his mouth and advised. Bastard. This damned bastard, if in the grassland. If in the grassland. Old Sun will absolutely draw his tendons and pick his skin. Studden's face grimaced as he glanced at Yi Chen's location before roaring angrily. Chapter 130 Overbearing Yi Chen. Chief, let's go, if we don't leave, we'll all be accounted for here. Another Wuhan small chief shouted with a panicked face. They had been ambushed and were already startled, but now they suddenly realized that the one who ambushed them was the Ping Bei general of the Great Han Empire, who was of the third grade, and this instantly scared quite a number of Wuhan small chiefs. The Great Han Empire had never sent a military general with such a high rank to deal with them, and now that one suddenly appeared, it seemed to them that the Great Han Emperor was serious this time, and was determined to eradicate them. Why else would he send General Ping Bei over? They didn't want to fight against a Ping Bei general who was able to lead at least 300,000 troops. What's more, it wasn't even close now, and they had been ambushed and lost a large portion of their men. If they continued to fight, they would still be reduced to bare-knuckle commanders, and they would even have to lose their own lives. The majority of people who thought this way, even Stepton, were no exception. After hearing that the one who ambushed them was General Ping Bei, the overbearing Stepton was shocked. Let's go! Studden gritted his teeth and glanced at Yi Chen's position before roaring angrily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows of the reincarnation ambushers shot down even more ferociously after Studden said to go. Damned bastards. Asshole. Despicable. Shameless. After Studden twisted his head to dodge one of the incoming arrows, he stormed and roared. Chief, hurry up. Otherwise, if that Pingbay general gets rid of Hu Chair, we'll all have to die. A small Wuhan leader shouted anxiously and incomparably. Go! Steppington's face changed and he shouted with a scowl on his face, and after shouting, he hurriedly ran towards the outside of the reincarnation forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down like rain, the opportunity to beat up a fallen dog. The reincarnation ambush soldiers did not want to miss it. Ah! Save me, don't leave me behind. I don't want to die, save me. Don't go, asshole, pull me. The screams and cries of the Wuhan cavalrymen followed one after another as Stepton retreated. At the front of the Wuhan cavalry. Stepton! You dared to abandon me like a pawn. Hu Chair was preparing to deal with Yi Chen, but just at this time, he heard the words of Steppington and those small leaders, and was furious. Rubbish, Stepton has discarded you, why don't you kneel down and surrender? When Yi Chen saw this, he smiled coldly before opening his mouth and drinking. Since you are the general of Pingbay, do you dare to fight with me squarely? Hu Chair was furious when he heard Yi Chen's ridicule, and then roared angrily at Yi Chen. Hu Chair, second-rate historical martial general, imperial grade martial general. Qualification, S grade. Force, 93. Root and bone, 92. Spirit, 86. Technique, barbarian bold decision, imperial grade. Skill, heaven-shaking hammer, emperor grade. Equipment, earn golden hammer, earth grade. General, kill this Han general, kill him and avenge our dead brothers. A Wuhan cavalryman roared with red eyes. Right. Kill this despicable and shameless Han general who knows how to sneak attack. Kill him. Kill all his soldiers. Break his legs, I'm going to torture him hard and tell him to know what happens when he insults our Wuhan warriors. General, the world is invincible, smash this Han general, smash him. The Wuhan cavalrymen originally panicked one by one after hearing Stepton's words to retreat. However, they could not retreat, nor did they dare to retreat. Otherwise, what awaited them would inevitably be the merciless butcher's knife of Stepton. They were discarded and used to pad the rear, so they could only stay here and die. Originally feeling that the sky was about to collapse, they suddenly saw Hu Chair sending out a request for single combat towards Yi Chen. This instantly stirred the hope in their hearts. In their hearts, Hu Chair was a ferocious man with a giant hammer that no one could block or defeat. As long as they defeated Yi Chen and captured him, they would be able to live. Even if Hu Chair, by mistake, killed Yi Chen, they would be able to follow Hu Chair to break out of the siege of these Han soldiers in front of them. In their opinion, they had a chance to live, so one by one, they let out roars of anticipation and excitement. Suffer death. Yi Chen smiled coldly before opening his mouth and drinking, and after that, he stabbed a spear at Hu Chair. Yi Chen's shot was simple and rough, and anyone who looked at it would be able to stab it out in a decent manner. However, Hu Chair was startled by Yi Chen's simple and rough shot. He suddenly had a feeling that this seemingly insignificant shot absolutely could not be dodged, and if he dodged it, he would surely die. Bastard! Hu Chair roared angrily, and then he swung his gold hammer and smashed it towards Yi Chen's Godslayer gun. Can't dodge, can't smash. Hu Chair thought of it and did it, and the golden hammer then smashed towards the deicide lance. A loud bang instantly rang out. Hu Chair instantly face changed, because he felt a huge force toward his wrist crazy rush. The golden hammer almost couldn't hold it. Yi Chen, however, frowned, because the Godslayer gun, with the gun God Seal's twofold attack power bonus, frozen, was smashed a little off. Damn it, this asshole is really gifted and has amazing brute strength. Otherwise, he definitely couldn't deflect the deicide lance. Yi Chen followed the direction in which the God-slaying lance was smashed off, and made a stroke, and then retrieved the God-slaying lance in a smooth manner. You're the first person I've encountered whose strength is comparable to mine. Hu Chair's eyes narrowed at this time, changing from his previous arrogance, and said with a serious face. How can the light of a glowing fire compete with the sun and moon? Garbage. I'll show you what power means. Yi Chen's two eyes widened and he shouted explosively, then he swung his deicide gun towards Hu Chair's head and smashed it down. Woo! The air unexpectedly exploded instantly because of the swing of the God-slaying lance. Hu Chair's face instantly changed wildly, he simply couldn't wait to consider it, and hurriedly raised his gold hammer to block the deicide lance that smashed down with a residual shadow. Dang! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Sigh. The warhorses that were extremely hard to frighten, surprisingly, because of this explosion-like loud noise, they all snorted and kicked their hooves in an agitated and incomparable manner. Hu Chair, who had blocked the deicide gun, turned pale with a swish. Yi Chen coldly smiled, and without hesitation, the deicide gun swung up again, and then tyrannically smashed towards Hu Chair. Dang! A huge sound came again, shaking the surrounding Wuhan cavalrymen backed up, each dumbstruck. PFF came, Hu Chair finally couldn't help but spray out a large mouthful of blood. Woo! The Godslayer lance swung up once again and slammed down hard. Thud. A muffled thunder-like roar sounded once again, and Hu Chaer's knees were instantly smashed into the ground. Woo, thud, woo, thud. One after another, Yi Chen's deicide gun was completely used as a stick by Yi Chen, constantly smashing into Hu Chaer. Until the last blow, Hu Chaer's head, along with the Urn Golden Hammer, split apart with a boom and exploded into a field of debris. Chapter 131, The Miserable Stepto. Wan Shang. Wan Shang. 10,000 victories. The Reincarnation Legionnaires raised their arms in unison when they saw Yi Chen's domineering and incomparable smashing of Hu Chaer. At this moment, there wasn't a single Reincarnation Legionnaire who wasn't excited. As for the surrounding Wuhan cavalrymen, each and every one of them looked at Hu Chaer on the ground whose head had been smashed. The brain matter that was mixed with blood and blood, red and white splattered everywhere. Hu Chaer died. Before he could make an appearance in history, he was smashed to death by Yi Chen. Looking at the two items on the ground that were flickering with light, Yi Chen directly picked them up. Right at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, killing the second-rate historical general, Hu Chaer, rewarded with 5 million merits. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Nima, this merit can be. Before Yi Chen could finish being happy, the world announcement followed closely. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, the first to kill a second-rate historical general, Hu Chaer, additional reward of merit 5 million, innate attribute points x3. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, the first to kill the second-rate historical general, Hu Chaer, additional reward merit 5 million, innate attribute points x3. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen, the first to kill the second-rate historical general, Hu Chaer, additional reward of merit 5 million, innate attribute points x3. As soon as the world announcement appeared, the entire world channel instantly exploded. What did I see? A second-rate historical general, Hu Chaer, was just killed by Yi Chen. Nima, boss Yi Chen is also too powerful, second-rate historical general how can he just say kill, at least it's also a member of the military general Historical records, this Hu Chaer, power thief, but put Tianwei killed, I reckon that Yi Chen bosses because of this, so Hu Chaer killed. Waste don't kill capture, can sell to me 10 billion I don't have, but 800 million 1 billion I'm still willing to take out. Upstairs is a tycoon but, you are rich again, that also has to be Yi Chen bosses willing to sell to you boss Yi Chen kills well, kill all the historical generals, don't leave a single one behind is best. Yi Chen, Yenowang Alliance is buying historical generals at high prices, whether it's the unranked ones, the third-rate ones, or the second-rate ones, all of them, price is not a problem. Sacred Hall Town acquires historical figures at high prices, General Pingbei can contact us if there are any he doesn't want. Beauty Town is acquiring historical characters at high prices, General Pingbei can contact us at any time if he wants to sell, the conditions are negotiable. Yi Chen glanced at the world channel and disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Nima, historical figures can be sold just by saying so? I still don't think it's enough. If it wasn't recorded in history that this Hu Chaer had harmed Dianwei, how could Laozi kill him? Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at his attribute panel, he had just gotten 3 innate attribute points. Looking at the root bone which had reached 93 points, Yi Chen directly clicked all 3 innate attribute points onto it. Yi Chen, second-class Count General Pingbei, Lord of Reincarnation City. Title, God of Guns. Characteristics, using gun-type weapons, attack power x2, accuracy x2, enlightenment plus 100, Imperial grade Martial General. Level, 95. Reputation, 11,350,000 increase attraction to historical figures. Merit, 12.39 million. Force, 94. The force value of an emperor-level military general is 93, 94, 95. The force value of an emperor-level military general is 96, 97, 98, and the force value of a saint-level military general is 99, 100. Root and bone, 96. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong Chaos, Divine Knight Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Skills, basic gun technique Divine. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant Innate Treasure, Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Money, 1,222,000 purple gold coins. Items, Yang Returning Pill X3, Soul of Martial General King Grade 10-1, Barbarian Bold Decision Emperor Grade, True X1, Earn Gold Hammer Earth Grade, True X1. With 4 more innate attribute points in the root bone, he could reach 100 in advance to the innate Dao body. After Yi Chen finished thinking with both eyes glowing, his right-hand deicide gun pointed towards the direction where Steppington left. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and then followed Yi Chen as he charged towards the front. Those Wuhan cavalrymen who were scared silly didn't even have a chance to kneel down and surrender, and were directly beheaded on the spot by the Reincarnation Legion. Sprinting along, Yi Chen soon caught up with the Wuhan cavalrymen who were frantically running away. They ran very fast, but they couldn't be faster than Yi Chen. What's more, the Reincarnation soldiers ambushed in the trees never stopped attacking them. Kill! An explosive shout suddenly rang out from the front, followed by shouts of killing from all over the sky. Kill! 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 At this time, Zhao Mang led 5,000 reincarnation soldiers to block in front of Student and the others. When Steppington saw someone blocking the way, he was instantly infuriated and his breathing was unsteady, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Put! General Pengbei, you are shameless! Student roared with a face of anger. At this moment, Stepton couldn't wait to eat Yi Chen's meat and drink Yi Chen's blood. Nima, he didn't just want to hunt and grab some treasure, but he was ambushed and killed half of them. This all the way to run away. In order to run faster, even the warhorse are lost, well, still alive underlings and hung off half. Seeing that we are about to escape, in front of a group of blocking the road. Just at this time, a loud shout came. White Tiger Battle Formation. Chapter 132 Stepping Stone. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion shouted in unison, and an extremely intense murderous aura instantly erupted before rising up into the sky and converging in one place. Roar! The earth-shattering tiger roar with tyrannical killing intent followed immediately. It's that tiger. That Pengbei general is catching up. A scream came out from the mouth of a Wuhan cavalryman. No! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone save me, that tiger is a monster, it eats people without spitting out bones. Spare my life, I surrender. I surrender. Steppington's face changed at this moment. Just now, he couldn't wait to pick Yi Chen's skin and drink his blood, but now that the white tiger reappeared, Student's entire body was worse than eating a dead fly. General Pengbei, you give me a stop. Student's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed at the white tiger, which had wrapped up Yi Chen and the Reincarnation Legion after landing, and roared angrily. Student didn't want any more of his men to be killed, of course, he wanted to die even more. He was the leader of Wuhan, and as long as he was willing to surrender, he would not die. This was something that came up often in his memories. The Wuhan clan had surrendered to the Han Empire countless times, and they were fine every time, and this time was no exception. It was only that Student just couldn't bear it. It would have been fine if he had defeated him squarely, but that wasn't the case, he was ambushed and then defeated miserably. Therefore, Steppington felt that even if he surrendered, he had to do so with a hardened spirit, or else he really couldn't swallow that bad breath in his heart. However, right at this moment, the earth-shattering roar resounded once again. Roar! The brutal and merciless killing aura instantly surged wildly, and then the immense and incomparable white tiger was seen violently charging towards the stopped Wuhan cavalry. In the next second, a stream of light flashed by. Boom boom boom. A series of bursting sounds followed. However, this time the stream of light didn't disappear like before. Not only did it not disappear, but it once again lunged forward. Once, twice, 3 times, until the 12th time, the stream of light disappeared and the white tiger appeared. At this time, the tyrannical and merciless tiger's eyes, with a killing intent that made people's souls tremble and shudder, looked towards the remaining Wuhan cavalry. Plop, plop, plop. A series of kneeling sounds rang out in pieces. The remaining Wuhan cavalrymen were chilled, they felt the call of death, they felt the cold and bone-piercing trembling, it was the fear from the soul. Ah! No! Don't kill me! Whimpering. I surrender, I surrender. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, please, spare me. A hint of teasing gaze flashed from the tiger's eyes, and then the immense and incomparable white tiger was seen, dissolving into a point of light that dissipated in the sky and earth. As for Yi Chen, there were still 10,000 reincarnation legions, and at that moment, they appeared in front of Steppington's eyes. Behind Yi Chen, the 1,200-meter road was bare, and the sky above was filled with intense blood mist. The bloody aura, along with the gusts of wind that blew up, constantly struck the nerves of Student as well as his men. You! Student shivered and pointed at Yi Chen, roaring with a twisted face. Kill! 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 The Reincarnation Legion raised their long lances in their hands in unison and shouted angrily. The intense killing aura instantly rushed towards Stepton. Even if Stepton was the leader, what could he do, but a foreigner from a foreign country? If he dared to disrespect their lord Yi Chen, he would be killed without pardon. The undisguised killing intent of the Reincarnation Army strongly impacted Stanton's nerves. His face turned pale with a swish. The 2 legs that had been trying to hold on so that he didn't kneel down, involuntarily took a few steps back, and then sat down on the ground with a plop. You deserve to be the chief, you're insulting the word, and even more so, you're insulting the title of Imperial-grade Marshal General. Yi Chen looked at Stepton and said with a disdainful face. Student, second-rate historical Marshal General Imperial-grade Marshal General Wuhan Chief. Qualification, S-grade. Force, 95. Root and Bone, 91. Spirit, 68. Technique, Green Wolf Technique Imperial Grade. Skill, Green Wolf Blade Technique Imperial Grade. Equipment, Green Wolf Blade Earth Grade. Steppington looked at Yi Chen's disdainful expression and listened to Yi Chen's disdainful words. The whole person was instantly enraged and his powerful aura instantly erupted. A tongue sound came out. Steppington rose upright. Miso. The green wolf blade was drawn out by Student, and then he pointed at Yi Chun from afar, roaring angrily, "Yellow-mouthed kid, dare to fight? Rubbish, just you deserve it." Yi Chun coldly grunted, then opened his mouth and drank. You. Steppington's entire person instantly stormed out, and then rushed over towards Yi Chun while carrying his green wolf blade. Sure enough, I've been tricked. Yi Chun raised his eyebrows, and raised his right hand to stab with the Godslayer gun. Yi Chun deliberately stimulated Steppington, just to tell Steppington to never mention the matter of surrender. Steppington was also an Imperial-level military general. Killing Steppington was the second person to kill an Imperial-level military general, but there were innate attribute points rewarded. Yi Chun couldn't stop thinking about the improvement of his root bones. Because after entering the flood, and then want to improve the root bone, the difficulty is much higher than compared to the Three Kingdoms novice area. In the Three Kingdoms newbie zone, if you wanted to raise your root bone, you had to rely on the innate attribute points. If he could get 10 innate attribute points, Yi Chun definitely wouldn't just get 9. Yi Chun didn't want to lose his innate attribute points for nothing, especially when it was still in front of him. As far as Yi Chun is concerned, this stepping stone is the innate attribute point that will run away. As long as he kills stepping stone, then the innate attribute point will be in his hand. Chapter 133 Boiling World Channel. Yi Chun deliberately stimulated Steppington by not telling Steppington to surrender. The fundamental purpose was to gain innate attribute points. If he really told Steppington to call out for surrender, and then finished Steppington off afterwards, the extra reward of innate attribute points would not appear. Regardless of whether Yi Chun accepted it or not, there would be no more additional reward of innate attribute points. This was the setting of the brain Pangu. Someone had done this in Yi Chun's previous life, of course, the one who killed the mountain bandit leader. At that time, a group of people attacked the mountain fortress. The mountain fortress of the mountain bandit leader saw the enemy, directly surrendered, but still was killed. The purpose is to burst the mountain bandit leader's skills and equipment. As a result, the hair did not burst one. That's why Yi Chun deliberately stimulated Steppington and humiliated him in 100 ways, with the purpose of not telling Steppington to shout out words of surrender. Because Yi Chun had already sensed the idea of stepping down. Nima, if he told Sidon to call out surrender, it would be a loss of innate attribute points for nothing. As for accepting Stepton, Yi Chun didn't have that idea. He was just a foreigner, and his loyalty was really hard to raise. Even if it is a second-rate historical general, so what? Even if it is a royal general, so what? No loyalty, Yi Chun the same discarded as worthless. There was a loud bang. The deicide lance was slashed to the tip of the lance by Steppington's green wolf blade. At this time, Stepton roared with a fierce face, "Yellow-mouthed child, suffer death." However, as soon as he finished shouting his words, his face changed wildly. Anticipated a knife-cut flying regicide gun and did not appear. Not only did not appear, regicide gun even motionless. Panic instantly rose from Steppington's heart. He was about to retreat. However, just at this moment, the regicide gun stopped and stabbed over. Puffing sound came, the regicide gun instantly stabbed into Spoilton's heart, and then exposed from his back. You. How could you possibly be just an Imperial-grade martial general? Student opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood as he roared with a hideous face. It's true that I'm an Imperial-grade martial general, however, I'm still the gun god. Yi Chun raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. I'm not willing. Not willing, ah. When Steppington heard this, his face was as ugly as dead gray, and then shouted to the sky. Before he finished shouting, Steppington died. Steppington was indeed unwilling. He was unwilling to be stabbed to death with a single shot, and he was unwilling to bury his life before he could enjoy the glory and wealth of the world. He was not only unwilling, but also regretted. He regretted pretending to be tough, regretted fighting one-on-one, regretted not directly shouting out words of surrender. Yi Chun's right hand was withdrawn, and the Godslayer gun was then withdrawn. With a pft sound, a large amount of blood instantly gushed out from Stepto's heart. There was a plop sound. Stepton's body fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Stepton's corpse, Yi Chun disdainfully skimmed his mouth. What can you do if you are unwilling? What can you do if you regret? You are still dead. Just at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chun, killed the second-rate historical general, Wuhan leader, Steppington, rewarded 8 million merit. Identity is not the same, merit is not the same, not bad, not bad. Yi Chun just thought of this, and the world announcement then rang out. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chun, the second to kill the second-rate historical military general, Wuhan chief Steppington, additional reward merit, innate attribute points x3. The world channel, which had just not calmed down due to Yi Chun's world announcement of killing Hu Chaer, exploded again in this instant. Another one. What is boss Yi Chun trying to do? Killing a second-rate historical general doesn't count. How long has it been and you killed another one? Steppington, Wuhan leader, Nima, that's also a famous historical figure. This hasn't even made much of an appearance yet, and it's been slaughtered by Yi Chun again. Nima, Yi Chun's boss is awesome, can't be convinced. See, second-rate historical generals, in Yi Chun's boss's eyes is garbage. I can't figure it out. Second-rate historical martial arts general Nima, want to be so ruthless, capture and sell isn't it good? The second-rate historical generals sold, that is not the capital enemy change you do? What enemy, Yichen boss, where there is no enemy? No enemies? Are you kidding me? Sable Cicada's belonging, that special mission, I heard, Boss Yichen killed countless players not to mention, he also slaughtered the bosses of many forces, will they make up with Boss Yichen? I don't believe it. That's far away from us, okay, what do I care about that for? I just want to know now, when will Boss Yichen start collecting minions? I heard that some Lord players are starting to collect minions, and casual players like us can join. Yeah, Boss Yichen, begging to collect little brothers, I can fight tigers on the mountain, and catch turtles in the river, no matter what Boss Yichen tells me to do, I'm willing to do it. Acquire historical martial arts generals at a high price, conditions at your disposal. High price acquisition of historical martial generals, money for money, resources for resources, treasures for treasures. The World Channel was lively, but the topic still centered around Yichen. Yichen World Channel is still open, naturally saw the words above, other Yichen did not pay attention to, that is someone said that the Lord player began to collect minions words, Yichen is more to see 3 seconds. Is aware of the village building order true can be used in reality, or pure use of players in the Three Kingdoms newbie area immortal characteristics to do something else. It doesn't matter if you know, it doesn't matter if you take advantage of the players, as long as you don't get in my way. Otherwise is the enemy. Thinking of this, Yichen's eyes flashed a cold aura. Lord General, I surrender. Surrender! Spare me! A terrified and incomparable plea for mercy rang out just then. Only a Wuhan cavalryman was seen kneeling on the ground, kowtowing as if he were pounding his head in fear. Plop, plop. Pieces and pieces of kneeling sounds followed. General Pingbei, I surrender, I really surrender, please, don't kill me. General, spare my life The remaining tens of thousands of Wuhan cavalrymen, one by one, panicked beyond belief, shouting words of surrender and begging for mercy. They were truly scared to the bone of being killed by Yichen. In their opinion, Yichen was completely different from other generals of the Han Empire. This lord is really dare to kill even Steppington are not spared, they want to live, can only surrender, can only beg for mercy. Chapter 134 The Value of a Captive. Yichen looked at these remaining Wuhan cavalry in front of him, and was about to order that all of them be killed, and then he was stunned. The mental state of these Wuhan cavalry seems to. This is. Terrified. Seeing this, Yichen's 2 eyes snapped open, and a strong and domineering aura instantly appeared. The remaining Wuhan cavalrymen were already scared to death, and when Yichen's aura appeared, each one of them trembled even more. They were afraid of dying, they didn't want to die, they were surrendering and shouting out. However, they were very unsure if Yichen, the ferocious Pingbei general of the Han Empire, would accept their surrender. Even, they were worried that Yichen would kill them. Even Student had been slaughtered, so what would they not dare to slaughter them? All of you are sinful people. If you want to live, atone for your sins for me. Yichen's cold and merciless voice sounded just then. When the remaining Wuhan cavalrymen heard this, each one of them immediately revealed an expression of ecstasy. Thank you, General, for sparing my life. Thank you, General, for sparing my life. I atone for my sins, General, I'm willing to atone for my sins. We'll do whatever the General wants us to do. The remaining Wuhan cavalrymen spoke as one, even going so far as to swear and show their determination. As for the name of any sinful people, they didn't care at all, it was good to be able to live, what did they care about sinful people or not? Yichen looked at the Wuhan cavalrymen who were ecstatic because they could live, and smiled coldly before speaking. Very well, remember, sinful people have to work hard, and even more so, they have to sell their lives. If you have merit, you will be rewarded, if you have, you will be beheaded. Yichen's meaning was simple, telling them to work for Reincarnation City and even go to the battlefield to sell their lives. A territory that wanted to develop could not remain closed. It was nothing before, but now Yichen's territory had been upgraded to Reincarnation City. The territory was bigger, there were more people, more soldiers, and the strength followed. Still being hidden by the forest and surrounded by valleys like before would severely restrict the development of Reincarnation City. Taking commerce as an example, the roads were not good, and if commerce wanted to develop, it was simply impossible. It was the same as having countless wild fruits in the mountains, wanting to sell them, but not being able to transport them. Take military, if the roads were not smooth, it would affect the speed of sending out troops. Soon, Yichen would continuously use foreign troops, and if he missed the opportunity to fight because of the march, it would be too late to regret it. Therefore, Reincarnation City must repair the road, and it must be repaired greatly. And these tens of thousands of Wuhan cavalry are doing just that. As for selling their lives, it's even simpler, these Wuhan cavalrymen will be sent to the battlefield by Yichen as a death squad. Of course, Yichen wouldn't just squeeze and not reward. That would not be desirable. There was squeezing and rewarding, this was the correct way to properly treat these Wuhan cavalry captives. Having merits would be rewarded, perhaps with money, perhaps by giving them the status of a reincarnated citizen. And with transgressions, there was only one outcome, killing without amnesty. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, the Wuhan cavalrymen let out a sigh of relief in unison, and one by one, they hurriedly shouted. Yes, yes, General, we are willing to work and sell our lives. My lord, Stepton died just like that, huh? A voice with a strong sense of suffocation suddenly came out. But Zhao Mang walked over with a tangled face. What, you still want to fight with him? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up before he opened his mouth and asked. Last General very much wants to fight with him, so that it will be possible for Last General to break through to an Imperial-grade Marshal General. Zhao Mang nodded his head affirmatively before opening his mouth. Wait. Yi Chen laughed, and then walked to the side of Steppington's corpse, picked up the 3 light clusters, glanced at them, and casually threw one of the light clusters to Zhao Mang. After Zhao Mang received it, he was stunned, and then shouted in shock, My lord! This what? Don't? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows before opening his mouth and asking. No. This. Zhao Mang was stunned, and then hurriedly opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say when the words came out of his mouth. You are the first Marshal General to follow me, and the first Marshal General to die loyal to me, but choo-choo, an Imperial-level Marshal General's soul is just a soul, what do I have to give up? Yi Chen laughed, and then spoke. Last General. Last General. Zhao Mang heard this, the whole person was instantly moved, and as he watched, his body began to shake. Zhao Mang was able to become a king-grade Marshal General all thanks to Yi Chen, and originally, he was moved beyond belief. And now, Yi Chen had given him a royal-grade Marshal General's soul, so where could Zhao Mang control his emotions? Use it. Yi Chen glared at Zhao Mang before opening his mouth and drinking. Last General. Obeys. Zhao Mang tried to calm down his mood mixed with excitement, while then nodded vigorously, opened his mouth and swallowed the soul of Marshal General. Soul of Marshal General Stepping Stone, Imperial grade. After using it, it can receive the original Marshal General's lifelong learning. Glancing at Zhao Mang, who had closed his eyes and was quietly absorbing Steppington's Marshal General's soul, Yi Chen smiled slightly. This guy, although a bit rash, but is a die-hard loyalist, it's not a waste to use it on him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at his attribute panel, and then added 3 innate attribute points, directly to root and bone. Yi Chen, First Class Count General Pingbei, Lord of Reincarnation City. Title, Gun God Characteristics, using a gun-type weapon, attack power x2, accuracy x2, enlightenment plus 100, Imperial grade Marshal General. Level, 96. Reputation, 11,350,000 increase attraction to historical figures. Merit, 30.39 million. Force, 95. The force value of an Emperor-level military general is 93, 94, 95. The force value of an Emperor-level military general is 96, 97, 98, and the force value of a Saint-level military general is 99, 100. Root and Bone, 99. Spirit, 100. Fortune, hidden. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong Chaos, Divine Night Royal Thunder Decision Chaos. Skills, Basic Gun Technique Divine. Equipment, Godslayer Lance Remnant Innate Treasure, Black Cloud Armor Xian Grade, True. Money, 1,222,000 purple gold coins. Items, Yang Returning Pill X3, Soul of Marshal General King Grade 10-1, Barbarian Bold Decision Emperor Grade, True X1, Earn Golden Hammer Earth Grade, True X1, Green Wolf Skill Emperor Grade, True, Green Wolf Sword Earth Grade, True. This Steppington has contributed quite a bit of experience, unexpectedly upgraded. Hee, how come the force value has also increased a bit? Isn't it true that after the innate realm, force won't change anymore with the upgrade? Chapter 135, The Importance of Roots and Bones. My previous force was clearly 94 points, but now it has become 95 points. Not right. This point of force value is definitely extra because of the upgrade. When he thought of this, Yi Chen frowned. The normal situation should be that without breaking the innate, it was level 100 and the force value was 90. While entering the innate realm and upgrading, there was nothing left to raise the force value. To raise the force value, what was needed was to cultivate, as well as devouring spiritual medicines, or getting innate attribute points. The current situation, however, clearly told Yi Chen that the force value was unusual. According to the current situation, upgrading on the force value is absolutely have improved, otherwise it is impossible to upgrade the force after upgrading. Then where is the problem? Yi Chen frowned and looked at the attribute panel again. After a few seconds, Yi Chen's eyes locked onto the root bone attribute. Root bone. It must be the root bone. The only thing that changed in the attribute panel was the root bone. I'd been adding innate attribute points to the root bone. No wonder those people in their previous lives were so obsessed with the heavenly treasures that enhance the root bone. It turns out that this root bone not only is helpful for cultivation, can increase the upper limit of cultivation, but also can recover the upgrade to become stronger. Nima. Thinking of this, Yi Chen had a happy face. Fortunately, the root bone also determines the upper limit of cultivation and can also help to increase the speed of cultivation. And I'm working hard for the root bone in the Three Kingdoms novice area. Otherwise, would have really missed this. In his previous life, Yi Chen didn't mix well, and in the Three Kingdoms novice area, the root bone has always been that way. When it comes to the flood, the root bone is not even improved. Those who know the secret of the root bone, how can they be unselfishly publicized? This also caused Yi Chen to subconsciously believe that the root bone is only used to help cultivation, and also, to enhance the highest realm ceiling that an individual can achieve. Of course, even this characteristic of the root bone was something Yi Chen had heard about by chance. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have paid so much attention to the root bone after being reborn. Now, Yi Chen had finally discovered another function of the root bone, restoring the game characteristic of upgrading and becoming stronger. To put it simply, in this game world, after a player enters the innate realm, upgrading will be affected by the root bone. No longer like before, upgrading can increase the force value. It's not that it can't be increased, it is increased, but the increase is very little, so little that it's barely noticeable. So much so that when it is displayed on the attribute panel, it is wrongly thought that upgrading is useless, and can only cultivate, swallow elixirs, or innate attribute points to enhance force. Therefore, the key to upgrading and improving force is the root bone. Root bone is poor, upgrade, force value is basically the same. Root bone is strong, upgrade, force value will follow the increase, the effect is remarkable. Damn, the root bone is really too important. As long as you continue to improve your root bones, you will still be able to maintain the characteristic of upgrading to become stronger when you arrive at the floodplains. Thinking of this, Yi Chen let out a long breath. Right at this moment, a loud roar suddenly came. Roar! Only to see Zhao Mang's entire aura, instantly soaring wildly, rising again and again. He had long hair that danced in the wind, and the armor leaves on his body swished. This is to complete the advancement. Yi Chen smiled faintly before looking at the reincarnation ambushers who had just arrived here. They had completed the ambush mission, ambushing and killing more than half of the Wuhan cavalry. The credit was really not small. However, they also died in battle because of the counterattack of the Wuhan cavalry, and some others suffered light or heavy injuries. In war, death could not be avoided. Yi Chen knew this, so he had been doing his best to avoid his men from dying or being injured too much. Tell us about the casualties. Yi Chen looked at the 1,000 heroes leaders of the reincarnation ambush and opened his mouth. My lord, there are a total of 169 killed in action, 516 seriously injured, and 3,091 lightly injured. 1,000 husbandmen heard Yi Chen's inquiry and then bowed and said. This number, if known by people in this era, would definitely exclaim, impossible. Because the number of Wuhan cavalry was 200,000. And yet, the reincarnation side only lost 169 people in battle. However, this was the truth. Reincarnation won, a great victory. Wiping out 150,000 Wuhan cavalry, and killing 2 imperial second-rate historical generals, one Huchair and one Stepto. And Stepton was the leader of Wuhan. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded, and then spoke. Soldiers who died in battle, thick burial, children. Wheelback City is responsible for raising adults. Parents. Wheelback City is responsible for old age. Their family members can receive a monthly pension of 1 gold. Taxes are exempted for 3 years. In addition, allocated 10 acres of good land, lifelong tax exemption. As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, all the soldiers froze. What Yi Chen said, they hadn't even thought about it. The compensation for dying in battle was so generous. They were aware of what the soldiers who died in battle outside would get, marvelous, 10 or 20 silver. That was still a very small number. Most of them would only get a few silver, and might not even get a penny. But here in Reincarnation City, you can receive a gold pension every month. With this amount of money alone, a family can still have a lot left over in a month if they eat a lot of meat and fish every day. Not to mention receiving it every month. Moreover, the sons and daughters of those who died in the war, the city of reincarnation to raise, their parents, reincarnation of the city of old age. In the end, they will also be given 10 acres of tax-free land for life. This in this moment all the reincarnation soldiers here, is simply dreaming. But these words came from their lord, Yi Chen. They believed it, convinced. Who? All the reincarnation soldiers, one by one, their breathing began to increase and thicken. It didn't matter if they were uninjured, injured, or seriously injured. Without exception, one by one, their eyes were wide open. At this moment, they were thrilled and excited because they had no more worries. Even if they died in battle, there was nothing to worry about because their lord, Yi Chen, would take care of their families for them. What was the point of being a soldier and fighting in a war? It wasn't for their families to have a good life. Yi Chen naturally saw the reaction of the soldiers and knew what the soldiers were thinking in their hearts. The ones Yi Chen promised were what they deserved, and Yi Chen could only do this to compensate them. If they had to worry about their families before they died in battle, then Yi Chen would be doing too incompetent of a job as a lord. After Yi Chen secretly sighed, he continued. Those who are seriously injured should be carried back to Reincarnation City as soon as possible for treatment. Those who are lightly injured should also go back as soon as possible to be bandaged so that their wounds don't get infected, and when they go back to report their battle achievements, they will be rewarded for their achievements. Lord, long live! Long live! 10,000 years old! Neatly harmonized shouts then rang out. The appellation of long live, when used on Yi Chen, was not really appropriate right now. However, for the soldiers, at this moment, only this one title could express their feelings. Excited, thrilled, willing to give their loyalty and even their lives for Yi Chen. In their hearts, Yi Chen was the only emperor they recognized. Chapter 136, Gui Jia advising. Yi Chen looked at the excited and incomparable reincarnation soldiers and smiled slightly before speaking. Those who are free, clean up the battlefield, gather the warhorses together and transport them back to the Reincarnation Valley, and then separate a group of people to bring these prisoners of war back to Reincarnation City. Yes, my lord. The soldiers answered in unison, and then began to get busy. Those who carried the wounded, those who escorted the prisoners, and those who returned the warhorses returned the warhorses. The others went to clean up the battlefield, collecting the weapons, armor, and other items that came out. At this time, Gui Jia came over and bowed with a happy face and worshipped. "Congratulations, Lord, a great victory over the Wuhan, killing the Wuhan leader, Stepton, and harvesting countless war horses." When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile, and then spoke. "Fengxiao, your ploy, it didn't work, is there any disappointment?" "My lord, how could Jia be disappointed? Jia was too happy to be happy." Gui Jia slightly stunned, and then shook his head and laughed. "The battlefield is unpredictable. Sometimes, what is missing is just a timing. Fortunately, these Wuhan cavalry have not seen the White Tiger battle formation, otherwise, I am afraid that this time, we will have to suffer heavy losses." Yi Chen sighed, and then spoke. "Lord's force is extraordinary, and he is able to accurately seize the opportunity of battle. How can he not win?" Gui Jia smiled faintly before speaking. "Less flattering." Yi Chen glared at Gui Jia, then opened his mouth and asked, "When does Fengxiao think it is most appropriate to send troops to right Beiping City?" Gui Jia smiled when he heard Yi Chen's inquiry, then raised 3 fingers and opened his mouth. 3 days later. "What about the reason?" Yi Chen frowned before opening his mouth and asking. Gui Jia bowed before opening his mouth. "My lord, Dianwei has not returned to Reincarnation City yet. If my lord goes out to conquer right Beiping, Jiamang, Dianwei must leave one of them, otherwise Reincarnation will have no generals to guard it, and if there is a slight mistake, then Reincarnation will not be protected." "Then if..." Yi Chen this just opened his mouth, then Gui Jia interrupted. "Lord. Cannot." Gui Jia looked anxious, obviously having something to worry about. Yi Chen slightly stunned, but did not expect Gui Jia reacted so fiercely. His own "this is not yet finished it." "Fengxiao knows what I want to say?" Yi Chen asked with some curiosity. "Lord Gong, but you want to personally lead the army, attack right Beiping, and release Jiamang to hold down the fort in Reincarnation?" Gui Jia exhaled a long breath, and then opened his mouth to ask. "Nima really guessed what I am going to do." Yi Chen was really planning to directly lead his troops and go to attack right Beiping City, leaving Jiamang in Reincarnation Town. When Dianwei returned to Wheel of Fortune City, he would then lead his troops to right Beiping to meet up. By doing so, Yi Chen could kill Zhang Chun, who had captured right Beiping, as soon as possible, breaking the path of Gongsun Zan's rise to power. After all, historically, Gongsun Zan relied on this rebellion to rise in Yuzhou. As for Yi Chen's Reincarnation City, it was located in the western part of Liaosi in Yuzhou. Yi Chen didn't want Yuzhou to be really controlled by Gongsun Zan. That would be a great constraint to Yi Chen's future development. Only, Gui Jia appeared to be very disapproving. After seeing Yi Chen's expression, Gui Jia sighed, and then bowed solemnly and incomparably and said, "My lord, Jia pleads with my lord to give up this idea. My lord is the lord of reincarnation. There must not be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, reincarnation will definitely suffer a heavy blow. It's not true that your lord is a foreigner, he also possesses the ability to resurrect, but once your lord is killed in battle, your lord's fortune will definitely dissipate. Please think twice." When Yi Chen heard this, he was stunned, but he did not expect Gui Jia to say the reason was this. Of course Yi Chen knew that what Gui Jia said was true, but Yi Chen was not worried about this at all. It was because Yi Chen had the backbone and even more confidence. 9 Revolutions Xin Gong was a chaos-level technique, and even though Yi Chen had only practiced it, he had become an emperor-level martial artist, and could still become an emperor-level martial artist at any time. Yi Chen's cultivation was rapid, while his physical body was no less impressive, and could even be described as heaven-defying. Of course, it was heaven-defying in the Three Kingdoms novice zone. At this moment, Yi Chen's fleshly body, less than an earth-level weapon, could not hurt Yi Chen one iota. Even if it was an earth-level weapon, it would only be able to break Yi Chen's defense. If you wanted to really hit Yi Chen hard, you would need at least a heaven-level weapon. What's more, Yi Chen still had armor and the Godslayer gun. As long as Yi Chen didn't want to get hurt, it was really unlikely that he would suffer any injuries. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile, and then said in a domineering manner, "In this world, there are only a handful of people who can injure your lord, and I Zhang Chun is only a second-rate character, so what can he do to me? Please think twice, lord." Gui Jia slightly stunned, and then bowed again to worship. "Nima." Yi Chen's face stiffened, but he didn't expect Gui Jia to really recognize the dead reasoning, that is, he didn't approve of Yi Chen personally leading the troops to go on the expedition. Gongsun Zan also did not solve Zhang Chun so quickly. Right now, it is estimated that he is still in the nooks and crannies fighting with the rebels of this rebellion. It's not too bad for a few days. I haven't gotten offline for a few days, so it's time to leave the game and see what's going on in the outside world. Thinking of this, Yi Chen nodded, and then spoke. Good, the matter of grain and ordnance will be handed over to Feng Xiao. 3 days later, I will lead the troops out. Yes, my lord. Gui Jia was relieved when he heard this, and then bowed and answered. Chapter 137 Gui Jia's Best Friend. At this moment, a loud bang came out. Only to see Zhao Mang, who had been promoted to the rank of imperial-level military general, heavily kneeling on one knee, incomparably firm, shouted loudly. I will thank you for your lord's gift, and I will once again swear that wherever your lord points, your blade will be directed, and even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire, I will be willing to go through it alone. No complaints. He was extremely excited at the moment. It was Yi Chen who molded the current him. Without Yi Chen, he wouldn't even be able to reach the rank of king-grade marshal general. Without Yi Chen, he wouldn't even be able to become a royal-grade marshal general. Grateful, willing to give everything for Yi Chen, even if it meant giving his life, Zhao Mang wouldn't frown. This was Zhao Mang's heart at this moment. Yi Chen smiled faintly and walked over to Zhao Mang, helping him up before speaking. Just advanced, don't think about anything else, focus on sensing the soul of the martial general so that the realm can be stabilized. Yes. My lord. Zhao Mang nodded vigorously before speaking. Yi Chen patted Zhao Mang's shoulder, then looked at Gui Jia and opened his mouth to ask, Feng Xiao, how many war horses do you estimate there will be this time? At least 150,000 war horses that are immediately ready to go to battle. If not for the Lord's use of the White Tiger battle formation, it is estimated that there would be as many as 180,000. Gui Jia thought for a moment, and then spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyebrows raised, and then spoke, 150,000. Is enough. Lord, this great victory, should we report to the court? Gui Jia thought of something at this time, and then opened his mouth to ask. No need, such a credit seems not small. In fact, the big head is still on Zhang Chun and Qiu Lijiu, beheading the two of them. The usual rebellion is considered really pacified. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and then spoke. My lord, Qiu Lijiu, this person is extremely capable of steering the ship. If my lord wants to behead Qiu Lijiu, he needs to send out troops as soon as possible to give him a thunderbolt, otherwise, when he receives the news, I'm afraid that he will surrender right away. Gui Jia nodded, and then spoke. Yi Chen nodded, then opened his mouth and asked, Feng Xiao, in your estimation, how long will it take for the news of Stepping Stone being beheaded by me to reach Qiu Lijiu's ears? My lord, it will take at least 15 days for the news of Stepton's destruction to reach Qiu Lijiu's. After all, Stepton sent out an army of 200,000. In the eyes of his people, it's impossible for the whole army to be wiped out, and Stepton's delay in returning will be perceived by them as if Stepton has gone to do something else. Gui Jia bowed, and then spoke. 15 days. Is enough. Yi Chen nodded, then spoke. At this time, the soldiers who returned to gather the warhorses and clean the battlefield returned one after another. Looking at the warhorses that roamed the mountains, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile before opening his mouth. Return to Reincarnation City. Yes. My lord. The soldiers of Reincarnation City answered in unison. Tens of thousands of Reincarnation City's soldiers then took the loot and followed Yi Chen back to Reincarnation City. Reincarnation Valley, entrance. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, a mountain of congratulatory voices then rang out. Welcome, Lord, to your triumphant return. Greetings, Lord, victorious and triumphant return. Yi Chen looked at the endless people of Reincarnation and looked at their heartfelt smiles. He couldn't help but smile, and then led his troops back to Reincarnation City. Reincarnation City, City Lord's Mansion. My lord, the people of Reincarnation City, they are really enthusiastic. Gui Jia rushed towards Yi Chen, who had just sat down, and said with a tangled face. Who asked you to be a diamond bachelor, good at drinking, and a flirt? Who would those unmarried girls look for if not you? It's only easy to get down with you after getting acquainted with you. Yi Chen laughed, and then opened his mouth. However, on the way back to Reincarnation City with Yi Chen's troops, Gui Jia was actually mooched by countless big girls. When Gui Jia heard this, he got even more tangled up and said with a bitter smile, Lord, don't make fun of Jia. Although Jia is a good drinker and often gets drunk, he has never messed around. This matter, you set yourself up to go, your lord, I don't care about this. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and then he spoke. Alas. Gui Jia sighed with a tangled face. Yi Chen looked at Gui Jia's entangled appearance and shook his head helplessly, then looked at Zhao Hang and spoke. The entrance to the Reincarnation Valley, build a city wall with immediate effect. It should be 100 meters high and 20 meters wide. There is only one requirement, sturdy. My lord, such a city wall, cost. Zhao Hang was slightly stunned before speaking. Build it regardless of the loss, spend more money, but also build it. Yi Chen waved his hand before speaking. My lord, but are you worried about an external enemy attacking Reincarnation? Gui Jia looked at Yi Chen at this time and asked with some doubts. It's not that I'm worried, but there will definitely be, in another month or so, I'm afraid that the great Han Empire will start to be in turmoil. Yi Chen shook his head before speaking. My lord is talking about those yellow turbans? Gui Jia was slightly stunned, then opened his mouth and asked. There are them, and there are also some non-human existences. Yi Chen nodded and then opened his mouth. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a field of purple gold coins appeared in the hall of the city lord's mansion. This is 200,000 purple gold coins. It should be enough. Find me again if it's not enough. The city wall must be built within January. When Zhao Hong saw the purple gold coins on the ground, his eyes were stunned, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to take out so much money at once. Knowing that one purple gold coin was equal to 10,000 gold, these 200,000 purple gold coins could be 2 billion gold. Zhao Hong had never seen so much money. After returning to his senses, Zhao Hong hurriedly bowed and said, "My lord, I will definitely build the city wall within 1 month." Yi Chen nodded before speaking. The roads in the reincarnation forest should also start to be built, no matter if it's to build the roads or to build the city wall. You can ask those Wuhan POWs to do it. The hard work will be done by them, the lazy ones will be punished for being lazy, and the ones who should be killed. If there are those who are performing well, the appropriate rewards will be given. Yes, lord. Zhao Hong bowed and answered. Yi Chen then looked at Gui Jia and opened his mouth to ask, "Fengxiao, you should have 3 or 5 close friends when you were studying in Yingchuan. Do they have any interest in going out to the civil service?" "Lord, later on Zhao will prepare a letter to notify them to come to the Wheel of Fortune for a gathering." Guo Jia was slightly stunned, and then bowed and said. Yi Chen's meaning Gui Jia naturally understood. It wasn't to take in more talented people. Gui Jia had already recognized Yi Chen and had become a die-hard loyalist, so he naturally wouldn't fool Yi Chen on this matter. Yi Chen smiled slightly before speaking. "Well, call them to come, the more that come, the better." Chapter 138. Zhao Yun. Lord Gong wants to take the heart of the world's talents in one net. Jia can understand, but Jia's best friend is just those few people. Hearing this, Wu Jia couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh before speaking. "It doesn't matter, there are as many as there are." Yi Chen laughed, and then opened his mouth. What kind of existence Gu Jia's best friend was, Yi Chen naturally knew that even if his talent was worse than Gui Jia, he was still a first-class historical civil servant. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not have hit Gui Jia's best friend. For the first-class or even super first-class historical ministers, or historical military generals, Yi Chen is not to be rejected. How many to come to as many as possible, the more the better. Of course, this was only Yi Chen's idea, and it also depended on whether or not people were willing to recognize their masters. However, as long as they came to Reincarnation City, Yi Chen would have the chance to accept these historical figures. This was much more convenient than trying to recruit historical figures by chance. Previously, Yi Chen didn't hit Gui Jia because at that time, Reincarnation was still a town and Yi Chen was only a viscount. Now, Reincarnation has been upgraded to a city, and it is still the first city in the world, and Yi Chen is the official Pingbei general of the 3rd grade, and his title has also reached the rank of count. At this moment, Yi Chen's attraction to historical figures, compared to before, it was a heaven and a earth, there was no comparison. Gui Jia nodded, and then spoke. "My lord, Jia will definitely do his best to accomplish this." Yi Chen nodded smilingly, and just at this moment, an elongated voice reached the living room. "Report." Yi Chen slightly froze, and then looked at the soldier who ran to report outside the parlor door and opened his mouth. "Speak." "My lord, at the mouth of the Reincarnation Valley, there is a young man, calling himself Changshan Zhaozilong, who wants to come to find his sister, but the name he said for his sister is the same as that of the lord's mother, so please make up your mind." The patrolling soldier bowed and said. "Who?" Yi Chen was slightly stunned, and then he stood up with a tang and asked loudly. "My lord, the person who came calls himself Changshan Zhaozilong." Seeing how excited Yi Chen was, the soldier hurriedly said again. "Ahaha, go. Go to the mouth of the valley." When Yi Chen heard this, both of his eyes snapped open, and then he laughed up to the sky. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he left the living room straight away. Gui Jia and also Zhao Hong followed closely behind him and walked out. The entrance of the Reincarnation Valley. As soon as Yi Chen arrived, he saw, at a glance, the young man standing quietly at the entrance of the valley. He was wearing a white robe, with a slender figure, a pair of sword eyebrows that were not angry. Although he was young, his face was full of fortitude, especially those eyes, the sharpness that flowed out inadvertently. Even more so, it called out that he was extraordinary. "See you, lord." When the soldiers on patrol saw Yi Chen, they all kneeled down on one knee and shouted loudly. Yi Chen nodded his head before marching towards the young man. The young man naturally heard the soldiers' shouts, but he also saw Zhao Hong behind Yi Chen, and was stunned. Before bowing down and worshipping with great joy, Zilong has met second uncle. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. It really was Zhao Yun. "Zilong, this is my lord, General Pingbei of the Great Han Empire, Lord of Reincarnation City. Yi Chen, come and pay your respects." Zhao Hong nodded with a smile on his face before speaking. Zhao Yun nodded, then bowed at Yi Chen and said, "Changshan Zhaozilong, meet General Pingbei." The voice was not humble, yet it also carried the respect it deserved. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yun with both eyes, then said with a happy face, "This is not the place to talk. Go, follow me back to the city lord's mansion." Yura is afraid that she can't wait. Is Little Rain really here? When Zhao Yun heard this, his body couldn't help but shake a little, his rippling face also then disappeared. Of course it's here. Not only is it here, but now Xiaoyu has also become the old man's main mother. Zhao Hong laughed out loud, and then opened his mouth. Zhao Hong was also purposely putting in a good word for Yi Chen to bring Zhao Yun's relationship with Yi Chen closer. Zhao Hong wasn't stupid, so how could he not see Yi Chen's meaning towards Zhao Yun? It was obvious that Yi Chen wanted to ask Zhao Yun to serve under his command. Instead of Yi Chen saying it, it would be better for him to tell it, so that Zhao Yun would believe it more. When Zhao Yun heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly before looking at Yi Chen with more than a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Yi Chen smiled unconcernedly. It couldn't be helped. Anyone who knew that their sister suddenly had a man would more or less observe it. Some would even investigate the origin. Zilong! An excited yell suddenly came. Only Zhao Mang came galloping in on his warhorse, and before he arrived, that loud voice had already traveled over. Big brother! Zhao Yun froze before opening his mouth to call out. However, when Zhao Yun saw the armor that Zhao Mang was wearing, as well as the aura of an imperial-grade martial general emanating from Zhao Mang, he once again froze. Phew! Zhao Mang came closer and pulled on the reins before dismounting with a long stride. My lord! Zhao Mang bowed to Yi Chen to salute him. Yi Chen nodded smilingly. Only then did Zhao Mang rush to Zhao Yun's side and hugged him, while then patting Zhao Yun's back vigorously. Brat, you've grown taller again, your body is stronger. Zhao Mang said with a smile on his face. Chapter 139, Zhao Yun recognizes his lord. Alright, don't talk here, quickly go to the city lord's mansion with the lord. I'm sure Xiaoyu is already waiting anxiously. Zhao Hong looked at Zhao Mang Zhao Yun and said with a smiling face. Right, let's go, Zilong, quickly go with the lord to meet Xiaoyu. After Zhao Mang heard Zhao Heng's words, he quickly nodded and said. Yi Chen just watched smilingly from the side, not saying a word. At this time, it wasn't suitable for Yi Chen to interject. This, Yi Chen still knew. General, Zhao Yun is bothering me. Zhao Yun looked at Yi Chen at this time and said with an apologetic face. Why should a family talk about two families? Go! Yi Chen laughed, and then opened his mouth. After saying that, he led the way first and marched towards the city lord's mansion. Zhao Yun glanced at Yi Chen's back in surprise, then smiled and followed behind Yi Chen towards the city lord's mansion. Originally, in Zhao Yun's opinion, Yi Chen would at most say a few polite words to him, and that was for Zhao Yu's sake. After all, he was just a martial artist from a humble background, while Yi Chen was a Pingbei general of the Han Empire. His status was there. But the truth, however, was very different from what Zhao Yun had in mind. Yi Chen sincerely invited Zhao Yun, revealing kindness in his words, without the slightest element of falsehood. This was something that Zhao Yun could naturally see and feel. No amount of pretense could make a false sentiment real. Therefore, after confirming that Yi Chen was truly treating him as a family member, Zhao Yun's entire body followed suit and relaxed quite a bit. Reincarnation City, City Lord's Mansion, Living Room. After Zhao Yu got the news of Zhao Yun's arrival, she ran here early and waited for Zhao Yun. As for meeting Zhao Yun at the back of the mansion, it was fine before, but now Yi Chen still had a Sable Cicada, so naturally he couldn't just ask Zhao Yun to go to the back of the mansion. Not long after, Yi Chen brought Zhao Yun, Hui Jia, Zhao Hong, and Zhao Mang to the living room. Brother, Zhao Yu, who was pacing back and forth in the living room, immediately shed tears of excitement when she saw Zhao Yun behind Yi Chen, and then choked and shouted. Xiao Yu! After Zhao Yun saw Zhao Yu, his entire body instantly relaxed, before opening his mouth and calling out. His voice was a bit hoarse, obviously due to his emotional state. Previously, Zhao Yun's art had become a success and he went down the mountain, but he went home but his sister was missing, and after inquiring from many sides, he chased him all the way to Yuzhou and chased him to the Reincarnation Valley. Zhao Yun had traveled all the way, worrying all the way. In this world, he only had one sister. If Zhao Yu had anything bad happen to her, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Now after seeing Zhao Yu, Zhao Yun was finally sure that Zhao Yu was happy at the moment. The big stone hanging in his heart also fell to the ground at this moment. Go, prepare some wine and food. Yi Chen looked at the maid at the door at this moment and opened his mouth to command. Yes, General. The maid hurriedly bowed and replied before marching towards the kitchen. Husband, my concubine has some words that I want to say to my brother alone, is that okay? Zhao Yu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes before looking at Yi Chen and asking. Go ahead, there is a pavilion platform at the back, it's quiet there. Yi Chen was slightly stunned before opening his mouth. Zhao Yu said that she wanted to say something alone. What she said, Yi Chen would not ask, but Zhao Yu's meaning, Yi Chen knew, was that she wanted to take Zhao Yun to the back of the house. Xiao Yu, if you have something to say, go outside and say it. The back mansion, my brother can't go. Zhao Yun shook his head at this time and said very seriously. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but stare, but he didn't expect Zhao Yun to not go to the back residence at all. Somewhat archaic, but also very disciplined. Yi Chen had just thought of this, when Zhao Yun left the living room straight away and went to the front yard. Seeing this, Zhao Yu then followed and left the living room to the courtyard. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly before waving his hand, and the maids in the courtyard then left. At this time, Wei Jia looked at Yi Chen and said with a smiling face. My lord, Jia observed that Zhao Zilong's force is really extraordinary. Jia is here to congratulate my lord on gaining another tiger general. This 8 characters haven't even begun yet, Yi Chen sighed, and then continued. If we can really get Zilong to join us, the day when the name of reincarnation spreads throughout the world will not be far away. My lord, don't you realize that the Lord Mother went here just for this matter? Gui Jia said in disbelief. Ha? Yi Chen slightly froze, and then looked at Zhao Yu in the courtyard. It's really not about family matters. If it's really about persuading Zhao Yun to defect to me, this matter, there's really no chance that it will come true. It wasn't that Yi Chen hadn't thought of asking Zhao Yu to step in and convince Zhao Yun to join Reincarnation City. Yi Chen didn't expect Zhao Yun to come so quickly, and when he was happy, he forgot about it. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to give Zhao Yun a reception today, and then when the evening came, he would talk to Zhao Yu about it and ask Zhao Yun to defect. But now, it seemed like it wasn't necessary. Yi Chen looked at the way Zhao Yu was gesturing and talking there, and his heart couldn't help but warm up. My lord, Zilong will definitely join Reincarnation City. Zhao Mang looked at Yi Chen at this time and said with certainty. I also think so, although it is said that people have their own aspirations, Zilong's closest relative in this world is only Xiao Yu. Zhao Heng also nodded at this time and spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile, but he didn't say anything. Superb historical martial generals, if it was so easy to take in, there wouldn't have been so many historical figures in the previous generations that remained according to history, annihilated in the dust of history. Once an incense stick of time passed, Zhao Yu walked into the living room with a face of joy, and then gave Yi Chen a look. When Yi Chen saw this, his 2 eyes lit up violently. It was done. Husband, concubine will go back to the back residence first. Zhao Yu smiled faintly at this moment and bowed to Yi Chen before heading towards the back mansion. Zhao Yun glanced at Zhao Yu before looking at Yi Chen, and with a bang, he knelt down on one knee and shouted. Changshan Jinding, Zhao Yun Zhao Zilong, is willing to join General Pingbei, please take him in. When Yi Chen heard this, he stood up with a tang sound. Really recognized the master. Right at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, Super First Class Historical Martial Arts General, Zhao Yun Zhao Zilong wants to recognize you as his master, do you accept? Nima, still need to think about it? Accept. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for obtaining the allegiance of Super First Class Martial General, Zhao Yun. After Yi Chen heard the system's prompt, he hurriedly went forward and helped Zhao Yun up while saying excitedly. If I can get Zilong's help, why worry about the great cause? Chapter 140 Envious and Jealous Players. Zhao Yun, pay respects to Lord. When Zhao Yun heard Yi Chen's undisguised praise, he couldn't help but be stunned before bowing solemnly and paying his respects. Zhao Yun had come down from the mountains after completing his art, and was originally prepared to join the army as a soldier and then show off what he had learned. However, he didn't expect to come to Reincarnation City in order to find his sister Zhao Yu, and met Yi Chen. Zhao Yun realized that Yi Chen was very different from ordinary generals, and that he had the intention of recruiting him. After some consideration, Zhao Yun decided to defect to Yi Chen first. What Zhao Yun didn't expect was that Yi Chen valued him more than he thought. There wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood in this regard, and it was because of this that Zhao Yun's mood was a little less calm at the moment. Zilong, come, I'll introduce you. Yi Chen finished smilingly, and then brought Zhao Yun to Gui Jia's side and spoke. Gui Jia, Guo Fengxiao, my Reincarnation City's military advisor priest. Gui Jia then looked at Zhao Yun smilingly and cupped his fists and said. Ingchuan, Gui Jia Guo Fengxiao, meet General Zilong. I don't dare to, Zilong greets Priestess Gua. When Zhao Yun heard Gui Jia directly call out General, he hurriedly clasped his fists and returned the salute. When Yi Chen saw this, he couldn't help but smile before speaking. Zilong doesn't need to be too modest, from now on, you are my reincarnation partial general, soon, I will lead the army to pacify the rebellion will also be the northern expedition against the Wuhan, Zilong, do you have the confidence to follow me in stepping on the rebels and swatting away all the foreign tribes? When Zhao Yun heard this, he was stunned, but he didn't expect that Yi Chen would really give him a partial general, and that he would also take him to pacify the rebellion in Yuzhou, and even more so, he would go on a northern expedition against Wuhan. All of this coincided with Zhao Yun's purpose of coming to Yuzhou. Zhao Yun, who once again felt Yi Chen's fancy, took a deep breath, and then exhaled it in a long breath, and then kneeled down on one knee, and shouted. Yun, I am willing to follow my lord to step on the rebels and swat away the foreigners. Right at this moment, the world announcement then rang out. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the second to gain the allegiance of the superb historical martial general, Zhao Yun, hereby rewarding player Yi Chen with plus 5 million reputation and 10 million taels of gold. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Chen for being the second to obtain the allegiance of the super first class historical martial general, Zhao Yun, hereby rewarding player Yi Chen with prestige plus 5 million and 10 million taels of gold. The world channel, which was buzzing with activity, instantly exploded after the world announcement rang out. What did I see, Zhao Yun? Zhao Yun has recognized his master. My Zhao Yun. It's Yi Chen again, is there any justice in heaven, is there any king's law? Haha, boss Yi Chen is awesome, how long has it been, he just slaughtered Hu Chair and Steppington, and this turn around, he's collected Zhao Yun. Nima, superb historical generals, just a few, Yichen now has 2, still not letting people play happily. Collected Dianwei, collected Guijia, Nima, how long has this been? I'm just asking how long has this been? Zhao Yun is also given to collect. I just want to know where Boss Yichen's territory is. Luan Zhao wants to go see Zhao Yun. I heard Zhao Yun is very grey and handsome. Nima, you're bent. Our Zhao Yun isn't bent, you pussy. Hurry up and die away. You have to be generous. Yichen, you can't take all the benefits. I'm not done with you if you take people in again. That's right, don't be such a bully. It's fine to take in 1 historical general, you've taken in 2, and now you've even taken in Zhao Yun. Can we still play happily? Sacred Hall Town congratulates General Ping Bei for adding a new tiger general. In addition, we sincerely invite General Ping Bei to drive Sacred Hall Town. Beauty Town congratulates General Ping Bei for adding a new tiger general, and finally, sincerely invites General Ping Bei to visit Beauty Town. We have beautiful women here. Just as people were envious and jealous on the World Channel, plus compliments, an unusual message appeared in the world. Selling Yichen's address in reality at a high price, 1 byte, $1 billion. Don't think I'm a liar, I've really seen Yichen. More than that, I know his exact location. As soon as this message appeared, the entire World Channel instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, just as Yichen had collected Zhao Yun's world announcement, the World Channel once again exploded. Why do I have a feeling that this one called Zhao Area is telling the truth? Impossible, so many people haven't found Yichen. Can he know where he is? Don't forget, some people chose game names for this game, but Yichen's name is a real name anyways, and he sounds like he's for real anyways. A liar would tell you to see that it's fake? If this is real, then Yichen is estimated to be miserable this time, to know that many forces want to find Yichen. A lot of forces have a gross use, that has to be in the same city, not in the same city. You call those people out to try, see who dares. You don't say, those beasts outside that have turned ferocious, there are already people who can kill them. It seems like they are using the true equipment that Yichen's boss said. If they come out with this kind of equipment, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Holy, search you guys, it's not good for Yichen to be found by them. Naya, if we find Yichen, the historical generals, top equipment, and historical beauties will be ours. Right, hurry up, find Yichen, don't ask him to scourge us anymore. Naya, the good stuff all ran away from him, how can we live this day? Reincarnation City, City Lord's Mansion. Yichen heard the world announcement, but didn't even look at the World Channel. At this moment, Zhao Yun had just recognized his master, so how could Yichen have any intention of looking at the World Channel? Hearing Zhao Yun's firm and incomparable words, Yichen laughed and was about to speak when the system's prompt sounded. Ding, Zhao Yun's loyalty plus 10. Ding, Zhao Yun advanced to deadly loyalty. Yichen was slightly stunned, and then said in ecstasy, good. Zilong, I really didn't misjudge you. On the day of the expedition, you should be the front runner. Can you dare? Yun, willing to be the vanguard. Zhao Yun answered loudly. Let's go, let's drink. Today we just annihilated Stepto and got Zilong. It's really a double happiness, we should celebrate. Yichen laughed, then spoke. Zhao Yun, Super First Class Historical Marshal General Saint Grade Marshal General. Qualification, SSS Grade Sealed. Loyalty, Die Hard. Force, 99 Great Perfection of the Innate Realm. Root and Bone, 99. Spirit, 98. Fortune, Hidden. Technique, Martial Spirit Technique Remnant Holy Grade. Skills, Stormy Rain Pear Blossom Lance Saint Grade, 100 Bird Phoenix Lance Saint Grade, 7 Exploration Snake Coil Lance Saint Grade, Nameless Lance Technique Remnant, Saint Grade. Equipment, Silver Spear, Dragon's Gall Heaven Grade. Chapter 141, A Crisis in Reality. What the Lord said is very true, today's double happiness should be celebrated, it must be celebrated. Gui Jia said it this time with a happy face. My lord, Yun is not good at drinking wine, this. Zhao Yun looked at Yichen with some difficulty before bowing and saying. No harm, 100 flowers brew won't go to the head, it's okay to drink some, if you really can't, just eat the food, there are no outsiders here, just feel free. Yichen was slightly stunned, and then said smilingly. Yes, lord. Zhao Yun was relieved when he heard this, and then opened his mouth. Serve the wine and food. Yichen shouted at the door. Yes, general. The maidservant hurriedly answered before leaving in a hurry. Not long after, the wine and dishes were served, and the reception banquet followed. After finishing the meal, Yichen returned to the back of the house, spoke to Zhao Yu, Sable Cicada for a while, and then took the 2 girls to rest. The next day, at dawn, Yichen explained some things to Zhao Yu, then went offline and returned to the real world. It had been many days since he had gotten offline, and if he didn't get offline again, his body should have problems. The door of the Diamond Grade Game warehouse slowly opened as Yichen got offline. Yichen also opened his eyes at this time. It had been several days since he had gotten offline, but his body didn't feel any abnormality. Yichen, who noticed this, couldn't help but smile. Star Pearl, Game Reality, Strength 100% Synchronization, can also regulate the body function, always keep in the best state. Not bad, not bad. Right at this moment, a subtle but extremely clear voice reached Yichen's ears. See, there it is, those 3 huts, Yichen lived there, it should still be there now. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes snapped open, tyrannical killing intent tang boiled up. Zhao Arai. What great guts! Yi Chen had already confirmed the identity of the person who spoke. It was that Zhao Arai who wanted to be Yi Chen's little brother. In his previous life, Yi Chen was used to seeing the ugliness of human nature, the meanness of human nature, and the filth of human nature. So after being reborn, he was decisive in killing and never dragged his feet. However, in order to get a place where he could use the village building order, Yi Chen chose to spare Zhao Arai and his killed and chilled minions. Yi Chen told them to come here and clean up the trees and weeds here. Originally, Yi Chen thought that these people would remember the scene where more than 200 people were decimated and would be too fearful to come back. Therefore, after cleaning up the places where they could use the village building order, Yi Chen let them go. But in fact, Yi Chen thought wrong. It wasn't true that Zhao Arai was fearful, and he really didn't dare to come here again, but now, he had brought others over. That dense footsteps, even though they were put very lightly and low, but Yi Chen, who was already in the innate realm, heard them clearly. Sure enough, an enemy is an enemy. Even if he begged for forgiveness, he couldn't hide that vile heart. He knows some of the secrets in the game, he wants to gain benefits, and I have become the bargaining chip for him to gain benefits. Lust and desire can really make people crazy, so crazy that they ignore any danger. Since deterrence doesn't work, then continue to kill. Thinking of this, Yi Chen directly got up and walked out of the diamond-level game warehouse with cold to the core killing intent. Just at this moment, the sound of the conversation outside came again. If the Yi Chen here is really the same Yi Chen from the game, I will transfer the remaining 800 million to you. If not, then you brat will definitely not be able to eat. Huang Xiao, this Yi Chen is definitely the same Yi Chen from the game. Look, these 3 thatched huts, are they the same as the ones that appeared when you just used the village building order? Ha! If you don't say it, I haven't realized it yet. Looking at it like this, it's pretty damn similar. Huang Xiao, I'm absolutely right. Think about it. The game just opened and someone got this in the real world. What does that mean? It must be using a village building order with the word true. I'm afraid there's no one else besides Yi Chen who can know the secret of the true character equipment right from the start. Your kid said good. Here is really not likely to be the game that Yi Chen's reincarnation village. I did not think that the reality can also use the village building order, and so on back. I have to heavy money to buy. Huang less you see, here even offense or not, but clean unlike words, also did not those what demon race goes thing over, simply as a replica of the safe zone. Could it be that using the village building order in reality also has the ability of a safe zone? Huang Xiao, I can guarantee that there definitely is. Ha, you kid is good. If it's true, follow me in the future, you'll be able to eat and drink. Thank you, Mr. Huang. I will definitely look up to Mr. Huang. All of you, get on me. Arrest Yi Chen for me, don't kill him, just maim him, I still have to accept everything in his game. Inside the thatched hut, Yi Chen, who had already reached the door, smiled coldly and directly pushed the door out. In front of his eyes, there was an endless sky-high giant tree, and the one-man-high weeds. And in the weeds, there were people walking out continuously, in large numbers, so many that Yi Chen was too lazy to look. In Yi Chen's eyes, these people, no matter how many in number, were all dead. Coming out. Quick look, is he Yi Chen? When a person saw Yi Chen who went out, he couldn't help but stare before shouting in shock. That's right. He is Yi Chen. In the game, this is what he looks like. A person took a closer look at Yi Chen before shouting excitedly. Ah, it's really Yi Chen, all of you, give it to me. Screw up and cripple and get pregnant, no, can't get dead, just screw him. A young man dressed in a designer label and wearing an expensive wristwatch roared with glowing eyes after seeing Yi Chen's appearance. Yi Chen glanced at the young man with a calm face, no ripples appeared on his face at all. Only in Yi Chen's 2 eyes, the extremely intense killing aura was unabashedly released. With a move of his right hand, the dark and thick deicide gun instantly appeared in Yi Chen's right hand. Ha, isn't it just a true weapon, I have one too. A man laughed, and with the same move, a large spear appeared in his hand. Swish swish swish. A series of sounds came from all of them as they all invoked a weapon. Undoubtedly, these people were all holding true weapons in their hands. As the young man watched his men all invoke their weapons, he was suddenly filled with a great deal of bravado, and shouted rampantly and incomparably at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I can't believe it, I found you. I advise you to cooperate, and bring the city of reincarnation in Dianwei, Guijia, and yes, Jiayun. Dao Chan. All turn to Lao Zi, otherwise, today you will know what it means to be powerful and reality is really powerful. Chapter 142 Yi Chen's strike, terrifying as it is. Yi Chen's brows suddenly frowned, and then looked around. As for the rampant and incomparable Huang Xiao, Yi Chen directly chose to ignore it. Where was the Yin Tiger? The spirit beast Yin Tiger that was originally supposed to guard this place was missing. It was Yi Chen's spirit beast, and without Yi Chen's order, it was impossible for it to leave this place. Could it be that a demonic beast came here, was discovered by Yin Hu, and then? Thinking of this, Yi Chen was instantly furious. However, right at this moment, the thieving inferno tiger revealed its head from behind a boulder and even blinked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was stunned when he saw the 2 tiger eyes of the Yin Tiger. Yen Tiger, this is the rhythm of becoming a spirit, even learn to hit the muffler. Yi Chen thought correctly, Yen who had long since discovered the people who came to the reincarnation village. However, when the Yen Tiger realized that there were a lot of them, it ran behind a big rock and hid. It was prepared to wait for Huang Xiao and these people to enter the reincarnation village before ruthlessly packing them up. When Huang Xiao saw that Yi Chen didn't even look at him, he became furious and raised his hand to point at Yi Chen while roaring in a hideous manner. Maleficent, how dare you ignore me, all of you give it to me, chop him for 1,000,000 credits, waste one of his limbs, 10,000,000 credits, waste the 5th limb for me, 100 million. As soon as Huang Xiao's words landed on the ground, each and every one of his men's breathing instantly became ragged, and then they all looked at Yi Chen in unison. Their eyes, without exception, were occupied by greed and avarice. Credits can exchange gold coins in the game, can buy the food provided by Smart Brain Pangu in the safe city, and can find women who sell their bodies for fun. There were so many things that credits could do, it was no different from before the meteorite fell. If one were to say the difference, it would be that, with credits now, one could buy more. The game's true techniques, true equipment, everything in the game, as long as someone was selling it, it could all be bought with credits. So, they went crazy. Charge! A loud roar came out, and a man with a crazy face rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's 5th limb, it's mine. Don't even grab it. Chop him. Waste his 5 limbs. A rampant roar rang out, and then they saw pieces and pieces of people carrying all sorts of real weapons, rushing towards Yi Chen. They knew that Yi Chen was at the innate realm, and they also knew that Yi Chen was an imperial-level martial general, but so what? In their opinion, the innate realm was only one realm higher than them, so it was no big deal. What's more, the strength in the game, brought to reality, would be severely shrunk. This was already a secret that everyone knew. There was nothing to worry about. Many people can suppress everything, and many people can do away with all disobedience. Yi Chen looked at the people who were madly rushing, disdainfully skimmed his mouth, and with a flick of his right hand's deicide gun, the aura that came out instantly changed. Overbearing, cold, killing intent wildly soared. The moment Yi Chen's powerful aura was completely unleashed, it instantly startled all the people rushing over. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. That was the feeling Yi Chen gave everyone at this moment. They had never thought that a person's aura could be so powerful to such an extent, and even if they had, it was only in words or movies. And now, such a person really appeared in front of their eyes, and it was still the person they had to deal with. They were startled, but Yi Chen was not. Looking at the people who stopped in unison and were shocked beyond words, Yi Chen smiled coldly before opening his mouth and drinking, die. After Yi Chen finished speaking, his right foot violently stepped on the ground. A loud bang instantly rang out. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's entire body instantly transformed into a stray arrow and rushed towards the crowd. Woo! The Godslayer gun came up with a sweeping blow. Puff, puff. A series of sounds rang out, and then it was seen that countless limbs and broken arms flew into the air. This was even mixed with 2 human heads. Bear, bear, bear. A large amount of blood crazily spurted outwards. Plop, plop. The body that was sliced in 2 fell to the ground. The intestines, the 5 organs in the stomach, clattered out. Hiss. The sound of pouring cold air rang out in pieces. The piece of the ground with at least 100 corpses was like a bright light in the dark night, stimulating everyone at the scene at all times. Yi Chen's single strike was as terrifying as this. This called some of them to think of the dominating scene in the Flood game where Yi Chen single-handedly picked off 1,000,000 players in Loyang. There, Yi Chen was equally terrifying, instantly killing hundreds of people with a single shot. And now, that terrifying side of the game was once again displayed in front of their eyes. Why? His strength is exactly the same as in the game. One person cried out with 2 horrified eyes. Isn't it the strength of reality that shrinks a lot? Why is Yi Chen still so powerful? Said one person with a panicked face as he gulped down his saliva with a gulp. However, no matter how much they panicked and wondered, Yi Chen had no intention of stopping at all. A gun stabbed out, and the heart shattered. A gun smashed down, and the head burst. A gun swung up, and the body was split into pieces. Yi Chen didn't use his innate true chi again, it wasn't worth it to deal with these people. Chapter 143 Despicable Humanity. The scent of blood began to waft around, and outside the reincarnation village in reality, the number of corpses was rapidly increasing. Yi Chen, one person, one shot, wherever he passed, not a single person could die intact. Either their heads exploded, or their bodies had an extra large hole. The most tragic ones were the ones who were smashed into pieces by Yi Chen's shot, hard and fast. The brutal, bloody images irritated those who wanted to kill Yi Chen to reap the benefits. Credit points, who will want, but at this moment, none of the people here, simply no one can walk under Yi Chen's gun for even one move. More and more people began to retreat, and then retreat again. The atmosphere of panic and fear was getting thicker and stronger. Huang Xiao's entire body froze when Yi Chen instantly killed hundreds of people with a single strike. And now, looking at Yi Chen's domineering, ferocious, and ruthlessness, Huang Xiao's legs couldn't help but shiver. Nima, what about the promised strength shrinkage? Is this ing strength shrinking too? I don't ing want money, I'll withdraw first. A person finally couldn't bear the fear of death and fled towards the distance with a scream. I still want to live, I don't want to die, Huang Xiao, I'm sorry. Another person gave up on the benefits and fled towards the distance. And then more and more people started to run away, playing with their lives. It was impossible not to run, Yi Chen was too ferocious. Nima, one photo, one shot and death. Who dared to go on? No one dared at all. Roar! A heavenly roar suddenly rang out. A red-haired tiger suddenly appeared from the back of the crowd, and then the wind will rise, in the blink of an eye into the size of a truck, tiger claws swing. Puff came. The person who escaped was instantly torn into two. Demonic beasts. There's a demonic beast. After a person saw this red-haired tiger that suddenly appeared, his pupils fiercely shrunk, and then he shouted shrilly. What to do? What to do? I don't want to die. A person shouted with some collapse. Huang Xiao also saw the huge red-haired tiger at this time, and in this instant, his face was uglier than swallowing a live fly. Came to catch Yi Chen, but the result is that Yi Chen is too brutal. Killing people is as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. This just want to run, well, all of a sudden jumped out of a big red-haired tiger, but also will look as not a good fight. At this time, the yellow young side of Zhao Arai hurriedly ran forward a few steps, put on a kneel on the ground, rushed to Yi Chen shouted. Yi boss, I'm Arai, Zhao Arai, it's these people who forced me to come here, really, I swear, it's them who forced me to come here, please, tell me to hide inside the village for a while, okay? When Huang Xiao heard this, his face sank, and then he was stunned. At this moment, he thought of a key that he had almost forgotten. Woo! Boom! A fleeing man was smashed into pieces by Yi Chen's gun, and a piece of intestines instantly fell onto Zhao Arai's head. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Arai at this moment, while walking over with slow steps. Boom, boom, click. The red-haired tiger was still at the back, constantly attacking those who wanted to escape. Its speed was extremely fast, and none of them could really escape from this area. One after another, they were mercilessly slapped to death by it, or had their heads bitten off in one bite. Tap, tap. Yi Chen arrived in front of Zhao Arai. Looking at the terrified Zhao Arai, he couldn't help but smile. Boss Yi, you remember me? When Zhao Arai saw that Yi Chen revealed a smile, he was instantly delighted and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Remember you? How could I not remember you? You are very good. Yi Chen nodded and said smilingly. Hearing this, Zhao Arai hurriedly cowed out and said. Boss Yi, I am sorry, I shouldn't have betrayed you, but they forced me to come. If I don't come, they are going to kill me. I know you are strong, it will be fine, in the future, I am your loyal little brother, what you tell me to do, I will do. Put the S fart. You bastard, it was you who shouted in the world channel that you have Yi Chen's address, and sold it for 1 billion, I just gave you 200 million here, and told you to lead the way, you bastard, you want to deny it? Huang Xiao, who was on one side, suddenly shouted angrily. Zhao Arai's face suddenly changed, hurriedly cowed out, and said. Not. Yi boss, what he said is false, he wants to lie to you, told you to kill me, he is very sinister. How can I betray you? You initially but spared my life, I have been thankful in my heart, you have to believe me Yi boss. Zhao Arai said like a sob, that is called a sincere, that is called a sincere. At first glance, he really was wrongly accused. Finished? Yi Chen sighed before opening his mouth and asking. Zhao Arai was dumbfounded. Know why I'm talking to you? Yi Chen looked at Zhao Arai and asked indifferently. Zhao Arai instantly had a bad premonition after hearing Yi Chen's words. You know what, the reason for keeping you alive for a little longer is because I still want to see the meanness of human nature, the dirtiness of human nature, and the shamelessness of human nature. When Yi Chen said this, Zhao Arai's entire body instantly trembled, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the Godslayer gun smashed down with a whoo sound. With a bang, Zhao Arai's head, along with the upper half of his body, was instantly smashed into pieces. Chapter 144 Heart as cold as ice, waves, and ripples. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Arai's corpse that was smashed to pieces by a shot, and his eyes grew colder and colder. Yi Chen, how about we make a deal? Huang Xiao made an effort to stabilize his emotions at this time, before looking at Yi Chen and asking. Not interested. Yi Chen coldly looked at Huang Xiao before continuing to walk forward. What do you want to do? A person who thought Yi Chen would stop, looked at Yi Chen who kept approaching and shouted with a face full of panic. He kept backing up again, however, Yi Chen just looked at him with an icy cold gaze before stabbing out with a gun. Puff came out. This shouting Huang Xiao's henchman was stabbed through the heart with a single shot from the deicide gun. Yi Chen didn't even look at it and casually flung his hand, the corpse hanging from the head of the gun instantly flew out. Boss Yi Chen. I'm wrong. Please, spare me. One person poofed and knelt on the ground, pleading with a face of fear. He realized that Yi Chen was very different, too brutal, too ruthless, completely treating human life like grass. He was panicked, scared, and didn't want to die, so he knelt down and begged for mercy. However, he only saw Yi Chen's tyranny, but ignored the rampancy and endless greed and avarice that they had just shown. Yi Chen still ignored it, and what responded to this person was only a merciless blow from the Godslayer gun. A loud bang came out. This person's body was instantly smashed into pieces by the violent force contained in the God-slaying lance. Dismembered limbs and broken arms flew into the distance, carrying blood, internal organs, blood-stained bones, and the rounded head. Roar! The sky-shattering roar was still resounding. The red-haired tiger behind Huang Xiao and the others didn't spare anyone who escaped, but all those who tried to run were killed by the red-haired tiger with a single strike without exception. The people here all discovered this cruel reality: run, you will die; don't run, you will still die. The reason why people are human is that they not only have intelligence, but also have all kinds of emotions and thoughts. And at this moment, the people here surprisingly consisted of. Terrified, chilled, their souls began to tremble and shudder. They were all afraid of death. They didn't want to die, they all wanted to live. Puff! Another person collapsed, a huge hole stabbed out of his heart. Boom! Another person was smashed apart by a huge force. Tap, tap. Yi Chen's footsteps didn't stop. Step by step, he walked towards the crowd that was scurrying around but didn't dare to escape at all. It was because they had nowhere to escape. No matter how they escaped, they would be buried under the sharp claws of the red-haired tiger. Some people frantically attacked, wanting to kill the red-haired tiger, so as to leave this place of despair in a hurry. However, his true weapon couldn't even knock down a single hair on the red-haired tiger, so what's the point of fighting for his life? Puff, puff. The Godslayer gun collected the lives of one person after another, shot after shot. The smell of blood in the air began to thicken. In this thick and very uncomfortable smell of blood, a flavor called panic gradually appeared more and more. Yi Chen! Do you have to rush to the end? A man with a hideous face roared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even look at him as the Godslayer gun continued to harvest one dirty soul after another. Boss Yi Chen, spare me, I won't dare anymore. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Boss Yi Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost my humanity just because of the credits. I was wrong. Spare me. Boss Yi Chen, I still have my parents, wife and children. Please, spare me. They simply can't get by without me. Malagobi, Yi Chen, you bastard. Are you still a human being? Can't you see that there are demonic beasts here? One after another who could not escape began to beg for mercy. Some even played the pity card, while others cursed madly. However, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, still cold, still ruthless. Yi Chen's right hand's deicide gun also never had the slightest pause. One gun, another gun, taking away the lives of one person after another. Yi Chen's heart was as cold as 10,000 years of ice at this moment. How these people begged for mercy, how they cried, how they cursed, could not cause the slightest ripple in Yi Chen's heart. Because Yi Chen did not want to have the slightest bit of mercy. What these people came here for, Yi Chen knew. If Yi Chen didn't have the strength, or wasn't strong, then there was only one result. Yi Chen would be brutally tortured, brutally removed his limbs, and even as that Huang Xiao said, his fifth limb would also be wasted. Yi Chen was very sure that these people would definitely do this. In Yi Chen's previous life, he had seen too much of the ugliness of human nature, and in this life, Joaria gave Yi Chen a reminder. Compassion, kindness, was simply not to be had. Enemies were meant to be killed, one could not be spared. The world had been brutalized after the shooting star fell, and those who could survive were always those who were resolute and decisive, with hearts like steel. The weak were the strongest, and the strong were honored. As Yi Chen walked, his speed began to accelerate, and the Godslayer gun went berserk. The number of people who died under the God-slaying lance began to rise by leaps and bounds. Right after Yi Chen stabbed through two people with one shot, Huang Xiao, who had retreated to the center of the crowd, shouted with a twisted face. Yi Chen! As long as you are willing. I can give you all my money, as long as you spare me, no, and ask me to hide in your village. Huang Xiao was completely scared of being killed by Yi Chen at the moment. He had never thought that a person could be strong to such an extent. It was even if he was strong in the game, but in reality, it was clear that his strength would shrink by at least half, but when it came to Yi Chen, he couldn't see any shrinkage at all. He guessed that Yi Chen had a secret about realistic strength. He wanted to know the secret, but he knew better, at this moment, if he couldn't tell Yi Chen, the god of killing, to stop. He would die, and die a horrible death, as his men did. So, he made a condition, to exchange all the money for his life. Just the thought of those tens of billions of credits being lost like that, his heart was like a knife cutting. That's why he shouted, even his expression twisted up. He hated Yi Chen, hated that Yi Chen was so brutal and didn't give him a chance to escape. He hated Yi Chen even more for wanting to snatch all of his wealth. However, he didn't dare to show his heart. He was afraid of Yi Chen's rejection. Once Yi Chen rejected, then there was only one thing that could happen to him, death. He was convinced of this, because Yi Chen was too brutal, killing people without any mercy. After Yi Chen heard Huang Xiao's words, he disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Credits were indeed good and could buy many things, but unfortunately, after entering the flood, credits were waste paper. Just at this moment, dense and hurried, urgent footsteps came from the distance. Chapter 145 Lobbying. Hearing the dense footsteps, Yi Chen frowned slightly. There were many people coming, and it was not difficult to make a judgment from that dense footsteps. It's really money and wealth, fans, people's eyes, interests move people's hearts. Thinking of this, the cold light in Yi Chen's eyes became even more intense. Puff, bang, bang. While Yi Chen was thinking, the Godslayer gun didn't stop in the slightest and was still harvesting the lives of Huang Xiao and the others without stopping. Yi Chen. I'm telling the truth, as long as you spare me, I'll really give you all my money, 13.9 billion credits, all of it. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't answer, Huang Xiao instantly panicked and hurriedly opened his mouth to shout. What heartache, what holding a grudge. At this moment, he didn't dare to think about it, he only wanted one thing now, to live. However, he still didn't get the slightest response from Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked forward like an idle stroll. Huang Xiao's people kept retreating and retreating again, and at this moment, they were already crowded together, and there was no way to retreat. There was the ruthless Yi Chen in front, and the tyrannical and ferocious red-haired tiger behind them. There was a road on both sides, but it was a dead end. Whoever dared to go, the red-haired tiger could instantly kill in the next second. Even if someone escaped from both sides at the same time, they couldn't escape from the lightning-fast red-haired tiger. Instead, more people would be killed. At this moment, the faces of Huang Xiao's men showed expressions of despair. They realized that Yi Chen didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. It was useless to beg for mercy, it was useless to cry, and it was just as useless to play the emotional card. The tip of the deicide gun was ticking with blood. Their hearts also became more and more desperate as the blood dripped. Yi Chen. Don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. A loud cry suddenly came from the grass. In the next second, a middle-aged man rushed out from the grass. He was quickly followed by a group of people, each holding a true weapon in their hands. Yi Chen glanced at the people, and his already strong killing aura boiled up again. Captain Hu, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Chen's icy cold to the core words then rang out. The person who came, Yi Chen recognized, was none other than Yi Chen's classmate, Hu Xiaoya's elder brother. When Yi Chen thought about it, he just didn't expect it to be him who came. In an instant, the tyrannical murderous aura emanated from Yi Chen's body one after another. The stream of Huang Xiao, Yi Chen didn't hate, nor would he be much angry. Because they were just a bunch of trash with endless desire but no powerful strength. However, the appearance of this head who stirred up Yi Chen's anger. It was because he had met Yi Chen and was even the brother of Yi Chen's classmate, Hu Xiaoya. Obviously, it was because of this relationship that the power behind him told him to bring people and come here to find Yi Chen. And this was the root cause of Yi Chen's anger. Nima, recognize good talk is not it, really when I have no temper. As for Head Hu being the mastermind, Yi Chen didn't think so, because from the first meeting, Yi Chen could see it. This Hu headmaster is an errand boy's life. Save me, quickly save me, Yi Chen is a murderer. He killed many people, you guys see, those people on the ground are all killed by him. Huang Xiao saw the visitor at this time. A strong light of hope instantly appeared in his eyes, and then he opened his mouth and shouted. As soon as his words landed on the ground, the 100 or so of his men who were still alive, one by one, instantly cried out in pain and howled miserably. Save us, we are all people, save us. Yi Chen is a murderer, really, a murderer, kill him, kill him. Yi Chen is inhuman, see, he's cold-blooded and heartless, he's killed so many people, kill him. One by one, it was as if they had seen the light of hope, they were shouting with excitement. It was because the people who came here were wearing camouflage uniforms. Head Hu naturally heard Huang Xiao and his men's shouts, but at the moment, he was so stimulated by Yi Chen's tyrannical killing aura that he didn't have the time to pay attention to Huang Xiao and the others. Taking a look at the limbs and broken arms all over the ground, as well as the piece of ground that was dyed red with blood, the corner of Head Hu's mouth couldn't help but twitch, before he looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth. Yi Chen, stop, this world has already become like this, there are also stronger and stronger demon races, humans can't kill each other anymore. Kill each other? According to your meaning, people should unite and work together to defend against the demon race? Yi Chen coldly glanced at Head Hu before opening his mouth to ask. Exactly, only when humans unite together can they live in this mutated world, and humans will not be exterminated. Head Hu nodded his head affirmatively before opening his mouth. What you said is very right, human beings do need to be united, only in this way will human beings not be extinguished. Yi Chen nodded, and then spoke. When Head Hu heard this, his face was immediately happy, he didn't expect Yi Chen to think so, then this time, the matter of coming here, had a good start. However, right at this moment, Yi Chen's icy cold to the core words rang out once again. But what does that have to do with me? Yi Chen, what do you mean? Head Hu's face changed before he asked in a deep voice. If this world didn't have those so-called chiefs, maybe I would seriously consider this matter. Yi Chen glanced at Head Hu before saying indifferently. Without leaders, how can humans fight against the demon race together? How can they live in this world? Hearing this, Head Hu's face changed once again before he said in a deep voice. Head Hu, tell the truth, you came here, what conditions did those people offer? Yi Chen gave a playful look at Head Hu and opened his mouth to ask. Hearing this, Head Hu was silent for a moment before opening his mouth and saying. If you're willing to join the Yan Huang Alliance, you'll be given the rank of Major General, and all the treasures in the Yan Huang Alliance can be used however you want. Is that all? What about the conditions? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and then he opened his mouth to ask. When Hedu heard this, he was silent for even longer, and only after a while did he open his mouth and say, hand over Reincarnation City, as well as Dianwei, Guojia, Zhaoyun, and all the secrets you know about the game. When Hedu said this, he paused for a moment and followed up by saying, Yi Chen, this world is different. Only by sharing the resources, humans can be in the game, getting stronger and stronger, and then back to reality. Only then can humans fight against the demon race. Pa. Yi Chen applauded with a smile on his face. Wonderful, keep talking, what else, don't hide it. Yi Chen, what exactly do you mean? When Hedu heard this, his face sank, and then he shouted angrily. He could see Yi Chen's perfunctory behavior. In fact, at the beginning, he could see it, but he still continued to persuade Yi Chen. However, by now, he realized that everything he said, Yi Chen didn't take it to heart at all. Chapter 146, The Innate Attack. What do I mean? Didn't I say that humans are united to fight against the demon race? And I agree, but what does this have to do with me? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, and then opened his mouth to ask. Are you not a human? Hedu shouted in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh wildly to the sky when he heard this. Only after a while did Yi Chen stop, and then he looked at Hedu and said indifferently. Hedu, we are all adults, don't say such childish words. You. Hedu frowned, then opened his mouth and drank. Yi Chen coldly glanced at Hedu, then said in a deep voice. All people have desires, desire for power, desire for wealth. Even before the meteor fall, these still existed, and now after the meteor fall, people's desires are infinitely amplified. Everything I have is my own efforts to get. You now a sentence for the survival of mankind. Want me to hand it all over? Is it you stupid, or I am stupid? Don't talk to me about solidarity, and don't come to reason with me under the guise of the survival of mankind, holding up the banner of justice. Sharing resources? Ridiculous. Do you have a playpen there? I think there should be. Who's using it? As soon as Yi Chen's words landed, Hedu instantly fell silent. Game warehouse, this thing, nowadays, basically all the existences that called themselves big powers would have it. Whether they got it by chance or by trickery, as long as they entered a safe city, basically they could get a game warehouse. Those who logged into the game using a game warehouse could boost the strength that the game translated into reality, gaining a 5 to 15% bonus. No one would not value it, no one would not take it seriously. Yi Chen's sentence brought out the thing that Hedu was most reluctant to bring up. The Yan Huang Alliance also had game silos, but the ones who used them were not those soldiers who were strong in all qualities. Instead, they were those gentry. Yi Chen glanced at Hedu, and then continued. Demon race, I will deal with it by myself. I don't need to work together with you guys, much less share any bull resources. I am who I am. What you guys do is your business. Don't confuse me with you guys. They want to get something for nothing? Go back and tell them that if they want to rob me, they can, as long as their fists are big and hard enough. Feel free to come. When Hedu heard this, his face turned green and white for a while, and only after a while did he open his mouth. Yi Chen, haven't you ever thought that by handing over the things in the game, you will get more? Hedu, don't challenge my patience. I didn't kill you. It's not that I didn't dare to kill you or didn't want to kill you. You're nothing but a puppet. You have to be thankful that you came here without revealing your intention to kill, and that I wanted to ask you to go back and pass on a message. Otherwise, you would have become a corpse long ago. This is your last chance. Now, get lost right now, otherwise, I'll die here for me. As Yi Chen said this, his right-hand deicide gun violently shook. Buzz. Air-bursting sounds rang out in an instant. Good. I'll leave, but these people, I'll take them away. Hedu's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly pointed at Huang Xiao and the others and said, Them? Yi Chen coldly smiled and casually waved his right-hand deicide gun. An air blade instantly appeared, and then rose against the wind. In the next second, a series of bared sounds rang out. Plop, plop. Hundreds of corpses sliced in two fell to the ground. Only Huang Xiao Liantong's men, without exception, were all sliced into two by the air blades. Blood and intestines flowed all over the place. You. Hedu was instantly furious. You want to die? Yi Chen coldly looked at Hedu and asked. Toad-hitting hatchet, what a big mouth. Don't think that just because you're at the innate realm, you can be so rampant as to ignore everyone. A cold snort suddenly came out. Yi Chen looked at the sound, only to see the three of them walk out from the grass with awesome faces. Yi Chen, it's not too late to regret now. Hedu was relieved when he saw the trio, and then looked at Yi Chen and said in a deep voice. If soft doesn't work, come to hard. It's really still the same set, just as despicable, just as shameless, just as disgusting. Yi Chen smiled coldly before looking at the three people who had just appeared. What are you looking at? Old me is also at the innate realm, and all three of us are. One person raised his eyebrows before opening his mouth and drinking. Yi Chen, I didn't expect it. Advancing to the innate doesn't have to be a true gungfu. As long as it's a king-level gungfu, it's fine. A man said with a smug face. Now hurry up and kneel down, scrap your own arms, we can still spare your life, otherwise, you will die a horrible death. The third person smiled sinisterly before speaking. No way. You can't waste Yi Chen, you can only defeat him. When Headhu heard this, his eyebrows suddenly frowned, before he droned out in a deep voice. Yo, Headhu, do you really think that the three of us are sincere in joining that Bullion Huang alliance? A man glanced at Headhu, before asking playfully. You guys? When Headhu heard this, his face changed wildly and he shouted with an angry expression. Ah, what are you wasting words with him, all our ants if they don't enter the innate, now that we have found Yi Chen, then the Yenuang alliance is useless, and everything of Yi Chen, we receive. Right, there's also this reincarnation village in reality. A man laughed maniacally. Boss, I've overlooked this if you didn't say it, this Yi Chen is also awesome, being able to build a reincarnation village in reality. A person was slightly stunned before speaking. I didn't expect that there are village building orders with the word real, and even more so, a village built in reality can also be used as a safe zone. A person heatedly laughed, and then opened his mouth. Ha ha ha. Now this is all ours. The boss of the three said with a smug expression. Yi Chen looked at the three people who were acting as if no one else was there and raised his eyebrows before opening his mouth and asking, finished? Ha? Brothers, see, by now, there's still someone who dares to act like a pussy? The oldest of the three asked with a feigned look of surprise. It's okay, pretend, if you don't pretend you won't have the chance to pretend, because right away, we will beat him into. A man raised his eyebrows while speaking. But it's just three trash, still really think you are a character. Yi Chen laughed coldly. Boss, someone is not convinced. A person opened his mouth and called out. Go on. Mutilate him, be careful, don't kill him, I still want Reincarnation City, there's Guijia, Xiaoyun, Dianwei, and yes, there's also Diachan. The boss of the three laughed out loud, before opening his mouth and drinking. Chapter 147 One Shot to Death. Ah, don't worry, boss, guarantee to maim and not kill. After a rampant laugh, the three of them invoked a long knife in unison and slashed viciously towards Yi Chen. Snort, snort, snort. The three-knife chi instantly appeared before slicing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes and casually waved his right-hand deicide gun. Boo, 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 three sounds came. Only to see that the knife chi, which was still sharp, turned into a ball of gas in an instant, and then dissipated into thin air. How is that possible? A person shouted in shock. Damn, am I seeing things? This is Blade Chi, Naya, how did it get dispersed all of a sudden? A person shouted incredulously. No, Yi Chen's strength hasn't gotten lower. The boss of the three, his face suddenly sank, before he opened his mouth and drank. A loud bang came out. Yi Chen's right foot violently stepped on the ground, and then his entire body instantly flew towards the three brothers. Die! Yi Chen shouted explosively, and the God Slayer gun then stabbed out. A simple and rough shot, halfway but turned into three spearheads at once. Not good. Quickly dodge. The face of the eldest of the three changed instantly, before he shouted in shock. In the next second, the three brothers leapt out towards the distance in unison. However, the sound of air breaking rang out just then. Puff, puff, puff. Three sounds came, and the three brothers, who had just run no more than a step, stopped in unison. They coincidentally looked down to the heart. There is a fist-sized hole, is gurgling flow of blood. 4. Why? Is it so strong? The eldest of the three finished with a disbelieving face. Plop and planted on the ground. I don't want to die. I just had the innate realm, and still have a great life. The oldest and second of the three finished with a face of unwillingness, and fell to the ground right after him. I hate it so much. The oldest of the three finished and planted himself on the ground immediately after. Looking at the corpses of the three, Yi Chen disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Three self-righteous fools really think that casually get a king-level gung-fu, advanced into the innate is powerful. Without the true technique, it would be strange if the innate true chi didn't kill you in the end. Thinking of this, Yi Chen right-hand flung, deicide gun then have grip into diagonal lift, and then looked at the face of shocked Hu Head, said in a cold voice. Take the words back, want to come to find me trouble, please feel free, but be prepared to die, no matter what reason they use. Yi. Hu Chief opened his mouth, the words reached his mouth and was blocked back by Yi Chen's icy cold eyes. After a long while, Head Hu then nodded heavily before opening his mouth. I will bring the words to them, what they will do, I don't know, that's not something I can get involved in, however, Yi Chen, I want to tell you something. Speak. Yi Chen frowned before speaking. Xiao Yu is getting married. Head Hu was silent for a moment before speaking. What does Hu Xiaoya wanting to marry have to do with me? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then looked at Head Hu and asked with a surprised face. Aren't you Xiao Yu's boyfriend? Head Hu frowned, then opened his mouth and asked. Idiot, too lazy to care about you. Yi Chen gave Head Hu a blank stare and waved, before turning around and walking towards the thatched hut. Seeing this, the red-haired tiger gave a disdainful look at the people brought by Head Hu, before leaping and coming to Yi Chen's side, following him as he marched towards the thatched hut. Isn't that a demonic beast? One person was dumbfounded before speaking. It should be a demonic beast, right? But why would it follow him? It can't be that he raised it, right? It's also possible that he has a secret method for controlling demonic beasts. When Head-Who heard this, his face suddenly changed, and then he rushed at the men who were talking and shouted, "All shut the up!" Yi-Chen was too ferocious, killing so many people without changing his face, and also killed 3 innate realm powerhouses with one shot. He didn't want to ask Yi-Chen to misunderstand anything. Yi-Chen naturally heard the soldiers' comments, but Yi-Chen didn't care. Having one more or one less secret on his body was completely unimportant to Yi-Chen. Even if it wasn't, they would still connect towards Yi-Chen. So, there was no need to care. Think what you want. Yi-Chen was lazy. Yi-Chen walked a few steps, suddenly remembered something, then stopped, looked at Head-Who and spoke. I suddenly remembered something. In this city, the boss of that what's-his-name base is surnamed Neo, right? If I'm not mistaken, the one that Hu Xiaoye is going to marry is his son, right? If I remember correctly, that kid seems to have gone to a secret realm of some sort and gotten a secret book on flower picking. If you want Hu Xiaoye to live well, it's best to take Hu Xiaoye away from that base. Originally, Yi-Chen was thinking about the identity of the person behind Commander Hu to come. Thinking about it, memories about that Commander Neo and also Duke Neo surfaced one by one. In this city, the so-called Yenhuan League's ally was that Commander Neo in his previous life, but he hadn't raked in a lot of goodies. As for Yi-Chen knowing the secret of that son of his, it was also because in his previous life, there was a person who assassinated that Neo Gonzi 3 times. He didn't want to end up being seriously injured, and when he was dying, he ran into Yi-Chen and told him the secret that Mr. Neo had hidden for a long time. That Neo Gonzi's ability to pick flowers was out of this world, but any woman that he picked, without exception, would turn into a dry corpse in less than 3 days. What do you mean? When Head-Who heard this, he froze and asked with a puzzled face. It's a free gift, at least a classmate. It's up to you whether you can comprehend it or not. Yi-Chen shrugged his shoulders, and after saying that, he no longer paid attention to Head-Who. Head-Who, the secret flower picking book won't be some kind of kung fu that picks in and replenishes yang, right? A person suddenly asked with some doubts. That's not right. Isn't this kung fu all made up? Where is there such kung fu? A person said in disbelief. You're silly. The kung fu in this game can be brought to reality. What's virtual or not? Can't you see Yi-Chen is so powerful? He must have powerful kung fu. One person opened his mouth and said. It really could be, but how does Yi-Chen know if Mr. Neo really knows the kung fu of flower picking? Then Xiao Yu. One person said here and shut up at once. On the side of the head of Hu, but the face changed again and again. He did not expect Yi-Chen would say this. It seemed absurd, but Head-Who's heart kept telling him that it was true. Damn! Head-Who roared angrily. However, in the next second, his face turned ironic. Chief, say it. What to do? A man asked loudly. Yes, Headmaster, say what to do. We're done with you. Another person spoke up. I've long been displeased with that bull Duke, a single person, but he wants to hog 3 gaming silos. Right, Chief, you give the word. What to do? The brothers will follow you. One after another chose to stand on Head-Who's side, and then quietly waited for Head-Who to give his word. Head-Who gave his men a glance full of gratification before looking at Yi-Chen and shouted, Yi-Chen, let's make a deal. Chapter 148, 10 treasures for the outlay fee. When Yi-Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned before turning to look at Head-Who and asked with a smile on his face. What do you have that can impress me? Yi-Chen told Head-Who about that Neo Gonzi's news, but also to get that Neo commander into some trouble. Whether the trouble was big or small, Yi-Chen didn't care. As long as he could cause trouble for that Neo commander, Yi-Chen would be happy. Only what Yi-Chen didn't expect was that Hu Xiaojuan's reaction seemed to be a bit big. However, it was understandable. Hu Xiaoye was his only sister. As long as he was not a cold-blooded animal, he would not watch Hu Xiaoye suffer. After seeing Yi-Chen's expression, Head-Who froze slightly before saying in a deep voice. Help me kill Commander Neo and also Duke Neo, and you can choose any 3 of the things within the Yen Huang Alliance's warehouse. 3 pieces? Too little, not interested. What's more, the things in the warehouse you mentioned are probably all trash, so don't fool me with that. Yi-Chen refused without hesitation. The things in the warehouse all appeared after the meteor shower. I can guarantee that none of the things there were originally found on Earth. Head-Who frowned before speaking. In that case, Yi-Chen heard this and was silent for a moment before raising his hand. 10 pieces. Not even one less piece. Head-Who's face changed when he heard Yi-Chen's lion's share of the money, and then said angrily. There are only 12 pieces in total in the warehouse, you want 10? Forget it if you don't want to. Yi-Chen shrugged his shoulders indifferently before speaking. Good. I promise you. However, you must promise to kill both of them. Head-Who was silent for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said. I can't guarantee this. In case they have some means to save their lives and fly off at once, I don't care about this. Yi-Chen skimmed his mouth, then opened his mouth and said. When Head-Who heard this, he was stunned, and then his face turned not so good and said. As long as they are still in the safe city, you must kill both of them. This is no problem. Originally I didn't intend to let them go. Yi-Chen indifferently shrugged his shoulders and said. Yi Chen was telling the truth, people had come to the door, how could Yi Chen just let it go? Previously, when he told Head Hu about the news of Niu Gongzi, it was also to give Commander Niu a hard time. If he went directly to the safe city and settled the score with that Niu commander, he would most likely kill the sky, and there was no telling how much less time he would have. It was important to know that after 3 days in the game, Yi Chen still had to attack right Beiping City. 1 day in reality, 3 days passed in the game. That was why Yi Chen didn't bother with them for the time being, instead choosing to have Head Hu deliver the message. But now it was different. Yi Chen didn't expect the Yin-Huan alliance to have things that only appeared after the meteor fall. Those things were all treasures without exception, and their uses varied. Wasting some time for the sake of the treasures was a good deal in Yi Chen's opinion. Moreover, with Leader Hu, a local snake, leading the way, the process would be smooth and wouldn't necessarily take long. You. When Head Hu heard this, his face changed, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to say this. This was simply a rogue act. Head Hu, can I ask what caused you to have a killing heart? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and then opened his mouth to ask. Head Hu was silent for a moment before opening his mouth. Xiaoyu also hasn't been home for a day. Niu Gongzi sent someone to send word that Xiaoyu is sick and needs to recuperate. Then Commander Niu ordered me to come here to kill you. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and then spoke. Luckily, you didn't move to kill. However, I have to admire old Ox. This guy plays this hand smoothly. Kill me. Reincarnation City is without a master. If you can't kill me, you're dead, and the benefits are all his. Not bad, not bad. Hearing this, Head Hu's face suddenly became gloomy. Then he looked at Yi Chen and opened his mouth to ask. Are you really not worried about Xiaoyu? Yi Chen's brows immediately frowned, before he opened his mouth and asked. Why should I worry about her? She and I are just classmates, or the kind of classmates who have accumulated no more than 10 words up to now. Do you think I must be worried about her? Head Hu was silent for a moment before sighing and saying. Thanks to the fact that she often mentioned you, and because of her, I didn't tell Commander Niu your name, but unfortunately, in the end, someone still said it, but that idiot didn't get any benefits, and was directly cut off by Commander Niu's head with a knife. Hearing this, Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes and glanced at Commander Hu, before smilingly saying. Let's go to meet Commander Niu, and that Niu Gongzi, if possible, I'll try to hand them over to you alive, death by 1,000 cuts, boiled and braised, feel free to do as you please. Go. Head Hu nodded heavily, then turned around and led his men towards the grass. Yi Chen then looked at Yen Hu by his side and said softly. Watch the house here, no matter who dares to come in, slaughter him. Even if it's one of these people who came here, and one of them comes back and wants to enter the village, slaughter him for me. Ow. The yen tiger nodded its huge tiger head, while then rubbed its head against Yi Chen's pants leg. Yi Chen smiled faintly before turning around and walking towards Head Hu and his men. However, as soon as Yi Chen followed the large troop this time, a sharp cat's cry suddenly rang out. Meow. Chapter 149 Little Black Cat. The moment Yi Chen heard the cat's cry, his brows immediately frowned, and with a move of his right hand, the Godslayer gun instantly appeared. Roar! The tiger's roar then rang out in the sky, and the tiger scurried to Yi Chen's side with a whoosh sound, looking fiercely towards the north. While Yi Chen started to be vigilant here, Head Hu's men were all startled, and then hurriedly invoked their true weapons and looked around vigilantly. What kind of cat is this? How is this sound? How big? Damn, can't be a demonic beast. Before to kill a fierce beast level big cat, have died more than 50 brothers, this if a demonic beast. Yi Chen. Help us return safely to the safe city, all 12 treasures are yours. Head Hu's firm and incomparable words came over right at this moment. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise, but he didn't bother to pay attention to Head Hu and directly looked to the north. Yo, no wonder the smell of blood is so thick, so it's human infighting. A sharp and crisp voice suddenly rang out. And then a pure black kitten was seen, appearing in the crowd's line of sight. It was lying on a tree branch, crossing its legs and flicking its tail, very free and easy. A cat that will talk? Nima, this is a demonic beast? Damn, long time to see, there really is a demon race, there really is a talking animal. I just heard someone shouting Yi Chen, may I ask, is it the same Yi Chen from the game? The little black cat flashed a pair of cat eyes and opened its mouth to ask. As soon as the little black cat's words landed, the cold aura in both of Yi Chen's eyes instantly appeared, and then his right hand's deicide pistol raised his hand. Buzz. The sound of breaking air came, a column of air instantly flew out, and then flew rapidly towards the little black cat. The little black cat that was calmly looking at the scene was startled, the pupils of the cat's eyes were violently erected, and then dabbed and leapt to the distance. Puff sound came, just where the little black cat stayed, instantly appeared a bowl-thick hole. Keep hiding, let's see how long you can hide. Yi Chen coldly smiled, and the Godslayer gun stabbed continuously in the void. 5 pillars of chi instantly appeared, sealing off all the locations where the little black cat could hide. Don't! I'm not here to fight, I'm here to ask for your help. The little black cat's cat eyes instantly revealed a look of panic, and it hurriedly twisted its body before shouting shrilly. A loud bang came out. The little black cat that twisted its body into a twist was ultimately blasted by a column of air. Meow. A miserable cry instantly came out from its mouth, and then it was seen that the little black cat's cattail broke off. When Yi Chen saw this, both of his eyes narrowed and his right foot violently stepped on the ground. A bang sound came out. Yi Chen's entire body instantly bounced towards the small black cat that landed on the ground. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll make a deal with you, really, a deal." The little black cat shouted in terror. It originally thought that Yi Chen would at most injure it, but the cruel reality told it that what it thought was wrong. If it was attacked by Yi Chen to the vitals, it would be directly killed in seconds instead of being injured. However, the little black cat thought wrong again, and what answered it was not Yi Chen's words, but the icy cold tip of the deicide gun. Just when the Godslayer gun was about to stab the little black cat's head, the little black cat cried out in a shrill voice, "God dog era, I know where it is." When Yi Chen heard this, he was stunned, and the Godslayer gun that had just touched the little black cat's head instantly stopped. A drop of blood then flowed out from the little black cat's head. The little black cat's two cat eyes were nervous and incomparable as it looked at the tip of the Godslayer gun and said without moving, "I really know where Era is. As long as you can slaughter it to avenge my sister, I will give you the treasure I picked up." "How do you know that I will be interested in Era?" Yi Chen looked at the little black cat and asked coldly. "Boss Yi, Irana is in the world channel, didn't say much about looking for you, but also clamored to kill you." A person opened his mouth at this time and shouted, "Pa! You asshole, don't say everything." A person gave the person who just spoke a slap on the head, and then rebuked in a deep voice. "Era, that is so say well. You." Yi Chen heard this, both eyes narrowed, cold killing intent instantly surged out. "Say, where is Irana?" Yi Chen looked at the little black cat and asked coldly. "Damn, Era, is that Era? I clearly remember that in my previous life, Era was not in this city. How is this city now? Could it be that it has since gone to another city? It should be, this even the demon race is chasing and killing, not to run would be strange. 100 miles from here, there is a big mountain, there is a cave there, Era and its mistress are there." Hearing this, the little black cat hurriedly spoke. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled coldly, and with a grab of his left hand, he grabbed the neck of the little black cat, while lifting it up, and spoke. "You better not have lied to me, otherwise, you will die a miserable death." "No, absolutely no, I swear, I didn't lie to you. Era forced on my sister is now looking for Era's trouble every day, but every day was Era's on, and came back to tears. I want to give my sister revenge." The little black cat hurriedly opened its mouth and said. When Yi Chen heard this, he was stunned. "Nima, this drama is not right. Was forced on, but also went to revenge. Revenge is not strong again, once not, but also two times not, every day to go. Nima, this is the revenge to go, or be on the addiction." At this moment, not only Yi Chen stayed, is who head of the men, one by one you look at me, I look at you, are a little confused. Such an obvious amusing revenge was actually said to be serious by the little black cat, they didn't laugh out, even if it was good. "Let's go, if what you say is true, Era I will kill, also, your treasure, first give me out." Yi Chen exhaled a long breath, and then opened his mouth. You humans are the most cunning, I take out my treasures, will you really go and kill Era?" When the little black cat heard this, it hesitated, and was silent for a moment before opening its mouth and asking. "Believe it or not, if you don't take it, I will kill you now." Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes, then said coldly. "You have to keep your words." The little black cat hesitated for a moment, and then with a wave of its cat claws, an oversized array disc appeared on the ground. "What level of spirit gathering formation disc is this? Why is it so big?" Chapter 150 Calculation. After Yi Chen was surprised, his right hand shook, and the Godslayer gun was withdrawn from his body, and then he grabbed towards the spirit gathering formation plate in the void. A whoosh sound came out. The extra-large spirit gathering formation disc then flew into Yi Chen's hands. This was Spirit Gathering Formation Disc Heaven Grade, Upper Grade, autonomously gathers the energy of the heavens and earth to generate spirit stones. The gathering range is 10,000 miles in a radius, and it can generate 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones per day. Top-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Yi Chen's two eyes shrunk violently. One piece of top-grade spirit stone, equivalently, was equivalent to 100 pieces of middle-grade spirit stones, and if it was exchanged for lower-grade spirit stones, it would be 10,000 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. The Earth-grade spirit gathering array disc that Yi Chen had previously obtained could only generate lower-grade spirit stones. However, even if it was lower-grade spirit stones, it was enough to draw Yi Chen's attention. This was because spirit stones were a strategic resource, a source of energy for the territory and reality, and even more so, a currency after entering the floodplain. Strange, aren't medium to top grade or even extreme grade spirit gathering formation discs that will only pop out when they reach the flood wilderness. How could it appear directly on the earth? Yi Chen's doubts just appeared, and then disappeared without a trace. The treasures that landed on the ground were quite a lot. There were many that Yi Chen didn't know about and had never even heard of, so there was nothing to be surprised about. "The treasure is given to you, now can you go kill Era?" Seeing Yi Chen not moving, the little black cat couldn't help but ask with some anxiety. Yi-Chen smiled faintly, and then received the spirit gathering array disc heaven grade, upper grade into his storage space. I'm satisfied with your treasures. As a reward, you can go now. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, he threw the little black cat out. Despicable, shameless. After the little black cat landed on the ground, it screamed shrilly at Yi-Chen. Any more nonsense and I'll kill you. Yi-Chen coldly looked at the little black cat before opening his mouth and drinking. You don't keep your word. The little black cat was scared by Yi-Chan's eyes that were full of killing intent, so it couldn't help but take a step back before shouting shrilly. Hurry up and get lost. Yi-Chen said coldly, and after saying that, he sprinted towards the north, and in a few rises and falls, he ran 100 meters away. Yi-Chen. Don't forget, we still have a deal. When Headhu saw that Yi-Chen unexpectedly rushed towards the north, his face changed and he hurriedly shouted at Yi-Chen. Unfortunately, Yi-Chen didn't answer Headhu at all. Headhu frowned and thought that Yi-Chen wouldn't answer. However, just as Yi-Chen leapt up again, Yi-Chen gave Headhu an answer. He only saw Yi-Chen raise his right hand and then put up a domineering middle finger. After Headhu saw Yi-Chen's middle finger that was erected for him to see, his face instantly turned ironic, but very quickly, it returned to normal. The little black cat looked blankly at Yi-Chen's direction of departure and just wanted to chase after him, but Yen-Hu slapped his paw over at this moment. A bang sound was heard. The little black cat instantly fainted. Yen-Hu's tiger face immediately showed a cheap smile expression, and then carrying the little black cat in his mouth, he ran towards the big forest. Chief, what do we do? A person smacked his lips and then opened his mouth to ask. Why don't we wait for Yi-Chen here? One person opened his mouth and suggested. We can't wait here, go back to the safe city. Headhu was silent for a moment before opening his mouth. But headmaster, if we go back like this, you'll. One person frowned and said. I don't believe it, he dares to kill me in front of everyone. At most, he will only punish me a little bit. As long as I wait for Yi-Chen to come over, I will be able to solve them. Headhu took a deep breath before speaking. Yi-Chen shouldn't be coming, I just saw that he even gave his middle finger. A person opened his mouth and said. Impossible, he promised. Headhu frowned before speaking. But, he just didn't respond at all. Instead, he went to find that what's his name era without hesitation. A person sighed and said. I'm sure he'll come, for sure. Headhu shouted in a deep voice. As soon as Headhu's words landed on the ground, a p sounded immediately. Headhu's eyes fiercely shrunk, and then he looked down at his chest, where another blood-stained longsword, the tip of which had completely pierced through his body. Coughing. Coughing. Coughing, Headhu coughed violently for several times, before turning his head to look. Puff, puff, puff. A dozen sounds came. Only to see 13 weapons, poking into Headhu's body in unison, while zapping through. Little Tiger document anti-stealing print, fine machine candidate Little Tiger, stable reliable, do not step on pit. Cough. 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 More violent cough, once again sounded. 4. Why? Said Hu leader with a disbelieving face. Along with his words, a large amount of blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. Headhu, people go high, water flows low, don't blame the brothers for being ruthless. Duke Nyo promised that as long as you are resolved, each person will have 1 million credits, and moreover, will be the first to obtain a king-level technique. A person sighed, and then opened his mouth. It turns out that he has long wanted to kill me. Headhu suddenly realized, and then his face turned red. Blame it on you being too stupid. You actually found out long ago that Hu Xiaoye was dead, but you froze and pretended not to find out. Unfortunately, you can't hide it from the ally even if you pretend to be more like it. Otherwise, why did you call you to come here? Do you think it's to give you the chance to find Yi-Chen to give you revenge? A person said with a disdainful skim. You guys? When Headhu heard this, his entire body suddenly became agitated. Don't get excited, the more excited you get, the sooner you will die. A man laughed before speaking. It's a pity that Yi-Chen didn't fall for it. I don't know if he really saw it, or if he just rushed into it. A person sighed before speaking. Damn, it would have been good if Yi-Chen had been tricked. Anesthetics can be used. It's an elephant that comes for a moment and has to be fainted. Yi-Chen's innate realm isn't as powerful as it should be. A person viciously spat while speaking. I feel that Yi-Chen saw that old who lied, or else he wouldn't have given his middle finger just now. A person sighed before speaking. Then why did he still agree? A person asked in disbelief. Then how do I know? Maybe it's, the artist is bold. Whether he can see it or not, anyway, if we kill Hu Daolong, at least 1 million credits, the first batch to get the king-level merit law is not running. Isn't this a better favor from the ally? If Yi-Chen really went over, it would be good. A person heatedly laughed. Right at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly rang out. Roar! Chapter 151, Oddball Combination. Each of Headhu's men's faces changed in unison. Headhu, however, revealed a quick smile. Cough. Cough. You all have to be buried with me. Headhu used his last strength to roar out a sentence, and then lost his voice. A loud bang came out. A truck-sized red-haired tiger suddenly leapt out, with two huge tiger eyes that looked ferociously at Head Who's men. Damn it, isn't that Yi Chen's tiger? It can't be Yi Chen returning, right? Why the hell do I feel like it's what we said that was heard by this tiger, and then it even understood it? What should we do? This tiger can't break through the defense, our true weapons, their grade is too low. Run! A loud shout came out, and a group of people began to frantically flee. Yen Hu teasingly glanced at the crowd before charging forward, the tiger's claws flipping, one after another was slapped to death by Yen Hu's claws. It didn't take long, the thousands of men of Hu's headmaster, one by one, were all killed by Yen Hu. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yen Hu skimmed the tiger's mouth, and then strutted towards the woods. If Yi Chen was here, he would definitely praise Yen Hu for a good job. At first, Yi Chen really believed it, thinking that Head Hu was trying to save Hu Xiaoye and then looking for a deal with himself. Head Hu's calculations were loud and clear, how could Yi Chen not see it? That was completely empty glove behavior. After killing the old bull, then whatever treasures of the Yan Huang alliance would still be Yi Chen's. Yi Chen didn't point it out, so the opening was 10 pieces. Originally, he thought that there would be at most 7 or 8 treasures there, but he didn't expect it to be 12. However, Yi Chen didn't count on it. As long as he got rid of that old bull and also the calf, Yi Chen would also be quite peaceful. It was out of this consideration that Yi Chen agreed to the deal. Only when it came to the later part, when Head Hu mentioned Hu Xiaoye again and again, Yi Chen began to have doubts in his heart. People who played the emotional card often had ulterior motives. It was also at that moment that Yi Chen no longer trusted this Head Hu. By the time the little black cat appeared, Yi Chen went to look for Era, but Head Hu anxiously reminded Yi Chen about the deal. At that moment, Yi Chen was already sure that Head Hu was counting on his own affairs, so, without hesitation, he raised a middle finger. Yen Hu, who was originally going to do a great thing, heard Yi Chen's name and returned midway, and after hearing that these people were targeting Yi Chen, he directly took action to finish off Head Hu's men. No, just after doing the deed, Yen Hu ran to the woods. Not long after, the little black cat's scream came from the woods. Ah! You damn tiger, hurry up and let go of me. If Yi Chen was here, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Nima, this inflammatory tiger is really too thieving, even without a teacher, according to the little black cat's previous account of what happened to her sister, all used on the little black cat. In the north, Yi Chen sped all the way, 100 miles of road, but used half an hour. Until a large mountain appeared in front of him, Yi Chen stopped. This is a circle of how big the territory, all the way running over, but even a fierce beast did not encounter, really can urinate. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked around, after not finding any abnormalities, looked up at the large mountain not far away. The mountain was 1,000 meters high, a new mountain that appeared after the meteorite fell. Although it was a newly appeared big mountain, the mountain was not bare, instead it was lush and full of trees. Yi Chen was already in the innate realm and had excellent eyesight, and soon saw a cave on the mountainside. That should be the lair of that dog Era. Thinking of this, Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes, and then sprinted towards the mountainside. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to arrive at the entrance of the cave. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the cave, a high-pitched cry came out from within the cave. Yi Chen, who heard this sound, couldn't help but be stunned, and then raised his eyebrows and rushed towards the cave and loudly shouted, Era, quickly come out to die. With Yi Chen's loud shout, the screaming sound came to an abrupt end, and in the next second, a roar of extreme anger came out. Malagobi, disturbing Grandpa's good deed, Grandpa told you to die. Yi Chen smiled coldly, and with a move of his right hand, the dark and thick deicide gun appeared instantly. A whoosh sound came out, only to see a black shadow suddenly leaping out from the cave. At the same time, a cry of lust followed. Hurry up and settle it, old lady hasn't had enough fun yet. Got it, you want it every day. A tangled voice came out from the black shadow's mouth. Boom came. The black shadow landed on the ground. A giant husky the size of a bison instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Ha! How come it's a human? Era froze when he saw Yi Chen, and then said in surprise. The moment Yi Chen saw Era, he immediately confirmed its identity. It was the god dog Era that was so powerful in his previous life that he was hunted down by the human and demon races together. It's a human? When was there such a strong person? Is it handsome? Inquiring voices came from the cave. The identity of the person speaking in the cave, Yi Chen could guess it even if he didn't see it, there was no one else except for Era's strange mistress. Damn, old me is the most handsome. When I break this little brat's third leg, you can see if he's handsome or not. When Era heard this, he became furious, and then roared viciously. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and the deicide gun stabbed out with a buzz sound. The pupils of Era's two dog eyes violently shrunk, it felt a hint of danger, hastily jumped, narrowly avoided Yi Chen's gun. Right at this moment, Era's mistress, that young woman's voice came over again, and it was getting louder and louder. You're also really, what kind of vinegar you're eating, if you're good looking, when my mom has had enough, you'll eat him. As soon as the young woman's words were finished, she also came to the entrance of the cave, and the moment she saw Yi Chen, her eyes went straight. So handsome. I'm angry. Era roared angrily. Die aside, no, go and arrest him for me, old lady wants to have a good time for a few days. The young woman ordered with unparalleled joy. This Nima. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth involuntarily twitched. The young woman wasn't ugly. At this moment, there were no clothes on, her body was no match, her face was no match. Putting it before the meteor fall, it was definitely an extremely good model. Only, this Thai power was really a bit big. Slut, hurry back to the cave, this person is a bit dangerous. Era glanced at Yi Chen at this time, and then looked at the Godslayer gun in Yi Chen's right hand. The dog's face immediately tightened, and then rushed at the young woman and opened her mouth to roar. Chapter 152 Beauty Alliance. Really? The young woman asked doubtfully. Yi Chen coldly smiled, and his right foot violently stepped on the ground. A loud bang came out. Yi Chen's entire body flew towards Era, and the deicide gun in his right hand smashed into Era without hesitation. Damn, you really think I'm made of clay? When Era saw Yi Chen using the gun as a stick, his two dog eyes reddened for no reason before he roared angrily. In its heart, Yi Chen was beating him like a dog. Although he was really a dog, this feeling made him very unhappy. Although Era was enraged, he didn't resist the strike of the Godslayer gun and hurriedly jumped. Yi Chen smiled coldly, the Godslayer gun stopped instantly, and then withdrew, followed by a stab. Between lightning and fire, the change of move was completed. The pupils of the dog's eyes of the mid-air Era shrunk violently, and a feeling of extreme danger appeared in his heart. Not good. As soon as the exclamation of alarm appeared, a put sound then came out. Ow. A mournful and miserable howl instantly came out from Era's mouth. He did his best to avoid the key points, but he still couldn't completely avoid the thunderous strike of the Godslayer gun. A bang sound came out. Era fell heavily to the ground, and then all four dog legs touched towards the dog's egg position in unison. Era! Era, what happened to you? The young woman was shocked when she saw this and hurriedly opened her mouth to shout. You shameless, underhanded, even abolished the old man's penis. Era roared with two red eyes. Didn't you say you want to find me? I came, now, die. Yi Chen coldly smiled, his right-hand deicide gun instantly stabbed out. Ow, a loud roar came. Era rose against the wind, instantly turning into an oversized husky up to 30 meters high, his muscles crisscrossed, and his tyrannical breath instantly soared wildly. Damn human! I want you to die. Want you to die. Ow! Era roared. Puff came. Regicide gun effortlessly into the Era's dog's stomach, and then bang, a loud sound came. Only to see Era's dog's stomach instantly exploded out a hole the size of a water tank. Era's crazy roar came to an abrupt end. Yi Chen disdainfully skimmed his mouth, and his innate true chi was instantly injected into the deicide gun. A pillar of chi appeared in the next second, and then a blow shattered Era's spine. Yi Chen also drew his gun and retreated at this time. How can it hurt me? This is when I am at my full strength, my defense is invincible, how can? Era was like a deflated ball, rapidly shrinking. While shrinking, he did not believe in it, said. You killed my Era. After the young woman saw Era's appearance, she immediately screamed and rushed towards Yi Chen, and halfway, she even invoked a long sword. Yi Chen frowned, and with a casual wave of his right hand's deicide gun, a head instantly flew into the sky. Puff came out. A large amount of blood instantly sprayed out, and a pillar of blood was formed. Who the hell are you? Era's pair of dog eyes were full of unwillingness as he looked towards Yi Chen and opened his mouth to ask. Yi Chen. Yi Chen finished indifferently, and the Godslayer gun raised his hand and stabbed. So it's you. Before Era finished his words, a pfft sound came out. The deicide gun instantly pierced into Era's dog head. At this time, Yi Chen's right hand shook. Boom sound came, Era's dog's head instantly exploded into pieces. You think that I don't know that you have a life-preserving secret technique that can instantly run 1,000 miles away? Yi Chen looked at Era's corpse and disdainfully skimmed his mouth before heading towards the cave. In his previous life, God Dog Era, being hunted down by the human demon race, could still make a good living. It had something to do with his luck, but the greater relationship was that God Dog Era had a life-preserving secret technique, or an awakened talent. Even if he was caught in a desperate situation, he could instantly run 1,000 miles away after using the secret technique. Even if he wasn't strong now, running 100 or 80 miles was still doable. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't give him the chance to use the secret art. Inside the cave, Yi Chen frowned. The smell here was really not good. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth involuntarily twitched before he held his breath and observed the cave. The place was luxuriously decorated, with all kinds of designer jewelry, but Yi Chen had little interest in this. Soon, Yi Chen saw a huge array disc, and his eyes lit up before walking over and picking up the disc. Spirit Gathering Formation Disc Heaven Grade, Upper Grade, autonomously gathers the energy of heaven and earth to generate spirit stones. The gathering range is 10,000 miles in a radius, and it can generate 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones per day. Another Heaven Grade, Superior Grade Spirit Gathering Formation Disc. Nima, could it be that all the good stuff is with the demon race? It's not really possible. Thinking of this possibility, Yi Chen's entire body became nonchalant. In the future, it seems that we have to look for more trouble from the demon race. Thinking of this, Yichen put away the spirit-gathering array disc heaven grade, top grade while leaving the cave. Coming outside, Yichen did not even look at the corpses of a man and a dog, recognized the direction, and then sped towards the safe city of this city. Head whose calculations, Yichen felt it, for Hu Xiaoya's sake, and also for his own. Yichen could already see it, but Yichen didn't care at all. How to calculate is fine, Yichen was fearless of these, the 9 revolutions Xin Gong was Yichen's bottom line. At least for now, in this world, there was no existence that could hurt Yichen. Unless Yichen made a fool of himself and swallowed a highly poisonous poison. Yichen's purpose of traveling to the safe city was simple, the treasures of the Yanhuan Alliance. What the treasures were, Yichen didn't know. Anyway, he would take them when he saw them, and then slaughter the old cow and the calf on the way. If he wanted to blame them, he should blame them for hitting their ideas on Yichen. If someone attacked or surrounded Yichen didn't care. If they dared to do so, just kill them. Safe City, Beauty Alliance, Council Chamber. Xiaoyu, why don't you look for Yichen? With his current strength, it's easy to help you out. A 28 or so year old imperial lady lightly shook the red wine in her cup, and after stopping, she gently took a sip, and then asked with a sigh. Only to see the originally dead Hu Xiaoya unexpectedly appeared here alive. Obviously, something was not quite right. Sister Yao Yao, I don't want to trouble him. Hu Xiaoye was silent for a moment before speaking. You're still too stupid. The imperial sister sighed before speaking. But, I really don't have much of a relationship with him. I've said a few words after being classmates for a few years. Hu Xiaoye was silent again for a while before she opened her mouth. A classmate is also a relationship, you have to make good use of it. Ah, silly girl, if you were as stupid as before, for your brother to go to find that ox duke, then you will die a miserable death. I can save you once in advance, but not necessarily be able to save you a second time. The imperial sister shook her head helplessly before speaking. Sister Yao Yao, thank you, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would. Hu Xiaoye said here, and coldly shivered. Thank you for what? Your brother and I have been close friends for many years. How can I see that you are going to do something stupid and not stop you? The imperial sister smiled faintly before speaking. It's just that sister is too pitiful. Hu Xiaoye gratefully glanced at the imperial sister before saying despondently. It's fine, she volunteered, because her heart died long ago, and that Ox Duke was also her enemy, so willingly shielding you from disaster, and also wreaking havoc on Ox Duke, it's also a good death. The imperial sister was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Right at this moment, a little lowly hurriedly ran into the Beauty Alliance's council chamber and shouted. Sister Yao Yao, head who was sent by Commander Niu to kill Yichen. Chapter 153 Safe City. What? When the imperial sister heard this, her face suddenly changed, and then asked in a shocked voice. Xiao Meng, my brother He. Hu Xiaoye changed 3 steps into 1 step and came straight to the body of the little lowly, asking with an anxious face. After the little lowly saw Hu Xiaoye who grabbed her shoulder, she couldn't help but froze, and then her little face froze, not knowing how to open her mouth. She didn't see Hu Xiaoyu just now and shouted when she entered the door, but now she regretted it. Xiao Meng, is the news reliable? The imperial sister asked in a deep voice. Sister Yao Yao, the news is reliable, it's the news coming from the Yanhuan Alliance. The little lowly glanced at Hu Xiaoye before nodding and speaking. Why did my brother go to kill him? Why did he follow Commander Niu's orders? Hu Xiaoye said as tears ticked down her face. Xiaoyu, I'm afraid that this matter is not that simple. The imperial sister frowned, and then spoke. Yao Yao sister, I am worried. About my brother being killed by Yichen, you don't know, I've seen Yichen kill people, human life is nothing in Yichen's eyes, moreover, Yichen is already a royal grade martial general, how can my brother kill Yichen? Hu Xiaoye said with great concern. Xiaoyu, Yichen shouldn't kill your brother mentioned to me privately before, he wants to find Yichen to solve Commander Niu and also Duke Niu. The imperial sister said here, her face suddenly sank, and then continued. I'm afraid that Commander Niu has already noticed your brother's intentions, so he'll send your brother to kill Yichen, then Commander Niu has one less opponent who can kill Yichen, and your brother will lure Yichen here, and then. I should have told my brother about me being alive, if he knew, maybe, he wouldn't have gone to Yichen. Hu Xiaoye said in bald. You can't say it, the less people know about you being alive, the better, especially your brother can't know it, otherwise, it will definitely be found out, and then Duke Niu will take crazy revenge on your brother and you. The imperial sister said here and stopped. She didn't say the latter words because Duke Niu would also retaliate against the Beauty Alliance. Sister Yao Yao, then is it true that Duke Niu has syphilis gonorrhea? Little lowly asked with some doubts at this time. Well, it's already confirmed, Hua died on behalf of Xiaoyu but also passed all those diseases to Mr. Niu, so that Mr. Niu will definitely retaliate madly against everyone after he learns the truth. The imperial sister nodded before speaking. Then what now? Will he be alright, my brother? Hu Xiaoye hurriedly looked at imperial sister and opened her mouth to ask. Can only wait for them to come back, if possible, we may have to gamble. Imperial sister was silent for a moment before saying in a deep voice. Yao Yao sister, bet on what? Little Loli asked with some confusion. Gambling on the future of the Beauty Alliance and our lives, the Imperial sister looked out the window and then slowly said. Yao Yao sister. Hu Xiaodia was shocked when she heard this and hurriedly opened her mouth to call out. The Imperial sister raised her hand to stop Hu Xiaodia from continuing and then said in a deep voice, Commander Nyo's ambition is too big and the Beauty League is in this city, conflict is inevitable, and if you don't want to be eaten, you only have to fight, Sister Yao Yao said here, both eyes suddenly emerged a cold light and then opened her mouth and drank. Pass the order, all people leave the game, stand by at any time, Vermilion Bird Group to the gate stand by, as long as who head of the group enter the gate, Commander Nyo's people make a move, then kill. Sister Yao Yao, I'll go and pass the word. Little Loli's face tightened when she heard this, and then she opened her mouth to respond, and after saying that, she hurriedly ran out of the council chamber. Yao Yao's sister. It's all because of me. Or else. Hu Xiaodia said and covered her face and cried bitterly. Xiaoyu, I said, it has nothing to do with you, without you, sooner or later, the Beauty Alliance will confront Commander Nyo, but it's just a matter of sooner or later. The Imperial sister sighed while speaking. Outside the safe city. Yi Chen had traveled all the way and killed countless fierce beasts before arriving here. If it wasn't for the fact that many fierce beasts had already entered the game, I'm afraid that Yi Chen would only be able to come here by killing his way out. Looking at the tall building complex in front of him, which resembled a future sci-fi, Yi Chen was somewhat in a trance for a while. In his previous life, Yi Chen had also struggled and worked hard here, in order to live well. Unfortunately, by the time Yi Chen was able to afford a house, safe city was not safe anymore. At that time, there was blood everywhere, corpses everywhere, and cries of grief everywhere. It was also at that time that the war between the demon race and the human race began to burn across the globe. Killing, corpses, blood, and cries of grief filled the endless years to come. However, despite the endless disasters faced by the human race, the struggle for power was always carried out in the human community. Powerful forces have molded countless ambitious people. The possibility of immortality stimulated countless souls. For the sake of power, for the sake of wealth, for the sake of immortality, for the sake of the deepest desires in the heart, killing and fighting intensified within the human race. Those were the years of lamentation, the chapters of death, which were intensely played out every single day. Yi Chen exhaled a long breath and then retrieved his thoughts. My path, anyone don't block. Thinking of this, Yi Chen narrowed both eyes and a cold light flashed. Tap, tap. Yi Chen moved his feet and traveled towards the safe city. There was a city wall and a city gate outside the safe city. The city wall wasn't high, only less than 5 meters, while there was only one city gate. If you wanted to enter the safe city, you could only go through the city gate, and after Yi Chen arrived, he walked straight through the shield and then walked into the city gate. Stop! A loud shout came out, only to see a middle-aged man walking straight towards Yi Chen. Who are you hanging out with? What are you doing out of the city? The middle-aged man asked while sizing up Yi Chen. Scram! Yi Chen said coldly. He was a gatekeeper, and the purpose was to reap benefits. This was a safe city, where beasts and demons couldn't even think of coming in for 3 months, yet there were forces that sent people to man the gate to prevent the demon race from entering the safe city. Of course, this was their slogan, very lofty, in fact, it was robbery in disguise. If you are not a member of the forces, basically, don't even think about entering the city without paying. As for leaving the city, no one was stopping them. Yell, how dare you pretend with me? You're tired of living, aren't you? The middle-aged man didn't see which power's mark was on Yi Chen's body, so he became bold. A loud bang came out. Only the middle-aged man, who had just raised his tone, instantly flew backwards before crashing into the thick and heavy city gate. A boom sound came out. The middle-aged man's body instantly turned into a mess. Chapter 154 Enemies are for killing. Who is this? So fierce? Even the people of the Wild Wolf Gang dare to kill? A shocked cry came out. It should be a newly recruited bruiser from one of the forces. It should be, this force must definitely be 90, it might even be an innate realm king-level martial artist. King-level martial arts general, this luck is absolutely heaven-defying, although the king-level merit law is now beginning to appear, but they are all divided up by the major forces. A person who wants to get the king-level merit law, the difficulty cannot be small. Nima, how come I don't have that good luck? If I also become a king-level martial arts general, then I'll immediately be a cut above the rest. Dream away, although the king-level technique bursts out some, but it is not so good to burst out. You have to kill those large cottage lord to have the chance to burst out. You go to kill a look. Fantasizing about it doesn't work. The people near the city gate spoke up because of Yi Chen's violent actions. Yi Chen didn't even look at the people at the city gate and walked straight in. However, just as Yi Chen took his 10th step, a cry of alarm came out. Yi Chen! That's Yi Chen! Quickly attack! An explosive shout then rang out. Both of Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a move of his right hand, the Godslayer gun instantly appeared. It's really Yi Chen. He's actually in this safe city. A passerby was shocked when he saw Yi Chen's thick and dark Godslayer gun before opening his mouth and shouting, "Nima, your brother is still not running, waiting to be killed. Run!" The person next to him let out a roar and pulled him towards the distance. The other passersby nearby, also at this time, ran toward the distance. "It's impossible not to run, Nima, this place has become a battlefield, being implicated in it, it's too late to regret it." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless subtle air-breaking sounds reached Yi Chen's ears right at this moment. This was anesthesia needle. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile coldly when he recognized the anesthesia needle. In the next second, Yi Chen's long hair, which was windless, bulged with the clothes on his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of sounds followed. Only to see that the anesthetic needles that were shot at Yi Chen without exception, all stopped half a meter away from Yi Chen. "Give it back." Both of Yi Chen's eyes snapped open, and the anesthesia needles suspended in front of Yi Chen instantly shot back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sharp air-breaking sounds followed. "Not good. Quickly dodge." A loud roar instantly rang out. Only those who showed their heads to attack Yi Chen, without exception, were pierced through by the anesthetic needles, and blood began to spray wildly, unable to be blocked. "Battalion commander, what to do?" One person shouted in shock. He was frightened by Yi Chen's ferocity. It's even if it's strong in the game, how come it's so powerful when it's run into reality? Not only him, it was the other people who ambushed Yi Chen that had their mouths wide open, each with total disbelief on their faces. "Damn, what about the said strength reduction? What about the said strength in the game can't be brought out 100%? Is this ing reduction?" The battalion commander who was questioned, coldly drew a mouthful of cold air and then shouted in shock. Yi Chen coldly smiled, and was about to slaughter this group of people who ambushed him before saying anything, but right at this moment, a dainty drink full of killing aura sounded immediately after. "Kill. Damn, think I don't kill women?" Yi Chen was furious when he heard the women's voices, and then he looked in the direction where the voices came from. Only to see a group of women, wielding all kinds of weapons, rushing to kill the men ambushed at the city gates. What is the situation? Seeing this, Yi Chen was stunned. Originally, Yi Chen thought that the Yin-Huan alliance had learned a dirty trick to drive women to attack them. But the result was not what Yi Chen thought at all. Yi Chen froze, and the people who ambushed Yi Chen similarly froze. "What's going on here?" said one person with a somewhat big head. "Battalion commander, what to do? Should we fight or run?" One man hurriedly asked. "Damn it, these stinking ES really know how to pick the time, let's withdraw." The battalion commander cursed with a dumbfounded look on his face before opening his mouth and drinking. Just then, a shout came out, "Yi Chen, quick! Follow me!" Yi Chen looked at the sound, only to see a model carrying a wolfsbane and shouting at Yi Chen with an anxious face. "Nima, where is this following?" Yi Chen was even more confused at this instant, completely unable to understand what this situation was. "Love, what is the situation? What is the situation? Lousy came to do business, whoever is in Lousy's way, whoever is the enemy, whoever attacks Lousy, whoever is the enemy." Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at the model carrying the wolfsbane and opened his mouth to ask, "Excuse me, where is the headquarters of the Yin-Huan Alliance?" "Eastern District, Building C-108 is the headquarters of the Yin-Huan Alliance." The model carrying the wolfsbane slightly froze, then opened his mouth and said, after finishing, he froze again, then shouted at Yi Chen. "Where is head who?" When Yi Chen heard this, he instantly confirmed one thing. "Nima, head who is really counting on me." Thinking of this, Yi Chen narrowed both his eyes before speaking, "Not sure, see you later." After Yi Chen finished speaking, his right foot violently stepped on the ground, and then rushed towards the people who ambushed him. "Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you follow me?" The model carrying the wolf tooth stick shouted at Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen ignored her, and with a few rises and falls, he arrived behind the group of people who ambushed Yi Chen. They, who had already started retreating, had to turn around to deal with Yi Chen. However, the hegemony of the deicide gun once again brutally destroyed the little hope left in their hearts. Their weapons, when they touched the god-slaying lance, instantly shattered. They attacked Yi Chen, only to be taken out by a single shot. They dodged Yi Chen's attack, and were still finished off by a shot. They escaped, and were still finished off by a single shot. What seemed to be a simple and normal, one-shot attack was presented in their eyes as out of this world. One shot over, no matter how you dodge, how to block, the next second, will be killed. After a tea time, Yi Chen collected his gun, did not look at the mutilated corpses on the ground, and traveled towards the Eastern District. Yi Chen left in style, leaving behind a field of dead bodies and a group of shocked and inexplicable women. This. How is he so powerful? Yeah, didn't you say that the strength in the game brought to reality will shrink a lot? We've all shrunk a lot, but how come Yi Chen is still so powerful? It's as if Yi Chen's strength hasn't been affected at all. He should have a game warehouse as well, either that, or his strength has reached a terrifying level, otherwise he wouldn't have killed so many people so easily. Yi Chen is so strong, then aren't we hopeful? Yeah, Yi Chen must have gone to kill those 2 cows. But, Sister Yao Yao told us to take him to the Beauty Alliance, what should we do if he's gone?